I was clearly about to become a billionaire tycoon, yet just a few minutes ago, my girlfriend's family despised me as worthless. In the coffee shop, my girlfriend's parents mocked me sarcastically, saying my salary was low, I had no future, and I couldn't give their daughter happiness. My girlfriend also coldly said she would listen to her mother and break up with me. At that moment, my heart was bitter, feeling like my life had hit rock bottom. But just as they were freely belittling me, my phone received a message from the cosmic tycoon system. Chapter 1, 100 trillion falls from the sky. Coffee shop. Yiming sat calmly in his seat, opposite his girlfriend Zhang Wenyi and her parents. Zhang Wenyi had been growing increasingly distant over the past 2 months. Meeting here today, it was likely that her family intended to confront him, and Yiming was already mentally prepared for it. Zhang's mother spoke first. Xiaoya, right? We are Winnie's parents. Today, we mainly want to talk to you about something. Her tone was very cold, and her expression was quite gloomy. Auntie, please go ahead, Yiming nodded. It's like this, our Winnie is not young anymore. As parents, we all hope she will have a reliable future. You understand what I mean, right? I understand, so I am working hard, hoping to give Winnie a happy home in the future. Zhang's mother let out a barely audible cold snort, the fat on her face twitching. Working hard? With your current salary, Winnie already told us, 6,000 a month after 3 years since you graduated from college, and you still call that working hard? It's not that we're snobbish, but at least when you get married, you should have a 150 square meter house, right? With your salary, even if you don't eat or drink all year, you could only afford 2 square meters in Shanghai. How can we trust Wen-yi to be with you? Besides, Wen-yi is our only daughter, and we're counting on her to take care of us in the future. Take Lao Wang from our unit, for example. His son-in-law owns 4 houses. Even if his daughter and her family do nothing, they live comfortably all year just on the rent. Now look at you, compared to him, it's like heaven and earth. If Wen-yi marries you, I'd be laughed to death by everyone at our unit. Zhang's mother spat out her words with flying saliva, making her points forcefully, trying to make Yiming feel ashamed and utterly humiliated. Aunt, it's like this, I am still in the stage of accumulating work experience. Once the time is right and I change jobs, my salary will increase a lot. I hope you can give me a little more time. Yiming's voice was sincere, yet neither humble nor arrogant. He never thought he was much worse than others. Smack! Zhang's mother slammed the cup in her hand onto the table, causing it to shake slightly. Her face was cold, and the nasolabial folds looked like valleys. Don't you understand what I mean? We're not here today to listen to your grandiose talk. I just hope you won't bother our Winnie anymore. She had already found a match for her daughter, a bank manager with a monthly salary of 20 to 30,000, and the family owns 2 apartments. Except for being a bit older and having a slightly balding head, they were all very satisfied. Yiming's phone was placed by the edge of the table. Because of the shake, the phone fell to the ground, the screen immediately cracked, and the battery popped out. He bent down to pick up the phone, reassembled it, wiped the screen, and restarted it. Then he turned his head to look into Zhang Wenyi's eyes and asked, Winnie, what do you mean? Zhang Wenyi crossed her arms, looking out the window with a very cold expression, and said, I listened to my mom. This sentence alone was enough to seal the fate of the relationship. She never wanted to live a life with Yiming where every day was about calculating expenses. Among the girls in the company around her age, who didn't have at least one designer brand? Only she was mocked several times by colleagues for dressing like a country bumpkin. Her own monthly salary was just a little over 3,000 after taxes. After deducting food, drinks, and supporting her parents, she barely had any money left each month. So she hoped Yiming would buy her designer brands. But Yiming's salary was nowhere near enough, and he always said that as long as the clothes were clean, decent, and elegant, why bother comparing with others? She felt that Yiming didn't care about her at all, didn't understand a girl's feelings, and was also unambitious, earning so little every month. Every time she stood with those young girls in the company, she felt particularly inferior. But she forgot that the latest Apple 7 Plus in her hand was bought by Yiming with more than a month's salary for her. The bag she carried was also bought by Yiming with half a month's salary, and every weekend and holiday, Yiming would give her little surprises. Yet, all these seemed insignificant to her. She simply didn't care. A few days ago, after the matchmaker showed her the man's photo, she was quite satisfied. Although he was already 32, he didn't look old in the photo. The key was that his family was well off, and the matchmaker said he was very good at caring for others. If she were with him, she wouldn't have to live so grudgingly. Today, besides confronting her parents and Yiming, she was also going to meet that man later, feeling somewhat hopeful. At this moment, Yiming was sitting opposite, looking down at his phone, completely unaware of Zhang Wenyi's change in expression. Yiming's hand holding the phone was trembling slightly because after the phone restarted, he received a text message. Dear Mr. Yiming, congratulations on being selected by the Universe Tycoon system as the sole supreme universal black card holder on Earth. This card has a limit of 100 trillion M gold, with the principal stored in the main card. Daily interest of 1 billion M gold is stored in the secondary card. The main and secondary cards along with the password have been sent to your residence. Please check carefully. This card is linked to an invisible account associated with all banks worldwide, an account that even the bank managers have no authority to view. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the source of funds. The principal amount in each bank account ranges from 100 million to 10 billion M gold. Wherever there is a bank, you can use the card or withdraw cash. In non-USD regions, this card automatically converts USD to local currency at the real-time exchange rate. Please use it with confidence. Looking again at the time the message was sent, it was yesterday. Given the current speed of delivery, it should have already arrived at home. Yiming no longer had the heart to pay attention to Zhang Wenyi and her parents. He was eager to go home and see if all of this was really true. He stood up, drank the coffee in his cup in one gulp, and said, "All right, Wenyi, I wish you happiness." After saying that, he turned and walked to the bar to pay and leave. Zhang Wenyi's family looked at each other in surprise, not expecting things to go so smoothly. They had thought Yiming would make a big scene, desperate and causing a commotion. Zhang Wenyi felt a sudden pang in her heart when she saw Yiming act so decisively. According to her expectations, Yiming should have begged her not to leave him. But in reality, Yiming walked away without even looking back and with a hint of urgency, as if he couldn't wait to leave immediately. He must have been pretending on purpose. Zhang Wenyi sneered. Zhang's father said from behind, "Young man, don't be too discouraged. You still have your prime years ahead, don't think too negatively." "Thank you for your concern, uncle." After Yiming walked out of the coffee shop, Zhang's mother snorted coldly, thinking, "At least this kid knows what's good for him." The three stood up, ready to leave. At this moment, the waiter came over and said, "Hello, the bill for the three of you has not been settled yet. Please come to the counter to pay." The three were stunned. They clearly saw Yiming walk to the counter and pay just now. Why is the waiter still asking them to settle the bill? Zhang's mother frowned. "Didn't someone just pay for us?" "Oh, sorry, that gentleman just paid for his own part." Zhang's mother immediately stomped in anger. "Look, Wenyi, you see it, right? We came all this way to talk to him, and he can't even spare the money for a cup of coffee. A man without even this much generosity is destined to have no future. Luckily, you are no longer involved with him." Zhang's father, "Don't say so much. By the way, Wenyi, your luggage is still with him, right? Why don't we go get your luggage back now?" Zhang's mother, "Let's do it another day. Xiaodu is about to arrive, let's quickly go meet him so we don't keep him waiting." The Xiaodu she mentioned is Zhang Wenyi's upcoming blind date, a 32-year-old bank manager according to the matchmaker. Chapter 2, Beauty Saves the Hero. Back at the residence, Yiming indeed saw an envelope in the mailbox. He suppressed his excitement, opened the mailbox, and took out the envelope. Sure enough, there were 2 black cards inside. He had the card, but he didn't know if there was any money inside. He was worried that someone might be playing a prank, so he immediately took the card and prepared to check at the nearest bank. He arrived at the nearest Industrial and Commercial Bank of China ATM. He had never opened an account with ICBC before. If the message was true and the black card was linked to an account with every bank worldwide, then he should definitely be able to withdraw money from this ATM. He inserted the card, clicked on Balance Inquiry, and instantly, a string of numbers appeared. 978.9 billion. This is the amount displayed after converting M gold into RMB. If it is M gold, it should be 1.5 billion. His hands were trembling a little, and this was just the money in one account. Yiming tried to withdraw money only by being able to withdraw could it prove it was real. He clicked withdraw and entered the withdrawal amount, 10,000. The ATM machine made a rustling sound, and Yiming's heart grew increasingly tense. "Dispensing cash, please take your money." A mechanical female voice sounded, and at the same time, the cash slot opened, neatly stacked with 100 bills of 100 yuan each. "It's real!" Yiming shouted inside, almost yelling out loud. He wanted to go wild. These years of working hard to make money had truly worn him out. But to avoid drawing attention, he forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and quietly put the money into his pocket. "I finally have money. Ha!" He clicked the balance inquiry again, 00. Exactly 10,000 less. At the same time, his phone received a balance change message. "Dear ICBC user, your account ending in XXXX has a balance of RMB 00 yuan. It was confirmed that the ICBC account was real. Yiming then tried several other banks, and without exception, all were real. "I no longer have to live a miserable life. From today on, I'm going to fully enjoy life." After confirming that all of this was real, Yiming let out a breath and finally believed that he was rich, and not just ordinarily rich. 100 trillion M gold. The GDP of country A for a whole year is less than 200 trillion M gold, and now Yiming can truly be considered as wealthy as a nation. People like Ma Yun, Ma Huateng, Wang Jinlin, Wang Xigong, all combined don't even compare to me. In the past, if he wanted to buy a house in Shanghai, a place where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, he had no idea how many years he would have to save. But now, things were different. Not only did he have a principal of 100 trillion M gold, but every day when he opened his eyes, he also received interest income of 10 billion M gold. Yiming decided to first improve his living environment, so he went to the sales center of a certain real estate company. This real estate company specialized in high-end luxury homes. Everyone who came and went was either rich or noble. The men were big-bellied and followed by many bodyguards, while the women were adorned with jewels and pearls, making it obvious at a glance that their status was extraordinary. The sales center was very luxurious, but somewhat deserted after all. It was a top-tier luxury residence, and few people could afford it. Seeing Yiming, a young man dressed in cheap street stall clothes and holding a phone with a cracked screen, enter, none of the salespeople bothered to approach him. Yiming didn't mind and walked straight over to the huge model display to look at it by himself. A middle-aged woman with a face full of flesh, led by a handsome male salesperson, was walking around the model display. She wasn't watching where she was going and ended up bumping into Yiming. Seeing Yiming dressed plainly, the middle-aged woman looked him up and down with disdain, then walked past him, saying to the male salesperson beside her as she went, "After all, this is a sales center for a high-end housing development. Why let people who obviously can't afford a house in here? They're just in the way. Don't you worry about affecting the mood of potential buyers like us?" The male salesperson had put a lot of effort into closing this deal. If successful, he would earn a commission of 40,000 yuan. Seeing the middle-aged woman's displeased expression, and fearing she might storm off in anger, he quickly bent down and apologized in a low voice. "Sorry, miss, we don't have any rules about who can't come in here. But since he offended you, how about I have him come over and apologize to you?" The middle-aged woman gave a hum of acknowledgement, raised her eyebrows, and continued to walk around the model display. The male salesperson received instructions and straightened his back as he approached Yiming, who was intently looking at the model. At this moment, Yiming had already chosen a villa and was about to find a salesperson to complete the purchase. When he saw the male salesperson walking toward him and was about to speak, he was surprised that the other party spoke first, and in a particularly unfriendly tone. "Sir, you just offended that lady. I hope you can apologize to her." The male salesperson wore a face full of contempt and superiority. He usually served only the wealthy or noble here, and in front of those people, he was almost like a servant. Seeing Yiming, who was dressed like a beggar, here, not putting on airs would definitely be a loss. "Lady?" Yiming looked at the male salesperson in surprise, then glanced at the middle-aged woman with a barrel-shaped waist, her face covered with thick makeup that did nothing to hide her aged appearance. "But it was clearly her who bumped into me just now," Yiming said. "Heh, you're a man after all, why are you acting like a woman? I said you bumped into me, so you did. If you don't apologize, I'm calling security. Beggars like you shouldn't come here, just a nuisance." Actually, his goal was to drive Yiming away, just like that middle-aged woman said, worried he might affect others' mood for buying a house here. "Do you think I can't afford a house, so I don't deserve to be here?" Yiming frowned. "Or what? A beggar like you can't even buy half a toilet in Shanghai with your yearly salary, yet you have the nerve to come here. Do you know how much the cheapest property here costs per square meter? 100,000 yuan. Can you even earn 100,000 yuan a year?" The male salesperson rolled his eyes and gave Yiming a look of contempt. At this moment, a beautiful woman walked over. She was the supervisor of the sales center, 27 years old, graduated from a prestigious domestic university. Dressed in professional attire, her slender and well-proportioned figure was outlined perfectly, making her a striking sight just standing there. "What's going on? Xiao Zhou, how are you talking to the client?" The male salesperson saw the supervisor approaching and immediately put on a big smile. "Supervisor Fong, this person just bumped into our client. I asked him to apologize. I clearly saw that she bumped into this gentleman. What kind of eyesight do you have?" The beautiful manager was very dissatisfied with the male salesperson's blatant lie. Yiming unexpectedly glanced at the beauty. Could this be a case of a beauty saving a hero? Truly beautiful in both appearance and heart. Praise. Yiming immediately formed a good impression of the supervisor before him, who had an excellent appearance and elegant temperament. Chapter 3, Is 10 million really that impressive? The middle-aged woman felt very uncomfortable seeing the supervisor scolding the male salesperson who was attending to her, and immediately came over to support the male salesperson. "You're the manager here, right? I originally thought your salespeople were enthusiastic and attentive, and I was planning to buy an apartment worth around 10 million from you. But since you have this kind of attitude, sorry, I think I really need to reconsider whether I should buy or not." Manager Fong really wanted to say, "Buy it or not, I don't care. The houses here sell like hotcakes anyway," but since she was just a manager, she couldn't be so willful. At this moment, Yiming stepped forward, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Is being able to afford a 10 million apartment really that impressive? I didn't say it was impressive, but someone as poor as you definitely can't afford it." The middle-aged woman crossed her arms, her face full of superiority. Yiming said nothing, walked to the sand table, and pointed to the villa he was interested in, asking Manager Fong, "How much is this villa?" Manager Fong's eyes lit up. That villa had been on display here for more than half a year. Many people had asked about the price, but basically, after hearing the price, they went silent. Because that villa was simply too expensive. The selling price was 39.9 billion renminbi, full payment only, no installments accepted. 39.9 billion renminbi may not seem like much. The net worth of billionaires on the Forbes list far exceeds this amount, but most of their assets are virtual shares that cannot be cashed out immediately. Apart from the very top super rich, there are very few people nationwide who can suddenly produce such a large amount of cash. Although manager Fong didn't think this ordinary young man in front of her could afford this luxury house, out of professional courtesy, she still gave a brief introduction. This villa is the highest priced top luxury home here, featuring a fully European classical decoration style. The materials used are all the world's finest, and the furniture, appliances, and all equipment are complete, ready for immediate move-in. Before Supervisor Fong finished speaking, the middle-aged woman's mocking voice came out. Now you know how much it costs, right? Don't say you can't afford to buy yourself. Even if you were sold, even if you packed up your ancestors from 18 generations and sold them together, it still wouldn't be worth that much. Yi Ming glanced at her coldly and ignored her. In his eyes, the middle-aged woman was nothing more than a jumping clown. He took out the supplementary card of the Supreme Universal Black Card. Today was the second day, and this supplementary card already had 1 billion M gold, equivalent to 65.2 billion renminbi, more than enough to buy this villa. Alright, I'll take it. Let us proceed with the paperwork. Yi Ming calmly handed over the card and his ID. What? The middle-aged woman immediately widened her eyes. This kid must be showing off. How could he possibly afford a villa worth nearly 400 million? Yi Ming's answer also greatly surprised manager Fong. She didn't expect to have casually sold this top-tier luxury home, which is considered one of the best nationwide. Aren't you going to see it in person? This villa has been completed for half a year. You can go take a look first. No need, just proceed with the paperwork. It's this one. Manager Fong Chan took the black card with trembling hands and entered the price. Up to this point, she still had some doubts. Could it be an empty card or insufficient balance? Ding, payment successful. Her heart finally settled. Immediately, the entire sales center erupted in excitement. The 39.9 billion villa has been bought. Oh my god, is it true? Who is the buyer? This must definitely be one of the top richest people in the country. Look, it's that guy. He looks so ordinary. How can he be this rich? At his age, there's no way he could have earned that much money. He has probably a rich second-generation heir from some family. Have you ever seen a rich second-generation heir dressed like him? The male salesperson surnamed Zhou also knew. When he first came over, Yi Ming intended to close this deal through him, but unfortunately, he ended up causing trouble for him. His heart was bleeding. If he had successfully closed this deal, the commission he would have earned would have exceeded 1.5 million. Yi Ming looked calmly at the middle-aged woman and said, "Now do you know whether I can afford it or not?" She had just been holding 10 million, acting as if she were the richest person in the world. But as soon as Yi Ming made a move, she wasn't even a fraction of his wealth. The middle-aged woman's face turned a dark liver color. She opened her mouth to retort, but the facts were clear. No matter what she said, it was useless. She could only lower her head and, under the scornful and mocking gazes of the people around, hurriedly flee the sales center. After signing the contract, Yi Ming received the keys to the villa and a file bag filled with various documents. With a wave of his sleeve, he calmly hailed a taxi and left. The people at the sales center looked like they saw a ghost. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? He actually took a taxi to leave? Yeah, turns out there are people this low-key in the world. This act of pretending, I'm impressed. Damn it, if I had known that handsome guy was so rich, I should have knocked him out and dragged him away, then sealed the deal. A beautiful saleswoman giggled with stars in her eyes. Humph, with your looks, he probably wouldn't even glance at you. Another male salesperson said sourly. So, from now on, don't judge someone's wealth based on their clothes or car. You might end up like today. Manager Fawn reminded the employees in time, while subtly glancing at the male salesperson surnamed Zhou. Damn it. The male salesperson surnamed Zhou was on the verge of tears, almost going crazy and wishing he could slap himself twice. He had just missed out on a 1.5 million commission, and even the almost guaranteed 40,000 commission was gone. He was filled with regret. He now wished he could beat up that fat, pig-eared middle-aged woman. Thinking back to how he had shamelessly called her a beauty, he almost vomited up his leftover food. Chapter 4, Buying a Commuting Vehicle. Now that I have a house, the next step is a car. I used to cram onto the bus to and from work, exhausted. I'd squeeze in through the back door, and before the bus even started moving, I'd be pushed out through the front door. It was unbearable, and I definitely don't want to live like that anymore. Driver, take me to the Lamborghini dealership. Yi Ming said to the driver as soon as he got in the car. All right. The taxi driver started the car. After driving for a while, the driver struck up a conversation with Yi Ming. Young man, you look pretty young, just out of school, right? I've heard that salespeople for those luxury cars aren't ordinary. They not only have to look good but also must speak fluent English. You do look quite presentable, but your clothes are a bit shabby, and you're holding a resume. I'm guessing you're going there for a sales job interview? Yi Ming was stunned. Did this driver think I was here for an interview? Did he think the file folder I was holding contained a resume? He then gave a wry smile and said to the driver, "I'm not here for an interview, I'm here to buy a car." The driver was shocked and asked uncertainly, "What? Buy a car? You're going to buy a Lamborghini?" He glanced at Yi Ming again through the rearview mirror. "Yeah, to be honest, I've got some money recently and am planning to buy a vehicle for commuting. I've always heard how awesome Lamborghinis are, so I thought I'd go try buying one first." Buy one and give it a try? This kid probably has no idea how much a Lamborghini costs. What a clueless rookie. This master driver is an experienced veteran who knows the prices of all kinds of luxury cars inside out. He feels it's necessary to wake up this young man who doesn't know his limits, so he doesn't embarrass himself later. "Young man, a Lamborghini is not something just anyone can afford. Currently, there are 2 models available domestically, and even the cheapest one costs 3 million yuan. With all the taxes and insurance, it's about 3.5 million. Are you sure you want to buy one and give it a try?" After saying this, he stared at the rearview mirror, waiting to see the shocked expression on Yi Ming's face. But he was disappointed. Yi Ming just looked calmly out the window at the rapidly passing scenery, his face showing no reaction at all. "Not bad, not too expensive." That subtle air of showing off shocked the driver even more. "Unwilling to give up," he said again, "and the annual maintenance cost for such a luxury car is over 100,000. The money we work ourselves to death for all year isn't even enough to cover the maintenance of one car." That's nothing," Yi Ming said with a faint smile. The driver was speechless. If this kid wasn't showing off, then he really had some money. He swallowed hard and said no more. The car quickly arrived at the Lamborghini dealership, and the fare was 68 yuan. Yi Ming directly handed the driver a Mao bill. "No need to give change." This remark moved the driver deeply. Looking at Yi Ming's slightly thin back, the driver decided to wait outside. He wanted to see if this kid was really just showing off. A few people came over to catch a ride but were directly refused by him. Lamborghini dealership. After Yi Ming walked in, he was not ignored immediately. A young beautiful woman came over with a professional smile on her face. "Hello, may I ask what position you are applying for?" Seeing Yi Ming dressed in street market clothes and holding a file folder, she instinctively assumed he was there to look for a job. I'm not here for a job interview." "Not here for a job interview? Then why are you carrying a resume?" The little beauty looked suspiciously at the file folder in Yi Ming's hand. "Resume? Yi Ming was speechless. If he took out the documents inside, it would probably scare her to death. "This isn't a resume." "Right, I'm here to buy a car." "Show me your best model here." The young beauty frowned. The young man in front of her was dressed very plainly, even somewhat like a beggar. Because they often deal with various second-generation rich kids, the salespeople here all have sharp eyes. They can tell at a glance which brand and season the clothes you're wearing are from. Looking at Yi Ming in front of her, it was obvious he was wearing street stall goods. It seemed he had just taken a taxi here, and he definitely didn't look like the type who could afford a Lamborghini. Could he be buying it on behalf of some wealthy young master who didn't want to show up? He was probably running errands for someone. The young beauty had her answer in mind and her expression relaxed. She took Yi Ming directly to a Lamborghini Aventador. "This is the best car we have here, the Lamborghini Aventador LP 754 Super Veloce, priced at 8.01 million renminbi, with an on-the-road price of 8.87 million renminbi." "Alright, I'll take it." Yi Ming didn't waste any time and handed the secondary card and ID to the young beauty without even thinking for a second. The young beauty instinctively glanced at the ID. She wanted to know which wealthy second-generation heir was buying the car. As a result, her body involuntarily trembled when she saw it. "This is this guy's ID card." She held the ID card, comparing the photo on it with Yi Ming's face back and forth several times, becoming more and more shocked, her eyes widening. "Did you really buy the car?" "The car is under your name," the young beauty asked tentatively. Yi Ming gave a bitter smile. "It really is me buying the car." The young beauty immediately perked up. In stark contrast to her earlier indifference, she was now enthusiastic and quickly helped Yi Ming with all the paperwork. "Sir, when do you plan to pick up the car?" "Today." Yi Ming said, "Isn't there one right here?" "This one." He looked at the all-black supercar with great satisfaction. He had seen it a few times on the street before, and the roar it made was incredibly cool. He couldn't wait to experience that 100% head-turning feeling. The little beauty was so happy to see Yi Ming being so straightforward that she almost wanted to hug Yi Ming's neck and give him a big kiss. This one order alone would earn her enough commission to last half a year. Chapter 5, Zhang Wenyi regretted it. When Yi Ming drove the Lamborghini past the taxi driver, he stuck his head out. "Driver, you're not leaving yet? Waiting for a passenger?" The driver stared blankly at Yi Ming and his Aventador worth over 8 million, the cigarette falling from his mouth, his speech a bit slurred. "Little brother, did you really buy this car?" "Yeah, how is it?" "Not bad, right?" The driver swallowed hard. "It's good, damn good." "Master, I'm off now, you get busy." Yiming smiled and waved at him, then hit the gas. With a roar, the car shot forward instantly, leaving only the wild sound echoing in the air, drawing passers-by to turn their heads in amazement. So damn cool. If I could drive this car, my life would be worth it. Damn, I wonder which girl is going to get messed up tonight. Ah, don't hold me back, I'm going to scam someone. Staging an accident? Are you looking for death? The people who drive this kind of car are either wealthy heirs or second-generation officials. Are you sure you want to stage an accident? Yiming parked the car downstairs at the rental house. He needed to move out of the rented place and still had some things to take away. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers gathered downstairs. There was no helping it, this car was extremely rare in their area. Did that young man who just went upstairs used to live here? Looks somewhat familiar, probably recently made a fortune and is moving out. Sigh, why is it so easy for others to get rich? I work my ass off all year and still can't afford even one of their wheels. Hee hee, go kneel to Tion, maybe if they're happy, they'll bring you along to get rich too. Get lost. Yiming casually tidied up his things. He didn't have much, everything could fit into one suitcase. Most of the stuff belonged to his girlfriend Zhang Wenyi, or rather, his ex-girlfriend. Just her clothes filled 3 large suitcases, most of which Yiming had bought for her in the past. Originally, he didn't want to take Zhang Wenyi's things with him, but since the landlord asked him to move everything out, he couldn't just throw her stuff away. If something went missing later, she might come looking for him and cause a scene, so he decided to take it all along. Before leaving, he wrote his current address on a note and gave it to the landlord, saying that if anyone came looking for him, the landlord should hand over the note. Prosperous Splendor Court. The top villa district in Shanghai, the luxury mansion Yiming purchased is located in the prime area of the entire villa district, covering a vast area with beautiful scenery. In front of the villa is a large expanse of lush green lawn, very soft to the touch, clearly well maintained regularly. Behind it is a huge circular swimming pool, with water crystal clear to the bottom. Opening the door, a wave of European classical luxury hit him, with exquisite chandeliers, grand and comfortable sofas, and beautifully crafted cabinets, all showcasing opulence. Yiming looked at all this, feeling very excited. This is what life is really about. I never have to live in that rundown rental again. Yiming couldn't help but shout out loud, the excitement he had suppressed all day finally bursting forth. Fortunately, the soundproofing here was excellent, and the neighbors were far away, so no one heard his crazed yell. At the same time, in a Chinese restaurant in the city, Zhang Wenyi nervously looked outside. More than half an hour had passed since the agreed time, and the little do mentioned by the matchmaker had not yet arrived. The matchmaker was quite talkative, describing all the good qualities of little do to Zhang's parents in an exaggerated manner. Zhang's parents were so moved by her words that they were eager to marry their daughter off to him immediately. Let me tell you, once your daughter marries Xiaodu, your whole family won't have to worry about anything. Xiaodu is a really good person, very filial, and his family background is top-notch. Your daughter marrying him is definitely a win. That's good. We don't really mind, it's just that Wenyi is our only daughter. If she can have a good match, as parents, we'll feel at ease. Mrs. Zhang smiled broadly. At this moment, the matchmaker stood up and called out to someone outside, "Hey! Over here!" Outside, a bald middle-aged man carrying a briefcase saw the matchmaker's call and jogged over this way. Is it him? The moment Zhang Wenyi saw him, all her expectations instantly shattered. The photo clearly didn't look like this. Although she wasn't superficial about appearances, this looks really bad. Compared to the handsome Yiming, it was like heaven and earth. If Yiming was the handsome Erlangshan, then this little do was Zhu Beiji. But she remembered what her best friend said, what's the use of being handsome? Can a handsome face put food on the table? Can it swipe a card? The most important thing for a man is financial strength. She comforted herself, as long as he treats me well and his family conditions are good, it's okay if he's not very good looking. After all, many beautiful celebrities marry ugly men. Xiaodu had already come in, and as soon as he saw Zhang Wenyi, his eyes lit up with excitement. Hello, my name is Dumingyi, I am 32 years old. Dumingyi extended his hand to Zhang Wenyi and introduced himself. 32 years old? She's probably well over 35. Zhang Wenyi thought to herself with some resentment. Hello. She awkwardly reached out her hand, but the other person held it as if reluctant to let go. She had to pull back with some effort. Alright, my task is done. You two chat. The matchmaker smiled and got up to leave, giving Dumingyi a knowing look before she left. Dumingyi immediately understood, chased after her to slip her a big red envelope, then returned to sit opposite Zhang Wenyi. The two of you must be Wenyi's parents, right? Sorry, I was a bit busy today, and the traffic was heavy. Thank you for waiting. It's nothing. It's a good thing for a man to be career-driven. Mrs. Zhang immediately smiled. Hee hee, come on, eat. Dumingyi waved his hand broadly, looking like the host. The four of them ate and chatted, and the more they talked, the more the other's background was gradually uncovered. Zhang Wenyi sat there at this moment, but her heart grew colder and colder. The matchmaker said he was a bank manager, but in fact, he was an unestablished client manager with a sales role. In other words, he was someone who sold insurance to depositors, and the title of manager had no real value. The salary was also not fixed. The base salary was 4,000 yuan, and the rest depended entirely on commissions. The 2 to 3 10,000 yuan salary mentioned by the matchmaker was because the commission was relatively high that month. He did have 2 houses, but one was a rural farmer's house in his hometown in Hunan, and the other, although bought in Shanghai, was in a remote area and only about 70 square meters. The key point is that the mortgage was not yet paid off. He was already in his 30s and still hadn't cleared the mortgage, so his financial situation was obvious. He spoke rather euphemistically, and Zhang's mother and father didn't realize it, but how could Zhang Wenyi, who had been in the workforce for 2 years, be fooled? The more Zhang Wenyi listened, the colder her heart became. With these conditions, it wasn't too much better than Yiming. At least Yiming was a potential stock, and it was about to pay off soon. She suddenly felt a bit regretful, but when she thought of Yiming leaving without looking back, she felt very uncomfortable inside. Zhang's mother and father were chatting happily with Dumingyi, and it seemed they were quite satisfied. Before parting, Dumingyi took the initiative to call the waiter over to settle the bill, which made Zhang's mother praise Little Du for knowing how to behave. They get all worked up whenever they think of that Yiming now, how he only paid for his own part of the bill. This Xiao Du is really something cultured, considerate, and he even owns 2 apartments. Wenyi, it's him, right? Mom doesn't expect you to marry some big star or wealthy tycoon in this lifetime. As long as you never have to worry about food and clothing, and occasionally show some filial piety, that's enough. Zhang Wenyi didn't want to make her mother angry, so after thinking it over, she kept quiet. At least this Dumingyi owns an apartment. Having a place to stay means no need to move around all the time. She responded. By the way, Wenyi, your luggage is still with that Yiming, right? It's late today, so we'll find a time to accompany you to get your luggage back. From now on, your dad and I can rest assured. How about tomorrow? I'm worried that in a fit of anger, he might throw away Wenyi's luggage. Zhang's father said. Tomorrow won't work. I have things to do at the company and can't get away. Let's do it in a few days, so you can also enjoy a few more days in Shanghai. He won't throw away my luggage. Alright then, since we're rarely here, let's stay a few more days. Chapter 6, Resignation. At night, Zhang Wenyi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She was very unwilling. Was she really destined to marry a man like this for the rest of her life? After much thought, she decided to tell her parents the truth. When Zhang's father heard about Dumingyi's real situation, he was very shocked and a bit flustered. What should we do now? As the person with the most say in the family, Zhang's mother waved her hand decisively and said, It's fine. This Xiao Du is very steady. I feel he's more reliable than that Yiming. Wenyi, you don't need to be picky. Our family's situation isn't exactly great. At least he has a house in Shanghai, and that's enough. Just think about the current housing prices in Shanghai, right? Zhang Wenyi wanted to say something else but felt her mother's words made sense, so she said no more. The next day, Yiming went to the company to resign. Now that he had almost endless money, why continue working so hard and miserably? Yiming arrived at the company at 10:30. As soon as he arrived at the company, his supervisor, Cha Shanshan, approached him with an unfriendly face and loudly roared in front of all the office employees. Yiming, look at what time it is now. What do you take this company for? Your backyard? You come whenever you want? Also, you originally took half a day off yesterday but didn't show up at all, and today you're late again by so much. I think you don't want to work here anymore, right? If you don't want to work, then get lost early and don't drag me down here and get me scolded by the boss. Since Yiming joined the company, this supervisor Cha had been making things difficult for him without any reason. Yiming had always been puzzled because he worked diligently and conscientiously, always completing the tasks assigned from above ahead of schedule. So why did he always find trouble with him? Later, a young woman from the same office told him the truth. This supervisor Cha was intimidated by your talent and afraid you would replace his position, so he had always looked down on you. Yiming was speechless at the time. I've been working honestly and diligently, and you actually pull this kind of stunt on me? No wonder my salary has never gone up. It turns out he was holding me back. Just as Yiming was about to speak, Cha Shanshan immediately waved his hand at him. Don't even try to make excuses, I don't want to hear it. If your performance doesn't meet the target this month, sorry, pack up and get out. Then he handed a thick stack of materials to Yiming. I need this plan tomorrow. Organize it right away, and if you can't finish, stay late to work overtime. Yiming looked at him calmly and didn't take the stack of materials. Sorry, I'm here to resign today. He handed over his resignation letter. What? Cha Shanshan was shocked, his eyes wide as he looked at the resignation letter in Yiming's hand. He remembered that Yiming had always taken this job very seriously, so why was he suddenly resigning today? Although Cha Shanshan had always wanted to get rid of Yiming, today was not the day, because only Yiming could complete this project proposal. If he left today, there would be no one in the company who could replace him. No, without my signature, you can't resign.
If you don't resign, you must work properly for me.
If you want to resign, wait until I'm in a better mood. Sha Shan raised his eyebrows and said, looking like he had Yiming completely cornered.
Are you sure you want T-sign? Yiming's expression turned cold. That's right. What, if I don't sign, you want to hit me?
Sha Shan looked at Yiming arrogantly, convinced that Yiming couldn't do anything to him. After a pause, Yiming suddenly tore the resignation letter in his hand to pieces, then threw it in Sha Shan's face.
Sign it or not, it's up to you.
Saying that, he turned and left the office.
Colleagues who were close to Yiming in the company applauded one after another. Well done.
A few colleagues who didn't dare to speak up also gave Yiming a thumbs up, showing their support.
Sha Shan was furious. Damn it, how dare you throw garbage in my face? I'll deduct your entire month's salary. What are you looking at?
Get back to work, or I'll deduct your salaries too. Sha Shan, unable to deal with Yiming, could only vent his anger on the other employees.
Check the supervisor, we are not under your control.
A charming beauty sarcastically said while fiddling with her fingernails. Cha Shanshuan's face turned ashen with anger, but unable to refute, he could only snort coldly and walk back to his seat.
Yiming did not leave the company but went straight to the company boss's office. General Manager's office of Xingyue Technology Company, Limited.
When Yiming knocked on the door, the boss and general manager, Bao Dahai, was sighing while looking at the company's financial report for the month. This month, we lost another 3 million.
At this rate, in 3 more months, I'll have to declare bankruptcy. The next round of financing is still undecided, and I can't find anyone to take over. God, when will this kind of life ever end?
Xingyue Technology Company, Limited is not very large, with just over 120 employees, but the monthly payroll alone is nearly 2 million. Adding rent, utilities, and other operating expenses, the fixed monthly costs exceed 3 million. During this period, due to poor management, he was unable to make a profit, and with no investors coming in, Bao Dahai had almost spent all the money he had earned before and had also put in a lot of his savings. He looked at the report in his hand with a worried expression, thinking of those who had jumped to their deaths after going bankrupt, as reported in the news. A chill ran through him, and he shook his head to stop himself from overthinking. It would be great if someone could take over at this time, but who the hell would want this hot potato now? He gave a bitter laugh. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Bao Dahai came back to his senses, straightened his clothes, and called out, "Come in." Chapter 7 Buying the Company. Yiming? What do you want? Bao Dahai looked at Yiming with confusion. Yiming didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. "Boss, I wonder if you're interested in selling the company now?" As soon as Bao Dahai heard this, he immediately widened his eyes. "What did you say? Someone wants to buy our company?" His body involuntarily leaned toward Yiming. Yiming smiled faintly. "That's right." Bao Dahai immediately jumped up, his face full of ecstasy, grabbing Yiming's arms with both hands. "Great, Yiming, quickly arrange a meeting with that person. I want to have a good talk with him." "No need. The person who wants to buy the company is me. As for the price, you make an offer." As soon as he heard this, Bao Dahai's previously joyful expression instantly froze. "You? Aren't you one of my employees? With a salary of just a few thousand, are you kidding me?" He slumped back in his chair, sighed, and said, "Yiming, did you lose a game of truth or dare with your colleagues and come here to mess with the boss for fun?" Yiming gave a bitter smile. "No, boss, I really want to acquire Xingyue Technology. Make me an offer." "Are you serious? Don't tell me you're actually a second-generation rich kid who has been lurking in our company stealing trade secrets all alone, and now it's time to make a move?" Bao Dahai thought about it and felt it actually sounded quite plausible. "Boss, how do I look like a second-generation rich kid? My parents are real farmers, working hard all their lives on that small patch of land." "Then how do you plan to acquire the company?" "You know, although Xingyue Technology isn't a big company, and to be honest, it's been running at a loss recently, it's not something just anyone can buy." "I know all that, boss. Just make an offer. When it comes to money, don't worry." "Really?" Bao Dahai looked at Yiming as if he wasn't joking, and for the first time, he became serious. "I guarantee it's true." "Alright, I won't be greedy either. I originally invested 10 million into this company. I'm not asking for profit, just to break even." "No problem, deal." Yiming reached out his hand to Bao Dahai. "From now on, you have to call me President Yi. Let us go handle the paperwork." Bao Dahai was stunned. Is this really it? It wasn't until the 10 million was transferred into his account that Bao Dahai believed it was all true. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that he had finally sold the company. Actually, if someone else had taken over, the highest price would probably have been only 8 million. By that calculation, he still made a 2 million profit. "I didn't expect you to be this rich. You've been with the company for 3 years without showing off, but when it mattered, you really proved your ability," Bao Dahai said, patting Yiming on the shoulder with a chuckle. Yiming smiled but said nothing. He walked into the office once again, with Bao Dahai following behind him. He was especially grateful to Yi Ming for saving his life, and before all the formalities were completed, he would fully cooperate with Yi Ming's work. Seeing Yi Ming come in, Xia Shanshan smiled smugly, thinking Yi Ming had come to back down. He glanced at Yi Ming with a look that said, "If you leave, don't come back. Aren't you supposed to be obediently begging me now?" Yi Ming walked up to Xia Shanshan's desk and, in front of everyone in the company, said calmly, "Xia Shanshan, you are fired from the company. Now pack up and leave the company immediately." For a moment, the entire office fell silent, then erupted into chatter. The employees were all whispering to each other. What the hell is going on? Yi Ming asked Xia Shanshan to resign? Could Yi Ming have a fever that's frying his brain? What's wrong with Yi Ming today? Why is he acting so foolish? Why is he pulling this stunt out of nowhere? Dude, don't scare me like that. My little heart can't take this kind of shock. A buddy who was close with Yi Ming stood up and said. Xia Shanshan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Who the hell do you think you are, firing me? Do you have that kind of authority? You think you're the company boss? Get the hell out. Don't be an eyesore here. At this moment, Bao Dahai stepped forward. Sorry, Yi Ming is indeed the company boss now. I have already transferred all my shares to Yi Ming, so he is your real boss now. Suddenly, the whispering just moments ago stopped instantly, and the entire office fell silent. You could hear a pin drop on the floor. Everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at Yi Ming. After 2 seconds, there was a sudden uproar in the office, like the busiest morning market, with many men and women screaming. Ah! Am I dreaming? How did Yi Ming suddenly become the company boss? Damn, if Bao Dahai weren't only 33, I'd start to suspect Yi Ming was Bao Dahai's illegitimate son. Damn, Yi Ming, just tell me, which rich guy's illegitimate son are you? Yi Ming, for the sake of all the work I did for you before, I want a raise. Hurry up and tell me none of this is true. Just slap me, that's right, slap me in the face, hard, it hurts so much, this isn't a dream. Yi Ming really became our boss? Only Xia Shanshan, his face now looking worse than if his parents had died, even Bao Dahai had said that much, so no matter what else he said, it was useless. He could only grit his teeth and pack up to get the hell out. At the same time, he was secretly regretting it in his heart. He knew that the salary for this job was very generous, and with his abilities, it was basically impossible to find another job with the same pay level. Yi Ming smiled as he looked at this chaotic group of colleagues, waving his hand to signal them to quiet down. Immediately, a buddy who was close to Yi Ming shouted from behind, "Everyone shut the hell up, Boss Yi is about to speak." Yi Ming smiled gratefully at him, just like before, without any sense of distance, making people feel very warm inside. Once everyone quieted down, Yi Ming cleared his throat and then looked around the entire company. Thank you all for taking care of me in the past. I have kept all your kindness in my heart, but I lacked the ability before, so I had nothing to give in return. However, today, since I have become your boss, I want to share happiness with all of you. Everyone held their breath and watched Yi Ming intently, feeling very nervous inside. I announce that starting this month, every employee's salary in the company will be doubled. Chapter 8, Recruiting Talent. Boom, the office exploded with excitement once again. Ah, Yi Ming, I want to have your babies. The beauty who often joked with Yi Ming shouted at the top of her lungs. Ha, stop dreaming, Yi Ming already has a girlfriend. Ah, I hate it so much, why didn't I steal Yi Ming away before? Look at you, so hopeless. Watch me, Yi the handsome guy, interested in changing girlfriends? If not, do you mind having one more? Ha, the bag I've had my eye on will finally be mine next month. Damn it, I'm never living in that crappy rental again. For a moment, the whole company was in an uproar, everyone waving their arms and shouting, many even throwing things into the air. After everyone calmed down a bit, Yi Ming timely reminded them to keep working hard in the future. As the company boss, I won't shortchange anyone as long as you work diligently, you'll get everything you deserve. Long live Boss Yi. Boss Yi Ming Yi, you are freaking awesome. Ah, I'm about to cry, where else in the world can you find a second boss like this? Except for Xia Shanshan, Yi Ming gets along well with everyone in the company. He is highly capable at work, male colleagues respect him, and he is handsome, so all the female colleagues have quite a good impression of him. So usually when chatting with everyone, he was very casual. Now that everyone is talking like this, he doesn't feel awkward at all, instead, it feels very warm and familiar, as if nothing has changed. At this moment, the receptionist walked in looking completely confused. She had been outside all along and didn't know what had happened inside the office. She held a resume in her hand and approached Bao Dahai. Boss Bao, I just received a resume. It looks pretty good. Would you like to take a look? Bao Dahai immediately pointed at Yi Ming. Give it to him. He is the boss now. The receptionist was a bit taken aback, stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and exclaimed, Yi Ming? You've become the company boss? Yi Ming nodded, ignoring the surprised expression on the other's face, and casually took the resume to look at it. The more he read, the more shocked he became. This person was simply incredible. Graduated from Harvard Business School at 21, majoring in economics with a minor in law, fluent in 5 languages: English, French, German, Italian, and Spanish. He started interning at Goldman Sachs in his junior year for 2 years, then joined JP Morgan Chase after graduation. In 3 years, he rose from a junior researcher to a senior department manager and was about to be promoted at the age of 24 to the youngest executive vice president in JP Morgan Chase's history. However, feeling a lack of challenge, he resolutely resigned from JP Morgan Chase and returned to China, hoping to start from a small company and fully demonstrate his value. Willful. I can only say she is way too willful. You have to understand, Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan are top investment banks on Wall Street. Those who get into these 2 companies are 1 in a million talents. Every year, countless prodigies strain themselves trying to get in but fail, yet she casually leaves with just a sentence saying she left because it lacked challenge. What else can you call it besides willfulness? And looking at the photo again, she has an absolute stunning beauty. This kind of talent must be retained. Yiming immediately instructed the receptionist, asking her to have a seat in the meeting room, and said he would be there shortly. Remember, treat her well. Okay. The receptionist at the front desk took the order and left. Yiming then gave another speech. It must be said that he truly had the qualities of a leader. After hearing his words, everyone was highly motivated and full of fighting spirit, all expressing their determination to work even harder to do their current tasks well. Yiming nodded with satisfaction, then immediately went to the meeting room. He couldn't let this senior talent wait too long. The first time Yiming saw Chen Jiaqing, he felt a bright spark before his eyes. A beauty. An absolute top-tier beauty. And she was even more beautiful in person than in the photos. That slender waist, the fair and smooth oval face, paired with the hair tied up in a bun, definitely a top-class beauty. Indeed, true beauties are among the common people. Compared to her, Li Feifei, Zhao Liang, De Raba, Gua Shuang, all of them were just ugly ducklings. He calmed his mood, then forced a smile. Hello, Chen Jiaqing, right? I am Yiming, the boss of Xingyue Technology. Chen Jiaqing did not expect the boss of this company to be so young. She quickly stood up and shook hands with Yiming, showing a faint smile on her face. Hello, President Yi. Your resume is excellent, arguably surpassing most peers both domestically and internationally. Our company is currently at a development bottleneck, lacking talents like you who have vision, perspective, and ability. I hope you can give our company a chance to grow and prosper. Of course, salary is absolutely not an issue. As long as you choose our company, all benefits, stock options, and shares will be managed to your satisfaction. Chen Jiaqing smiled gracefully. With that smile, it was as if the whole world brightened. That stunningly beautiful face, paired with the smile, could melt even the coldest heart in the world. President Yi, you haven't asked me what position I'm applying for yet. No matter what position it is, as long as you can stay in our company, I'll create one for you even if it doesn't exist. Alright then, since President Yi is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. I hope to get the position of general manager, handling all the company's operations comprehensively, and you must not interfere with my work. Yiming really wanted to shout out that heaven has been damn good to me, providing exactly what I need. No problem, the position of general manager is yours. I am happy to be a hands-off manager. As for the salary, you name a number, and if there is no issue, we can sign the labor contract right now. Welcome to Xingyue Technology. I'm not short of money. If I were, I wouldn't have left Wall Street and traveled all the way back to China. But the salary can't be too low either, otherwise, it won't match my work. How about this, an annual salary of $800,000? Is that okay? Chen Jiaqing looked at Yiming tentatively. What? Only $800,000 a year? Yiming knew that talents like this would definitely earn far more than that in a year at JP Morgan Chase. It seems she is also worried that the company can't afford too high a salary, which would affect the company's normal operations. Since that's the case, we need to show her the company's sincerity, put her at ease, and tell her the company is not short of money. No problem, let's say $800,000. Additionally, I'll give you a $200,000 year-end bonus, making it a neat $1 million for easy calculation. Yiming smiled, feeling extremely happy inside. Just kidding, a talent like this. An annual salary of only $1 million? Her face alone is worth more than that, and with her abilities, it's an absolute bargain. Even if she asked for $10 million a year, Yiming wouldn't bat an eye, because he knows that talent like her, who is impossible to find even with a lantern, will create value far beyond her pay. Chen Jiaqing was slightly surprised when she heard Yiming's words. She knew that for a general manager of a company of this scale in the country, an annual salary of $800,000 was definitely among the top. It seems this company is quite strong. She felt a bit reassured, having previously worried that the boss of this company might be as stingy as those of other companies. It wasn't that she valued money, but she wanted to see clearly the ambition of a boss. She is very clear about her own value and also knows how much value she can create for the company. If the actual controller of the company lacks ambition, then when she leads the company to a certain stage in the future, she will encounter various constraints, which will be unfavorable for her work and will prevent her from maximizing her value.
This is not what she hopes to see. Chapter 9, The New General Manager.
Yiming then brought Chen Jiaqing into the office, briefly introduced her background and resume, and told everyone that she would be the new general manager of Xingyue Technology from now on. The many male colleagues in the office became restless the moment they saw Chen Jiaqing, each of them howling and scrambling to come over and greet her.
Hello, General Manager Chen, my name is Zhao Dabing, but you can call me Dabing.
I'm good at cooking. Before he could finish, a hand suddenly reached out from somewhere, slapped his face, and pushed him away.
Hello, beautiful, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen.
As soon as he spoke, it was as if he had offended all the other women in the company. Chen Jiaqing quickly smiled and waved her hand, signaling him to stop talking.
Mr. Chen, do you have a boyfriend?
Get the hell out of here, you toad dreaming of swan meat. Several women were whispering below. This is the first time in my life I've been truly impressed by a woman. She's simply amazing. Yeah, compared to her, I feel like a downright female beggar.
Looks like I need to learn a lot from her in the future. Follow General Manager Chen's example.
Yiming, you're damn amazing. You can even find a top-tier genius beauty like this.
Finally, someone spoke the truth.
Yiming laughed with his arms crossed. Those male comrades are now more excited than Brother Pig. Yiming just gave them a shot of adrenaline, and now another one. After this round, their hearts almost couldn't take it. Although they are very happy now, once they truly experience the decisive and efficient working style of the new General Manager Chen, each of them will be complaining bitterly. They never imagined that this day would mark the beginning of their bleak and hopeless professional careers. After this day, phrases like the following could often be heard in the office. Damn it, my proposal was rejected by General Manager Chen again, saying it's still not perfect enough, but I've already revised it 35 times.
I'm going to die.
If General Manager Chen doesn't sign this contract soon, I'll have to go face the client with my head held low.
Oh my god, can some fairy sister come to rescue me? I really don't know where the loopholes in this proposal are anymore. I'm about to spit blood too. I guess I'll be busy until 2:30 again today. I haven't been intimate with my wife for a month.
If this continues, my wife will definitely divorce me. Although complaints were constant, under Chen Jiaqing's leadership, the company quickly turned losses into profits, and everyone received generous bonuses. This not only improved their abilities but also steadily fattened their wallets, and everyone was very impressed with Chen Jiaqing. Chen Jiaqing had just returned to the country and therefore did not have a fixed residence yet. After learning about the situation, Yiming warmly invited her to live in his newly purchased villa. After all, there were plenty of rooms, and the location and environment were excellent. Of course, he also had selfish motives, but every normal man would have such selfishness. The only difference is whether it is kept in the heart or spoken out loud.
Chen Jiaqing didn't think much about it and agreed directly.
She was a workaholic and felt that living with her boss would make it more convenient to report on work. Besides, she wasn't afraid that Yiming would have any designs on her. Besides being highly intelligent, she was also a 7th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. She could take on 3 ordinary men by herself. Someone like Yiming, she could easily take down with one hand, no pressure at all. Seeing Yiming driving a Lamborghini Aventador, Chen Jiaqing wasn't too surprised. With her financial strength, she could afford such a car too, but she wouldn't be so flashy. But when she saw the villa where Yiming lived, she finally let out a small gasp. In this location, for a villa of this caliber, according to the current market in Shanghai, it would be at least 3.8 billion renminbi and up. Smart, very close, no wonder you're a super scholar from Harvard.
Yiming timely flattered. Chen Jiaqing smiled, looks like you're quite wealthy.
If I had known you were this rich, I should have asked for a lioness share and charged you heavily. 1 million M gold, I earned more than that in my first year on Wall Street.
I lost out big time.
Ha, it's too late to regret now, you've already signed the contract of servitude.
Yiming joked. Alright, stop teasing me. By the way, I'm staying with you. Your girlfriends won't get jealous, right?
Chen Jiaqing smiled as she looked at Yiming's handsome profile and asked.
What? Girlfriends? Girlfriends, let alone one, and you say there are multiple? Yiming looked into Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes and said, what do you mean by my girlfriends? Do I look like I have a lot of girlfriends? I'm actually very devoted.
But, I was just dumped.
Chen Jiaqing gave him a disdainful glance, not believing his words at all. You got dumped?
Yeah, right. I bet you just got tired of her and kicked her to the curb. Yiming gave a bitter smile, not wanting to explain the details to her, and simply said, believe it or not, I really was dumped. Yesterday, she and her parents came to confront me, and just like that, I proudly regained my single status. TSK, I really can't believe it. Someone like you, a super rich 2nd-generation heir, actually got dumped by a woman, Chen Jiaqing said.
Who told you I'm a super rich 2nd-generation heir? You think all this was given to me by my parents? Isn't that the case?
At your age, anyone who can afford to live in a mansion like this has more or less had family support.
Well, you're really wrong. My ancestors for 18 generations were all farmers.
My parents have worked their whole lives with their faces to the soil and backs to the sky, never even leaving the county town.
Chen Jiaqing looked at Yiming in surprise.
If what he said was true, then his abilities were truly extraordinary, at least far beyond those of the peers she had encountered before.
Alright, enough about me, let's talk about you. Do you have a boyfriend?
Chen Jiaqing sighed and waved her hand.
Ah, don't say it. The more I talk, the more tears there are. I'm single too.
Yiming immediately opened his mouth wide, even stammering a bit.
You're still single? Don't joke with me. I bet the number of people chasing after you could circle the earth. Chen Jiaqing gave a bitter smile. There are some people pursuing me, but none are really suitable.
Either they're some frivolous rich kids or self-righteous, pretentious scholars.
The rest are just clueless dullards. I think dealing with these people is less worthwhile than spending time on work. So you've been single all this time?
Yiming's heart started to burn with passion.
Yeah. Chen Jiaqing nodded.
At school, she was too busy studying to date, and after starting work, she only met some real characters.
Sigh, it's exhausting. Forget it, I won't talk about it.
She rubbed her forehead and shook her head. Yiming swallowed hard, looking at Chen Jiaqing's stunning profile, and made up his mind that he absolutely could not let her slip out of his grasp. Chen Jiaqing suddenly turned her head and saw Yiming with a silly expression, and couldn't help but smile sweetly.
What are you looking at?
Oh, I was admiring a beautiful woman. Chapter 10 Zhang when he takes the luggage. After that day, Yiming and Chen Jiaqing began living together. However, the villa was really too big, and with just the two of them living there, it felt somewhat empty. Chen Jiaqing was also fully focused on her work, so except for weekends, they didn't see each other very often. Yiming originally thought he would have plenty of time to spend with Chen Jiaqing since he was close by, but unexpectedly, Chen Jiaqing went to work early every morning and came back very late at night, and as soon as she returned, she would hide in her room to continue working. He advised her several times not to work so hard. Although Chen Jiaqing verbally agreed, she would turn around and get busy again, a complete workaholic. On the weekend, Zhang Wenyi prepared to go to the rental apartment where she used to live with Yiming to retrieve her luggage. Zhang's father and mother were worried that Yiming might make things difficult for her, so they went along together.
Wenyi, you used to live in this place? Zhang's mother looked at the dark, damp corridor with a face full of disdain. Yeah. Luckily you're not with that guy anymore.
I'm telling you, living in places like this too long will mess with your mind. The day before yesterday we went to Xiaodue's house, and his place is much better than this.
Zhang's father also nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's more spacious and bright than here. This place's rooms are probably no more than 30 square meters each.
At Xiaodue's, I saw it was at least 80 square meters, enough for a whole family. A few days ago, Dumingyi invited Zhang Wenyi and her family to his home, but since Zhang Wenyi had to work, she sent her parents instead. The door of the rental house was tightly closed at this moment. Zhang Wenyi knocked for quite a while, but no one opened the door for her.
Could it be that the kid really lost his mind and wanted to kill himself? Zhang's father asked with some concern. TCH, if he wants to die, let him die. It has nothing to do with our Wenyi, so what are you worried about?
But it's normal for him to want to die, just look at his situation.
Where else is he going to find a girl as good as our Wenyi?
After knocking for a while longer with no response, Zhang Wenyi recalled that when she used to live with Yiming, she knew he would hide in his room sleeping on weekends when he had nothing to do. Because she had wanted to completely get rid of Yiming before, she had deleted all of his contact information, so now she had no way to call him.
Forget it, maybe he went out. She decided to go to the landlord to get the key. But the landlord and his wife looked surprised to see her. Wenyi? Why are you here? Didn't you guys move out? Zhang Wenyi finally came to her senses.
She guessed that Yiming must have moved out on his own to avoid being reminded of the past.
Feeling relieved, she then asked, Landlord, Yiming and I have broken up. Do you know where he moved to? Broken up?
The landlord widened his eyes and looked at her, then gave her a thumbs up.
Girl, you've got guts.
Zhang Wenyi didn't understand what he meant, so she just smiled.
I left some things at his place. I'm going to pick them up today. Do you know where he moved to? The landlord took out the note left by Yiming and said, Here, this is where he is living now. You go find him. Zhang Wenyi took the note and glanced at it.
It was an unfamiliar place, but the name sounded grand, Shangshi Huoding. She snorted coldly.
What use was a grand name?
This place used to be called Huangfu Biayuan. The three of them hailed a taxi and showed the note to the driver. The driver looked at it and said, Oh, a wealthy person, huh? The three of them all smiled, not believing his words at all. The car drove for a while before arriving. More than $100 of the fare let Zhang mother some heartache. When the car stopped, the driver said, I can only drive you to this, inside I cannot enter. Zhang Wenyi three people looked dumbfounded. This place is tree-lined, the environment is quiet, where there is what rental house? Zhang father thought the driver pit them, immediately called, Master, you are not to see us, do not know the way, so deliberately pit us? The driver was a little angry. He cannot stand passengers say this kind of words, pointing to the outside and said, "You open your own eyes to see, it does not say Shengshi Huoding? This is the place, yes." Three people looked. That is a huge stone, carved with the four gilt words Shengshi Huating. There is a small fountain in front of the stone, next to a spacious asphalt channel. In and out of the vehicle are BMW 7 Series or more luxury cars. Zhang Wenyi carefully looked at the address on the note and was sure that this was the right place. Her heart was suddenly a little nervous, and she had a vague feeling of something strange. This was the entrance to the villa area, and there were several uniformed young security guards standing pensively at the entrance. The three of them got out of the car and were all a bit at a loss for words. They had never been to this kind of place before. They were all a bit constrained. It was Zhang Wenyi who made up her mind. "I'll go ask them." She took the note and walked towards one of the security guards. "Hello, may I ask if this place is here?" The security guard glanced at the note in her hand. Shengshi Huating number 8. His eyelids jumped. It's actually that villa. Chapter 11, Yi Ming's real situation. The security guard knew that villa had just been sold at a record price not long ago, and the owner was a very young handsome man. Then look at the woman in front of him, extremely ordinary. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Yi Ming. He lives here, right?" "That's right." The security guard thought that this woman was that owner's former flame, or a one-night companion who had a fish-out-of-water encounter on some occasion, and now that she knew the owner's details, she probably wanted to come and make a fuss to gain a little favor. In the spirit of the principle of consideration for the owner, he said indifferently, "The address on your this is indeed here, but you are outsiders, so you cannot go in." Zhang Wenyi was anxious, "But I have luggage in his place, I have to go in to get the luggage off." "If you want to go in, let the owner come out to pick you up." The security guard's face is still very plain. This Wenyi is stagnation. "If I had known this, I would not delete Yi Ming's contact information. Brother, I beg you to help, contact Yi Ming, we really came to get the luggage." The security guard's face was a bit unsightly, and he didn't want to pay attention to her, but another slightly older security guard spoke up. "Xiaolu, give the owner a phone call, and ask the owner what he means." The security guard called Xiaolu thought for a moment and said, "That's fine, you wait." Then he turned around and went in to make a phone call. Yi Ming received the call when he was shopping alone in the antique market. He picked up. "Hello, who is it?" "Mr. Yi, hello, I am Shengshi Huoding's doorman security Xiaolu. Here is a person said to come to you to get luggage. You know that we do not have the owner here to lead, outsiders are not allowed to go in." So you see, Xiaolu was full of smiles and careful to speak on the phone. "Oh, I know, you let her wait for a while." "I know, you tell her to wait for a while." Xiaolu carefully waited for Yi Ming to hang up the phone before hanging up. Yi Ming turned his head and made a call to the workaholic at home who didn't even miss weekends. "Hey, Mr. Chen, there's someone outside looking for me to pick up something. I'm outside right now. Ask them to go inside and wait for a while. I'll be right there." "I'll be right there." Workaholic Shin Jiaqing hung up the phone, cleaned up a little bit and took the car keys and went out. This villa was still a distance away from the entrance of the neighborhood, and if you didn't drive you would have to walk for a while. Chen Jiaqing's car was a Maserati President, which Yi Ming bought for her to commute to work. Yi Ming originally wanted to give her a Ferrari, but Chen Jiaqing felt it was too high profile and refused, finally choosing a lightning red Maserati President. Zhang Wenyi's family stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, looking at the luxury cars that kept coming in and out, all a little nervous. Zhang Wenyi on the car is still some understanding. In order to ease the tension, from time to time to the parents who have never seen the world popularize every luxury car in and out. Just went in the car called BMW 730, at least more than $900,000. Out of this called Range Rover, at least also have to more than 900,000. That called Maybach S400, estimated to be more than 1.5 million. This one is called Maserati President, at least 1.5 million. She just finished. The Maserati President stopped by the side of the road. Chen Jiaqing came down from the car, and as soon as the security guards at the door saw her, all of them had straight eyes, and one even drooled directly. However, they also have a self-awareness. Live in this, each status is not simple, they are just security guards, do not dare to have any non-thinking. Chen Jiaqing wearing a wide t-shirt, torn jeans, a head of black hair casually tied up, the whole person looks lazy and beautiful, smooth skin can be broken, the bridge of the nose is also hanging a pair of forgotten to take off the glasses, adding a sense of playfulness. Wherever she stood, there was one more stunning landscape. Seeing the three members of Zhang Wenyi's family standing outside, Chen Jiaqing knew it was them. "Hello, may I ask if you are looking for Yi Ming?" The three members of the Zhang family were all a little dazed as they looked at each other, looking at the beautiful woman in front of them, wondering what her relationship with Yi Ming was. It was Zhang's mother who reacted first. "That, Miss Auntie, who are you for that boy Yi Ming? Where is he?" Chen Jiaqing smiled faintly. "I am his employee, he is my boss, he is still outside now, let me come first to pick up you guys, go in first and wait, he will be here soon." Buzzing for a moment, the three Zhang family members' heads all went boom. Boss? When did that Yi Ming kid become a boss? And living in such an upscale place. And there were such beautiful employees under him. What was even more exaggerated was that even the employees drove luxury cars that were over $1.5 million, so how rich should he be?
After the shock, Zhang mother was the first to react. She suspiciously sized up Chen Jiaqing for a while, and had an idea in her heart: this girl wouldn't be the one that the kid had found to put on a show, right? In fact, all of this is this girl's, it has nothing to do with Yiming. But this girl was in such good condition, how could she look at Yiming? She was puzzled. Chen Jiaqing saw through her mind and didn't care, with a faint smile on her face. Our boss has always been more low-key, likes to be a hands-off, even I can't see through him, and is also particularly rich, but also seems to not care about money. While I work my ass off for him, he goes around getting away with it. It's really true that people can be more angry than people. So, it's all true? Zhang mother murmured. Of course it's true, do you think I'm lying to you? In my opinion, our boss is considered to be one of the top handful of people of his age. They often act differently and often make people fall through their eyes. After learning about Yiming's real situation, at once, a wave of regret, like a tidal wave, surged into the hearts of the three people. Mother Zhang couldn't wait to slap herself twice. If she had known this, why would she have tried to flatter Xiaodu? Compared to Yiming, Xiaodu wasn't even as good as a hair on someone else's leg. Zhang Wenyi suddenly lowered her head, her entire face burning hot. Standing with Chen Jiaqing, she was undoubtedly turned into a slag. The gap between the two of them was no longer the gap between a white swan and an ugly duckling. If Chen Jiaqing was a white swan, then she, Zhang Wenyi, was a fly, a stink bug. It was ridiculous that she had actually dumped Yiming. How ironic is this? Was God playing a joke on her? She was thinking of finding a good family to marry, but she didn't realize that she always had the best choice. But it turned out that she had to make a fool of herself and dumped the other party. Thinking of Yiming's relaxed expression before she left that day, she understood. It must be that he was testing me in the past, so he has been hiding his identity, but how come I didn't see it? She now only had endless chagrin. Chen Jiaqing watched the interesting expression changes on the three people's faces and smiled faintly. I heard that you guys are here to get something, come with me. She had actually guessed the identities of the three people in front of her. They should be Yiming's ex-girlfriend and her parents who had dumped him, as Yiming had said, and they seemed to be very unfamiliar with this place, and shouldn't know Yiming's real situation. She was suddenly a little impressed with Yiming. Actually playing this set. A master ah. Chapter 12, The Zhang Family's Fantasy. Three people sitting in a constrained Chen Jiaqing's Maserati inside do not dare to move, for fear of touching where to let them pay. This is $1.5 million of the car ah, they do not dare to think. On the road, Zhang's mother once again reluctantly probed, girl, Yiming is really your boss? Yes, you are wondering why I live in the boss's house, right, because I just came back to China not long ago. There is no place to live, it just so happens that the boss's house has a big place. He let me temporarily live in his place. Oh, you're not his what? What? You're not Yiming's girlfriend? Chen Jiaqing smiled faintly. No, I'm just an employee under him. He pays me a salary and I work for him. Oh. The three Zhang family members were relieved for no reason in their hearts. Not long after, the car stopped in front of an extremely luxurious villa. When the three Zhang family members saw this villa, their eyes couldn't even turn away. How much money must it cost for such a luxurious villa? Zhang's father, Zhang's mother even swallowed furiously. At the same time, their hearts were even more remorseful. If Yiming was their son-in-law, they would be able to live here. Chen Jiaqing welcomed the three into the house and gave them each a cup of tea, then said, the boss should be back soon. I still have a bit of work left to do. You guys sit down for a while. Okay. The three of them hurriedly got up and nodded their heads in response, as if they were afraid of not being courteous enough. Waiting for Chen Jiaqing to go upstairs and close the door, Zhang mother finally spoke out. She looked at Zhang Wenyi and complained in a low voice, Wenyi, you used to be in love with Yiming for so long, why didn't you know that Yiming was so rich? If we had known that this kid was so rich, why would we have to worry about you? We would have been able to follow you and enjoy our lives earlier. You're such a worrywart. Mom, I didn't know he was so rich. Would I have dumped him if I knew? I didn't know he'd hide it so well. I've been cheated by him too. Alright, don't argue, Zhang father interrupted the mother and daughter's quarrel. I think Yiming this kid still has feelings for our Winnie. You see, first of all, so beautiful girl living in his house, Yiming did not let her be his girlfriend. What does this show? That means he can't forget about our Winnie. Secondly, this counts, or our Winnie dumped him. He moved home and also moved Winnie's things together. Doesn't this show that he still hopes that Winnie can return to him one day? Besides, if he doesn't like Winnie, why did he hide his identity from Winnie? Doesn't he just want to test Winnie to see if she is a gold-digging girl? If Winnie can withstand the test, he will definitely marry our Winnie, and we will be able to enjoy the blessings. It's a pity, although our Winnie is not a gold-digging woman, but still too anxious. If only we could hold back for a while longer. Zhang mother came over and lowered her voice and said, that makes sense, so think about it really, you say later we and Yiming that boy to admit a mistake, so that Winnie back to his side how? Try it, I think it should be able to. After all, we did not say anything serious to him that day. If he has feelings for Winnie, as long as Winnie admit a mistake, should still accept Winnie. Zhang mother stabbed her daughter's arm at this time. Winnie, you'll be good to Yiming to admit his fault, let her back to be your boyfriend. Mom does not care when you get married.
In the future, you will be able to live in this house. Hey, as long as Yiming has become our son-in-law, we can also follow the blessings that I see how the old king every day to take his son-in-law. His son-in-law 4 sets of houses are afraid of not even compared to this set of houses, right? Zhang Wenyi nodded. She also believes that as long as she admits a mistake later, a pet, Yiming should be forgiven. She had already begun to fantasize about the scenes after becoming the mistress of this villa. I want to show those people in the company that the villa that my mother lives in is something that you would never dare to think about in your lifetime. Moreover, listening to that beautiful girl saying that he is the company boss, then I will be the boss's wife, so I will go to his company to have a look at that time. He. Zhang Wenyi almost laughed out loud at the thought. At this time, the sound of the Lamborghini's raging engine came from far and near. Yiming drove with his sunglasses on without the slightest fluctuation in his heart. The 3 members of the Zhang family all subconsciously looked out the window when they heard the sound. Wenyi, how much do you think this car costs? Zhang father, I asked carefully. Zhang Wenyi's heartbeat accelerated. This car is called Lamborghini Aventador, at least more than $8 million. Hiss. Zhang father and Zhang mother sucked in a breath of cool air. This was far beyond their imagination. At the same time, they were also more and more satisfied with Yiming, their future son-in-law. In the future, when he drove this car back to her mother's home, there was no mention of how dignified it would be. The car stopped at the entrance of the villa, and when they saw Yiming coming down from the car, the 3 of them immediately stood up and straightened their clothes. Yiming took off his sunglasses and held a painting in his hand, which was a treasure he had just found in the antique market. As soon as he entered the house, Yiming put the painting down, saw the 3 members of the Zhang family, and said indifferently, I've kept you waiting. His face, not the slightest bit of a dumped man facing the kind of entanglement of the woman he once loved, very flat too, as if the 2 never crossed paths. No. Zhang mother immediately waved her hand, her smile a little awkward. Chapter 13. This trick doesn't work. Yiming, you're back? Zhang Wenyi lowered her head, embarrassed to look at Yiming. Well, I just came back from the antique market and found a treasure. By the way, I've organized all your things, packed several big boxes, I've kept them for you, come and see if there's anything missing? Yiming signaled Zhang Wenyi to go over. Zhang Wenyi twisted her fingers. No need to look. Yiming, she wanted to say something, her head was lowered deeply, her face scarlet. Yiming froze for a moment, then thought of something, laughed, and said, you'd better come over to take a look, don't be missing something important by then, turn around and look for me to pay for it, I can't afford to pay for it. Oh, Yiming, you are really good at joking, our family Wenyi has what important things, no need to look, keep it. Zhang mother was all smiles, she saw Yiming still smiling, more and more feel that there is a show. The meaning of her words is also very obvious, things to stay here, so that Wenyi back to you, together to live here. Yes, there is nothing important, are some usual wear and use, most of them are still bought by you to me. Zhang Wenyi finally raised her head, she looked at Yiming with an unnatural smile on her face. Really don't look? Yiming asked again. I really don't need to look at it, I don't think I can use it in the future. Zhang Wenyi smiled as she stared expectantly into Yiming's eyes. Yiming smiled faintly and didn't meet her eyes. That's fine, I was worried that you would be missing something when you came back to get your luggage, but since you won't be able to use it anymore, I'll find someone to take care of it tomorrow. Well, as you wish. Yiming breathed a long sigh of relief. That's fine, since this is the case, we don't owe each other anything, if there's nothing else, please go back, I'm sorry for not seeing you off. I have to go out to eat with my staff later. Yiming said indifferently. The 3 of them all tensed up, and Zhang mother hurriedly gave her daughter a wink, and Zhang Wenyi immediately understood, pouncing over to try to grab Yiming's hand. As a result, Yiming instinctively dodged it in a flash. What are you doing? And his face went cold. Zhang Wenyi pounced and fell to the ground, but fortunately the ground was carpeted and there were no major injuries. She sat on the ground, and the tears that had been brewing in her eyes for a long time immediately gushed out, and she looked at Yiming with tearful eyes. Yiming, it was all my fault before, I was too naive, always thinking about those things that are not there, I hope you give me another chance, let's start over, okay? You get up, what happened between us has already passed, and I don't want to mention it again, so behave yourself. Yiming's face was cloudy and light, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Yiming, I know you still have me in your heart, otherwise you wouldn't have kept my things, right? Yiming, don't lie to yourself, you're only like this now because I broke your heart before, right? I swear, I will never be capricious again, everything is my fault, I beg you to forgive me this time, okay? I will wash the clothes in the house, I will do the housework, and I don't want you to move your hands anymore, okay? If you are not happy, you can hit me, now you can also hit me, as long as you can forgive me, it is okay for you to hit me. Zhang Wenyi hugged Yiming's feet and began to cry bitterly, as if she was confessing her former sins. She also slapped herself hard on the face a few times, half of her face was red, and it was obvious that she had really used her strength. Yiming's face remained calm, and his heart did not fluctuate in the slightest. Beat you? I'm still tired of dirtying my own hands. There's no point in saying this at this time, you get up. I won't get up until you forgive me. Zhang Wenyi jumped over and hugged Yiming to death, starting to splash around. Father Zhang and Mother Zhang nervously watched Yiming's reaction from the side, expecting him to loosen his grip.
Yiming finally became angry, Nima, when the old man?
As soon as he pulled his foot forcefully out of Zhang Wenyi's arms, Zhang Wenyi's body was brought down by him and fell to the ground. Zhang Wenyi cried more sadly, Yiming, you were not like this before, you used to be so painful to me. What I want you to buy me what I want to eat at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night will get up and go to buy for me. Yiming, it's my fault, I'm so regretful, I shouldn't be so capricious, I'm sorry for you, you forgive me, okay?
Yiming laughed coldly, started to use memory killing? But he didn't eat this at all.
Yiming looked at Zhang's father and mother and faintly said, go back and teach your daughter well, if she likes to splash around so much, she will be at a disadvantage when she marries into someone else's family in the future.
When Zhang's father and mother heard this, they were all immediately anxious, their faces were very ugly. Is there really no room for redemption?
They looked at their daughter who was sitting on the ground and crying bitterly, some of them were unwilling, but more of them were chagrined and regretful.
So rich son-in-law, how did not serve well?
Zhang's father and mother opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but thinking about their previous attitude towards Yiming, and then looking at Yiming's expression at the moment, they were embarrassed to speak up even if they had something to say. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang could only go over and pull Zhang Wenyi to get up. Zhang Wenyi threw herself around and shook her parents' hands away, I'm not getting up.
I won't get up until he forgives me today. I'm going to die.
Crying, and hanging, Zhang Wenyi's usual tricks in the past. But Yiming was not what he used to be, and at this time his face was finally gloomy. He had already made his words clear and didn't want to say it a second time.
He walked over to the phone and dialed a number. Hello, security guard?
I'm the owner of number 8, I have outsiders coming in here to cause trouble, you guys come over and deal with it. Hearing Yiming's call, Zhang's father and mother immediately panicked, the slightest illusion they had before was completely shattered, and they rushed over to help their daughter up. Zhang Wenyi froze, stopped crying, she looked blankly at Yiming's cold face without a trace of emotion, strange and familiar.
This trick didn't work anymore? In the past, she had tried it time and time again, how could this happen? Chapter 14, Going Back Home.
Soon, the security guards arrived, Yiming explained, and without the need for the security guards to do anything, the 3 members of the Zhang family fled in a hasty manner. The luggage they were originally going to take turned out to be luggage that they didn't take either. The next day, Yiming called for a garbage truck and directly threw away all of Zhang Wenyi's things as garbage. Chen Jiaqing looked at those boxes being thrown into the garbage truck one by one, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. It seems that your heart is still really hard, the girls have used those 3 tricks, and you are actually still unmoved, admire. That depends on who used it, if it was you, I would have definitely surrendered long ago.
Yiming smiled.
Chen Jiaqing's heart thumped for no reason, turned her head and glanced at Yiming, then shook her head to cover her mouth with a smile, I am not that kind of person. Oh, that's good, oh, right, I immediately have to go back to my hometown, to pick up my parents, the company's affairs temporarily trouble you.
Yiming said.
Ye father and ye mother are honest farmers, life has never been out of the county, the biggest wish is that the son can have success. They have no culture and no skills, but they relied on a few acres of land to train their son to become the first college student in the village. Now that Yiming had almost inexhaustible wealth, it was time to honor them.
No problem. Chen Jiaqing nodded.
In fact, after that day, Yiming had barely cared about the company. He had bought the company purely on a whim in order to get out of the way and drive the dastardly Chashan Shun away. He hadn't thought about what he would do afterward, he just planned to take one step at a time. The company's assets were completely dispensable mosquito meat to him now, after all, as soon as he opened his eyes every day, he now had $1 billion of M-Gold interest coming in. Even if the company was not profitable at all, he would not care at all. Just did not expect to mistakenly recruited a powerful talent, actually quickly let the company back to life. His hands off the cupboard is also when very cozy. Yiming's hometown in the countryside, although the road high and low, winding potholes very rugged, very difficult to walk. If he drove that Lamborghini back, it is estimated that not yet home, the car is going to fall apart. Therefore, before going back, he got a Mercedes-AMG G65, total price of more than 4,200,000 RMB, is the most expensive car in the Mercedes brand. This car is a big man, the appearance looks square, angular, very domineering, and very strong power, especially good at climbing mountains and wading in the water. Cross-country performance is very good, is suitable for Yiming's old home where the rugged mountain roads. When Yiming arrived home, only Yi mother was at home. When he parked the car in front of the door, Yi mother could not believe that it was her son who came down from the car.
Yiming now had money, and his entire aura was different from before.
She scrutinized him for a while, and after making sure it was her son, she tentatively asked, Xiaoming, why are you back?
You're not going to work?
Mom, I don't need to work anymore, I'm here to take you and Dad to Shanghai to enjoy the happiness. Of course, Ye's mother didn't know Yiming's situation, and she was a bit dissatisfied when she heard this. Little Ming, how can you earn money if you don't go to work? You still have to spend a lot of money to get a wife. Do you know how much your Uncle Nio's son spent to get a wife this year? I think the market will have to go up in the future, and our family doesn't have that much money right now, so you need to work harder to earn some money, and don't think about playing all day. Yi Ming laughed bitterly. This mom fell into the eye of the money. However, he also felt very warm in his heart. Before studying, she is always thinking about tuition, and now graduated, and thinking about marrying his son. The world is probably only parents will always think about their own. Mom, you can relax, I have money, and according to our father's words, it is 8 lifetimes cannot use up the money.
He pointed to the car outside. That car is mine. Do you know how much that car costs?
Yi mother glanced at the car, looked at Yi Ming complainingly. You this child, why still learn others to buy a car? But this car I look desperate big, I see, how to be several tens of thousands of dollars it? Hey, if you have this money, keep it to marry a wife, how good. Although the tone of complaint, but her face is full of pride.
Tens of thousands of dollars?
Yi Ming almost laughed out loud, but he was afraid that if he said the price, his mother's heart would not be able to stand it, so he simply shut up and didn't say anything, but just gave her a thumbs up. His guess was really accurate. Yi mother looked around the car, treating it as her son's big toy. Since her son liked it, she wouldn't mind too much if he spent money frivolously.
By the way, Mom, where did Dad go?
Oh, your dad went to town to move bricks at the brick kiln.
What? Upon hearing this, Yi Ming immediately widened his eyes. Didn't he tell him not to go do that job? Why did he go again? Hasn't the lesson from last time been enough?
He said that he immediately went out, pulled open the car door and started the car to rush to the town. Behind him left a group of villagers who came to watch Yi Ming's car.
What kind of car is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Old Lu, you know a lot, recognize this car?
I don't know, I often run the county town, never seen this kind of car.
This car looks quite old-fashioned. It's not an outdated brand that can't be sold, is it?
If it's not sold, it must be worth a few tens of thousands of dollars. This Yi kid has earned a few bucks and can afford to buy a car. He's not the only one who bought a car in our village.
Old Zhang, your son bought a car not long ago. What was it called? How does it compare to this car?
Old Zhang, face full of pride, smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, said lightly, my son's car called the Wuling Hongguang, together with the total cost of almost 70,000 yuan. I'm so proud of my son's car.
Awesome, your son really good luck.
Old Zhang is lucky that his son will make money. Old Zhang modestly waved his hand, not bad, just that. I looked at the Yi family, this kid's car than my son's car, less than 2 seats. I estimate that his car 50,000 or 60,000 should be too. It's still not as good as your son's. This Yi family boy is still a college student. I think it is not as good as your son graduated from junior high school. Old Zhang heard the flattery, a proud face, but the mouth is modest. Oh, that's not the same, he is a college student, the future of the development of the future is certainly better.
Not the same what? Who knows what he will do in the future?
But your son in his age has bought a car and married his wife. You will soon be a grandfather, and look at the Yi family, that boy, his wife has not even a shadow it. Old Zhang laughed and didn't deny it, but the smugness on his face was unmistakable, as if his son had already killed Yi Ming.
By the way, Lao Zhang, your son are back in the evening, right? Wait for your son to come back. Let him see the Yi family, this kid's car in the end. What car?
Old Zhang nodded. Good, no problem.
The 15th chapter of the Wages Don't Want to.
Yi father will go outside to find loose work to do in his spare time to earn some extra money. He is honest, only know how to work hard, and it doesn't matter if he meets a good boss, but if he meets a bad one, he won't dare to say anything even if he is bullied. Last time he moved bricks to the brick kiln, his back is sunburned off the skin. Originally said that the wages of the end of the day, the results of the boss has been delayed. The whole month, Yi father did not get a penny. Later Yi Ming found a few brothers, take advantage of that brick kiln boss to show up when surrounded him, only barely to get the money back. Later he instructed his father not to go there to do, but I did not expect his father after a period of time, did not find other casual work, and back to the brick kiln to move bricks. Brick kiln is the pillar industry of the town. Every day needs a lot of labor. In the spare time, the villagers from the surrounding villages will come to the brick kiln to do some casual work. 3 huge chimneys were emitting white smoke, and as soon as they approached the brick kiln, the air smelled a pungent odor, and the heat wave also pounced on their faces, and the conditions for working here were particularly tough. Yi Ming searched for a while before finding his father's figure in the crowd. Just for a while, he felt uncomfortable all over, a bit unbearable.
Dad, why are you working here again? Didn't I tell you not to come? Little Ming, why are you back?
Yi father saw Yi Ming's sudden appearance and was taken aback, stopping the cart in his hand. Dad, come back with me, don't do this work anymore. Yi Ming went over and was about to pull his father away. Yi father is a little embarrassed. Xiaoming, you go back first. I have been working for half a day, now go back. Today will be in vain. You first go home and wait, right? What do you want to eat? Dad go back to bring you back. Yi Ming was touched for a moment, looking at his tan and thin father. Tears almost welled up. He pulled his father's hand, not to let him continue to work. Dad, work for nothing, work for nothing. I now have money, not bad, a few dollars. Yi father heard his son said rich, heart is very happy, but he did not know his son rich to what extent, smiled and said, you have money is good, your money saved, I can still do it now, when the future cannot do it, we'll have to count on you.
He has no intention of leaving yet.
Yi Ming some headache, this little old man so shafted, but even if he pulled today to pull his father back, this kind of work, give more money cannot do. At this time, not far from the supervisor, Ma Jianming saw Yiming appeared, eyes slightly narrowed, spit out a mouthful of smoke and called the side of the horse, "Yellow hair, you go to talk to the boss." Yiming, that boy came, a person came, quickly go. Yes. Yellow hair trotted off with orders. Ma Jianming took a deep drag on his cigarette, then threw it to the ground and stomped it out with the sole of his shoe, walking towards Yiming's father and son. Yi Dashin, what's the point of dawdling? Hurry up and get to work. If you dawdle again, you won't get a penny of today's wages. Ma Jianming said. Yi Dashin was startled by the voice and was about to continue working, but Yiming grabbed his hand and wouldn't let him continue. Little Ming, you let go. Dad listened to you. After today's work, I will not do it. He knew that his son had good intentions and didn't blame him. Dad, how much do you get paid for a day's work? $60. Why? Yiming took out a handful of Mao Grandpa from his pocket and shoved it into his hand. Dad, if you don't want today's pay, don't want it, I'll give it to you. Go home. It's not good for your health if you stay in this place for a long time. Yi Dashin looked at the more than 10 Mao Grandpa in his hand, very surprised that his son could pull out so much money with his hand. He hurriedly stuffed the money back to Yiming, for fear of being stared at by others. When Ma Jianming saw that Yiming actually had so much money on him, his eyes lit up, and he saw that the boss had brought a group of people far over, so his heart was a little excited. I said, Yi Dashin, if you don't work, not only will you not get paid for today's work, but you won't get paid for the work you did before. Ma Jianming manipulated his hand with a sinister smile. Yi Dashin, who had originally been eager to work, panicked when he heard that his previous wages would also be deducted, and was about to continue working. Yiming coldly looked at Ma Jianming. You do not seem to be the boss here. What right do you have to deduct wages? At this time, the brick kiln boss with a group of people came over. The boss is an obese middle-aged man. He heard Yiming's words, crossed his waist and came over and said, his words is what I mean. Yiming, I didn't think you would dare to come. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Last time he was surrounded by Yiming with people and almost got beaten up. He lost face, causing him to be unable to hold his head up in front of his friends, saying that he was at least a boss, but he was actually being blackmailed by a poor boy. He was bent on revenge, and this time the opportunity finally came. Yiming looked at the other party expressionlessly, and then looked at the group of fancy-dressed youngsters behind him, and already had an idea in his heart. Most of those young people around 20 years old, the leader called Ba, is a nearby area of the famous gangsters, lazy, with a group of people often do some chicken and dog hooks, do the most is to collect debts for the boss to support the scene, encountered a good bully, beat up is not a matter of fact. Yiming knows that those people are purely taking money to work, and do not see how loyal to the bosses, as long as the money given to them far more than the boss to give, they will immediately turn the gun. This is the benefit of having money. The world is all about profit, people die for money, birds die for food, and money can make the devil push the mill. Yiming suddenly laughed. Fatty Lu, I did not think you were still desperate to hold a grudge. I do not just let you pay my father's wages, and did not put you how. I should have known that I should really beat you up. Oh, Yiming, I'm afraid you don't have this opportunity. You now hard mouth is useless. You look behind me, these people are my little brother, their temper can be bad. I now give you a chance to give me a kneel down and kowtow a few heads for the last time to admit a mistake, and then compensate for $1,000 of money for cigarettes and alcohol. That thing I'm even in the past. Your little brother? Yiming almost laughed out loud. Chapter 16 Lure. Your little brother? With you Fatty Lu opened a brick kiln can afford to raise so many little brothers? You'll be damned if you don't eat you to death. Yiming directly knocked away Fatty Lu's shoulder, walked to the front of the group's boss, raised his eyebrows, and said in a low voice, Brother Ba, let's take a step to talk. The one called Brother Ba saw that Yiming was not nervous at all when he saw the group of them, and was a bit surprised, thinking that this guy was a character. He nodded and followed Yiming to a remote corner. Brother Ba, how much did Fatty Lu give you? Yiming pulled out a pack of Hitianxia and handed him a cigarette. When Brother Ba looked at Yiming's hand out of this pack of Hitianxia, his eyelids jumped. These cigarettes weren't cheap. Those who could afford to smoke this kind of cigarettes, which one wasn't a big boss? This guy is so young and has this kind of handout. Could it be that he has something different? Ba's mind came alive. He took the cigarettes. There is not much, just to make a living. This trip today, it is only $1,000. Give brothers rub a meal is gone. Brother Ba, I do not hide. I have long been looking at Fatty Lu as not good. You say to beat him. How much money? Brother Ba froze for a moment. He just thought that Yiming at most wanted them to stop and let him go. He didn't expect that this guy was planning to kill back and beat up Fatty Lu. He was a bit surprised. He took a drag on his cigarette, closed his eyes to savor the flavor of the world, and then said, Today, but Fatty Lu paid for us to come out to support him. If we instead beat him up, this spreads out. In the future, it will be difficult for us to do business. It seems that Brother Ba is a righteous person, so, no matter how much money I pay, today cannot help Fatty Lu? Ba laughed a little. That's not true, this business thing, one size fits all. Today for Fatty Lu to support the scene, we also came, counting, has done its duty. If you pay for us to beat him up, it's not impossible, just this price, may have to be expensive. After all, this is really a little bit unorthodox, more or less we'll let some bosses have some views on us. I'm afraid that the future business will also be affected by some of the impact. You say a number? Yiming said lightly. Brother Ba frowned and pondered for a while, then tried to say.
100,000?
Yiming did not think for half a second, directly said, I will give you 200,000, but I want Fatty Lu and Ma Jianming. Two people cannot get out of bed for half a month. Can you do it?
The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it.
Seeing Yiming not only agreed to do it, but also gave an extra 100,000, Ba was surprised. He was worried that 100,000 was too much, and was ready to bargain with Yiming.
Doing business with a brother is quick, okay?
According to what you said, but this money is not in hand, I cannot let the brothers do it off.
No problem, you wait a moment. Yiming walked towards the car parked not far away.
He went back to his hometown, certainly not empty-handed, before coming to the bank to take more than $1 million, are placed in the trunk of the car, in case of emergency. When Yiming handed over the money to Ba's hand trembled. Nima, this guy can casually take out $200,000, the head is never right not small, fortunately I just did not make things difficult for him, or else die do not know how to die. Ba's legs and stomach are a little soft, he has never seen so much money at once before.
Do you want to order some?
No. I don't worry about doing business with my brother. Then the rest is up to Brother Ba, I believe in Brother Ba's ability. Yiming patted him on the shoulder. When Fatty Lu saw Brother Ba and Yiming walking back with a smile on their faces, his heart thumped and he had a bad feeling. Brother Ba gathered his followers together in a circle and conveyed Yiming's meaning. Those people were all money-minded guys. Once they heard that there was so much money, their eyes instantly turned green, and they went straight to work without saying a word.
Fatty Lu was completely confused. Ma Jianmin was also dumbfounded. What's the situation? What's going on? Give me a hard hit.
Nima, actually dare to disrespect my brother. Today if you do not give you a little bit of memory I am not Brother Ba.
Brother Ba roared from the back.
Those youngsters were even more excited, their hands were not light or heavy. Fatty Lu and Ma Jianming were beaten to the point of wailing, and finally lay on the ground like a dead dog. And Yiming has already taken his puzzled father home.
Back home, Yi Dashan finally slowed down. Little Ming, that is what happened ah?
Yiming said with a smile, nothing. Ba did not say it, I am his brother. Fatty Lu dared to deduct your wages, I will beat him up, give him a little memory, so that he knows not what people can take advantage of the cheap. Yi Dashan seemed to understand a sound, no longer think about it. Fatty Lu was beaten so badly this time, he was embarrassed to go to ask for money. At this time, a young girl with a clear face appeared at the door. As soon as she saw Yiming, she exclaimed, Brother Ming, are you really back? I just heard my mom say, I still don't believe it. Yiming turned his head to see, is the neighbor's daughter, Tian Luer. Tian Luer today 18 years old. When he was a child, he always followed Yiming's buttocks and shouted Ming brother, full of toadstools. Sometimes, in order to get rid of this ass kisser, Yiming would give her a bit of sweetness from time to time, such as giving her a piece of candy, and then disappearing immediately while she was eating it with vigor. What Yiming didn't know was that just because he had given the little girl all kinds of sweetness for a long time, a seed had quietly sprouted in the little girl's heart at some point. Tian Luer is a beauty embryo since childhood. In elementary school has received a lot of childish handwriting love letters, but every time she receives a love letter, will be saved up, and so on. High school Yiming end of the month after returning home, take to Yiming to see. Brother Ming, here, this is what I received this month. Luer said adorably. Yiming every time he saw those, no matter the handwriting, or the content is very childish love letters, will smile back and forth, straight pat thighs, and then scrape Tian Luer pink nose. Said, our Luer will grow up to be a big star, everyone likes. Luer's big eyes are full of determination. Good, then I listened to Brother Ming, grow up to be a big star. Later on, he took it to Yiming to see more often. Yiming is also a little strange, asked her, why do you always give others to your love letters to me to see? Tian Luer said with a small red face, because every time Brother Ming sees these things, he smiles happily. Brother Ming is happy, I am also happy, hee hee. Chapter 17, Taking Luer to Shanghai. A few years have not seen, once the heel now fell more and more beautiful, watery big eyes as if they can speak, skin as white as fat jade, petite gooseneck face is only palm-sized, very cute. See Luer's first look, Yiming a little stunned, but he has always Luer as a sister to look at, didn't think about it so much. Luer? You should be in your third year of high school now, right? Why didn't you go to school? Yiming walked over and wondered. Luer heard this, look dimmed, pursed her lips, eyes suddenly a little red. My father is sick, see the doctor spent a lot of money, the family bottom is empty, not yet cured, in the future still have to take medicine to adjust, where there is money for me to continue to study My mom said I'm a daughter, I'll always be married so it's the same whether I study or not. When did your father get sick? Wasn't he fine last year? Yiming frowned. The old Tian family and the Yi family has always been good relations. Yiming is also very good. When Yiming college tuition fees are not enough, the old Tian without saying anything took out years of savings lent him, said the village out of a college student is not easy, cannot let the money to the difficult. Although the money owed has long since been paid off, but that heavy friendship has always remained in Yiming's heart. Now the Tian family has difficulties, of course he will not stand by. Half a year ago, saw a lot of doctors, also took a lot of medicine, finally a little better, but in the future will have to take medicine to adjust. Yiming pondered for a moment and asked, Lu child, you still want to study? Yes, but my family has no money. Luer stirred her white fingers. My brother is still in elementary school, I can read to high school, already can, later out of society, is not illiterate. Lure, if you want to continue to study, money matters, brother Ming help you solve, you can rest assured to study.
Lure looked at Ji Ming with wide lantern-like eyes. Brother Ming, are you paying for my education?
No, I haven't been to school for half a year. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up. I don't think I'll be able to go to university even if I do. It's not easy for you to make money. It's better not to waste it. I'm helping out at home now. I'm used to life without schooling. Lure said so, but that kind of loss is obvious. She is an understanding little girl.
No, Willow, didn't you say you wanted to be a big star?
Then take the art school. The art school has lower requirements for culture classes. It will be easier to take the exam. You don't have to worry.
Lure laughed bitterly. Brother Ming, to take the art school at least have a skill. I do not know anything, and I heard that the tuition fees of the art school is very expensive. My family cannot afford. Yi Ming patted his chest, revealing a warm smile. Didn't he say, the matter of money, don't worry about it, it's wrapped up in your brother Ming. I'm telling you, your brother Ming now has inexhaustible money. Even if you continue to study until you're 80 years old, there's no problem at all. Lure bared her teeth and laughed out. Brother Ming, you really will joke. Where is someone to read until the age of 80? Yi Ming has decided he wants to send Lure to the best school, hire the best teacher, and the lack of educational resources in his hometown. Lure wanted to take the art college, you must know, an art class, so he intends to take Lure to Shanghai to continue to complete her education and fully help Lure realize her dream. He has always treated Lure as his own sister, and it is only natural for a brother to help his sister. He also went to visit Uncle Tian, quietly stuffed Uncle Tian a few $100,000 so that he can rest assured to get well, do not have to worry about money matters. Uncle Tian had never seen so much money in his life. He was so scared that he almost jumped up from the bed and refused to accept it, but Ji Ming gave it to him and urged him not to let others know. This amount of money for him is just a little bit of rain. When he had no money to pay tuition fees, his own family gang of relatives do not lend money. Only Uncle Tian did not say anything out of the savings for many years. He has always remembered in his heart. Uncle Tian was unable to refuse, and after accepting the money, he thanked Ji Ming with tears in his eyes, almost kowtowing to him. Yi Ming also told Uncle Tian that he wanted to take Lure to Shanghai to study in a better school, but Uncle Tian was worried that it would be too much trouble for Yi Ming and didn't want to agree. Yi Ming said, Uncle Tian, I have a company in Shanghai, also have a big house, no trouble at all. Lure is my sister. When you lend me money, I can continue to study. As the saying goes, a drop of water when the spring of gratitude. Lure's school matters, leave it to me. Uncle Tian and Tian mother later promised Yi Ming. After Yi Ming left, the old couple also secretly discussed whether to take Lure to Yi Ming as a wife. Tian mother said, now Xiao Ming developed, rich, what kind of wife cannot find? I'm afraid that he won't be able to see our Lure, so I'd better not mention it, otherwise he won't be interested in her, but if you do, how embarrassing it will be. Uncle Tian finally sighed and muttered, if Xiao Ming can become my son-in-law, I will die in peace. The parents' conversation was heard by Lure, who was hiding outside the house, and her little heart was beating non-stop, her face flushed red. When Yi Ming was still at the Tian family home, many villagers gathered around his car to look at it, and praised him for his success and ability to make money. Yi Dashan listened to other people's praise, doubly feel face. At this time, the old Zhang spoke, Old Ji, this car your son bought how much money? Yi Dashan smiled honestly, I don't know, I haven't asked, my little Ming also didn't say. When Lao Zhang heard this, he snorted disdainfully. Your son didn't tell you how much he spent on the car? I don't believe it, it must be too cheap, too embarrassed to say it. Chapter 18, Beautiful Big Sisters. Someone next to him opened his mouth and said, Old Zhang, his son's car 7 seats, spent a small 70,000, your son's car 5 seats, it should be a little cheaper than his car, estimated that 5 or 6 million, Old Zhang you say it. Old Zhang laughed, face full of pride, but pretended to be modestly waved his hand, people themselves do not know, how do I know? But my son's car is a real spend a small 70,000, my son cannot afford to drive a good car, but also to open 7 seats. The crowd heard the meaning of his words, are laughing, looking at Yi Ming, his car eyes have revealed a trace of contempt. At this time, the old Zhang's son came back. He ran the cattle car in the county, every evening on time to go home. He drove a Wuling Hongguang passed by Yi Ming car next to the time, fiercely poked his head out and shouted, Big Ben. Who's home ah? When the crowd heard this, their hearts were shaken. What is the case? Old Lu said, Yi Ming's. Old Zhang's son, Yi Ming powerful big ah, this Big Ben less said a few million ah. The villagers who were just enjoying the car, instantly froze. Then a boom exploded, a wide-eyed stared at the old Zhang's son, you say is true? Quasi wrong, do not believe that I give you to check the internet. He took out his cell phone, searching up, and then shouted, lying a big trough more than 4 million, you see. The crowd crowded over to look at his cell phone, and found that the picture of the car and the car in front of this exactly the same. Then look at the price, one by one, eyelids wildly jumping, heart also thumping. People who just reached out to touch it hurriedly jumped away for fear of touching it. Just kidding, more than 4 million their ancestors 8 generations together have never seen so much money. Little Ming has made a fortune. Yes, I did not expect only 3 years after graduating from the university to be able to afford such a good car. Go back, I must let that boy in our family to study well, like his little Ming brother to learn. Old Zhang swallowed his saliva, reluctantly asked his son, this car is really so powerful? But this car only has 5 seats, 2 less than your car. Old Zhang's son snickered a little bit, people a wheel are more valuable than my car, the price of the car with a few seats has nothing to do. Old Zhang face hot, a little embarrassed, quickly and quietly leave the crowd to go home. Ye uncle your old Yi family developed, Xiaoming powerful I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Old Lu took out cigarettes to Yi Dash and handed over, before he called Yi Dash an old Yi, now changed his name to Yi uncle. Yi Dashin was still confused in place, saw someone handing over cigarettes, and hurriedly reached out to pick up. Unlike other people who were all smiles, Yi Dashin was a bit panicked in his heart. He knew that Yi Ming's monthly salary of $6,000, to say that to buy a few tens of thousands of dollars of cars, it is still understandable, but this car is more than $4 million, where did he get this money? Although Yi Ming had said that he was rich, he couldn't imagine that he would be so rich, far beyond his imagination. To have so much money at once, it couldn't be from doing something illegal, could it? His lips were shivering a little, and he wanted to ask Yi Ming what was going on. Yi Ming from Uncle Tian's home back, directly by Yi Dashin pulled into the room. Yi Dashin closed the doors and windows, to determine that there is no one outside, and then asked in a low voice, Yi Ming, Xiaoming, your car is what is going on? How come you have so much money to buy a car? At first, Yi Ming was a bit confused when he saw his father being so secretive. However, when he heard his words, he immediately understood, and immediately laughed and said, Dad, I have a company in Shanghai, so this car is nothing. I have more expensive cars. It's not a company that specializes in bad things, is it? Yi Dashin heart nervously probed. Dad, where do you want to go? Your son is at least a university graduate, even if there is no money, but also cannot do bad things. You can rest assured that it is definitely a serious company. Yi Dashin heard is a serious company, a big sigh of relief, at the same time the heart is also very happy. That day for dinner, Ye's mother prepared a big table of delicious food, and called the neighbor Lao Tian's family over, and the two families ate happily and laughed constantly. After that day, those bare children in the village who were originally carefree and went wild every day after school were out of luck, and were forced to study by their parents every day with a stick behind their buttocks, saying that they had to learn from Yi family's brother Ming, and would go to university in the future and make a lot of money. This caused them to gnash their teeth when they heard Yi Ming's name. The next day, Yi Ming left with his parents and lure. The entrance to the village was full of people giving them a send-off. Yi Ming felt that he was more honorable than a leader on an inspection tour, but in fact, he came back this time and didn't show up much at all. Yi father and Yi mother have never been out of the county, this time to follow their son to Shanghai, are very nervous, but fortunately there is a lively lure, easing the tension in their hearts. Arrived at the Shangshi Hua Ting, Yi father, Yi mother and Lu Er, three people stared dumbfounded at this luxury villa, almost cannot walk. Brother Ming, this is where you live? Luer's eyes were wide open. She had only seen this kind of house in TV dramas before, and had never thought that one day she would be able to live in it. Yes, oh yes, here also live a sister. She is a school bully. You have any questions you do not understand, directly ask her. She is my subordinate. Luer heard that there is also a sister living here, froze for a moment. The heart does not know why. The heart is a little lost. She asked tentatively, Brother Ming? That sister is your girlfriend, right? Yi Ming smiled and patted her head. What does the little head think about? I said that she is under me. She has no place to live. I took her in. Luer straightened her hair. Oh. After Qin Jiaqing greeted Ye's father, Ye's mother, and Luer, she went back to the house to get busy again. It was as if she had never-ending work. Luer saw this beautiful big sister and then looked at Brother Ming, feeling that they stood together really well matched. If this sister is really Brother Ming's girlfriend, I can accept it. Chapter 19, there's still this kind of operation. This villa had more than a dozen rooms, so it wasn't a problem for a few more people to come in, so Yi Ming didn't have any plans to buy another house for the time being. He felt that everyone living together was more lively and cozy. Yi Ming hired a few nannies to take care of the family's daily routine, which also gave Yi father and Yi mother someone to talk to and not be too bored. Yi father and Yi mother are very simple people, completely without the general rich and noble family's frame. They quickly and those nannies hit it off, but those nannies also know how to behave, will not have any out of the ordinary behavior. After everything was settled, Yi Ming began to deal with Luer's learning problems. Luer left school for half a year. Relearning cultural lessons will be more or less a bit strenuous. Let her go to art school will reduce the pressure of many cultural lessons. Moreover, she liked to sing since she was a child, and Yi Ming also felt that she had a lot of talent in this area, just that her family didn't have the conditions before, and she didn't receive professional training and guidance. Luer was like a piece of diamond. As long as it was carefully carved, it could definitely become a rare treasure. After discussing with Luer, Yi Ming decided to take advantage of the time before the college entrance exam to try his best to improve her talent. On this day, he contacted a training organization and prepared to find Luer a private tutor to train her.
This was a nationally renowned art training institution, focusing on small group on-site teaching. The level of private tutors was relatively high, and the decision to accept or not accept students was entirely up to the private tutors themselves. The institution would not interfere.
The organization only provides space and equipment for private teachers to teach. Today is the day of registration.
Yiming brought Luer in, and after a few private tutors heard that Luer didn't have any foundation, they all shook their heads and said that they wouldn't accept her. She is relatively old, and it is almost impossible for her to reach a professional level from scratch. A private tutor said coldly. In her case, it's very difficult to eat the bowl of art. I advise you not to waste money. Go home and prepare for the cultural class to prepare for the college entrance exam. I'll just say one thing, her Mandarin with a strong accent, the most basic point, almost let her not have access to most of the domestic art schools. Of course, if it is the kind of money can be on, when I did not say, you do not need to come to us. The students under my hand, which is not from a young age to build a foundation, on her this kind of, I take in will only pull down my reputation. If people know that I take in all kinds of cats and dogs, will feel comfortable giving their kids to me in the future? Sorry, I can't do anything about that. A circle down, without exception were rejected. Luer more and more no confidence. She pulled Yiming's hand. Brother Ming, or forget it, maybe I really do not have that talent.
Yiming is not discouraged. No, they say no cannot.
I believe in you, you also have to believe in yourself, let's keep looking. Yiming knew that he had to find a private tutor who accepted Luer today, otherwise, today's blow might affect Luer's growth in the future, and he didn't want Luer to develop an inferiority complex.
Aha!
Luer didn't want Brother Ming to be disappointed in her, so she heavily nodded her head and secretly resolved that if someone accepted her, she would definitely double her efforts. Apart from a few lewd male private tutors, Yiming had consulted almost all the private tutors, and almost all of them touched the nail. Finally, a private tutor teasingly said, in her case, it is estimated that only the master exterminator will accept.
The exterminator? Who is she?
Yiming subconsciously asked the other person. That person pointed to a middle-aged woman with gray hair in the corner. She looked very haggard, her hair was a bit messy, and she didn't have the kind of graceful and generous temperament that the other private tutors had. Yiming had actually seen her a long time ago, but he just didn't think she looked like a private tutor, so he didn't consult her. She was sitting there alone, without a single person around her, looking a bit cold.
Why was she called Master Exterminator?
Yiming asked suspiciously. The other party waved his hand impatiently. Go ask yourself, there is someone behind me, please make way. Yiming had no choice but to bring Luer over to ask in person.
Hello, may I ask if you are the private tutor here?
The other party looked up at Yiming, his face slightly glowing, nodded, yes. I want to ask, my sister didn't have any artistic skills before, do you accept it? Mrs. Extermination let Luer casually sing a few lines of a song and had her turn around and walk a few modeling steps, then opened her mouth. I'll take it, but my tuition is very expensive. If you can't afford the tuition, I won't take it. Yiming was very happy. There was finally someone who would accept it. As long as something can be done with money in this world, it is not a matter. Great, as long as you accept, money is not a problem. Yiming was relieved. The other private tutors looked at him like a little cutie. They looked at him like he was a cutie.
Nima, is the name of the extermination master called in vain?
This kid really does not know the sky and the earth. I bet $50 that he'll piss himself when he hears the offer from the exterminator. I bet 100 he'll curse. I bet $250. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Mrs. Extermination speaks up. For ordinary people, my tuition is $100,000, but her foundation is too poor. The tuition is $500,000. If it works, if it doesn't work, then hire another master.
I'm sure it's Mrs. Extermination.
This opening price does stand up to her name. To no other private tutor's tuition maximum is only $5,000. There are even a few not much fame, only charge $1,500. Yiming finally knew why everyone had to give her such a nickname. This price of hers was indeed too dehumanizing for the average person. When ordinary people heard this offer, they would definitely be scared and rush as far away as possible from this leonizing female lunatic. $500,000 for tuition. Why don't you go and rob it? Just as everyone was sneering and preparing to see Yiming's joke, Yiming was not the least bit surprised as he laughed. Fine, no problem. But I'll add another $500,000 and hope that you can come to my home for one-on-one instruction. When the other private instructors heard this, they were instantly dumbfounded. There is this kind of operation?
Chapter 20 Contesting for Luer.
The pens fell from their hands, and each of them stared blankly at Yiming and Luer.
Nima.
This was simply trenchant. To take a private tutoring class, one shot is $1 million. To what extent does this family have to be trenchant? There were a few private tutors who muttered in whispers. With this kind of spending, it's definitely a character on the rich list. But since he is that kind of person, which of his family's children have not been nurtured from childhood for all-round development? How could they have no foundation at all? The crowd was puzzled, and at the same time, they all began to regret it. A few private tutors secretly hated Nima, such a big piece of fat meat in their mouths, but even hard to let themselves be rejected. If it wasn't in a public place, they would have hated to slap themselves a few times. Before they do not accept, in fact, there is also the problem of face. After all, everyone refused. If I accept, that does not mean that I am picking up the rest of the others. If I had known that people are so generous, not to mention accepting her as a student, even as a personal grandmother would be willing to why do these private tutors come here? To put it bluntly, it's all about making money, and preaching is bull. Now that they can make so much money at once, why not? Master Exterminator was also looking at Yiming with a shocked face. She had also previously thought that Yiming would most likely back down from the difficulty, but the result was that she didn't expect the other party to not only not take it seriously, but also doubled the amount of money. Faced with this kind of condition, of course she wouldn't refuse. Originally she didn't plan to be able to receive many students, one would be good. Okay, but I ask for half of the advance payment first. No problem, give me your bank account number. Everything went much smoother next. In the envious gazes of the people around, Yiming directly brought the private tutor back to the villa and let her come to give lure lessons at a fixed time every day. I have to say, expensive has its benefits. This extinct mistress does have a few skills. Lure under her guidance, all aspects of the rapid growth, even the original with a strong accent of Mandarin has become standard. Of course, the cultural lessons also cannot be left behind. Yiming to lure find a good art instructor, and then gave her a private noble high school. Originally, all the class teachers didn't want a senior who hadn't studied for half a year, for fear of dragging their class down. But under Yiming's unparalleled monetary attack, the principal surrendered. Yiming said in the principal's office in front of him, "As long as your school accepts my sister, I will sponsor your school with $10 million. In addition, the class teacher will be rewarded $1 million. If it still doesn't work, fine, there are many schools in Shanghai, I'll just change one." The principal heard Yiming want to change schools, were willing to comply, although they are noble high school, but the sky falling 10 million sponsorship for them is a huge amount of money. If they let the cooked duck fly, he would be a fool. He hastened to convene those classroom teachers to lecture. Teaching is the identity of the teacher to give you the vocation. The famous educator Mr. Tao Xingji once said, "There is no bad teaching students, only will not teach the teacher." If you feel that you can't afford this responsibility and don't have the ability, then fine, our school doesn't want this kind of incapable teacher. Those classroom teachers all got nervous. This was an aristocratic high school, all the perks and salary levels were among the top in the industry. If they were fired, they definitely wouldn't be able to find a second one. They were not so noble as to give up such good treatment for the sake of their class's performance, and they all muttered in low voices. The principal was silent for a while and decided to put out the heavy bomb. He then said, "Moreover, Mr. Yi also said that if any class receives Tian, a reward of $1 million will be given to the homeroom teacher of that class." When those class teachers heard this, their hearts immediately shook, and they all stared at the principal with wide eyes and couldn't stop swallowing, as if the principal was a piece of delicious fat meat at this moment, and they couldn't wait to swallow it in one bite. A classroom teacher decided to make the first move. "Principal, there are still extra empty seats in my class, why don't you let her come to my class?" "Oh, Ms. Lu's class has the worst learning atmosphere, so it would be better to go to her class than to come to mine. Speaking of studying, the top student in the school is in our class. I think our class is the most suitable for Tian. The first place in the school is in your class, but that's not representative. The average score of the class in the last exam, our class was the first? Your class was just lucky to take first place in the average score once. Our class is different, it's always been in the top 3. That's why I think it's best for Tian to come to our class. Your class has always been in the top 3, but it hasn't won first place yet. It's been the school's second best class for 1,000 years, so what's there to brag about? Who's showing off? Besides, what's wrong with being the second master of the millennium? Without the second division your father could have given birth to you?" This class teacher directly exploded. The class teacher blew up. "Can't you have some quality? You are at least a people's teacher. She's the one who's so angry, she's so weird, she won't let others fight back. Where did I get off? You're the one who's glassy-eyed." This homeroom teacher disliked back without showing any weakness. "I'm glassy-eyed, you hit me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? I'm going to go to Nima Coins." The scene was chaotic, almost did not fight. The principal gloomy face, looking at the class teachers in a state of disarray, bitter how he recruited such a group of money-minded people, half of the consciousness of the teacher. "All the damn give me to stop." The principal angrily roared, "Look at your appearance, one by one cloaked hair, how to behave. If this gets out, our school's face will be disgraced by you all. What did you do before? Before letting you receive one of them or stammered reluctant, but also a damn righteous look and then forced me to resign look, now how to fight up?" Chapter 21, Welcoming the New Students. Those classroom teachers lowered their heads one by one, silent. Yiming was outside and had wanted to see which homeroom teacher was better to talk to, but then he heard that this group of homeroom teachers actually almost fought in order to rob Lure. He was enlightened in his heart and secretly sighed, being rich is damn good. With a slight smile, Yiming pushed the door in. "Principal, if you guys are really difficult, then I'll just change to another school." "No, it's not difficult, you can change your school. No, not difficult, you can go on a field trip. Tian Lure students want to go to which class? Directly into the classes. I see who dares to say anything.
What about the opinions of the class teachers? Yiming smiled and asked those class teachers. The class teachers who had previously each righteously and resolutely refused to accept Lure were all smiles at this time. We always welcome Tian Lure to study in our class. Yiming didn't make a fuss and let Lure choose the class she wanted to go to. Those class teachers came over to surround Lure at that moment, eager to treat her like an aunt. Nonsense, this can be related to the white flower 1 million ah. Because she was going to take the art school exam, Lure only needed to make the cultural classes reach the art school's admission passing line on the line, and didn't need to spend too much energy, so choosing which class depended entirely on her mood. She casually turned around and finally chose a class with a better learning atmosphere. That homeroom teacher saw Lure choosing her class and smiled so much that she almost couldn't close her mouth, even praising Lure for being smart and able to choose. While the other class teachers were ashen, looking at that class teacher, sparks of jealousy were coming out of their eyes one by one. Oh, Mr. Yu, congratulations, don't you want to celebrate with a treat tonight? Yes, Mr. Yu has finally received a good student. I propose that we go out for a night on the town, with Mr. Yu footing the bill. What do you say? Mr. Yu casually dealt with a few sentences, not bothering with them, and directly pulled Lure into a lively chat. You chose our class, absolutely right. Which position in the class you fancy? Tell me, any you pick. Then, thank you, Mr. Yu. Lure nodded her head in thanks. After completing the enrollment procedures, Teacher Joe took Lure to her class. As soon as Lure entered the classroom, all of a sudden, each of the boys in the class stirred. Which class is the pretty girl? Why haven't I seen her before? Why did she come to our class with the homeroom teacher? I don't know, it looks like she's going to be transferred to our class? Really? Mr. Yu waved his hand with a smile on his face, signaling everyone to be quiet, cleared his throat, and then said, Today, our class is going to welcome a new student, everyone welcome. Lure entered the class and everyone bowed slightly. Sure enough, it's coming to our class. Ah, the goddess. Here's the new student to introduce herself. The homeroom teacher said. Lure face with a light smile, willow eyebrows stretch, eyes like a curved moon. Everyone, my name is Tian Lure, from now on as everyone's classmate, please take care of it. The male classmates' eyes were all shining, and they clapped vigorously. Welcome Tian. Welcome Goddess Tian. Goddess, there's an empty seat next to me. Why don't you sit next to me? Why did you push me away? You've forgotten your friends. Mr. Yu, wake up. This girl is really nice. I think she's much prettier than Bei Bei Li. The top of the school's flower girl list will finally be replaced. Yu Xiao sleepily lifted his head from his seat and impatiently glanced at the table. Shut up, I just want to talk to Li Bei Bei and so on, he said. Yu Xiao vigorously rubbed his eyes, and then stared wide-eyed. Tu Nima beautiful, I went to Li Bei Bei, lousy again to find the goal of life la, ha. A few female classmates saw Lure so popular, jealousy surged. Che, what's the point of pretending to be innocent? You probably have several boyfriends, right? That's right, she's in her 3rd year of high school and she's still transferring, so she's definitely not a good girl. Maybe she's just the goddaughter of a boss. The girl who said this covered her mouth and snickered. Of course, the jealous ones were only those girls who didn't have a good reputation. They were dressed up like vixens, and could not be seen as students at all. They were originally the main focus of the boys in the class, and now that they had their attention taken away by Lure, they were all very uncomfortable in their hearts. However, they were only a very small part of the group. The other girls all genuinely welcomed Lure, including the class president. The class president was a short-haired girl with glasses, slightly chubby, and a few pimples on her face. She stood up and welcomed Tian Lure on behalf of the whole class. Hello Tian, my name is Fengwei, I'm the class president of our class, I'll welcome you on behalf of the whole class. Fengwei had a kind smile on her face, although she wasn't pretty, she made people look comfortable. Lure smiled and nodded at her. From now on we will be classmates, please take care of me as a backward student. The homeroom teacher asked Willow to choose her seat again. The boys stood up, one after the other and shouted. Goddess, I'm here. Tian, I'm here. Goddess, me. The one called Yu Xiao hurriedly said to the classmate beside him, Buddy, the happiness of the rest of my life depends on you, you make an empty seat for me. Yu Xiao, she seems to have already chosen. The classmate next to me pointed at Tian Lure and froze. What? Yu Xiao's entire body was struck by lightning. Turning his head to look, Lure sat next to the class president. Oh, no. My goddess. Yu Xiao screamed miserably. Yu Xiao, as long as she is in our class, there are plenty of opportunities and distance produces beauty, she will definitely be convinced by Yu Xiao's charm. This horse's ass scratched Yu Xiao's itch. Yu Xiao reached out and touched his greasy hair, felt that he had a point, and patted him on the shoulder to show his affirmation. Looks like it's time to take my BMW Z4 out for a spin. He beamed with bravado. Although the students in this class were all from good families, only Yu Xiao had a sports car that was truly at his disposal, a BMW Z4 worth $500,000 or $600,000.
He used to drive this car and fooled a few clueless girls. It also made him stand out amongst Li Bei's many suitors, and although he hadn't gotten his hands on it yet, he was able to get her favor from time to time, such as being her personal driver. At this moment, Yushao took out his cell phone and sent a text message out, then looked at his watch from time to time, impatiently waiting for school to end.
Chapter 22, Buying Directly.
Yiming left after finishing the enrollment formalities for Lure. He went to the company that he hadn't been to for a long time, and in the meantime, he brought quite a lot of food to his colleagues who had suffered from the ravages of Qinjiaqing. There are hundreds of people in the company. He intends to buy more. The result of a variety of snacks, fruit, dessert, cakes, and so on add up to buy more than $100,000.
Straight to let those vendors laugh all the way to the mouth.
He of course cannot take a person, directly hired a moving company people with a large car loaded a car. When he brought a vast dozen porters to move things into the company, saw the black head, startled.
When did the company have so many employees?
How the hell did I, as the boss, not know anything about it? It seems that the company in the hands of Qinjiaqing Development is good so fast to expand the scale. When the old colleagues saw Yiming show up, they were like seeing a savior, pouring out their bitterness to Yiming, saying how Qinjiaqing had lost her humanity, and that since she had joined the company, overtime work had become a common occurrence at Starry Joy, and they hoped that Boss Yi could restrain her a little bit, and not to let Qinjiaqing go in the direction of the exterminator.
Yiming looked at them indifferently and said, "If you are too tired to work overtime, then resign."
At once, each one of them stopped talking.
Resign? Brain disease before resignation. The company is currently in the stage of rapid development. The opportunity is greatly more.
And the wages and treatment are the industry's top level. Want them to resign, might as well kill them.
Of course, they were only complaining, not really dissatisfied with Chen Jiaqing. If it wasn't for Mr. Chen, they might all be eating dirt.
After seeing Yiming with so much food, one by one, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep, they all pounced on those things, leaving the complaints they had just made behind. For a time, the office that was originally in full swing, with all the employees striving for success, turned into a sea of food. Yiming came to the general manager's office and knocked on the door. Chen Jiaqing was dealing with the documents at this time, and when she heard the knock on the door, she didn't lift her head and came in.
"Yo, our workaholic Big Chen general manager is still busy, do not take a break?"
Yiming directly sat on the soft chair opposite her. Chen Jiaqing smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes shining. "You are here to mess with me."
Yiming raised his hands in surrender. "Heaven and earth conscience, I am here to sympathize with the staff. Do not go out to eat something with colleagues?"
"I lost weight."
"You're still losing weight?
"Your body absolutely kills that what the vermi supermodel Chen Jiaqing glared at him, and then said with a straight face, "The company has been developing rapidly recently, and as you can see, there are many more employees than when I first came here, and the office is almost not enough.
This is a problem. It's time for a new place, right?
I just invested in a few new projects. The company currently has a small cash surplus on the books, excluding daily expenses and 3 months' salary for the employees under the reservation. The funds that can be utilized are only 5 million.
Yiming was taken aback. A surplus so soon?
He remembered that when he had just taken over the company, it was still in debt by more than a few $1,000,000. It seemed that this workaholic's ability really wasn't covered. You directly say what to do, you don't have to think about the money, the company's account is not enough, I will pay. Yiming waved his hand in a very bold manner.
Nonsense, in front of a beautiful woman, how can you not be bold?
Moreover, he has more money than he can use. Every day there is $1 billion gold interest constantly coming in. He is worried that there is no place to spend it. Chen Jiaqing is another small surprise. The sky money is really much, with a bottomless pit like that line. I fancy a building, ready to rent one of the 5 floors as our company's office space, but the annual rent needs $10 million, must be paid off at once.
Only $10 million?
Yiming subconsciously asked.
Chen Jiaqing frowned slightly, looking at him. You think the rent is cheap? That's fine, you can rent it for 10 years at once.
You can show me which building. Yiming walked directly next to Chen Jiaqing and asked her to pull up the actual scene in the computer to take a look. This was the first time that Yiming had been so close to Chen Jiaqing, and he immediately felt a fragrant breeze on his nose. Smelling the special fragrance of her body, Yiming felt a fire burning underneath his body. His little partner was also raising its head, intent on breaking out of its cage. Then he took a glance at the beautiful side face.
No, in broad daylight and under the sun, how can you think of such a beast?
Yiming immediately suppressed the fire in his heart. Chen Jiaqing on all the unaware, but also fortunately her neckline button is very tight. Yiming simply aimed to what? This building's geographic location, surrounding facilities and transportation convenience are very good in all aspects. There are 15 bus stops, 2 subway exits, and 3 large shopping centers within 500 meters of the perimeter, which can be said to be a prime location, and the rent of 10 million a year for the 5 floors isn't really expensive. Yiming stared at the computer, with a palm touching his mouth looking at the building's text profile. This building has a total of 68 floors, more than 300 meters high, belonging to the landmark type of building. The height of the entire Shanghai are ranked on the number.
Jinhu building, this building seems to have just been built, right? How many floors have been rented out?
If the decision is made fast enough, we'll be the first company to move in.
So no company has moved in yet? Why don't we just buy it? We can use as many floors as we want. Buy it?
Chen Jiaqing looked at Yiming with wide open eyes, as if she was looking at a douchebag who didn't know the sky and the earth.
Do you know how much it cost to build?
Yiming shook his head without caring. I don't know. Anyway, I can afford it.
Chen Jiaqing was speechless. Did this kid think that he could afford a $39.9 billion villa and that he was the richest person in the world? Are you planning to find investment institutions to finance or bank loans?
But the loan you certainly cannot loan so much. And if you look for investment institutions, I estimate that you have to find thousands of them. Yiming laughed and said, that you can underestimate me. I do not look for investment institutions to finance, also do not look for bank loans. You only need to tell me how much is the expected selling price of this building? Chen Jiaqing fixedly looked at him, wanting to know if he was pretending, but look at his leisurely, natural, relaxed and cozy look, she really kind of believe it. From the publicly displayed information, the total cost of this building cost more than $1.5 billion. If you want to buy it, it is expected that the various costs will require at least $2.5 billion. This is still the initial estimate of the price in the absence of competitors. To be on the safe side, prepare for $3 billion. Originally thought that Yiming would be shocked when he heard the price, but I didn't expect Yiming to even frown. That's not bad.
Chen Jiaqing broke down. Nima, $3 billion. That's not bad? Chapter 23, The Unwinding of Yu Xiao.
Yiming of course felt that it was okay. $3 billion for him was just 3 days of interest, there was no need to use the principal. He has already accumulated more than $10 billion in interest alone, so a mere $3 billion is no pressure at all.
And at this moment, Chen Jiaqing was shocked and at the same time puzzled about how much money this guy actually had. He is a young second-generation farmer with no family history, no power, and a blank background. Where did he get so much money? If he is a super family puppet, then the operation of such a large amount of money investment flow, he certainly does not have the right to make decisions, but the fact that he did not even think about the clabbered decision, indicating that he is not which family put on the surface of the spokesman. Could it be that it relies on Starry Joy technology? But after she took over Xingyue technology, she realized that she couldn't afford to buy the villa he lived in even if she sold the entire company, let alone buying the Jinhu mansion. Chen Jiaqing suddenly became interested in Yiming. She wanted to see through Yiming, this enigmatic man. Once a woman became interested in a man, it meant that she was not far away from falling. Chen Jiaqing looked at Yiming's calm and handsome face, and for the first time, she lost her concentration, and her beautiful eyes shone with a mesmerizing look. Out of the corner of his eye, Yiming found Chen Jiaqing staring at himself, and his heart was happy. There is a drama? He grinned. Hey! Why are you looking at me with such eyes? Could it be that Chen Big Beauty has been mesmerized by my handsome and stunning style? Chen Jiaqing froze for a moment, came back to her senses, and covered her mouth with a smile. What a thick skin, but if you are blowing such a big bullskin, you are not afraid of flying up to the sky. That's fine, let me see your real ability to buy the golden Shanghai mansion. Oh yeah, I'm only responsible for putting up the money, I'll leave the rest to you to take care of. No problem. But you need to deposit the funds into the company's account within 3 days. Yiming nodded, it's no big deal. Also, with such a large amount of money flowing, you need to communicate with the relevant regulatory authorities to avoid any trouble. Yiming remembered that when he first got the money, the text message above, it was an invisible account, no one had the right to view it. Since no one had the right to view it, then the regulators had no way to regulate it, and he didn't need to worry about it at all. Okay, I know, you continue to be busy, I'll leave first. Yiming left the general manager's office. The group of foodies outside each seemed like hungry ghosts reincarnated, instantly solving more than half of those things. Yiming saw them eating happily and shook his head. Eat up and continue to work hard for me, don't drag your feet for General Manager Chen, got it? Yes. Boss. The crowd roared in unison. Looking at the time, it was almost time for Luer to leave school. Yiming left the company and prepared to go to school to pick her up. In the school, Yu Xiao flew out of the classroom as soon as he heard the school bell. His BMW Z4 had let his family drive it over earlier. At this moment, he leaned on the car door and looked forward to watching the people coming out. Not far away, many nanny cars lined up to pick up their young masters and young ladies from school. Most of the students in this school are from good families, and most of them have their own cars to take them to and from school. However, most of those cars are ordinary cars, which are much inferior when compared to the stylish sports cars. So Yu Xiao has a BMW Z4, in front of the students is very big headline. Li Beibei saw Yu Xiao, thought the other side and waiting for her. She has a good feeling about Yu Xiao, but not ready to let him get his hands on, so like a peacock, arrogant from his side walked straight past. She thought that when Yu Xiao saw her, he would immediately come up like a lapdog, but the result made her unexpected. Yu Xiao didn't throw her a glance at all. Li Beibei's heart was filled with doubts. What was wrong with Yu Xiao today? Could it be that she had been fishing for too long and he had lost his patience?
She is actually enjoying the feeling of being pursued by Yu Xiao. In the many suitors, Yu Xiao's conditions in all aspects are among the best. Not only has the first sports car among the students, the family background is extraordinary. The father opened a chain of hotels. It is said that the assets of the billions of dollars. The mother is the agency executives. This condition in the whole school are second to none. But she did not want to lose the feeling of being pursued by other people because of her relationship with Yu Xiao. She likes to be surrounded by stars, and likes to be treated as a queen by all people, so she has been fishing for them, and her attitude towards Yu Xiao is hot and cold. She thought that everything was under her control. As long as she hooked her finger, Yu Xiao would definitely obey. But today, when she walked past Yu Xiao, the other party actually ignored her. This made her feel very uncomfortable in her heart, and she gambled as if she had gone back and forth in front of her several more times. Yu Xiao finally got impatient. He waved his hand and said with a grunt, "Can you stop hanging around like a fly?" Li Beibei stared incredulously at Yu Xiao with wide eyes. "What did you say I was?" "I said you are a fly," Yu Xiao repeated with a careless face. Li Beibei was so angry that her little face turned red. She stomped her foot, her chest rose and fell. "You Binbin, you bastard, you'll never get me." Yu Xiao snorted coldly. "Che, who do you think you are? You're kind of goods, I don't care at all now, get lost." For this kind of behavior of posting up to find their own scolding, Yu Xiao heart shouted pain. In the past in front of Li Beibei, he always lowered his voice, even if his heart is not comfortable, but also have to harden their heads to endure. But now, he even dared to scold Li Beibei recklessly? Yu Xiao finally realized the correctness of a famous love quote: "When I love you, what you say is what you are. When I don't love you, what you say is what you are." It's a real relief. At this time, a beautiful figure appeared in front of the school. Yu Xiao saw that figure, immediately straightened his clothes, and his face was also replaced with a smile that he thought was harmless. Chapter 24, Let's Go Home Together. Because Lure came here for the first time to attend classes and also brought her own $1 million bonus, the homeroom teacher was extra concerned about her and purposely looked for her to talk to her after school, asking her if she was keeping up with her studies, getting along with her classmates, and so on. The conditions here are much better than Lure's previous school. She is very satisfied. There are places she does not understand. Directly ask the class president of the same table. Everything is still smooth. When Lure came out of the school gate, Yu Xiao had already waited impatiently. Plus Li Beibei came over to mess up. His heart was very irritated. When he saw Lure finally came out, he was instantly energized. He touched his hair to make sure it wasn't messed up, and then reached out towards Lure to greet her. "Tian student? What a coincidence, going home together." Lure gave him a strange look, having no impression of him at all. "You are?" Yu Xiao's smile froze for a moment. "Actually still do not recognize me? Nima, a class actually do not recognize me?" He felt a deep sense of frustration. However, his face immediately piled up a smile again. "We are a class you just came today, may not be familiar with, it's fine, in the future we'll be familiar." Lure faintly a sound, and then expressionless face from his pride and joy of the BMW side walked past. The corner of the eyes of the residual light did not fall on the car in the slightest. Yu Xiao saw that Lure actually didn't have the slightest interest in his car, and didn't even ask a question. "This car is yours, huh?" His face stiffened. It felt like this chick might be even trickier than Li Beibei. Yu Xiao hurriedly walked to the front of Lure. "Tian student, your name is Tian Lure, right? My name is Yu Binbin, can I call you Lure?" Lure frowned slightly, feeling that this person is a bit annoying. "As you wish." Then she continued to walk around Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao once again stopped in front of her. "Lure students, your family no one to pick you up? How about this, I have a car, just can send you back on the way." Lure glanced at him. "You don't even know where I live, how do you know the way?" Yu Xiao was stunned again, and then pretended to be cute and scratched his head. "Oh, it's okay, even if it's not on the way, I can send you home directly, but well, although the gas money does not need to be paid by you, but you have to treat me to a meal." Lure crossed her arms and looked at Yu Xiao as if she was looking at him, almost scolding him for being so damn thick-skinned. Seeing Lure staring at himself, Yu Xiao thought that his plan had succeeded, and immediately felt happy in his heart. He pointed to his car, full of pride. "My car is average, although it is a sports car, but only 600,000. Lure classmates, if you do not mind, I would like to serve to carry Lure classmates a ride." "No need, someone will come to pick me up." Lure looked faintly into the distance. Yu Xiao laughed a little. He felt that if someone was coming to pick her up, they should have already arrived. Where would they wait until this time? "Lure student, don't lie to me, you are embarrassed, right?" "Oh, the big deal is that meal doesn't need to be your treat, I'll treat it, I was just joking." Yu Xiao thought he was being humorous. Li Beibei came over at this time. "Yo, I said Yu Xiao recently by who was fascinated by it." "So it's you." Her words were acidic with thorns. How could Lure not hear it? She thought a little. She knew that this person may be interested in Yu Xiao, but Yu Xiao could not see her. "I think he and you are quite compatible, I look forward to you." Lure winked at her and whispered. Li Beibei froze. What is the situation? But combined with Lure's previous attitude towards Yu Xiao, she immediately understood what Lure meant. She wouldn't compete with herself for Yu Xiao. She was instantly relieved and looked at Lure's eyes with a much milder look. She had already raised the country guns ready to fight a tough battle, did not expect that it turned out to be a friendly army, almost accidentally injured their own people. "Thanks." Gratefully glancing at Lure, Li Bei rolled her eyes at Yu Xiao before directly leaving.
Yu Xiao came up. Lure student, it's getting late. Look, the person who came to pick you up hasn't arrived yet. Why don't you just condescend for a bit? I'll send you back. Coming.
Lure looked into the distance. She had already heard the familiar raging sound of the Lamborghini Aventador, and a smile appeared on her face.
What?
Yu Xiao still didn't understand what was going on.
I said that my brother Ming came to pick me up.
Lure flashed a smile at Yu Xiao for the first time and then walked vigorously straight past him.
Yu Xiao felt his heart melt. Ah.
It's so beautiful, it's really a goddess, I must. At this time, he also heard the sound of an engine from afar. As a sports car fan, how could he not hear what kind of car it was? Yu Xiao turned his head. A black Lamborghini Aventador appeared in his field of vision. The slender body, the domineering front end, elegant body lines are all highlighting its noble. Yu Xiao looked at the car, almost drooled. Nima, when can I also have a car? His father said good sound is worth $1 billion. In fact, most of the real estate and all kinds of stock investment really can mobilize the cash flow is only tens of millions. He wants to buy this car, basically impossible. Lamborghini at this time, a handsome tail, tires and the ground, fierce friction out of white smoke, and then in the squeaky sound turned around, parked on the side of the road. The next scene made Yu Xiao dumbfounded. He was like a duck being strangled. The smile on his face instantly froze. Only to see the Lamborghini's scissor doors slowly rising. Lure directly sat on the passenger side. Then, the dazzling body roared away with the sound of a furious engine. Yu Xiao stayed in place at this time. His whole face was pig liver color, and then he took a look at his BMW Z4, so ashamed that he almost hit his head against the wall. He fiercely kicked his favorite car. Nima forced, think they have a broken car on very in front of others, slag or not, go Nima forced. Chapter 25 has a new target. On the day, 3 billion M gold, converted into 195.6 billion renminbi, was remitted into Starry Joy Technologies' company account. The flow of such a large sum of money had indeed attracted the attention of the regulatory authorities. However, when they checked Yi Ming's mysterious invisible account, they found that they couldn't even view any information using their highest privileges. What does this mean? It means that the identity and status of the person who utilized the funds was unimaginably high, and the flow of the funds was not under the control of the regulatory authorities at all. Still want to continue to pursue? Staff complexion asked the leader. The leader thought for a long time, finally shook his head. No, even if the investigation cannot be found, and continue to investigate, in case of touching what should not be touched, then we will be in trouble. Give up. Yes. Chen Jiaqing got the funds, was very surprised. She did not expect such a large sum of money, even the next day, to the account, and there is no relevant departments to the company to investigate. What is this guy in the end? In the end, what background? And in addition to Xingyue Technology, it seems that he does not have any other enterprises under his name. There are only a few people in the world who can mobilize billions of dollars of funds overnight on their own. Just because Yi Ming was able to take out so much money so easily, his energy was definitely not to be underestimated. But this was also a good thing. She was able to save a lot of trouble. The pre-acquisition plan was soon activated, and Starry Joy formally made a formal offer to buy from the holder of the Jinhu building. Of course, there were other companies that were interested in buying the Golden Shanghai building, mostly group companies with market capitalizations of tens of billions of M gold. Compared to those companies, the strength of Starry Joy Technologies' books could be said to be completely killed. In the many well-known companies mixed into an unheard of Starry Joy Technology really makes them a little puzzled. Many companies began to start investigating this mysterious competitor. After all, if they want to participate in the purchase, they certainly need to understand the details of the competitor. The mall is like a battlefield. Know your enemy and know yourself. Of course, Xingyue Technology is still a sole proprietorship company, not a public company so transparent. They can find out some necessary public information. A lot of hidden information will not be disclosed to the outside world. They can only speculate from those public information about the strength of Starry Technology and the other side of the offer, bottom line roughly price. However, when learning that information, those competing companies immediately cursed. The company also wanted to buy the Jinhu building? Where the hell did they get that kind of money to buy? And who gave them the confidence to bid on it? I think it's very likely that the sellers trust, in order to raise the price of the intentionally pulled in to do the game. I heard that this intention to buy the Jinhu building a lot of enterprises, so the seller is ready to hold a private auction to auction. If this is really the case, I think we can be disgusted at that time and so what after the bidding Star Technology, we do not bid, so that they rot in their own hands, and also to let the seller know that we are not so easy to fool. The seller will certainly find a variety of reasons to say that the auction will be reorganized. This approach is good. I notify the other companies participating in the auction, so that they also know the purpose of the seller, do not come to know nothing, the price speculation is too high. The day after Chen Jiaqing sent out his intention to buy, he received a reply from the seller. In view of the fact that there are more organizations interested in purchasing the Jinhu building this time, our company has decided to hold a private auction at Sotheby's Kowloon 2 months later, and the only auction item will be the ownership of the Jinhu building, and the admission ticket for this auction will be sent to your company within 3 working days, so I hope that you will know about it. Chen Jiaqing looked at this reply letter, her willow eyebrows spread. If it is an auction, then her advantage as the decision maker of Starry Joy will be greatly utilized. Because the auction usually need the buyer to make a decision on the spot and involves the use of such a large sum of money, any group of companies will set up a bottom line price. When the auction price exceeds this bottom line, they will not make a decision at once, which greatly weakened the competitiveness of those large enterprises. Chen Jiaqing returned home and reported the general situation to Yiming, who suddenly became interested. You mean the auction will be held in Kowloon in 2 months? That's right, what's the problem? Yiming waved his hand. No problem, you are fully responsible for the company's affairs, just pretend that I don't exist. I just suddenly thought that I haven't been to Kowloon before, let's see if I can take this opportunity to have some fun. Chen Jiaqing had a black line on her face. Our boss Yi is so rich, but he actually hasn't even been to Kowloon, it's unbelievable to say. Yiming lay on the sand square and hemmed and hawed. I had planned to go there when I married my ex-girlfriend for our honeymoon, but as you can see, I was dumped. He spread his hands with an innocent look. Chen Jiaqing covered her mouth and smiled. But how did I see people hugging your thighs, crying and begging you for forgiveness, while your iron heart almost didn't do it directly? Shay, that's because I saw through her nature and woke up in time. He threw back his head and winked at Chen Jiaqing. Besides, I was already handsome and dashing. Even if I didn't have any money, there were still a lot of girls grabbing for me. Chen Jiaqing bared her teeth and smiled. Is that so? I so didn't see you bring a girl back to spend the night? Yiming violently jumped up from the sofa and jumped in front of Chen Jiaqing. Want to know why? Don't tell me that you are still in the healing stage because you were hurt too deeply, and when the injury is healed, I don't know which girl you are going to wreak havoc on again. Yiming stretched out a finger and shook it in front of her. No. In fact, I am not sad because I already have a new target. He stared at Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes and said. As the 4 eyes stared at each other, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, a strange atmosphere gradually spreading in the room. Chen Jiaqing froze for a moment, then bared her face and smiled. Don't tell me that target is me. Chapter 26. The road is still long in the future. Yiming snapped his fingers. Smart, talking to a beautiful woman with a high IQ is easy. How about it, are you interested in me? Chen Jiaqing skimmed her mouth. My man, do not say how strong, but at least is not weaker than me. Right, you are still worse. What do you mean? Yiming's eyes widened, and there was a hint of a bad feeling in his heart. Chen Jiaqing turned around and put down the documents in her hands. Nothing means, comprehend it yourself. Rely on. What is this? An eviction order? Or had it been a polite rejection? Yiming did not give up, wanting to make himself straight to Chen Jiaqing to have a deep confession, but the result was that his hand just touched Chen Jiaqing's shoulder. Chen Jiaqing suddenly violently and over the shoulder fall. Yiming immediately screamed miserably and lay on the ground on all fours without squeaking. He stared blankly at the ceiling, wanting to cry without tears. Nima, is it necessary to do this to me? What did I do wrong? Downstairs, Luer heard the screams and rushed up. She knocked on the door outside and, Brother Ming, what's wrong with you? Yiming pulled open the door, his head drooping, looking downcast. Seeing Luer outside the door with wide-open curious eyes, he pinched Luer's cute face. Still Luer is the best for Brother Ming. Then thumped back to his room. Before entering the door, Yiming turned to Luer and said, Luer, next month Brother Ming will take you to 9 Dragons to play. Oh. Luer touched her face and suddenly felt a little hot. After thinking for a while, she walked into Chen Jiaqing's room and closed the door with her backhand. Sister Chen, are you still busy? Luer? You haven't rested yet? Well, it's still early, right? I just heard Brother Ming scream. What's going on? Chen Jiaqing froze. This little girl, so concerned about her brother Ming, it seems that her heart is not pure. Her face pretended to be grave, and she said mysteriously, he just played a bad trick on me, and was beaten away by me. I'm sorry. Sister Chen, are you mistaken? Brother Ming is very nice, there must be some misunderstanding between you. Luer's red little face was a little anxious. Yiming's position in her heart was incomparable to anyone else's. She felt that Brother Ming was the best person in the world. How could he be bad to her? It must have been a misunderstanding. Chen Jiaqing looked at her anxious appearance, and suddenly a certain place in his heart was touched. What kind of feeling was this? Jealousy? Or was it complacency? She had never had this unfamiliar feeling before. But whichever it was, it seemed to imply that some sort of strange feelings had arisen between her and Yiming. She shook her head, no longer thinking about it, and smiled wanly. I'm just joking with you. Luer breathed a sigh of relief as she approached Chen Jiaqing. Sister Chen, I have something in my heart that I want to say to you. Chen Jiaqing nodded. Go ahead. Sister Chen, I think Brother Ming is interested in you. Are you interested in Brother Ming? She stirred her fingers together, very nervous. Chen Jiaqing froze, looked up at the little girl's nervous expression, and laughed a little. You little girl, why are you so concerned about that guy? After a pause she then said, do not hide it, he has no meaning to me, I do not know, I am on him. So far the feeling is very complicated.
Complicated? Lure opened her eyes wide, what do you mean?
Chen Jiaqing self-deprecating like a smile, hey, probably older, before and have not talked about love, not much experience, in short, is the feeling of complexity. Lure lowered her head and raised it again, a look of wanting to say something. Chen Jiaqing saw her tangled expression, smiled and said, what you just say it directly.
Sister Chen, I want to ask, if Brother Ming really gets together with you in the future, will you accept me? What do you mean? Chen Jiaqing was a bit unable to react.
Lure was silent for a while and gathered her courage to say, Sister Chen, I think Brother Ming probably likes you, and I'm set on Brother Ming for life. I don't want to be with anyone but Brother Ming, so if you guys are really together in the future, I hope that you won't drive me away, Sister Chen. The more she spoke, the smaller Lure's voice became, and her head came lower and lower. Her face was scarlet, just like a young girl confessing to her favorite person, but she wasn't, she was taking a stand against a potential love rival.
Chen Jiaqing ate a shock, surprised to look at Lure, this girl is not in that guy's poison? How dare she start thinking about such complicated things now? She felt that things were a bit tricky.
Chen Jiaqing smiled and said, Lure, the road is still long in the future, no one can say what will happen in the future. When you see a wider world and know more people, maybe you will have different ideas. Lure immediately shook her head, no, Sister Chen, Brother Ming is my whole world, I will never leave him in this life. Sister Chen, what if you really get together with Brother Ming?
Will you kick me out?
Chen Jiaqing sighed, this child is really stupid and cute, I don't know why she would be so dead set on that guy. She knows that Lure is definitely not the same as that Jiangwani. Lure's feelings for Yiming, even if Yiming is a beggar, she will never leave him.
Silly girl, if you really like your Brother Ming that much, Sister Chen will not snatch it from you, don't worry.
Lure continued to shake her head, no, Sister Chen, I think Brother Ming likes you, if you like him too, you guys should be together. I don't want to make you guys originally love each other but not be able to be together because of my existence, and Brother Ming will be very sad. I just hope that by that time, Sister Chen, you can allow me to follow Brother Ming around, don't drive me away.
Chapter 27, The Sports of the Rich Family.
Chen Jiaqing's heart was touched fiercely. Lure's feelings for Yiming were already deeply rooted. Yiming was like the source of her life.
She sighed darkly, but imagine if she was really with Yiming, could her heart allow another woman to follow Yiming with a dead heart?
Sharing a man with another woman was an idea she had never had before.
But if she really loved to the marrow of her bones, would she be like Lure and disregard everything, turning her whole world into one person?
She suddenly envied Willow a little. She could do whatever she wanted for one person, even if she had nothing to lose she didn't care.
Probably this was the deepest love. Chen Jiaqing laughed a little. This question was hard to answer. If she said that she didn't have an ounce of feeling for Yiming, that would be fine.
But to really let her make a choice, she hesitated. Yiming had already occupied a small corner in her heart at some point. Although it hadn't risen to the height of not marrying him, he did exist there, and one couldn't control or deceive oneself. She avoided Lure's expectant gaze. Silly girl, what are you rambling on about? You still have to attend class tomorrow, take an early rest. Lure's eyes instantly dimmed, not getting a clear answer, a little lost, but she didn't want to make things difficult for Sister Chen anymore, lest it make her resentful, so she lowered her head and left Chen Jiaqing's room. Returning to her room, she was sleepless, lying on the bed tossing and turning hard to sleep, so she opened the computer.
Unintentionally clicking into a website, Lure's eyes suddenly widened as she saw Li Beibei.
Later she understood, Li Beibei, this is in a live broadcast platform, live singing. She painted heavy makeup, although the singing is not good, but watching a lot of people, there are a lot of people to brush her gifts. Lure came to be interested. She also liked to sing, only that she usually hummed on her own, and didn't show it in front of other people except for Brother Ming. Yiming had already planned in advance the path she would take in the future based on her hobbies, which was to enter an art school and become a star in the future. Of course, with Yiming's escort, he definitely wouldn't let Lure touch the dark side of the entertainment industry. He wouldn't let her get into other people's vices. He would only let Lure happily do what she liked, and no one could hurt her. Lure saw Li Beibei singing happily at this time, and felt that she could do it too, and it was also a chance to exercise. Maybe she could improve her singing skills. However, she didn't know how to get it yet, and planned to find a time to go to the school and ask Li Beibei. Yiming didn't sleep at this time either. He was watching the soccer game. Yiming watched the Orient team being abused on the field in all kinds of ways, and was painfully saddened.
Nima, they can't even hold the ball, so they can't even kick it.
He flung the remote control in his hand. By the end of the game, the Oriental team had been pummeled by the second team of a small southeastern country by 5 goals.
Yiming depressed, this ING national football can stink a little more? My great country, actually being teased?
He on the forum randomly browsed down, are a piece of cursing.
The team is not disbanded? Stay to continue to give others as a monkey? This group of people to the football association sent a lot of money, right, or people on these goods can be on the field? The mystery of the century, what is the meaning of the existence of the team?
The meaning of the existence of the team is to let those small countries find their own meaning of existence. The team is the ambassador of friendly exchanges between China and foreign countries, representing the hospitable Oriental people's consistent style of modesty and courtesy, in which they are still doing a good job.
Not bad at all. They've been pushed to the ground and beaten out of the sky.
No, it's not about being beaten up, it's about being pressed to the ground and fed. Look at those who don't care, as if they don't care at all.
They don't give a, they're making money and picking up girls anyway.
The reason why the team was so bad, the problem still appeared at the root. Yiming frowned at the comments, tempted to go up and curse a few sentences as well, but thought better of it. Out of sight, out of mind, he chose to sleep. On the way back from sending Luer to school the next day, Yiming made a special detour to the nearest junior football school and prepared to visit it. After all, the future hope of the national soccer team was still in those little kids. He parked his car in the middle of the farther garage and walked over. At the entrance of the school, he suddenly saw an 11 or 12-year-old boy hugging a soccer ball and crying, with his sighing parents sitting next to him. Their clothes were very plain, so it was obvious that their family's condition was very ordinary. Yiming was a bit puzzled. Could it be that the little kid wanted to go to the soccer school and his parents didn't allow it?
Little friend, what are you crying for?
Yiming walked over and asked. The boy did not speak, still crying very sad. Next to the boy's father took over the words. Hey, we did not pay the money, the coach did not give our child the opportunity to play, our child is better than everyone, but our family has no money, there is no way to give gifts to the coach, so the child can only have been watching the other lesser than his classmates on the field to play the game. But the coach came to our house some time ago and told me that my son Xiaoxia is very skilled and talented, and that if he plays more games, he might be able to play abroad in the future, but he only asked us to pay him for his hard work, saying that it's not easy for him to teach him a lot. However, it is already very difficult for our family to pay for Xia's tuition every year, so how can we afford to give him a red envelope? If it wasn't for the fact that the kid really likes soccer, I'd want him to go home to a regular school.
What? Is there such a thing? Yiming frowned.
However, his heart quickly realized that he had heard this kind of rumor before, saying that soccer was a sport for rich kids, and that if they didn't pay money to the coach, they wouldn't be given the chance to play the game. Many talented kids from ordinary families were gradually reduced to mediocrity just because they never got the chance to play. On the other hand, those children who have paid money to play on the field, because their families are more affluent, pampered and spoiled since childhood, it is easy to lose confidence in the face of difficulties, but they do not lack of opportunities to play, and they keep losing and still keep on playing. In the long run, a team made up of these people can be imagined what level it will be. Thinking about the ballgame he watched last night, Yiming was furious. In the past he was not able to do so, but now, since he let him run into it, he decided to manage it to the end, at least not to let down the children who really like soccer, such as the little boy in front of him who was crying and crying while hugging a soccer ball. Chapter 28, Don't Cry When the Time Comes. Mingda Soccer School. This is a privately founded soccer school. The tuition fee is very expensive, $70,000 to $80,000 a year. Ordinary families have to bear this tuition fee, it is more strenuous. As a matter of fact, some of the founders of the school did not aim to deliver talents for the national soccer team, they purely treated those soccer-loving kids as money-making machines, and turned a blind eye to the coaches asking for all sorts of gifts in secret and in the open. This is the case with the principal and founder of this soccer school. Because the coach is the foundation of the football school, especially the famous coach, is the living advertisement of the football school, for example, so-and-so star once played in his hands, was coached by him, and finally kicked out, entered the club as a starter and earned a lot of money, and so on. With them in town, there will be more children who like soccer under the leadership of their parents to come to the school, and the school will be able to receive more students. In the long run, a chain of interests has been formed, and if anyone who doesn't know the rules destroys this chain of interests, he or she is the public enemy of this circle. Therefore, those parents can only tolerate, family conditions are good, obediently pay money, family conditions are not good, no money, just wait for the bench, do not want to play the game, anyway, losing the game and they have nothing to do. Yiming took the little boy's family to find the boy's coach. The other is a middle-aged fat man who eats fat head, eyes narrowed into a slit, with a thin beard on the chin. The other is a middle-aged fat man who eats fat head, eyes narrowed into a slit, with a thin beard on the chin. At this time the field was holding an inter-school rivalry game. This coach named Han Dongjiang was sitting on a stool with his legs crossed, holding a cigarette in his hand and yelling at the field from time to time. Yiming found him and pointed to the little boy. You are Xiaoxia's coach, right? Han Dongjiang took a drag on his cigarette and looked at Yiming suspiciously. Who are you? It's not important who I am, what's important is, why don't you let a boy who deeply loves soccer and has excellent skills play on the field? Han Dongjiang snorted. What do you know, he's not skillful, he'll only make mistakes if he plays on the field. Do you want me to take care of a player who's not skillful and give up a game? I'm sorry, I'm the coach and I have to take responsibility for my team. He held his head high and said it with a big smile on his face. Nonsense, the last time you came to my house, you clearly said that my son's skills are very outstanding among his age. The boy's father said angrily. When did I say that? Do you have any proof? Without evidence, you'd better not talk nonsense, or beware of me suing you for defamation. Your boy's father was enraged, staring at the coach in death, but had nothing to say. Yi Ming patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to get excited as he walked over to Han Dongzheng. The soccer of our territory, it is because there is a group of assholes like you that you have been repeatedly bullied by others, because you have no sense of responsibility at all, and you completely disregard human morality and morality in order to enrich yourselves for your own self-interest. This is the elementary school stage, it is the time to lay the foundation, and as a result, you are rotting from the roots.
It is no wonder that the national football team cannot even play the second
team of a small southeastern country in this time, and your kind of coach has to be held the most responsible.
Who the hell do you think you are? A sage who worries about the country and the people? You have nothing to do, right? And we're the ones who are most responsible? Do you know anything about soccer? Don't tell me what to do here. Get lost.
Han Dongzhang was poked by Yi Ming and became furious, cursing directly. Yi Ming wanted to beat him up, but considering the physical difference between the two sides, he gave up on the idea. It seemed that it was time to find a personal bodyguard, and it had to be the kind that was particularly capable of fighting, and at this time he shouldn't be polite to him, and directly beat him until he couldn't speak. This thought suddenly arose in Yi Ming's heart. Yi Ming turned around and squatted down to look at Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, do you really want to go on the field? Xiaoxia nodded her head vigorously and wiped a handful of tears.
I want to participate in the game.
He looked at the children who were flying on the field, his glasses filled with infinite desire. Well then, I promise you that you'll be able to get on the field and participate in the game soon.
Han Dongzheng heard this from the side and let out a cold laugh. You really take yourself seriously? Without my permission, who can go on the field for a match?
Yi Ming glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him as he comforted Xiaoxia's parents again and proceeded to leave. Han Dongzheng saw Yi Ming leave and was very pleased.
Hey, kid, aren't you arrogant? Don't go away and continue on.
The office of Tu Ming, the principal of the Mingda football school and the founder of the school. Tu Ming is flirting with his secretary and is one step away from launching his final attack. At this time, he heard the knock on the door. He hurriedly pushed away the secretaries who were already hot and shouted impatiently at the door. Hua!
Yi Ming directly pushed the door in. You are the principal of this football school, right? Who are you?
I am the principal of this soccer school. What is your business?
Tu Ming was very unhappy. The other party is a strange young man. Is it the little secretary's suitor?
I don't know if your soccer school is interested in transferring. You quote a price. Yi Ming said indifferently.
Tu Ming frowned and stared at Yi Ming. By my soccer school?
Which business are you a representative of? You don't need to care about that, you only need to quote a price. Tu Ming sneered. Our football school is currently operating in good condition, and the territory is strongly supporting the development of grassroots soccer education. The future of our football school is unlimited. Do you think that we will turn over our football school?
Do you think we'll sell the school? So you won't sell it no matter how much I offer?
That's right, this school is a hen that lays golden eggs, and I've just spent $30 million on expanding and refurbishing the equipment, so I wouldn't sell it to you if I was out of my mind.
I'm not going to sell it to you.
Yi Ming smiled with a pale, ancient well, then when the time comes, you cannot cry. He already had a plan in mind, and did not say much more, directly leaving Tu Ming office.
If I regret, I am your grandson. The voice of Tu Ming yelling came from behind.
Chapter 29 The Most Expensive Restaurant. Yi Ming already had plans when he left. He found Qin Jiaqing and asked her to assign a person from the company to handle this matter. The one who came to assist Yi Ming was Qin Jiaqing's newly recruited assistant named Jean Ruerue, 22 years old this year, just graduated from Peking University's Manhwa School of Management, proficient in English, Spanish, and Italian, and with a strong working ability. Jean Ruerue originally had the opportunity to enter the world's top 500 companies, but I do not know what Qin Jiaqing used the law. She was lured into the unheard of starry-eyed technology. Boss, what are your orders? Jean Ruerue is wearing a professional set of dresses, slim body is visible, the face is standardized and round, is a full beauty. You help me to see what other soccer schools in Shanghai in addition to Matilda Soccer School, the operation of which is in poor condition to me to find out, immediately. Okay, boss. Jean Ruerue thumped and led the way. A short while later, she came back, holding a document. Boss, at present Shanghai in addition to the Mingda Football School, there are 3 football schools, respectively, located in Chongming Zhenbao Soccer School, located in Jinshan Jinlong Soccer School. There is also a soccer school located in Bashan Xinhua, in which the Jinlong football school's operating conditions are the worst, his size and the smallest in the 4 football schools. The current leased students, only 321 people, and 17 coaches. It has the smallest scale among the 4 schools, with only 321 students and 17 coaches. In addition, what can be found is that they have about $15 million in debt and are looking for investors. Jean Ruerue was worthy of being a senior student at Peking University. Her work efficiency was very high. The boss gave her a task, and she organized all aspects of the information. Yi Ming was satisfied with this point and even praised her for being worthy of being a senior student of Peking University.
In your opinion, how much value is left in Jinlong Football School's current one? Yi Ming asked.
Extrapolating from the public information, Jinlong Soccer School is currently worth about $24.5 million, not including the $15 million of debt. Yiming nodded and said without hesitation, "You help me send a takeover offer to the holding organization of Jinlong Football School, bidding 50 million renminbi." $50 million? Boss, isn't 50 million a bit much? I think 40 million is enough. Jean Ruwei said seriously. Just $50 million, your boss, I'm not short of money. Yiming smiled faintly. Jean Ruwei covered her mouth and ate a shock. How can this boss not even save money? Could it be that there was more money than he could use? She really guessed right. Yiming now not only has more money than he can use up, the daily interest of 1 billion M gold also continues to come in. The district of 10 million is not even a hair. When the principal of Jinlong Football School received the offer in his mailbox, he almost jumped up and down. Jinlong Football School is very small, only 2 stadiums, although the whole school only 300 students, but for the football school, the practice field is still not enough. But they don't have the funds to buy land to expand and add equipment, and because their principal can't make connections and didn't get policy funding from the organization, they are currently struggling to operate, and are at risk of closing down at any time. Immediately agree to the other side of the acquisition offer, but must be clear with the other side of our recent situation, not to deceive the other side. The principal instructed the finance minister. The finance minister stammered, his face a little difficult. "Principal, is this really good? The other party's bid far exceeds the current value of our football school. If the other party knows our bottom line, may pressure the price." The principal waved his hand. "I don't care what others do, but I have to be honest in my business. That's it, right? You book a place for me. I'm going to invite the boss of the other side to have a meal, and talk to him." "All right then." The finance minister sighed. This principle is because there is a righteousness in his body, but he does not have that kind of absolute strength, so he let the football school fall into today's struggling field. If he knows how to change, according to the current domestic policy, the football school will definitely not be in debt. However, the financial minister to work with the principal, anything is reasonable and legal, no shame, eat well and sleep well, do not have to worry about doing false accounts. Suddenly one day was caught, so he has been following the principal to death. As for the place to have dinner, the finance minister is a bit hesitant. "Boss, still booked in the old place? That won't do, that place is too low end, like that level of boss. In and out certainly won't be the same as us, like this, you go to Knight's Cuisine to book a place." "Lee's Cuisine?" "Principal, although the per capita consumption there is more than 1,000 yuan, but a meal down, casually eat will be tens of thousands of dollars, booked there will not be too expensive? At present, there is not much money on the account. The other party promised to buy our football school, but the funds do not know when it will arrive." The principal gritted his teeth. "The money for this meal is not counted as public funds inside, I'll pay for it myself." The finance minister hesitated for a moment, then said, "That's fine, I will go to book a seat." Yiming at this time is looking at the specific information of Jinlong Football School. He called Jean Ruwei. "Ruwei, you go to help me book a place in the most expensive restaurant in Shanghai. I want to invite the other principal to have a meal." He just finished. The phone rang. After knowing that the other side also want to invite him to dinner, Yiming laughed. "This meal should be my treat. You guys work too hard for the football school, it should be a treat." The other party excused himself, but had to let Yiming make the decision. After all, Yiming is the gold master, he has money, he is the boss, he said. When receiving the restaurant information sent over by Yiming, the finance minister was stunned. Surprisingly, it was Ultraviolet Bepal Parrot. He muttered. "What do you mean? Which place?" The principal was puzzled. He didn't know English and had never been to that place. "It's the most expensive restaurant in Shanghai, bar none. A meal can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, or even millions if you're a bit extravagant." The headmaster suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The principal immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They usually went to the most expensive restaurant. A meal down is not more than $1,000. Nima fortunately did not go to that what night family cuisine, or else lose a great deal of shame. He laughed with a somewhat embarrassed face. Chapter 30 All quit school. Acquisition of Jinlong Football School. Things very smooth. Yiming and the principal of the exchange of some of his ability to work on the principal is still recognized. There is a love of soccer heart, but the lack of financial support, but also by the other 3 football schools sidelined by the organization cannot get funding, so let the school is in a predicament. Yiming acquisition of football school certainly will not do anything personally. He intends to still hire the principal to grasp the management, but those coaches must be re-examined, cannot appear the kind of assholes Han Dongjiang. The principal listened to Yiming's plan, head nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Exceptions. I acquired your football school is not want to make money through it. I am prepared to first inject 100 million M gold funds to support you to Jinlong Football School scale expansion and equipment renovation, as well as to hire a high level of foreign coaches. Domestic reputation better grassroots coaches also give me to dig over. What? $110 million? Hearing that Yiming was prepared to inject another 100 million M gold, the principal's mouth was suddenly wide open and almost couldn't close. He knew that even if he added up the other 3 soccer schools, they weren't worth 100 million M gold.
Yiming faintly said, "That's right, if the funds are not enough, I will continue to add, we have to do to be the best football school in the country. By the way, there is one thing I want to emphasize. I want you to dig up all the students of the Mingda Football School. Tell those children, they come to Jinlong Football School will be exempted from all tuition fees, and there will be no red packets to the coach in order to go on the field to play matches, all fair competition." Good. The principal was so excited that his hands were trembling. This was something he had always wanted to do, but unfortunately he didn't have the funds. But now with Yiming's help, it was as if his life's wish had been fulfilled, and he had no regrets in his life. He nodded fiercely, clenched his fists, and secretly resolved to do things beautifully, and to do something practical for Oriental soccer. The acquisition process was completed quickly, and the $100 million arrived quickly. After the principal got the money, he was energized and began to renovate the facilities and expand the stadium. On this day, advertisements floated all over the outside of the campus of the Matilda Football School, and parents saw them and talked about it. The parents saw the advertisements and talked, "Is it true that Jinlong Football School waives all tuition fees and only pays a portion of the living expenses? Didn't I hear that it was about to close down?" Yes, it was about to close down, but then it was bought by a big boss who was very rich and really wants to do something for Oriental soccer. How can they make a profit without tuition? How can they maintain without making a profit? Football schools are not charitable organizations. I don't think it's a good idea. Hey, usually this kind of big boss has other main business. I guess it is the main business to make money to support the football school. You don't let your children go? Che, you think the boss is a philanthropist? I'd better wait and see, rashly leave. I feel will offend the coach, then Jilong side of the yellow, this side of him, and do not let our children to play the game. I look for who to cry, can play the game is the most important. I heard that Jinlong Football School is going to hire a lot of high-level foreign coaches in Ozone, together with a lot of domestic local coaches with good reputation. I feel that this is a reliable thing. Really? If so, that's great. Our family was about to fall apart trying to get our kids to play soccer, and now there's finally hope. Just because the advertisement said that there would be no red packets for the coach to play, I decided to let our kid try it out. At this time, Lao Xia appeared with Xiao Xia, who had become the first student that Jinlong Football School had poached from Mingda Football School, and they came here, of course, to give those hesitant parents a peace of mind, telling them that everything said in the advertisement was true. After listening to the description of the old Xia family, all of a sudden, the parents who were originally a little shaken immediately made up their minds. Next, Mingda Foot School principal office inside the chaos into a pot of porridge, heads of black pressure gathered inside. Many parents of children from poor families have asked to withdraw. Tu Ming has been burned out. According to this trend, the students of the school will be reduced by more than half. If they withdraw, the annual tuition fee will be drastically reduced. He has just invested $30 million to expand the scale of the football school. If this time there is a large-scale withdrawal incident, he cannot recover the cost, undoubtedly a fatal blow to him. Parents, please be quiet. I think this is a conspiracy played by Jinlong Football School to provoke the relationship between you and Matilda Football School. Please don't be fooled. Think about it. What school in the whole world does not charge tuition fees? Not to mention a professional school like a soccer school. I don't care, even if it's a conspiracy, we'll admit it. I've had enough of shady schools like yours where you have to give the coach a red packet in order to let your children play on the field and play matches. That's right. Drop out. Drop out. Drop out. Drop out. Drop out. Withdrawal. Parents want to withdraw from the school cannot refuse, otherwise it is illegal. After the first batch of parents to test the waters to determine that Jinlong School does not charge tuition, and do not have to give the coach red envelopes. Boom, all the students of the Mingda Football School suddenly transferred to the Jinlong Football School. The rest of the original family of those children also withdrew together. Tu Ming looked at the empty campus, suddenly remembered the last strange youth left before leaving the words, at this time to think of the back of a cold piece, hate to take the head to hit the wall. Now not to mention crying, even want to die heart. He has completely lost his family's money, the secretary has long abandoned him, his wife also wanted to divorce him, and Han Dongjing after losing his job, was Jinlong Football School on the blacklist, and notified the national football schools, indicating that this coaching conduct is not good, not recommended for employment. With sufficient financial support, Jinlong Football School quickly changed from a small football school with only 300 students to a large football school with 3,000 students. The 2 pitches were increased to 50 pitches, the students had enough space, the number of matches increased, and every student got a match to exercise. Chapter 31, Goddess Willow Live Streaming. Next, Yiming assigned Jean Ruerue and the principal to form a team headed by Jean Ruerue to go to various well-known clubs in the Ozone to dig up some high-level youth training coaches to come back. It had to be said that money was good, they dug 10 high-level coaches at once. Yiming looked at the flourishing Jinlong soccer school, his heart was satisfied. When this group of kids grew up, he hoped to produce an Oriental's own Messi or Crow. He paid special attention to Xiao Xia's matches and found that his level was indeed higher than that of his peers, which made him glad that he hadn't missed out on a good seedling. After Lure asked Li Bei that day, she immediately also messed up the live broadcasting thing. She randomly chose a live broadcast platform and took a name called Willow Child.
Because she was a newcomer, not many people paid attention to her at the beginning. The pop-up screen was very cold and occasionally drifted past one or two. But Lure didn't care at all. She just immersed herself in the joy of singing, occasionally looking at the comment pop-ups and chatting with netizens from time to time. Some people watching the live broadcast liked to sweep around and by chance clicked on this live broadcast room called Willow Air, and all of a sudden one of them were unwilling to go. The girl is so beautiful, why haven't I seen her before? Goddess. Absolute goddess. A goddess with no popularity? No, I'm going to advertise. Advertisements, my ass. Goddesses should be appreciated quietly, don't let those beggars disturb our goddesses. I've decided not to watch any more live broadcasts of Chen Yifar or Feng Qima. I will squat here, no one can drive me away. After the initial coldness of Lure's live room, her popularity quickly soared, and many fans spontaneously went to other anchors' live rooms to advertise. Everyone, go see Willow Child. Who is Willow? The first goddess. Come and fight. I'll be damned. First goddess. She's scum in front of me, Chen Yifar. Upstairs, when did you go blind? Of course there were more fans, and the gifts began to fly up like crazy, and Willow quickly rose to the top of the gift list. Another female anchor who always dominated the top of the gift list of this live platform, named Imomi, saw that she was actually surpassed by someone, and was so jealous that she was bubbling over. At a second glance, she was actually a newcomer, and she was immediately enraged. It must have been swiped. I'm telling you, no one has ever been able to reach the top of the gift list on the first day, let alone a newcomer without any fame. It must be someone who was being maintained by a rich man. Humph. What's the big deal? Don't think you're the only one who can swipe. Mermy grunted to herself. She immediately sent a voice Weibo with a very whiny tone to her godfather. Godfather, the top spot of people's gift list has been brushed down, so help me snatch it back. After a while, she received a reply. A Gashtuan panting middle-aged man's voice came out from the phone. Baby, Godfather is busy. You wait a moment. Sure, Godfather love you. Imomi threw the cell phone away with a hand. Hump, must be with that vixen again. Men don't have a good thing. Imomi saw the people in his live room is getting less and less, the gift also plummeted, the mood is getting worse and worse, no matter how she is in front of the camera cute and pampered, but also cannot stop the audience to leave, simply huffed and puffed to close the live broadcast. At the same time, the number of viewers in Willow's live room is showing explosive growth, the number of pop-ups almost took up the entire screen, simply cannot see her face, the gift brush also sent flying. Seeing so many people coming in, as well as the ever-increasing variety of gifts, Willow Child was a bit confused. How could so many people come? Did I sing so well? As the number of viewers continued to increase, quite a few fans of other female anchors also came in, and they indiscriminately began to curse, saying that she was a mistress and lover who had been adopted by a rich man, and that she had colluded with insiders to swipe the charts. Lure was originally very happy, but as those unwarranted sneering comments appeared, she was depressed. She was singing properly, she didn't invite anyone to mess with her, so why did she come to smear herself? She felt a little aggrieved, and after explaining a few sentences, she simply turned off the computer to end the live broadcast. Never come to this platform live again, humph. As soon as those viewers saw that the goddess hadn't been live for long enough to actually shut down, and then looked at her explanation, they immediately became enraged. They immediately aimed their spearheads at those who deliberately smeared Lure and demanded an apology from them. Grass Mudhorse, hurry up and apologize to my goddess Lu. Those who don't apologize will have their ancestors' graves dug up within 8 generations. Nima, all do not squeak it. Grass Mudhorse Black, wish you have a son without a small JJ, have a daughter without a small BB. But in the network, others do not squeak, you cannot help. Those who are not responding to see people, after a few curses, but also lack of interest, no longer pay attention. After seeing Willow's live broadcast and then looking at other female anchors, the gap was obvious, and those people felt tasteless. Not as good as Goddess Lu, even if the singing is so bad, go home and have a baby. Don't come out and pollute the eyes of the masses. My ears. Does anyone know when Goddess Lu's next live broadcast will be? I don't know. Goddess Lu is still a wild anchor. Is she? The platform actually let such a good anchor not sign, all sign some big road color, poor evaluation. The female anchor who was live broadcasting couldn't help it. Nima was discussing other female anchors one by one in her own live room. In the end, what was the meaning of this? She cold face, voice is very cold. Please care about your friends of Goddess Lu, do not discuss in my live room. This is my territory, thank you. At that moment, Hula, the original lively live broadcasting room was instantly cold and quiet, leaving only 3 or 2 big cats and small cats. Or half a day without saying anything of the kind. This female anchor was furious. Looking at the few zombie viewers, she was angry and no longer in the mood to live. Willow Child, this anchor is like a meteor, only appeared once, with amazing speed quickly climbed to the top of the gift list and popularity list position. But then after a long time, it didn't appear again. This on the one hand, in addition to the first live broadcast to make Lure angry, homework and study is also relatively tight is also one of the reasons. She does not have much free time to live broadcast. In fact, Lure felt that if she could always sing quietly, the audience quietly listening, from time to comment on a few sentences, don't smear for no reason on the line. Willow Child's flash in the pan attracted the attention of the senior management of the live platform, only they know, Willow Child's popularity as well as the gift is completely real, not brush out. The value of this can be imagined how huge. They will never let go of this platform can make a big profit. They will never let go of this opportunity to make the platform earn a lot of money, and even rise up to compete with first-tier live platforms such as Douyu and Huya.
Chapter 32, The Man Who Wanted to Be a Star.
I think it's necessary for us to sign this anchor woman up to prevent her from being poached by other platforms. Someone in the conference room proposed.
She's just a newcomer, it's unbelievable that she can have such an achievement. Is this gift and popularity of hers really not brushed?
I feel it's a bit risky to sign her hastily. I'll say this as the company's technical director. Willow Child's viewers are all old users who used to be active on the platform, and the IP addresses show that they're located all over the country, basically ruling out that it's a brushing behavior. The one sitting at the front of the room was the general manager of the live streaming platform, who was also the godfather that Mermi had talked about that day. In the past, Momi was able to firmly occupy the top position of the gift list, without the secret help of this godfather. After he watched the replay of Lure's live broadcast, his mind had long drifted to the 9 clouds. Nima, such a good resource, absolutely have to take it, and this girl is really good looking, if you can hee.
The general manager suddenly burst out laughing in the meeting.
The crowd was surprised at this time, looking at the general manager, each dumbfounded, and
General Manager Wu, what's so happy? Someone asked.
Mr. Wu reacted, his face was a little embarrassed. Oh, nothing, right, where did it go?
You guys continue, I'm listening.
Mr. Wu, for the matter of signing or not signing Willow Child, we have reached an agreement, that is, we must sign it. If it falls into the hands of competitors, it will be a great loss for our platform. That's right, Willow's potential is very huge. The future popularity can definitely be compared to Chunifar and Fongzimo. This is an opportunity for the development of our platform. I feel that with Willow alone, we can make our platform strong enough to fight against those first-tier live broadcasting platforms in the future. Mr. Wu nodded, I think so too. So next, the focus of our discussion is, at what price to sign her?
A vice president said, Mr. Wu, I think we should take advantage of the fact that she is still not well known, to sign her at a low price for 10 or 8 years. This can greatly create value for the platform.
Oh? How are you sure she will agree to sign at a low price? The other vice president asked rhetorically. Mr. Wu looked at them with interest. Then what kind of price do you think we should sign her at? 10 years $1 million. 5 years and $1 million. The two vice presidents had different opinions. Mr. Wu nodded, considering the company's interests. If we can sign her at a low price, we should try to sign her at a low price. After all, she has only broadcasted live once. How will she develop in the future? There are variables. Let's do it this way. Let's take 10 years and $1 million as the first offer, if not, 5 years and $1 million offer.
Okay.
Unconsciously, Lure created a record. That is, with a short live broadcast, she was able to obtain the signing of the platform. If it was spread out, it would definitely make the hearts of those anchors who were scratching their heads and hissing and howling in front of the camera every day and on time, but did not have much popularity, uneven. When Lure registered on the platform, she left her cell phone number, so they contacted Lure through this cell phone number.
$1 million for 10 years, or $100,000 a year?
Lure cocked her head in surprise when she received the text message. She hadn't even thought about the fact that she could make that much money in a year before, and although Brother Ming treated her well and had enough money to spend, the sense of accomplishment of being able to make her own money was very different. I'm going to give Brother Ming a surprise and tell her that I can earn money too.
Lure was very happy. Let Sister Chen help me see if it's reliable first.
She went upstairs and knocked on Chen Jiaqing's room door. Chen Jiaqing was rarely busy this time, holding a cup of coffee and watching the BBC's economic news. When she heard the knock on the door, she personally went to open the door.
Lure? What's the matter?
Sister Chen, I received an invitation to sign up for a live broadcasting platform, and the other party offered me $1 million for 10 years.
Can you help me out? Is it a good deal?
You can show me which platform you've broadcasted on, and what your popularity rating was when you broadcasted. Chen Jiaqing also knows a little about this business.
Lure directly found the platform on her computer where she was live streaming at the time.
Chen Jiaqing took a look at her popularity list and gift list, both of which were ranked first at the same time.
It seems like I've only been live streaming for about an hour. Lure said. An hour to occupy the top of both the popularity list and the gift list, and only give you $1 million for 10 years?
Chen Jiaqing's eyes widened. Which live platform can really black off?
Lure was a bit confused. What does it mean?
Chen Jiaqing fixedly looked at her. With your potential, the future is enough to counterbalance or even exceed the live circle of those famous first-line female live. This company obviously want to take advantage of the time you still have no fame to ruthlessly slaughter you a knife. This contract absolutely cannot be signed.
I can give Brother Ming a surprise. Lure lowered her head and said. But you absolutely can't sign with them at this price, $1 million for 10 years? Dream on. Then what to do?
Chen Jiaqing covered her mouth and thought for a while, said, Lure, first not in a hurry to sign, anyway, there is no lack of money, with your potential, just go to any live platform or able to sign a high price, they are bullying you or a newcomer, don't know anything, so they put out such a low price. Sister Chen can make a guarantee that you can definitely later in the big platforms gently and easily sign a live contract of tens of millions of dollars in annual salary. But, our Lure is going to be a big star in the future, how can she be a full-time anchor, it's too low.
Chapter 33, Not Interested. $10 million a year? That much? Sister Chen, you're not kidding, right? Lure was shocked.
No joke, and from your live broadcast of this short hour, it can be seen that you will absolutely explode in popularity when you enter the entertainment industry in the future, and the money you earn in a year can be more than 10 million, hundreds of millions are not even a matter of course, at that time, you can earn much more than Sister Chen.
Chen Jiaqing laughed. Lure covered her mouth in surprise, am I really that good?
Chen Jiaqing patted her chest,
who is your Sister Chen?
When I say there is, well, ignore the signing invitation of this live broadcast platform, 1 million for 10 years, do their spring and autumn dream.
Oh.
Luer got Chen Jiaqing's explanation, the heart is clear, no longer pay attention to the signing invitation of that live broadcasting platform, every day according to the routine of going to school and leaving school to take private lessons. That live platform saw Luzier actually did not reply, the signing of the person in charge of Wei Hui is a little anxious, at first it was texting, Luer then explained, said he was busy with schoolwork, no intention of signing, the other side then sent a text message, she did not pay attention to it. Seeing the text message as useless, Wei Hui began to phone bombardment, lure directly the other party's phone number to pull black. The conference room of the live broadcast platform company.
Mr. Wu, the other party has no intention of signing. Isn't the 10 years and 1 million price too low? What should we do?
You said that the other party is still a high school student, if she is a high school student, this 10 years and $1 million is definitely quite a lot, could it be that she comes from a wealthy family and doesn't see this amount of money at all?
Mr. Wu frowned.
Mr. Wu actually still can't hold down the fire in his heart, he has already regarded this anchor as the same as other female anchors, and he can play with it at will in the future.
The moment he thought of that stunning beauty, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement.
He touched his chin and continued, no, this anchor absolutely cannot lose this opportunity, our platform to fight against the fighting fish and tiger tooth, I do not know how long it will take, you help me try to make an appointment with the other side, I want to interview with her. Wei Hui smiled bitterly, Mr. Wu, the other party simply ignored us, let alone asking her to meet. When Mr. Wu heard this, he was furious, did the company pay for you to come and eat dry rice? No matter what methods, give me about not, you damn pack my bag and get out. Wei Hui behind a cold, but the heart cannot stop cursing, Nima, who ing still do not know your dirty mind, make yourself for the company how righteous like. However, in order to keep this job, Wei Hui or in accordance with the requirements of Mr. Wu to do. Since the SMS phone does not work, then directly simply find out her specific information, directly to her home or her school to find her face to face. He spent money to find a hacker, and through the traces left by Lure on the internet, he quickly got her specific information.
Real name is Tian Lure, from the countryside? Parents are farmers, unemployed, and currently studying at ZU Noble High School? That's a bit of a contradiction, huh? He was a bit puzzled after getting Lure's background information. The information you want is all here, anymore and it's gone.
As for why there's this contradiction, it's not within my scope of work. The hacker said indifferently. In front of ZU Noble High School, Wei Hui was squatting at the school entrance on time this day waiting for school to end. Yiming had been busy with the foot school recently, so he came to pick up Lure a little late every day. Lure had always deliberately waited a little later to come out, and when she left the school gate, there was basically no one left. Wei Hui originally did not see Lure come out, was planning to leave, but in the last glance before leaving saw Lure, suddenly heart was overjoyed. Wei Hui is 35 years old this year, usually see most of the anchors or some plastic surgery zombie face, how to see the pure and lovely Lure, feel a mental fire came out, he felt that this Liujier is more beautiful than the live broadcast. He quickly stepped forward and stopped in front of Lure, may I ask if you are Tian Lure? I am the person in charge of signing the live broadcast platform that contacted you before, our old boss wants to talk to you. Wei Hui was full of smiles and extended his hand to shake hands with Lure. Lure looked at him warily, her eyebrows furrowed and she simply ignored his outstretched hand. Didn't I say I wouldn't sign? How did you guys find me? Wei Hui stared at Lure's stunningly beautiful face, laughed, withdrew his hand and wiped it behind his buttocks. We have our own methods for this, but please consider it more, after all, this is a rare opportunity, if it were someone else, we wouldn't even consider it. Sorry, I have already considered it clearly, please go back. Lure's pretty face was icy cold as she turned around and was about to leave. Wei Hui hurriedly stopped Lure, don't be in a hurry, Tian student, you can go to this kind of noble high school, I think your family's condition is good, how about this, we offer $5 million. How's that? This price should be satisfied, once you sign, will be the object of our platform to promote, we will mobilize all the resources to promote you, your popularity will be greatly increased, this is how many anchors are dreaming of the benefits, you do not think more? Sorry, not interested. Lure still didn't consider it at all. Wei Hui is a bit angry, he came all the way here to beg you to sign in a low voice, but he still won't even agree? Mr. Tian, after this village, there won't be this store anymore, this is a wonderful opportunity, if you miss it, you won't get it again. His face was a little unsightly, while his eyes began to look around to notice the people who were out and about. Chapter 34 Anger Brews. Lure lazily ignored him and directly left. Wei Hui saw that no one was around, his heart was ruthless, suddenly grabbed Lure's arm fiercely and tried to pull her inside his car. Lure screamed in fear and immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Let go of me." She couldn't imagine that this person would dare to do it directly in broad daylight. Wei Hui had already given up, at this time no one was around, it was the right time to strike. When she grabbed Lure's soft and boneless wrist, she felt the fire underneath her body getting more and more prevalent. He has not cared, the hands of the force is getting bigger and bigger, although Lure struggled to break free, but still by him a little bit to the car dragged over. Lure is a little scared, but after all, from the countryside out, the nature still retains the wild components. She directly kicked between Wei Hui's legs. "You give me to let go." Wei Hui gritted his teeth in pain, but still did not let go. His eyes were already red at this time, as if he had completely changed. He had forgotten the first purpose of his visit from the moment he saw Lure. And the fact that Lure rejected him over and over again made him even more furious. Anger was the easiest way to lose one's mind. And just at this moment, the roaring waves of engine sound roared in. Yiming saw this scene from a distance, and his anger bubbled up wildly as he fiercely pressed his foot on the gas pedal. The Lamborghini Aventador sensed its owner's anger, and its bodywork whistled like a sword as it raced forward. After leaving a long string of tire tracks, the Lamborghini stopped, and Yiming directly jumped out of the car without saying a word. And Wei Hui, who heard the loud engine sound at this time, saw someone coming over, just grabbed Lure's hand and didn't continue dragging her away. He thought it was a passerby, wait for this person to leave and then do it. If the other party wants to come over and ask, he has already thought of an excuse, then say that he is Tian Lure's father, and a conflict arose between the two of them, and he came to pick up his daughter and take her home. But what he did not expect was that the young man who came down from the Lamborghini car, without saying a word, rushed over and kicked him hard in the stomach. MMP. Yiming roared with rage. Wei Hui was kicked away, also on fire, covering his stomach, stood up and said angrily, "Who the hell are you? Heroic rescue? Do you know who I am, her? I came to pick up my daughter after school off your business." However, before he finished speaking, he was immediately dumbfounded, only to see Lure directly jumped into the arms of the young man, crying loudly, "Brother Ming." Yiming tenderly touched her head to pacify, "Brother Ming is here, it's okay." He then stared at the man dead on. Wei Hui did not expect that this young man is actually the person who came to pick up Tian Lure, and he just actually posed as her father. Suddenly felt that the situation is not good, he coldly snorted, "It seems that I recognized the wrong person." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Yiming saw that he lightly left a sentence of mistaken identity and wanted to leave. How could it be that cheap? He let go of Lure and directly rushed over and kicked him again from the back. Although Wei Hui was alert, he was still kicked in the face. His face hit the ground hard, the inside of his nose and mouth was full of blood. He stood up and pointed at Yiming and angrily shouted, "What gives you the right to hit people? I'm going to sue you, I'm going to make you go to jail." Yiming stared at him, his eyes were cold and scary. He didn't say anything, just slowly walked towards him. This lewd man even dared to hit Lure's idea. It was hard to calm his heart's anger if he didn't teach him a hard lesson. When Wei Hui saw Yiming walking towards him, and then looked at the eyes that seemed to want to eat people, his eyelids jumped, his back went cold, and he turned around and wanted to run. Yiming quickly caught up and kicked him to the ground again, then his fists smashed over him like a raging storm. Wei Hui could only cover his head with both hands. He was afraid that the moment he let go, the other party would blow his head off. In his heart, he already regretted messing with Lure, and just by looking at the car driven by the person who picked her up, a Lamborghini Aventador of more than $8 million, he knew that Tian Lure's family background was not expensive, and he had just said that he wanted to sue Yiming, but it was just a way to show off his tongue, hoping to scare the other party. Not to say that he first had a misbehavioral purpose, even if not, he was a small man who wanted to fight with this kind of rich family. There is only one way to die. Wei Hui was already weak and bent on escaping, but as a result, he was pressed to the ground by Yiming and swung his fists wildly, losing his ability to resist at all. Miserable screams came one after another. Yiming didn't get up until he was sweating profusely. Wei Hui had already turned into a pig's head at this time, his eyes were barely able to open with a blue nose and face, and he didn't know how many bones were broken all over his body. He was lying on the ground, like a dead dog, maintaining the posture of covering his head, not daring to move a muscle. "If I see you again, I will beat you once." Yiming left behind a sentence and added a hard kick towards his head, then left with Lure. In the car, Yiming's brows were furrowed. This time it was fortunate that he arrived in time. If he was a little later, the consequences would be unimaginable. He blamed himself a little, blaming himself for coming so late to pick up Lure.
But he also knew that he couldn't stay by Lure's side forever. It seemed necessary to find a personal bodyguard for Lure. When he thought of this, he picked up the phone beside him and called Jean Rue Rue. Rue, help me go to the security company to find a few retired bodyguards from the Women's Special Warfare Team, remember, the most powerful ones. Okay, boss. Lure nestled in her seat, holding her school bag in her arms. It was nothing at the time, but now that I think about it, I'm still a little scared. Yiming gave her a heartbreaking look and reached out to touch her head. Lure, it's okay, this won't happen again. In order not to let Brother Ming worry, Lure nodded her head. Chapter 35, Bringing Down the Live Streaming Platform. Returning to Shangshi Huating, Yiming asked Lure who that person was and what exactly happened. Lure told Yiming the whole story, and after Yiming heard it, his face was horribly gloomy. After thinking about it, he turned around and went upstairs to find Chen Jiaqing and told her a brief overview of what happened, then asked. This kind of company is a scourge to keep, do you have any way to bring this company down? Chen Jiaqing frowned slightly, pursed her lips and thought, there is a way, but it may be more underhanded. Who cares, they dare to pull people on the street in order to get the anchor to sign up, is there anything more underhanded than those of them? Yiming snorted coldly and continued, I originally wanted to directly acquire, but once I thought about it, this kind of live broadcasting company usually loses money, so it would be cheaper for me to acquire them instead. Chen Jiaqing laughed a little, to bring down a live streaming platform is actually the simplest thing, easier than bringing down any company. Let's say, you directly go to the red light district to spend money to find a few ladies, and then register a few more accounts on that platform, let them live broadcast with a larger scale, you know what I mean, and then you report it to the regulator, and this live broadcast platform will be blocked in minutes. This is a great idea. This is a great idea, why didn't I think of it? Yiming slapped his head, then gave Chen Jiaqing a thumbs up, worthy of being a highly intelligent beauty, awesome. I'm convinced. Chen Jiaqing waved her hand, not caring about his praise. Of course, you still have to find a powerful hacker, so that their company can't block those live accounts themselves, otherwise they will find out as soon as you go live, and they will forcefully shut down the live room themselves, and there's nothing you can do about it. Okay, I know. I'll get someone to do it. After that things went well, that live platform was soon blocked by the regulator because of pornography. After Wei Hui was beaten up that day, he took some time off in order to heal his wounds, and when he returned to the company again, he found that everyone's face was gloomy and worried. What happened to the company? He pulled a colleague beside him and asked. Our platform is involved in pornography and has been blocked by the regulators. How could this happen? Couldn't we have discovered it ourselves? Can't we just block those accounts directly? The other party shook his head. If it was that simple, it would be good. To say it is strange, those people live, someone reported, our technicians immediately take action, but our backstage system has been hacked, completely out of our control, and when those people live once the end of the backstage system can be controlled again. This is obviously someone behind the scenes. Wei Hui said. The other party lowered his voice and said, the discerning can see it, but it is just helpless, and then the regulators came, the consequences can be imagined, and now Mr. Wu is communicating with them. If the platform is blocked all the time, the company can't hold out for more than half a month, and there is also a possibility that Mr. Wu will go to jail because of this matter. General Manager's Office. Mr. Wu was sitting on the chair with a sad face. For the current predicament, he didn't have the slightest solution. Their company relies on the live platform viewers to give the anchor reward commission and advertising profit. Once the platform is blocked, not only lost the audience reward commission, but also because of the breach of contract and compensation for those advertisers huge sums of money. He couldn't wait to kill Wei Hui, because he had received a text message from an unknown source, telling him that their company was in this situation, which was entirely caused by Wei Hui. Wei Hui was ordered by him to ask Willow to come out and meet with him that day, but he didn't expect that not only did he not succeed, but he was also inexplicably injured and hospitalized. He was still thinking Wei Hui, about an anchor to meet will be injured, and then think about it, absolutely Wei Hui did let that anchor behind the people cannot tolerate things. He was not only beaten to hospitalization, but also implicated the company. Wei Hui today to report to Mr. Wu. He just entered the door, Mr. Wu found him, immediately copied the hands of the cup and smashed over. Why don't you go to hell? No back. Look what you've done. The company was killed by you. Wei Hui originally also felt particularly aggrieved. After all, is to do things for the company, a little benefit did not get, but also beaten hospitalized, did not get the comfort of the leadership is just. At this time and heard the accusation of Wu, suddenly temper up also fire, he dropped the hands of the document, yelled, Nima Force, I worked hard for the company, suffered a body injury, but also by your gas, who do you think you are? To the old man on the payroll is terrific. I deserve to be bullied by you? Mr. Wu saw Wei Hui even dared to talk back. More angry, he directly picked up the side of all the things that can be directly thrown over. Nima pussy, you harmed the company so miserable. Still come to my temper here, you think you and who? You're just a dog I raised. You, get thee out of here, get thee out of here. Wei Hui teeth clenched cackling, want me to go? Okay, you must reimburse me for the hospitalization fee, and then compensate me for 3 months of salary, otherwise, we are not finished. When Mr. Wu heard this, he laughed back in anger. You want the company to reimburse you for your medical expenses even though you've messed up the company like this? You want the company to reimburse you for your medical expenses and pay you another 3 months' salary? You've had your head filled with, right?
Wavewee coldly snorted, not to reimburse me for medical expenses and 3 months of wages. I'll put you and the anchor woman messing things out, we'll see.
Mr. Wu surprisingly calmed down after hearing this. He stared at Wavewee. The coldness in his eyes seemed to be able to eat away at his bones.
A few moments later, he slowly approached Wavewee, with his hand behind his back and a fountain pen cupped in his hand.
Chapter 36, Live Broadcast of the Conch.
Mr. Wu was in his 40s, originally not a match for Wavewee who was in his 30s, but Wavewee had just recovered from a serious injury, his body was weaker, and the two men's hands were evenly matched at this time. Mr. Wu close to him, suddenly a pen stabbing past, Wavewee subconsciously see the situation hurriedly reach out to block. The sharp tip of the pen then stabbed into Wei-Hui's arm, blood immediately flowed out, he cried out in pain and took a step back.
Do you want to kill? Wavewee covered his bleeding arm and roared angrily.
Mr. Wu wiped the corners of his mouth, his face was fat and hideous. I had no intention to put you out today, it's your own death, you asked for it. Said he again took the pen toward Wei-Hui ruthlessly stabbed over. Wei-Hui did not dare to be careless, and did not dare to block with his bare hands, panicked and dodged. Mr. Wu's body is obese, slow movements, a stab in the air, his feet stumbled, could not control the center of gravity himself fell forward. As a result, when he fell to the ground, his hand hit the stool, the pen nib suddenly changed direction strangely, aimed at his chest. Mr. Wu couldn't control his body, his obese body fell down, and the fountain pen directly pierced his heart.
Mr. Wu fell to the ground, grunted twice, and then did not move.
Wei-Hui watched all of this dumbfounded, his mind buzzing with confusion.
A piercing chill rose in his heart and he tentatively shouted, General Manager Wu?
However, Mr. Wu was already out of breath, lying motionless on the ground. Wei-Hui shouted 2 more times, there was still no response, his whole person was like falling into an ice cave, in his heart there was an extremely bad feeling, he leaned down and rattled General Manager Wu's body a little bit, all of a sudden, a large puddle of blood appeared under General Manager Wu's body.
Dead? Wei-Hui's face turned white, his hands couldn't stop trembling, what can be done? Currently he was the only one in the office, if he was found, who else was the murderer besides him? If the police came over, he would not be able to defend himself at all. That's right, leave immediately. He muttered with his lips trembling. And at this time, it just so happened that a female vice president came in to report the latest progress of the matter to Mr. Wu, and suddenly saw Mr. Wu collapsed in the middle of a pool of blood, with a fountain pen stuck in his chest. Immediately screamed out violently. Ah, dead people, ah, Mr. Wu is dead. Quickly come to people, ah. At once, hula a moment, the whole company gathered to the office door, looking at the Wei-Hui stood inside, their faces were shocked color. Without a doubt, in addition to Wei-Hui, the murderer did not have a second person. What's going on? Wei-Hui, he actually killed Mr. Wu? Was it Wei-Hui? Nonsense, who else is here but him? The murderer must be him. Why did he kill Mr. Wu? I just heard them arguing outside. It seems that Mr. Wu wanted Wei-Hui to leave his job, and Wei-Hui asked for reimbursement of medical expenses and compensation for 3 months' salary. Then Mr. Wu didn't agree, so he got up to kill? That must be it. The company's in a tough spot, and Wei-Hui's falling on his sword at this hour. He's a real piece of work. Quickly call the police and protect the scene. Someone shouted. Wei-Hui had a hard time defending himself and wanted to leave immediately, but he was blocked in the office by his former co-workers and couldn't get away. He had already heard his co-workers talking, and even if the murderer wasn't him, the police would still determine that he had a motive to kill based on the confession of the employee who had heard them arguing earlier. Wei-Hui wanted to get out like a madman, and he made a deadly dash for the outside. You killed someone and you still want to run? Brothers, don't let him get away. Hold him down. Don't let him move. He's an outlaw now. He could hurt anyone. Wei-Hui was held down by several male colleagues, unable to move, let alone escape. Not long after, the police came to take Wei-Hui away. Yiming was a bit surprised when he saw the news from the internet. He originally just wanted to break the company, did not expect things to develop to the end. Actually, even the boss was killed. And the murderer was Wei-Hui, the person in charge of the contract who was beaten up by him that day. He skimmed through it a little bit and didn't want to care that much, preparing to close the page. Suddenly, an idea appeared in his mind. This live streaming platform currently had its old boss killed and a large number of employees leaving. It was the time when the market capitalization was at its lowest. If he made a bid to acquire it at this time, it would definitely be a good deal. After all, Lure loved to sing, so let her sing on her family's live streaming platform, and they could monitor the negative comments online anytime, anywhere. Moreover, this live streaming company's technology was mature and everything was still structured and complete, so it was much easier than starting a live streaming platform from scratch. He immediately discussed this to Chen Jiaqing, who agreed with him. Lure was preparing to enter the entertainment industry in the future, and if there was a platform for her to build up her popularity now, it would be very helpful for her to enter the entertainment industry in the future.
However, it was still a struggle to compete with the top-tier domestic live streaming platforms in a short period of time, and it was likely to face losses. However, Yiming didn't care at all. He waved his hand and set up a plan to buy this live streaming platform at a very low price and renamed it Tianluo Live.
The name originated from the Tianluo girl, and of course it also contains Lure's surname.
The rest of the specific acquisition matters naturally had Chen Jiaqing send someone to complete it. Yiming did not consider the issue of profitability at all. This Tianluo Live is completely his gift to Lure.
Chapter 37 doesn't want you to bother.
As Lure appeared live again, it instantly caused a sensational reaction in the live broadcast circle, and those viewers who were lucky enough to have seen a glimpse of Lure before flocked towards the Tianluo live broadcast. The server has collapsed a few times, causing the original technology is a bit lacking and the technical department immediately busy. Chen Jiaqing had to recruit a few other technical bulls to sit down, which completely solved the problem. Other live platform of a live room inside.
Tell everyone a good news, Goddess Lu reappeared. Comrades quickly go off.
Really? Ha, great, I can finally see my goddess again. I'm going to give her 100 cruise ships and 500 rockets.
Don't brag about it.
If you don't get her 100 cruise ships and 500 rockets, you'll be a grandson.
I'm going now. If I do, you're my grandson.
Hey, you rich guy, you need some leg hair?
Get lost. You want to use me to get close to the goddess? No way. The goddess Lu I've been thinking about for so long has finally shown up again. Ha!
The female anchor of this live broadcasting room saw that she was discussing giving gifts to other female anchors on her pop-up screen, and 10,000 grass mud horses raced past in her heart.
Nima, you want to give others brush-shot rocket? Why in the old lady here to say? Why don't you leave some for me?
Similar scene in the other major live platform of the female live room staged, other live platform in order not to cause large-scale loss of audience, directly to the Willow Child, Willow Goddess and other words set into a sensitive word to the direct shielding. Soon, the flow of Tianluo live streaming relies on the strength of Lu'er alone, quickly climbed to the status of second-tier live streaming platform. This greatly exceeded Chen Jiaqing's expectations. She believed that as long as this level was maintained, as long as another period of time passed, Tianluo Live would definitely be able to rank amongst the first-tier live platforms. However, Lure didn't often go live, and during the two time periods when she went live and didn't go live, the platform's traffic was no longer on an order of magnitude at all. Originally Chen Jiaqing could not care about this matter. After all, it was just a gift from Yiming to Lure, and Yiming clearly stated that he would not consider the issue of profitability. However, with Chen Jiaqing's strong character, she felt that since Yiming had handed this Tianluo Live over to her, she must make it the best live broadcast platform. In order to reverse the trend of traffic being polarized because of Lure, she thought about several options. One was to directly dig up famous anchors, the second was to dig up interesting grassroots anchors and expand their influence, and the third was to hold an anchor competition. After Yiming learned of her plan, he didn't even think about it and said directly, "What's the point of thinking so much? I decided to take the board, to occupy more than 95% of the market share of the live platform, including what the Fighting Fish Tiger Tooth acquisition. Some other small shrimp or something do not have to care."
Chen Jiaqing immediately ate a shock, wide-eyed look at him. You know how much money it costs to acquire these live platforms?
Besides, there is no need for this off. The domestic live broadcasting industry is in full swing, the money is vast. If you want to occupy the majority of the share, the price paid is by no means lower than the purchase of a Jinhu building. Yiming said without a care in the world, "How many times have I told you, you don't have to think about money?"
Chen Jiaqing looked at him steadily in the eyes. Then what is the purpose of your acquisition of so many live broadcast platforms?
Yiming's gaze did not avoid, his hands held Chen Jiaqing's arm, staring at her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were all tender. He slowly and warmly said, "Because I don't want you to be in this matter. Too much effort and energy, it's not worth it ah." Suddenly, two red clouds flew out of Chen Jiaqing's cheeks, and her heartbeat accelerated a little. This was a feeling she had never felt before. She had completely never thought that Yiming had actually spared no expense in acquiring almost all of the live streaming platforms because of this reason. Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes looked straight into Yiming's somewhat fiery eyes, and she also forgot to avoid it. This man in front of her, in order to not let her spend too much energy and effort, he actually wanted to directly buy the vast majority of the live streaming platforms.
Was this considered a gift to her? If this was done, the amount of money that would need to be spent would be absolutely astronomical.
And all of this, simply because this man in front of her didn't want to let herself expend too much effort and energy. She froze. Why? Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes looked into Yiming's eyes, and some mist spread out from the corners of her eyes. She felt a feeling that she had never felt before.
Could this feeling be called love?
A certain place in her heart that had always been vacant was filled in this inadvertent moment. But she didn't dare to be sure. She was an insecure girl, so she had always been very strong. Yiming finally said the words he had wanted to say for a long time, "Because, I like you ah. You are so beautiful, I can't let go." Chen Jiaqing was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Her beautiful eyes rounded and fixedly looked at Yiming. Yiming took this opportunity to lean down and kissed over. And Chen Jiaqing, at this time, also closed her eyes.
Chapter 38 Accident on the Streets of Kowloon.
After this day, there wasn't that sense of distance between the two of them, Yi Ming and Chen Jiaqing. But at Chen Jiaqing's request, they both carefully avoided Lure so as not to be discovered by her. While Lure was single-mindedly preparing for the college entrance exams, she occasionally went on Tian Luo lift to sing for a while, and didn't notice anything strange about the changes between Yi Ming and Chen Jiaqing. The matter of acquiring a live broadcasting platform was destined to be time-consuming and laborious, involving trade-offs and games between various parties, and was absolutely impossible to complete in a short period of time. So they decided to wait until after they bought the Golden Shanghai Mansion. Before the time for the Golden Shanghai Mansion auction was about to arrive, Yi Ming and Chen Jiaqing brought Lure and his father and mother together to run to Kowloon. Yi Ming went to the school to give Lure a leave of absence, saying that he wanted to take her on a trip to Kowloon, and the homeroom teacher agreed without saying a word. This was the god of fortune who had brought himself a huge $1 million prize, and would respond to any request. Before going, Yi Ming gave Lure another 2 bodyguards, more than 30 years old, are the battle-hardened women's special forces retired female soldiers, hands are very powerful, ordinary men they fight for in no time. As a result of this line, because of the large number of people, missed the boarding time, they had to change flights. Yi Ming felt that with so many people around him, it was very inconvenient to take a flight every time, and felt that it was time to purchase a private jet, and it would be much more convenient to travel around the world with his family in the future. However, the purchase of a private jet all need to be booked in advance to customize. The manufacturer will be customized according to the specific needs of the customer. Currently, the 2 most famous airplane manufacturers in the world are Airbus and Airlines A. Common civil aviation passenger aircraft are manufactured by these 2 companies. The airlines Boeing 737-747, Airbus A320, A330 are currently the world's civil aviation passenger aircraft of the main models. Yi Ming and Chen Jiaqing talked about their ideas. Chen Jiaqing was already not surprised about how much money Yi Ming actually had, and she was not too surprised that Yi Ming wanted to buy a private airplane. Although she was excellent at her job, she didn't know much about airplanes, and she now put herself in the position of the woman behind Yi Ming, letting him decide for himself. Yi Ming searched the internet to compare, and directly locked his eyes on the Airbus A380, a large airplane that could be called a giant in the air. Ordinary Airbus A380 has 555 seats, the price is as high as 2 billion renminbi, which does not include all kinds of taxes and fees, if calculated together is estimated to need 3 billion renminbi. Moreover, when the airplane is bought back, it can't be driven by itself, and a full-time pilot must be recruited to be on standby at all times. Coupled with the annual maintenance costs of several million or even tens of millions of dollars, as well as the huge amount of fuel costs, this Big Mac is a plaything that only the super rich can qualify to enjoy. However, Yi Ming was now a super rich man, and one who had never been seen before and would never be seen again. For him, buying an Airbus A380 was enough income for one day. He now had almost 100 billion M gold on his sub-card alone. Even if he bought the entire Airbus company, it wouldn't matter. For the Golden Shanghai Mansion, they were determined to get it. As long as it was something that could be smashed down with money, it was nothing. Of course, in addition to attending this auction, this line of work, Yi Ming bringing his parents and Lure to visit Kowloon was also one of the purposes, so even though the plane was late, they still arrived a few days early as well. Yi father and Yi mother, after this period of time to live in the Shangshi Hua Ting baptism, has no longer surprised by the prosperity of Kowloon. Lure is also just interested in Disney, especially with 2 female bodyguards to play once. On this day, Yi father and Yi mother rested in the hotel. Yi Ming, Chen Jiaqing and Lure and 2 female bodyguards were shopping. Suddenly, a thief violently would rush towards Lure with the intention of ripping the necklace off Lure's neck. Lure's 2 female bodyguards reacted very quickly, and the thief was overpowered by them before he could get close. One of the female bodyguards named Yu Kaihua was surprised when she saw the thief, as she actually recognized the other party. Afong? How come it's you? Sister-in-law? The thief called Afong was equally taken aback. A complex look appeared on Yu Tsaiwa's face. Afong, you have arms and legs, how can you do this? Yi Ming came over at this time with a cold face and asked, what's going on? His current mood was very bad. He actually dared to rob Lure on the street. Not to mention that he didn't snatch it, just the possibility of scaring Lure already made him very angry. Yu Kaihua suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Ming. Boss, this person is my ex-husband's brother. I know him, he is not a bad person, he must have encountered something to be like this. She turned her head and looked at the thief again. Afong, tell me why you came to do this. If you cannot tell me the reason, I will not forgive you lightly. Yi Ming calmly looked at those 2 people. The original good mood of the tour was disturbed by the sudden change of heart. If it wasn't for the bodyguard pleading for mercy, he would have definitely beaten this thief up severely. He stared at the thief for a while and said indifferently, I don't care what reason you have, you are breaking the law by robbing something on the street. Since your sister-in-law pleaded for you, I will listen to your reason for the time being, and if you can't tell me a reason, I will hand you over to the police. Thank you, boss. Yu Kaihua said gratefully. Then she questioned the thief. Afong, tell me, why did you come to do this? Afong lowered his head to death. Only after half a day did he raise his hand and wiped his tears, and slowly said, Sister-in-law, Shanwan is sick and needs money. What? Yutsaiwa's face changed violently. She suddenly went crazy, grabbed Feng's arms and shook them vigorously. What's wrong with Xiaonuan?
How is she now?
Where is your brother? She turned her head and explained to Yiming, Xiaonuan is the daughter of my ex-husband and I. After the divorce, the daughter was awarded to him. Xiaonuan is still in the hospital, need a large sum of money for surgery, kidney replacement. Brother has already fought more than a dozen underground boxing matches, but still not enough. I also want to help him.
Ah Feng bowed his head and sobbed. He's had a dozen fights and still hasn't gotten enough? Is your brother so weak now?
Yu Kaihua was puzzled. No, brother, he won all, but the big head is taken by his manager. Every time a fight, brother exhausted, but can only get a small part of the draw. Ah Feng gritted his teeth and said with hatred.
Chapter 39 Ahu.
Yiming probably knows the truth of the situation. This pair of brothers, in order to get enough money for Nwan's kidney, one crazy underground boxing match, one on the street to try to rob things on the street. As a result, they fell into the hands of two of Lure's bodyguards before they could get their hands on her. This one called Feng didn't have bad intentions and didn't win, so Yiming didn't intend to pursue the matter. He frowned at this time and asked, why did the manager get to take the lion's share of the match payout? Ah Feng clenched his fist and hammered the ground hard, because without the manager's guarantee, the underground boxing organization would not let my brother participate in the fight, and could not participate in the fight for a penny, and the manager knew that my brother was in desperate need of money, so he desperately squeezed my brother. Yiming suddenly remembered the last time he went home, the thoughts that arose when he picked up his father from the brick kiln, as well as when he went to the Manga football school to find that coach called Han Dongjing to reason with him. He hated the idea of directly and ruthlessly beating them up, but he could not beat them up himself, so he could only hold back. Although later also retaliated against them, but it is really not as good as on the spot, just hard back to the pleasure. He then wanted to find himself a bodyguard and fighter with powerful hands, but never found the right person. Perhaps this Ah Feng's brother is a good choice. After all, if he really fought more than a dozen underground boxing matches and won them all, then his strength is definitely the top of the line. Those who participated in underground boxing matches were basically a group of outlaws, and in order to survive, each of them had to fight for their lives. Those who had been baptized by this kind of experience generally viewed life and death lightly, and if they were allowed to be their bodyguards, they would definitely be very loyal, and even if they blocked bullets, they would not hesitate.
Yiming thought of this and asked somewhat eagerly, where is your brother now?
He is at the underground boxing club. He should be competing at this time.
Ah Feng said.
Take us there. Yiming decided to see this Ah Feng's brother's strength with his own eyes, and if he was really great, he absolutely had to be recruited at all costs.
Ah Feng told Yu Kaihua about the hospital room where Xiaonuan was, and Yiming gave her permission to go alone to see her daughter.
The place where the underground boxing matches were held was very secretive. After all, it wasn't something that saw the light of day, and the organization would never allow this kind of event to exist. So the clubs often changed places, and without an acquaintance to bring, the average person wouldn't be able to find the place at all. The group took two cabs. Ah Feng and Yiming sat in the front one to lead the way. Chen Jiaqing and Lure, as well as Lure's remaining female bodyguard, sat in the back and followed them. The cab passed through the busy neighborhoods of Kowloon, and slowly drove into a relatively remote and desolate suburb. Getting out of the car, Ah Feng led them into a place similar to an urban village. The old houses here were very dense, and as they walked in, it was dark and damp. Sure, the low buildings were very dated, many of the walls had moss growing on them, and dense wires cluttered the sky. Through a few alleys, they entered the basement of a house, paid the entrance fee. As soon as they went in, they heard noisy voices coming. There were a lot of people, men and women, shouting at the top of their voices. It seemed like everyone was crazy. The air was filled with a pungent smell, and there were a few waiter-like people who came up to ask them what they wanted to order. Yiming directly gave him a tip and let him leave. This kind of place can't just drink anything, not to mention that he is such a raw face with two big beautiful women. The boxing ring is a high platform with a length and width of 3 meters, with a wire cage covering the outside, and the contestants inside seem to be two fighting beasts, constantly tearing each other inside the cage until one side collapses or admits defeat. Now a boxing match is being held. Ah Feng introduced that one of the two opponents is his brother Ahu. Because Tiger has not lost a single match since he joined the fight, he has become the object of challenge for other contestants, and receives a lot of matches every day, which he accepts without exception in order to make money. Ahu looks more than 30 years old, at this time bare-chested, gnarled muscles, sweating in the cold light, looks like often seen in the movie Copper Luohan. The opponent was a bearded man half a head taller than Ahu. At this time the two sides were in the middle of a fierce battle, but Ahu clearly had the advantage. Although the physical size than the other side, but Ahu wins in the body dexterity and lightness. The big man, every punch swung over, either be blocked, or swung empty. While Ahu's fists fell on the big man's body as a fist to the flesh, the other party quickly out of support. Nose and face looks like a pig head. When the big man once again fell down, the referee counted 10 seconds, and still did not get up. The referee immediately declared Ahu to be the winner of the match. And the crowd were all yelling out Ahu's name like crazy, Ahu, Ahu. It seems that he has gained some popularity in the club after so many matches. After the match was over, Feng brought Yiming and a few others to find Ahu. Brother, congratulations on winning another game.
Ah Hu smiled a bit, glanced at Yiming and the others next to him, and asked Ah Feng, who are they? Did you bring them?
Yiming reached over at this time. Hello, my name is Yiming, Ah Feng's friend.
Ah Hu politely shook his hand, a simple smile on his face.
Hello, it's Ah Feng who brought you guys to see the game, right? Yiming smiled and nodded his head and was about to speak when his manager came over. The manager laughed and patted Tiger on the shoulder. Tiger, good job. Then he handed Tiger a paper bag. This is your commission for this match. Your recent performance is getting better and better. I've decided to raise your commission to 5,000 Hong Kong dollars per match from today. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Boss Yang.
Ah Hu took the paper bag and nodded towards Boss Yang. Ah Feng was glaring at Boss Yang from the side, his fists clenched tightly. It was obvious that he really hated this Boss Yang very much. Boss Yang was oblivious to the fact that he looked at Yiming, then saw Qin Jiaqing and Lure, and suddenly his eyes lit up. His face was full of smiles as he was about to speak. Tiger immediately walked up to block his line of sight. His face was expressionless, his head lowered as he slowly packed his gloves.
Chapter 40, Be My Personal Bodyguard.
When Boss Yang saw this, he smiled knowingly. Oh, your friend Ah?
You guys chat, I won't bother you.
He turned around and shook his obese body to leave. Ah Feng watched Boss Yang leave from the sidelines. The anger in his eyes seemed like it was going to spurt out. He viciously spat on the ground.
Yuck.
Ah Hu glared at him. How many times have I told you not to be like this? Brother, this guy is just too hateful. You win so much per game, but only give you so little, it's too black-hearted.
Tiger smiled bitterly. What can we do?
We need money. Nuan's surgery can't wait any longer, it's still a bit short.
Right, Feng, you said you could raise a bit, how is it? How much did you get together?
Ah Feng awkwardly looked at Yiming, shrinking his neck. Brother, I did not get it together. Ah Hu laughed a little and patted his shoulder. It doesn't matter if you didn't get the money together, as long as you don't do anything bad. Yiming stood out at this time. You play a game, how much money can you earn? Ah Feng immediately took over the words. Win a game bonus of 30,000 Hong Kong dollars, but Boss Yang only gave my brother 1/10 of the prize money, the rest was all taken away by him. Yiming was a bit surprised. Since he is so shady, why didn't he change his manager? Tiger smiled bitterly. Cannot be changed, this business is like this. Once you choose a manager, you want to change, no one else will accept. This is the default unspoken rules of this business. This is the default unspoken rule of this business. I think it is all the managers who have joined together to squeeze you fighters, right? Yiming said. Ah Hu sighed. Is so what? Ben is desperate, only to participate in this kind of boxing. Only their hands have the qualification, but also can only be said by them.
Yiming looked at him steadily. Is there any interest in being my personal bodyguard?
Tiger looked up sharply at him, then smiled and shook his head. No, if I can be a bodyguard I would have gone to do it, but also then to participate in this kind of competition earn more.
Why?
Because my daughter needs me to take care of her. If I become your personal bodyguard, I have no way to take care of her.
You didn't remarry after your divorce?
Ah Hu was a bit puzzled. How do you know I'm divorced?
He looked at Ah Feng. You told them?
Yiming said directly, your daughter's illness, I will pay to help cure her. After the cure, you can always take care of her. Ah Hu's throat knots moved and did not speak. Yiming continued, moreover, your ex-wife Yu Kaihua is now my sister's bodyguard. I can guarantee that the two of you, at least one of you can take care of your daughter.
What did you say?
Kaihua she is your sister's bodyguard? When Ah Hu heard his ex-wife's name, there was clearly a hint of panic in his eyes. Lure stepped forward and said, that's right, she's my bodyguard now, but she just went to the hospital to see her daughter. Ah Hu was a little hesitant, like he had some concerns. Yiming guessed that it was probably related to his ex-wife, but this was not a problem he was considering. He now only wanted this Ah Hu to become his bodyguard.
How much money do you need for your daughter's surgery?
Yiming asked.
300,000.
Ah Feng immediately answered. As long as you become my bodyguard, I'll pay for this 300,000. You can let the hospital arrange for the operation right away, and I'll additionally give you an annual salary of 500,000 RMB. Yiming said. Hearing Yiming's compensation, Ah Hu swallowed his saliva. He was moved. Not the annual salary is attractive, but can immediately give his daughter surgery. Since the divorce, his daughter Nuan was everything to him. He poured everything he had and risked his life to fight underground boxing matches just to give Nuan a healthy life. This was the biggest wish of his life. He gritted his teeth. That's fine, but I hope I can take care of my daughter until she is cured. You don't have to worry about this. I will arrange for a nanny escort to take good care of your daughter 24 hours a day. I think they will definitely take better care of her than a brown man like you. Yiming faintly said. Good. Ah Hu finally made up his mind. After a pause, he then said, I will go to find Boss Yang to settle the contract matter. Ah Feng at this time suddenly pulled his arm. Brother, Boss Yang is afraid that he will not easily let you go. You are so powerful. You have fought so many games without losing a single one. He has long treated you as his money machine. How can he let you go, or I go? What's going on? Yiming is a bit puzzled. It's like this, I signed a 1-year agency contract with him. It's only been less than half a year. If I don't fight, it's like breaking the contract. Chen Jiaqing laughed and shook her head at this time. Underground boxing is something that is not allowed to see the light of day, it is not legal in itself, and the contract that is built on top of it is of course invalid. I guess that Boss Yang is bullying Tiger for not knowing the law, so he is using a paper contract to scare him.
Yi Ming said strangely, what are you laughing at?
You don't even need to bother about that contract has no binding effect at all. Besides, even if it is a labor contract, you as a laborer also have the right to suspend the contract in advance, he can't do anything to you at all.
Chen Jiaqing said to Ah Hu. Really?
Really, you can rest assured that if the lawsuit, they will lose. Chen Jiaqing's tone is decisive, she minored in law in college, naturally very sure.
Ah Hu immediately relieved, exclaimed, that's good, that's good. That's fine, let's go now, this place I don't want to stay for a second.
He had fought for life and death here more than a dozen times, and had long since grown tired of the depressing and gloomy space here. A group of people were about to leave. At this time, inside came out a few people shouted at Tiger, Tiger, there is a boxing match in the evening, you are ready to go on it. Ah Hu replied back, tell Boss Yang that I won't be coming in the future, you tell him to find someone else.
When the man heard this, he frowned and asked, what do you mean? Do you want to break the contract?
If you want to break the contract, you can, according to the contract, pay $1 million for breaking the contract. After he finished speaking, he whispered to a follower beside him to inform Boss Yang.
That contract is useless, and I've already made so much money for Mr. Yang, isn't he satisfied? Oh, it's useless if you say it's useless? If everyone was like you, would there be any rules or laws? You should have realized that when you signed that contract.
The man was obviously stalling for time. Ah Feng hurriedly pulled Yi Ming and signaled for him to take Chen Jiaqing and lure away. Yi Ming also didn't want to stay here and get in the way, he nodded towards Ah Hu, we'll wait for you outside. Before he could finish speaking, Boss Yang came out, followed by a dozen or so black-clothed men, each holding iron rods in their hands, and quickly blocked the exit. Obviously, he had already made preparations, otherwise it would be impossible to be so quick. Boss Yang held two shiny iron balls in one hand and kept rotating, his face was smiling. Continental boy, I don't care what you and Tiger said, but this is Kowloon, it's my turf, and in my turf, everything has to be done according to my rules.
Chapter 41 Breaking the Ice. What do you want?
Yi Ming coldly stared at him. As soon as you appeared I knew there was nothing good. You want to take Tiger away, it is not impossible, compensate me for breaking the contract for 1 million, in addition, leave those two women. He pointed at Chen Jiaqing and Lure and said with a smirk, his eyes flashing with a greedy essence. Hearing this, Yi Ming's face immediately became incomparably chilly, his eyes blossoming with cold killing intent. Originally, there was nothing wrong with giving him $1 million, as a ransom fee for Ah Hu.
But Chen Jiaqing was now his woman, and Lure was his sister.
These two are his scales. A dragon has scales, and when you touch them, you die. If Boss Yang dared to hit the two of them, he had undoubtedly touched his bottom line.
So in Yi Ming's eyes, this Boss Yang was now no different from a dead man.
However, the current situation seemed to be a little unfavorable to them. The other side had a total of 15 black-clothed hunks armed with iron rods. On Yi Ming's side, there were only 6 people, Ah Hu, Ah Feng, Chen Jiaqing, Lure and Lure's bodyguard. Ah Hu and Lu's bodyguards were all good. Chen Jiaqing was also a Taekwondo black belt 7th degree expert, although Yi Ming and Ah Feng were ordinary people, but to deal with 1 or 2 people shouldn't be a problem. With these people alone, in fact, they could already fight with the other side, so Yi Ming wasn't particularly nervous. However, there was still one remaining Lure who completely lacked any fighting ability. Once they fought, fists and feet without eyes, in this chaotic place, there was no telling what would happen, and it was unknown if other people would fish in troubled waters. Anything that had the slightest possibility of danger to Lure, Yi Ming didn't want to do, so as a last resort, he couldn't fight yet. Ah Hu stepped forward at this time and said, Boss Yang, this matter has nothing to do with them, you let them leave and I will give you an explanation. He thought that the key point of this matter was on himself. If he didn't leave, Boss Yang had no way to make things difficult for Yi Ming. But he clearly overestimated his own weight. Boss Yang snorted coldly and shook his head, you give me an explanation? I don't want it, and I'm not interested in it. What I, Boss Yang, have said is not so easy to take back. Yi Ming looked around and realized that each of these black-clothed men's faces were expressionless. These people weren't just hired by the brick kiln owner Fatty Lu to hold up the scene like Boss Group last time. These people were almost like thugs raised by Boss Yang. But since they were human beings, they would have weaknesses, and as long as they hit their weaknesses, the other side, which seemed to have a lot of people, would not be attacked. He already had a plan in his mind. Once again looking around at the men in black, Yi Ming said in a faint voice, you guys are following Boss Yang for no other reason than to get a bite to eat, and it is Boss Yang's luck that he has such a group of loyal follower thugs like you. However, you must have been scared every day for him, right? After all, you're doing things that are not to be seen in the light of day. Boss Yang laughed with a sarcastic face, you don't need to brainwash them, it's useless, each of them has someone's life in their hands, except for me here, there is no place to take them in. Yi Ming smiled faintly, that's because they don't have enough capital in their hands to leave you. If they have a large sum of money in their hands, do you think they will still be willing to listen to you? Don't they know to go far away? Boss Yang stagnated, then laughed. Although I can't give them a lot of money, but I at least took them in and gave them a mouthful of food, and once they leave my place, they definitely don't have a place to stay. Seeing that Boss Yang was so defensive, Yiming's heart was clear. With Boss Yang's attitude of speaking at this time, to say that these black-clothed people were more or less loyal to Boss Yang, it didn't necessarily matter. In fact, everyone had a heart that yearned for freedom. Even if they had once committed a heinous crime, they were not willing to be bound to this dark and narrow place for the rest of their lives, relying on being a hired hand to humbly make a living. If they were given a large sum of money, enough to let them leave this place and travel far away to a foreign land, completely severing themselves from the past, they might not be unmoved, and this was Yiming's breaking point. Yiming looked at the group of black-clothed men, his hands behind his back, his expression was calm. Give you a chance, $10 million each in exchange for you not making a move, how about it? With this amount of money, you guys can go anywhere you want to go, completely say goodbye to the past, and change to a new identity to live again, instead of living like rats here, giving people a beating just to get a bite to eat. $10 million. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this figure. There were a total of 15 black-clothed men here, and $10 million each added up to $1.5 billion. Yiming was incredibly calm and relaxed at this time, as if he didn't care about the money at all, which was true. This amount of money was less than a fraction of the interest he received every day. The original gang of expressionless black-clothed men finally reacted. Each of them couldn't stop gulping, each looking at each other, wanting to get feedback from their companions. And Boss Yang's face, at this time, finally showed a shocked color. $10 million. This temptation was just too great. These people following Boss Yang would never be able to have this much money in their entire lives, and they would be subjected to him in every way. In the face of such a great temptation, it is impossible for these people not to be moved. At this time, a man in black boldly asked, "How do we know if you will give us $10 million after you leave? In case it's just a blank check, aren't we falling for your tricks?" Yiming smiled faintly. He knew that his purpose had been achieved. If they asked this, it meant that they had already moved, then his own party, without having to do anything, was already safe. To be able to use $150 million in exchange for the potentially possible harm to lure disappearing, Yiming felt it was worth it. This you can rest assured, this amount of money for me is not worth mentioning at all. I can transfer money to everyone here on the spot, but, in order to prevent you from taking the money and then backtracking, this way, you first let these 3 ladies go out, I'll stay here. Yiming pointed at Chen Jiaqing Luer and Luer's bodyguard and said, "You guys don't listen to him, he doesn't have that much money at all, you guys don't be fooled by him." Boss Yang had already panicked a bit. If these people really left him, not only would he not be able to hang around here, he would also be pursued by his enemies. He never thought that someone could just take out so much money to buy his people, and in front of him. This was simply a red-hot humiliation. But this could only be blamed on the fact that he was usually too greedy with these people. In order to control these people, it was simply impossible for him to give these people a lot of money, and now that Yiming's one shot was $10 million per person, how could he not make those people move? Those people looked at each other and automatically made way. For them, this was undoubtedly a gamble as well, and to gamble, one had to pay the cost of the gamble, and letting Chen Jiaqing and Luer as well as Luer's bodyguards leave was the cost of the gamble, and also a way for them to show their sincerity. Yiming turned to Chen Jiaqing and Luer and said, "You guys leave first." Chen Jiaqing understood the situation and what should be done, but Luer still wanted to stay and accompany Brother Ming. Chen Jiaqing pulled her and whispered in her ear, "You will only make your Brother Ming worry if you stay. Why don't you leave first? Don't let your Brother Ming tie his hands." Luer understood and then followed Chen Jiaqing and the bodyguards out. Waiting for them to go out, Yiming was instantly relieved. He looked at those men in black, a faint smile on his face. "Anyway, you all have a murder on your hands, how about this?" He pointed his hand to Boss Yang. "Whoever hits him with a stick, I will immediately transfer $10 million to him." Chapter 42 Getting Away. Boss Yang looked at those who were once his own men, each of their eyes shining brightly, and their faces showed the color of movement. A piercing chill rose, his face was incomparably ugly. He was a decisive person. Seeing the situation was not right, he wanted to leave. However, he was stopped by the man in black. Boss Yang immediately growled, "You damn bunch of white-eyed wolves, who took you in when you were down and out and gave you a bite to eat? Without me, Boss Yang, would you all be here today? Ha? We've been your hired help for so long, we've long since paid it back." A man in black said faintly. "That's right. It was paid off long ago." The others also echoed him. Yiming sneered, seeing that the men in black didn't make a move, knowing that there was still a trace of doubt in their hearts. He found an iron rod and handed it to Feng. "You go beat him up and I will give you $10 million as well." "Me too?" Feng immediately showed a look of ecstasy. Yiming smiled and nodded. Feng immediately took the stick. His heart had long been building up endless anger towards Boss Yang. Now that he had such a good opportunity, where would he be able to say more? Without saying a word, he rushed over and smashed at Boss Yang. Boss Yang's face changed drastically. He wanted to run away, but there was no way to escape. "What are you doing? Quickly get out of my way." Boss Yang panicked, but those men in black stood there, not moving a muscle. With a bang, Feng slammed a stick on Boss Yang's back. Boss Yang received this stick solidly, the iron ball in his hand flew far away, and the whole person nestled to the ground in pain. He did not choose to hit the head, because such an iron stick swung over will absolutely blow the head of Boss Yang. After all, he did not kill people, the heart is still more or less some fear. Just towards the back of Boss Yang hit a hard iron stick. But even after receiving an iron bar on his back, Boss Yang almost vomited blood. Yiming transferred $10 million to Feng on the spot. Feng saw a huge sum of money coming into his account and laughed madly. Ha, I'm rich. Ha. When those men in black saw this, each of them gulped wildly, and each of their eyes stared at Yiming, as if they were waiting for him to give another order. Yiming turned his head to look at Ahu, laughed, I'm afraid you would stick down to kill him, but that 10 million, you also have a share. Ahu's simple smile, his heart to this boss has been convinced, this kind of time, do not let them kill out, but directly take the money to smash, this kind of vigor, this kind of stroke, undoubtedly all let him very shocked. Yiming then said with a smile on his face to those men in black, who will come first? I'll keep my word. One of the men in black had already boldly walked towards Boss Yang, who stood up, gritted his teeth and swung the iron bar in his hand to smash on his back again. Boss Yang was directly smashed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at that person with hatred, lying on the ground and cursing breathlessly, you shall not die. Yiming asked the other party to report a bank card number, and immediately transferred 10 million to him. Seeing 10 million into the account, the man in black couldn't suppress the color of ecstasy, and directly knelt down towards Yiming, caught out heavily, threw away the iron bar in his hand, and ran away. He was relieved, and could finally leave this dark place and live a free life. Next, the black-clothed men followed the example of the first man, and Boss Yang had almost all of his bones broken, lying on the ground with only outgoing air and no incoming air. Yiming finally added a stick of his own, ruthlessly out of a mouthful of bad breath, before taking off Feng and Ahu to leave. Even if Boss Yang didn't die, he had lost half of his life, and he would face countless enemies. According to his current condition, it could be said that he was no different from a dead man. No one would think of calling the police, because this place was not a place to be seen, and once the police were called, they would be implicated as well. Yiming and Feng and Ahu went to the hospital where Shanwan was. Chen Jiaqing and Luer had already arrived early. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, Yiming was relieved. Yu Kaihua and Ahu, the divorced couple, suddenly met and both looked a little unnatural. From Feng, Yiming learned that Ahu was originally also a special operations member from the mainland, and was expelled from the team because he made a serious mistake in the middle of a mission that led to the deaths of several teammates. In order to forget that painful memory, he came to Kowloon to make a living far away from the mainland. Yu Kaihua did not go with him for some reasons. The two were separated for a long time, their feelings gradually faded, and Ahu finally took the initiative to file for divorce. After the divorce, Ahu took Shanwan to make a living in Kowloon. It could be seen that Ahu actually still had feelings for Yu Kaihua, Yiming, and Chen Jiaqing. Lure several people did not disturb them and let them be alone. In the days to come, this couple, one being Yiming's bodyguard and the other being Lure's bodyguard, would have more time together, and it was not impossible for them to get back together and reunite. After the false alarm of the underground boxing club row, the crowd had palpitations in their hearts and were reluctant to go out again before the auction began. The day of the auction soon arrived. This small private auction, placed in other cultural antiques auction held after the end of the auction. Yiming simply brought his parents Lure Chen Jiaqing and his bodyguard group together to participate in the antique auction held first. He wanted to see what interesting things could be auctioned off. The first lot was an authentic abstract painting by Picasso. For foreigners' stuff, Yiming did not have the slightest interest and did not participate in the bidding. In the end, the painting was auctioned off by a mainland tycoon at a price of $85 million, a price that was somewhat out of Yiming's expectation. Such a pair of impressionistic paintings that he couldn't understand the meaning of could actually fetch such a high price. However, existence is reasonable, he was only slightly curious. The next lot is a pair of Zhang Daqian's landscape paintings. Yiming, for the Orient's own things, are still very interested in this lot of domestic bidders, are also many foreigners are interested in. But the starting price, compared to Picasso's abstract paintings that do not understand the meaning of a pair of, but a lot lower, more than 10 rounds before called to more than $30 million. Yiming couldn't bear it. Nima, why can your broken abstract paintings which can't understand the meaning fetch such a high price, but our own Chinese paintings can't? At least our landscape paintings can understand, look comfortable. We must let our national paintings surpass the Picasso painting. He immediately raised his hand and called for $100 million. His call directly silenced everyone present. Everyone turned their heads to look at Yiming, as if they were looking at a little cutie. Chapter 43, Heirloom Treasure. The auctioneer's eyes lit up when he heard this price. Clearly this price was also beyond his expectations, and he reported Yiming's bid in Chinese and English respectively. $100 million. This gentleman is bidding $100 million, is there any higher? Many people in the room whispered down their heads, it would be a hell of a thing for someone to offer. Is he out of his mind? It's not worth it to pay such a high price for a painting. That's right, that guy looks so young, is definitely a rich second generation. If his father knows that this pitiful son spent $100 million to auction such a painting, probably will be angry to death. $100 million. It is Wang Jianlin horse-rushing Manhwa Tang will not easily spend so much money to shoot a painting it.
Whose family is this guy?
I guess he is the son of an invisible rich family, and he is the type of person who has been suppressed by his family for too long and wants to play the role of a pimp. That's right, I think he is also in order to pretend in front of the girls. Look at his side of the two girls, too damn beautiful. If I can get one of them, this life will be worth it.
People have money, money is not pretending. That and salted fish, what is the difference? Nima pretend once is $100 million, this is also too capricious point.
A silver-haired old man sitting in the back heard the crowd's discussion, but shook his head, obviously do not agree with their words. He said to the young girl beside him, "Do you also think that, young man, this money is not worth spending?" Young girl, willow eyebrow and almond eyes, agar nose cocked club, she blinked her eyes some doubt, is not it? The old man smiled and shook his head, of course not. In fact, even if the painting itself is unique, the physical is still not worth much money. The value of its art collection value, and the artistic value is how much, not need to be public opinion, not to say that everyone said how much money he is how much money, it is how much, but in the eyes of the people who appreciate it, how much is it worth is how much. That young man with $100 million to shoot that painting, even if it was not worth $100 million, but now someone with $100 million to buy it, it is worth so much, even if it is later taken out again for auction, even if it cannot be shot to such a high price, but $100 million is the price of it was, on this point, its value is absolutely not low to go anywhere. And this painting wants the price of $100 million US. The value of Zhang Daqian's other paintings are bound to follow the rise in value, and even the value of the collection of national paintings will be enhanced. This young man on the collection of national paintings to enhance the value of the contribution of awe.
The young girl seems to understand, nodded. So, he wanted to spend how much money to shoot this painting or no problem?
The old man nodded with a smile. Spend how much money is the freedom of the people. He felt the value of value. Outsiders say more unhelpful. With the auctioneer's last heavy hammer fell, the painting went to Yiming. In fact, he shot the painting completely without any other ideas. There is no appreciation of the angle of the problem with the crowd does not use. He purely do not want to let foreigners' paintings than the oriental high prices, that's all. The next few things are foreign cultural relics. Yiming are not interested, but the scene of the bidders called up the price is more than once intense.
The following will be the last lot of the auction.
The auctioneer reached out, and the staff came up with a tray and placed it on the stage. Auctioneer and other tray put, continue to introduce, this lot is the Oriental Shang Dynasty period of bronze wine cup, said Shang Tang had used this cup drinking wine, the shape of the bronze wine cup, the world is currently only surviving this one. Yi Dashan saw this bronze wine cup, eyes suddenly straightened, staring at the wine cup without moving. Then heard the auctioneer reported its starting price, the reserve price of $50 million. He immediately drew a breath of cold air. Yiming noticed his father's strange expression and asked in a low voice, "Dad, are you interested in this wine glass? I'll auction it off for you if you're interested." Yi Dashan froze for a moment, shook his head, pointed at the cup and said, "This cup, it's very similar to the one our family used to have."
Our family has this kind of cup? Why haven't I seen it before?
Yi Dashan sighed, slowly said, "Our family had an identical cup, is our old Yi family heirloom, and then you go to college really do not have the money to pay tuition. I got to the county to sell, then I remember very clearly, sold $3,000, the boss said that thing is fake, I did not think to get here to sell so much money, hey."
What?
Yiming some unexpected, just that auctioneer said, this cup in the world only survives then it is likely to be their own home that one. At first, his father in order to get together tuition fees for himself, the heirlooms are sold, which makes him very guilty, but it does not matter, now there is a chance to let it back into the hands of their own family. Yiming patted his father's hand, "Dad, since it's our family's heirloom, then I will definitely not let it fall into someone else's hands."
Chapter 44, The Secret of the Family Heirloom.
This bronze wine cup as the finale lot caused a commotion on the scene. A representative of a well-known domestic wine company is interested in this wine cup. I think it is ready to shoot down and take it back as a treasure of the store. As soon as the auctioneer said the reserve price, he immediately raised his hand and called $55 million.
$56 million. Another person then followed. $60 million.
The representative of the wine company cast his gaze at that person, very provocative flavor. After all, when he called the price, it was several $1 million higher than the original price, so naturally, he couldn't look at this kind of $1 million at a time high. Yiming decided to let them tear them apart for the time being. Anyway, this wine glass was already considered in his pocket. Even if he spent more money, he would still auction it.
$61 million. Another person called out. $63 million.
Everyone was very interested in this wine cup, and not to be outdone by the finale lot, the bidding on the spot was very intense, with the call for bids rising and falling.
$90 million.
The representative of the wine company was already a bit nervous. He looked around after he called out. Obviously this price was almost close to his bottom line. After a while, no one got up to call out the price. Just as the wine company representative was about to let out a sigh of relief, the silver-haired old man who had previously expressed his approval of Yiming's auction of the painting called out the first bid of this auction. $95 million. The old man faintly said. The wine company representative's face turned red, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at the silver-haired old man and gritted his teeth. 95.5 million. The old man did not wait for his words to fall, he directly raised his card, his voice was bland. 100 million. The representative of the wine enterprise finally gave up, his whole person was like a deflated balloon, he sat down dismally, as if a defeated rooster. $100 million. This old gentleman called for $100 million. Is there any higher? The auctioneer shouted excitedly. This was the second lot in this auction to reach $100 million, which was not often seen in the past. Although there are occasional high-price lots, but sometimes even a year down the line, cannot see a bid up to $100 million in the auction, and today there are 2 in 1. This will definitely be on tomorrow's news headlines. He can also follow the face of the scenery, after all, it is in his hands shot. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression calm, seemingly unconcerned about whether or not there was anyone competing with him. $100 million at a time. Is there a higher one? The people below whispered, and some had even begun to congratulate the old man for winning this bronze wine cup. At this moment, an abrupt voice rang out. $150 million. Yiming finally shouted out his first offer at this time. The originally calm auction room was a bit stirred up, this time the bidding was raised by $50 million? And it was still the young man who had directly auctioned off Zhang Daqian's ink painting with $100 million in the opening scene. What is this person in the end? The crowd was puzzled. Those who knew the silver-haired old man looked at Yiming with teasing in their eyes. The old man's always calm demeanor finally stirred a bit, and he glanced towards Yiming from afar, finding that Yiming was staring ahead with a calm expression on his face. He felt a slight anger in his heart, it seemed that he had met his match, but he wasn't going to admit defeat just yet. $160 million. The old man raised his card again. $200 million. Yiming didn't hesitate and didn't give anyone a chance to chime. The atmosphere in the auction room gradually warmed up, this kind of increase in price was simply aggressive. The representative of the wine company heard Yiming's offer and looked at the silver-haired old man with a playful smile on his face, as if to say, "Aren't you awesome? Continue to be awesome." He felt a sense of pleasure as he raised his eyebrows and could not wait to yell, "Now you know how I felt just now, weren't you great just now? Continue to ah." The young girl beside the old man was very unhappy, what Grandpa had his eye on, that guy actually grabbed it too. But she can't help it, after all, this is an auction house, everything goes to the highest bidder. $211 million. The old man had come here today for this, so he called the last price with a last-ditch mentality. Yiming's aura was getting more and more prevalent, his voice was bland, but it contained an oppressive power that. $250 million. The old man's face looked a little unsightly and shook his head in surrender. With the auctioneer's 3 hammer blows, congratulations to this gentleman for winning this lot. This auction thus ended, Yiming had taken the opening and finale 2 lots. Moreover, the 2 lots added up to $350 million, and with a 10% commission, that was $385 million. This had set a record for a single buyer at a single auction, and the crowd came over to congratulate Yiming. Young man. Congratulations. Congratulations on receiving 2 good items. Yiming also arched his hands one by one to thank them. The silver-haired old man finally came over, and he also gave a congratulations. Young man, I can't imagine that you are also so interested in this bronze wine cup, and you want to snatch it away from the old man even at the cost of a huge sum of money. I think that the secret of this is also almost deciphered, right? The old man thought that it was 9 out of 10, but I didn't want to still be cut off by you. The secret? Yiming frowned and glanced at his father, realizing that Ji-Dashin also had a puzzled look on his face. What else could be the secret of such a cup? Wasn't it just used by Shang Tang and later turned into a family heirloom of their Olji family? Seeing Yiming's puzzled face, the old man had a plan in mind and stopped talking at that moment. He had actually asked this question because he wanted to test this young man's reaction. Seeing that the other party did not seem to know, the old man arched his hand in farewell. Let's go. The young girl accompanying the old man glared fiercely at Yiming before following the old man and leaving. This man-eating look of hers made Yiming a little puzzled. When did I offend her? After the old man and the young girl left, Yiming turned the bronze wine cup over and over for a long time before questioning his father suspiciously. Dad, he said that this wine cup has a secret? What exactly is the secret? Ji-Dashin also kept shaking his head. I looked at this cup, it's the one that our family used to have, I recognize it, your grandfather handed it over to me before he left, but he didn't say that this cup had any secrets at that time. Could it be that before Grandpa had a chance to tell you the secret, he was no longer able to do so? Chapter 45, Can't You Rely on Yourself? Ji-Dashin shook his head, not sure. Yiming saw that his father was also not clear, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, this was the heirloom of the Yi family, so it was normal to have any secrets. The next thing to be held was the private auction for the auction of the Golden Shanghai Mansion, and the auction venue was in another room that required an invitation to enter, so Yiming only brought Chen Jiaqing with him. At this time, there were already quite a few people inside the auction venue. Yiming and Chen Jiaqing handed the invitation to the waiter, and were about to go in, when a voice suddenly rang in their ears.
Yo, isn't this Chen Jiaqing? Chen Jiaqing is also here to participate in this auction? I wonder which company Chen represents. The two turned their heads to look. The speaker is a greasy young man. Look at the dress, a luxury goods, Armani's big trench coat, the inside is Gucci's shirt, the belt above a big H is particularly conspicuous Hermes belt, wrist intentionally or unintentionally reveal that golden watch chain, that is Rolex's limited edition. Do you recognize him? Yiming asked in a low voice.
A son of the Kowloon Zheng family, Harvard students recognize, previously chased me.
Chen Jiaqing faintly said. Oh, Yiming, some small surprise. I cannot imagine that this person actually also chased Chen Jiaqing. He then bad smile. How did you not agree with him?
Yiming knows, Kowloon Zheng family, that is one of the four major families in Kowloon, the real luxury family wealth tens of billions of US dollars, Chow Tai Fook Jewelry and Hang Seng Bank are their family's industries. As the son of the Zheng family, that is the uncompromisingly rich second generation, if it is placed on the average woman, will not let go of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. This person is a philandering carrot, thought that the rich world is his, I cannot stand. Chen Jiaqing shrugged her shoulders, did not want to continue, then said, ignore him, we go in. Yiming also did not want to be nosy, the two did not pay attention to that person, directly to the inside. The man was not angry, and walked directly over and stood in front of the two. Our Chin Big Beauty is still so high and cold, but to meet Chin Big Beauty here, it is really a pleasure to meet you. I heard that you left JP Morgan Chase and returned to China. I do not know which enterprise is fortunate enough to be able to hire you, Chin Big Beauty.
Zhang Xiujuan, it's none of your business which company I work for. Ha, what company wouldn't want a talent like you?
Jiaqing, why don't you make me an offer and come work for my company, and I guarantee you'll make more money than you would at JP Morgan.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I don't have any personal feelings, I purely appreciate you as a talent.
Chen Jiaqing snorted coldly, not interested.
Then she directly took Yiming's hand and went in.
When Zhang Qiujun saw Chen Jiaqing take up that young man's arm, his pupils instantly shrunk, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his face sank a little. He sized up Yiming, very ordinary, wearing all the big road goods, except for his looks which were slightly out of the ordinary, all other aspects were sparse and ordinary. He originally thought that this ordinary young man next to Chen Jiaqing was just her assistant at work, and with Chen Jiaqing's condescending demeanor, she would never take the initiative to take an assistant's hand. Obviously then, this young man's relationship with Chen Jiaqing was very unusual. When he entered the venue and took his seat, Zhang Qiujun came over with a leathery smile on his face. I wonder what kind of person this gentleman is to Jiaqing. Yiming is very disgusted with this person, obviously already unwilling to take care of him, actually put his face over.
I am her, who is necessary to tell you.
Yiming didn't even bother to look at him. Zhang Xiaojuan's face was very unsightly, and he suddenly leaned over and whispered in Yiming's ear, kid. Don't blame me for not telling you, a girl like Jiaqing is something you can't afford to climb, you'd better die while you can.
Yiming suddenly laughed, Nima, can't afford it?
You'd better die while you still can.
Who the hell do you think you are? I like who has nothing to do with you.
When Zhang Qiujun saw Yiming's sudden action, his face instantly turned blue. This guy actually dared to directly kiss Chen Jiaqing in public after being warned by himself. If it was an ordinary person, according to his understanding of Chen Jiaqing, he would definitely waste this kid's lifeblood, but after Chen Jiaqing was forcibly kissed at this moment, she only shyly patted this kid's arm. If he still couldn't see the relationship between these two, then he really was.
Zhang Qiujun no longer had the lofty and superior stance he had at the beginning. His face was extremely gloomy as he looked at Yiming. Kid, you're dead.
Then he turned his head to Chen Jiaqing and gave a cold snort. I can't imagine that the beautiful Chen, who has always had an incredibly high level of discernment, actually ended up looking for this kind of big road color.
If your former classmates knew about this, would they not laugh their asses off?
I look for what kind of person, do not need others to recognize. Besides, Zheng Dazhong usually play those young models peripheral female, taste is not high to go. Chen Jiaqing was gentle and sweet in front of Yiming, but when she spoke to Zheng Qiujun, she was as cold as ice. This almost made Zheng Qiujun go crazy. On what grounds?
I am the successor of the 9 Dragons Zheng family, am I still no better than such a big roadie? However, he quickly calmed down and coldly looked at Yiming. Kid, if you were sensible, leave Chen Jiaqing for me. She is not something you can have, you don't deserve her, you don't know her background, and her family won't agree to you being together. Yiming felt that this guy was as annoying as a fly, and actually threatened him. Did he, Yiming, grow up being threatened? I say Zheng Dazhong, you are also too damn wimpy. At first you moved out your own family status can't work, now you move out Jiaqing's family status. I say you chase a woman, either rely on your own family or the woman's family. What difference between this and a waste of time, you damn it? Can't you rely on yourself? Chapter 46, The Hasty End of the Auction. What's the difference between you and a loser? Can't you rely on yourself?
These two words seemed like a heavy hammer hitting Zheng Qiujun's heart, causing his face to instantly turn white.
This is the red fruit of contempt and disdain.
Zheng Qiujun was already on the verge of an outbreak. When had he ever been subjected to this kind of sarcasm as the successor of the 9 Dragons Zheng family? At this moment, his veins were exposed and his lips were trembling. He wanted to make a move. But this was in a public place. If he made the first move, it would be spread out that he would absolutely dishonor the reputation of the Zhang family and say that he had no family education. If his father knew, he would definitely break his legs. He gritted his teeth and pointed fiercely at Yiming, grunted angrily, and flung his hands away. Someone next to him went over to greet him. "Yo, Duke Zhang, nice to meet you." Zhang Qiujun did not raise his head and gave a low drink. "Get lost." The man was stunned, couldn't figure out where he had offended the other side, but he had already told him to get lost, so he couldn't be shy enough to continue to talk to him. That person think about their own and his greeting. He actually let himself roll for no reason. Suddenly temper also up, can come to bidding Jinhu building business representatives are not generalized generation. You Zheng family big business, we are not bad, not to hold your feet. It seems that in the future in the Zheng family's enterprises under the cooperation, have to think about it a little more. The auction has not yet begun, the bidders come in one after another, those who know each other are constantly greeting each other, a few people form a small circle whispering. "Mr. Liu, nice to meet you. I heard that there are more than 30 companies participating in this auction. It seems that the Jinhu building is indeed a piece of fat meat that everyone wants to eat." "That's true, it's the prime location among the prime locations. Taking it will definitely make our group go to the next level. I heard that this time the seller also found a trust to shout the price. You think it will be which one?" Someone whispered. "It's obvious, I've looked at the list of bidders for this auction, and almost all of them are well-known big enterprises, with only one exception." "Which one?" "Seems to be called what the Star Joy Technology Company, Limited. I sent someone to investigate. The company's assets at the top of the day is only 100 million RMB, it to participate in the bidding of the Jinhu building, which must have a caddy. Then the seller is also too damn disgusting, so big business, actually still play such a thing. When this company calls for a bid, let's not raise our cards, let him rot in his own hands first, so that they know that we are not that easy to fool." "Okay, it's settled." The auction began, the venue quieted down, the auctioneer briefly introduced the Jinhu building. For these, the people here already know the basics, no one will care about what the auctioneer said. After the introduction, this auction officially began. The only lot in this auction is the Golden Shanghai Mansion, the reserve price, $2 billion, each increase in price shall not be less than $10 million. The auctioneer said with a smile on his face, being able to host a private auction of this level was a great honor for him, and if he could fetch an unexpectedly high price, he would also be able to obtain a generous commission. Many auction houses liked auctioneers who could mobilize the buyers' emotions and enliven the atmosphere of the venue, and these people could often make the buyers make their decisions in the heat of the moment, and then fetch prices that exceeded their expectations. After he finished speaking, someone raised his hand. $2,011 million. $2,011 million. Number 87 bid $2,011 million. Is there a higher one? The auctioneer shouted. Chen Jiaqing didn't want to play any tricks, she directly raised her hand. $2,500 million. The crowd took a look at Chen Jiaqing. They all knew that she represented Starry Joy Technology Co., Limited, and at that moment, they all tacitly stopped raising their cards. $2,050 million. Number 36 bids $2,050 million. Is there any higher? The auctioneer looked expectantly at the representatives of the various companies in the venue. However, to his surprise, as soon as number 36 finished shouting the price, all the other enterprise representatives suddenly stopped squeaking. The auctioneer waited for a while. And still no one raised their cards. It was only the second offer and no one raised the price? Could it be that all these corporate representatives are here to join in the fun? The seller was also in the arena at this time, and when he heard that no one would continue to raise the bid at this price, his eyelids jumped, and there was a hint of a bad feeling in his heart. If it was auctioned off at a mere $2,150 million, it would be better not to hold an auction. $2,050 million. Is there a higher one? The auctioneer reluctantly reminded loudly again. But there were still only people whispering below, but no one else raised their cards. The auctioneer banged his gavel. $2,050 million once. Anyone else? Still no one gave a damn. Yi Ming and Chen Jiaqing were also confused. No one raised their bids for the second time? They turned their heads and looked around, and found that some of the corporate representatives were looking at them with a playful expression on their faces, making them all a bit baffled. $2,050 million twice. $2,050 million three times. Sold. Congratulations to buyer number 36 for winning the ownership of the Golden Shanghai building at a price of $2,500 million. The auctioneer drops the hammer. The auctioneer is a bit downhearted. He thought that this auction would be exceptionally hot, with rising prices and constant bidding, but he didn't expect it to end hastily before it even started. This is a deal? Rao Chen Jiaqing was a bit unable to react. Buying the Jinhu building at a price of $2,005 million was something that she had not even dared to think about before. She thought that it would require at least $2.5 billion, or even $3 billion. Zhang Qiujuan is also one of the buyers, of course, before also got other business representatives of the disclosure of the insider information, so has been holding back, did not raise the price. At this time, saw Chen Jiaqing and Yi Ming, two people happy while Jinhu building ownership in the bag. Cold snort, drama also act quite real. The rules of this private auction were different from the general auction. If the buyer was unable to pay, they could cancel their qualification on the spot and put the lot up for auction again. So after the auction ended, except for Chen Jiaqing and Yi Ming, everyone else didn't move. They thought that Chen Jiaqing's representative Starry Joy Technology Company was just a trustee, and definitely couldn't pay, so the auction house would later use the buyer's inability to pay as the reason for holding the auction again.
The auctioneer saw that everyone did not leave, and wondered, "Dear buyers, this auction is over, please leave the venue quietly and in an orderly manner." "It's over? They paid?" Someone was puzzled.
The auctioneer gave him a contemptuous look. "They have bid on the lot, the transaction has been completed, of course payment has been made."
Boom! The representatives of the various companies present instantly exploded. One by one, they exchanged words. Didn't they say that they were trustees? How is it possible to make payment? Nima, who said they were trustees in the beginning? Lousy was pitted by him. "It's not that you're being punked, it's that they're picking up a great bargain, and if everyone bids together, the price isn't low, but it's not necessarily that you're the one who eats it. I feel that there is definitely something fishy going on here. How can a company with less than 100 million renminbi in total assets afford to pay more than $2 billion to buy the Golden Shanghai building? Even a lending bank wouldn't lend to him, right? Could it be that an investor voted for them?
If it's such a large amount of investment, it's definitely a big news that shakes the industry. It's impossible for it to be quiet.
Could there be any background behind them? Let's say some big family is deliberately looking for a spokesperson in order to keep a low profile?
Unlikely. I let the people to the company touch to thorough. The actual controller is a young man named Yi Ming, 25 years old, 3 generations of ancestors are farmers, background is very ordinary.
Maybe the big families are looking for such an ordinary person to be their spokesperson, so that they can keep a low profile, right?
You silly if the big families define such ordinary people as spokesmen, that means they do not want to be exposed, but such a large sum of money into their company account, the source of funds will certainly be subject to the regulatory authorities to investigate and control. It is impossible to mobilize in secret, and then made public. This is not a clear exposure of their own out of it?
Then this is strange.
In addition to the crowd wanting to curse, their minds were flooded with questions.
Zheng Qiujun also had a vague feeling that something was not right. Could it be the Chen family behind Chen Jiaqing? Chapter 47: Transforming Dragon Bottle.
Coming out of this auction hall, Yi Ming Chen Jiaqing met up with Father Yi, Mother Yi, and Luer, who were waiting outside, and then went back to the hotel together.
They completely failed to notice that someone was trailing them from afar behind them.
At the same time, on the highest peak of Kowloon, at the top of Taiping Mountain, in the inner room of a hidden luxury villa, an old man stood respectfully underneath the bed couch, and this person was clearly the silver-haired old man who had fought with Yi Ming for the bronze wine cup at the auction. His name was Feng Jidao, a feng shui master who was active in Kowloon. And on the couch in front of him, sitting cross-legged, was an old man with an even more withered description. This person's hair was 3 feet long, a snowy white color, without half a green thread, and he looked a lot paler than Feng Jidao. If someone older was here, they would recognize this white-haired old man as Chen Badong, the famous feng shui master and martial arts expert in Southeast China 30 years ago. He and Su Xuanzai, a master of the art of Xinjia slope, stood side by side in the world back then, and were known as the pride of the great generation. However, since the two somehow retired 30 years ago, their reputation has gradually weakened. To the present day, few people know. At this time, Chen Buotong's eyes were slightly closed, and after hearing Feng Jidao's report, he suddenly opened his eyes.
Jidao, you said that the wine cup was bought by a young man from the mainland?
Yes, and that young man should not know the secret of that wine cup. Feng Jidao paused, and then carefully asked, Master, what is the secret of that wine cup, actually let you so valued? Chen Badong shook the withered hands full of age spots, the vicissitudes of the eyes. He sighed slightly, slowly said, that bronze wine cup is called the Dragon Bottle. The legend is that the founding emperor of the Shang dynasty, Shang Tang, inadvertently obtained. After obtaining the bottle, Shang Tang won a series of battles and eventually overthrew the Xia dynasty and established the Shang dynasty, which has been enjoying the throne for more than 600 years.
Master, do you mean to say that Shang Tang's successive battles were related to the dragonizing bottle?
Chen Badong shook his head. If so, that dragonizing bottle would not be of much use to me. However, it is said that Shang Tang's ability to live to nearly 100 years old in the Shang dynasty, where the average age was about 30 years old, was related to that dragonizing bottle.
What?
Feng Jidao's heart was shaken. At this moment he finally understood why his master valued that wine cup so much. Chen Badong went on to say, Jidao, for the teacher has now 103, this is still for the teacher has entered the peak of the dark power, can barely hold out until now. But if you can enter the power, you can enjoy 500 years of life, but in a short time, the teacher is unable to step over the dark power of this hurdle, so the need for the dragon bottle life extension, if the legend is true, can let the average life extension to 3 times the average age, then the teacher at least to live to 240 years old. To that time, the teacher has already stepped over the dark power, into the power. You understand the teacher's painstaking efforts?
Feng Jidao bowed his head and said, I understand.
At the same time, he was very shocked that this Hualong bottle could prolong his life. Chen Badong seemed to know the question in his mind. He closed his eyes again, but the secret of why the bottle can prolong life, I do not know yet. Only when we get it in our hands, then we can understand the mystery. So there is not much time left for you and my teacher. Go and find that young man again and see if you can buy the dragon transforming bottle. If he doesn't sell it, then you can buy it.
I understand.
Fang Jidao heavily clasped his fists and chimed lowly, his voice incomparably cold. Chen Jiaqing completely did not expect this line of work to go so smoothly, and returned to the hotel room could not help but joyfully ask Yi Ming for credit.
I saved you at least $500 million this time, shouldn't you reward me?
In fact, $500 million is not at all in the eyes of Yi Ming. This is only half a day's interest, but he could not behave so that Chen Jiaqing disappointed.
So he waved his hand and said with great pride, no problem, our Mr. Chen has made a great achievement this time. Definitely need to greatly reward some. Say, what do you want?
The contract states that Chen Jiaqing's annual salary plus year-end bonus of $1 million. Yi Ming thinks it is really too low, and is determined to make up for it, so this time he just took this opportunity to make up for it. Chen Jiaqing's right hand propped up his chin for thinking, as if there is nothing to want.
Hey, life is too perfect is not good.
She deliberately sighed, looking very playful. It could be seen that being able to take down the golden Shanghai mansion at such a low price really made her feel accomplished. She also didn't know why those corporate representatives suddenly stopped shouting the price, but what the heck, now that the golden Shanghai mansion was in her hands, she was too lazy to think about it. Yi Ming saw her this look, his heart moved, suddenly his hand wrapped around her waist, his head against her head, and said softly, with you, my life is also perfect. Said to kiss down, Chen Jiaqing hurriedly blocked with her hand, a push away from him, face red, go, broad daylight, what do you want to do? Yi Ming laughed bitterly, swallowed his saliva, are my girlfriend, still care so much why?
Chen Jiaqing pushed him away and said, I'm angry, when was I your girlfriend?
You haven't even said that you want me to be your girlfriend, but you're just being overbearing, Chen Jiaqing said with an aggravated voice. Yi Ming could not imagine that Chen Jiaqing, who has always been a workaholic, also has such a little girl side, which is completely different from her usual style. This was completely different from her usual style. But perhaps this was the magic of love, which could make a person show her most genuine side in front of her beloved. Yi Ming froze for a moment, then smilingly pulled out a ring box from behind him, which he had secretly bought after coming to Kowloon, just to give Chen Jiaqing a surprise. He knelt down on one knee and opened the ring box. Inside a huge diamond glittered with crystal splendor. Jiaqing, I know I was wrong before, now I'll make it up to you, be my girlfriend, okay? Chen Jiaqing was startled by his sudden kneeling. She simply did not expect Yi Ming to have a premeditated plan. She had fantasized about this kind of scene many times, only then, the faces of the people in front of her were blurred, and she couldn't see the other person's appearance. But this time, looking at this handsome face that was no less than a movie star, that scene in her heart was finally perfect. Even though it came late, it was not absent after all. She covered her mouth and her eyes suddenly flooded with warm tears.
Count on you having a conscience.
Chen Jiaqing passed her hand over. Yi Ming gently held her hand and carefully put it on her. The size was just right. Obviously he had long ago secretly Liang measured the size. Looking at the shiny diamond ring on her middle finger, Chen Jiaqing looked at it over and over again, her heart full of warmth. Yi Ming suddenly held her face and kissed her. Chen Jiaqing was still slightly startled, but this time she didn't dodge.
Brother Ming.
Suddenly, the door to the room opened. The young girl's childish voice appeared in the doorway, and when she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes went wide and she froze a little. Chen Jiaqing was also startled by Luer's sudden appearance and hurriedly pushed Yi Ming away, her face red like a red apple.
Oh, you guys continue.
Luer immediately came back to her senses and hurriedly closed the door again. The two people in the room looked at each other awkwardly, and suddenly both laughed, but they both laughed in a suppressed manner, not daring to make a sound. This girl, she's really good at picking the right time, doing everything to ruin my good deed.
Yi Ming smacked his lips unwillingly.
Chen Jiaqing gently patted him, go see what she's looking for you for. In fact, her heart was a little complicated now, remembering when Luer had looked for her to talk, she didn't know, how should she face this silly girl who only had her brother Ming in her eyes now, if Luer had a showdown with her, and must always follow Yi Ming, and even live with him in the future, could she accept it? She shook her head, feeling that things were moving a little fast. Originally, she had been carefully avoiding Luer, but she hadn't expected to be discovered so quickly. Never mind, sooner or later, she would have to face this, and being discovered now was not a bad thing. Luer stood in the doorway, her back facing the door. Her heart was a little hard to bear, although she knew that brother Ming liked sister Chen, and she was prepared to accept it. But when she actually saw that scene, she was still a little sad and her eyes were a little moist. Luer, what are you looking for me for? Yi Ming opened the door and his voice came from behind. Luer didn't turn around immediately, but blinked hard to make sure there were no tears in her eyes before trying to squeeze out a natural smile.
Brother Ming, it's over so quickly?
She turned around and looked at Yi Ming with a wicked smile on her face. What she had to do now was to try not to let brother Ming notice anything unusual. Yi Ming gently patted her head, little child, what do you know, what is it that you quickly say? Lure finally remembered the main event and hurriedly said, "Oh, just that silver-haired old grandfather who grabbed the bronze wine cup with you at the auction. He came to find you."
He? What did he come for? How does he know I live here? For a moment, a series of question marks surged out of Yi Ming's heart. Chapter 48, The Chen Family in Nanyang.
Zhang Qiujun was very angry after he returned home. As soon as he slammed the tea handed over by the maid on the floor, the boiling hot tea splashed in all directions, and the maid didn't dare to squeak even though she was scalded.
"Chen Family and Chen Jiaqing, you wait for me,"
he gritted his teeth and said. After thinking for a while, he directly got up and walked towards his father's residence. The Zhang family mansion was very luxurious, covering an area of 1,000 acres, with pavilions and pavilions strewn about, ancient and simple with a touch of luxury, and cloisters and water wonders all over the garden. Zhang Guohua, the contemporary head of the Zhang family, was waving his ink in the study and was about to finish a piece of writing. Seeing his son's face full of anger, Zhang Guohua pushed the door into the house, a little unhappy. "Qiujun, how many times have I told you to act steadily? Look at you, you're fidgety. Say, what's the matter?" "Dad, this auction, Jinhu Mansion was not taken down."
"What's going on? Didn't you say it was a sure thing? Jinhu Mansion is a key step for the Zhang family to enter the mainland. Didn't I tell you to do whatever it takes to get it?"
Zhang Guohua put aside his brush, his face a little unsightly. Although the Zhang family is one of the 4 major families in Kowloon, but among these 4 families, it can only be accompanied by the last seat. This time, there was no competition from the other 3 families, so I thought I could easily take down the Golden Shanghai Mansion, but I didn't realize that something had gone wrong.
The information was wrong. It's not just us this time, the inland consortiums have also been screwed. What happened? What's the final price? $2,500,000,000. Zhang Qiujun is a bit depressed. $2,500,000,000? Didn't I give you a bottom line of $3 billion?
According to the market forecast, it should be sold at around $2.78 billion. What's wrong with you?
Don't tell me you didn't even make it to this auction.
Zhang Guohua's face was as heavy as water. This son has some ability, but is too philandering, like to play with women, often because of women to delay things, the past few years a little convergence point, but occasionally still make a mess. "Dad, this auction came a small business, total assets of 100 million renminbi or so, we all thought they were the seller's trust, is to raise the price, so we decided, and so that company erased the card, we do not fight with him, we also the same, the purpose is to let this trust shot, disgusted with the seller, who ing know, what this Starjoy technology is not even a trust, and the result is that they have picked up a big bargain." Zhang Qiujun said indignantly.
Confused. Others think so, so you think so?
Zhang Guohua slammed the table. Zhang Qiujun startled, "You have this vision? How many times have I told you to think independently, not to be disturbed by the outside world? Everything goes with the flow. How do you want me to hand over the Zhang family to you in the future? Your grandfather founded the Zhang family's large industry relies on a different vision. If you can have your grandfather's 1/10, I would not be until now still cannot unload the burden. Also, you still need to exercise, so you give up your general manager's position, go to the grassroots level to exercise for a few more years." When Zhang Qiujun heard, he immediately changed his face. He had experienced grassroots work before. It was a bitter experience. Although he is the successor of the Zhang family, but according to the rules of the Zhang family, to go to the grassroots exercise cannot even reveal that they are the Zhang family, otherwise the employees let them in every way, simply cannot achieve the purpose of exercise. His face was a little flustered, obviously not willing to go to the grassroots again. "Dad, give me another chance, this time I estimate that the back is the Chen family in Nanyang, otherwise such a small company, were the funds to eat the Jinhu building? You give me a little time, I promise to take down the Golden Shanghai building for your old man."
Nanyang Chen family? Zhang Guohua frowned. "Backhands on this son's behavior is still a little uneasy. What are you going to do?"
"Directly find the Chen family and force them to give up the Jinhu mansion. Taking down the Jinhu building is a key move for Zhang's industrial layout in the mainland. No matter what." Zhang Guohua pondered for a moment and nodded. "I'll give you another chance for the time being, although the strength of the Chen family is not as strong as in the past, but you can't take it lightly. If this time you mess up, you'll go to the grassroots level to work out for another 3 years. Good. If I can't get my hands on the Jinhu mansion, I don't need you to say anything, I will take the initiative to apply for grassroots training myself."
Zhang Qiujun nodded confidently. Kowloon Peninsula Hotel, Presidential Suite Parlor.
When the silver-haired old man saw Yi Ming, he smiled and arched his hand. "Little friend, nice to meet you."
This person was none other than Fong Jidao.
Yi Ming's face was expressionless. This old man knew that he was staying here so quickly and had definitely followed them, which made him very uncomfortable, like someone was staring behind him.
"What is it that the old gentleman is looking for me for?"
Yi Ming said indifferently. Fong Jidao knew that there was some unhappiness in Yi Ming's heart, and stroked his beard and smiled. "It is really sudden for the old man to suddenly visit little friend, but the old man is worried that little friend will immediately leave this place, so he took the liberty of visiting. Please don't be offended by it." After a pause, he went on to say, at the time of the auction, the old man was under the order of the family teacher, specially for that bronze wine cup. Originally thought that it was a sure thing, but I don't want you to kill halfway and take off the wine cup. I don't know why you want to spend a huge amount of money to buy the wine cup. Yi Ming glanced at him. This old guy is at least 70 to 80 years old, then his master must not be hundreds of years old? According to the saying, that kind of old monster had already reached the end of his life, and should be able to enjoy his old age without any desire, but he was still thinking about a bronze wine cup. Remembering what this old man said when he left the auction house, he concluded that this bronze wine cup is definitely not simple. I won't hide it from you, old sir, this wine cup is the heirloom of our family. Due to some changes in the early years, it was strayed out, and it happened to be resurfaced at the auction, so no matter how much it cost me at that time, I would have shot it down. Earlier, I heard the old gentleman say that there is still some secret on this wine cup. I wonder if the old gentleman can enlighten me? Yi Ming probed. Chapter 49, Trouble in the Future. Little friend is joking, this ordinary bronze wine cup, what secrets can there be? Fong Ji-dao stroked his beard and smiled. He knew that Yi Ming knew nothing about that bronze wine cup and obviously wouldn't tell him. Seeing that the other party was speaking in a veiled manner, Yi Ming's temper came up. Then please go back, I apologize for not seeing you off. Ah who, see the guest off. Fong Ji-dao immediately stood up, some apologies on his face. The old man came today, is to ask if little friend can love to let out this wine cup? Because my master really I previously went back, will inform him of the situation. He also gave me to deploy a sum of money for the purchase of that wine cup, and instructed the old man, no matter how much it costs to buy it. As for the secrets of this, but is the old man among the mindless question? In fact, the old man is also not very clear, but also please do not think too much, friend. Yi Ming gloomy face did not speak, he was carefully pondering the meaning of the words of this old man, no matter how much it costs to buy? He suddenly wanted to test how much this bronze wine cup was worth, and what kind of person would value it so highly, and that person appeared to be an old monster that was hundreds of years old. This kind of old monster has lived his whole life and has seen a lot, knowing the secret of this wine cup is not rare, or else he wouldn't have spent so much just because he likes it. I don't know what to call your master? Yi Ming asked. Speaking of his master, Fong Ji-dao faced proud color. My master's name is Chen Badang, is a feng shui master, but has long been retired. Oh, for this name, Yi Ming did not have any concept. He made it difficult to think, and then slowly said, this bronze wine cup is after all my old ye's heirloom, will not be easily changed hands, but what? Fong Ji-dao thought that there is a turnaround, quickly and gladly asked. However, I would like to know how much your master, Master Chen, intends to offer to buy this heirloom treasure of mine? Yi Ming's eyes turned for a moment, keeping an eye on the old guy's face changes. If you are interested in changing hands, my master is willing to offer $1 billion. Fong Ji-dao crossed his index fingers with both hands, forming a cross. $1 billion? Yi Ming was a little taken aback, although $1 billion was just a day's work for him. But for an ordinary person to spend $1 billion on an ancient bronze wine cup was definitely an incredible thing, and looking at him, if Yi Ming raised the price, he would definitely still agree in one bite. Yi Ming became more and more curious about the secrets contained in the bronze wine cup. What exactly were the secrets that could make the other party go to such lengths? Fong Ji-dao nodded his head. The previous auction, I can use the funds is about 2.4 billion, the second time you offer more than the old man's bottom line, so had to go back to consult the views of the family teacher. The family teacher learned of this matter, immediately gave me to deploy $1 billion, strive to buy the bronze wine cup from the small friend here. I do not know whether $1 billion can let you cut the small friend? He thought that Yi Ming, faced with such a great temptation, would definitely be moved. After all, a handful of them could make a steady profit of $750 million, and how long had it been? The heirloom was certainly precious, but it only had a symbolic meaning or commemorative significance, whereas $750 million was real. I'm afraid that in this world, other than the bigwigs in the top few of the Forbes rich list who could not put this money in their eyes, ordinary people would definitely be moved. But Yi Ming was naturally different, not to mention a mere $1 billion, even if it was tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or trillions of dollars in front of him, he would not hesitate to refuse. This thing was of great significance to him and the Olji family. Even if there was no secret, it was not something that could be measured in terms of money, and besides, he didn't lack that amount of money. Sorry old sir, I have no intention of selling this bronze wine cup, I hope old sir will bear with me. Yi Ming cupped his fists and said. The silver-haired old man was surprised at Yi Ming's answer. $1 billion and not even changing hands? Could it be that little friend thinks that $1 billion is too little? Yi Ming smiled and shook his head. Really, I have no intention to sell it. The significance of this bronze wine cup to our Yi family cannot be measured in money. Once it was in exile because of me, now that it is back again, it is also considered to be a kind of fate, and I will not let it leave the Yi family again. Even if it's $10 billion? Even if it is $100 billion placed in front of me, I will not blink my eyes. Fong Ji-dao was a little upset. This trip today was destined to be in vain, and he also let the other party perceive the preciousness of this bronze wine cup. Only now did he realize that just now Yi Ming was just latching onto his words and had no intention of offering the wine cup at all.
The withered old face was no longer as amiable as before, and said with a slightly cold expression, "Why did you ask me how much my master planned to pay for your wine cup? Could it be that you want to find out how much that bronze wine cup is worth? I can clearly tell you, in addition to the master of this world, there will not be a second person so like you that wine cup, if not sold today, the next person to buy in the future, at most, can only be out of $100 million. Yiming shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Others love to offer as much as he likes. Anyway, I will not sell, and I do not lack that 1 billion. Fang Jidao's face more and more gloomy. Little friend, really do not sell? Good. Heirloom treasure, not for sale. Fang Jidao's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Yiming for a moment. He knew that today's trip was for nothing, and also let the other party perceive something. It seemed that there was only other methods that could be used. I won't hide it from you, little friend, if you don't sell that wine cup today, I'm afraid there will be trouble in the future. Is the old gentleman threatening me? Is it a threat or a kind persuasion? We will know later. Since you have no intention to resell, I will not bother more. Farewell. I'm not sending you off. Chapter 50 Staff Meeting. After the old man left, Yiming took that bronze wine cup and looked over and over again, really could not see what was so rare about this thing, simply did not look at it. The purpose of coming to 9 Dragons had been achieved, and there was even an unexpected gain. It was time to go back. After experiencing the trouble of returning once again, Yiming's desire to buy a private plane was even stronger, but everything had to wait until after he returned to make plans. After all, to buy a private plane, there were a dozen or so procedures alone, and there was still the need to recruit a captain and co-pilot as well as flight attendants. And Yiming does not intend to use the public apron and runway. He is ready to go to the suburbs to buy a piece of land to build their own runway, specifically for the use of their own aircraft. After all, in the future, maybe more than just buy a plane. In addition, it would take quite a bit of time from placing the order to customizing and completing the plane according to the requirements, plus various modifications. Chen Jiaqing knew that he had the idea of buying a private airplane, and asked him, the company still has nearly $1 billion left on the account, just take this front to buy it. Yiming shook his head, the funds on the company's books, leaving you as the general manager to deal with. To buy an airplane I have to pay for the funds. Jinhu Building has been under the banner of the news of the Starry Joy technology. The company's employees are cheering and honored, after all, can take the landmark building in Shanghai's prime location, marking their own strength of the company to work for extraordinary. In the future, when you go to work in the Golden Shanghai building, you will have a sense of ownership, that it is your own turf, not a rented one under a fence. At the staff meeting, Yiming announced that he would rename the company as Starry Joy Group and move the company's address to Golden Shanghai Building on a certain date. In addition, in order to celebrate the housewarming, he would invite a number of popular stars from the performing arts industry to come to support the event. Boom! The office exploded again. Especially those stargazers, all of them were red in the face and thick in the neck, looking at Yiming with bloodshot eyes, as if they wanted to eat him. Boss, I want to see Golden Flash. A bearded brown man shouted. Boss, I want Han Han. And Lu He. There was also Zixing. A long-haired imperial-looking young woman shouted. Boss, there's also Duan Tian Tian. A cute young girl also whispered to join in the fun. Yiming, we must invite Song Yingying. Laozi often dreams of dating Song Yingying. Yiming's former best friend shouted. These people are more intimate for Yiming, so he called his name. Yiming did not care. UING just dating? Nima Force, dare to insult my goddess, I and you fight. A time originally orderly staff meeting instantly messed up. Yiming hurriedly let everyone quiet down. These stars can't be invited just because they want to, it also depends on whether they have a schedule or not. However, the company will try to fulfill everyone's wishes. Yiming waved his hand and said, long live the boss. Yiming, you're too powerful. When the time comes, you must give a big group. Yiming finally made a speech. Starry Group will definitely continue to develop and grow in the future, and everyone here is the group's senior. There will be many opportunities for development in the future. I'm a person who is more nostalgic. For the old employees who are serious about their work, I will definitely not treat them poorly, but if there are people who are not serious about their work based on their status, then I won't be polite either. Boss, we will definitely do our best work. That's right, there is no better boss under the sky than Yiming. You're a real ass kisser, aren't you? The staff meeting ended in a warm atmosphere, with everyone's blood boiling and motivated to work. Jinhu Building a total of 68 floors, each layer has thousands of square meters, enough to accommodate hundreds of people. So many floors, the light of the Star Group a company certainly cannot be used up. Chen Jiaqing decided to keep the top 8 floors for the company's own use, including the top floor for the company's senior leadership office, the penultimate floor for the company's middle leadership office, the remaining 6 floors for the staff office. And the following 60 floors are all rented out, according to the rent of 2 million per year per floor. The rent alone can receive 120 million RMB a year. However, this amount of money, for Yiming now, was simply more mosquito meat than mosquito meat. For general enterprises, being able to move their company's office address into the Golden Shanghai building, which was located in a prime location and was a landmark building, was a very dignified thing for them. It represents the strength and pattern of the enterprise, which is the intangible asset of the enterprise. Therefore, as soon as the announcement was released, there were many representatives of enterprises who expressed their intention to lease the building. A building cannot be all office space, it must be complementary to each other. Shopping malls, hotels, restaurants, banks, playgrounds must be complete.
Chen Jiaqing, in accordance with the best ratio, selected a number of companies seeking to rent. Those that didn't rent were downcast, as if they had missed an opportunity to develop and grow their company. While Starry Joy Group was in a state of jubilation, the other enterprises that participated in the auction and failed to buy the Jinhu building were unable to sit still. They were all unwilling to be picked up by Starry Joy Group for such a great bargain. So they have to the relevant departments to report the Starry Joy Group's source of funds. As long as the Starry Joy Group's funds have problems, then the Golden Shanghai building will flow back into the market. They can also continue to participate in the auction.
But the answer they got was a big disappointment to them. The staff of the regulatory department faced those reporting personnel and said with a cold face, Starry Joy Group's source of funds has no problem at all. If you come back to report again, then it belongs to false accusation. We will transfer you to the judiciary according to the relevant laws. Nonsense, even their top leaders do not have the right to view that account, so what kind of identity is the holder of that account can be imagined. When those whistleblowers heard that, they were suddenly cold all over and could only leave in despair. Chapter 51, A Chance Encounter.
This day Yiming came to the company, looking for Jean Ruerue. In accordance with their own meaning to Airbus sent the intention to purchase aircraft. To model the largest one, on the Airbus A380, do not seat, let them modify the internal facilities into a luxury presidential suite, a variety of entertainment and living facilities and equipment to be complete. Right, you let them build as soon as possible, as well as Yiming heatedly Jean Ruerue commanded. Jean Ruerue brushed with a notebook, constantly remembering, the more you listen to the heart the more surprised. Would have to buy a private jet has been very shocking to her, but also so modified a bit, that need to spend is absolutely astronomical. Boss, according to your requirements, it is estimated that this airplane all completed need 2 years.
2 years? This time is a bit long. Let's do it this way. You let them speed up the progress, the price can be doubled, and strive to be completed within 1 year. Jean Ruerue covered her mouth in surprise. How capricious is the boss? In order to shorten the construction period, directly double the price. This doubling is not a small amount. The original cost plus modification fee will need almost 3 billion renminbi. If doubled, that is 6 billion renminbi, close to $1 billion. Even the world's most wealthy Qatar crown prince bought the most expensive plane is only $500 million. Our boss is even more wealthy than the crown prince of Qatar. And look at the boss that does not care about the look, as if these money for him is nothing. Jean Ruerue suddenly starry-eyed. Think the boss at this time the posture of the particularly magnificent and handsome. Airbus Eastern Agency Center, Jean Ruerue with Yiming's meaning, came here to prepare to place an order. As a world-renowned passenger aircraft manufacturing producers, Airbus Eastern Agency Center office building is very European modern style, looks very luxurious. Just as she entered, Jean Ruerue received a call from Chen Jiaqing, and she immediately picked it up. Rue, yesterday I asked you to organize the information of Chunfan Technology and Rue Platinum Technology have been sorted out? Already organized, all in the computer I carry with me. Then you send it to my email, I'll take a look at it first. Yes, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment.
Chunfan Technology is currently a domestic company with deep attainments in big data, although not yet listed, but after 5 rounds of financing development, has become a hidden domestic first-tier internet enterprises. Their technical ability in the cloud computing piece of Ma Rushing Sali Cloud are very jealous. The near future is very likely to have a huge impact on the domestic cloud computing market pattern. Although the Sharp Platinum technology is also to do big data, but compared to Chunfan Technology, the development of a step later, the company's size is also much smaller. All aspects of the ability to be worse than a grade. The financing situation is also only 3 rounds, is still in the position of catching up, but they win in the potential to be higher. Chen Jiaqing is ready to choose one of these 2 companies to invest in, laying the foundation for Xingyue Group's future layout of big data business. Jean Ruerue found a corner where there was a table and chairs for guests to rest. She opened the Mac Air she was carrying and was ready to find the information of Chunfan Technology and Ruebo Technology and send it to Mr. Chen. At this time, a big waist round, beer belly like pregnant women with 8 months pregnant middle-aged man wrapped around a flirtatious secretary staggering in. The secretary of a face of thick cosmetics, face white horrible, she wrapped around the arm of the middle-aged man, itching to stick to his body to go, husband, people's feet are still painful, the high heels wearing really uncomfortable, first rest a little. The middle-aged man with a face of favor scraped her nose, line, anyway, has arrived, just twisted to the place is still very painful? It hurts. It hurts. Here is also very painful. Little secret pointed to her heart, with a look of watering eyes. Egu my little baby, what's wrong? People let you buy Prada's latest model last time, you have to buy this broken Daphne, wearing people's feet are painful death. The little secretary pouted and pouted. Good, is my fault, next time to buy you Prada. First forgive you this time. The little secret of Vixen look, simply let the middle-aged man mouth watering, his mind now has long flown to the hotel in the evening. Look, there is a seat there, husband, you help me over to sit.
The little secret honey saw a few seats next to the table of Jean Rue. This middle-aged man followed the little secret's finger to look over and saw that there sat a woman wearing a black hip-hugging uniform, who was working with her back to them with her head down. Seeing that beautiful back, the middle-aged man immediately brightened his eyes. That slim waist is full of holding, long straight hair draped over the shoulder, full of back killer. I do not know what the face is like. The little secretary saw the middle-aged man actually looked at other women in front of him so fascinated, suddenly unhappy, she grunted, threw off the arm of the middle-aged man, huffed and puffed toward Jean Rue. She thought that Jean Rue was a staff member here. After all, she was wearing professional clothes. It is normal to be mistaken. The little secretary sat on her but next to Jean Rue, crossed her arms, and said with a very cold face, I am your honored guest, you now go and pour me a cup of water. Jean Rue froze and looked up at her, are you talking to me? You are blind, who else is here besides you? Jean Rue's face was also bad. How did this woman come up to make her, but also scolded people for no reason? It is a person cannot tolerate. She coldly said, sorry, you are wrong, I am not the staff here, to drink water you do it yourself. That small secretary's a stagnation, a look of eating a fly, want to say something, but have nothing to say. At this time the middle-aged man also rushed over, he heard Jean Rue's words in the back, and hurriedly came over to bow and apologize, sorry, we got it wrong. When he looked up and saw Jean Rue's pretty face, the light in his eyes flashed, the front face is more charming than the back Jean Rue saw him, but froze for a moment, it's you? When the middle-aged man heard Jean Rue ask this question, his heart was overjoyed. This little girl seemed to know herself, but he didn't know her. Could it be that she is her own fan? If this is the case, then it seems that he has been showing his face in various economic forums and salons for many years, but it is not useless. If this is the case, he. The middle-aged man looked at Jean Rue, his heart was on fire. The reason why Jean Rue recognized the middle-aged man in front of her was because the middle-aged man was the old general manager of Chunfan Technology, Jo Chin-kwon. Chapter 52, Old Classmates. At this time Jo Chin-kwon looked at Jean Rue, that beautiful face, coupled with the perfect body, properly on earth the best thing He swept up and down a glance at Jean Rue, imperceptibly gulped. You know me? He said back. Jean Rue, of course I know, you are the Chunfan Technology's boss Jo Chin-kwon. I do not know what Mr. Zhou is doing here? See, she really recognized themselves, but also know that they are the Chunfan Technology's boss, thinking that this little beauty seems to have been secretly pay attention to themselves for a long time. Jo Chin-kwon immediately full of complacency, not bad, I am the founder and CEO of Chunfan Technology, of course, to order a private jet here, I do not know how to call this little beauty? Jean Rue had long been sick and tired of his colorful gaze. When she heard that he was a company that was seeking financing but also wanted to buy a private plane, she couldn't help but frown and directly ignored his question. As far as I know, your company is seeking a new round of financing. Does it mean that you will use the funds to buy a private airplane? Jo Chin-kwon eyeballs turned a bit, laughed. It seems that the little beauty of our company is quite understand. Good, our company is indeed looking for the next round of financing, the target financing a total of $300 million US. At present the leading party and followers have been almost finalized, waiting for the funds to the account. As for the company's financing will have what purpose, this is not to bother the little beauty, but the purchase of a private jet is indeed one of the plans. Our company is now on track, we early entrepreneurs ate too much suffering, now it is time to enjoy the fruits of the spending of 100 million gold to buy a private jet. Naturally, in order to allow the company's executives to go out to enjoy the fun, can be fast and convenient, and that's all. That's all. His tone of voice was frank, proud, and full of bragging rights. The leading investor he was talking about was in fact the Starjoy Group, with a total investment of $1.5 billion, accounting for half of the total financing of this round. However, this matter has not been finalized. Starjoy Technology just expressed the intention to invest, how the results, but also need to discuss specifically. Jean Rue frowned, financing $300 million, we have to spend $100 million to buy the company's development does not help or even drag the foot of the private jet, this is definitely not a startup company owner should have the attitude. She said lightly, your company has not yet gone public, how can you talk about getting on track? According to my understanding, your biggest competitor Ruiping Technology has been developing steadily over the years, has almost caught up with you right, you do not use the funds for the company's technology research and development, but used to enjoy, this practice is not questionable? Jo Chin-kwon waved his hand, did not care about Sharp Platinum Technology such a small company, I simply did not put in the eyes, their company in all aspects are weaker than us, not enough to worry about. He suddenly felt that this little beauty is really in his eyes and chat, unlike the sight of this fox, in addition to pampering is to ask for money, completely on their own work without the slightest interest, and she said some of the things on the job, but also basically equal to a cow. If you can become a confidant with this little beauty, or the relationship further, that is simply heaven on his Jo Chin-kwon favor. Thinking about this, he did not care about the side has been about to break out of the small secret, smiling to Jean Rue said, small beauty, see us so chatty, why don't you recognize? He will be fat palms reached over. Jean Rue had already sent the information to Chen Jiaqing, directly ignored his hand, covered the computer and stood up, said faintly, you will soon know me. then left without looking back. Will soon recognize?
This sentence fell in Jo Ching-kwon's ears, but it had other meanings.
He stood in place and pondered, could it be that she is giving me a hint in that area?
Another look at that slim and slender back, Jo Ching-kwon body under a fire, the eyes of the essence of the light blossom, itching to eyeball hanging to Jean Rueruwe body to go. Next to the secretary sought his appearance, angry half dead, chest heaving, a foot pouting mouth angry, so will seduce men, look as a vixen. Jo Ching-kwon and Jean Rueruwe after talking, has been for her speech and elegance, plus she also gave himself some kind of hints, how can tolerate the small secretary slander, immediately face cold reprimand, small Fong, your mouth is best to put a clean point, not what people can bite. Fong saw Jo Ching-kwon not good face, scared little face white, no longer dare to talk too much, but the heart would hate to say, you old thing, wait for my mother to find the receiver, sooner or later stirrups you. Entering the customer reception, Jean Rueruwe placed an order for Airbus according to Yi Ming's request. Reception is a middle-aged woman, is going through the formalities, suddenly a surprised female voice sounded next to her.
Rue, it's you?
Jean Rueruwe turned around and looked, it turned out to be a college friend Deng Meichi. When studying at the college, Jean Rueruwe is a well-known beauty of the hospital bully, no matter the results or face value or better than Deng Meichi had. So in the past, Deng Meichi had no reason to hold a kind of hostility towards her. Deng Meichi was Jean Rueruwe dead pressure, the heart is very unconvinced, until graduation, Deng Meichi into the Airbus Orient Agency Center, while Jean Rueruwe into the unknown Starry Joy Technology. By then, she only in Jean Rueruwe found a trace of superiority, feeling that she finally exceeded Jean Rueruwe.
This moment saw her, naturally want to show off a bit.
Rue, I did not expect you to graduate from the academy of the school bully, but actually into the kind of no-name company, the teacher, and when we talk about it, we all feel particularly sorry it, right, you now position and salary how is it? I tell you, I now stay in this company, salary treatment benefits are super good, the current monthly salary of 15,000, the year-end bonus of 50,000, a year to the end of the total almost can get 25 million it, how about you, how much you? She was proud of her face, and her tone of voice carried an undisguised complacency. In her subconscious, the treatment given by a nameless company like Xingyue Technology is naturally incomparable to that of Airbus, which is one of the world's top 500 companies. However, when Chen Jiaqing was able to recruit Jean Rueruwe, in addition to their own charisma, treatment naturally will not treat her poorly.
Chapter 53 Climbing Comparison.
Jean Rueruwe glanced at her, seeing her look of eagerly waiting to see the joke, suddenly smiled. Everyone chooses a different road there is no pity or not, as long as you can realize your own value, rather than being a screw, even if the company is small, I think it does not matter. In the Airbus such a large company does not lack of talent, to Deng Meichi's qualifications, can only be a screw. Deng Meichi naturally also heard the meaning of her words, she disdainfully cold snorted, in a small company to stay a long time, the eyes will become narrow, I tell you, the boss of that kind of company will be all day and you talk about what dream the future or what, all day to give you a cake, you cannot be fooled by them.
Oh, our company boss is good, never talk about these.
Deng Meichi saw Jean Rueruwe avoided the question she just asked her salary, think it must be because it is not as high as their own, embarrassed to speak, and now say so, is nothing more than to fight for their own strong breath. She covered her mouth and smiled, her face was full of complacency, that I wonder, your boss who doesn't talk to you about dreams and doesn't draw cakes, how much is the salary package for you?
How much do you get in a year? Is it half of mine?
Jean Rueruwe is writing materials, head down, head did not lift, just carelessly said, not bad, our boss will never treat us poorly, a year-end, plus the year-end bonus to hand almost 1 million RMB.
What? 1 million?
Deng Meichi instantly widened her eyes. She counted a year only to 25 million, and Jean Rueruwe directly 4 times her.
This was completely out of her expectation.
She couldn't believe that a small company would give such a generous offer to a fresh graduate.
She crossed her arms and laughed, I wonder what position you hold in your company. 1 million RMB is almost a vice president's salary, could it be that you are their vice president now? Or, there is another identity?
Jean Rueruwe shook her head, not vice president, is the assistant general manager, by the way to help the boss run errands. Hearing her say assistant to the general manager, Deng Meichi's face suddenly bloomed into a smile.
Yo, can't see that you're already a general manager's assistant
Deng Meichi's voice was thick with sarcasm, the chief assistant is almost equivalent to the vice president, I can't imagine that our Jean Manhwa has become the chief assistant so quickly. I must give you publicity in our class group, and $1 million a year, this little secretary oh no, this chief assistant one also worth it. Jean Rueruwe see her that gloating look, some strange, think carefully, suddenly understand, her eyes like the bright moon, a light smile, do not care about it. Our general manager has just been poached from JP Morgan Chase by our boss, I follow her, she treats me like a sister, takes great care of me, and I do follow her to learn a lot of things. She also pays my salary.
Your GM is a woman? Your boss and general manager are not the same person?
The joy on Deng Meichi's face froze, things were different from what she had imagined Jean Ruwerue shook her head, a shallow smile. Our general manager is a woman, the boss is a big handsome man, or a handshake. I occasionally give the boss to run errands, for example. Now, to your company to give him an order for an Airbus A380, this matter is also my full responsibility. Your boss wants to buy an Airbus A380, or are you in charge of it? Deng Meiqi's original somewhat surprised expression was once again surprised. What did it mean for her boss to be able to afford an Airbus A380? According to the current market price of the A380, at least 2 billion renminbi was needed, so her boss was worth at least $10 billion to start with. And for her to be in full charge meant that she was in control of at least 2 billion renminbi. She was just a newcomer who graduated not long ago, and her boss was able to trust her with so much money, which was enough to prove that she was very capable and quite valued by her boss. Deng Meiqi was completely shocked and felt her face burning hot. And Jean Ruwerue's look of indifference further made her heart feel bad. Originally thought that she went to a small company of no reputation, did not expect the strength of such a strong, she was also so valued, the future of the future than when a screw do not know how much brighter. I thought I had surpassed her, but I didn't realize that the truth was that she was getting farther and farther away. Whether it is money in the future, or thrown out of sight. At this time, Deng Meiqi's supervisor came over. She was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She had just received a report from her subordinates, saying that someone wanted to order an Airbus A380, and it had to be drastically modified, and according to the other party's requirements, it had to be completed within a year, and the price could be higher. This is a big customer. The supervisor immediately rushed over from the office to discuss with her specifically. She saw Deng Meiqi actually here, immediately said with a stern face, Deng Meiqi, what are you doing here? Hurry up to me to organize the material, not completed today, this month bonus cancelled. Deng Meiqi was shocked and hurriedly got up and left with her head down. And the supervisor is a smile on the face of the guest, and Jean Ruwerue bowed and shook hands. Students from the same class, facing the same person, one was reprimanded and the other was treated as a VIP. This intuitive gap gave Deng Meiqi another stab in the back. It was only at this point that she reacted that she had just forgotten why she had come here because of her past jealousy, in order to be able to show her superiority in front of Jean Ruwerue. What else could coming here represent besides buying an airplane? Is a company that can afford to buy an airplane a small company? Thinking of this, she couldn't wait to slap herself. Isn't this her own ing face sticking up for others to beat? Chapter 54, Car Accident. Yi Ming at this time also did not idle, star group to hold a housewarming ceremony. Naturally, we must have a big banquet. He had already decided to invite at least half of the stars of the entertainment industry to come and help out, so he chose the venue at the Mercedes Cultural Center. This performance venue, located on the banks of the Huangpu River, has always been an excellent choice for organizing large-scale performing arts events. The venue has a capacity of 18,000, but excluding the space occupied by the stage, there are roughly 15,000 seats left for the audience. He was currently sitting inside his newly purchased Rolls-Royce Phantom, and his driver and bodyguard was Ah Hu. Yi Ming was ready to personally go and finalize the date for renting the venue. Originally, he didn't need to go personally, but he was bored and had some things he wanted to do himself. When the car drove to an intersection, suddenly, a large van came barreling out of the corner. This truck seemed to be out of control, as if it had lost control, directly crashing through all the small cars in front of it, its speed not decreasing by half, and without sounding the horn, it rushed madly straight towards the Rolls-Royce that Yi Ming was riding in. When the crowd saw this scene, they couldn't help but scream in shock. Ah, there was a car accident. If hit, the Rolls-Royce would undoubtedly be directly crushed, and the person sitting inside would have no hope of survival. Things happened too suddenly. The big truck is already close at hand. The huge front end seems to be the shadow of the hammer of death. Just in the nick of time, Ah Hu quickly reacted. He violently hit the steering wheel, stepped on the gas, directly hit the side of a van, so that his car slightly deviated from the angle. Bang! A huge crash sounded. The big van didn't directly hit the Rolls-Royce, but hit its rear end. Then the Rolls-Royce's front end was thrown, and Tiger, with his excellent driving skills practiced in the army, hardened his car and brought it directly across, making the entire body parallel to the big truck. Yi Ming in the car received a huge impact, and without any defense, his head hit the body of the car. Fortunately, the internal structure was relatively soft, and he didn't have any major injuries. However, the glass of the car was all broken. Yi Ming's arm was cut out by the broken glass with a few blood marks. After the big truck crashed into the Rolls-Royce, it finally stopped. However, after stopping, it suddenly began to reverse, preparing to crash again. Even the dumbest person would know at this point that this was not an ordinary car accident, but an intentional murder. Fortunately, the body of the van was too big and not flexible. The speed is also very slow. Ah Hu at this time, his hands holding the steering wheel, surprisingly calm, his face is very cold. He had encountered this kind of situation countless times when he was a special forces soldier, so he was not worried. Under his control, the speed of the Rolls-Royce soared wildly. The big truck was simply unable to catch up, and instantly even the taillights could not be seen. The driver on the big truck finally whacked the steering wheel hard. Damn it! Let him run! Soon, the traffic police mobilized, they surrounded the big truck, the driver had no choice but to stop down. In the middle of an alley, the Rolls-Royce that ditched the big truck was parked here. Yiming simply bandaged his arm and stepped out of the car. Looking at the bruised Rolls-Royce, his face was expressionless, but in the depths of his eyes, there was endless anger. This big truck was obviously aiming to kill him, but fortunately he was lucky to have escaped this fate. From this moment onwards, he and the person behind the big truck driver had already stood on the opposite side of immortality.
Since you want my life, it's either you die or I die. Boss. Are you alright?
Who came over and asked, looking very self-blaming. This time things happened too suddenly, and the other side is a big truck directly hit over, actually has nothing to do with him.
I'm fine, this time they did not get it, there may be a backhand, you pay more attention to it.
Yiming paused and then said, this accident, it is very likely that the disciple called Chen Badong that we saw in Kowloon last time did it.
Boss, you mean Chen Badong? Tiger was slightly taken aback when he heard this name. You know him?
Yiming was a little surprised, but thinking that he had lived in Kowloon for such a long period of time, it was normal to know him. I haven't met him, but I have heard of his deeds.
Oh? What were some of them? Tell me.
Chen Badong, Kowloon was once a famous feng shui master. Many rich and powerful officials have visited him to ask him questions about yin and yang mansions, wealth, official luck, the 8 signs of the year, etc. It is said that his house is full of guests every day, and each of those guests has an extraordinary status, but when they see him, they all have the courtesy of the younger generation.
And many people who have been instructed by him have been successful afterward.
In addition, it is said that he is also a martial arts expert. He fought with Boxer Ali once, but he couldn't even block a single move.
So powerful? Yiming was slightly surprised.
That's right, it is said that he had already entered the dark force at that time. What is dark force? Yiming was once again puzzled, a word he had never heard of before. At this moment, he felt that there was a world's door that was slowly opening up to him. This world was marvelous and dangerous, something he had never imagined before at all. Tiger continued to patiently and the boss to explain, the way of martial arts, strong without end, generally divided into bright force, dark force, chemical force, innate after what is called, I do not know, but as long as it is clear, more than 99% of the world's kung fu are belong to the bright force, also known as the external force. For example, intercepting boxing, Wing Chun and other rely on the body contact with the enemy to fight, with the strength and speed of the opponent to defeat.
The opponent are belong to the bright force.
The dark force, also called internal force, is equivalent to internal force, internal practice of a breath, this kind of kung fu, than the bright force many levels higher. Ordinary martial arts people cannot be reached even after a lifetime of exhaustion, such as me. And Huanjin masters can be called a master, they can take things in the air, the sword to kill people, life is said to be able to reach 500 years. This kind of person is the existence of a phoenix and a rare horn, extremely rare, and then above the innate, it is said to be comparable to the gods. I have not yet heard of one.
After such an explanation, Yiming finally understood a little.
He nodded his head, finally realizing that this world was not as simple as it looked. There were many things that you could not imagine that existed in certain unknown places. When your level is higher, the things you come into contact with will be more extensive, and you will understand more and more.
Who continued, by the way, at that time, there was another person named Su Xuanjai. This person is a master of arts in Xinjia Slope, a few years younger than Chen Badong. At that time, both of them were flush with fame, and they were both hot characters, but strangely enough, 30 years ago, they announced their retirement at the same time, almost at the same time.
And after that, it was rare to hear about the two of them anymore.
Who stopped here. He looked around and then came over to Yiming's side and whispered, it is said that the reason they retired was to look for one thing.
Looking for something? Yiming's mind immediately appeared in his own bronze wine cup. Could it be that the thing they were looking for was it? That's right, it's looking for something. I've heard people talk about it before at the underground boxing club, and I think I heard that it can renew your life.
Life renewal? Yiming's eyes widened violently.
Chapter 55, Rebellion. No wonder that old guy said he would buy it at any cost and still refused to reveal a single word, so it was this secret. By here he also finally figured out why the other party valued that wine cup so much, dare that over 100-years-old monster wanted to renew his life through that bronze wine cup. But that thing was in his own home before, looks in addition to the style of ancient, there is nothing rare. It seemed that he must go back and study it properly. Thinking of this, Yiming instructed Hu to say, let's go home.
Okay, boss.
The two of them directly left behind this Rolls-Royce that they had just bought not long ago, and took a cab on the side of the road to go back. For that Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yiming was indifferent, but Hu was very distressed. After all, to buy it would cost more than 8 million, nearly 9 million RMB.
He kept asking along the way, boss, you really don't want that car?
Yiming smiled faintly, do not want, that car just bought soon after the accident, unlucky, who love to take.
We'll get a new one. Tiger swallowed his saliva and said nothing more.
Back home, Yiming in the room alone with the bronze wine cup repeatedly look and look. How to look at it is very common, do not know how in the end it can be linked to the renewal of life. Remembering that the auctioneer said that this wine cup was something that Shang Tang had used, he went online to check it out again. There were many pictures of this wine cup on the internet, but they were all art photos used to publicize it before the auction, and they didn't have the slightest value to him. Finally, in a remote corner of an old website that hadn't been updated for a long time, Yiming finally found some clues, but they were all text descriptions, no pictures, and Yiming didn't know if it was this wine glass in his hand. The text tells the story of how Shang, a vassal of the Xia dynasty, secretly kept conquering the vassals and expanding his power before he rose up. When Xia Jia learned of this, he summoned Shang Tang to the royal capital and quickly imprisoned him on the Xia terrace. Shang Tang's left minister, Zhongshu Hui, and his right minister, Yin, then collected countless treasures, playthings, and beautiful women and offered them to Xia Jia, requesting that Shang Tang be spared. Xia Jia accepted the things, pretending to release Shang Tang, but in the Shang Tang on the way back to send people all the way to kill, the killer chased to a deserted valley. Zhong Venomous and Yin persuade Shang Tang to hide, let them lead away from the killers, so the Shang Tang into a gully in the hidden down. It is in this gully he found this bronze wine cup. See it in a peculiar shape and the shimmering light, Shang Tang liked it and immediately put away. Later on, when he went to war with the Xia dynasty, Shang Tang would use this cup to drink wine before each battle. The army led by Shang Tang was victorious in many battles, and finally, after the Battle of Mingji, he overthrew the Xia dynasty and established the Shang Empire. At the founding ceremony of the Shang dynasty, Shang Tang hosted a banquet for his ministers and gave this cup the name of the Dragon Bottle. Later on, Shang Tang lived to be nearly 100 years old, which was almost 3 times as long as the average person in those days, which was extremely rare. Although there is no evidence that this was related to the dragon bottle, it is widely speculated that Shang Tang's longevity was related to the fact that he often drank from that wine cup. Here, the introduction about this wine cup is over. Yiming carefully pondered for a while. Could it be that one had to be like Shang Tang and often drink from this wine cup to be able to do so? This thing used to be the heirloom of their Olji family. Of course it wouldn't really be used as a wine cup, it had always been hidden away as a treasure. Yiming decided to give it a try. He cleaned the wine cup, poured some Maotai wine into it and took a sip. Yiming smacked his lips and felt that there was nothing special, there was even a mossy flavor.
This could renew one's life?
He shook his head, somewhat unconvinced.
That legend, maybe it was just a lie that some historian in later generations was idly bored and made up on the fly.
Putting down the wineglass, Yiming suddenly felt a little dizzy, and he was aghast in his heart.
Could it be that it was not sterilized, and something went wrong when he took it to fill it with wine and drank it?
Dizziness came quickly, and his body's strength seemed like a balloon with a hole in it was frantically escaping. He didn't even have the strength to cry out for help, and soon he collapsed on the soft carpet and fainted. Half an hour later, Yiming woke up. He shook his heavy head, feeling that there was something extra in his head. Taking another look at the table, the dragon transforming bottle had unexpectedly disappeared. In its place was a pile of dust. The bronze wine cup had turned into dust? He was sure that no one had come into his room, otherwise there wouldn't have been no one to wake him up and leave him lying on the floor. Suddenly, his head was dizzy again. Yiming was a bit depressed. This is not over yet? But this time it was much better. The vertigo disappeared in a moment. A line of words appeared in his mind as well as an illusory silhouette. That silhouette had a long beard and black hair, a wide robe with dropsy, and his lips seemed to be moving, but there was no sound. And that line of words Yiming could see clearly. I am Shang Tang, thou hast obtained the dragon bottle of transformation. It is indeed a chance. I have already passed on the inheritance to thee as much as I can. Thou shalt set up a country as a king.
What's the situation?
Yiming was startled when he saw that line.
To establish a country as a king, doesn't that mean to rebel? He's got more money than he can spend, so he's not dying to rebel?
If he was so well off, he would only rebel if his head was pinched by the door. Yiming immediately asked in his mind what would happen if he didn't establish the country as a king. But the silhouette and the line of words have turned pale and disappeared, no longer responded.
Nima threw down a sentence and left? Too unethical.
Forget it, one step at a time. If you have to rebel. Yiming suddenly froze, thought of something. Yes, he did not say that he wanted to rebel in his own country. The world is so big, can rebel in a lot of places. He didn't say he wanted to rebel in his own country. The world is so big, there are many places where you can rebel. Thinking of this, Yiming sighed in relief. Anyway, when the time comes, he should be able to spend his own money to buy a piece of land somewhere and set up a small country.
He happily slapped the table, and with a loud bang.
That table was unexpectedly shattered by his slap.
What the hell is going on here?
Yiming was dumbfounded again. This was a table made of precious red solid wood. It was hard as hell, but it was actually shattered by his slap. He stared blankly at his palm, his mind unable to react for a moment. Chapter 56, The Fear of Being Dominated by Power.
Yiming immediately went out of the room and found Ahu. Ahu, you accompany me out to practice.
Ahu was playing with Xiaonuan. Hearing Yiming's words he froze. What practice?
What do you mean by practicing?
Boss, are you kidding? Ahu opened his mouth wide, a little disbelieving. He knew that his boss had absolutely no kung fu background.
Why would he suddenly want to spar kung fu with himself on a whim? Could it be that he wanted to learn kung fu from himself to protect himself because he was murdered? Then it should be learned first and then spar. How can anyone come up and want to spar directly? His heart a series of questions, a little puzzled, bitter smile, boss, or forget it, just had a small car accident, you still have injuries on your hands, I'm afraid that if I make another move, I will miss and hurt you. Don't ing bull fast or deduct your salary. Yi Ming threw down a sentence, straight out the door, first went outside to wait for him. Ah Hu let out another helpless bitter laugh, and had to hand over Shan Wan in his hand to Yu Kaihua. The couple had now gotten back together. Yi mother saw the situation, smiled and shook her head. This child, again playful, she knew that Ah Hu's powerful, instructed, Ahua, you are powerful, let him point Ah. Yu Kaihua also instructed, you can only defend, not attack, understand? Ah Hu nervously rubbed the back of his head, okay, no problem. Yi Ming stood on top of the wide lawn in front of the villa, closed his eyes and quietly felt the situation around him. He realized that he was actually very clear about Tiger's every move. To know, he was turning his back to Ah Hu at this moment. Could it be that this was also Shan Tang's inheritance? Yi Ming's heart grew more and more shocked. Feeling Ah Hu's gradually approaching footsteps, Yi Ming turned around and said with a smile, Ah Hu, I heard that you can fight 5 by yourself, let me try your reach first today. Let the horse come over, boss. Ah Hu looked like a tall man, thinking that he could put his boss over with just one hand. Yi Ming wasn't polite and directly blasted a fist towards him. Look at the fist. He bellowed out. Yi Ming's fist blasted out, causing Ah Hu, who had just been pretending to be a pussy, to suddenly have his pupils shrink and feel bad in his heart. Because he felt the wind of the fist. And it was strangely fast. One must know that only a true martial arts expert could wield the wind of a fist, and even he was just barely able to do so, while the boss was waving his hand. Is this still an ordinary person without any kung fu background? The shadow of the fist was already in front of his eyes, who hurriedly crossed his arms and blocked, making a defensive stance. As long as he could defend against this punch, he could wait for an opportunity to attack. However, in his haste, his arms were hit by Yi Ming's punch, and his entire body flew backwards. What a strong force! Ah Hu's heart was shocked. Just now, he was worried that he had accidentally injured his boss, and how he would have to spar to satisfy his boss. At this moment he only felt that he had been humiliated. He felt that his arms were hot and painful, like they were about to break, and even his chest was a bit stuffy. However, with this punch, Yi Ming had actually only used 2 layers of strength. If he knew about it, he didn't know if he would be so depressed that he would want to vomit blood. After this punch, both men froze. Ah Hu was shocked that the boss had this kind of strength that even he didn't possess, but he clearly looked like an ordinary person. How could he be so powerful? On the other hand, Yi Ming, who was standing on the other side of the room, looked at his hand over and over again, and was equally shocked in his heart. A light punch had blown Tiger away. This was Iron Arm Astro Boy, right? He found another large tree that was hugged by 2 people and directly slammed his fist into the trunk. This time, he made a few points of force. At once, the trunk of the tree hard to be smashed by him out of a hole. When Ah Hu saw this scene, the shock in his heart was indescribable. This kind of power. Is it still a human being? Even if he took a hammer and smashed the tree as hard as he could, there was no way he could make a hole. He gulped, feeling the fear of being dominated by power. Yi Ming finally accepted the fact that he was already a force to be reckoned with. He believed that if there was even a cow in front of him at this moment, he would be able to blow it away with one punch. Perhaps this was going to be a blessing in disguise. But this Shan Tang's inheritance is really overbearing. If he himself also has this kind of power, then the war is not easy to collect heads? And with successive victories, it was only a matter of time before the Xia dynasty was overthrown. Yi Ming re-entered the house alone at this time, preparing to go and set the rental date for the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center. He didn't drive, but walked directly. Walking on the road, he felt that his senses in all aspects had become incomparably sharp, and as long as he focused his attention, the slightest change in this great world would be noticed by him. Not only the sense of sight, but the senses of hearing, smell, taste, and touch were all strengthened a lot without exception. For example, 150 meters away, on top of a leaf of the camphor tree, there were 2 flies flourishing. In the grass 280 meters away, there was an ant excitedly returning the same way to find its companion because it had found food. 500 meters away in the security room at the entrance of the district, a security guard was holding a cell phone with earplugs in his ears, hiding in the corner and secretly watching a small movie. But soon, he felt a wave of fatigue. It seemed that concentrating wasn't that easy. He shook his head, detaching himself from that state of extreme acuity, and continued walking. When he arrived at that street corner where he had a car accident before, Yi Ming suddenly felt that someone was following him. It should be the same group as the people who were going to murder themselves before, and looking at the way they were looking around, they were probably choosing an opportunity to strike. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Yi Ming's mouth. Since you want to play, let's play with you. He changed his direction and took a step towards a remote corner. Chapter 57, Heated Battle. Look, he seems to be heading in that direction of Dingji Alley. The 3 people behind him saw Yi Ming suddenly walking towards a less crowded place. Rubbing their hands together, they were all a little excited. Let's go, we can't miss again this time. The leader was quite calm, not blindly happy. Turning the corner, the 3 of them saw Yi Ming standing in the depths of the alley with his hands behind his back.
They looked at each other and nodded, all understanding what the other meant. The three drew out the short knives hidden in their backs and tiptoed forward without making a sound on their feet, wanting to give Yiming a surprise attack, lest they let him get away.
But their every move could not escape Yiming's perception.
A cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth, his face devoid of the slightest emotion. When they were about to approach, he turned around with a sudden huff and looked at the three of them indifferently.
"I've been waiting for you guys for a long time."
Eh? The three were startled for a moment, then turned their heads and looked around vigilantly. They suspected that they had been ambushed, but there wasn't a single movement around them.
"Don't look, there's no one." "There's no one?"
Hearing this, the three of them instantly relaxed. They had just been worried that a dozen people would suddenly appear from any corner and surround them. The leader let out a sardonic smile. "Then I'm sorry, no one will be there to collect your corpse later." "That's right, if you just give your acquaintances a phone call for help, maybe they will come over, just to collect your body, otherwise you die here. Scaring other people is not good."
"What's the point of talking so much? Let's go together." "I'm in a hurry."
Yiming first impatient. The three found that the kid in front of them not only did not kneel down and beg for forgiveness, but even pretended to be crazy and asked them to go together. This was a red-hot insult. Since their debut, which one of them is not scared of the wind? Today, they actually ran into such a dish-a-bag. The leader became infuriated and waved his hand, and the three of them surrounded them, seemingly wanting to block Yiming's path of retreat. Yiming sneered, not bothering to argue with them, and directly blasted his fist towards the leader. The leader didn't expect Yiming to take the initiative and was somewhat unprepared, only instinctively lifting the short sword in his hand to try to block Yiming's fist. However, Yiming's amazing reaction stopped his fist, and then swiftly lifted his foot and kicked him in the small arm. The short knife in his hand flew away, and at the same time, this kick containing horrible power also made the person's hand holding the knife break into two pieces. Yiming didn't stop. After kicking the opponent's knife away, his fist wind came roaring again. The huge impact was like a high-speed hammer that poured onto the leader's body. Bang! The leader's body was blown away like a kite with broken strings, flying 7 or 8 meters before landing, and he was unconscious after landing. Yiming blew out his fist and secretly sighed that this power was too damn powerful and domineering. The other two saw the power of Yiming's punch, and just now they were full of joy and smugness, but at this moment, they instantly froze. The air seemed to stand still. They swallowed their saliva, and their backs went cold. The leader was the most powerful of the three of them. One picking the two of them was no problem at all, and as a result, even he was instantly resolved. So did the two of them have the slightest chance of winning? This kind of power, is it still human? Popeye? Astro Boy? Hulk? It seems like they kicked the bucket this time. They stood there trembling and not knowing what to do. Although they were holding knives in their hands, their heartbeats couldn't stop thumping, and for a while it was not a good idea to retreat, nor was it a good idea to fight. "You two go together," Yiming faintly said, his tone very cold. Yiming already had no intention of letting these three people go, since they wanted their lives. If they let them go back this time, and they realized that they couldn't do anything about it, they might not be able to lay hands on the people around them, and use the safety of the people around him to blackmail them. This was something Yiming did not want to see, so in order to put an end to this kind of future trouble, he absolutely could not let these three people leave. Those two were still hesitant, glancing at each other. Together? Do they have any chance of winning? Seeing the blood-devouring cold aura deep in the bottom of Yiming's eyes, one of them had a shock in his heart. Seeing that the situation was not good, with the idea of staying in the Green Mountains and not being afraid of having no firewood to burn, he directly threw the knife in his hand and knelt down, constantly kowtowing. "I'm wrong, I deserve to die, please let me go." He was really kowtowing hard. Blood came out on his forehead. The other person followed suit. "Yes, we were also instructed by someone. This matter has nothing to do with us, please let us go." Yiming's face was icy cold, not moved at all. "I'm not going to let you go. Letting you go and then letting you bring people to deal with the people around me?" He was expressionless, pointing at the leader who was still lying unconscious not far away, and said faintly, "I will let you go if you kill him." "What?" The two exclaimed at the same time, looking at Yiming in horror, turning their heads to look at the leader again. For a moment they couldn't decide. Seeing that they were hesitating, Yiming coldly smiled. "Since you can't lay your hands on him, you guys should accompany him." Saying this, he slowly stepped towards the two. When those two saw Yiming approaching, that terrifying aura scared them pale, and one of them clenched his teeth and dashed towards Yiming, wanting to take advantage of his inattention to make a surprise attack. The corner of Yiming's mouth wiped over a cold smile, and directly blasted out a fist, simple and dry, without dragging his feet. It was such a simple and unadorned punch. The person who had rushed over finally felt the fear of the previous leader. He looked at the ever-approaching fist with his pupils shrinking, but he was unable to dodge it. Bang! That person was struck in the face by Yiming, and instantly, his entire face was dented, looking terrifying. Then, he flew out backwards on his back weakly, flying even farther than the leader, and after he landed, he had no breath left in him. When the remaining person saw this scene, he directly pissed himself in fear, kneeling on the ground and constantly kowtowing, repeatedly begging for mercy. I'll go kill him, please let me go." Yiming didn't move and watched as he turned towards the leader. That man stood next to the leader, his face complex. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the knife he had just thrown away from the side and was about to stab down. Right at this moment, the leader's eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 58 Rental Matters. The leader raised his remaining good hand and grabbed the short knife he stabbed over, then violently kicked him in the stomach, directly sending him flying with a kick. With this kick he made a vicious effort. This guy actually dared to kill even the boss. There was no use in keeping him. The leader stood up and walked over to the henchman who was kicked away. His face showed a fierce look. Want me to die? You go to hell first. He kicked the man hard in the head again. With a muffled sound, the man's head was kicked by the hard sole of the shoe, as if he was hit hard by an iron bar. He immediately lost his breath. The leader puked on the ground, then turned his head to look at Yiming. I didn't expect you to have 2 tricks, but do you think you can win just by having 2 tricks? Oh? Is that so? Then let me see what you can do. Yiming looked at him with interest. He now also wanted to test how powerful he really was. The leader was not too tall and exuded a deftness. He had met kung fu masters before, but each time he had utilized a variety of gimmicks to defeat or even kill the other party. This time, although he had already broken one of his hands, he thought that he would still be able to do the same thing and solve the guy in front of him. Just now, it was only his own carelessness that allowed this guy to get the advantage. If he could avoid his front and attack his weakness, he was certain that he could finish off the other party. Let you see what it means to be 4, 2, and 1,000 pounds. After he finished speaking, he immediately swam up and circled around Yiming, recklessly looking for a chance to strike. Yiming stood there indifferently, not moving like a mountain, his face terribly calm, not even bothering to look at him. Even when he came up behind him, his keen senses had already locked onto his every move. The man stood behind Yiming and saw that he was actually pretending to turn his back to himself. His heart secretly rejoiced. It was a good opportunity. He threw up his remaining intact arm and directly smashed it towards Yiming's cerebellum. If this punch hit, he was confident that Yiming would lose his ability to resist on the spot. But the instant he struck, Yiming also moved. He quickly turned around and raised his hand to lightly grab his fist. The corner of his mouth still had a sarcastic smile. Is that all you're capable of? Not good. The man's heart shook wildly, and he was about to withdraw his hand, but his fist had already fallen into Yiming's palm, and he was unable to break free. Yiming gently gripped it, and then turned it. At that moment, there was a click. A miserable scream resounded through the heavens and earth. Both of his hands were ruined. Yiming still didn't let go, as he pulled, directly pulling the man's body closer, and then lifted his foot to violently kick over. The leader only felt like all the bones in his body had shattered, and that piercing pain caused him to feel fear for the first time. The fear of death. But at this moment, he had completely lost the power to resist and could only watch as Yiming kicked again. I hate it so much. Looking at the 3 of them lying there lifeless, Yiming let out a dark sigh. Having power was certainly welcome, but with it came unavoidable killing. This was the first time he had killed someone, and he hadn't wanted to, but these people had already threatened the safety of the people around him, and if he didn't kill them, he would surely suffer retaliation, and at that time, it would be too late to regret. Therefore, he didn't blame himself too much. Instead, his heart became more determined. If anyone wanted to be unfavorable to himself and the people around him, he would definitely retaliate back with even more brutal means. Yiming simply dealt with the situation, walked out of the alley, and continued on to his destination. Arriving at the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center's office, Yiming found the relevant staff and began to inquire about specific rental matters. The staff gave him a detailed introduction to the process, and everything went smoothly as he set the time for the party to be held in half a month. Just when he understood all the circumstances and was ready to pay and place the order, a middle-aged fat man squeezed over. He smiled apologetically at Yiming and then said to the staff that, "Will the May Pen Center still be available for return in half a month? Song Fong is going to hold a fan appreciation party for his fans and movie fans, so please help arrange it if there is any room." This man is the temporary manager of H-star Song Fong in the East. Song Fong acted in a TV drama some time ago and became popular all over Asia, and his popularity in China is also very high. I'm sorry sir, it's already full in half a month. How about half a month from now? I can't, Song Fong's schedule is tight, he's not available at other times. Then I'm sorry, we can't offer you access to the venue. The staff member had a professional smile on his face. The man's face was slightly anxious. Can you see if you can squeeze in a day, even half a day? The staff continued to say that they could not offer it. A man beside him casually asked, "The appreciation party can be done no matter when, right? Why do you have to do it within half a month?" The man smiled bitterly. Song Fong had just finished broadcasting a hit drama, and his popularity was at its peak, so it was the most appropriate time to hold an appreciation party. The staff next to him muttered in a low voice, "It's the fans' money that's the easiest to circle, right? These stars from H countries have taken the East as a gold mine for their gold rush, all kinds of money from brain-damaged fans, and those brain-damaged fans are still happy to do so. Unbeknownst to them, most of the people in the H countries are hostile to the East, those stars on the surface polite, but in private they do not throw you a glance, just take you as a cash machine only. A few years ago, there was an H actress who said publicly on an HTV station that if she ran out of money, she would go to the East and a fan would give it to her. At the time, that caused a furor, with some opponents and many supporters. Although this actress was later boycotted and blocked, and completely sunk. But she did speak the heart of those H country stars, it was just her bad luck. All of this had nothing to do with Yiming, who was still following the plan and preparing to pay for the order. Right at this moment, the side rushed over a man to stop him. This man looks like a thief, typical Goryeo people look. He spoke in a mouthful of raw Chinese. Sir, I am Song Fong's H side broker, can you give us your order this time? Yiming frowned, why? Chapter 59 Beaten to death pretending to be a bully. Yiming suddenly let out a laugh when he heard his words. These H country stars, still really take themselves as the emperor, but only slightly a few brainwashed fans of the theater dare to pose this kind of spectrum? He lightly glanced at the other party, like a look, not bothering him in the slightest, and said to the staff, let's continue. Okay. The staff also responded cooperatively. Song Fong's H-side manager took a look at Yiming, even ignoring him, and instantly became furious, pointing at Yiming and yelling, you even don't know what's good for you, I'm going to mobilize Song Fong's Oriental fans to flesh you out and make you. Snapped. Before he finished speaking, Yiming directly slapped him in the face, are you annoying? This slap he didn't even use a layer of strength, otherwise it could definitely blow his head off. This was in a public place, he had to pay attention to the impact. The other party covered half of his face and looked at Yiming in shock, unable to believe that Yiming dared to hit him in public. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm Song Fong's manager. If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I will definitely not. Slap. Another slap. I want the other party to remain stiff upper lip. Slap. Yiming slapped him in the face again. Noisy. This time, Yiming's force increased a bit, directly sending the man flying with a slap, and in mid-air, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. The people present all froze, as they were surprised by Yiming's decisiveness and strength. They also secretly felt relieved. After all, we are all compatriots, being bossed around by a H national on their turf. A person would have a temper. Some people even gave a thumbs up to Yiming to show that he did a good job, and some even applauded directly. Yiming smiled faintly, glanced at the Song Fong agent lying on the ground, walked over, squatted down. How about it, do you have anything else to say? Finished at once. The man directly threw his pleading eyes towards Song Fong's Chinese temporary manager, but the other party's eyes were looking at the sky, as if they didn't see it. Everyone present looked at that H-square agent as if they were watching a monkey show. He felt that he had been greatly humiliated and was instantly enraged, but he didn't dare to make a sound for fear that Yiming would once again be unreasonable and hit him. He pulled out his cell phone and directly called the police. Hello, law and order? I'm a H-country VIP, someone here is committing an assault on me, you guys come over quickly, hurry up, otherwise I will file a complaint against you. After the police officer who answered the call hung up the phone, he was very upset. Nima, H-country people are great off. He also deliberately emphasized that he was an H-country VIP and wanted to file a complaint against us. Go! The police officer gave the police security recounted the situation. The police is a H-country Yankee, said if you are slow to police, to complain about us. What? So? I'd like to see that. Soon, the police came, saw the police arrived, Song Fong H agent liked to see the savior, a face of joy from the ground up directly pounced over. The security guard was startled by him and hurriedly jumped away. What the hell is this? He pounced and stumbled on his feet, almost falling again. Mr. Sheriff, you're finally here, quickly arrest him. He covered his swollen pig head-like face and pointed at Yiming and gritted his teeth. Mr. Law and Order knew that it was this H-countryman with broken Chinese who called the police, and it was also him who mouthed the words that the police were slow to file a complaint against them. Glancing at him, Mr. Law and Order wasn't moved at all, but said slowly and methodically. Rather, he said slowly and methodically, tell me the specific process. He slapped me 3 times, you see, the blood in my mouth is all from him. Broker Song Fong H. Fong opened his mouth and showed it to the Law and Order. The Law and Order frowned, ignoring him and walking directly towards Yiming. Song Fong H. Fong broker thought that Law and Order was finally going to make a move and immediately came up and said to Law and Order with a smile, Mr. Law and Order, before you guys take him away, can you let me slap him a few times? Mr. Law and Order glanced at him with a puzzled look on his face. Your face was beaten by him? Yes. But why does it look like I fell on the ground? One of the vigilantes blurted out. Ah. Agent Song Fong H. Fong froze for a moment, not understanding what it meant. Yiming did hear it. He smiled and took the initiative to say to the security guards, Mr. Security Guard, this person is himself he fell. He is here to slander me, but just want to blackmail me to compensate him for the medical expenses. In fact, his mouth is all ketchup. You're a bloodthirsty person. I'm not that bad at paying medical bills, Mr. H's manager said. I'm just trying to make a fool of myself, he said. He also pointed to the others and said to the security, Mr. Security, they all saw it, ask them. He thought that the people around him would prove his innocence for him. As a result, when the Law and Order asked, did any of you see that it was this gentleman who beat him up like this with a slap?
The crowd looked at each other and shook their heads. We didn't see it. Almost in unison. After saying that, a few of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. The security guards were satisfied with their answers and turned their heads to look at the H-square agent. You saw it. They all said they didn't see it. There's no evidence. You'd better not falsely accuse others, otherwise we will arrest you for false accusations. H-square agent lungs are almost bursting with anger. You can look at the monitoring. Monitoring can restore the truth. At this time, the staff came quietly. The monitor is broken, cannot be used. At this time, your H-side agent finally realized that he had no way to beat this young man of his to get a bargain today. He sneered. So this is how you Orientals treat your guests. The face of the law and order was very unsightly. Yiming stepped forward at this time. Of course we treat our guests well, but to a dog that only knows how to bark, what politeness is there to speak of? That's right, beat to death the pretentious H-country dog. Someone directly agreed. Chapter 60, Song Fong's Anger. Song Fong's H-Fong agent didn't get the slightest advantage and was beaten like a pig's head, almost half dead with anger. Before leaving, he clamored for Song Fong to tweet a condemnation of the Oriental law and order, condemning the Orientals for treating their guests unreasonably. The law and order looked at him and said indifferently, "You can try. If the rumor is retweeted more than 500 times, we will arrest you with the laws of the East." Who are you to arrest us? We are H-country people. We're not under your Eastern law and order. It doesn't matter what country you are from, but if you commit a crime on our soil, it's our business. If you don't believe me, you can try. This security guard looked at him with cold eyes. H-Fong's agent's heart thumped, knowing that if this really happened, the other party would definitely come down hard. He remembered the actress who had been blocked years ago, and didn't dare to beep anymore. He finally pointed at Song Fong's Eastern temporary agent and shouted angrily, "You're fired, get lost, you can't even handle this, what use does our Song Fong have for you?" The man puked. "Who do you think you are? You're just a stupid agent. Who are you to fire me? If it wasn't for the company sending me here, I wouldn't even bother to serve Southlanders like you, so hurry up and let the company transfer me out." Party H's manager was once again so angry that he almost spat out blood. He knew that he couldn't get any bargains here, and in the end, he could only leave in disgrace. The law and order finally thanked Yiming. "Due to our status, we can't be like you, but on behalf of the people's law and order, I would like to thank you for stepping in for us to teach these self-righteous H-side Southlanders a lesson." Yiming laughed. Should be, we are all Oriental people, we definitely can't let the Southlanders spread their wildness in our territory. When they left, everyone applauded, and looked at Yiming as if they were looking at a hero. When Song Fong saw his agent return, he saw him in that state and asked suspiciously, "Why have you become like this? How did things go?" The agent gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Song Fong, this appreciation party can't be organized." "What happened?" "An Oriental stole the show." "Didn't you tell them my name?" "I did, but they didn't listen to me, they even beat me up. Look, the wound on my face was caused by them." He pointed to his face. "These Oriental people, they don't have any quality, and they don't care about you at all, humph." ACI bar. "No, I'm going to tweet to condemn them. You pose? I'll take a picture of the wounds on your face and send it to Weibo, so that my Oriental fans can go and seek justice for you." Song Fong took out his cell phone and was about to take a picture. The agent hurriedly stopped it. "Song Fong, no. You can't come out directly in this matter." "Then what? Are we just going to put up with this? I'm a star at least. If my agent is beaten up and there's no explanation, where will I put my face in the circle in the future?" Broker gritted his teeth and said, "This matter cannot be so forgettable. Let your fans to step forward on the line. We hide in the back and stay out of the way when they want to pursue the trouble, but also cannot find on you." "Okay, I'll give my fan club leader a call. Let her mobilize her fan club members to cause trouble." Song Fong turned around to make the call and sent a picture of the agent's wounds to the other party. Song Fong's Oriental fan club leader was a woman named Kong Orange, age 30, very obsessed with Song Fong, older among those brainwashed fans, so everyone elected her as the fan club leader. In order to follow her star, she had practically thrown everything she had, and when she heard that her idol's manager had been beaten up for no reason, Kong Orange immediately exploded. She immediately sent the news to the group, and the brainwashed fans in the group were furious, saying that they wanted to severely punish the murderer. At this point, a fan asked, "Who is the murderer? We must make the murderer come out and apologize to Song Fong Oba and his manager." Speaking of this, Kong Orange was confused. She only received news that the manager was beaten up and knew nothing else. So she contacted Song Fong again to ask him to give them the killer's information. Song Fong was already in a bad mood, and when Kong Orange came to ask this question, he became impatient. "How the hell should I know? I can only tell you that my agent was beaten up when he went to rent the venue for the appreciation party, so you can send someone to check it out. Can't you use your brain?" His tone was impulsive, as if he was like making a slave maid. Hearing the idol angry at himself, Kong Orange's heart was a little bit unfavorable. He was busy for him, even if he didn't comfort him with a sentence he was even complained about, but she didn't think about it that much, and soon became addicted to the idol's face value and couldn't extricate herself from it. After hanging up the phone, Song Fong slammed the phone to the ground. "ACI bar, a group of stupid pigs, this thing cannot be done.
The manager comforted Song Fong, calm down, we lost a lot of revenue if we can't organize this appreciation party, someone has to bear the loss, or else our trip will be a waste of time.
Who should bear the loss? Is it those stupid fans?
The agent said mysteriously, of course not, they can have a few money, think we can use this time I was beaten thing, make a good job, further enhance your popularity in the East, and then take more endorsement ads.
Oh? How can we get that? Song Fong was puzzled.
It's very simple, after your fans make a big deal out of me being beaten up, you can then send out a tweet saying that you forgive the person who beat me up, and then I'll find some water armies to hype this up, and your image will definitely go up by a large margin, and you'll be able to gain more fans in the East, and have more influence, and the advertisements will naturally come to your doorsteps.
Song Fong's eyes lit up, also good, but just let that person go, are you willing?
The agent snorted coldly, of course I'm not willing, that person dared to hit me, I'm going to make him pay, after your fans find out his information, I'll secretly bring someone to teach him a hard lesson, I'm going to personally ask for the 3 slaps he hit me back with interest, so that he will know that our Republic of Korea's people aren't something he can just beat up on, humph.
Chapter 61, What You Say?
Yi Ming was in a good mood, and after beating the hell out of that hateful agent, he left the office amidst the approving eyes of his compatriots. The rest of the preparations had been handed over to the business leaders of the May Pen Center, and they said that they would build the stage to Yi Ming's specifications within the specified time. Yi Ming was satisfied with this one-stop service of theirs, you only need to pay the money, you don't need to care about everything else, and they will hand over a perfect stage to you. After completing the venue rental procedures, then the next step was to consider which stars to hire. Yi Ming came to Star Joy Group, he was ready to discuss with Chen Jiaqing. Although he was the one doing the specifics of this housewarming ceremony, he would still occasionally consult Chen Jiaqing's opinion. This grand ceremony had to be very grand, it had to be star-studded, and it had to be organized in a lively manner, so the number of celebrities that would come could definitely not be small. Chen Jiaqing laughed a little, you like to be lively, right, it is up to you to decide which stars to invite.
No problem, do you have any opinions?
Oh, I really remembered when you mentioned this, Chen Jiaqing slapped his forehead, our group has currently invested in a number of companies and also acquired a number of startups, we need a number of product endorsers.
I think we can choose a few suitable ones to be the spokespersons among the stars invited to this housewarming ceremony, what do you think?
Yi Ming nodded, no problem.
You can decide on all the decisions.
Then he smiled ashamedly, Jiaqing, it's really hard for you, as the boss, I don't even know how many people there are in the company and how much business there is at the moment, it's all thanks to you. He said he was about to go over to embrace Chen Jiaqing's waist. Chen Jiaqing hurriedly slapped his hand away, what are you doing, it's work time, how bad is it to be discovered?
Yi Ming smiled playfully, found on found, what's the big deal?
If anyone dares to say anything, I'll be the first to spare him. Before his words fell, the door was pushed open. The one who came in was a girl with a pretty face and perfect body proportions, she saw that the GM and the boss seemed to be making out, she was shocked and hurriedly closed the door.
Sorry, I didn't see anything.
Yi Ming was a little depressed, early not come to play not old favoring this time, you deliberately come, right? He had to honestly withdraw his hand.
Who is this? How do you not know the rules, do not know to knock before entering the general manager's office?
Chen Jiaqing laughed a little, for the person outside the door to exculpate, my second assistant, called Zhao Rongrui, the first assistant Jean Ruerui this period of time are in your call, so I re-recruited it is I instructed her not to knock.
You are the general manager, really no frame at all ah.
The corner of Yi Ming's mouth picked, line, you busy, housewarming ceremony things I do, you focus on busy company things. After Yi Ming finished speaking, he suddenly kissed Chen Jiaqing on the face. Chen Jiaqing was startled by him, reached out and slapped Yi Ming's shoulder.
What are you doing, you're not serious.
She kept her voice very low, afraid that people outside would hear her. She had a complaining tone on her lips, but her face couldn't help but show a shy color. Yi Ming looked like he had succeeded in his plot, and with a hefty smile, he left the general manager's office. Outside the door, Zhao Rongrui was holding a document in her hand, and when she saw her boss come out, she was immediately nervous. Yi Ming looked at her nervous appearance, and with a playful heart, he planned to tease this girl a bit.
You're new here, aren't you? How come you don't know the rules? Next time, I'll fire you for being so unruly.
Zhao Rongrui, scared little face white, lowered his head, nervously said, sorry, boss, I'm wrong, I must knock next time. Okay, but this time you are not allowed to say anything, if I hear someone gossiping in the company, I will find you to settle the score.
Yi Ming deliberately scared. No, boss, I didn't see anything, I don't know anything.
Well, that's it, you focus on your work. Regarding which stars to invite, Yi Ming had decided long ago that it would be decided by all the employees of the company, after all, they were the main body of the company, and the housewarming ceremony was also mainly organized for them. After the busy work, organizing a party for them to relax and unwind would allow them to better engage in work in the future. He came to the office and clapped his hands, everyone stopped for a moment. As soon as everyone saw that the boss had spoken, they all stared at him with anticipation in their eyes.
Boss, what's the good news to announce?
I guess it's a welfare issue. The last snack was really enjoyable. If we can do it again, it would be perfect. A foodie girl smacked her lips longing.
Just know how to eat. Look at your body all fat into what? How are you going to find a boyfriend in the future? If you can't find one, then you can't find one.
Anyway, there won't be another man as perfect as the boss. Hey, the food girl sighed with feigned disappointment.
Do you still want to hit on our boss Ye's attention? You are bold enough, fat. I'm not afraid of Mr. Chen destroyed you. Shay said so righteous, you yourself is not every day to the boss's photo drooling.
As soon as the food girl said this, there was a burst of laughter in the office. Yiming also laughed and didn't care, treating it as if they were joking. He coughed and then said, as I told you last time, given that our company is about to move into the Jinhu building, in order to celebrate this housewarming, the company has decided to invite a number of stars from the entertainment industry to hold a grand party to celebrate. The time and place for the party has been chosen, half a month later at the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center. And it's up to you to decide which stars to invite. Chapter 62, Taking to Sell. The words just fell, the office once again boiled up. Those stars usually don't know how far away from them, they can only be seen inside the TV and movies, and now they actually have the chance to go and see them live.
Wow, Kaka, boss, I want to see Song Yingying. I want Eddie. I want Flashes of Gold. I want Guo Shuang. I want Han Han and Lu He. For a while, a large portion of the popular stars of the Eastern entertainment industry were shouted out. But we can't invite that many people to this party. If all of them were invited, there would be at least 100 of them, and it would be impossible to arrange them in the time of one party. The other thing was, it wasn't that if you invited them, they would definitely be able to come. After all, those kind of popular stars, their schedules were all very full. If the other side really cannot find time to participate, you cannot force. Therefore, you have to determine which stars to invite first, then send out invitations to see if the other party's time is suitable, and if the other party can't attend, then choose another star. Yiming waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Which stars to invite? It's up to you guys to decide, but not all of them can be invited. Let's do it this way, everyone find a slip of paper and write down their 5 favorite stars, then let the PR department count them, and select the top 50 stars with the most ranked votes, and let's strive to invite these 50 stars to our party. If the number of people isn't enough, push it to the back until it reaches. We'll try to invite these 50 stars to our party. What do you think?
The general performance of the evening can be invited to a dozen stars to perform is quite good, and are a few first-line big names with a few 2, 3, 4 line of small stars to make a show. And many award ceremonies seem to have hundreds of stars to attend, but on that occasion, a large part of the actually just sit down as an audience really can go on stage to perform, a dozen top day. However, this time, the Starry Joy Group, a shot is a one-time to invite at least 50 popular stars to perform on stage. This kind of large sum of money is any other performance party cannot be compared to it, even the Spring Festival Gala in front of it to be eclipsed. If it was successfully organized, it would definitely be a big event that would stir up the entertainment circle.
No problem. That's right, we all listen to the boss.
You're the boss, you call the shots. There were no objections from the crowd, all in favor of Yiming's proposal.
Since everyone agrees, it's decided. Are there any other questions? Yiming asked. At this time, a female employee asked weakly, Boss, can I bring my family to the party? Yes, I would like to bring my wife and child along. Yes, if it's okay, how many can I bring? The others asked in turn.
Yiming thought for a moment. When you talk about this, I remembered what I forgot to say just now. After a pause, he continued, because there are almost 15,000 seats, and our company currently only has more than 500 people, so just relying on our company's own people, we definitely can't fill them up, so I've decided to distribute all the tickets to all of the company's employees, and averaged out to almost 30 tickets a person.
However, not everyone will get the same number of tickets. Older employees will get a few more at their discretion, and newer employees will get fewer accordingly. Do you have any comments?
He didn't intend to take the extra tickets to sell at the beginning, although he could definitely make a profit, but the little money from selling the tickets, he couldn't even look at it, so it would be better to directly distribute it to the employees.
Boss, really? 30 tickets for an average person? Ha, great, I can bring my whole family.
That's right, after the tickets are issued to you at that time, it's completely up to you to decide what to do with them. Yiming said with a smile.
Ha, that's great. Someone else asked below, Boss, my whole family doesn't add up to that many people, can I give the extra tickets to others?
Yes, but I suggest you take the extra tickets and sell them. After all, it's not often that you see a party with so many stars.
You'll make a fortune selling them. Oh, really?
Great, I'm short of money these days. You can't even buy these tickets, they cost $1,000 a piece, and if you speculate on them a bit, they might even go up to $5,000.
Really?
If you count 30 tickets at $1,000 each, that's $30,000. If you can speculate it to $5,000 each, that's $150,000.
I'm going to sell them. Wait, you're going to sell them? Why does that sound like something wrong? Boom, another burst of laughter.
For a while, the entire Starry Joy Group was filled with an atmosphere of joy, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the arrival of that day. As soon as the news spread out, all of a sudden, the employees of Starry Joy Group became the meat and potatoes, and became the object of the people's fawning. In their respective circles of friends, not to mention how dignified, there is a male employee, before has been pursuing a goddess, the goddess always ignored him, but when he put the news in the circle of friends, the goddess even unprecedentedly took the initiative to find the male employee date. This makes the male employee move to tears, and even in his heart keep thanking the boss Yiming.
Chapter 63 Small Company.
After the PR department counted, the stats of the top 50 stars to be invited came out. Unsurprisingly, most of them were the current stars in the entertainment industry, but there were actually a few Southern H countrymen stars mixed in. Yiming took a look and directly crossed out those names without saying a word.
We have no one in our own territory? What kind of Southlanders are you inviting? I don't want them to come.
The head of the PR department had to add a few more domestic stars. Huai Entertainment Company, one of the top entertainment companies in China, has a large number of artists under its banner, and there are many popular stars. Lee Junruo was one of them, because he had appeared in the lead role of a web drama. He had been more popular in recent times and had a lot of so-called fangirls. Everywhere he went there were a lot of fans surrounding him, which made him feel that he was already a big-name superstar of the first tier in China, and everywhere he went he was in full row. The slightest dissatisfaction will play a big card, so that the organizers screamed, but helplessly his popularity is relatively high, the organizers can only tolerate. On this day, when he received the invitation letter and appearance fee offer from his agent, he frowned.
Performing at their company's housewarming ceremony? What kind of company is this? A top 500 company in the world or a top 500 company in China?
He had never heard of this company before. It seems to be called Starry Joy Group, with more than 500 employees, a small to medium-sized company.
A small to medium-sized company wants to invite me to perform for them? Damn, also think too cheap.
Lee Junruo snorted coldly, using his fingers, which were whiter than a woman's, to ruffle a bunch of hair in front of his forehead.
If it's a big company like Dada, Tong Tong, hey, I can think about it. This kind of no-name company, even if Go will only make me lose my identity. I guess it's because I'm popular. I want to borrow me to give them a show to expand their popularity. You say they look for me to endorse the product, to give endorsement fee. I can still think about it, but just based on a show to achieve the goal. Think of the beauty of the idea, don't pay attention to it. Okay, then I'll go and rebuff them.
The agent responded, and then went to send a rejection email to Starry Joy Group's public relations department, the reason being that there was no slot. At this moment, Zixing, who had a good relationship with Lee Junruo, came in. Zixing used to be a member of a certain multinational group, but later returned to China and acted in a few TV dramas and movies, which had a good reputation and was much more popular than Lee Junruo. Therefore, Lee Junruo liked to hang out with Zixing. In fact, he wanted to use him to get more exposure in front of the media and increase his popularity.
When Lee Junruo saw that Zixing also held the invitation letter in his hand, he immediately became interested. Yo, you also received the invitation letter from this company? Yes, why, you also received it.
Xing answered casually. Lee Junruo pointed to the invitation letter that he had already thrown into the trash can. I just declined. I'm too embarrassed to go to this kind of small crap company.
It's a shame to go to such a small company. Zixing, are you going?
Zixing was a bit surprised by his approach, but he didn't think much about it. He smiled a bit. I'll go, I don't have any other announcements that day anyway. Hearing that Zixing is going to go, Lee Junruo immediately came over. Zixing, how can you go to an event organized by such a small company?
Aren't you afraid that your fans will think you are low when they see you? Let me tell you, many fans nowadays are glassy-eyed. If you go to this kind of event, you may lose your fans. I advise you not to go. What is your status in the entertainment industry now? Since there are no announcements that day, I think you might as well rest. Zixing looked at him a bit strangely. Who said that was a small company? As far as I know, many artists in the entertainment circle have received invitations to perform from this company, and they are all the ones who are currently in the limelight, such as Song Ying, Li Feifei, Eddie, etc. Do you think that a company that can afford to hire these people would be a small company? Lee Junruo was surprised for a moment, but then shook her head, with a look of feeling unworthy for Zixing. Then you should not go. Think about it. How much is the appearance fee of these people? Can that company really invite all of them? Can he afford to invite them all?
I think the company knows that it can't afford to invite many big-name celebrities, so it's just a blind cat trying to catch a dead rat.
Have you ever seen a company that has to invite so many celebrities to move to a new home? You have never seen a company moving to a new location and inviting so many celebrities to support it? Not to mention their small company with hundreds of employees. Even a Fortune 500 company with tens of thousands of employees wouldn't do such a mess, would they?
When Zixing was told by him, he frowned and thought about it as if it was the same thing.
See, he hesitated. Lee Junruo will continue to come over to urge. To me, you should be like me. Immediately rejected them. There is time to go to them. Stan. Might as well go on vacation to rest. You say you are so busy every day, but also so hard. The body sooner or later to collapse. You last time is not still in the airport fainted it? It's just right to take this opportunity to take a rest.
Zixing laughed and shook his head. Aren't all artists like this? Since you eat this bowl of rice, you have to eat this bitter, but this company invited so a line in the past, think about it also feel unreliable, I go to discuss with my agent. Lee Junruo slapped his thigh, this is right. This kind of small company still want to invite our Zixing, it's just a dream. At this time, Zixing's agent Zhang Mo came in, Lee Junruo saw the other side, face a happy, towards Zhang Mo waved a hand, Zheng sister, you come just in time, there is a thing and you say, on that what the Star Group's housewarming ceremony performance invitation to help Zixing pushed back, to go to this kind of company performances, is simply a Zixing off the mark. Zhang Mo 36 or 77 years old, very capable, typical of a strong woman, Zixing in her hands, career climbing, popularity step by step, which is mainly due to her in the circle of the sea of contacts and resources. At this time, hearing Lee Junruo say so, Zhang Mo frowned, who said that is a small company. The domestic high-end clothing brand that recently approached us with the intention of inviting Zixing to endorse is the product of their holding company. So for this performance, Zixing must go. Really? That clothing brand is owned by Starry Joy Group? Lee Junruo was taken aback. He also knew something about that clothing brand. In various award ceremonies, many artists wore their clothing to attend, and the brand reputation was quite high. That's right, and not long ago, Starry Joy Group just bought Shanghai's landmark Jinhu building for more than $2 billion. Do you think they would be a small company? By the way, it seems that our company has also rented a few floors in the Golden Shanghai building as office space. Lee Junruo exclaimed once again, his eyes almost staring out. Also, as far as I know, that high-end cosmetic product that Song Yingying was interested in inviting for endorsement not long ago is also a product of Starry Joy Group's holding company. Moreover, their company still has a lot of products looking for suitable endorsers. I reckon that this show is their chance to initially examine the artists. If they take a liking to them, they will definitely be able to pick up a lot of endorsement advertisements. What? Lee Junruo stuttered a little. Chapter 64, helping you to put it off. Lee Junruo hurriedly jumped up from his chair and went to the trash can to pick up the invitation, and even rubbed it babyishly. He immediately called his agent over and immediately replied to Starry Joy Group, saying that I would go to perform at their company's housewarming gala. That's right, be sincere in your tone, let them feel my sincerity. The agent looked at him with a dumbfounded face, but, I just sent them a rejection email and helped you push it off. Lee Junruo immediately jumped to his feet in anger, pointing at the agent for a moment, not knowing what to say. However, this matter really can't be blamed on the head of the agent, it is he himself just pointed out to push off. You hurry to me to see if the mail can be withdrawn quickly withdrawn back also give them an explanation, just was sent by mistake. Why? The agent is still a bit puzzled. Why did Zhang Ruoyun's attitude change after he sent an email? Why do you have so many reasons? Hurry up and go to me. Lee Junruo became anxious and roared out. A little bit want to hit people's impulse. Broker has not seen Lee Junruo had such a big fire, hurriedly turned his head and responded, okay? I will go right away. He trotted out, Lee Junruo was uneasy, followed him and kept urging, hurry up. Open the computer, the broker logged in the mailbox, Lee Junruo quickly asked, how is it? Can the email be withdrawn? The broker operated several times, looked at him with an ugly face, cannot be withdrawn, the other party has already viewed. Lee Junruo slapped his own head, hated to smack himself a few times, but considering the face that had been cut, he really did not dare to do it, but he did not dare to do it. You hurry to explain to them, just say that this email was sent by mistake, we are actually going. Lee Junruo hurriedly thought of the last remedy. The agent sent another email as he wanted, and soon received a reply. Quickly open it and see what it says. Lee Junruo eagerly urged. Sorry, our company has already found a suitable replacement, sorry for your wrong email. When Lee Junruo saw this paragraph, he was so angry that he directly smashed the computer, grass. The broker stood to the side, not daring to utter a single breath. After smashing the computer, he saw the agent standing on the side of the constraints, suddenly pointed at his nose and scolded, you usually do the work to dilly-dally, how to move so fast today? What's going on? Do you think you did it on purpose? You know they are a big company, right? You also know they are looking for many spokespersons, right? You're just jealous because I'm too popular, right? The agent felt aggrieved, obviously it was you who wanted to push it off, and now you're blaming me? At this time, when he heard Lee Junruo's groundless accusations and slanders, his face turned red and his whole body exploded. Nima, can you have some brains? You think you've acted in a web drama and you're good at it, don't you? I am your agent, not a minion that you can abuse at will. Lee Junruo was already in the head of anger, usually the agent let him, now see the agent even talk back, is more furious, pointing at the agent's nose and roared, Nima force you dare to talk back to my son? I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm not sure if I can do it. He cursed and directly swung his fist to the broker's head to greet the past. Broker saw Lee Junruo actually want to hit himself, the whole heart became cold. Disappointment, anger, remorse lingered in his heart. From this moment onwards, he completely died to Lee Junruo. This guy is simply a white-eyed wolf. He asked himself, in order to pave the way for Lee Junruo in the entertainment industry, he spent not knowing how much thought, alone that web drama actor, he did not know how many times he drank and vomited, only for Lee Junruo to get. I thought that now that he had fame, the road could go a little smoother in the future, but I didn't expect that he would actually go so overboard with himself now. Broker reached out to block away Lee Junruo's fist, angrily scolded, Lee Junruo, without lousy you have today? From today onwards, your agent, I do not do. If you fight again, I will call the police to let you go to jail. Lee Junruo was yelled at by him, came to his senses, his hand stopped in mid-air, his face was red, staring at the broker, his face muscles trembling, a look of eating people. The agent saw that he really didn't dare to move, coldly snorted, Lee Junruo, I had just secured the second male lead for you in a big production theater movie, and I wanted to give you a surprise on your birthday, but you even scolded me so indiscriminately, and you even had to beat me up. I'm sorry, your chances this time fizzle out. What? Lee Junruo's eyes widened violently, his face filled with incredulity. The only work he currently had to show for it was the male lead in that web drama, which was usually synonymous with being unimpressive. In the entertainment circle, people who acted in web dramas were actually not much looked up to by people in the circle, because web dramas could be acted by almost everyone, there was no threshold, you took your cell phone and casually shot a video and posted it online, and it could also be titled as a web drama, it was just a matter of the quality. So generally speaking, after a star of a web series becomes popular, he or she is usually eager to act in a TV series or movie, so as to gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry and gain mainstream recognition. When Lee Junruo heard that his agent had secured him the opportunity to be the second male lead in a big production theatrical movie, after the shock, a look of joy appeared on his face again, forgetting the impulse to violently beat the other party just now. He hurriedly apologized to his agent with a smile on his face, Brother Zhang, I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now, I apologize to you and promise never to do it again. You can just forgive me this time, you also know that my temper does stink sometimes, but I definitely don't have a bad heart. Hey, seeing as we've worked together for so long, you can't leave me behind. But the agent had obviously had enough of his temperamental as well as wide-eyed wolf attributes and simply ignored them. He snorted coldly, his face was full of sarcastic colors, Lee Junruo, this kind of words, I've already heard my ears calloused, you're not the only artist under my command, from today onwards, you walk your sunny road, I'll walk my one wooden bridge, you'd better take care of yourself. After saying that he slammed the door with a bang. Lee Junruo stood in the room, his face was blue, he kicked the stool fiercely. As a result, this kick was too hard and didn't grasp the angle, directly hitting the stool with his fibula, that kind of drilling pain made him scream miserably, tears came out. Chapter 65, Changes in Public Opinion. Song Fong Fan Group. After a period of people searching, the perpetrator who had assaulted the idol's manager was finally found. Yiming's photo was also subsequently exposed in the group, it was a photo that had been secretly taken from the side while he was violently beating up Song Fong's manager. The photo was taken very casually, and Yiming's face was very blurry, only a rough outline could be seen. However, that agent's face was clearly visible, and from this, it could be concluded that the idol's agent had indeed been beaten up by someone. This gave that part of the fans who felt that there were no pictures and no truth before a bottom line, how dare he really hit someone in public? Is there any justice? This is the guy who beat up our Song Fong's manager? Isn't it clear? This photo already says it all. The assailant must be severely punished. That's right, the assailant must be made to pay, so he knows that our Song Fong is no pushover. Look at the onlookers. They're so indifferent. Has the quality of our countrymen fallen so low? Yes, but this photo is a bit blurry, I can't see the face of the assailant, is there a clearer one? Wait, I'll have someone look for it. I've got it. I'll post it right away. Hurry. At this time, Yiming's clear face photo appeared in the group. I do not know where the other party found it, I can only sigh in admiration of the power of human flesh search. As soon as Yiming's photo was sent into the group, the warm atmosphere that had just clamored for the murderer to be severely punished suddenly came to a halt. This person doesn't look like such a violent person, right? Could it be a mistake? Yes, compared to the photo of the murderer, the person in this photo seems to be quite gentle. He looks a little handsome. How can he be the murderer if he's so handsome? I think there must be some misunderstanding here. The direction of the group's fishing wheels changed abruptly, from vehemently denouncing the assailant to discussing Yiming's somewhat handsome appearance, and it's getting more and more intense. Who do you think is more handsome, him or Song Fong? I think there's a lot of difference, right? This guy looks so much younger than Song Fong, I can't believe we have this kind of fresh meat in our country. I'm almost a fan of his. I think he's a little bit more handsome than Song Fong. Yes, the temperament is also very good, those domestic male stars, and this person compared to completely is a beggar. Com Orange, as the group leader and Song Fong's #1 fan, saw that the group was actually discussing the looks and temperament of the perpetrator, and was so angry that he immediately banned the entire group. We are now discussing how to denounce this assailant, let him apologize to our family Song Fong agent and pay the price. Look at what you are discussing, this is seriously inconsistent with the purpose of our today's discussion. If there is anyone who says irrelevant topics again, I will directly kick her out of the group. I thought that after the warning, the atmosphere of the group's fishing wheels would be pulled back again. However, after the ban was lifted, the motivation of the group members to speak was much lower, and only a few hardcore ones were still constantly discussing their solutions. We can start by tweeting the details of what happened in 8 major media celebrities to reproduce it.
We can also break the scoop to the news media. Yeah, that's right. Let me ask weekly, what are the details of the matter like? What is the truth? Does anyone know?
A fan who had been diving bubbled up and asked. When this came out, the group went silent, as no one knew the details of what happened or the truth. Kang Orange said at this time, this matter doesn't need to know what happened, all we need to know is that Song Fong's manager was beaten up and there are photos to prove it. We just need to seize this point and make a big fuss, forcing the perpetrator to apologize and accept the punishment he deserves.
How can we make a scene without the truth? Nowadays, we're all about the truth.
If you make a big deal out of it and it turns out to be a reversal, then we're spreading rumors and we're going to be invited by the police to have tea.
So what do you think we should do? Should we just let it go? If that happens, how would we, as Song Fong's fans, make him feel bad?
At this point, another person who hadn't said anything for a long time bubbled up. I think your idol is just trying to get you guys to be the ones to stand out. He doesn't dare to make a fuss himself, so he lets you guys do it.
Brains are a good thing, I hope you guys have them. Listening to this person's tone, it seemed like she wasn't a fan of Song Fong. Kang Orange immediately asked, how do you talk? Are you still a fan of Song Fong?
Sorry, I'm not really a fan of Song Fong's fan, I'm a hacker. I slipped into your group unintentionally, and seeing that you guys were discussing so heatedly, I couldn't help but say a few words. It's not that I'm talking about you guys, what's the use of just a few pictures? If you want to make trouble, at least turn over the background of the person who hit him. Don't offend someone you shouldn't have, that's something you'll have to suffer for.
This person's background is very ordinary, just an ordinary employee of Starry Joy Technology Co.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Ordinary employee? Your information is too ing backward, right? Ha ha, what a bunch of rats, I'll tell you who he is.
Who is he?
Yiming, the owner of Starry Joy Group, the owner of Jinhu Tower, a landmark building in Shanghai worth over $2 billion.
He's a rich kid. Handsome and rich, I realized I've fallen in love with him.
Suddenly I realized he's so handsome when he hits people. Yeah, he's so manly.
I declare that I have turned to him, no one can stop me.
And me.
Kang Orange looked at the gradually lively atmosphere in the group and was furious. These so-called fans, their wills are too unfaltering, can't they be the same as me? She finally sent out a sentence in a fit of rage, you people, you don't deserve to be Song Fong's fans at all. With that, she dissolved the fan group. The plan to denounce the perpetrator Yiming through the power of the fans was thus declared bankrupt, and not only that, a large number of fans were lost. When Kang Orange told Song Fong about this incident, he was so angry that he directly dropped the cell phone in his hand. Isi Bar, a group of wallflower-like stupid pigs who only follow the wind.
Chapter 66, Meeting Again.
Kang Orange, as an iron fan, remained unrelenting to her idol. She originally wanted to tell Song Fong the background identity of that assailant, but as a result, before she could open her mouth, the idol across the street slammed her cell phone down, which made her a little depressed, and simply didn't bother to say anything more. Song Fong was sitting there sulking alone, when his agent came in from outside. The agent came over with a happy face and said, Song Fong, I just found out a news, a big company in Shanghai is going to hold a housewarming ceremony, and invited 50 popular stars to support the event, which is an extraordinary big deal. I looked, among these 50 stars, there is no H star. I think if you can participate in this performance ceremony, it will be the only H star, definitely in the gang of Oriental stars in the limelight, stand out from the others, on your popularity in the East will also be very helpful.
Song Fong frowned, but it seems like we didn't receive an invitation from the other side, right?
The agent had a self-satisfied look on his face. Song Fong, you are an Asian superstar, they must think that your appearance fee is too expensive and are afraid that they can't afford to invite you. Moreover, they might also be concerned that you don't have a schedule, that's why they didn't send you an invitation.
Really? Trust me, it's absolutely fine. Isn't it all because I paved the way for you to get to this point now? Well, why don't you give it a try?
No, Song Fong, I think in order to show our sincerity, you should come with me and go there in person. I heard that the general manager of that company is still a big beauty. With your face value, you might be able to make that beautiful general manager fall in love with you? By the way, I searched on the internet, and there is even a picture of her. I will find it for you to see. Song Fong came over. The agent quickly searched for Chen Jiaqing's photo. Look, it's her. The general manager of Starry Joy Group. That's right, that company is called Star Joy Group. As soon as Song Fong saw Chen Jiaqing's ticket, his eyes lit up. ACI, it's so beautiful. Well, it's decided. The broker finished and let out a long sigh of relief.
Suddenly he remembered something else and frowned. Song Fong, did you find the guy who hit me? What are your fans going to do? Hearing this, Song Fong's face instantly became unsightly. Don't mention it, talking about this makes me angry. Those stupid pigs, they even defected. They only found the photo of the guy who beat you up, but nothing else. Forget it, let's put this matter aside, it's more important for you to go to that gala. You go and get ready, we'll go to that company right away. If we're slow, we might be snatched up by other H-stars. Okay. In the conference room of Starry Joy Group, Chen Jiaqing sat in the first seat, holding some materials in her hand and looking at them expressionlessly. Sitting on both sides of the conference table were the representatives of the two companies, Chunfan Technology and Ruwebo Technology. Because Starry Joy Group was going to choose one of these two companies to invest in, the current negotiations had entered the final stage. Today's meeting would decide which company Starry Joy Group would invest in, so both companies were fully energized. Both companies are the boss personally when the outline of the representative, Zhou Qingkuan as a representative of Chunfan Technology, talking about the advantages of their own companies. Our company has many years of experience in the big data piece, and quite good, in addition to the domestic Ali Yun, is our company's technical force is the most powerful. We have led dozens of projects in cooperation with organizations, and all of them have been successful without exception. Therefore, I think your company's choice to invest in us will be an incredibly correct and wise decision. Chen Jiaqing's face was pale and she nodded, but she still looked at the materials in her hand, not looking up at him. The representative of Ruwebo Technology elaborated, what do you have to impress us to invest in your company? Rue Platinum Technology boss Wu Blunt is a thick glasses, head slightly bald man. He was wearing a very simple, compared with Zhou Qingkuan full of brand name, he is the unabashed beggar. But this also shows that he is not a focus on appearance, all day long obsessed with technology research and development of the type of people. Our company is currently not as good as our friend Chunfan Technology, but every member of our company is enterprising, used to explore. In recent years, the gap between us and Chunfan Technology is getting smaller and smaller. As far as the development potential is concerned, I think we have an advantage in this regard. Zhou Qingkuan heard the opposite side of the Wu Blunt said so, cold snort, full of disdain. Our company is not strong. What is the potential? And potential for such a thing cannot be seen, cannot be realized, or another matter. Mr. Zhou, this can be wrong. We Shark Platinum Technology every year gradually catch up with the pace of the morning sale technology. This is real. Wu Blunt faced some anxious color, obviously business negotiations for him, but also some unfamiliar. Unlike Zhou Qingkuan, any argument can be twisted to speak the head of the road. How wrong? Your development is fast because your current base is small. As far as I know, your current market share of about 2 points, while our company has 27% of the 8 points. Even if you can grow 100% a year, next year is only 4%, and we only need to grow by 50%, we can have 30% of the point. Zhou Qingkuan proudly full of pride. Chen Jiaqing heard his words, almost laughed out. This show is obviously in the total nonsense, as long as a little bit of business knowledge of people know that it is not so. However, she didn't point it out, instead letting them continue to debate freely. Wu Blunt's lack of business negotiation skills was once again revealed. He was not Zhou Qingkuan's opponent at all, and several times he was rendered speechless. Zhou Qingkuan looked at the woeful Wu Sun, confidently said, Mr. Chen, in summary, I think your company, in addition to investing in us, there is no reason to consider other companies. He was complacent and confident at this time, looking at Chen Jiaqing's stunningly beautiful face, not moving and swallowing his saliva. After taking this investment, we must invite this Chen Big Beauty to have a dinner together. He thought secretly in his heart. Just at this moment, Jean Ruwerue pushed open the door and came in. As soon as Zhou Qingkuan saw Jean Ruwerue, his face changed wildly, and he hurriedly lowered his head and pretended not to see her. Jean Ruwerue leaned over and said something in Chen Jiaqing's ear. Chen Jiaqing nodded, indicating that she knew. When Jean Ruwerue went out, she saw Zhou Qingkuan. She smiled faintly. Mr. Zhou, we meet again, am I right? Chapter 67 Investment Company. Zhou Qingkuan's face has gone white at this time, his back is cold, and he does not dare to look directly into Jean Ruwerue's eyes. Yes, meet again. He responded in a noisy manner. From the moment Jean Ruwerue appeared, he knew that the financing was lost. He had not expected at all that the beautiful woman he met at the Airbus Orient Agency Center that day was actually someone from the Starry Joy Group, and it seemed that she was quite close to the general manager Chen in front of him. Then at that time, when he said that he would use the money from the financing to buy a private jet to enjoy, it undoubtedly exposed the true purpose of his financing. No investment organization would ever invest their funds in an enterprise that hadn't yet gained a foothold and started enjoying itself. He was nestled in his seat at this moment, his face as colorful as dirt, and he couldn't wait to end this meeting right away. However, the other attendees of Morning Sale Technology and their own bosses reacted in a diametrically opposite way. They heard that their bosses actually knew the senior management of Starry Joy Group and seemed to be very warm. They were all happy in their hearts. It seems that this financing is already 9 out of 10. Many people began to think about how to enjoy themselves after getting the bonus, such as where to travel and what luxuries to buy. The attendees of Ruweping Technology are all looking disillusioned and chagrined. The other party's bosses are all acquainted with the people of Xingyue Group, so what chance do we have to win? In the East, this human society, their clean background, undoubtedly in this exchange of defeat. Chen Jiaqing looked at the different expressions of the crowd and found it very interesting, wondering what their reactions would be when the results were announced later. She tapped the desktop with the tip of her pen, signaling everyone to focus.
Chunfan Technology, except for Zhou Chenkuan. Unexpectedly, each and every one of them looked at her with expectant eyes, while the people from Ruiping Technology each lowered their heads, already mentally prepared to accept defeat. Chen Jiaqing summarized the passage of this meeting, respectively, to Chunfan Technology and Sharp Platinum Technology participants, said some polite words, such as to thank them for their busy schedule out of this meeting. Then he stood up and turned over the information card that had been prepared earlier. The company that our company decided to invest in is Rue Platinum Technology. Congratulations to Rue Platinum Technology. As soon as her words left her mouth, instantly, the conference room that was originally whispering instantly quieted down. Each and every one of them looked at Chen Jiaqing with unbelievable eyes.
What? Did I hear it right?
The old general manager of Ruiping Technology, Wu Blunt, scratched his ears and whispered to the person next to him.
Mr. Wu, it seems like I heard our company's name as well? It can't be a mishearing.
As for the people on the side of Chunfan Technology, except for Zhou Chenkuan, who had already predicted the outcome, everyone else was looking like they had eaten a fly, looking incredulously at Chen Jiaqing.
What's going on? Not our company? It shouldn't be? It must be a mistake. Another person from Chunfan Technology boldly got up and asked, Mr. Chen, which company did you just say your company invested in? Chen Jiaqing stared at him, eyes extremely huge compression force, which is long experienced in the shopping mall will have the ability. After a while, she said faintly, you did not hear wrong, our company decided to invest in the object is Sharp Platinum Technology. Why? The man asked unwillingly, our company in all aspects than Sharp Platinum Technology is stronger, why you choose to invest in them rather than us? And he wanted to say that his own Mr. Zhou was very familiar with your company's top management. Chen Jiaqing faintly smiled, about this, your Mr. Zhou should know best. The others of Chunfan Technology finally noticed the extremely ugly face of their own boss at this time, and one by one, they all came to a realization. Zhou Chenkuan picked up the documents and stood up, in that case, we will take our leave first. The others also followed their old boss out of the conference room. The people from Ruiping Technology still couldn't believe what had just happened, they remained in the conference room. Chen Jiaqing smiled and said, although your company is currently not as good as Chunfan Technology, I am optimistic about your potential, I hope you won't let me down. Wu Blunt was reminded by his colleagues next to him at this time. He hurriedly stood up and responded, we definitely won't fail to live up to the expectations of Mr. Chen and Starry Joy Group. Thank you for believing in us.
I hope so, then let's follow the procedure for everything that's left.
This meeting ends here. Chen Jiaqing picked up the documents and walked out of the conference room first.
Inside the conference room, when Chen Jiaqing left, the people from Ruiping Technology were so excited that they danced around, but they lowered their voices. After all, they were still in the conference room of Xingyue Group, they didn't dare to celebrate too freely. Wu Blunt then clapped his hands, in order to celebrate the success of this round of financing, I decided to treat everyone to a spicy hot pot. No way, Mr. Wu, after financing so much money, just treating everyone to a spicy hot meal, too stingy.
Wu Blunt frowned, Starry Joy Group's investment is not used for our enjoyment.
It is used to develop the company's business and technology development. Okay, you are the boss you say, spicy hot on spicy hot. Just now Jean Ruerue into the conference room, in the year of Chen Jiaqing said that there is a H country star heard that Star Elite Company to organize a housewarming ceremony, hope to come to this ceremony as a guest performance.
Chen Jiaqing returned to the office to find Jean Ruerue, this is not the boss in charge of it? How to tell me?
Jean Ruerue said, they have to meet with you, said you are the general manager of the company, have the right to make decisions, I cannot contact the boss now, can only come to tell you first.
Okay, I know, you let them in. Chen Jiaqing said. Chapter 68, Who is your boss? Song Fong and his agent entered Chen Jiaqing's office under the leadership of Jean Ruerue. Mr. Chen, hello, the agent greeted in broken Chinese. Please have a seat.
Chen Jiaqing said indifferently, not even raising his eyelids, just looking at the documents in his hand. When Song Fong saw Chen Jiaqing for the first time, his eyes were sparkling, but he didn't speak Chinese, so he didn't know how to open his mouth for a while. The agent patted his hand, signaling him not to get too excited. Mr. Chen, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Jihoon. I am currently Mr. Song Fong's agent. You should know Mr. Song Fong, right? Chen Jiaqing raised her eyes and took a look at them, smiling faintly. You mean him? She pointed with her pen at Song Fong, who was standing next to her. Li Jihoon clapped his hands happily. That's right. Looks like Mr. Chen is also a fan of our Song Fong. It's really fate. There's an old saying in the East that it's fate to meet in thousands of miles, but not fate to meet across the street, our Song Fong. Chen Jiaqing didn't bother to listen to him and waved his hand. What do you guys want from me? Li Jishuan's expression stagnated for a moment, then blossomed into a rich smile. It's like this, we heard that your company will be organizing a grand housewarming ceremony in half a month, and that your company has already invited most of the popular stars in the Eastern entertainment circle. However, I found that there are surprisingly no H stars among them. I think that as a large internationalized company, it should pay more attention to cultural diversity. It just so happens that if our family Song Fong can participate in this grand ceremony, I think that it will be of great significance for your company to make a name for itself in the whole of Asia. Chen Jiaqing laughed a little. She raised her beautiful eyes, glanced at Song Fong, who had been staring at herself from the side, her face expressionless, and, "This matter, I'm not in charge of it, it's our company's boss who personally handles it, therefore, you should go and talk to my boss." Lee Ji-hoon was undeterred. "You are the general manager of Star Joy Group. On top of this matter, I think you have the absolute right to speak. If you are the one to send us the invitation, we can charge less for a portion of the remuneration," he said with a smile. Chen Jiaqing smiled and shook her head. "Although I am the general manager of Star Joy Group, I am only working for someone. This matter is handled by our boss personally, and every guest of honor is also chosen by him. Instead of wasting your time with me, you guys should go directly to our boss." Lee Ji-hoon's smile was a bit stiff. "In that case, may I ask who your boss is, and can you tell us his contact information? In fact, we also admire your company's strength. If we can reach this cooperation, it will be a win-win choice." Although Song Fong couldn't understand the content of the conversation between the two, but from the agent's expression, he also guessed that things seemed to be a little bit unsuccessful. He stood out at this time, squeezed out a smile that he thought was handsome, and directly said in Korean, "Mr. Chen, I have a lot of fans in all of Asia, and I think that if I participate in your gala, it will make my fans in all of Asia know about your Starry Joy company, and this is an excellent advertising opportunity for your company, and the sales of your company's products will rise higher and higher." Lee Ji-hoon translated Song Fong's words, and after Chen Jiaqing heard it, she lightly smiled and said, "Sorry, the purpose of our company's housewarming ceremony is merely to organize a party where celebrity idols gather to reward our hardworking employees. It was not to expand the popularity of Starry Joy Group, so there is no such thing as advertising." "Is it possible that there are no fans of our Song Fong among your company's employees?" Lee Ji-hoon's tone was a bit anxious. Chen Jiaqing laughed a bit. "I don't know about this. Anyway, which stars our company invites are all voted on by the employees and finally decided by the boss. If you didn't receive an invitation, then it means our company didn't invite you. Then please tell us your boss's contact information. I want to question him face to face. I don't believe that there are no fans of our Song Fong in your company." "Sorry, our boss's contact information belongs to the company's confidential information. We can't tell outsiders at will, but I can notify them for you," Chen Jiaqing said. "Then I'll be grateful to Mr. Chen," Lee Ji-hoon responded. Throughout, Chen Jiaqing's gaze didn't stay on Song Fong's face for more than a second, not shy and embarrassed to look at it, but the complete kind of ignorance. This made Song Fong, who had always been quite confident in his own face value, feel a deep sense of frustration, thinking that at the beginning, when facing the national beauty of H country, Song Weiqiao, he was not so powerless like this. Yi Ming was accompanying his parents for a walk in Shangshi Huating when he received Chen Jiaqing's call. "Hello, Jiaqing, what's the matter?" "It's like this, there is a H-Nation star named Song Fong who wants to participate in the housewarming gala organized by our group, and asked me to ask for your opinion." "Song Fong?" Yi Ming was puzzled. "Yes." The corners of Yi Ming's mouth suddenly hooked up into a smile. Was this a game of gross recommendation? However, all of the H-country stars had already been blacklisted by him, especially the male stars. If it was a female star, he might still be able to consider it. "You help me reject them directly." Chen Jiaqing sighed. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. They seem to be very confident. You'd better come here yourself." "That's fine, I'll go over right now." Yi Ming smiled maliciously. "This is interesting. I wonder how they will react when they see me later." Chapter 69, You're Finally Here. Song Fong and his agent waited comfortably in Chen Jiaqing's office, looking here and there, and occasionally muttering in Korean. This made Chen Jiaqing a bit unable to gather her spirit to work. She knitted her pretty face and tapped the table with a pen. "Please go to the reception room and wait. Our boss will be here soon." The broker heard this and smiled shyly. "Ah, Mr. Chen, we are very interested in the furnishings in your office. Do not mind if we visit? Your presence here is already affecting my work. Please go wait in the conference room." Chen Jiaqing's face became a little unsightly. Lee Ji-hoon whispered in Song Fong's ear and translated Chen Jiaqing's words. The corner of Song Fong's mouth picked up a smile and slowly walked over to Chen Jiaqing's desk with his waist crossed. "Our Mr. Chen is really a workaholic. Since your boss hasn't come yet, why don't we do it this way? As guests, Mr. Chen treats us to a cup of coffee, and I can consider lowering my pay for the performance further." He broke away from the frustration he had just felt and put on what he thought was a very lethal smile. Just as if he had flashed the same smile to those fans picking him up at the airport, he would have instantly charmed a large number of people. Lee Ji-hoon came over and translated his words. Chen Jiaqing didn't even bother to pay attention to him, picking up the phone in front of her and dialing a number. "Rui, come in for a moment." Jean Rui immediately came in. "Mr. Chen, what is it?" "You take these two to the reception room and wait for the boss to come over." Jean Rui received the order and made an inviting gesture to the two Song Fangs. "Both of you, please follow me to the reception room." Song Fong did not expect Chen Jiaqing did not give a damn about him. His face was a little unsightly. Since his debut, he has always been smooth sailing, and a handful of girls are also accurate. When has he ever met this kind of woman who does not give him a good face? However, in other people's territory, he cannot be angry. After all, the other party's identity is not ordinary. He gritted his teeth, followed Jean Rui to the reception room. Just before they left, Yi Ming's back foot entered Chen Jiaqing's office.
Where are the people? Didn't you say they were here with you?
Chen Jiaqing saw that Yiming had finally arrived and smiled. "You've finally come. I asked Rue to take them to the reception room to wait." Yiming went directly to the reception room without saying anything.
In the reception room, Li Zixuan was very upset that he and Song Fong were kicked out of Mr. Chen's office.
"I say that your Starry Joy Group boss has such a big frame of mind. How dare he make our Song Fong wait for so long? Do you know how much money he has to make in 1 second?
Jean Ruerue's face was cold. "We didn't invite you here, it's you who came to the door. If you feel you can't afford to wait, please go back." Li Jihoon's face slumped. "You little girl, how do you talk?
We are here to seek a win-win cooperation opportunity. It's not that we're sucking up to you and have to attend your party. If you're not happy about it, I'm not finished." Before he finished speaking, Yiming pushed open the door and came in. "How are you guys doing?" As soon as the two of them, Song Fong and the agent, saw Yiming, their eyelids immediately jumped. It was actually him.
"It is you? Why are you right here?"
Although Li Jihoon had previously clamored to deal with Yiming, when he actually saw it, he was stunned by the eerie aura of coldness on Yiming's body.
Yiming pulled over a jump stool and sat down on his butt. "What, don't you recognize me?"
He picked up a fruit plate on the table, peeled up an orange, raised his head and looked at him. "Yo, your injury is quite fast. Is not using our famous oriental healing medicine gold sore medicine?" Song Fong and the agent's face was very ugly at this time, while Jean Rueru saw the boss and quietly withdrew from the reception room.
"You still haven't answered my words. Why are you here?"
With Song Fong present, his bottom line was full again. After all, when he faced Yiming before, he was the only H-man present. But now it was different. With Song Fong here, if he dared to beat himself up again for no reason, Song Fong, as a witness, would take photos or a small video, which could be used as evidence, and he could completely go ahead and sue Yiming. Yiming shook his shoulders and chewed on an orange in his mouth. "You all can come, why can't I come?"
Li Jihoon looked at Yiming's calm demeanor, thought of something, and swallowed his saliva. "You're the owner of Starry Joy Group? Or else what? Why do you think you are here?"
Li Jihoon, who received the answer, his heart immediately shook, his pupils contracted, and his eyes staring at Yiming were extremely cold. Song Fong had seen Yiming's picture and knew that he was the perpetrator who had previously beaten up his manager and had caused him to lose a large number of fans. He whispered in his manager's ear at this time and asked, "He's the murderer, isn't he? What do we do now?" Li Jihoon's eyes narrowed slightly. "He's the owner of this company, there's definitely no way for your performance to go ahead." But what?" Song Fong asked eagerly. Li Jihoon patted his hand, imploring him not to rush. He lowered his voice so low that only Song Fong in his ear could hear it. "Since he's the owner of Starjoy Group, this company is his lifeline. We don't clash with him head-on, but we can go after this company."
"You mean discredit or even bring down this company to achieve the goal of retaliating against him?" Song Fong also understood at this time. "That's right. Utilizing your influence in all of Asia, you can definitely make this company suffer. Let's go back and collect the black materials of this company. But going back like this, I've got a bad feeling in my heart. I've got to take a breath today." Song Fong is a bit reluctant.
"You can't beat him, he's very strong." Li Jihoon's face was a bit anxious. He had eaten Yiming's slap and knew how powerful he was. "Don't worry, when I was serving in the army, I specialized in practicing, and I placed in all the army fighting competitions, so there shouldn't be any problem dealing with him, and since I've seen him today, I'm going to retrieve the situation for you." He gave the agent a placating look, then gabbled in Korean to Yiming.
Yiming frowned. "What the hell was that? Couldn't understand it."
Li Jihoon stepped forward at this time and said, "What our Song Fong means is that he heard that you're very good and wants to ask you for a challenge, asking if you dare to accept."
Chapter 70, The Look of Being Beaten Up.
Yiming almost choked. He was worried that there was no way to get angry. These two people in their own company look like no one else, but he just came and couldn't find a reason to make a move. At this moment, they even sent their faces up by themselves. This kind of good opportunity to hit their faces, how could they miss it? He calmed his breathing, waved his hand and laughed. "His face is worth a lot more than yours. I'm afraid he'll have to claim compensation from me if I break it." The agent translated Yiming's words to Song Fong, and Song Fong was instantly furious. He used to hate it when people said that he relied on his face to make a living. In order to get rid of this impression, he practiced solidly and hard in the army and developed a set of sturdy muscles, and he repeatedly gained a very good ranking in the all-army fighting, and the TV series he took on after his retirement also went for a tough guy style. In the TV series to put muscles aside, but also fascinated countless brain-damaged fans. At this time, he took off his jacket, only wearing an undershirt, and once he clenched his fist, the biceps on his arm bulged out, and it looked quite decent, too. He roared, "That depends on whether you have the ability." Yiming pretended to sigh. "I think it is better to forget it. This is the company's reception room. The space is relatively small, and it is very expensive to buy something again after breaking it. I will pay for breaking things." Song Fong's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought that Yiming said this, but was just looking for an excuse to avoid the challenge. In fact, he was already fearful. He had planned this long ago. This place was so small, he must have nowhere to run away from the fight later, so he wanted to challenge him here.
"Really want to fight?" Yiming looked at Li Jihoon with an inquiring gaze.
Fighting is just a sparring match, point to point. Our family Song Fong advocates martial arts as a way to meet friends. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, I would like you to apologize for what happened last time.
Also again. Before he could finish, Yi Ming directly interrupted him. Last time? What happened last time? Yi Ming falsely asked in a puzzled tone, which directly made Li Jisen furious. Nima, you beat me up so badly, and you're still asking me what happened?
His face sank, staring at Yi Ming with a deadly stare before attaching himself to Song Fong's ear and whispering, later on, be sure to help me beat the out of him. Song Fong nodded his head. He couldn't wait any longer. At this time, he looked straight at Yi Ming and yelled, ACI bar, quickly decide to take it or not. If you're a man, don't be a granny like a pussy. Yi Ming finished eating and leisurely clapped his hands. Well, since you're so intent on begging for abuse, I'll satisfy you. He stood up, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile, lightly waving at Song Fong. Let you have a hand, come on. Song Fong's pupils shrank. He couldn't imagine that Yi Ming would still be pretending to be a pussy at this point in time. He snorted coldly and was about to strike. At this time, the agent suddenly shouted, stop.
Song Fong stalled and looked at the agent with a confused expression. What's going on? Why did it stop?
Li Jihun handed him a calm look and said to Yi Ming, there are only a few of us here. If you are defeated, I'm afraid that it won't be convincing. How about this? Open the door of the conference room and let all of your employees see their boss's style. How about that? He had been humiliated by Yi Ming before in front of a large crowd. This time he also wanted to make Yi Ming lose face under the eyes of the crowd. Otherwise, it was just not enough of a relief to have only him and Song Fong as witnesses. Moreover, in front of his employees, ruthlessly humiliating their boss would definitely make the employees of Starry Joy Group lose confidence in their boss, which would then affect the company's business, and even shake the foundation of their company. It had to be said that his little plan was really clattering. Yi Ming shrugged his shoulders indifferently, as you wish. Li Jihun's face was delighted, and he immediately excitedly went to open the door, and shouted out at the door, Starry Joy Group's employees, come and see how your boss is being beaten up. The employees each frowned and looked at each other not knowing what was going on. What's the situation? This guy seems to be from H country, right? Yeah, what was he saying? It seems like he's talking about watching our boss get his ass kicked. Where did he come from? How dare he be so arrogant? Why don't we beat him up first? Let's see what's going on with the boss first. Li Jihun smiled proudly and then explained, our family Song Fong is going to challenge your boss. I want you to witness how your boss is disgraced. Yi Ming stretched his block and stepped forward. If you guys want to watch, just line up. He pointed at Song Fong. This guy is a star in H. This kind of opportunity doesn't come around very often. The crowd saw the boss with a glib look. They all hurriedly surrounded the doorway, each looking at Song Fong's eyes as if he was like a cheetah seeing its prey. The look was as if to say, if you dare to touch our boss, we definitely can't get around you. This made Song Fong's heart thump. Nima, surrounded by so many people with eyes that want to eat people, I'm under a lot of pressure. This agent smart, properly closed the door to beat him up is not enough? He also had to let him lose face in public, which made things worse. He gave the agent a hateful look, which made the other party a little confused. But Song Fong couldn't wait any longer and didn't care about that much. He directly posed and coldly stared at Yi Ming. Let's start. Chapter 71, What's all the noise about? When Song Fong shouted out start, Yi Ming nodded indifferently, still with one hand behind his back, the other hand waved at Song Fong, the same posture as when he was a child in the countryside greeting puppies over. ACI bar. Song Fong roared and flew over with a punch. The corner of Yi Ming's mouth swept up a smile and directly blasted over with a punch. Bang! Unevenly, the two fists clashed. In an instant, Song Fong's entire face rapidly changed from white to purple. His face quickly changed from confident to agonized. Then, his right hand hung down powerlessly, looking limp as if it had no bones. At the same time, a terrifying scream erupted. Ah! His body flew backwards. After crashing through a stool, he fell heavily at the feet of the spectators in the doorway. When Li Jihun, who had been complacent at the side, saw the scene, his heart instantly shook. He was also instantly shaken furiously. Surprisingly, even Song Fong's arm was blown to a shattered fracture. Can this kind of power be possessed by a human being? His face was as pale as a pig's liver as he hurried over to help Song Fong up. Song Fong, are you okay? Song Fong's entire face was twisted in pain, his right hand hanging helplessly, bean-sized beads of sweat bubbling madly from his forehead. Surprisingly, he had hit so hard. Yi Ming patted his hands and stood there, as if nothing was wrong, and picked up another grape from the fruit plate on the table, enjoying it and swallowing it in one gulp. Smacking his lips, it wasn't addictive. He glanced at Song Fong, who was still lying on the ground, and smiled faintly. How was it? How does it feel? Song Fong clenched his teeth in death, looking at Yi Ming and hating to bite him to death. His right hand was considered ruined. He didn't know how long it would take to get better, and during this period of time, there was definitely no way for him to receive any more announcements, nor could he appear in front of the public, because no one would look at a celebrity who was wearing a cast on stage. It would also be an insult to the tough guy image he had been portraying if he appeared in front of the public in a cast. It was currently the time when he was at the height of his popularity. His popularity was almost at its peak, and if he was unable to appear in front of the public for at least half a year, his popularity would definitely drop by a large margin. It was also a crucial time for him to draw in money like crazy, and to have this kind of accident happen to him, his income would naturally shrink rapidly. He was already regretting why he messed with this monster. This damn thing was a complete pervert. Only now did he realize that Ji-ming's excuses just now were just a way to retreat and deliberately make him lighten up before making a fatal move in the end. The crowd of spectators outside the door were dumbfounded when they saw their boss kill Song Fong with a single move. It's over? Then with a bang, a thunderous applause erupted. Boss is awesome. Boss is awesome. See, this is what happens when you pretend to be a bully in front of your boss. He thought he was so powerful just now. So it's just a blowjob. That's right, don't look at that muscle, but it's useless, can't even catch a punch from the boss. He even lost his hand. Sung Fong was lying on the ground, his whole body was weak from the pain. Even if Lee Ji-hoon used all his strength, he couldn't get him up from the ground. Do you need us to call an ambulance for you? Yi-ming looked at Lee Ji-hoon with a smile. Lee Ji-hoon looked up and saw Yi-ming's teasing gaze. Even though he was angry, he could only endure it. He gritted his teeth. Please call an ambulance for us. It's expensive to ask for my help. You name a number. Lee Ji-hoon needed to get Song Fong to the hospital right away, otherwise he didn't know what after effects would be left later if he was late. Forget it, let's give this opportunity to my staff. He rushed to the employees who were standing outside watching. One of you call an ambulance for him, he said. The price is whatever you want. The watermelon crowd stirred, everyone raised their hands. I'll do it, I'll do it. Yi-ming looked at them, his brows furrowed and his mouth pursed. How about this, you guys rock paper scissors to decide? Good, no problem. At that moment, a crowd of eaters began a rock paper scissors contest. Lee Ji-hoon looked at Song Fong's arm in his arms that was gradually becoming purple, and cried without tears. I beg you guys to hurry up, okay? Our Song Fong's arm is dying. What's all this noise? Can't you see we're in the middle of something? Someone suddenly scolded. You Lee Ji-hoon dared to be angry. I don't know how long it took, but the final winner was decided. It was a 30-year-old male employee who held out a finger to Lee Ji-hoon for $10,000. Lee Ji-hoon was about to say yes when Yi-ming suddenly shouted, Good for you. Are you that unambitious? $20,000? The man said, What? Yi-ming was furious. You look at your point of interest, but also 20,000 to your sister. Forget it, give him a favorable price, 100,000 yuan. Lee Jishuan stared at Yi-ming. Really good to ask, 100,000 on $100,000. It's important to save people, quick. The man heard the boss's words, his heart shook. The boss is really a boss, $100,000 or a discounted price. But he was also grateful to Yi-ming in his heart. This was an unexpected income. Chapter 72, The Lucky Draw. Yi-ming returned to the general manager's office. Chen Jiaqing looked at him with some surprise. Solved so quickly? One move and a second. Yi-ming shrugged his shoulders. Chen Jiaqing gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. That's right, your man, can he not be great? Yi-ming laughed evilly and walked towards her. Chen Jiaqing's willow eyebrows slightly knit. There is a kind of premonition that Yi-ming is going to mess around again. What do you want to do? In her beautiful eyes, however, there was a smile that she couldn't hide. Yi-ming just walked to the back of her seat, put his hands on her shoulders and gently gave her a massage. Jiaqing, these days have been hard on you. Chen Jiaqing was still a little wary, but when she heard Yi-ming's sudden and gentle strike, she instantly relaxed her guard, and her heart warmed up. I'm sure you have a conscience, a little to the left, a little more force. She closed her eyes and began to enjoy Yi-ming's techniques. Yi-ming was somewhat speechless. Really take me as a masseur? However, he still followed Chen Jiaqing's instructions and gently pressed. After you are busy with the company's move and everything is on track, I will give you a vacation. You have worked too hard. Chen Jiaqing was a little suspicious. She let herself rest for a good reason. She curved her beautiful eyes and said, Say, what is the conspiracy? Yi-ming was guessed through the mind, embarrassed to smile. Some snappy, said, Meet the parents. Ah. Ho, there really is a conspiracy. Chen Jiaqing bristled, but seriously, I myself have not gone back for a long time, a little homesick. Let's do it this way, when this time is over, I will go back to your hometown with you. HM. She leaned her head back against Yi-ming, feeling incredibly solid. It was getting closer and closer to the day of Star Joy Group's housewarming ceremony. Many popular stars had received invitations to perform from this company, and most of them had decided to be invited to participate in this grand ceremony. This allowed Starry Joy Group's reputation to rise rapidly. As soon as the list of stars participating in the grand ceremony party was announced, it immediately created a buzz in the entertainment circle. Even many big old enterprises sighed in admiration. Some business and economic analysts said, it's too powerful, gathering the majority of popular stars in the entertainment circle and having a large-scale party. It directly raised the company's popularity by a few notches. However, there are also economic analysts who think that this kind of ceremony that relies entirely on money to smash out express disdain, that it is claptrap, because its timeliness is too strong, and there is no continuity, it is not worth the promotion of the enterprise.
So immediately someone came out to refute, you don't need money to advertise every day? The purpose of your advertising is not to increase awareness of the enterprise? Doing so is just another way. But no matter which point of view one holds, it is said that the Starjoy Group's grand ceremony has been a success. At the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center, the grand stage had already been built and the final rehearsal was underway. Yiming, as the boss, sat in the first seat. Some of the female stars saw that there was such a young man sitting on top of the main seat, and they were all making small calculations in their hearts. So young, and so much gold, and more crucially, handsome, definitely the right choice for a boyfriend. It would be great if we could have some scandal with him. For a while, the group of demonic ES had thrown winks at Yiming, causing the people sitting next to him to be a bit apathetic, unable to stand the sensual stimulation. Yiming, however, turned a blind eye, and cursed, Nima, can't you just put on a good show? In the eyes of all the people, this star-studded ceremony was finally held as scheduled. Yiming's opening speech has long been letting people prepare a good script, he only need to read out the book on the line. However, on this kind of occasion, he unexpectedly heard a rare boo. He let out a bitter smile, a little helpless. But those people weren't people from Star Joy Group, they were people who had spent a large amount of money to buy tickets from Star Joy Group employees, they came to see the stars, not to listen to this man reading from a script on stage. Yiming didn't take it to heart and quickly finished reading the script, and the party officially entered the performance segment. The atmosphere gradually heated up, the audience cheered continuously, and the stars performed hard, which was worthy of the honorarium paid to them by Xingyue Group. Halfway through the party, Yiming appeared on the stage again. At once, the stage stirred up again, why does this guy keep showing up? But when Yiming opened his mouth for the first second this time, the eyes of the people below looking at Yiming changed. At Yiming's words, this party's specially added raffle was officially opened. The prizes are colorful, and I guarantee that the winning rate is 100%, as long as you draw, you will win. Instantly, all kinds of screams erupted in the venue. I want it. I'll take it. The ticket is worth the $5,000. In addition to seeing your idol, you get to participate in the raffle. Ha! Yiming waved his hand, signaling the crowd to quiet down, and said with a smile on his face, not everyone has the chance to participate in the lottery, only Starry Joy Group employees, with their work number can participate in the lottery. This sentence is like a pot of cold water poured on those who are not employees of Xingyue Group. Nima, happy for nothing. Someone asked below, boss, what are the prizes? This person was obviously an employee of Starry Joy Group. Yiming was full of smiles, the prizes are very generous, the lowest grade is the latest model of Apple cell phone, as for the above, everyone let go of their imagination, enjoy guessing. Chapter 73, The Chen Family's Dilemma. The Starry Joy Group employees under the stage, once they heard this, all of them had glittering eyes, and they were all eager to move, rubbing their hands non-stop, as if this would make their luck better. The electronic screen above began to scroll the employees' work numbers, and when a number stopped, those employees checked their own work numbers. Congratulations to number 021. Please ask number 021 to come up to the stage to draw the prize. A cacophony of noise appeared in a certain area, and it was obvious that the lucky winner had landed in that place. What came out was a pure girl with black-rimmed eyes, a bit like Guanjur from Ode to Joy. When the 021 girl was up close and personal with Yiming on stage, she kept covering her mouth and laughing, her face was a little flushed, obviously very excited. Yiming smiled gently at her, and his smile seemed to contain the flavor of sunshine, which made the girl's heart beat faster, and she was a bit stunned for a while. Yiming hurriedly waved his hand in front of her eyes, and it's time for you to draw the lottery. The girl finally reacted, a little embarrassed, and hurriedly took out a small ball from the secret box. Yiming took the small ball, opened it, and then with a smile on his face. Congratulations to employee 021, her prize as Yiming deliberately stretched his voice and said. Looking at the pairs of expectant eyes on the stage, Yiming was suddenly playful, thinking that it was really interesting to whet people's appetites, but the audience was not having any of it. But the audience quit and yelled. Boss, don't sell out. Boss, don't keep me in suspense, my fragile little heart can't take it anymore. Yiming smiled knowingly, knowing that he couldn't delay too much, and continued, employee number 021 drew the second prize, and the prize is a 120 square meter house in Wangjiang Garden. What? The scene was quiet. The second prize is a house in Wangjiang Garden? Wangjiang Garden belongs to Shanghai's mid-range neighborhood, a 120 square meter house, at least 6 million. With a bang, the people below exploded. This is only the second prize. Then what are the prizes for the first and grand prizes? In the next few moments, the employees of Starry Joy Group no longer had the heart to watch the celebrity performances, and each of them were eagerly waiting for the next lucky draw. The stars who came on stage later were a bit embarrassed, trying to interact with the audience, but very few people gave a damn.
In the time that followed, there were 4 more lucky draws. The first prize was a Rolls-Royce Phantom worth more than $8 million. If you didn't want it, you could choose to exchange it for an equivalent amount of cash. The grand prize, on the other hand, was a set of mansions that were second to none in all of Shanghai and even the whole country, a house in Thompson. When these prizes appeared, the atmosphere of the entire venue reached its peak. Looking at the employees of Starry Joy Group who won the prizes, they were all overjoyed, which made the other people who bought tickets to attend the party secretly resolve to enter the Starry Joy Group to work. The housewarming ceremony came to an end in a blaze of laughter. In order to comfort those employees who didn't win the lottery, Yiming promised that there would be another chance at the annual meeting. At the same time, the Chen family in Nanyang. Zhang Qiujun suddenly visited this day. Zhang Qiujun had failed to bid for the Jinhu mansion that day, and had determined that it was the Chen family behind Chen Jiaqing who had made the move, otherwise that company called Star Joy Technology definitely didn't have that much capital to eat into the building. Coupled with being stimulated by Chen Jiaqing and Yiming, it was even more important for him to lock his spearhead directly onto the Chen family. During this period of time, he had been laying out his plans just to wait for today to arrive. The Nanyang Chen family started out as a textile company in the early years, and then ventured into various fields. The family's wealth had once accumulated to the top 10 in the country, and then due to violating the bottom line of the policy, a lot of industries were seized. This also affects the subsequent development of the Chen family's enterprises, everywhere by the regulatory authorities to pinch the throat. The family wealth continues to shrink. To this day, the Chen family's family wealth can be 5 billion scale, although also ranked first in Nanyang, but with the family's industry in the past to dominate the glory of the country compared to the present just hunkered down in Nanyang's 1 acre of careful plowing on a lot of despondency. Zhang Qiujun is the successor of the Nine Dragons Zheng family, which is quite famous in the business world, and the Nine Dragons Zheng family behind him is one of the 4 major families in Nine Dragons. Compared to the Chen family, the Zheng family was a giant without compromise. Zhang Qiujun's sudden visit on this day made the entire Chen family a bit surprised. Chen Gong, the head of the Chen family, personally came out to greet him, not knowing that the great son of Zheng had come and had missed the welcome. In front of Chen Gong, Zhang Qiujun is actually a junior, but at this time Zhang Qiujun is a proud look. For Chen Gong's greetings, just waved his hand without thinking, not the slightest bit of the meaning of a return salute. Chen Gong froze for a moment, also do not care, or will Zhang Qiujun welcome in, while walking and asked, I do not know Zheng Dazheng's son suddenly visited my Chen family, what is the matter? Zhang Qiujun's face was pale, go in and talk. The rest of the Chen family saw this young man even in the Chen family to the head of the family this attitude, very indignant, but they also know clearly, can let the head of the family this way to treat the person, the status must be extraordinary, so also do not dare to say more, just on the sidelines with man-eating eyes staring at Zhang Qiujun indignantly. When he came to the lobby, he was seated by guests and masters. Chen Gong had the fine red robe served up, the humble house was simple, there was nothing good to entertain Zhang Qiujun. Zhang Qiujun lightly sipped, but suddenly violently a mouth poo out, I say you this big red robe is fake, right? He threw the tea on the table with a hand. Chen Gong's face was a bit ugly, you are the successor of the Zhang family, when you arrive at my Chen family, you don't respect your elders in the slightest, not to mention, you even have this kind of attitude. However, he forced himself to hold back. The various industries under the Chen family are currently trapped in Nanyang. As the head of the family, he hopes to expand his business territory day and night, otherwise the Chen family will be eaten up step by step. As the successor of the Nine Dragons Zheng family, Zhang Qiujun personally came to the Chen family. If the Chen family can take this opportunity to climb the big tree of the Zheng family and break through the geographical shackles of Nanyang, there will be hope. So in the face of Zhang Qiujun's rudeness, Chen Gong could only hold back his anger. He just apologized and arched his hand towards Zhang Qiujun. Zheng Dazhong is very knowledgeable. You say that my big red robe is fake, that is fake. I hope that Zheng Dazhong will not be offended. After all, my humble abode is not as good as your Zheng family. We are just a snail's pace in Nanyang's small family. Zhang Qiujun cold snort, also lazy nonsense, the spectrum is also enough. He waved his hand, smacked his lips, as if that half a mouthful of tea still makes his mouth uncomfortable. This time, I have no other purpose. Is that some time ago, I heard that a batch of medical equipment under your Chen family had a problem in the test, was returned directly by many large hospitals. Do you know where the problem lies? Chen Gong heard a shock. Zhang Qiujun said this thing recently is letting him anxious. This batch of medical equipment they strictly in accordance with international standards of production and manufacturing, but do not know why did not pass the buyer's test, but they find their own private testing, but all qualified. He didn't know where the problem was, and couldn't afford to treat the medical equipment as substandard products, so now it had been backlogged in the warehouse, looking for a new buyer. Could it be that Mr. Zhang knows the inside story here? Chen Gong asked tentatively at this time. Chapter 74 Marry Chen Jiaqing to me. The cost of this batch of medical equipment was exorbitant, with the cost alone reaching $200 million. If all of them were treated as substandard products at a low price, only half of the cost could be recovered, and although this $100 million would not have the consequence of causing a major injury to today's Chen family, it would also break some bones. has been piled up in the warehouse. Looking for buyers is not a solution, after all, is a high-end medical equipment, maintenance costs alone, is a huge expense. So sell and cannot find buyers, dispose of and really a pity, which makes the Chen family some trapped in a dilemma. Nowadays, the Chen family is in a difficult situation. In the dangerous business world, any wrong decision can cause fatal consequences. The best thing that could be done was to get the original buyers to accept the equipment. After all, it was customized according to their requirements, and it would be difficult to find buyers with the same needs. The Chen family also knew that the claim that these devices were substandard was just a deliberate attempt by those big hospitals to make things difficult for the Chen family, but they didn't understand why they would make things difficult for the Chen family when they had a good reason to do so.
There was bound to be an inside story that they didn't know about.
Zhang Qiujuan smiled faintly. Although our Zhang family is not involved in the field of medical equipment, but has some information channels and contacts in this area, therefore, the inside story of this matter, but also slightly heard.
Chen Gong face a condensation, body close, Zhang Gong can tell it too? This is all related to a person from your Chen family. Who is it? Chen Jiaqing.
Zhang Qiujun gritted his teeth after uttering this name, remembering that day when she was forcibly kissed by Yiming without the slightest bit of violent resistance. He was on fire. The muscles on his face trembled a little.
Jiaqing? Chen Gong was a bit puzzled. How could this matter be related to her? She had left the Chen family to venture out on her own, rarely contacting her family. What could this matter have to do with her?
Zhang Qiujuan snorted coldly and didn't believe him at all.
If Chen Jiaqing didn't have any contact with the Chen family, where did she get the capital to buy the Jinhu mansion?
He thought that Chen Gong was just trying to cover his tracks by saying so.
I'm afraid it doesn't have to be so, right?
Zhang Qiujun's voice was a bit cold.
What do you mean by that?
Your Chen family's talents have helped you make a great achievement. To be able to transfer such a large sum of money from the Chen family to the account of that small tech company with a total asset of only 100 million renminbi without saying a word, it is absolutely difficult to do so without extraordinary business means. Chen Gong is even more puzzled. He knows that the talent in Zhang Qiujuan's mouth is obviously Chen Jiaqing. After all, she has always been very independent, all the way to rely on their own efforts. First entered the Harvard Business School, and then after graduation, worked on Wall Street. This kind of resume, placed on the entire group of young people, could be said to be a talent. However, she rarely contacted her family, so how could she be said to have made great achievements for the Chen family? Zhang Qiujuan saw Chen Gong's puzzled look and snorted coldly in his heart, acting quite like it. He was also too lazy to beat around the bush and intended to make a quick decision. To tell you the truth, your Chen family bought the Golden Shanghai building at a price of $2.05 billion, and this low price made a lot of companies red in the eyes. They returned your order for no other reason than to make things difficult for you.
What do you mean? The Chen family bought the Golden Shanghai building for $2.5 billion?
Chen Gong was so confused by what he said. Chen family master, don't pretend. Your Chen family is bent on recapturing its past glory and is not willing to shrink to Nanyang. That's why you let Chen Jiaqing form a small company that is not even remotely related to the Chen family's industry to step in and buy the Golden Shanghai building without saying a word, right? Hearing this, Chen Gong finally understood. Zhang Qiujuan means Chen Jiaqing for the Chen family to buy the Jinhu building, but in fact, the Jinhu building and the Chen family has nothing to do with him, as the head of the family does not know. He said, Mr. Zhang, I think you have misunderstood. My Chen family and the Golden Shanghai building, there is not the slightest correlation. As for why Jiaqing will step forward to buy the Golden Shanghai building, I really do not know, although she is very talented in business, but I do not believe that she has so much money at present. She can buy the Golden Shanghai building alone. She must be the negotiator of the company. Just listen to Chen Gongso, Zhang Qiujuan heart sure. The Chen family is dead will not admit to secretly buy Jinhu building. He thinks the Chen family is still afraid of the consequences of that incident, so do not dare to blatantly will be the family power to expand to so far away from the place. Back then, the Chen family, because of the family's great wealth, the head of the family at the time frequently with the institution of high-ranking officials close, but unfortunately the Chen family support that ultimately did not ascend to the throne by the later successor to settle scores. So the Chen family from the country's top 10 families, step by step down to the present appearance, even if it has been hunkered down in Nanyang to do some small business, still careful not to dare too much to the limelight. If the people above know that the Chen family bought Shanghai's landmark Jinhu building, the Chen family will be able to get the money to buy it, even if the person in charge has already bought it. Even if the man in charge had passed away, the successor he chose would surely follow in his footsteps, and the Chen family would suffer another crackdown. The Chen family is now treading on thin ice, and unless they are able to climb onto a powerful thigh, they will not dare to reveal their intention to expand their business territory too early. Zhang Qiujuan is with this point, will be determined that the Jinhu building is the Chen family behind the hand to buy. He didn't believe Chen Gong's words at this moment, but just smiled lightly and said, Chen family don't need to deny it. The purpose of my coming here today is to hope that the Chen family can sell 51% of the ownership of the Golden Shanghai mansion to our Zhang family, and as a quid pro quo, the Zhang family can guarantee that your Chen family will expand their business territory without any worries, and that the order for the batch of medical equipments will be eaten by the company as well.
I don't know what the Chen family thinks.
Hearing the Zheng family can ensure that the Chen family expansion without fear. Chen Gong some heart. After all, Zheng family's base camp and roots are in Kowloon. The mainland high level have to give them a few points of face, have them come out to protect, can let the Chen family to get to rely on. But the Golden Shanghai building is not owned by the Chen family. He simply cannot come up with this condition and the other party to exchange. He just smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Zhang, this Jinhu building, indeed, has nothing to do with my Chen family, although my Chen family has the intention to befriend with the Zhang family, but there is no way to come up with the ownership of the Jinhu building in Mr. Zhang's mouth. I do not know if I can replace it with something else. When Zhang Qiujun heard this, his eyes turned. Replace it with something else? An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Stroking his chin, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since the Chen family can't give up the Jinhu mansion, then how about this? I'm here to propose marriage to the Chen family lord. I hope that you, the Chen family, will marry Chen Jiaqing to me.
Chapter 75 Can't Persuade Her. Chen Gong frowned. Marry Jiaqing to you?
Chen Jiaqing was a member of the Chen family, but his parents both lived a life of idleness and didn't really manage the family affairs, and they were more permissive towards Chen Jiaqing and didn't really control her. Chen Jiaqing is also more independent. She went to Harvard and into Wall Street, all of which she walked out of the road alone. Although he was the head of the Chen family, he had no say in Chen Jiaqing's marriage. At this moment, when faced with Zhang Xiaojuan's request, although he was a bit moved, he did not hastily agree.
That's right.
Chen Gong smiled faintly. This matter, I can't make the main decision, however, I will discuss it with Jiaqing. If we can be in laws with your Zhang family, it will also be a good thing for our Chen family. Zhang Qiujun shook his head. He knew that if he had to discuss with Chen Jiaqing, there was not a single possibility of this matter being realized. He had to kidnap Chen Jiaqing with the words of parents' orders and matchmakers, so that she would be forced to marry him, and this was the only chance he had to get Chen Jiaqing.
You are the Chen family head, how could you not be able to make a decision above this matter? Zheng Qiujun's face was a little unsightly.
Chen Gong heard what he meant, and didn't want to go through Chen Jiaqing's consent to finalize the matter directly. He laughed and said, I am the family head, but Jiaqing is only my niece, his father is my elder brother. If there is anyone who can decide on her marriage matters, it is only her father. Then I would like to thank Chen Family Master for inviting Chen Jiaqing's father out. I will talk to him face to face about this matter, and I also hope that Chen Family Master will consider it for the sake of your Chen family and explain to Chen Jiaqing's father the stakes involved. Chen Gong stood up. Alright, I will go and ask my elder brother to come out. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Zhang. Chen Jiaqing's father, Chen Tang, was in his 50s and was not fond of socializing, so he had ceded the head of the family position that was originally his to his younger brother. However, his opinion was still very important when it came to deciding on family matters. Arrived at the Chen family's back garden, Chen Tang is holding a shower and watering flowers. Chen Gong saw him, respectfully stood. Brother, the successor of the 9 dragons Zheng family Zheng Qiujuan today came to our Chen family. There is a matter want to discuss with you. Chen Tang movements do not stop in the slightest, still meticulously holding the shower and slowly watering. His voice is very thick, the thick beard on his lips moved. What is it? This Zheng Qiujuan seems to be in love with Jiaqing and hopes that the Chen family will betroth Jiaqing to him. Chen Gong said. This matter, completely by Jiaqing's own decision, I do not interfere. That's what I told him, but judging from the situation, he can't get Jiaqing to willingly marry him on his own, that's why he came to us. Then let him go back. Chen Gong's face is a bit anxious. Noah, this is an opportunity to make friends with the Zhang family. Our Chen family has recently become more and more difficult. The organization constantly support foreign enterprises to enter the Nanyang, eat up our Chen family's market share. If it continues, the Chen family is afraid of no foothold in Nanyang. What do you mean? Chen Tang put down the showerhead and looked at this current family head's younger brother indifferently. I will intervene and persuade Jiaqing to marry that Zheng family member? If that can be done, that would naturally be the best outcome. Chen Tang laughed a little, stretching his waist. I, as a father, really cannot persuade her. This matter, you can rebuff him. Chen Gong's face is anxious. What about the Chen family? Is it just to watch the Chen family decline day by day? His tone was a bit agitated. If Jiaqing can marry Zhang Qiujuan, in fact, it is still considered that our Chen family has climbed high up the Zheng family. Chen Tang sighed and shook his head. Jiaqing's nature is clear to me. What she is not willing to do, no one can persuade her. As for the Chen family, since there are people who want us to sink, why don't we simply move into the mountains and become a hidden family that doesn't compete with the world? It's also quite good. He finished with a self-deprecating smile. Chen Gong heard his elder brother's words, with a look of hatred. Brother, our Chen family can't withstand the tossing and turning. You are used to being an idler. You don't know how heavy the burden on my shoulders is. The Chen family is currently hundreds of people, all of them are counting on that little bit of industry to eat. If we let the current things go on, in less than 5 years, our Chen family will go bankrupt. Just this time, a batch of medical equipment produced by us was returned, and this loss alone amounted to $100 million in M gold. Similar things are happening all the time. Our Chen family is like a trapped beast in a cage. If there is no external help to save us, we can only sit and wait for death. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. That's for you, the head of the family, to decide. When I handed you this burden, you were full of confidence. What?
Now you know it's difficult?
Chen Gong sighed heavily. I underestimated the impact of that incident on our Chen family.
Chen Tang patted him on the shoulder. Okay, you do not be too discouraged. The car to the mountain, the Chen family now in Nanyang, at least is still considered the first family. A lot of things, you do not want to think too pessimistic. Maybe you now look hopeless, and so on after tonight, it will be clear. By the way, a few days ago, Jiaqing and I contacted, said to come back to a trip, so let's take advantage of this opportunity. I talked to her about this matter. If she agrees, of course, I have nothing to say. If she does not agree, I will not talk too much. This daughter of mine, you also know that the nature of the headstrong, or else would not have been a person alone ran to the country. Qingong nodded his head, and suddenly,
you do not think pessimistic about many things, maybe you now look hopeless. After tonight, it will become clearer. Chen Gong nodded, suddenly remembered the main event. Right, that Zheng Qiujuan is still waiting for you in the lobby. Chen Tang clapped his hands and fiddled with the flower pots. The flowers have been watered, so it just so happens that there is nothing to do, so I will go and meet him. With that, the two of them walked out of the garden, one after the other. Zhang Qiujuan paced back and forth in the lobby, apparently had already waited impatiently. Ordinary people do not have such a big face to let him wait for so long. If not for the sake of obtaining Chen Jiaqing, he would have angrily thrown his hands and left. At this time, seeing Chen Jiaqing's father finally appeared, thinking that this person would probably be his father-in-law in the future, he slightly pressed down the anger in his heart. This is Jiaqing's father, right? He arched his hand towards Chen Tang and squeezed out a smile on his face. Young Zheng is polite. Chen Tang laughed and waved his hand, completely treating Zheng Qiujun as a junior, which was diametrically opposite to the way Chen Gong treated him just now. Zheng Qiujun's face was slightly hazy, but he was anxious to know what Chen Jiaqing's father meant, and immediately asked, I wonder what you are going to do about that thing that Chen family master said to you? Chapter 76 Threats. Chen Tang lightly smiled. About that matter, I can only say to Zhang Xiao, I will do my best. If Jiaqing is willing, I will never say anything. If she doesn't agree, I will never force her. Not getting a guaranteed answer, Zheng Qiujun was a bit upset. You are Chen Jiaqing's father, your words, can she not listen? Chen Tang shook his head and said, this daughter of mine, when her temper gets stubborn, she won't listen to anyone's words. If she doesn't want to, I don't have the slightest solution. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Qiujun's face looked very bad. If the final decision of the marriage matter is in Chen Jiaqing's own hands, with Chen Jiaqing's attitude towards him in the past, he doesn't have the slightest chance at all, not to mention the fact that there is also a Yiming sandwiched in the middle. Well, since you can't make a decision for her, then let's change the conditions. Sell us at least 51% of the ownership of the Jinhu building, and I still promise that the Zheng family will give a helping hand to the Chen family. His tone sounded non-negotiable. Jinhu Mansion? Chen Tang was a bit puzzled. Chen Gong hurriedly explained to him in a low voice, saying that this Zheng Qiujuan determined that this Jinhu building belongs to the Chen family, because at the auction, it was Jiaqing who represented a company to buy that building, but in fact, there is no relationship with the Chen family at all. That's right, our Zhang family is interested in this building. It's just a pity that at that time, because of misinformation, that's why your Chen family picked up the bargain. A mere $2,050 million will be the golden Shanghai building in the bag. I have to say, it's very eye-catching. However, since I want to buy the ownership of the Jinhu building from you, naturally I will not let you suffer. I now value it at 3 billion M gold. If you can sell us 100% of the ownership of the Jinhu building, we are of course happy to accept it all. If not, then 51% is the bottom line. I hope you consider it well. Chen Tang laughed a little. Zheng Xiao was afraid to be mistaken. With our Chen family's current financial strength, we simply don't have 2,500 million M gold to buy any gold in Shanghai building. Before you came, you must have investigated our Chen family. If we can take out so much money in one breath, how would we be burned out for an order worth $200 million? Is your Chen family so weak now? I remember 3 or 4 years ago, your Zhang family had someone who was ranked in the top 50 of the domestic rich and powerful list. How come you are in such a state now? Zhang Qiujuan said sarcastically. That $200 million worth of orders, naturally, the Zhang family and the head of the ghost, this is he came here before, early prepared to send a difficult reason. He did not expect to rely on $200 million orders to make the Chen family on the side, but if the Chen family do not know good, that order will be the opening of a series of prelude to a series of various means against the Chen family. He used the order as a pretext, is to have the meaning of knocking the mountain to shake the tiger. Chen Tang laughed as if mocking himself. Today's times are different, the Chen family is now the trend of the sunset. If your Zhang family is interested in entering into a cooperative relationship with our Chen family, we are naturally eager to do so, but if it is necessary for us to take out what we do not have, then forgive us for not being able to do anything. Zhang Qiujuan pupils suddenly shrink. You are determined not to Jinhu building will not change hands? The company's business is not a business, but it's not in our hands at all. Zheng Qiujun coldly snorted, if you have to say the word so dead, then your Chen family is ready to meet our Zhang family's anger. I can tell you very responsibly, that medical equipment order was just the beginning. If your Chen family remains obstinate, your textile industry, edible oil processing industry, leather manufacturing industry and a series of other industries will be hit by our Zhang family. I'll give you 3 days to think about it, and then I'll come back 3 days later, and I hope I won't be disappointed.
The reason why he gave the Chen family 3 days to think about it was because if the Zheng family wanted to crack down on these industries of the Chen family, they were bound to pay a certain price as well, and if he could achieve his goal at the smallest possible cost, of course he would be more than happy to do so. Chen Tang and Shen Gong's two faces were extremely gloomy. This was still in their Chen family. This Zhang Qiujun even dared to threaten them so in front of them. If they were to be placed in the heyday of the Chen family back then, this Zhang Qiujun would definitely not be able to walk out of the Chen family's door intact. This is really a tiger being bullied by a dog. Chen Tang secretly sighed. Even if Zhang Qiujun released a red fruit threat, they could not do anything to this Zhang Qiujun. Shen Gong's face was blue at this time. Since your Zhang family wants to deal with us, then I as the Chen family's speaker am here to tell you that we will wait. When he said this, he actually didn't have much backbone. After all, compared to the Zhang family, the Chen family was too weak. But if he was still cowering in the face of such a threat, he didn't deserve to be this family head. Even if he had to fight to the death, he would still have to fight for the Chen family. Zhang Qiujun didn't get a satisfactory answer, and let out a cold smile. I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, if it is still the same as today, I guarantee that the end of your Chen family is not far away. He finished with a cold snort and flung his hand away from the Chen family. A few hot-blooded juniors of the Chen family were eager to beat this arrogant person up, but they were all pulled back by the older people next to them. If anything happened to him in the Chen family, it would again give others a handle to deal with the Chen family, thus, there was no other way but to endure. After Zhang Qiujun left in a high and mighty manner, the Chen family compound was shrouded in an extremely depressing atmosphere, with everyone remaining silent. The younger generation were all clenching their teeth, hating themselves for not being able to contribute to the family. Some people pounded their fists on the wall so heavily that blood seeped out. Chen Tang and Chen Gong were both frowning, thinking about how to crack today's situation, but they simply couldn't find anyone to turn to. Could it be that my Chen family is really at the end of the road? Chen Tang secretly sighed. At this moment, an old mom came over to report, Grandmaster, just now Miss Jiaqing called and said she would be back home in 2 days, and she would bring her boyfriend back with her. Chen Gong frowned. Jiaqing said she has a boyfriend? The old mom nodded, yes. His heart sank. If Jiaqing had a boyfriend, then between her and Zhang Qiujun, it would never be possible. Jiaqing was his niece, and he was happy for her that she had found her own happiness. He couldn't ask Jiaqing to sacrifice her hard-earned happiness for the sake of the family's interests. But then, the Chen family would inevitably be retaliated against by the Zhang family. He sighed, his heart in turmoil. Chapter 77, Going Home. 2 days later, Chen Jiaqing brought Yiming back to the Chen family mansion in that Mercedes-AMG G65. Before getting out of the car, Yiming was a little nervous in his heart. Help me take a look and see if my hair is messed up and my clothes are not wrinkled. Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes curved. You are not afraid of the world, why are you so nervous at this moment? It's okay, our family never cares about this. I'm here for the first time, so I have to give your parents a good impression. By the way, what will I call your parents when I meet them? Should I call them mom and dad like you, or should I call them auntie and uncle? Chen Jiaqing glared at him. Of course it's aunt and uncle, we are not married, what do we call our parents? Yiming put his arm around her shoulders and laughed. It's not a matter of time, but now it's just a matter of getting used to it in advance. He is so thick-skinned. Chen Jiaqing left him, opened the door and got out of the car. Yiming followed. Chen Jiaqing walked over and knocked on the door of the Chen family mansion. Immediately there was an old mom who came over and opened the door. The moment the old mom saw Chen Jiaqing, her face revealed a delighted smile. Miss Jiaqing, you're back. As she spoke, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Yiming at the back. This is the boyfriend you were talking about? Chen Jiaqing nodded. Well, yes, right Jiang Ma, where is my father now? The Grand Master is discussing things with the second and third masters in the lobby. The old mom returned. Yes, I know, you go and get busy. After greeting Yiming, the old maidservant walked away. Chen Jiaqing brought Yiming directly to the lobby. She wanted to take this opportunity to introduce Yiming to her father and several uncles in the family. As for their opinions and whether or not they would agree, she hadn't given it the slightest thought. All along, she had always been very opinionated, even her parents couldn't sway her from any of her choices. The three brothers of the Chen family were sitting inside the council hall at this time. Their faces were different. The oldest Chen Tang's face was as heavy as water, his eyes were slightly closed as if he was resting his eyes. The oldest, the head of the family, Chen Gong, had a gloomy face, and the most exaggerated was the oldest, Chen Yuan, who kept pacing back and forth inside from time to time. I've already run through all the big hospitals in East China, none of them are interested in purchasing our equipment, what should we do? Is that batch of goods really going to rot in the hands? Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and said. East China cannot, then go to South China to see. South China cannot, then go to North China. I do not believe that the Zhang family can buy all the hospitals. Chen Tang said in a calm and quiet voice. Chen Yuan sighed. Big brother, you do not care about business things, do not know the doorway here. This batch of equipment, only the big hospitals in East China will use, other places not to say that we are not familiar with. Even if there is a doorway, they do not have the corresponding demand of.
Yes, besides, Zhang Qiujuan also said, this batch of orders is just the beginning, the follow-up will launch a series of even heavier blows to our Chen family, this time dangerous. Just as the three of them were frowning, Chen Jiaqing arrived with Yiming.
Dad, second uncle, third uncle, you are all here. Chen Jiaqing came over to greet the elders. Jiaqing? You're back?
Chen Tang rejoiced, and only in front of this daughter would he rarely show a smile. The others also temporarily detached themselves from their current low mood. Jiaqing, I heard that you left JP Morgan Chase a while ago and returned to China to work. Why didn't you say hello to your family? If you are not happy outside, you can come back home. The Chen family is now missing talents like you.
Chen Gong said.
Uncle, you're kidding. Chen family has you in charge. Will certainly be smooth step. I come back is just to add to the chaos. In fact, Chen Jiaqing could have gone to the enterprises under the Chen family to serve, which is also a kind of help to the Chen family. But her philosophy in this family-owned business, many business concepts do not fit, such as promoting talent. She advocates meritocracy. Talent is her only criterion, even if a person's seniority, age are not the only criteria. Even if a person's qualifications and age are not good, but as long as there is talent, she will not care about the eyes of others to promote each other. Family-owned enterprises cannot get rid of the shackles of nepotism, but they cannot do things well, so to some extent, if Chen Jiaqing is not a hand, she is very easy to contradict her superiors, and her superiors, most likely, is her elders. Therefore, in order to avoid conflicts with her elders at home, Chen Jiaqing would rather find a comfortable job outside than serve at her family's business.
This one is? Chen Yuan saw Yiming and wondered.
Chen Jiaqing sidestepped and let Yiming come over, smiled and said, this is my boyfriend, third uncle. Don't you always laugh at me for not being wanted. This is not it. I'm now proving to you that I'm still wanted. The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth pulled up a hard smile and waved his hand. How could our Jiaqing be unwanted? Good day, third uncle. Yiming came over to greet him. Chen Yuan looked Yiming up and down and gave him a thumbs up. Your kid is good at this, able to chase our Jiaqing into his hands, awesome. Third uncle is joking, but I did chase her pretty hard.
Yiming smiled and said. This is my father, this is my second uncle. Chen Jiaqing introduced Yiming again.
Good day uncle, good day second uncle. The two of them nodded towards Yiming, both casually sizing him up. Yiming could see that these three people's reactions were a bit flat, and they all seemed to have something on their minds, but he was not in a good position to open his mouth, so he could only look at Chen Jiaqing. Chen Jiaqing, of course, also saw the three people's differences, and immediately asked, Dad, second uncle, third uncle, did something happen at home? Chen Yuan was straight to the point and said, yes, the Nine Dragons Zheng family is going to deal with our Chen family. We are now discussing strategies on how to make our Chen family retreat in one piece this time, but unfortunately, I can't think of a good way to do so. He shook his head helplessly. Chapter 78, the Chen family is saved.
The Nine Dragons Zheng family wants to deal with you?
Yiming gave a puzzled cry as he and Chen Jiaqing glanced at each other, somewhat puzzled. Why is the Zheng family looking for trouble from our Chen family for a good reason?
Chen Jiaqing also frowned.
As soon as she came back, she noticed that there was something wrong with the entire Chen family. It seemed that the atmosphere was depressing, and many people were sad and bitter. Yiming had thought that it was because she, the Chen family, did not welcome her, so she was careful in every way. Only now did he realize that it was the case. Chen Tang came over to round off the situation. You guys just came back, take a good rest first, other things, don't think about it.
Dad, as a member of the Chen family, how can I hide behind this time?
I want to know why the Zhang family is dealing with our Chen family. Chen Gong came forward to explain. 2 days ago, Zheng Qiujun, the successor of the Zhang family, suddenly came to our house and asked us to transfer the ownership of some Shanghai Jinhu building to them. But our Chen family doesn't own Jinhu Mansion at all.
There's more to this?
Yiming and Chen Jiaqing were both stunned. Dare I say that the guy saw Chen Jiaqing representing Xingyue Technology at the auction last time and decided that Xingyue Technology was owned by the Chen family. This Zheng Qiujun is really a ghost. Didn't you guys tell him that Jinhu Mansion and the Chen family have no connection at all? We said, he simply does not believe. This guy originally wanted. Chen Gong said, glanced at Yiming. Yiming noticed his eyes, and in his heart, he knew that the guy must have hit Chen Jiaqing's idea.
What else do you want? Chen Jiaqing subconsciously asked. He also wants you to marry him. Chen Yuan spoke directly with a big grin. If I say so, this guy is just relying on his family's power, using this kind of crappy tricks to chase after women. What's the difference between this ing and a waste? Upon hearing this, Chen Jiaqing's face was ice cold. This guy was really a thief. From the time he entered Harvard, he had been pestering himself, seeing that there was no hope now. He actually wanted to force himself to marry him through her family. However, he certainly could not have imagined that the Chen family would not say that they would not force her, and even if they were to force her, she would not obediently give in. The big deal was that she would walk away. Yiming snorted coldly, and anger rose in his heart. This Zheng Qiujun, it seems that we have to find an opportunity to make him recognize the current situation. We must let him know that although your Zheng family is rich, there are many people who are richer than you. Yiming stood out, respectfully asked, I do not know that Zheng Qiujun, how to deal with the Chen family?
The three members of the Chen family heard Yiming ask this question. They all sighed in unison. They thought that this young man asked this question, but as Chen Jiaqing's boyfriend, from the form of concern about the Chen family's current situation, to come up with ways to deal with it, then it is impossible. After all, the strength of the Nine Dragons Zheng family is too huge. Still, Chen Yuan opened his mouth. This time, a batch of medical equipment produced by our Chen family was suddenly returned. It was the Zheng family that was behind it. Just this one order alone, we will lose at least 100 million M gold. And this is still the first step. Next, a series of industries under our Qin clan, such as textile industry, edible oil, leather processing and so on, will be hit by them. These industries are already extremely low profit industries, and with the Zheng family's interference, I'm afraid they'll all be in danger of going bankrupt. The sad thing is, we clearly know their means and purposes, but we can't come up with the slightest solution. We can only watch it all happen.
Chen Jiaqing frowned. As far as I know, the Zheng family has not ventured into these fields. Could it be that they are planning to rush into these industries just to specifically deal with our Chen family? With our roots, surely they can't pose much of a threat if they spread their stall that big from the start, right? Chen Yuan said, although our Qin family is currently involved in quite a number of neighboring regions, but after so many years of being nibbled away by foreign companies, their market share is not even that big anymore, and it would not be difficult for them to enter these industries. Moreover, not to mention whether or not the Zheng family will use measures such as controlling the source of goods or upgrading their processes, even if they just support our competitors and simply wage a price war, we will definitely lose. The Zheng family has the capital and ability to afford a price war. But we, the Chen family, don't have the capital to fight it. Shen Gong followed with a sigh. Competition in the business world is all about capital, and the Zheng family has the courage to do so, just because they have the capital to present a crushing situation to the Chen family. Yiming listened on the sidelines. His heart was clear. At the same time, he also sighed in relief. Even if the Zheng family was big again, in front of him, it was not enough to look at. Merely wanting to defeat the Chen family through capital means, then the Zhang family was really overthinking this time. He stood out at this time and said, Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, I am now Jiaqing's boyfriend. That Zhang Qiujuan dares to hit Jiaqing's idea, I cannot tolerate. Moreover, the Zhang family wants to deal with the Chen family's reason is to want to Jinhu building, and the Jinhu building is now in my hands. In the sense of reason, the battle should be by me to make an effort. This way, no matter what means the Zhang family with, do not need your Chen family out, by my face one by one to receive the move. Chen family, three people are stunned. Jinhu building is this kid's? This kid looks ordinary. Could it be that he is still the son of some powerful family? Chen Yuan looked at him with some disbelief. Jinhu mansion is really yours? Yiming nodded his head. That's right, this mansion is the one that Jiaqing and I auctioned off at the auction back then at a price of 2,050 million M gold. She can testify to that. The three members of the Chen family all looked at Chen Jiaqing in unison, their eyes filled with inquiries as well as shock. Chen Jiaqing smiled and nodded, giving them a peace of mind that the golden Shanghai mansion was indeed under his name. Receiving the exact answer, all three of them were jolted in their hearts. If this young man held a building worth over 2 billion M gold in his hands, then his background, how strong should he be? And looking at his posture of not being afraid of the Zheng family at all, I'm afraid that the family behind him is also a behemoth. If this is the case, then the Chen family, there will be saved. Chapter 79, Falling from the Sky. Who is your father? Chen Yuan asked with some emotion at this time. Inside his subconscious mind, this young man was able to come up with so much money to purchase the Jinhu mansion, definitely had the help of his family, and his family was bound to be a big family that ranked high in the country. With his insight, he might even know Yiming's father. Yiming of course knew what he meant, and just smiled faintly and said, my father is a farmer, living in the countryside all his life, with his face facing the yellow soil, and it was only not long ago that he was picked up by me and sent to Shanghai. What? Chen Yuan looked at him incredulously. Your father is a farmer? His head was a bit spinning. The young man who possessed this kind of capital to buy the golden Shanghai mansion, his father was actually a farmer. It was not that he looked down on farmers, but this matter was too unbelievable. His father was a farmer, so where did the more than 2 billion M gold to purchase the golden Shanghai mansion come from? If he had earned it himself, at his age, it wouldn't be too much to say that he was a business genius, and this kind of talent would be a good match for Jiaqing. But in that case, if his biggest capital is just the Jinhu mansion, then I'm afraid he can't do anything about it in the face of the Zheng family's strikes. If he was willing to sell the golden Shanghai mansion to the Zheng family, it would indeed be the best solution. But looking at his meaning, he obviously did not intend to succumb to the Zheng family's obscene authority and surrender the golden Shanghai mansion obediently, but rather, he intended to go against the Zheng family. The hearts of the three elders of the Chun family, which had just been slightly put down, were again resuspended. Shen Gong said, the Nine Dragons Zheng family, wealthy and powerful, if there is no full certainty, absolutely cannot take advantage of any advantage. If you want to make a move, what do you plan to do? Yiming shrugged his shoulders, indifferent. Any business means, to put it bluntly, is the fight for money. His Zheng family is just self-reliant money, only dare to blatantly threaten you. But the world, more than his Zheng family rich, more to go. If he wants to fight a price war, I accompanied him to fight. If he wants to control the source of goods, I fight with him. If he wants to rely on the process, I will directly dig him over to the core person. By the way, your Chin family's order of $200 million for medical equipment, Xingyue Group, accept it. Yiming finally said indifferently. You Starry Joy Group took it? The three of them stared blankly, and then joy appeared on their faces. If there was a hospital under Starry Joy Group that could receive this batch of equipment, it would be the best. Chen Jiaqing looked at him from the back as he pretended to be a pussy, and was a bit intolerant, but as the general manager of Starry Joy Group, in a responsible attitude, she still whispered from the back and reminded, our Starry Joy Group doesn't seem to have any place where we can use the medical equipment, does it? Yiming stumbled and scratched his forehead, somewhat embarrassed. He thought about it and waved his hand. Let's just build a new one, this batch of medical equipment, I will definitely help your Chen family digest it. The three members of the Chen family all looked at Yiming with a confused expression. Reckless. One could only say that this kid was also acting too recklessly, and was simply a rash-ah. With this kind of style of acting, how could he buy the golden Shanghai mansion, which was worth more than $2 billion, at such a young age with his own skills? In this regard, they all put a question mark in their hearts. To know that this batch of equipment was originally several hospitals together with the order, a single hospital of the same size, simply cannot be digested. If a hospital is to fully digest this batch of equipment, according to the current market, at least it must be a mega hospital with a total investment of more than $1 billion. For the sake of a sum of medical equipment, a new modernized mega hospital was built, how else to describe it but reckless? Besides, does he still have so much money after buying the Jinhu building? Even if he had that much money, was it necessary to build a hospital? Chen Jiaqing tugged on his sleeve and reminded him in a low voice, a hospital of this scale, with a total investment of no less than $1 billion, plus the purchase of that batch of medical equipment, will require at least $1.2 billion, and our group does not have that kind of money on its books right now. Yiming patted her hand and said lightly, the old rules, I will pay for this money separately. You'll pay for it separately? Chen Jiaqing looked at him with incredibly wide eyes. How much money does this guy have? After buying the Jinhu building, he bought an Airbus A380 worth almost $1 billion, and now he is going to spend at least $1.2 billion to build a new hospital. Usually do not see him have other ways to make money, just all day everywhere to spend money, and every time to spend a lot. Could this guy's money have fallen from the sky? She came up to Yiming's ear. Where did you get so much money? Your money fell from the sky, right? Yiming blinked his eyes and hemmed and hawed. I really let you guess right, it just fell from the sky. Chen Jiaqing thought that he was selling out, directly ignored him, and did not bother to pursue the question. Yiming said to the three elders of the Chen family in a loud voice, Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, you can rest assured, I'm here. Zhang Qiuju and cannot move your Chen family the slightest bit. The three members of the Chen family looked at the confident Yiming, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. They had some suspicions that Yiming was merely deliberately saying this in order to pretend to be a bully in front of himself, Chen Jiaqing's elders, just to leave a good impression on them, and in reality, when he stepped out of the Chen family's threshold, he would put this matter behind him. They nodded and said no more at that moment. Early in the morning of the next day, Zhang Qiujun came to the Chen family. As soon as he saw Chen Gong, he said with a smile on his face, Chen family master, how is the matter I told you about a few days ago being considered? Today is the deadline I gave you, I hope you won't let me down. His words contained an unrivaled arrogance. At this moment, an abrupt voice came, sorry, I really have to let you down today. The speaker was clearly none other than Yiming. Chapter 80, just what I wanted. Zhang Qiujun heard this voice, looked around, suddenly his pupils shrunk, it's you? Yiming walked over with a faint smile on his face, why, are you surprised to see me? Zhang Qiujun's face was horribly gloomy. It was this person. That day when he forcibly kissed Chen Jiaqing, Chen Jiaqing actually didn't resist, but allowed this kid to have a French wet kiss in front of him, and after finishing it, he only shyly patted this kid. That scene, deeply burned into his mind, piercing his heart. By what right? On what grounds did this brat get Chen Jiaqing's love? A woman like Chen Jiaqing should only be qualified to have me, the successor of the Zhang family. Zhang Qiujun stared coldly at Yiming at this time, his voice icy cold, why are you here? Yiming shrugged his shoulders, why am I here, is it necessary to tell you? On the contrary, it's you, can't you see that everyone in the Chen family doesn't welcome you? Why do you still have the nerve to come here with a shy face? As the successor of the Nine Dragons Zhang family, do you like to come uninvited? Do you have any more shame? If I were you, I'd have drilled a hole in the ground. Zhang Qiujun was stagnant, but he couldn't find the words to retort, because he had come to pick a fight, and the Chen family naturally didn't welcome him. He grimaced and snorted coldly, I came, of course, to talk business with the Chen family. Our Zhang family is looking up to the Chen family, and only then intends to find them to cooperate. You have the nerve to say this kind of words? You can say this kind of words, you have the nerve to say this kind of words, you can't afford to say this kind of words, you can't afford to say this kind of words? Zhang Qiujun face proud, otherwise? With the current situation of the Chen family, choose to cooperate with our Zhang family, that is the best choice, otherwise. Otherwise, you are ready to deal with the Chen family, right? You're going to deal with the Chen family just because they won't cooperate with you? So this is how one of the so-called four families of the Nine Dragons works?
What do you know, shopping malls are like battlefields, either friend or foe. I do this purely out of business rules. Yiming sked, what a good business rule of friend or foe. I'm afraid this is only your Zhang family's business rule, right? Our Zhang family is the party that holds the initiative, of course we make the rules.
The party that holds the initiative?
Yiming lost his smile. What you rely on is nothing more than the capital of the Zhang family, but in this world, your Zhang family is not the only one with capital.
Zhang Qiujuan disdainfully smiled, the world than our Zhang family has capital, indeed there are many, but how can not take your turn, you only know day after day nested in other people's homes to do nothing, just will play the mouth cannon. I'm really worried for Jiaqing, she even chose you as a good-for-nothing talker. Yiming smiled lightly, not caring about Zhang Qiujun's sarcasm. Where do you see that I have nothing to do day in and day out?
Since you can come to the Chen family to cooperate with them, why can't we, the Starry Group, do the same?
Xingyue Group?
Zhang Qiujun frowned, isn't it called Star Joy Technology Company? Then you are really quite backward in your news, since we bought the Jinhu building, Star Joy Technology has changed its name to Star Joy Group. Oh, right, Zhang Qiujuan suddenly tapped his head, he turned his head to look at Chen Gong. Speaking of Jinhu building, I almost forgot the main event of today, Chen Family Master. The purpose of my coming here today, as you also know, I hope that between our two families, do not have any misunderstandings, and it's best to reach a pleasant cooperation as soon as possible, what do you say? Chen Gong's face was grim as he said, Zhang Dajuan, I've told you 3 times that Jinhu Mansion is not our Chen family's, why don't you believe me?
Then tell me who has it.
Yiming stood out, crossed his arms over his chest, and said indifferently, the golden Shanghai mansion that you said is in my hands.
You have it? Zhang Qiujuan lost his smile, your so-called Xingyue Group is not behind the Chen family?
He did not wait for Yiming to answer, turned his head to look at Chen Gong and said in a cold voice, today, your Chen family must give up the ownership of the golden Shanghai mansion.
Yiming sighed, a look for his IQ anxious look, I say you have no brain, people have clearly said that the Jinhu building is not theirs, and I also said that the Jinhu building in my hands, and the Chen family has not the slightest correlation, you are still looking for the Chen family to find the ownership of the Jinhu building, your head is not pinned by a donkey?
Like you, I have never seen so long, your IQ refreshes the bottom line of my cognition.
Zhang Qiujun grunted with his neck, aren't you a puppet of the Chen family?
The Chen family bought the Jinhu building in your name, but it is just a cover-up.
Yiming really felt a bit speechless, on this kind of a warped good still Zhang family successor?
If he really becomes the successor of the Zhang family, then the Zhang family is not far from the fall.
How can you even think of that? If I'm just a puppet of the Chen family, would Jiaqing be interested in me?
You're too imaginative, forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with a retard like you, get out of here, don't pull down the average IQ here again. Yiming waved his hand like he was chasing away flies, he was already impatient.
Zhang Qiujun coldly snorted, what qualifications do you have to let me go?
Sorry, Yiming is the future son-in-law of my Chen family, of course he is qualified to let you go.
Chen Gong backed Yiming up from behind.
Zhang Qiujun ate his hold and could only grit his teeth and say, good. Very well. Since you're all so ungrateful, just wait to meet the wrath of my Zhang family. Yiming said without a care in the world, bring out all of your Zhang family's capable tricks and tactics, I'll follow, don't let me down. At this time, Chen Jiaqing came out, she looked at Zhang Qiujuan, her pretty face was also ice cold.
Zhang Qiujun, I hope you won't come to our Chen family again, our Chen family doesn't welcome you.
Zhang Qiujun was just about to leave, when he heard Chen Jiaqing come out and then said these words to him, the stimulation he had already received, he was almost going crazy at this moment.
You're the woman I've been longing to get, and now you're talking to me like this?
Taking another look at Chen Jiaqing standing by Yiming's side holding Yiming's hand like a little birdie, the anger in his heart roared up and could no longer be restrained.
He couldn't bear it anymore, he had to take a breath.
Otherwise, he would definitely suffocate his internal injuries. He stared deathly at Yiming, his hands clenched into fists, the veins on his neck exposed, and he walked directly towards Yiming. Chen Gong realized that Zhang Qiujuan was out of place and shouted, Zhang Qiujuan, this is my Chen family, what do you want? But Zhang Qiujun ignored his words. When Yiming saw this stance of his, the corner of his mouth was wiping over an imperceptible smile, coming just in time, just what I want.
Chapter 81, The Plaything in the Palm of Your Hand. When Zhang Qiujun came to the Chen family, he brought 2 bodyguards with him, but Zhang Qiujun didn't want the bodyguards to take action at all now, he wanted to teach Yiming a lesson himself. When the bodyguards saw that their employer wanted to personally take action, they couldn't stop them and just watched from behind. Zhang Qiujun ignored Chen Gong's angry rebuke and walked directly towards Yiming. As the successor of the Zhang family in Kowloon who had been fully trained since childhood, he naturally would not be a weak chicken with no hands. Because of the experience of the successor of the Li family, the number 1 powerful family in Kowloon, who had once been kidnapped for ransom by the mob, after that incident, those powerful families had added one more subject to the training of their offspring, and that was practicing kung fu. The Zhang family, which was one of the 4 most powerful families, was of course no exception. They let Zhang Qiujuan study under various famous masters since he was young, learning taekwondo, muay thai, swordsmanship and other self-defense and attack skills, and he usually practiced diligently.
It could be said that his hands, which were indeed much better than ordinary people, were no problem at all against 2 or 3 ordinary people. However, in front of Yiming, it was not enough to look at in the slightest. When Yiming saw him coming towards him aggressively, his face did not fluctuate, he just gently pulled Chen Jiaqing behind him and said gently, "You watch from behind." Aha! Chen Jiaqing also obediently cooperated, and the kind of affection that the two people unintentionally revealed made Zhang Qiujuan even more jealous and crazy. At this moment, he was like a mad dog out of control, fiercely pouncing towards Yiming, shouting loudly under his breath, swinging his fist towards Yiming's head. His punches were swift, not fancy, and looked to have been deeply passed down by a famous expert. If it was an ordinary person's head that was struck by this punch that contained the strength of his entire body, a light case would result in a concussion, instant unconsciousness, and then could only be left to fish and meat, while a heavy case would not be impossible. However, Yiming had received Shang Tang's inheritance, and at this time, his strength was even more perverse. He did not hide and did not avoid, stood there with a pale face and a graceful demeanor. When Zhang Qiujun saw that this guy was even pretending at this time, he was delighted, secretly saying that there would be a time for you to cry later. However, just as his fist approached 3 inches in front of Yiming's body, Yiming suddenly raised his hand, and Zhang Qiujuan's fist that contained all of his strength was lightly grasped in his hand. Ha! As his heavy fist was instantly and easily restrained by Yiming, Zhang Qiujuan's pupils shrank and he immediately felt bad and was about to retreat. However, he pulled back as hard as he could, wanting to break free from Yiming's control, but found that he was unable to move in the slightest, as if he was being clamped down by an invisible iron cable. "I thought how powerful you were." The corner of Yiming's mouth raised a smile, his hands increased the force. Zhang Qiujuan's hand was like a plaything that was pinched in his palm, the more he pinched the tighter it got, and the bones had already begun to deform. Sharp pain came, Zhang Qiujun was never able to break away from Yiming's hold, his forehead furiously sweating coldly, finally feeling a hint of fear. You let go of me." He grabbed his arm with his other hand, trying to pull back his fist that was being controlled by Yiming. Yiming simply ignored him, but the strength in his hand was increasing a little bit evenly. Click, Zhang Qiujun's right hand bones finally couldn't withstand Yiming's strength and all of them snapped. Ah! Zhang Qiujun screamed out, that kind of heartbreaking pain made him unable to stand at all, and he directly went limp. People said that 10 fingers hurt, and now Zhang Qiujun's entire palm had almost been pinched into a ball of soft flesh by Yiming, and his bones were almost completely shattered. That kind of pain was simply unimaginable. Yiming was not moved in the slightest, his other hand transformed into a palm and punched Zhang Qiujun's chest, directly causing him to break a few bones. This was still due to the fact that he had withdrawn his force, otherwise, he would have been able to directly punch through Zhang Qiujun's body. Afterwards, he finally let go and let Zhang Qiujun lie on the ground. All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and the 2 bodyguards had no time to stop it. Seeing Zhang Qiujun limp on the ground, the 2 bodyguards then rushed forward to support him. Zhang Qiujun was shrinking in the bodyguard's arms, his other hand holding the wrist of the hand with the broken metacarpal bone, and he was in pain with cold sweat, his forehead veins almost exploding. This is what happens when you act like a bully in someone else's territory. Yiming looked down at Zhang Qiujun on the ground, the stance of the victor unmistakable. Zhang Qiujun gritted his teeth and let out a low roar, "If I don't let you break into pieces, my surname is not Zhang." The pain made his voice very shaky. He turned his head to a bodyguard and said fiercely, "Go and waste him." That bodyguard answered, "Yes, Xiao Zhang." Then he stood up and took a stance. These 2 bodyguards were both from special forces, and were highly paid by the Zhang family to be Zhang Qiujun's personal bodyguards. Now that Zhang Qiujun had suffered a loss, the palm of one hand was ruined, and a few bones had been broken in his chest, if the murderer was left intact, then his bodyguards, they would definitely not be able to go back and have a good time. Chen Gong, as the head of the Chen family, naturally would not allow a bodyguard to be unfavorable to the future son-in-law of the Chen family on his turf, and immediately angrily rebuked, "Stop it for me. Who gave you the guts to spread wildness in my Chen family?" That bodyguard snorted coldly and pointed at Yiming. "He injured our Zhang Xiao, he must pay the price." Chen Gong laughed coldly, "It's your Zhang Xiao who is not as skilled as he is, who can blame him for that? You are nothing more than a dog that the Zhang family can discard at any time. I advise you to be more sensible, take your Zhang Xiao and get out of the Chen family." Zhang Qiujun saw that everyone was defending Yiming, he was so angry that he couldn't care about the pain and yelled on the ground, "Don't bull them, give me a fight." He then looked to this bodyguard who was holding himself up, "You go alone, you must waste that kid, if anything happens, I, the Zhang family, will be responsible." Chen Gong still wanted to stop, but Yiming waved his hand at him lightly, signaling him not to worry. The 2 bodyguards no longer cared and immediately attacked towards Yiming. Chapter 82, Who retaliates against who? These 2 had both seen how Zhang Qiujun had suffered at Yiming's hands before, so naturally they would not take any chances so as not to repeat their mistakes. At this time the 2 men were one in front and one in back, not allowing Yiming to have a chance to grab their fists. The person in front kicked at Yiming's lower disc, while the person in the back was intent on knee striking Yiming's waist. The 2 people striking together was to make Yiming lose sight of both sides. Yiming grinned, "Do you guys think this is enough? Although he couldn't see the situation behind him, his sharp perception had long since grasped all of the movements of the person behind him. He didn't care about the leg of the person in front of him. Instead, he instantly sidestepped and blasted his fist on the knee of the bodyguard behind him. Instantly, the bodyguard's knee was like being hit hard by a hammer, instantly shattering while screaming miserably as he flew out backwards. Immediately after that, the leg of the man in front also kicked Yiming's calf. That man had previously seen Yiming letting him go and directly dealing with his companions in the back. His heart was secretly happy, and he decided to give Yiming a fatal blow. However, as soon as his leg made contact with Yiming's calf, he felt that he had kicked an iron rod. Sharp pain instantly came, and he felt as if his calf had been directly sliced off. Yiming didn't hold back and swept out his leg, directly breaking that leg of his alive in an extremely twisted position. There was another miserable scream. The two bodyguards were resolved by Yiming in an instant. Zheng Qiujun, who was lying on the ground, saw this scene, and cold sweat beaded on his back. He swallowed his saliva and looked at Yiming's relaxed and cozy appearance. His eyelids jumped, and even though he had great hatred in his heart, he no longer dared to beat more at this moment. When the people of the Chen clan saw this scene, they were all thrilled. That arrogant fellow, finally someone had cleaned him up. From this moment on, Yiming had also been embraced by the many juniors of the Chen family. He is Sister Jiaqing's boyfriend and will be my brother-in-law from now on. Great. My brother-in-law is just too awesome. From now on, he is my idol. My brother-in-law is so handsome. What should I do? I feel like I'm falling in love with him. If you dare to hit on my brother-in-law, beware of Sister Jiaqing beating you to death. Even if I die, I won't be able to stop my soul from being imprinted with my brother-in-law. Hey, compared to Jiaqing's boyfriend, I feel that our family is a 24K pure beggar. Zheng Qiujun and the two bodyguards were finally pulled away by the ambulance called by the Chen family. It was only until Zheng Qiujun left that Chen Gong came back from the shot. This Jiaqing's boyfriend, how could he be so powerful? That kind of power, simply terrifying. And at this time, he no longer had that attitude towards Yiming that he had towards his juniors, and completely viewed him from the perspective of his peers, even with a hint of respect. Zheng Guohua rushed to the hospital in a hurry, and when he saw his son lying on the hospital bed in a miserable state, his anger instantly erupted like a volcano. Although he was usually not too satisfied with his son's behavior, but after all, he was his own son, and he was beaten into such a state, no one could bear it. He growled at the bodyguard, who was also lying in a bandaged hospital bed next to him. Who is it? Who is it that hit my son so hard? The two bodyguards looked at each other and one of them spoke. It was the Chen family. The young master went to the Chen family to talk about cooperation with them, who knew that they were not reasonable at all. The young master couldn't stand it but went up to the front to argue with them, who knew that he directly hit him. The bodyguard swallowed his saliva and continued. We also went up to reason with them. I did not expect. He knew that he could not beat the two of us, so he played dirty tricks. The two of us were unable to cope with it, and that's why we fell into his way, and became this appearance now. Outrageous. Zheng Guohua slapped the small table next to him, his face turning blue. This Chen family, I originally retained some respect for them, but I didn't expect to be so ungrateful, and even beat my son into this state. Humph. Nanyang Chen family, I will be destroyed. Zheng Qiujun woke up at the right time. He opened his eyes to see his father, immediately burst into tears, saying how unreasonable the Chen family, but also indiscriminately beat themselves. Zheng Guohua pacified him. Qiujun, you can rest assured that your injuries will not be in vain. Dad will certainly take revenge for you. Today's Chen family in Nanyang has long since ceased to be the glory of the year. I Zheng family to play dead and pinch the death of an ant is not much difference. Dad, I am at least the successor of the Zhang family. I personally come out in their Chen family to talk about cooperation. Is their honor. I did not expect them to be no consideration on the refusal. It must be behind the back of the dependents. I later learned that they're dependents, but a kid called Yiming, Jinhu building in his hands. I have this injury, also thanks to him. Qiujun, I will definitely take revenge for you. This Yiming, I will not let him go. The muscles on Zheng Guohua's face twitched, and his eyes were terrifyingly dark. In his anger, he completely failed to realize that his son's words and the bodyguard's words just now had contradicted each other. Subsequently, he called his assistant over. You go and investigate. How many other industries are currently under the Chen family? What is the size and market capitalization, as well as the shipping and incoming channels? I want detailed data. In addition, you send someone to investigate a person called Yiming. He is currently the owner of the Golden Shanghai Mansion. Dig out all of his background for me. Okay. The assistant led the order and left. Zheng Qiujun was lying on the bed, hearing his father giving orders to his assistant. His heart secretly rejoiced. Humph, Chen family, Yiming, your end has come. Chen Jiaqing, when the time comes, I want you to beg me on your knees. Qiujun, don't care about anything right now. Don't think about anything. Just get well. Chen family. Chen Gong said to Yiming with some anxiety. Zheng Guohua knows that his son has been injured so seriously, he will definitely not let it go. Our Chen family will bear the brunt of their retaliation, and I'm afraid that your Xingyue group will also be implicated. Yiming waved his hand unconcernedly and said with a faint smile, in the end, they will know who is retaliating against whom. Chapter 83, Starting to Act. Yi Ming had originally prepared to go back to her hometown with Chen Jiaqing to play for a few days, but as soon as they came back, they ran into this mess, and the two of them were instantly not in the mood to play. While the Zhang family was taking action, they weren't idle either. They were investigating the industries that the Zhang family was currently involved in and figuring out their bottom line. The Zhang family was worthy of being one of the 4 great families of the 9 dragons. The family industries were spread all over the southeast, and their companies covered jewelry, banking, real estate, hotels, department stores, logistics, telecommunication, infrastructure construction, and financial services. And they were quite large in each of these fields. Taking one out alone would be enough to counteract or even suppress the entire Chen family. So when the Chen family faced them, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were behemoths. This was also the reason why Zhang Guohua had the confidence to say that playing with the Chen family was easier than crushing an ant. After Chen Jiaqing investigated clearly, she said with some concern, the size of all of the Zhang family's industries combined is almost $50 billion, but most of it is the market value of the stocks. But we, the Chen family, are not even a fraction of their zero. Even if we add the various industries under the Starry Joy Group, we are still no match for them. Yi Ming didn't care. $50 billion? Not bad. Anyway, it's time for Starry Joy Group to get involved in more industries, so it's a good time to take advantage of this opportunity and finish it off. However, it's not realistic to completely bankrupt the Zhang family, but making their various industries shrink rapidly should be doable, right? Chen Jiaqing nodded. Theoretically it is, but to achieve this, we would need more than $50 billion. Approximately how much do we need? Chen Jiaqing's heartbeat accelerated a little, at least 3 times, $150 billion. Yi Ming rubbed his hands together and slowly said, no problem. Hearing this, Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes instantly widened and her heart trembled tremendously. A few days later, the Zhang family study. Zhang Guohua's assistant, Chang Hong, came to report with the documents after these few days of investigation. The atmosphere in the study was very low. Zhang Guohua was sitting on a reclining chair, his face was expressionless. When he saw his assistant come in, he nodded, speak directly. Chang Hong opened the file. The Chen family is currently involved in 10 other industries, including precision instrument manufacturing, edible oil processing, leather manufacturing, textile industry, construction and decoration, advertising, book distribution, furniture retailing, mold manufacturing, wholesale of agricultural and sideline products. Each of these industries accounted for the market share is not much. The value of production is also very small, basically only in Nanyang and the surrounding areas around the circle. The most important of these industries is precision instrument manufacturing, but it is currently in trouble because a $200 million order for medical equipment has been returned. The other industries are each no larger than $100 million in size, and the relationship between their Chen group and local organizations is also very average. Zhang Guohua nodded. What do you think is the better measure to take to make these Chen family industries suffer a fatal blow or even go bankrupt altogether? There is nothing simpler than supporting their local competitors, fighting a price war and dragging them to their deaths. If we want to make the Chen family's various industries suffer a fatal blow, this price war, it is expected that we need to invest $1 to $1.5 billion to achieve the effect. Chang Hong said cautiously. Good, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll give you $1.5 billion. After half a year, I want to see news of the Chen family's various industries declaring bankruptcy. Zhang Guohua stared at Chang Hong. The majestic aura of a longtime superior on him made Chang Hong jolt. Good. Chang Hong answered in a deep voice. The Chen Clan Group was the centralized management organization for all of the Chen family's industries. As the head of the Chen family, who was also the chairman of the Chen Group, Chen Gong was pacing back and forth in his group office at this moment. The general managers of the various branches below were also gathered. Each of them had different faces and were muttering something in whispers. It was obvious that the Zhang family's retaliation had already begun. They are gathered here at this time precisely to report the situation to the chairman as well as discuss strategies to deal with it. Since yesterday, our competitors have lowered their selling prices. According to their prices, it's impossible to make a profit or even lose money. They are determined to fight a price war with us. The situation is similar on my side. The buyers have all gone to our competitors' side. Currently we have stopped production, but we can't sell our products. All costs including rent, utilities, employee wages, etc. are still coming in, and there is a risk of default on the raw materials side because of returns. If the current situation doesn't improve, we won't last long and we will go bankrupt. On my side as well, it seems that there is a price war specifically targeting our Chen group that is being fought silently. A general manager who knows the inside story answered him. It's the 9 Dragons Zhang family that's trying to deal with us. It's rumored that the Zhang family has already prepared 1.5 billion gold to fight a price war with us specifically. I'm afraid our already small market share will continue to shrink. It's not just shrinking, it's going to be completely gone. Several general managers looked worried, very worried about the future of the group. Of course, there is no lack of people who put themselves out of the picture, although they are also the general manager of Chen Group, but in the face of today's situation, they do not have the slightest awareness of sharing the pressure for Chen Group, and even see that the situation is not good, and they all want to resign and leave. Gong at this time, face heavy, do not know what to do, his heart is confused, cannot make any decision. Several general managers who did not intend to tide over the difficulties with the group saw the chairman of the board of directors or a look of sadness, secretly think that Chen's group has gone, has made up his mind to resign. One of the general managers stood out at this time, Dong, I think I can't reverse the current situation. In order to vacate the position for a more talented person, I purposely submit my resignation to you today. Then, another one also stood out, Dong, I also submit my resignation to you. I think my existence is no longer valuable. I hope you approve. Seeing that someone was actually trying to run away at the company's most difficult time, a few straightforward general managers stood out and angrily rebuked them. Do you have any conscience left? Leaving when the company needs it the most, can you stand up to the cultivation the Chen Group has given you in the past? In all fairness, has Mr. Chen wronged you in the slightest? Why are you patting your asses and leaving when the company needs you the most? The general manager who put forward his resignation snorted coldly, please, I am just a part-time worker, I have come this far purely by my own ability, my payment is worthy of the salary I get. Without Dong giving you a chance, could you have climbed to this position? The man was silent. Gong looked at the two general managers who had offered to resign with disappointment. He wanted to say something but couldn't. After all, the people's hearts had been lost, he couldn't force them. I agree with your resignation, however, I hope that you will hand over all the work at hand before you leave. Those two people arched their hands. Dong, thank you for understanding us, we will absolutely cooperate with the following handover work. As the words fell, Yi Ming and Chen Jiaqing arrived. Chapter 84 accompanying them in this battle. Seeing Yi Ming come in, a touch of joy appeared on Gong's face. When Yi Ming had said that if the Zhang family wanted to retaliate, he would catch it with one hand, at that time, Gong had thought that it was just Yi Ming blowing up a great deal in order to show how capable he was, and that if retaliation truly came, he would definitely run away from the battle. And Yi Ming's appearance at this moment would undoubtedly show that he had kept his promise. As for whether or not he could resist the Zhang family's retaliation, that was another layer of consideration. At least his current attitude proved that he was a man of his word. These general managers did not recognize Yi Ming and Chen Jiaqing, and when they saw the two strangers suddenly barging in, they thought that they were uninformed employees who had mistakenly barged in, and immediately wanted to angrily reprimand them and drive them out. One of the general managers who was about to resign was very aggressive at this time in order to leave the company smoothly. Which department are you employees of? Do you know what place is here? Do you know what kind of place this is? Can you just come into the chairman's office? Hurry up and get out. The other one yelled after him, yes, why don't you hurry up and get out? Before the words fell, Gong directly scolded, how dare you? They are our group's honored guests, they can come to this place whenever they want. Those two people looked at each other, shrinking their necks, immediately did not say anything, but on the faces a look of indifference. Anyway, are going to leave the job, offended the group's honored guests, just offended, who cares? Yi Ming glanced at those two people, didn't bother to pay attention to them, and directly said to Gong, the Zhang family has already started to act, right? That's right. All of the competitors of our group's products have reduced their prices overnight, and they are determined to fight a price war with us. If we also follow the price cuts, then we will only sell more and lose more. If we don't cut prices, we can only sit and wait for death. The corner of Yi Ming's mouth picked up a cold smile. If it was just a price war, that would be simple. Let's just fight with them and see who can drag who to death. A general manager who was about to leave the company stood out at this time and said in a teasing tone, you say fight, do you have so much capital to fight with others? Also yes, Jin Group is not your, stand here to talk not waste pain. The other one sang in unison, yes, they have prepared a capital of 1.5 billion M gold to fight with us, our Chin clan group is afraid that we do not have a total of 1.5 billion M gold, right? Yi Ming frowned and said indifferently, you guys have so little confidence in Chen group, why are you still here now? Shouldn't you leave your jobs right away? We have already resigned, the reason why we are still here is because there is some handover work that needs to be completed, once the handover is completed, we will immediately leave. Good, in the company's time of crisis, you guys don't stay and tide over the difficulties with the company, but think of leaving, very good. As far as I know, all the general managers of Chun Group are promoted from within, right? That is to say, each of you have been working here for many years, step by step up, in addition to your own ability, but also not without the appreciation of Chendong, will be entrusted to you, you are now so repay him? Yi Ming sneered. People go high, water flows low, what we do, but it is human instinct to avoid harm. A straightforward general manager stood out and angrily rebuked, I think you guys are just villains who can see the wind and turn the helm. Those two people were so said, face are a little ugly, one of them immediately retorted, I resigned, how become a villain? Do not allow people to resign? Where under the sky is such an overbearing company? Chen Gong's face turned blue, you want to leave, the company will not stop you. Yi Ming also waved his hand, not bothering to talk nonsense with those two people, for them to leave their jobs or not, he actually did not care at all, he just said that but just wanted to see the reaction of the remaining people. The good thing is that those people, they are all considered to be Chun Group's trustworthy people. Yiming turned his head to Chen Gong and said, "Second uncle, I have a few words I want to say to your employees, is that okay?" Chen Gong laughed, "You are the future son-in-law of our Chen family, here, you can speak freely." In fact, in his heart, he also wanted to say, the Zhang family's retaliation will still depend on you to resist, you are the boss now, you make the decisions on everything. Yiming nodded and turned to the remaining general managers and said, "Any of you who are also willing to leave, you can present them all together now." One of them immediately stepped forward, "I won't leave, I vow to stick to my job, even if I don't get paid, I won't leave. All these years, if it is not Shandong appreciation, I may still have been at the bottom of the circle, there is no chance to get today's position. I've earned enough money in the past, and now that the company needs me, I'm obligated." The others also nodded in agreement, "That's right, we vow to work together with the group. Even if we can't pay our salaries, as long as Dongchen doesn't give up, we definitely won't give up." The two general managers who wanted to resign saw this scene from the side, and muttered sourly, "Cut," but also vowed to stick to their jobs, vowed to work with the group, are damn close to closing down, I'll see what you'll stick to then. Yiming saw these managers determined to work with the group's attitude, nodded, "Good, Chen's group has you, is a great fortune, I guarantee that your choice today will be incomparably correct. Isn't Zheng's group preparing to invest $1.5 billion to prepare for a price war? Didn't they want to use money to smash Chen group to death?" After a pause, Yiming looked around at those resolute general managers, then slowly said, "Good, then here, I announce that I will inject $5 billion for Chen Group to accompany them in this battle." Jing. In the Chen Group chairman's office, at this time, it was so quiet that a pin dropped on the ground could be heard. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at Yiming. Chapter 85, The Power of Capital. The two general managers who had just clamored for resignation, hearing Yiming say this, were both shaken in their hearts, looking up and staring violently wide-eyed at him, their mouths open and full of unbelief. If there was 5 billion M gold injected into Qin Clan, then not only would Qin Clan not be crushed, it would even soar, completely breaking through the original dilemma of only making a living in this 1 acre of land in Nanyang. In this way, the group would inevitably usher in a period of rapid development, and the opportunities here would be unprecedented. If they could grasp it and earn much more than they are now, there would definitely be no doubt about it. In addition, they would also have a larger stage to display their talents, and this kind of intangible wealth would last them a lifetime. But on the contrary, they had just unexpectedly resigned in a good and bad way. They stared blankly at Yiming at this moment, swallowing their saliva, their hands shivering a little. They didn't expect that there was this kind of person behind the Chen group. No wonder Chendong's face showed joy when he saw him, no wonder he would say that they were honored guests. They regretted it, opened their mouths, wanted to say something, looked at each other, and were too embarrassed to speak. Yiming caught their reaction out of the corner of his eye and let out a cold laugh. "There is more for you to regret." He then continued smilingly to those who stayed behind. The general manager said, "In view of your loyalty to the Chun Group, I decided, in my personal name, to reward each of you 5 million RMB. What? Those two general managers who were going to resign heard this, their eyes were going to stare out. $5 million. That's enough money to buy 3 or even 4 houses in a place like Nanyang. If they have these houses, even if they don't do anything in the future, lying down and collecting rent, the rest of their lives can be very nourishing. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that their intestines were green with remorse. But the good thing is, they have not formally resigned, they think, just verbalized the intention to resign, and did not formally submit the resignation, everything still have the opportunity to remedy. One of the general managers gritted his teeth at this time, stood out, and smiled sarcastically. "Shandong, that decision I just made may have been too hasty, I wish to continue to stay and serve the group. Please give me a chance. I am very familiar with my current position and job content, if someone else were to do it, it may waste a lot of time and resources, please consider it." His neck was red as he said this, it was obvious that he was very embarrassed, for the sake of money, he could be considered shameless. The other man also looked at Chen Gong with anticipation, if Dongchen agreed, it meant that he also had a chance to stay. However, Chen Gong snorted coldly and said faintly, "I have just agreed to your resignation, you finish the handover work and leave, our group doesn't force anyone, of course, it's not for anyone to come when they want to come and go when they want to go." When those two general managers heard this, their faces turned ashen and they couldn't wait to smack themselves a few times. They were no longer embarrassed to say anything more, and could only leave the office first and go back to complete the handover. The next day, the $5 billion arrived in Chen Group's account. The various branches of Chen's group immediately announced that given that the rival companies had lowered their sales prices, they would also take the measure of lowering their sales prices, and that the price reductions would be cheaper than their rivals. In addition, they would also invest huge sums of money to drastically upgrade their product processes and improve the quality of their products. Comparing the two, Chen Group's products had undoubtedly taken an advantageous position relative to the competitors' products. People are profit-seeking, in the case of both sides of the product is almost the same, naturally choose the cheaper side, and can be predicted that Chen's Group's products will be more and more good, more beautiful, and inexpensive. Thus, once the news was released, the products of Chen Group's various branches instantly became sought after, while those competitors were all out of doors.
Chang Hong sat in his office with a blue face. He could not have imagined that in the face of the price war adopted by those companies supported by the Zheng family, Chen's group's counterattack would be so strong. The soldiers were defeated like a mountain. Don't you want to fight a price war with me? I'll fight with you, even cheaper than you. Not only that, I've also invested heavily in upgrading the quality of my products. In other words, I'm not only cheaper than you, but the stuff will still be better than you in the future. I just want to tell you, we are not bad at all. You guys just let your horses come. I had thought that Chen Group would be powerless to fight in the face of their outburst, but I hadn't expected it at all. But they had even risen up against the wind and taken it to the next level. How can this still be played? This was the power of capital. The atmosphere in the office was somber, and the hands of those companies supported by the Zheng family had all gathered there by now. Mr. Chang, the current situation is rather complicated. Chen's group doesn't know where they got the courage to directly fight us on price. But I think what they're doing now is just a struggle at the end of their rope. With their current sales situation, it is expected that in less than a week, they will not be able to hold out. Why don't we give them a week's time and see what they will do then? Our own words, a week's loss, can be completely affordable. What if they're still alive and kicking after a week? Do we have to wait forever? Chang Hong's face was extremely ugly. At first he had promised Zheng Guohua that he would bankrupt all the companies under the Chen family within half a year. Unexpectedly, it had gone wrong right at the start. What then? This person was not a subordinate of Chang Hong, just a senior leader of the company supported by the Zheng family, so he spoke in a more casual tone. Should we continue to lower the price? If we continue to lower the price, not to mention that the money you invested in us is not enough, but it will also destroy the market rules, the organization will never allow it. The most we can do at the moment is to sell at the same price as them, but if that happens, not only do we not have a single advantage, the amount of money we have to invest is still quite a bit more than what was originally expected. Chang Hong's anger rose, sweeping a handful of papers on his desk down to the ground. Grass. Thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth. For the time being, don't lower the price, see if they can hold on for a week. If a week they still have no signs of bankruptcy, we will then think long and hard. Chapter 86 is too much. Having injected $5 billion into Chen Group, Yiming didn't even ask for how many shares to take from Chen Group. When Qingdong talked to him about this matter, Yiming waved his hand and said, "You guys can just give a little bit of meaning at will." Qingdong quickly said, "How can that be? If you do not have the funds, our Chen Group will definitely declare bankruptcy, and your funds are far more than the total assets of the entire Chen Group. How can you mean it?" A bitter smile appeared on Yiming's face. "Well, I won't refuse if you want to shove it down my throat, you guys see to it." Qingdong's eyes rolled. This was an opportunity for Chen Group to embrace the big leg, someone like this who could take out $5 billion overnight. Their strength background was bound to be extremely terrifying. Although Yiming repeatedly stated that he came from a rural background and his ancestors were all farmers, they simply didn't believe it. It was imperative to have him tied to the Chen Group, and even tied to the Chen family, so that their Chen family could rest easy in the future. Thinking of this, Qingdong respectfully arched his hand and said, "How about this? Merge our Chen clan group into your Xingyue group. Let us be your subordinate subsidiary." Yiming froze for a moment. This meant that he wanted to give the entire Chen clan group all to his own rhythm? However, he also knew that the Chen clan group was the ancestral lifeline of everyone in the Chen family. It was where all of their past endeavors lay. If he just gave all of it to himself, it would inevitably cause the entire Chen family to shake. Although they didn't say it on their lips, behind their backs, certain people were definitely not comfortable in their hearts. He didn't have a penchant for taking away people's love, and there was no shortage of such a subsidiary. So he waved his hand. "Chen Group is your Chen family. Although I injected $5 billion, I don't need to merge the entire Chen Group into Starry Joy Group. You guys might as well give me a little bit of shares, right?" Qingdong heard Yiming say this, a little lost, but heard that you can give Yiming shares. He thought for a moment, and said tentatively, "That will give you 80% of the shares of the Chen Group, in addition to my position as chairman of the board of directors will also be given to you." Yiming hurriedly shook his head. No, too much, and I don't even want to manage Xingyue Group. How would I want you to be the chairman of the board of directors? This chairman of the board of directors, it's better for you to do it yourself. Seeing Yiming refusing again, Qingdong was a little helpless. This is still not good? He reluctantly swallowed his saliva, and continued to test. "Then, this chairman I can do it myself, but the shares give you 70%. Yiming still shook his head. "Or too much, 30%. Qingdong was anxious, but only so little? How can this be done? He raised his voice and said, "No, 60%, no less." Yiming was a bit helpless. I have never seen a person who desperately wants to stuff his own things to others. This Chen family is also too honest. He smacked his lips. 50%, no more. Qingdong's eyes were already red at this time, and he roared out, 55%, absolutely no less. If you don't accept it again, I will rush with you. Yiming was startled by his stance. Yiming was shocked by his stance. There is still this kind of operation? In the end, he sighed and smiled, 51%. This is already my bottom line. If it doesn't work, I will withdraw my investment. Qingdong opened his mouth, and when he heard that Yiming wanted to withdraw his investment, he immediately lost his breath. Okay, 51% is 51%.
In this way, you are still the major shareholder of Chun Group, with absolute decision-making power. Yiming waved his hand. Let me first state that I won't be involved in your daily operations, so you can decide on all the big and small matters. My absolute decision-making power is also entrusted to you. By the way, talk to me when you run out of money. Chen Gong's heart burst with excitement, his lips trembled, he rubbed his hands. Our Chen family can have a son-in-law like you, it's really a great fortune for my Chen family. Ha! A week later, the companies under the Chen family not only did not have the slightest decline, but also expanded more and more rapidly. The market share that originally belonged to their competitors was also eaten up by them step by step, and there was a tendency for it to become more and more intense. This makes those in the Zhang family support, set off a price war of the company are complaining bitterly. Now it's good, they didn't get a bargain, but also lost their share. In fact, at the beginning, when Chang Hong found them and said that he wanted to support them to fight a price war with the Chun Group, they were hesitant because it would disrupt the market rules, and without the certainty of a fatal blow, fighting a price war was actually an act that would cost more than it was worth. But as soon as they heard that it was the Nine Dragons Zhang family supporting them, they were immediately moved. The Zhang family was a real behemoth. If they had their support, they would definitely be able to put the Chun Group to death. However, at this moment, they clearly found that the original beautiful vision has all turned into a bubble. Even, according to the current situation, their original customers will be snatched by Chen's group one by one. Once they lose the support of the Zhang family, they will even be very difficult to survive. At this time they, one and all, want to cry. Originally good, we all have a mouthful of food, in favor of a good death is not dead to fight what price war, this is good, the rice bowl are going to smash. This is simply lifting a stone to stone their own feet off. Chapter 87, Why don't I give myself to you? In the face of the Chen family's aggressive momentum, Chang Hong knows that this matter is becoming more and more tricky. A simple price war has been unable to defeat the Chun Group. Even the businesses that they had supported in the first place were at risk of going bankrupt. Although the loss of $1.5 billion wasn't a big deal to the Zhang family, it wasn't so nice to talk about it. You said that you were supposed to support people, but as a result, they were actually bankrupted by your support. Isn't this a pitiful thing? And it is a one-time 10 companies all bankrupt, if it is a 2, can be said to be bad luck. But you support 10 are bankrupt, this cannot simply use luck to describe. This will be a blow to the Zhang family's reputation in the circle, and in the future, whoever they want to invest in, the other party will have to think hard about it, or else they will be hiccuped. Chang Hong hurriedly reported the specifics to Zhang Guohua. They seem to have very strong capital, and I'm afraid that $1.5 billion is no longer enough to drag them down. When Zhang Guohua saw Chang Hong at first, he thought he was here to report good news, but he didn't expect to be told such a situation now. He was so angry that he slapped the table. How did you do your job? I asked you to investigate properly before. How did you investigate? You said at first that $1 to $1.5 billion was fine. I gave you $1.5 billion directly, and now you are telling me that there is no way. Chang Hong's head cold sweat wildly, lowered his head, clenched his teeth. This is my work mistakes. It is my fault. I'll review it. Zhang Guohua stared at him coldly, half a day without speaking. That majestic aura made Chang Hong's heart thud. What to do now? After a long time, Zhang Guohua said in a cold voice. Chan Hong after this, no longer dare to take the initiative, worried about what unexpected situation occurs when it is still his back. He said cautiously, I can't come up with a countermeasure at the moment. Imbeciles. Zhang Guohua angrily reprimanded, Zhang family treats you not thin right, now want you to plan, you tell me cannot get countermeasures? Chang Hong's scalp a little numb, Mr. Zhang, this matter I really do not know what to do. Why don't you come up with an idea? Humph. Zhang Guohua, after losing his temper, pinched his eyebrows and began to think about his countermeasures. A moment later, he said in a deep voice, I'm asking you now, is the price war still worth fighting? Chang Hong carefully weighed his answer, not daring to state his opinion, but said ambiguously, this has to be divided into circumstances. If the Chen family's capital is not strong enough, we can continue to try. If their capital far exceeds our previous projections, this war, we do not have the slightest chance of winning. Saying it is the same as not saying it. Zhang Guohua was already too angry to yell and was disappointed in this assistant. Have you ever wondered why the Chen family suddenly has such strong capital to fight against us? There must be something fishy in this, you go and check. It would be best if you can find out the recent financial status of the Chun Group. Okay, I'll get right on it. Chan Hong wanted to leave Zhang Guohua's office immediately, it was too depressing to spend time with him. He was about to leave, Zhang Guohua called him. First wait, you let people to check. The day that Xiao Jun seriously injured that person. Xiao Jun's injury was definitely not caused by an ordinary person. The doctor said that even the most powerful Hercules could not use one hand alone to crush Xiao Jun's palm, which had been pinched into a fist, directly, and that this person was very uncomplicated. Yes. Also, you should contact Feng Shui Master Feng Jidao and tell him about Xiao Jun's injuries. If you can get his master Chen Badong to come out, that would be best. Okay. Mr. Zhang, any other orders? No, you go ahead. Make sure you get it right this time, there can't be any more mistakes. Zhang rubbed his forehead, feeling very tired. Just as Chun Group was in full swing with its expansion, Yiming took Chen Jiaqing back to Shanghai. Nanyang no longer had anything for them. They went back to Shanghai to start preparing to deal with the Zheng family.
However, the Zhang family's industries were all very diverse and huge in size. In order to deal with them, absolutely cannot be achieved overnight, must be step by step.
The matter of formulating a strategy was taken on by Chen Jiaqing and the think tank of the Xingyue Group, and Yiming was only responsible for contributing the money. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, everyone was in an intense and excited state of work, only Yiming, after paying out the money, looked like he was staying out of it, doing nothing all day long. Shangshi Huateng, Luer hadn't seen Brother Ming in the past few days, and had lost a circle of weight. Even the time for live broadcasting is also less, and it's not easy to live broadcast once is also listless. The audience of Tian Luo Live thought that their goddess Lu had encountered some sadness, and had all kinds of concern, and the gifts were brushed up, almost making the server explode. However, Luer looked at those gifts, her heart fluctuated nothing, and was even a bit tasteless, not even bothering to thank them. But when he saw Yiming back, immediately changed like a person, not to mention how happy, pulling Yiming constantly show him how many gifts he received during the live broadcast, how much money he earned.
These are all gifts from fans, how about it, I'm great, right?
That goes without saying, based on the popularity of our Luer now, she will definitely be an international superstar in the future.
Ha ha.
It's all thanks to Brother Ming's cultivation of me, I can't even begin to repay him. She said it twice, but in the end, she couldn't say it. What she wanted to say later was, why don't I give myself to you?
Chapter 88, Can't Stand Idly By.
Yiming looked at her unnatural look and suddenly remembered that last time Chen Jiaqing told him that Luer seemed to be interested in herself. Previously, he had always treated Luer as a younger sister, and had absolutely no intention in that regard. But now looking at Luer fell more and more pavilion, that delicate soft face let a person look at cannot help but want to go to a kiss, that slim perfect body, more attract people reverie. As a normal man, facing such beauty, he said that there is not a trace of heartbeat, that is certainly false. Especially Luer is dead to him, in her eyes, he is her whole world. But he already had Chen Jiaqing, at this time facing Luer, if he held that kind of thought, he felt a little strange. Yiming didn't know what to say for a while, so he simply made a harumph to muddle through.
Luer, soon to be the college entrance examination, right? Recently study okay?
Yiming changed the topic. Luer is not good to continue to pester, only to honestly answer, okay. Suddenly she remembered something, right, Brother Ming, our school seems to have a parent-teacher conference, my parents are not here, you go for them?
Yiming nodded, okay, when is it?
Next Saturday.
No problem, but I might forget, you remind me then.
Yi Dashan seems to have something on his mind these days. He has been in Shanghai for some time now, and when he first came here, he felt very fresh and energetic every day, looking around, but as time went on, he couldn't be bothered. This day for lunch, at the dinner table, Yi Dashan finally opened his mouth. Xiaoming come to Shanghai for so long, also played for so long, I feel that I have to find something to do, otherwise so idle, I always feel that the heart is not steady. He has been doing farm work all his life in the countryside, and then he went out to do odd jobs in his spare time, so he has very little time to be idle, and now that he suddenly doesn't have to work, his heart is a bit empty. Yiming did not think so, he now has more money than he can use, his parents do not have to work at all, and do not want them to have any more labor. He said, Dad, I have more money than I can use, what else do you do? You should eat, drink, and play every day, don't care about anything, just enjoy yourself. Yi Dashan faced difficult color, I also know, but I do not work it, always feel unsettled, you have success I'm also happy, I am now working not to make money, trying to get themselves down to earth, before in the old country, I was really idle panic, and cannot find odd jobs to do, but also can carry a hoe to the ground to pound, but this place is unfamiliar with life, the land is not planted, do not know where to go to look for odd jobs to do, I have a feeling that I have a feeling that I'm just waiting for death, and that's a very bad feeling. How about this, you find me a job in your company, whatever you can, as long as I can do it. Yi Dashan cultural level is low, a lifetime in the countryside, the concept of work or forfeit is deeply rooted, so instinctively, the heart of the idea is to work. Now suddenly all of a sudden do not have to work, the simple farming habits are not so easy to turn around at once. Yiming listened to his father's explanation and understood his feelings, but he couldn't think of any suitable work for him to do in Starry Joy Group. Cleaning and serving tea was definitely out of the question, he would never allow his father to be called around. But other than these jobs, the other jobs, his cultural level is too low, although literate, but even do not know how to use a cell phone, not to mention the computer, naturally, even printing documents this kind of work cannot be done. Yi mother at this time also on the sidelines, said, Xiaoming your father, he is a life of labor, have to play still do not know to play, look at me, play how comfortable? You also do not care about him, find him a heavy work to exhaust him, such as brick kiln site or something. Yiming laughed, naturally, would not let his father do that kind of heavy work like his mother said. He thought about it and really couldn't think of any suitable work, so he simply called Chen Jiaqing to consult her. Chen the workaholic was still in the conference room during lunchtime pulling his colleagues into a meeting, and as soon as he saw that it was Yiming's call, he immediately interrupted the meeting to answer the phone and told everyone to go eat. Everyone was grateful to the person who was calling their Mr. Chen at this moment.
Bodhisattva blessed the one who called Mr. Chen. If it wasn't for him, I would have starved to death. Mr. Chen is getting more and more vicious lately. What should I do?
I feel like I'm going to collapse before the young family does. You guys should sympathize with Mr. Chen. When dealing with a giant like the Zhang family, you have to be careful every step of the way. One wrong step and you'll lose everything. Chen Jiaqing came outside and picked up the phone.
Hey, what's the matter with me? Consulting you a thing, my father he cannot be idle, want to find a job to do, I want to think about and do not know what is suitable for him to do, you give me an idea.
Needless to say, I won't let him do the cleaning and construction site work, but his education level is low, so he can't do anything else but manual labor.
Just this? Chen Jiaqing froze. Right. This is not simple, you forget that Jinhu building is also yours? What do you mean?
You give him a security guard. Do not have to sun and rain is not a rough job, and there is not only him, what do not understand, let the other people to solve. Yiming slapped his head, right, why did not I think, or are Chen big beauty smart?
Come back at night to reward you, hee hee hee. Go, there's nothing I'm hanging up.
Are you still busy? It's mealtime now, take a good rest too, don't work too hard.
I know.
Yiming hung up the phone and said to Yi Dashin, Dad, I've arranged a security job for you.
Yes, as long as it's a job.
Yi Dashin smiled happily. On this day, the security department of Jinhu Mansion came to an old security guard who was over 100 years old. Before that, most of the members here were young people, and the oldest one was only about 35 years old. When the people in the security department saw Yi Dashin come in, they were all a bit surprised, because it was clearly written on the recruitment notice that the age requirement was below 40, so why did an old security guard of such a great age suddenly come in today? Yi Dashin's Putonghua was very broken, and his colleagues greeted him with a stutter.
But everyone still applauded. When someone saw his appearance, they muttered underneath.
Look at him, he is so old and still able to work here as a security guard, he must have come in through the back door, or else he wouldn't even want it. Right, his cultural level is still so low, I don't know which leader has the guts to put this kind of person into our security department. Our security department is not an ordinary department, shouldering the important responsibility of guarding the building. His age is bad enough. I hope he won't be assigned to our team in the future, or else he will definitely drag us down.
That's right. Chapter 89, Yi Dashin's security career.
The security department of the Golden Shanghai Mansion belongs to the Xingyue Group, and its main responsibility is to keep the entrances and exits of the Golden Shanghai Mansion clear, watch the people coming in and out, and for suspicious people, not let them enter the building, to ensure the security of the surrounding area and the floors. Generally, this was a relatively idle job, otherwise Yiming wouldn't have let his father come here. There was more than one entrance and exit in Starry Joy Mansion, and each entrance and exit was equipped with a certain number of security guards, and certain floors were also equipped with corresponding patrolling security guards and surveillance security guards. The Minister of Security at this time summoned each group leader to his office to discuss which group to let Yi Dashin go to. He stood in front and clapped his hands, not to hide from you all, Comrade Yi Dashin is indeed a family member of our company's top leaders, but exactly which one, I can't say because they won't let me tell you, so you guys have to take care of him a bit in the future, got it? Those team leaders skimmed their mouths, thinking that they had guessed correctly, and one by one, they all said listlessly, I know. They think, since it is the company's leadership, certainly cannot make him, if you make, he told the leadership, they will have no good fruit to eat. And he is so old, low cultural level, absolutely cannot do much work, cannot screw things up as good, or a trouble, so they do not want him to enter their own group. Below, which group is willing to accept Comrade Yi Dashin? Does one group have a problem? The security minister asked. The leader of Group 1 was a strong man around 30 years old, tall. He stood up and said, our group needs to stay up all night. Yi Dashin is too old, I'm afraid he can't stay up all night, let him go to another group. The security minister nodded his head and felt that he had a point, so he turned his head to look at the other group leaders. What about you guys? Those group leaders one by one lowered their heads and didn't say anything. It was obvious that no one wanted to receive Yi Dashin.
Seeing that everyone was silent, the security minister became angry. He slammed the table. What do you all mean? You all don't want to receive Yi Dashin? Group 2, tell us why you don't want to receive. The head of the second group stood up and said with a difficult face, our group should know the computer, he will not. This reason seems to be justified. The security minister ignored him and looked directly at the leader of the third group. The third group, how about you? The leader of the third group also stood up and said, our group is mainly to monitor the security situation of each floor, to return to the operation of the monitor, he does not know. The security minister's face became more and more gloomy, but this reason seems to make sense, he is not good to make trouble. He pondered briefly, and looked directly at the leader of Group 6. Team 6, what does your team need to know? Team 6 doesn't need any specialized skills and doesn't need to stay up all night, so Yi Dashin has the highest probability of going to their team. The leader of Group 6 was racking his brain at this time, and finally came up with a reason to reject Yi Dashin. The position our group is in is quite special, we need to be able to write, and he doesn't seem to know how to do it.
In fact, their group only needs to register occasionally on the line. It is completely possible for another person to be paired with Yi Dashin, but he couldn't find any other reason, only this reason is more far-fetched. The security minister of course knows the specific work content of Group 6, he did not care about the words of Group 6 leader, said expressionlessly, Yi Dashin will go to your group, you better take care of him, that's it, got it? The leader of Group 6 appeared disheveled, with a reluctant look, yes, got it. Seeing that Yi Dashin finally had a place to go, the leaders of the other groups were relieved. Yi Dashin officially started his security career, he wore a security uniform, looking left and right, he felt especially like a police uniform, a sense of mission arose. The duty of the 6 groups is to protect the security of the side entrance of the Jinhu building. This side entrance is equivalent to a VIP channel, usually people from Xingyue group can only pass through it by swiping their cards, if not, they can only walk through the public channel at the main entrance like everyone else. Of course, if you know the security guard, you can also let the security guard to brush on behalf of you, but you have to register and go to pin it off the next day. If you don't pin it off, the security department will pass the list up on the 3rd day, the first time to warn, the second time to deduct the bonuses, the 3rd time to directly fire. It can be said that the management of this entrance and exit is relatively strict, and everyone is also very cooperative, there has not been anything wrong. The security guards of the 6 groups, except for the time when they needed to get up and go to work, the rest of the time they could touch the fish because there was not much at all. But Yi Dashin was different, although he didn't need to stand guard, he had been paying attention to the movements of the entrances and exits almost every moment since he had arrived here, and he was especially conscientious even when no one was around. This situation has lasted for several days, and he has no intention of slacking off at all, causing the other colleagues in the 6 teams to be a little embarrassed. Look at him, staring at the entrance and exit every day, too serious. Let him be happy, I guess it won't be long before he leaves, we don't talk to him, isolate him, he can't stand it when he has to take the initiative to go. This morning, Chen Jiaqing passed by here, he saw Yi Dashin meticulously watching the people in and out, and took the initiative to come over to greet, Uncle Yi, you are earlier than me ah. Yi Dashin saw this future daughter-in-law, has been serious face instantly show a smile, Jiaqing ah, you're not too late, you mean that kid he got up yet? Chen Jiaqing laughed, I went out yet, he sleeps until the sun rises every day. This kid is too lazy. Jiaqing, you should supervise him more in the future, so he won't be so lazy. Chen Jiaqing, okay Uncle Yi, I'll go to work first. Yi Dashin nodded, go ahead. The other members of Team 6 froze as they heard the conversation between Yi Dashin and Chen Jiaqing, and for a moment, their minds were all a bit spinning. Of course they knew Chen Jiaqing, their top big boss, the top decision maker of Starry Joy Group ah. Yi Dashin was actually her family member? If it was an ordinary leader, they could still not put it in their eyes, after all, there was no intersection at work, no need to deliberately curry favor. But Chen Jiaqing was different. That was a figure who had a hand in Starry Joy Group, a casual word from her could decide a person's fate in Starry Joy Group. Although they were security guards, they also had a heart to climb up the ladder. At this moment, listening to the content of the conversation between Yi Dashin and Chen Jiaqing even called him Uncle Yi. Then what should Yi Dashin's status be? If Yi Dashin casually and Chen Jiaqing say a few good words about himself, it is not possible to say that he will be able to transfer to other departments of important positions, rather than here to watch the door. It was even not impossible to top off one's leader if one had been performing well. Thinking of this, the members of the 6 groups were all energized and came over to get close to Yi Dashin. Uncle Yi, you go and take a rest, you've been standing for several days in a row, let me do it today. Yes, we're young and strong. You rest first. Uncle Yi, I'll give you a back rub. Uncle Yi, sit down, I'll give you a massage. Chapter 90 is him. Yi Dashin was a bit puzzled, he was half pushed and half racked by his colleagues on top of the stool, pinching backs and pounding legs. What's going on today? Why are the co-workers so enthusiastic? Before also did not see how they in their own talk this moment even called so enthusiastic. Passing through the 6 group location of other security department colleagues saw the scene, one by one are snickering. Look, they really take that old man as an ancestor, although the minister said to take care of him, but it is not necessary to be so solicitous. That's right. Look at them, they're like serving their own father. You can't serve your own father that diligently, can you? Yi Dashin reacted by asking them to get up. What are you doing? Go back to your work. Why are you torturing me like this? It's not good for people to see you. Uncle, you're old, so it's only right that we give you a massage. Anyway, we're not doing anything right now, so let us honor you. Honor me? You think I'm your father? Yi Dashin was shocked. No, I'm here to work, not to let you serve me, all up, or this work I cannot do. Yi Dashin could not stand to be surrounded by such a group of people to serve, he felt that not only did he not work, but also affected other people, a trace of guilt rose in his heart, and decided to leave here. Once the crowd heard that Yi Dashin wanted to leave, how dare they not listen to him, they all fled away. Uncle, you want to leave? Don't you just came a few days, these days you set an example for us, meticulous attitude towards work, very worthwhile for us to learn, I think you have a lot of other places on you that are worthy of our learning, why don't you stay, let us learn to learn a little more. One of the colleagues immediately brought into play his expertise in ass kissing. Yi Dashin had never been patted on the back in his entire life, and at this moment, when he was being talked to by this guy, he actually drifted a bit. He rolled his eyes and raised a proud look on his face. "That's fine, just stay." At that moment, the other members of Group 6 burst into cheers. Colleagues from other groups in the security department were very surprised to see this. Originally, everyone did not want Yi Dashin to enter their group. Even Group 6's own people are looking forward to him to hurry up and leave. At this moment, he said he was going to leave. How come he is desperately trying to retain it? One person went over to find out the news. One of the members of Team 6 said to him with a proud face, "You still don't know who he is, right? He is a relative of our Mr. Chen, who calls him uncle." "Mr. Chen? Which Mr. Chen?" "There are a lot of people who call Mr. Chen in our Xingyue group. StarHub has nearly 1,000 employees and hundreds of management staff, and there are several leaders named Chen." "Which Mr. Chen?" "Our top boss, the first hand of Xingyue group." "You say which Mr. Chen? General Mr. Chen is worthy of us treating him like this? What kind of Mr. Chen is he?" That person exclaimed, "You really stepped on the group has an old man, such as a treasurer. Moreover, this treasure is not an ordinary treasure. You 6 groups are going to be rich." "Ha, okay. 9 Dragons Zhang family, Zhang Guo was study. Chang Hong. After a few days of investigation, the initial grasp of some of the situation, today specially came to Zhang Guo to report the results. Let's start with the situation of the person who injured Xiao Jun. Zhang Guo instructed, "I hope I won't be disappointed this time." Chang Hong nodded. He was better prepared this time, and his bottom line was stronger. The young man who injured Zhang Xiao is called Yi Ming. He is the actual controller of the Xingyue group in Jinhu Mansion. This person's background is extremely ordinary. His ancestors are farmers. After graduating from university, he has been staying in Shanghai, was a company's ordinary staff, but it seems to have made a fortune overnight, will be more than a loss of money to the company to buy, and then quickly developed into today's Xingyue group. The Jinhu Mansion is also his purchase, as for him to be as for how he made his fortune and where those funds came from, all of this is unknown. Zheng Guo wrinkled his eyebrows and thought about it, and said, "Let's not worry about this first. What I want to know is how he could crush Qiu Jun's palm with just one hand? By the way, I asked you to ask Master Fang Jidao and his master at that time. What did he say?" At first, he even took photos over to make the situation clear. Fang Jidao was very shocked when he saw the photo. This level of injury, an ordinary person is definitely not able to cause, if only by virtue of a hand, then his strength definitely broke through the limits of human beings. After a long time, Fang Jidao said in a cold voice, "The person who crushed Zhang Xiao's palm must be a martial arts practitioner. With his current strength, I am afraid that he is more powerful than even me." Chang Hong exclaimed, "So powerful? Then won't it be hard to avenge our Zhang Xiao's death? I wonder if Grandmaster Fang's master, Taigong Chen, can come out to avenge our young Zhen?" Fang Jidao glanced at him. "My master has long been retired and has not interfered in world affairs for decades. I am sorry that I cannot fulfill this request of yours." Chang Hong was anxious. If even Master Fang can't help you, then in the world, in addition to your master, who else can clean up that kid? Fang Jidao was stunned. "That kid? You mean he is a young man? How old is he?" A person who is more powerful than him. He thought that his age would definitely not be young, but he did not expect that he was actually a young man. "According to my observation, 24 or 25 years old." "Right, I have photos here, I'll show you." He pulled out his cell phone and found Yi Ming's photo. As soon as Fang Jidao saw the face on the photo, his pupils instantly shrank. It was him. Chapter 91, Plotting. Seeing Yi Ming's familiar face on the photo, Fang Jidao's heart was shaken. Some time ago, he had found 3 assassins who were quite famous in the underground world to kill Yi Ming. As soon as he got the news that the assassins had killed Yi Ming, he was prepared to quietly go and seize the dragon transformation bottle in his hands. Few people knew the secret of the dragon bottle, so in order to prevent leaks from being coveted by outsiders, he didn't give the task of seizing the dragon bottle to those 3 men, but only asked for an opportunity to kill Yi Ming. However, there had been no word from those 3 people so far, and now it seemed that they were afraid that they would be in grave danger. Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still and hurriedly dispatched Chang Hong to inform his master Chen Badong. Chang Hong told Zhang Guo about Fang Jidao's words and his reaction after seeing Yi Ming's photo, and Zhang Guo couldn't help but frown. Even Fang Jidao said that he wasn't his opponent? If that was the case, then I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult to avenge Zheng Qiujun. Someone like this, who was strong in his own right and had a strong capital behind him, would be quite tricky to deal with. Normally, when it comes to this kind of ruthless person, he can't afford to mess with them, but he can also afford to avoid them. But looking at his son's miserable palm, he gritted his teeth. "It seems that the only way is for me to personally go and pay my respects to Chen Badong Chen Taigong. I don't know if I can ask his old man to come out." After a pause, he went on to say, "The Chen family's recent momentum is getting stronger and stronger. I estimate that there must be this Yi Ming's influence behind it. I just don't know how the Chen family and Yi Ming got involved again." Chang Hong said sardonically, "Zheng Xiao likes that woman called Chen Jiaqing, is the Chen family, and this woman currently seems to be that Yi Ming's girlfriend." Zheng Guo's gaze flickered, and he let out a long sigh with his back hand.
If he didn't provoke that woman, perhaps there wouldn't be the trouble today.
This son still does not let himself worry, but who let him be his own son? Cham Hong continued, also, the ownership of the Golden Shanghai building is not in the hands of the Chen family. Before the young master got it wrong, he thought that Starry Joy Technology Company is behind the Chen family, so he has been letting the Chen family out of the ownership of the Golden Shanghai building. But in fact, it is the Chen family that is behind the Star Joy Technology Company. No, it should be called the Star Joy Group now. Zhang Guo nodded. I have speculated through a series of channels that the Chen family's sudden extra funds this time around are estimated to be over 4.5 billion M gold. The Chen family themselves are definitely unable to come up with that much money. With their relationship with the organization, the banks won't loan them any money, and apart from that, Yiming,
it seems like there's no one else who can give them so much money.
But if these funds are really all by him out, then this Yiming behind the capital power to have cannot be underestimated. Alone voted to the Chen family, plus the purchase of the Jinhu building, has more than 6.5 billion M gold, and this is definitely not the bottom line of their capital, for fear of tens of billions of dollars or more than. Our Zhang family, although all kinds of assets together, more than 50 billion M gold, but to take out tens of billions of M gold out of the investment at once, but also have to spend a lot of effort.
The Chen family, I'm afraid I can't press on.
Jinhu Mansion, it is also very difficult to buy. Chang Hong face grave. In fact, we deal with the purpose of the Chen family, is nothing more than for the young master out of breath. At present, it seems, obviously not so easy to do, might as well let the matter of the big thing to a small thing, and then toss down, and cannot get any good results. Zhang Guo sighed helplessly, the thin camel is bigger than a horse, the Chen family now has the capital to help, I'm afraid it will rise again. Naturally we can't do anything about them. How about this, you go and talk to the people from those 10 companies, let them adjust the prices back to normal levels and withdraw the remaining funds. This matter ends here. I don't want the Zhang family to sink deeper and deeper into this quagmire.
Okay. What about the Jinhu mansion?
Chang Hong glanced at Zhang Guo. According to the current situation, it is very difficult for us to take the ownership of Jinhu Mansion. Why don't we just give it up? There is more than just that one building in Shanghai, we can buy one similar to it. Zhang Guo shook his head. You do not understand the status of the Jinhu building. In addition to it, we cannot find a better choice. Try again. I recently heard that the country of the world's top 500 companies intend to enter the eastern continent. I'm ready to join forces with them to see if we can directly acquire the Xingyue group. If we can acquire it, then the ownership of Jinhu Mansion will naturally be ours.
Direct acquisition? Then what if they don't sell?
Chang Hong was puzzled.
The corner of Zhang Guo's eyes flashed a fierce color. Not selling? Humph.
If they don't sell, I have a way to force them to sell.
In the hidden villa at the top of Kowloon's Pacific Hill, Fang Jidao told Chen Badong all the circumstances.
I'm afraid that those 3 people have already lost their hands. I tried to contact them, but I could not get in touch at all. Chen Butong's voice is a bit hoarse. Have been so long, there is still no news. No need to think that there has been an accident. It seems that I still have to take action in person. He laughed to himself. I do not know my old bones, still cannot withstand the hands and feet of young people.
Master, your body is strong, look stronger than disciples, with your hand, certainly a success.
Chen Badong stroked his beard and smiled faintly. If we can get the dragon bottle, it is not impossible for me to return to my old age.
Chapter 92 Changing Plans. Zheng Guo came to visit Chen Badong on this day with generous gifts.
He stood at the bottom with a respectful face and performed the junior salute. Elder Chen, little Zheng has come to see you. You are in really good health. Not at all like you are already 100 years old. Chen Butong's old bark-like face slightly stretched. Alongside old, unlike you young people, you can still go around and have a good time. Tai Gong is joking. You are a martial arts expert. Your lifespan is boundless. It is not comparable to us mere mortals. Chen Badong shook his head, his face now showing a faint meaning. My old bones, I'm afraid that half of my body has already gone into the yellow earth. You don't want to flatter me. You are a busy man. Suddenly came to me today. Surely there must be something going on, right? Zhang Guo took a step forward, respectfully said, my son was bullied some time ago. The entire palm of the hand is wasted, the sternum broken countless, is really miserable. After the incident, I let a person took a picture to your high disciple Master Fang Jidao is seen. Master Fang said, he is not that person's rival, so I want to think about, this world can be avenged for my son, only Tu Gongyu. So here I dare to ask, Tu Gong can come out to avenge the dog's son. If Tu Gong willing to go out, my Zhang family will be generous gift. Thank you Tu Gong. At Zhang Guo's age, of course he knew how powerful Chen Badong was back then. And even Chen Badong disciples cannot solve things that in this part of Kowloon can find only the body of the master Chen Badong. Although Chen Badong was already hundreds of years old, the Zhang family, as one of the 4 great families, would naturally keep in contact with this kind of powerful person in a low profile. Naturally, they also knew exactly how strong Chen Badong was currently. If he was truly too old to walk, they wouldn't have come to him. Sooner or later, Chen Badong would have crossed paths with Yiming for the sake of the Huanlong bottle, and this would have been a favor. If he agreed to Zhang Guo at this time, there would be no problem with getting an extra generous gift from the Zheng family in passing. However, he had lived for hundreds of years and naturally wouldn't think so simply when it came to matters. For the Zhang family's so-called generous gift, at his age, he could no longer raise any interest. However, when he saw that the Zhang family had intervened and that their purpose was the same, Chen Buotong's heart, in addition, had a different idea. He opened his cloudy eyes and quietly gazed ahead before slowly speaking after a long time. The person you are talking about is a young man named Yiming, right? Zhang Guo's eyes lit up. He heard Chen Batang say Yiming's name in one go, indicating that he also had some understanding of Yiming, and also indicating that Fang Jidao had indeed conveyed the Zhang family's intentions for him. He was more than satisfied with this point. He hurriedly responded, "It is this person. He relies on his kung fu, ruthless means, intended to kill my son. Fortunately, the bodyguard is extremely protective, only to be able to retrieve a life, this son, and I do not share the same day. If not eliminated, I'm afraid that my Zhang family will not be able to lift up their heads in Kowloon." Chen Batang smiled faintly. Zhang family masters are too serious, but the old man is old. To deal with that uncomplicated young man, I'm afraid that some of the power is not enough. Seeing Chen Batang did not agree, Zhang Guo looked gloomy, immediately came up and said, Tycoon's power, others do not know, I Zhang family will not know? Not to mention that you are over 100 years old, even if you are over 200 years old, I still believe that you can kill that person with one blow. Chen Batang waved his hand and laughed. Zhang family master looks up to old man is doubly honored, but it is really old man is sick and weak, there is nothing I can do, but in this world, it is not that no one can deal with that Yiming, I think it is more appropriate for Zhang family master to go and find that person. Zhang Guo froze. He knew that this was Chen Batang in self-effacement, but once he heard that there were other people to turn to, he immediately spoke. Who? New Jia Slopes Arts Master, Su Xuanzai. Chen Batang slowly said. Su Xuanzai? Zhang Guo frowned when he heard this name. This name was not unfamiliar to him. A few decades ago, Su Xuanzai was in existence that rivaled Chen Batang, and the two were known as the greatest generation twins. However, at that time, Zhang Guo was still very young, and his gaze was limited to this part of Kowloon, so his understanding of Su Xuanzai was very limited, only knowing that he was also very powerful. At this time, listening to Chen Batang asked him to find Su Xianzai, some hesitation. Su Xuanzai is a new Jiaobua people, he rashly go to beg others, the other side does not necessarily will be out. Moreover, to find out where Su Xuanzai is currently, with his Zhang family would also take a lot of effort. What's more, he didn't know if he was still alive. Chen Batang see Zhang Guo face difficult, know his concerns, immediately said, Su Xuanzai is my old friend, currently living in Indonesia on the island of South Sumatra, as for the specific location, but also need you to send people to investigate in detail, if he shot, I believe, your son's vengeance, will have to be reported. In fact, he and Su Xuanzai is a deadly rival, not at all what he said in his mouth. What old friends, 30 years ago, the two people together retired, openly and secretly, are to find that the dragon bottles, explore that inside the renewal of life mystery. Both of them gave up great honor and status in order to renew their lives, because there is nothing more attractive than renewing one's life. After all, no matter how powerful you are, without a life, everything will turn into nothing. At this moment, Chen Batang wanted the Zhang family to invite Su Xuanzai, so that Su Xuanzai would first go out to deal with that Yiming, and when they were both defeated, he would then come back and reap the benefits. Not only could he eradicate Su Xuanzai, his old rival, and take the Huanlong bottle for himself, but also nip Yiming, a potential danger, inside the cradle. It was really a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Of course Zhang Guo didn't know what Chen Botong's old fox had in mind. He saw that the other party had already said so he couldn't force anything more. At this time he slightly pondered, carefully asked, I rashly go to ask Su Xuanzai to fight, if he does not fight how to do? Chen Batang stroked his beard and smiled, he will make a move, you just need to say to him that from that kid Yiming's body, you can find clues to the dragon transforming bottle, that's all. If he is still unmoved by then, I promise you to avenge your son's death. Zhang Guo could no longer say anything else, and could only do as he said and go find Su Xuanzai. The two men who were originally going to make a move on Yiming immediately changed their plans because they came together. They both intended to make plans after finding Su Xianzai first. Chapter 93, Parents Meeting. Yiming of course didn't know that he had become a target that so many people wanted to put to death, and still did what he had to do every day. These days, he wasn't doing nothing, because he had promised to digest the Chen family's medical equipment order worth $200 million. He had been examining sites all over the place in the past few days, preparing to build a mega hospital. However, after going to several places consecutively, he was unable to finalize the address due to various reasons. After a few days in a row of no progress, he simply stopped going out and prepared to take a break first. However, this day happened to be the day when Luer's class held a parent-teacher conference, so Yiming had to run to the parent-teacher conference again. When he arrived at Luer's class, Yiming looked around and realized that they were all middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s, and he was the only one with a young face that stood out. Everyone was whispering and chatting in low voices. It was obvious that most of them knew each other, and when they saw Yiming come in at this time, they were all a little surprised. Look at him, he's so young, he must be the brother of a student, right? He must be, otherwise he would be so old and his kid would be in his third year of high school. What's wrong with that? He'd be a father by now. Hey, let's not talk about him. I'm telling you, my son's grades have dropped so much lately, I'm worried sick.
Is that so?
My son's grades seem to have gone down a lot too. He's about to take the college entrance exam.
That's not a good sign.
I thought my son was the only one whose grades have gone down, but I didn't realize your sons did too.
Did you find out why?
I searched, but I couldn't find anything.
I asked him, but I couldn't find anything.
He goes to school every day, and there is no difference between him and before, so how come his grades have gone down?
There's nothing unusual about my son either, so it's a bit strange. Could it be pre-test syndrome? Ask other parents. They turned to another person and asked, how is your son's academic performance these days?
This parent also looks sad. I don't know why. Recently his grades have regressed a lot. If it goes on like this, the college entrance examination will be dangerous. Sad. I'll have to ask the homeroom teacher later to see if there's any way to bring his grades up. Previously the two parents looked at each other, and then asked a few other parents of boys. Without exception, they all got a similar answer, but the difference is that the grades have regressed more or less. When the parents of the girls were asked, they said that their grades were normal, with no signs of regression. This makes the parents of the boys a little strange. If one or two boys have pre-test syndrome affecting the results, that is normal, but several boys' grades regress together, while the girls' grades are stable, that is too abnormal. At this time from a distance over a boy's mother, she has a heavy bags under the eyes, fat body of a middle-aged woman. She heard the parents of the discussion, suddenly a look of a knower, my son before and your son, and then once I cleaned up his study, I inadvertently discovered the secret, and this secret is the reason why his grades fell. The parents of the boys immediately gathered around her and asked, what secret? Tell me quickly, let me see if this is the reason for my son. This middle-aged woman enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by the crowd. She smiled, took out her cell phone, opened the photo album, and then showed it to the crowd that. Because of this, the crowd took a look and the photo was of a girl's back. This photo was taken secretly from the back, and the place where it was taken was this classroom. Obviously, this girl was also a student in this class. And she was also the secret of her son, as the middle-aged woman said.
Is there a front face?
A parent urged. The middle-aged woman scratched to the next one, which was also a stolen photo, but the girl's front face finally appeared, a photo of the girl smiling sweetly as she chatted with her classmate. That girl in the photo was clearly Lure.
What's the connection with this girl?
A parent asked. You're stupid, it's not obvious. It's obvious that his son has a crush on this girl. Another one answered her. The middle-aged woman nodded and sighed. I later found my son to talk to him. At first he didn't admit it. After I took out the evidence, he finally admitted it, saying that he was secretly in love with this girl, so when he was in class, he would easily lose his concentration, always looking at the back of this girl. I asked him why he didn't have it before, and started to be secretly in love with it only in his senior year of high school, and my son said that this girl was transferred halfway this year and was no longer in this. I asked him why he didn't have a crush on this girl before, but only in his senior year did he start. The crowd suddenly realized. A parent slapped his head. You say so? I remember, my son's cell phone seems to have a picture of this girl. I also asked her who this girl is. He said it is a star. I thought it was normal for children to chase after the stars, so I didn't care about him. I didn't expect, is actually his classmates. It seems that our son are, because of the arrival of this girl, affecting the grades, must and the class teacher to react.
That's right. It's best to transfer this girl to another class. Keeping her in our class is nothing but trouble. Right, does anyone know her name?
The middle-aged woman who provided the information said at this point, my son said her name is something like Tian Elvier.
We should talk to Tian Elvier's parents and convince her to transfer on her own. We can't let her keep causing trouble in our class. The parent-teacher meeting hadn't started yet.
Yi Ming walked in and sat down at a random seat.
Someone approached him and asked, are you the older brother of one of the students here? Did your parents not come? Yi Ming smiled.
I am her brother, but not her biological brother. My sister's parents aren't in Shanghai, so I came on their behalf.
Oh. What's your sister's name? Tian Elvier. Yi Ming replied. Chapter 94, I have the qualifications.
The parents discussing their son's grades instinctively looked in Yi Ming's direction upon hearing the name Tian Elvier, then exchanged glances and nodded, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. They had been looking for Tian Elvier's parents, and unexpectedly ran into them. Several of them immediately stood up and walked toward Yi Ming's seat, intending to discuss with him how Tian Elvier was affecting their son's studies. If it were just one person, they wouldn't have the nerve to ask Tian Elvier to transfer classes. After all, it wasn't her fault. But there were already 7 or 8 boys whose grades had been affected because of Lure. They believed that, under these circumstances, even if Tian Elvier hadn't done anything wrong herself, her presence was an influence on the entire class and a harm to the grades of those few boys. Following the principle of minority obedience to the majority, they believed that demanding Tian Elvier leave the class was reasonable and justified. As for whether Tian Elvier is willing to leave, that is not up to her, she must leave. These people approached Yi Ming, and one of the parents said coldly, are you here to attend the parent-teacher meeting on behalf of Tian Lure? Yi Ming looked at the group of middle-aged women surrounding him, all seeming to harbor ill intentions, and felt puzzled.
Yes, I am Tian Elvier's parent. I'm her older brother. What's the matter? Upon hearing that he was Tian Elvier's brother, their expressions turned disdainful. How can the brother come to a parent-teacher meeting? Where are your parents? Are they too busy making money to even attend their child's parent-teacher meeting? What kind of excuse is that? Exactly. I bet your family isn't well off either. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so focused on making money that you can't even attend your child's parent-teacher conference. Yi Ming's expression turned cold. These middle-aged women had come with such a hostile tone, and now they were clearly looking for trouble. He coldly replied, "My sister's class is having a parent-teacher meeting. As her older brother, I'm here to represent her parents who are far away in their hometown. It's perfectly reasonable. What does it have to do with you? Oh, from the way you're talking, you don't even seem like her real brother. That's even more ridiculous. Her parents aren't coming, so they find a brother to come instead. You're not just some random guy she met online, are you? What did you just say? His parents are far away in their hometown? Tian Luer must be from the countryside, right? Someone from the countryside attending a prestigious school like ZU High School? No wonder her parents didn't attend the parent-teacher meeting. They must be struggling financially and are probably busy making money right now. If their family can't afford it, why send her to ZU High School? Just find a regular high school instead. Hey, you don't understand. Most students at ZU High School come from fairly well-off families. I bet they sent their daughter here to find a wealthy husband. Now that you mention it, there's some truth to that." These middle-aged women chattered non-stop, their words stinging like needles. Yi Ming's anger was boiling over. His expression was dark and gloomy. Once they all stopped talking, he spoke up, "Are you done?" His voice was cold and terrifying. Those middle-aged women clearly didn't take Yi Ming seriously and didn't understand his meaning. Their original intention was to talk to Tian Elvier's parents and ask them to transfer their daughter to another class. But now it was Tian Elvier's brother attending the parent-teacher meeting and not even her biological brother. They believed Yi Ming had no authority to decide Tian Elvier's future, but he could at least act as a messenger. Therefore, one of them said, "Here's the deal, tell Tian Liyu's parents that she's been severely affecting the academic performance of the boys in our class. As parents, we demand that she be transferred to another class. However, we won't shortchange her. Considering her family's financial situation, we're willing to compensate her family with 2,000 yuan each as a transfer subsidy. You must understand that this is a windfall of tens of thousands of yuan. It's free money, and for you, there's no loss. It's just a matter of switching classes, and she'll still be at ZU High School. Her parents' wishes won't go unfulfilled." They believed everything was reasonable and that their goal would be achieved. But Yi Ming merely uttered a single word with an icy expression. "Get out." This made the middle-aged women unhappy. They felt that the conditions they had offered were already quite generous. They were only asking Tian Elvier to switch classes, not expel her from the school. Seeing Yi Ming's attitude, one of them shouted, "Hey, you young man, how dare you speak to us like that? Don't you have any basic manners? You should know that we're all older than you. Do you understand the importance of respecting your elders?" If it weren't in public and he had to consider the consequences, Yi Ming would have slapped that woman across the face. He forced himself to suppress his anger, sneered, and said, "You bunch of menopausal women, you have nothing better to do. I'm telling you clearly here, my sister won't switch classes." "What did you say? Who are you calling menopausal?" A middle-aged woman who was particularly sensitive flew into a rage. "Not switching classes? Are you sure you want to go against the wishes of us parents? Besides, are you Tian Luer's parents? What right do you have to make decisions for her parents?" Yi Ming stared intently at the other person, his expression icy cold. "I have the right. Get out of here and stop bothering us. You people are so angry you don't know what to say. You thought that with over 10,000 yuan, they would agree to switch classes, but you never expected Yi Ming to ignore you and tell you to get lost. You won't switch classes, huh? We'll report this to the homeroom teacher. Let's see if the teacher will side with you or with the 7 or 8 of us parents." One of the parents spoke confidently, her tone tinged with a hint of triumph. Just as they spoke, the homeroom teacher walked into the classroom. Chapter 95, Greetings. Seeing the homeroom teacher enter the classroom, the group of middle-aged women were overjoyed, as if reinforcements had arrived, and rushed forward to complain to the teacher. "Mr. Zhou, you finally arrived." "Yes, Mr. Zhou, we've been waiting for you for ages." Class teacher Zhou saw them all coming over on their own, calling out so affectionately, and was a bit confused. In previous years, these people hadn't been this enthusiastic or proactive at parent-teacher conferences. What was going on today? Could it be because this is the last parent-teacher meeting, and the time for farewell is approaching? This is the final semester of senior year, and the purpose of this parent-teacher conference is primarily to urge parents to take good care of their children during this time, create a positive home environment, and prepare thoroughly for the upcoming college entrance exams. Ms. Zhou felt that their enthusiasm was excessive and quickly said, "Good afternoon, everyone. The parent-teacher meeting will begin shortly.
If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to raise them during the meeting. For now, please go inside and find a seat. She had always been rather aloof toward these parents, unwilling to get too close or develop too close a relationship with them. Otherwise, some parents would drive you crazy, coming to you over every little thing. This was her experience from years of working in education, and only by maintaining this approach would the parents keep a friendly attitude toward the homeroom teacher. She finished speaking and walked straight into the classroom. The middle-aged women, upon hearing Ms. Jo's words, didn't dare to linger and went inside to find seats. They gathered together at the back of the classroom, occasionally glaring angrily at Yiming's back, as if they wanted to scold him with their eyes. At that moment, they were like a small army with a common enemy, Yiming, and their goal was to expel Tian Elvire from the class. Humph. Let you bloat for now. You'll see what's coming. Exactly. He is not even old enough to shave yet, and he is coming to a parent-teacher meeting for his sister, and she is not even his real sister. Maybe he's even involved with her fox-like sister. Otherwise, why would he defend her so fiercely? However, their whispers hadn't even finished when they saw what happened next, leaving them speechless. They saw that as soon as Mr. Zhou entered the classroom and noticed Yiming already sitting upright at his desk, he immediately transformed into a different person, walking over with a smile and greeting Yiming. Mr. Yi, hello. Have you been waiting long? The parent-teacher meeting will start soon. Yiming smiled faintly. It's okay, Mr. Zhou, you go ahead with your work. Ms. Zhou laughed repeatedly. Alright, you took time out of your busy schedule to attend the parent-teacher meeting. I can't keep you too long. This warm scene left the group of middle-aged women gathered behind feeling as though they had swallowed a fly. The difference in treatment was too stark. When facing them, he wore a particularly indifferent expression. But when they faced Yiming, they acted as if they were serving their master. As parents of students in the same class, the treatment they received was so clearly divided. One of them couldn't contain her anger and muttered under her breath, could it be that Mr. Zhou saw that kid as a handsome young man, so he's being so enthusiastic? Of course. His so-called sister is a fox, and that kid can't be much better. They're probably all cut from the same cloth. Humph, birds of a feather flock together. This Mr. Zhou is really something, being so friendly to such people. At that moment, one of the younger women suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. She glanced at Mr. Zhou, then leaned down and motioned for everyone to gather closer. She then whispered in a mysterious tone, "Don't complain. You have to understand, Mr. Zhou. Seeing such a handsome young man, he must have certain intentions, so of course he's being so enthusiastic." No way. Mr. Zhou doesn't seem like that kind of person. Another person exclaimed in surprise. Come on, he doesn't look like that usually, but now he does? Look at the smile on her face, it's obvious she wants to eat that guy up. If that's the case, if we ask Tian Elvire to switch classes later, Zhou teacher probably won't agree, right? Who cares? Let us just bring it up first. If she refuses, we'll go straight to the principal. That's a good idea. Ms. Zhou isn't like those few people think. She's only being nice to Yiming because he gave her 1,000,000 yuan, and later she heard from the principal that he also donated 10 million yuan to the school. As the saying goes, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. Seeing this benefactor, it's only natural for her to be so attentive. After greeting Yiming, Ms. Zhou's peripheral vision noticed the small group behind her. When she saw those few people looking at her with mocking glances, it made her feel very uncomfortable. However, she couldn't confront them. After all, they were parents, not her students, and they hadn't done anything inappropriate. She suppressed her discomfort and walked up to the podium to prepare to speak. Chapter 96, Donated 10 million. The purpose of this parent-teacher meeting was to remind parents to care for their children, create a good study environment for them, and avoid putting pressure on them. These were all well-worn clichés that everyone already understood, even without being stated. Sometimes, parent-teacher meetings are just a formality. After they end, everyone goes back to their usual routines, and things remain the same. Following that, Ms. Zhou provided an update on the students' academic performance, specifically mentioning the few boys whose grades had declined. After outlining their academic performance, she added, "These students have shown a noticeable decline in their grades recently, which may be related to the upcoming college entrance exams. We hope parents will avoid putting too much pressure on them while encouraging them to study diligently at home to improve their grades before the exams." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged women perked up, preparing to confront Ms. Zhou directly. One of them stood up and said, "Ms. Zhou, I believe my son's academic decline has nothing to do with us parents." Mr. Zhou furrowed his brows. If it's not the parents' fault, then it must be the school's fault, it's the teacher's fault. She noticed that this parent was one of the people who had earlier given her an odd look. She replied calmly, "Then what do you think is the reason for your son's decline in grades?" "I originally thought it was because the college entrance exam was approaching, and he was under a lot of pressure, so his grades dropped. But then one day, I discovered a secret." Upon hearing this, all the parents in the class, except for Yiming, looked at the middle-aged woman with curiosity. Teacher Zhou was also taken aback and blurted out, "What secret?" "The secret is that my son has developed a crush on a new female classmate." Not only my son, but as far as I know, several other parents' sons are in the same situation.
Their academic decline is also related to that new female classmate.
Except for Yiming, the other parents started whispering among themselves upon hearing her words.
Is that even possible? To have so many boys secretly admiring her, this girl must be no ordinary student.
I wonder whose child she is.
Hee hee, now I want to meet this girl too. Ms. Zhou, upon hearing this, looked a bit displeased. She knew exactly who the new female student was, Tian Elvier.
The thing is, ever since Tian Elvier joined her class, she had always been well-behaved, obedient, and diligent in her studies. As far as she knew, Tian Elvier rarely interacted with male students and mostly hung out with the girls. Besides the fact that Tian Elvier had received $1 million scholarship from me, she genuinely liked this student. So when the parent clearly directed their criticism at Tian Elvier, she wouldn't just let it go. What evidence do you have to prove that your son's academic performance has declined because he has a crush on Tian Elvier? The middle-aged woman pulled out her phone and showed the photo she had secretly taken of her son with Tian Elvier.
That was the evidence.
Parents nearby stood up and gathered around to look at her phone. The middle-aged woman continued, "This girl is named Tian Elvier. She transferred to our class midway through this semester.
These photos were all found on my son's phone. I later talked to my son about this, and he admitted that it was because he had a crush on Tian Elvier that his grades dropped."
Mr. Zhou's expression grew somber.
Alright, even if what you say is true, that doesn't prove anything.
Having a crush on a female classmate is actually quite common among high school students. The key is to provide proper guidance for the child. Your son's academic decline, even if related to his crush on a female classmate, I believe that the lack of proper guidance is the real issue. As a parent, you should have provided proper guidance immediately and helped them develop a healthy understanding of relationships. Mr. Zhou directly shifted the blame onto the parents, then glanced sideways at Yiming, who was sitting expressionlessly at his desk, and sighed in relief.
The middle-aged woman waved her hand, seemingly rejecting Mr. Zhou's viewpoint entirely.
I won't discuss who should take the lead for now, as you, as teachers, certainly have an unavoidable responsibility. What I want to say is that with the college entrance exam approaching, even if guidance is needed, there's not much time left. I believe there's only one way to help our son focus on his studies and quickly improve his grades.
What method?
Mr. Zhou's voice was cold, and he had already guessed some of their intentions.
Transfer Tian Elvier to another class,
the woman said firmly. Upon hearing the middle-aged woman's demand, Mr. Zhou glanced at the other parents around her, who were also eager to act, and realized they shared the same thoughts.
Do you all share the same thoughts? That's right. We want Tian Elvier to be transferred to another class.
Yes, she's a complete nuisance in our class. Seeing their expressions, Mr. Zhou suddenly laughed coldly.
Tian Elvier is doing just fine in our class. She hasn't caused any trouble for anyone.
Just because your sons all have a crush on her, you want to expel her?
That's a bit excessive, isn't it?
She finally understood why these people had been so friendly to her. At first they were trying to drive other students away. We know it's not Tian Elvier's fault, but at least 7 or 8 male students have seen their grades drop because of her.
As the homeroom teacher, shouldn't you consider the majority?
That's right, we can compensate Tian Elvier. We know her family circumstances are difficult, so we've already agreed to each contribute 20,000 yuan as compensation, just hoping she'll leave this class.
Poor family background?
Zhou Laosher sneered, looking at those few people as if they were nothing.
That's right. Her parents don't even attend parent-teacher meetings, they're probably too busy making money.
After all, tuition at ZU High School isn't cheap, so they're working hard to give their child a good education.
We don't think there's anything wrong with that.
So, to get Tian Elvier out of this class, we won't shortchange her. The compensation we're offering adds up to over 100,000 yuan. That's more than enough.
Over 10,000 yuan is a lot?
Ms. Zhou smiled mockingly.
It's not much for us, but it should be more than enough for Tian Elvier's family. Do you know that Tian Elvier's parents donated 10 million to our school?
She said this with a smug smile, looking at the parents who thought they were so important.
Chapter 97, It's Better to be Modest in Life.
As soon as Mr. Zhou spoke, every parent in the class, except for Yiming, stared wide-eyed in shock. The classroom was unusually quiet at that moment. The whispers that had been circulating had vanished instantly, and one could even hear the voice of the homeroom teacher from the neighboring classroom. The middle-aged woman who had stood up to confront him was now as red as a beet. The other parents had quietly donated 10 million to the school, yet these few of them had pulled together a mere 100,000 to try to show off here. It was utterly ironic. Her face was burning hot, and she opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Everyone had always thought that Tian Elvier's family was just average, but who knew they had donated 10 million to the school? The few people around her who were on her side mostly lowered their heads, wishing there was a hole in the ground they could crawl into. It was simply too embarrassing. However, one family with better financial circumstances, after being shocked, quickly regained their composure. She tugged on the sleeve of the middle-aged woman who had spoken first, gesturing for her to sit down. The woman complied and sat down, hoping to blend into the crowd.
The humiliation of being publicly humiliated was simply unbearable. She couldn't help but regret her actions. Why had she been so reckless and eager to stand out by speaking up first? It seemed that in life, it was better to keep a low profile. Life had taught her a valuable lesson. Given the current situation, they had originally planned to go straight to the principal if Ms. Joe refused their demands. But now they knew that going to the principal would be pointless. The middle-aged woman from the relatively well-off family was also shocked by the generosity of Tian Elvira's family, but she had seen it all before. She had witnessed many wealthy foreign tycoons donating tens of millions of dollars to their alma maters. Therefore, when faced with Mr. Zhou's mention of 10 million, she wasn't particularly surprised after processing it. She even thought, so what if you donated 10 million? There are plenty of people who donated more than you. She stood up, her expression still cold. Alright, even if Tian Elvira's family donated 10 million, we're not asking her to transfer schools or drop out. We just want her to switch classes. This won't affect her education at all. We can't all switch classes, can we? I don't want my son in the same class as her. What do you think? She looked at her allies beside her. Those people, upon hearing her words, quickly snapped out of their earlier embarrassment and nodded in agreement. That's right, it's easy for her to switch alone, but we have 7 or 8 people. How much trouble would it be to switch classes? This is a civilized society. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. You still have to follow the rules of society. It's not like everyone has to revolve around you just because you're rich. Exactly. Even if you donated 10 million to the school, you can't treat it like your own home. We pay tuition every year too. Her parents' decision to donate is their business, but we pay the same tuition, so we deserve the same treatment. Mr. Zhou finally realized how thick-skinned these people were. How had he never noticed before? She sneered, you're right. If we pay the same tuition, we should receive the same treatment. Did your son suffer any injustice? The person who had just spoken hadn't thought things through and had dug himself into a hole. Now, he was speechless under Ms. Zhou's questioning. The middle-aged woman who had stood up to speak for everyone glanced at her clueless ally beside her, feeling frustrated, but she took over the conversation. ZU High School is one of the top high schools in Shanghai, so it naturally treats all students equally. The key point now is that we want Tian Elvira to switch classes. That's not an unreasonable request, is it? If it were only my son whose grades were slipping because of Tian Elvira, I'd transfer him without a second thought. I'd never ask her to switch. But the issue now is that it's not just my son, there are 7 or 8 of us whose children are affected. What about the ones behind the scenes? There might be even more. We can't possibly ask all of us to switch classes. That'd be too much trouble, right? Exactly, that's the point. Exactly, this isn't about right or wrong, it's just a matter of convenience. Mr. Zhou looked at her expressionlessly. After she finished speaking, he said calmly, it's not troublesome at all. If you insist on not wanting your son to be in the same class as Tian Elvira, you can transfer to another class. I won't stop you. These middle-aged women's sons had never been top students to begin with. Now that they're saying their grades have dropped, it's just that they're worse than before. For example, if a test is out of 100, they used to score 50, and now they score 30. That's basically the same. On the other hand, Tian Elvira, although she was a transfer student and had not attended school for half a year, could still score around 60 to 70 points, which wouldn't drag the class down. If these boys were to transfer to other classes because of this, Ms. Zhou would even be grateful to them. Upon hearing Zhou's response, the middle-aged woman from a well-off family looked down on her. Is it because Tian Elvira's parents donated 10 million to your school that you're buttering her up? This statement made Zhou's face turn ashen. Although she had indeed received 1 million yuan from Yi Ming. But being called a teacher who panders to wealthy students in front of others would enrage any teacher. She immediately said, you're the parent of Yu Chengbin, aren't you? From today onward, your son can go to whichever class he wants. My class won't accept him anymore. With a teacher like you who only cares about money, I won't let my son stay in your class either. Yu Chengbin returned home that day and caused a huge commotion, smashing everything in the house. He pointed at his mother with a face full of hatred and shouted, why did you decide to transfer me to another class without asking me? Why? He shouted until his neck turned red, tears welling up in his eyes, filled with hatred. I did it for your own good. The middle-aged woman, trying to win her son's sympathy, began to sob softly. The next day, Yu Chengbin refused to go to school, didn't eat, and locked himself in his room, ignoring everyone who tried to persuade him. The middle-aged woman and her husband were furious and anxious outside the door. They had always doted on this precious son. Seeing their precious son refusing to eat, they panicked. Her husband kept blaming her, saying, you're so good, the college entrance exam is coming up, why did you go and change his class for no reason? The middle-aged woman felt like a stray dog that everyone despised, huddled in the corner, wiping away her tears. She thought for a moment, opened her phone, found Mr. Zhou's number, and hesitated for a long time before finally dialing it. Chapter 98, Big Ambitions.
Although there was a minor incident at the parent-teacher meeting, Mr. Zhou handled it perfectly, and Yi Ming was quite satisfied with the outcome. After the parent-teacher meeting, Ms. Zhou had a private conversation with Yi Ming to provide a detailed update on Luer's academic progress. Based on Luer's current academic performance, her academic subjects should not pose much of a challenge. Her recent mock exams have been excellent, and based on past experience, as long as she passes the art exam, she should have no trouble getting into any art college in the country.
Yi Ming nodded. Then I'll count on you and the other teachers to keep an eye on her during this period. He had previously asked Luer which school she wanted to apply to, and she said she wanted to stay in Shanghai and not go too far away. If she stays in Shanghai, the Shanghai Theatre Academy is undoubtedly the best choice. Hearing Zhou teacher's response, he felt slightly reassured. As for Luer, her artistic talents were being meticulously guided by a private tutor hired at a cost of over 1 million yuan. Combined with her own efforts, she was making rapid progress and would have no trouble handling the art exam. Yi Ming continued with the hospital site selection process. He wanted to build a hospital that would maximize its functionality, not just to fulfill the Chun family's medical equipment orders. Selecting a location for a super large hospital was actually quite a headache. First, it couldn't be in the suburbs, as patients would naturally choose nearby hospitals. If the location was too far, patients wouldn't bother going, or in emergencies, they might die before reaching the hospital. The city center is not only expensive but also lacks large plots of land available for hospital construction. Therefore, he had no choice but to focus on areas slightly farther from the city center, where there would still be sufficient foot traffic and large plots of land available for approval. However, personally visiting each location was too time-consuming, so after a few days, he decided to send a few people from Xingyue Group to take his place. He personally went to Jinhu Tower, assigned several senior executives to handle the matter, and after giving them instructions, he went to Chen Jiaqing's office. Chen Jiaqing had already begun preparing to launch an offensive against the Zhang family's businesses, so she was busy beyond belief every day. When Yi Ming pushed open the door, she was reviewing documents. Working so hard, doesn't she fear damaging her health? Chen Jiaqing saw Yi Ming and smiled. You finally remembered to check in on the company? Yi Ming walked around her new office. I'm here for business. Besides, with employees like you, there's nothing to worry about. Coming here would only cause trouble. Standing at the large floor-to-ceiling window, he looked out and saw most of Shanghai spread out before him. A sense of grandeur and dominance filled him, as if the entire world was within his grasp, and he was the one destined to rule it all. Yi Ming suddenly recalled the words that had appeared in his mind when he first received the Shangtang inheritance: when you establish a nation, you must become its ruler. His eyelid twitched. He had completely forgotten about this matter in recent days. He wondered if there was a time limit. Although nothing unusual had happened recently, he didn't know what the future held. To be safe, it was better to prepare early. Of course, he had already devised a plan to purchase a piece of land or an island somewhere. However, according to his requirements, the sovereignty of this land or island must be entirely his own, which was clearly impossible within the country. Therefore, he could only set his sights abroad. There was actually another option: go to a war-torn region, build up a faction, and vie for a share of the spoils to occupy a piece of territory. However, there were too many variables involved, and cultivating such a combat-ready faction would require significant time and effort. Chen Jiaqing noticed he was spacing out and felt curious, wondering what he was thinking about. Yi Ming snapped back to reality, smiled, and said with a twinkle in his eyes, I'm experiencing what it's like to be an emperor. Chen Jiaqing burst into laughter. Are you feverish? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Should we find a doctor to check you out? Yi Ming walked over, staring intently into her beautiful eyes. One day, we'll have our own territory. Do you believe it? Chen Jiaqing shrugged her shoulders, her eyebrows arching. Isn't Xingyue Group already your business empire? Xingyue Group has grown to its current scale, spanning over a dozen industries. To counter the Zheng family, we'll continue expanding into more sectors. It's a true commercial empire. Yi Ming shook his head and said seriously, I'm not talking about Xingyue Group. I'm talking about a real territory. Seeing the determined and resolute expression in Yi Ming's eyes, Chen Jiaqing, though she found it hard to believe, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he wasn't just talking idly. Recalling every promise Yi Ming had made in the past, it seemed he had either fulfilled them or was systematically working toward them. Her heart skipped a beat. This guy's ambitions are way too big. Chapter 99, Distinguished Guest. Yi Dashan had been working at the security department of Xingyue Group for some time. After learning about his background, all the security department employees treated him with the utmost respect, almost as if he were their own father. However, Yi Dashan refused their offers of respect and continued to work diligently. With him setting such a good example, the other security guards dared not slack off, each one demonstrating dedication to their jobs. That day, it was peak hour, and the main entrance was crowded with people, making the elevators very packed. 4 people noticed the side entrance, which was much less crowded, and decided to enter the Jinhu Tower through there.
These 4 individuals were from a company called Mitsui Company, Limited, based in our country. The company had consistently ranked among the Fortune Global 500 and possessed substantial resources. Their purpose for coming here today was primarily to discuss business cooperation in the electronics and information technology sector with a subsidiary of Xingyue Group. If this collaboration could be finalized, it would significantly boost their market share in the Eastern continent, enabling them to compete head-to-head with their longtime rival, Samsung Electronics. However, the 4 country nationals were unaware that this side entrance was exclusively for internal employees of the Xingyue Star Group, and without access cards, they were unable to enter from the outside. They shouted at the security guards in the guard booth in broken Chinese, "Hey, you guys at the gate, come open the door for us." Security personnel most despise being called gatekeepers. Hearing these individuals address them in such a manner, especially with a commanding tone, left a bitter taste in their mouths. Not to mention that they had no business being there. Even if they were authorized Starjoy Group employees, they would normally ask the security guard to open the door for them if they didn't have their cards. How dare they speak to us like that? One of the security guards, nicknamed Dezhuan, had been influenced by his parents since childhood and grew up watching anti-Japanese war dramas, harboring deep hatred for the Japanese. Seeing these people from Japan speaking to them like that, he coldly replied, "This is the VIP entrance of Xingyue Group. You have no right to pass through here. Go through the main entrance." One of our country nationals, noticing Dezhuan's unfriendly attitude, furrowed his brows and said, "We're here to discuss an important cooperation with Starjoy Group. We're their honored guests. We have every right to pass through here." Upon hearing that they were here to discuss an important collaboration with Starjoy Group, Dezhuan hesitated. If this collaboration was crucial for Starjoy Group, he feared that his stubbornness might jeopardize the deal, which would be unforgivable. He turned his pleading gaze toward Yi Dashin. After all, although Yi Dashin was just an ordinary security guard, he was backed by Qin Jiaqing, the head of Xingyue Group. Only he could resolve this matter. Dezhuan explained the situation to Yi Dashin, saying, "These are our country nationals, not Starjoy Group employees. They don't have access cards, so according to regulations, they can't pass through here. However, they claim they're here to discuss a partnership with Starjoy Group. I'm worried that if this partnership is crucial for Starjoy Group and I prevent them from entering, causing the deal to fall through, I'll be held personally responsible. Uncle Yi, please make the decision." After hearing his explanation, Yi Dashin had already made up his mind. He was a strict man who believed that rules must be followed. Moreover, he didn't have a good impression of these country nationals, so he told Dezhuan, "Tell them to use the main gate. They can go up through the main gate. We won't open the door for them here." Dezhuan was delighted and gave Yi Dashin a thumbs up, saying, "That's exactly what Uncle Yi wanted to hear." He turned around and told our country nationals, "The main entrance is also accessible. Please use the main entrance." Our country nationals were furious when they heard the security guards refuse their request. They knew they could enter through the main gate, but the problem was that it was too crowded with people coming and going. They were here to negotiate a partnership with Xingyue Group. They were important guests, after all. They deserved more than just a VIP. Even having Xingyue Group's employees attend to them personally wouldn't be too much to ask. Now even the security guards dared to refuse them. They shouted angrily, "You ungrateful bastards, open the door immediately. Otherwise, when I see your boss, I'll make sure he fires you all. You'd better be smart about this." In reality, at their level, the person they were supposed to negotiate with was merely the general manager of a subsidiary under the group. They had no way of reaching Chen Jiaqing. With Yi Dashin as his backer, Dezhuan wasn't afraid of them. He remained calm and said, "Sorry, we're just following orders. If you want to sue, go ahead. We'll wait." "Exactly, we'll wait." The other security guards also chimed in confidently. The 4 country nationals turned pale with anger. They never expected that even a few security guards could handle them. They had come here to seek cooperation with Xingyue Group. In other words, they were actually in a passive position. Whether the cooperation could succeed or not largely depended on Xingyue Group's decision. Otherwise, it wouldn't be them coming to Xingyue Group's headquarters, but Xingyue Group's representatives going to their territory. However, they believed that even though they were seeking cooperation with Xingyue Group, as a Fortune 500 company, they couldn't afford to lower their stance too much. Otherwise, they would inevitably be at an absolute disadvantage during negotiations. Therefore, they believe that if they cannot even handle these few security guards, they will be looked down upon by Xingyue Group's representatives, which would be detrimental to the negotiations. Moreover, as high-tech talent from our country, they naturally consider themselves superior to these security guards. The 4 of them gathered together and whispered, "This time, when we negotiate with Xingyue Group, we must maintain a strong stance. We cannot let them think that we are the ones seeking their cooperation. Therefore, we must enter through this door. This is a matter of principle and attitude we cannot compromise. What if they refuse to let us in? Then let them taste the might of our country." Imperial Karate Black Belt 7th Dan. One of them clenched his fist and spoke with a menacing expression. "Okada, is this really necessary?" Another person looked concerned.
These are just ordinary security guards. What can they do? Will Xingyue Group really refuse to cooperate with us over a few security guards? You must know that the expected amount of this cooperation is 500 million M gold. Would they really give up this opportunity over a few security guards? If that's the case, Xingyue Group would never have grown to its current scale. After all, businessmen are all about profit. In the face of 500 million M gold, these few security guards are nothing but disposable pawns. If they weren't willing to sacrifice them, they wouldn't be qualified businessmen and wouldn't deserve to collaborate with Mitsui Company. That makes sense. Then, Okada, if it comes to a fight, who will you target first? Okada glanced at the security guards, then fixed his gaze on the oldest one, Yi Dashin. Chapter 100, The Fight Begins. That's the one. Okada pointed at Yi Dashin, a smirk playing on his lips. No way, Okada? The oldest one? Aren't you afraid of being mocked for picking on an old man? Okada smiled. You don't understand. Look around. All the security guards here are young guys except for him. He's the only one who's so old. What does that tell you? He's so old and still working as a security guard. His family must be in bad shape. Someone like him, you can beat him up and it won't be a big deal. But those young guys, if they feel humiliated, they might try to fight you to the death. That's not worth the risk. Pseudo-soon, Okada-Koen, you're smart. After discussing it, the four of them decided to enter through this door. Okada, the most skilled among them, stepped forward and pointed at the security guards, saying, You gatekeepers, open the door immediately, or we'll open it our way. Dazhuang snorted coldly, Come at us if you dare. Okada knew these security guards were determined not to open the door voluntarily, so he didn't get angry. He walked straight to the door, suddenly raised his foot, and kicked the door with all his might. Seeing this, the security guards all flew into a rage, their faces flushing red as they charged forward. They were all young and headstrong. These fewer country nationals dared to act so brazenly here, and they were all furious. What are you doing? Dazhuang shouted first. This countryman dared to kick the door in public. This was clearly a slap in the face to all of them. This is simply too arrogant. Okada, however, shrugged indifferently, What's the matter? You won't open the door for us, so we'll just open it ourselves. Dazhuang blocked the door, clenching his teeth and saying coldly, Try moving again. Okada paid no heed, slowly circling around Dazhuang to an unblocked spot, and kicked again with all his strength. The door was made of glass, though of good quality, but his kick still caused a crack to appear. Dazhuang couldn't believe he dared to kick the door. Enraged, he shouted, You, and swung his fist at him. He'd had enough. Even if it meant losing his job, he wouldn't allow a Japanese person to act so arrogantly on his turf. He was going to teach this Japanese man a lesson. However, the other man was a 7th Dan black belt in karate. Dazhuang had no advantages besides his height and strength. His punch was easily deflected by Okada. After deflecting Dazhuang's attack, Okada did not strike again. He was waiting for Yi Dashin to arrive. But he wasn't idle. He continued to kick the door fiercely with his feet, deflecting the attacks of the other security guards one by one. The cracks in the glass door grew denser and denser. Yi Dashin, who had been standing behind, saw this and was about to reason with this country national. You can't do this. This is our Xingyue Group's territory. He stood in front of the glass door. Okada, seeing Yi Dashin finally approach, gave a cold smile, didn't waste any words, and directly punched Yi Dashin in the stomach. Yi Dashin couldn't dodge in time and was hit square in the stomach, letting out a pained cry as he clutched his abdomen and crouched down on the ground. Uncle Yi! Uncle Yi! Uncle Yi! Other security guards rushed over, shouting, and helped Yi Dashin to his feet. Uncle Yi, are you okay? Is it serious? Yi Dashin's forehead was sweating profusely, and he felt like several of his ribs were broken. Quick, notify Mr. Chen. Call an ambulance immediately. Dazhuang shouted, his face flushed. All right. A security guard immediately ran back to the security room to make a call. Okada watched the scene unfold from behind, sneering, This is the consequence of not respecting us. Remember this lesson. Don't think you can bully us country people. Let me tell you, it's always been us country people bullying you Easterners. It was like that in the past, and it's still like that now. Okada's companions cheered him on. Mr. Okada, well done. Okada-Koen, you're the hero of Zipan. Yi Ming was chatting with Chen Jiaqing when his assistant, Zhao Rongrui, rushed in. Seeing her boss in Chen Zeng's office, she recalled what Yi Ming had told her earlier, and her face flushed. However, the situation was urgent, so she didn't have time to think about it. She immediately spoke up, Mr. Chen, the security room downstairs just called. They said several country nationals are trying to enter through the exclusive employee of our Xingyue Group. They were stopped by the security guards, and a fight broke out. One of the security guards, named Yi Dashin, was also beaten. What? Chen Jiaqing and Yi Ming both exclaimed in shock. Yi Ming's expression turned terrifying in an instant. Without a word, he rushed out. Chen Jiaqing put down her work and hurriedly followed him downstairs. Standing in the elevator, Yiming's face was dark and terrifying. How dare they attack his father, especially a citizen of our country? His teeth clenched so tightly they ground together, and his anger boiled over. As the numbers on the elevator display decreased, he grew increasingly anxious, never having felt the elevator move so slowly before. He couldn't help but punch the elevator wall, causing it to shake violently. Fortunately, this was a private elevator. Otherwise, with people getting on and off along the way, it would have been even slower. Chen Jiaqing stood beside him, speaking softly to comfort him. "Don't worry, uncle, you will be fine." However, her eyes were also filled with anxiety. Finally, with a ding, the elevator reached the ground floor. Yiming frantically pressed the door open button, and as soon as the doors opened, he rushed out wildly. Chapter 101, A Lesson Learned. Those fewer country nationals looked at the security guards supporting Yi Dashin as if they were victors, their faces adorned with smug smiles. How about it? Have you tasted the consequences of defying US or country people? Da Zhuang stood in front of Yi Dashin, glaring at them with blazing anger, but there was nothing he could do. However, since these people were blocking the glass door, the our country nationals couldn't get inside either. Okada stepped forward again and shouted, "Good dogs, don't block the way. Get out of my way, or else don't blame me for continuing. You dare!" Da Zhuang roared. "Watch me." Okada kicked De Zhuang with all his strength. De Zhuang instinctively blocked the kick with his hand. Crack! Da Zhuang's arm snapped in two, bending at a terrifying angle. Ah! Da Zhuang let out an agonizing scream. The pain left him completely drained of strength, cold sweat pouring down his head and back. He clutched his severed arm with his other hand and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. "Haha, you fool!" Okada clapped his hands, intending to kick aside the security guards blocking the door one by one. At that moment, Yiming finally arrived. He saw his father lying on the ground in agony and rushed over. "Dad, how are you?" Yiming's eyes were red with tears. "Have you called an ambulance yet?" he asked the security guard beside him. "We did." Yi Dashin, weak and feeble, said to Yiming, "Xiaoming, I'm fine, I won't die." Seeing his father's weakened state, tears welled up in Yiming's eyes. He clenched his teeth, slowly stood up, and turned to face the four our country nationals. "Who are you?" His voice was extremely cold, as if it contained a 1,000-year-old iceberg. The four our country nationals in front of him couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. They didn't recognize Yiming, but an uneasy feeling crept over them. Okada, with his neck stiff, shouted, "You're his son, aren't you? Your father was too disrespectful. I gave him a lesson, and I hope." Before he could finish, Yiming struck him with a single punch, this time holding nothing back. Okada saw Yiming's fist coming toward him, his pupils suddenly contracted, sensing an extremely dangerous aura. He scrambled to the ground and narrowly dodged Yiming's punch. Yiming's punch was filled with boundless anger, fierce and unyielding, though its speed hadn't reached its peak yet. Plus, the distance was too great, which allowed Okada to evade it. Okada stared at Yiming in shock, feeling the power of that punch. He knew that if he had taken it head-on, he would have been in serious trouble. Yiming didn't pause for a moment, turning around and charging toward Okada once more. This time, he released his heightened senses, completely anticipating Okada's next move. Okada had no place to dodge and immediately shouted, "Stop! I'm from her country." However, Yiming paid no heed, delivering a punch directly to his chest. Bang! Okada felt excruciating pain spreading rapidly across his chest. He stared at Yiming in disbelief. He never imagined that this young man's strength could be so terrifying. Yiming's fist continued its relentless momentum, sinking directly into his chest. Okada's eyes bulged out of their sockets. He felt his life force rapidly dissipating, and an overwhelming sense of terror engulfed him. This terrifying feeling was death. He never imagined he would die here. He never imagined anyone could kill him with a single punch. Yiming withdrew his hand, his fist covered in blood. He wiped it on Okada's clothes. Then he slapped his face, his voice cold and ruthless, "Die. I hate you." Okada let out a final agonized scream in Japanese before his body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. The remaining three our country nationals watched the scene unfold before them, their eyes filled with shock. Looking at the massive blood hole in Okada's chest, they all felt a chill run down their spines. They never imagined that someone could kill Okada so quickly. And all with just one fist. Such power was terrifying. They were trembling uncontrollably, standing there speechless and helpless. Chen Jiaqing finally arrived just then. The remaining three our country nationals, upon seeing Chen Jiaqing, rushed over to him as if he were their savior and said, "Mr. Chen, you've finally arrived." One of them pointed at Yiming and said, "Mr. Chen, call the police. This man has committed murder, and he's extremely skilled. He's extremely dangerous. Send the best armed police to arrest him." Chen Jiaqing ignored the our country nationals and rushed over to Yi Dashin, who was still lying on the ground, asking anxiously, "Uncle Yi, how are you?" The remaining three our country nationals heard Chen Jiaqing's address to Yi Dashin and were all stunned. He's actually Chen Zong's uncle? This collaboration is doomed to fail. What should we do now? Okada is dead. How will we explain this back home?
This murderer must be punished. Call the police immediately and report the situation to our country.
Tell them that the one who killed Okada is likely a psychic.
Yes.
One of them quickly turned around and pulled out his phone from his pocket.
Yiming coldly stared at the remaining three our country nationals. In his eyes, they were already dead. They had witnessed his capabilities, and as our country nationals, letting them go could lead to trouble. Moreover, they had harmed his father. Even if they hadn't directly killed him, they were still complicit with the murderer and could not be spared.
He noticed someone turning around and reaching for their phone.
He suddenly darted forward, appearing beside the person in an instant. He snatched the phone from their hand and crushed it in his fist.
What are you doing? We didn't do anything.
The man's eyes were filled with fear. Yiming's lips curled into a cold smile, not bothering to respond. He now resembled a ruthless killer, reaching out to grip the man's throat. The remaining two were stunned that Yiming didn't even bother to reason with them, their hearts trembling wildly. They exchanged glances, nodded, and immediately split up, running in opposite directions.
Trying to escape?
Yiming suddenly darted forward, swiftly closing the distance to one of them, kicking him hard enough to send him crashing to the ground, unable to get back up. He then swiftly caught up with the other person, punching him in the back, causing his heart to rupture, and he died instantly. Chen Jiaqing witnessed Yiming's incredible skills and, in shock, made a swift decision. She glared coldly at the security guards, signaling them not to say a word. The security guards nodded heavily.
We saw nothing. An ambulance arrived 10 minutes later, and Yi Dashan and Dajwan were both taken to the hospital. Chapter 102, Adding Fuel to the Fire. Yi Dashan and Dajwan were promptly taken to the hospital. After surgery, they were in stable condition and only needed to rest for a while. After this incident, Yiming was absolutely determined not to let Yi Dashan work as a security guard again, to avoid any further accidents. While Yiming was accompanying his father during his recovery, Chen Jiaqing began to address the aftermath of the incident. For our country nationals were found dead near the Jinhu Tower, which was a major incident. Moreover, these four individuals were mid to high-level executives of Mitsui Company, Limited, a company listed among the Fortune Global 500. They had come to Xingyue Group for business negotiations but suddenly died all at once, which enraged their company's senior management. They demanded that the Dongfang Police Department identify the culprits and impose severe punishment. The police arrived at the management office of the Jinhu Tower and demanded access to the surveillance footage. However, Chen Jiaqing had already had all surveillance footage from the area deleted for the past 3 days. If they had only deleted the footage from the time of the incident, the motive would have been too obvious, akin to hiding something by drawing attention to it. However, by deleting all footage from the past 3 days, they could claim the surveillance system was malfunctioning and unable to record, which seemed more plausible. Without surveillance footage, there was no evidence, making the security guards the primary suspects in the police investigation. Based on the crime scene, they were the only ones who had come into conflict with the four our country nationals and had the opportunity to kill them. However, the security guards had already prepared their defense strategy. They mostly remained silent or answered non-committal questions. Additionally, Chen Jiaqing hired a high-profile legal team to defend them. This left the police investigation temporarily at a standstill. Nevertheless, a few days later, a video of Yiming killing the four our country nationals surfaced online, accompanied by a headline. Shocking! A murder occurred downstairs at Jinhu Tower, where a mysterious individual single-handedly defeated 4 opponents in an instant. The video appears to have been recorded from a great distance, and the person filming seems to be trembling uncontrollably. As a result, the video quality is not very clear, and only a general outline of the incident can be seen. Yiming's face is completely unrecognizable. The comments section below the video quickly filled up with messages. Wow, that guy's speed looks faster than Bobby's. Bobby's nothing. Look at the after images behind him. His speed is faster than the speed of sound. Who are those 4 people? They actually provoked someone so powerful it's a one-hit kill. They seem to be from our country, supposedly very arrogant. They're our country bastards. Well done. He's our hero. What did the police find out later? The police didn't find any concrete evidence. They just arrested the security guards for questioning. We can't let the police see this video. If they see it, our national hero will be in danger. Pfft, even if they see it, it's useless. You can't even see their faces. Do you know who he is? This video only proves that those 4 our country people were indeed killed. This video quickly made headlines on major news outlets. Millions of people left comments. Meanwhile, in a secluded mansion in the capital city, a young man watched the video and felt his blood boil. That's incredible. Even if it were the elite Sanglong Special Forces in his hands, they wouldn't last 3 moves. I must find him and beg him to take me as his disciple. This young man is Su Menghan, the son of a renowned general. Although his family had already arranged a future for him in politics, Su Menghan was obsessed with martial arts and refused to follow their plans. Fortunately, he was still young and deeply loved by his grandfather, so his family didn't force him, allowing him to pursue his martial arts dreams further.
A true man should be like this. Su Mingheng, upon seeing Yiming's astonishing martial arts skills, excitedly slapped the table and exclaimed, "I must apprentice under him." He opened a web page and began browsing casually. Suddenly, he came across a news article in the economic section. An economic crisis has struck a certain region, with territories facing bankruptcy. His eyes lit up. If that's the case, perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to buy an island from that territory. He immediately pulled up the map of the region on Google Maps, studied it carefully, and finally settled on an island called Tay Island. Tay Island is located in the eastern part of the Mediterranean Sea, covering an area of 8,836 square kilometers, making it the largest island in the region. Its size is roughly equivalent to the combined area of Shanghai and Shenzhen. There are countless territories in the world smaller than this. Therefore, if he could purchase it and develop it, Yiming's plan would be fully achievable. Chapter 103, Information about the Murderer. Thanks to that video, the security guards at Jinhu Tower were cleared of all charges and released by the police. At the Zheng family mansion in Kowloon, Zhang Qiujun, who was recovering from his injuries, also saw the video and immediately recognized the figure as Yiming. Watching Yiming's extraordinary martial arts skills, he was deeply shocked. He finally realized that Yiming had held back that day, otherwise, he might have ended up like those four country nationals. Upon seeing the domestic media reports that the murderer had not yet been apprehended, he snorted coldly. Others may not know who it is, but I certainly do. He immediately contacted the police investigating the case and provided them with a lead, stating that the killer bore a striking resemblance to the actual controller of Xingyue Group Yiming. The police were under immense pressure at the time, as the country authorities were constantly urging them to apprehend the murderer and bring him to justice. Domestic media outlets were growing increasingly hostile, accusing the police of incompetence for failing to solve such a simple case. It seemed like the case was heading toward a dead end, but just when everyone was at a loss, someone suddenly provided this lead. The police immediately sprang into action, rushing to Yiming's residence, Shengshi Huading. It was as if they feared he might flee in the middle of the night. The police knew that anyone living in such a place must have a high social status, so when they found Yiming, they spoke to him politely. "Mr. Yi, we received a tip that you are connected to the deaths of the four country nationals found at the bottom of the Jinhu Tower. We would like you to accompany us to the police station to assist with our investigation." Yiming remained calm and replied, "You suspect me? Do you have any evidence?" The police officer looked awkward and replied, "Not yet. Without evidence, you can go back first. Come back when you find evidence. I won't leave, I'll wait here for you." Yiming spoke calmly, but his entire body exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. "Mr. Yi, please don't make this difficult for us. We're just following the law." The security captain looked troubled. Yiming suddenly turned to face him, his aura intensifying further, causing the security captain's heart to skip a beat. "All right, I need to rest. Please leave. Come back when you have evidence." He finished speaking and ignored the security officers, turning around and heading back to his room to rest. The security officers looked at each other in confusion. This guy was way too arrogant. The captain sighed and ordered them to disperse. "Captain, is this the man? Judging by his build, he does look similar, but that's not enough to confirm he's the murderer. Then let's just arrest him and interrogate him. We have the authority to detain him for 48 hours without question. Look at how arrogant he was just now, I can't stand it." The captain glared at him. "Do you think someone who can live here is an ordinary person? If he's really the guy in the video, with his skills, we're no match for him. And if he's not, we'll be framing an innocent person. We'll end up in trouble either way. Does he dare to attack the police? If he dares to lay a finger on us, I'll report him for assaulting an officer." The captain sighed and shook his head. "Little Lee, you're still too young. All right, I'll teach you a lesson today." He took a drag on his cigarette. He killed those four country nationals in broad daylight. He's definitely a ruthless and brutal individual. Without sufficient evidence, we shouldn't provoke him. Otherwise, you might end up getting killed without even knowing it. Xiao Li, who had been speaking, felt a chill run down his neck as if a cold wind had blown past. He shrank his neck and said nothing more. Zhang Qiujun had been waiting for news of Yiming's arrest, but after waiting endlessly, he heard nothing. He then used various means to investigate, only to find that there was insufficient evidence to arrest him. He was deeply frustrated. No evidence? What the hell? Don't you know you can interrogate him first and then fabricate a confession? If that doesn't work, torture him until he confesses. After much deliberation, he finally summoned someone and ordered, "Go find a group of online trolls and spread posts online claiming Yiming is the murderer. Make sure the information is detailed, and preferably include photos." "Got it." The person took the order and left. Overnight, the internet was flooded with posts claiming Yiming was the murderer, complete with photos and detailed information. Instantly, a heated discussion erupted. Who's so powerful? They actually found the killer's information, and it looks pretty convincing. Why hasn't the police taken action? Public safety is just a joke. My buddy works in public safety. He said the investigation had already zeroed in on this person, but there's no evidence yet.
Isn't this evidence? The pressure on the police is growing.
Online posts, deliberately guided by paid commentators, clearly imply that Yi Ming is the murderer, and the criticism of the police is becoming increasingly intense.
Shocking.
In the face of irrefutable evidence, the police remain indifferent. The public security officers have been bribed.
The murderer is the big boss of Xingyue Group. Is there any law and order left in this society? Where are public morality and decency? Can money really buy anything? Will the police not step forward and provide a reasonable explanation? Of course, there are also netizens holding other viewpoints.
After all, it's just a few country nationals who died.
Is there really a need to get so worked up?
In my opinion, the more who die, the better.
Such widespread posts naturally caught the attention of Su Mengheng.
Unlike others, he was deeply moved at that moment.
So my master's name is Yi Ming? He's the big boss of Xingyue Group? No wonder I've been searching for him everywhere.
He had already recognized Yi Ming as his master in his heart. He chuckled to himself, maybe I can even give my master a big welcome gift.
Chapter 104, It's All a Misunderstanding. Under the immense pressure from the fishing vessel, the police relented. Although there was still no concrete evidence, they decided to take Yi Ming to the Public Security Bureau for a 48-hour detention and take some photos as a formality to appease the public. The captain said with a wry smile at Yi Ming's home, Mr. Yi, please understand our situation. We have no choice but to act this way. We have no ill will toward you.
To be honest, we'd be happy if a few country nationals died, but if the police don't take action, it might spark even stronger public backlash. Yi Ming furrowed his brows. He had been studying how to exacerbate an economic crisis in a certain area when he was interrupted, which annoyed him. However, considering the immense impact of this incident, he decided to cooperate with the police. He smiled and said, all right, I'll go with you, but remember, you only have 48 hours.
Mr. Yi, thank you for your cooperation. The captain sighed in relief. Just then, the captain's phone rang.
He looked at the number and answered it respectfully.
Hello? Director G? What's the sudden urgency?
The caller was his superior, Director G.
A deep voice came from the other end, where are you now?
The captain quickly replied, oh, Director G, I'm currently at Yi Ming's residence. He has agreed to cooperate and given us 48 hours. The other party suddenly shouted angrily, get back here immediately.
Who gave you permission to go there?
If you dare to touch a single hair on Mr. Yi, I won't spare you. The captain was a bit confused. Director G, I know Mr. Yi's status. I wouldn't dare touch him. I just asked him to come with us for 48 hours.
Director G roared, sit your ass down. The captain was startled by his words and asked, Director G, what's going on? What should we do now? The online fishing boats are too aggressive. If we don't do something, our reputation will be ruined.
Those online are all paid trolls.
Don't worry about them.
The higher-ups have already contacted the cyber police department.
All information about Yi Ming will be removed from the entire internet immediately. You must withdraw your team and apologize to Yi Ming. Captain Lu's eyes flickered, then he replied, yes, and hung up the phone.
Looking back at Yi Ming, his smile was even broader than before.
Mr. Yi, please stay here. You don't need to go to the police station with us. This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding?
Yi Ming froze, confused by the situation.
The captain had just received a call and claimed it was a misunderstanding. Could someone be speaking on his behalf? He racked his brain but couldn't figure out who could have such influence.
He didn't know any powerful figures who could make the police call off the operation with just one word. However, he didn't bother to think about it further. Since he didn't have to go, he would continue researching how to add fuel to the economic crisis in a certain area. Soon, all the posts about Yi Ming online vanished without a trace. Maeda Kazuo, the president of Mitsui Company, Limited, was furious to see that the Dongfang police had managed to suppress the matter. He was sitting in the conference room, his face dark and grim, surrounded by senior executives of Mitsui Company. We have lost 4 of our dear colleagues, who were the pillars of Mitsui Company. His voice was hoarse. They had gone to Xingyue Group to seek cooperation, but they never returned.
This is a huge loss for Mitsui Company.
We already know who the murderer is, and everyone knows who it is, but the Dongfang police are turning a blind eye to it, which makes me extremely angry. The 4 of them were warriors of Mitsui Company, and even more so, warriors of our country. This time, even without the Dongfang police, we must seek justice for our 4 warriors and ensure that the murderer receives the punishment he deserves. Someone below asked him, President, from that video, the murderer seems to have superhuman abilities. If he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't stand a chance against him.
Maeda Kazuo sneered.
As far as I know, this man recently offended the Zhang family of the 9 dragons. Zheng Qiujun, the heir to the Zhang family, was injured by him. He lost an arm and several ribs were broken. Yet the Zhang family hasn't made a move or sought revenge.
This is highly unusual. Later, I sent someone to investigate.
It turns out they're searching everywhere for the Singaporean martial arts master Su Xianzhai. They plan to have Su Xianzhai deal with that kid.
Su Xianzhai? Someone exclaimed in shock. That's right.
Su Xianzhai's prowess is well known to all of you here. Once he steps in, that young man will have no chance of survival.
So, should we collaborate with the Zheng family? Mayeta Kazuo nodded with a sinister smile.
Of course, that young man is already in control of Xingyue Group and Jinhu Tower. The forces behind him must be formidable. If he is killed by Su Xianzhai, his backers will certainly seek revenge, and the Zheng family will be their target. At that moment, an elderly man suddenly stood up. Mr. President, Su Xianzhai and I are old friends.
I know where he is currently. Should I introduce him to the Zheng family? Mayeta Kazuo's eyes lit up. That would be perfect. In that case, I'll leave this matter to Mr. Inoue. Chapter 105, Becoming a Disciple.
Su Minghong stood before the villa of Yi Ming and Shengshi Huading that day. He straightened his clothes and knocked on the door. The maid opened the door, confirmed that there was no one inside, and looked at him in confusion.
Who are you looking for? Su Minghong smiled and said, I'm here to find my master. Your master? The maid looked the teenager up and down.
He was around 16 or 17, neatly dressed.
Did you come to the wrong place?
Ah Hu walked over and said, Young man, this is a private residence.
How could your master be here? Yes, my master's name is Yi Ming. He lives here, right?
Ah Hu furrowed his brows, wondering when the boss had taken on such a disciple. Since the boy was the boss's disciple, Ah Hu didn't want to keep him waiting at the door.
He opened the door and let Su Minghong in. Why hasn't your master mentioned you before? I haven't met my master yet. Ah Hu was taken aback. What do you mean?
Su Minghong chuckled, no, it's the other way around.
I've met my master, but he hasn't met me yet. Ah Hu was even more confused. What did he mean by met or not met?
But he didn't bother to ask further and went upstairs to tell Yi Ming. He knocked on the door and called out, Boss, your apprentice is here.
Don't bother me, I'm busy. Yi Ming instinctively replied.
He was frantically searching for economic data on a certain region. He had originally planned to ask Chen Jiaqing for help, but seeing that Chen Jiaqing was always busy and never around, he decided to handle it himself. After a moment, he suddenly snapped back to reality.
Wait, my apprentice? When the hell did I get an apprentice? He opened the door. Where did I get an apprentice?
Ah Hu pointed downstairs.
It's him.
Su Minghong also saw Yi Ming upstairs and waved his hand. Master, I've admired you for a long time.
Admire me? Yi Ming frowned and walked downstairs. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Why are you calling me master?
Su Minghong, master, your skills in taking down those 4 country bastards were so cool and impressive. From the moment I saw that video, I decided I had to become your disciple.
Yi Ming was taken aback.
He had no intention of taking on disciples, but seeing that this kid was the type who wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted, he glanced at Ah Hu standing beside him. He suddenly stepped toward Su Minghong and said, Let me tell you the truth.
The person in that video wasn't me, it was him. Yi Ming pointed at Ah Hu.
Ah Hu saw his boss pointing at him and felt bad.
Him? But the photo clearly shows you. Su Minghong looked at him with suspicion.
That photo was added later. His identity couldn't be revealed, so I had to use my photo instead. If you don't believe me, you can test his skills. You'll see how powerful he is. I'm telling you, he used to fight in underground black markets in Kowloon, and he's never lost a single match.
That's so impressive.
Su Minghong's eyes lit up as he looked at Ah Hu. This made Ah Hu shiver.
Damn it, he's pushing it onto me.
That's right. Later, I hired him as my bodyguard at a high price.
If I were really as skilled as in the video, why would I need him as a bodyguard? You see what I mean?
Su Minghong nodded in agreement.
That makes sense.
He immediately left Yi Ming behind and knelt down on one knee in front of Ah Hu, clasping his hands together, begging him to teach him martial arts. Ah Hu looked at Yi Ming helplessly. Yi Ming frowned at him, and he immediately understood the meaning, so he reluctantly agreed to take Su Minghong as his disciple. Yi Ming clapped his hands and smiled as he continued upstairs.
What's your name?
Introduce yourself first. Ah Hu immediately adopted a serious expression. Now that he had taken on a disciple, he had to act like a master. My name is Su Minghong, from the Su family of the capital. My grandfather is Su Donghai, and my father is Su Wenkuan. Yi Ming had just reached the staircase when he heard Su Minghong's words, and he was greatly surprised. Damn it, I never expected this kid who suddenly showed up to have such a powerful background. Yi Ming naturally knew who Su Donghai and Su Wenkuan were. This father-son duo were prominent figures in the country, absolute power brokers whose every move could shake half of the East. They were the third generation of a prominent family, and not just any ordinary third generation. He recalled the last time the police came to his house, and with just one phone call, they were all sent away. It must have been this kid's doing. With him around, many things would become much simpler in the future. A smile appeared on Yi Ming's face.
Su Menghang is an impatient man.
After paying respects to his master, he dragged Ah Hu outside and demanded he teach him martial arts. The Zhang family's search for Su Xianzhai had made progress recently. Mitsui Company Inoue Ichiro had informed them of Su Xianzhai's secluded residence. The truly wise hide in plain sight Su Xianzhai was living in a densely populated town on the eastern part of South Sumatra Island. Without someone telling them, they would never have found the place. To show their sincerity, Zhang Guohua personally prepared a generous gift to invite him. Su Xianzhai's residence was worlds apart from Chen Buotong's. When Zhang Guohua arrived at his doorstep, he couldn't believe his eyes. This dilapidated attic was actually the dwelling place of the once famous martial arts master who had once shaken the southeast 30 years ago. Su Xianzhai was a few years younger than Chen Badang but was also nearly 100 years old. At that moment, he looked gaunt and frail, with white hair and beard, resembling an old man on the brink of death. However, his eyes were not cloudy, they still gleamed with an unsettling, piercing light. When Zhang Guohua saw him, he felt as though he were in the depths of a frozen wasteland, a chill running through his entire body. "What brings you here?" Su Xianzhai asked casually. Zhang Guohua replied respectfully, "I have come to disturb your peaceful meditation, and I feel deeply ashamed. However, the matter I seek your help with is something only you can resolve in this world." "Tell me about it." "I have a son who recently offended a ruthless man. This man is extremely powerful and severely injured my son. I have come here specifically to ask the master to intervene and punish this ruthless man. If the master agrees to help, I will reward you generously." Su Xianzhai knew full well that Zhang Guohua was using him as a henchman. Such matters might have been within his capabilities 3 or 4 decades ago, but now, he simply refused to bother with it. "Go back. My old, weak, and sickly body is no longer what it once was. I cannot avenge your beloved son." Zhang Guohua was not surprised by this response. He had prepared his answer in advance. He raised his head, looked into Su Xuanzhai's eyes, and said in a solemn voice, "The dragon transformation vase is in his possession. I presume the master is interested in this item?" "What?" Sure enough, upon hearing this, Su Xianzhai's eyes widened in shock, and the flame that had long since died in his heart burst into flames once more. The dragon transformation vase is really in his hands? Seeing his reaction, Zhang Guohua was overjoyed, knowing that there was hope. Indeed, he had purchased the dragon transformation vase at an auction in Kowloon for $250 million. A faint smile finally appeared on Su Xianzhai's gaunt face. He never expected that, at the moment of his despair, it had finally appeared. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Guohua with a determined look, his hands trembling slightly. There was no time to waste, they must depart immediately. "Yes, master." A cruel smile flashed across Zhang Guohua's lips. "Yi Ming, your time has come." Chapter 106, Cease Cooperation. Zhang Guohua wasn't just looking to eliminate Yi Ming so easily. His ultimate goal was to swallow up Xingyue Group. That was a piece of meat he had been salivating over for years. If he could take down Xingyue Group, the Zhang family would undoubtedly rise a notch on the rankings of the 4 great families of Jiulong, and even leap to second place. In his plan, Yi Ming's death was merely the final move to secure victory. And the opening move was the forced acquisition of Xingyue Group. Sitting on the private jet back home, he felt a slight surge of excitement. The rankings of the 4 great families of Jiulong had remained unchanged for years. Whenever people mentioned the Zhang family, they always referred to them as the bottom-tier family among the 4 great families. Though not exactly an insult, it was a thorn in his side. Why should the Zhang family be at the bottom? That's why he had always been striving to enhance the Zhang family's strength. Previously, he had pushed to acquire the Jinhu Tower and expand the family's businesses on the mainland. That was part of the plan. Now, the more valuable Xingyue Group was his true target. With it, the Zhang family could avoid the hardship of starting from scratch in many industries on the mainland. Looking at Su Xianzhai, who was closing his eyes to rest, Zhang Guohua felt that the opportunity for the Zhang family to rise had finally arrived. However, over the past period, the senior advisory team led by Qin Jiaqing at Xingyue Group had not been idle. They had already completed their strategic and begun their formal operations. Just as Zhang Guohua stepped off the plane, he received a call from his assistant, Chang Hong. His tone was urgent. "Sir, starting last night, all suppliers, agents, distributors, and franchisees under our company have ceased all cooperation with us." "What?" Zhang Guohua exclaimed in shock. "Are you saying that all our upstream and downstream partners have terminated their cooperation with us?" "That's correct, all partners," Chang Hong said tremblingly. Zhang Guohua's brows furrowed deeply. Overnight, all upstream and downstream partners had suddenly ceased cooperation with the Zhang family. How could this be possible? He knew full well that this was no coincidence. Although any business relationship has its beginning and end. But for all partners to simultaneously announce the termination of their cooperation with the Zhang family overnight was simply too hard to believe. The Zhang family's current family assets exceed 500 billion gold. They have over 100 subsidiaries and thousands, even tens of thousands, of partners. Among them, there must be long-standing partners who have worked with the Zhang family for years. For them to suddenly end their partnerships, they must have received far greater benefits from someone else. Zhang Guohua predicted that if someone were meddling behind the scenes, attempting to poach all of the Zhang family's partners, the financial support required would likely exceed 100 billion M gold.
He was trembling with fear.
What kind of powerful entity had the Zhang family offended to drive them to such lengths, willing to spend 1 trillion M gold to push the Zhang family into such a dire situation? It is clear that the other party is spending so much money with no chance of making a profit. And those who control such vast funds are typically major conglomerates or powerful families.
But what kind of conglomerate or family would engage in such a thankless, loss-making venture?
Such entities simply do not exist.
Unless their decision-makers have lost their minds.
Zhang Guohua couldn't sit still anymore. The excitement he had felt moments ago had vanished without a trace. After all, if the Zhang family loses all its partners, it would be like a person losing their limbs. The remaining time would be nothing but a desperate struggle for survival.
For a family as massive as the Zhang family, every power would be watching them closely.
If they lost their limbs, they would undoubtedly be torn apart by other covetous forces. The Zhang family would plummet from the pinnacle of success to the depths of despair. Zhang Guohua's hands trembled as he gripped the phone.
His face turned ashen as he demanded into the receiver, "What's going on? How could this happen? I've only been gone for a short while, and this has already occurred?"
In truth, even if he hadn't gone to South Sumatra Island to seek Su Xianzhai's help, Chen Jiaqing would have carried out the plan anyway. This was merely a coincidence in timing. Sir, it seems like they've all coordinated their actions. They've all issued statements at the same time, unilaterally terminating their cooperation with us. This has caused a massive uproar throughout the entire Kowloon region.
Zhang Guohua quickly opened his phone and randomly clicked on a website.
The homepage was filled with headlines about the Zhang family.
Breaking news! All of the Zhang family's business partners have terminated their partnerships with them overnight.
The economy of Kowloon may be on the verge of a new landscape. The Zhang family has plummeted from one of the 4 great families overnight and may never recover.
The 4 great families are about to undergo a leadership change. Which family will replace the Zhang family?
The Zhang family's fall from grace has shaken the chief executive of Kowloon. The downfall of the Zhang family serves as a warning to other families. Zhang Guohua trembled as he held his phone, no longer able to immediately take Su Xuanzhai to settle accounts with Yi Ming. He decided to rush back to Jiulong to handle the aftermath. However, Su Xianzhai was still by his side. Originally, they had planned to go directly to Shanghai, but now he suddenly wanted to return to Kowloon, which would undoubtedly cause Su Xianzhai to feel dissatisfied. He apologized to Su Xianzhai, "Master, there's been a major emergency at my home.
I need to handle it immediately. Could you please come back with me first?" Su Xianzhai's expression darkened. He said, "I didn't plan to linger here for long. However, since there is an emergency at your home, I won't delay you. This is what we'll do, send someone to accompany me."
As an old man who had been in seclusion for decades, he was unfamiliar with the area and would certainly not be able to find Yi Ming on his own, so he absolutely needed someone to guide him. Zhang Guohua's original plan was to use Su Xianzhai's influence to force Yi Ming to sell the Star Joy Group to him, or even give it to him for free. Once he had the Star Joy Group in his hands, he would have Su Xianzhai kill Yi Ming. If Su Xianzhai went alone to find Yi Ming, his plan would be impossible to carry out. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and decided not to return to Kowloon first. Instead, he would take Su Xianzhai directly to Shanghai to find Yi Ming.
Chapter 107, Too Arrogant. The sudden unilateral announcement by all partners to terminate their cooperation with the Zhang family was utterly baffling.
Zhang Guohua believed that if they could swiftly take down Xingyue Group, it might slightly alleviate the pressure on the Zhang family. After making up his mind, he briefly informed Chang Hong and said to Su Xianzhai, "Since the master doesn't have much time, let's go find that person first." They then boarded a flight to Shanghai immediately. On the plane, Zhang Guohua carefully considered the matter. He believed that the Zhang family's current predicament must involve Xingyue Group, though he was unsure of their exact role. The Zhang family was one of the 4 major families in Kowloon, and had always been engaged in open and covert struggles with the other 3 families. Perhaps this time, one of them had taken the initiative to act, secretly colluding with the other families. He absolutely refused to believe that this matter was entirely orchestrated by Xingyue Group. Moreover, the massive funds involved were also entirely provided by Xingyue Group. Xingyue Group headquarters. Zhang Guohua led Su Xianzhai to the top floor of the Jinhu Tower. Zhang Guohua walked ahead, with Su Xianzhai following behind with his hands behind his back. Zhao Rongruei saw the 2 of them enter and immediately greeted them with a professional smile. "May I ask who you are looking for? Do you have an appointment?" Zhang Guohua turned his head and asked calmly, "Where is your boss's office?" His tone carried a hint of coldness. Zhao Rongruei, sensing that the 2 seemed to have come with ill intent, frowned slightly and said, "I'm sorry, our boss isn't here." Yi Ming had entrusted the management of Xingyue Group to Chen Jiaqing and rarely came here himself, so there was no office for him here.
"Then where is Chen's office?" Zhang Guohua asked in a commanding tone.
He knew that Chen Jiaqing was Yi Ming's girlfriend, and finding her would lead him to Yi Ming.
Zhao Rongrui was annoyed by his tone. You're not my superior. Why are you speaking to me like that?
However, as the highest decision maker of the Zhang family, Zhang Guohua naturally adopted a superior demeanor when speaking to ordinary people.
Zhao Rongrui's expression also grew unpleasant. Do you have an appointment? If not, please make one first.
Zhang Guohua had already spotted the general manager's office. Ignoring Zhao Rongrui's words, he walked straight toward Chen Jiaqing's office. Zhao Rongrui hurried out to block him.
How can you be so lacking in manners? I told you, if you don't have an appointment, make one first. Our general manager is very busy.
Zhang Guohua pushed her aside forcefully, glaring angrily, and barking, "Get out of my way.
Don't bother me." He was deeply worried about the current situation of the Zhang family and was in a hurry to finish his business and return home. He didn't want to waste any time here.
After speaking, Zhang Guohua pushed open the door to Chen Jiaqing's office. Since this top floor was entirely occupied by senior executives of Xingyue Group, security guards were not stationed here for privacy reasons. Zhao Rongrui got up from the ground and hurried to notify the security department. "Hey, send 3 or 4 security guards up here.
Someone broke into Mr. Chen's office without permission. Hurry up."
She then rushed back into Chen Jiaqing's office and urgently said from behind the door, "Mr. Chen, they didn't make an appointment and forced their way in.
I couldn't stop them."
After saying that, she stood in front of Zhang Guohua and said, "Please leave.
This is not a place you should be." Zhang Guohua glared at her with a menacing tone. "Do you think I won't throw you out of here?" Zhao Rongrui's heart skipped a beat.
Though she was afraid, she remained standing in front of them without moving. She was waiting for the security guards to arrive.
"This is the office of our group's general manager. You've trespassed and violated the law. I demand you leave immediately, or we'll call the police."
However, Zhang Guohua didn't even glance at him. His eyes were fixed on Chen Jiaqing, and he couldn't help but admire her beauty. After all, his son had been completely captivated by her. Chen Jiaqing put down her work, stood up, and her expression grew serious. She recognized Zhang Guohua, the backbone of the Zhang family of Jiulong. The fact that they had arrived at Xingyue Group so quickly must mean they were certain that Xingyue Group had cut off all cooperation with the Zhang family and their partners. So they had come to seek revenge against Xingyue Group? But why bring an old man with white hair and beard? She couldn't figure it out. However, seeing the old man standing there with his eyes slightly closed, breathing steadily, and moving like the wind when he first entered, she knew this old man was no ordinary person. Zhang Guohua looked at Chen Jiaqing coldly and said, "Call your boss Yi Ming over here." Zhao Rongrui anxiously looked toward the door, wondering why the security guards hadn't arrived yet. Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes were filled with caution as she tried to keep her expression calm.
"What do you want here at Xingyue Group? Didn't you hear me?
I told you to call Yi Ming over here." Zhang Guohua's face twisted in anger. Zhao Rongrui's face turned red with anger.
This man was simply unreasonable.
She glared at Zhang Guohua with her beautiful eyes.
"Is our boss someone you can just tell to come whenever you want?"
Zhang Guohua swung his hand and slapped Zhao Rongrui across the face.
"Shut up."
Zhao Rongrui, her slender body, was knocked back several steps and fell to the ground. Tears welled up in her eyes as she covered her face, gritting her teeth in hatred as she glared at Zhang Guohua. Chen Jiaqing rushed over to help her up, also glaring at Zhang Guohua.
"You've gone too far. How dare you hit someone? And in my office, no less."
Zhang Guohua said indifferently, "So what if I hit her? I could kill her today with ease. Get your boss Yi Ming out here, or I'll hit you too." Chen Jiaqing was so angry her chest was heaving. This was too arrogant. Like father, like son, she thought. That saying seems to hold true here. Zhang Qiujuan is so arrogant and tyrannical, it's no wonder his son is the same.
Xingyue Group is currently under my management.
Although Yi Ming is our boss, he doesn't handle any affairs.
I have full authority to handle everything," Chen Jiaqing said.
"Oh? You can handle everything?" Zhang Guohua furrowed his brows.
"It seems Yi Ming trusts you implicitly.
Since that's the case, here's what we'll do. I'll give you 1 million, and you sell me all the shares of Xingyue Group." A cold smile flashed across his lips, his tone leaving no room for negotiation.
"You're dreaming."
Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes widened, her face flushing red.
1 million yuan for all the shares of Xingyue Group? This is outright robbery. Chapter 108, Call Yi Ming over.
The security guard finally arrived. Upon seeing the security chief enter the office with 4 security guards, Chen Jiaqing felt as though she had seen reinforcements. She hurriedly said, "You're just in time.
Get these 2 out of here immediately."
"Yes, Miss Chen," the security chief replied in a stern voice. He walked straight up to Zhang Guohua, gave him a shove on the shoulder, and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you barge into the office of Chen Jiaqing, the CEO of Xingyue Group?
Do you want to die?"
Zhang Guohua stumbled backward. Facing the towering security chief, he was furious inside but dared not respond as arrogantly as before. He didn't want to end up on the receiving end of a punch. He brushed his shoulder as if to sweep away dust, then stepped back behind Su Xianzhai and whispered, "Master, I'll leave the rest to you." Su Xianzhai didn't say a word, he simply stepped forward. "You should follow Mr. Zheng's instructions and bring that man named Yi Ming over here." The security chief furrowed his brows. This old man was practically on his deathbed, yet he still dared to act so arrogant? Does he think he can rely on his age to intimidate others? Does he think no one will dare to lay a finger on him just because he's old? Old man, why aren't you at home enjoying your golden years with your grandchildren? What are you doing meddling here? I'll let you off because of your age. You all can leave now. Su Xianzhai stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a reclusive master. Upon hearing the security chief's words, his eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp light. He coldly smiled and extended his hand, palm upward. As a master of sorcery, his abilities were now on full display. His palm had gathered into a small whirlwind, resembling a miniature tornado. Zheng Guohua, who had been slightly worried about Su Xianzhai, saw this and immediately relaxed. No wonder he's a master of sorcery. He actually has such abilities. The security chief and his men saw this and furrowed their brows. Magic? However, this magic trick was too incredible. The security chief suddenly became curious and stepped forward to see how this magic trick worked. Suddenly, Su Xianzhai's hair and beard began to fly wildly. The small whirlwind grew larger, and then, with a flick of his palm, he pushed the whirlwind outwards. Though it seemed incredibly slow, the security chief instantly felt a sense of danger. He tried to dodge, but found his body immobilized as if under a spell, unable to move an inch. As the wind vortex grew larger and closer, the security chief's pupils dilated in terror. He finally realized that this was no magic trick at all. By the time the wind vortex reached him, it was already as tall as a person, large enough to engulf someone entirely. The security chief watched helplessly as the wind vortex surrounded him, then his body suddenly grew light. He felt himself flying upward, heading toward the window. Fear overwhelmed him, it was too bizarre. He screamed in terror, "Let me down." But no one responded. The others in the office who witnessed the scene were also shaken to the core. How was this possible? The security chief, who was over 6 feet tall and weighed at least 170 pounds, was now floating effortlessly in the air. He was suspended in mid-air, his entire body floating outward like a balloon. As he passed the window, he tried to grab the window frame, but he couldn't stop the gust of wind from continuing to carry him outward. His face was flushed red, his hands clutching the window frame with all his strength, his body already parallel to the ground. He knew that if he let go, he might be swept out into the open air over 300 meters above the ground. Su Xianzhai saw the security chief still struggling for his life and grew impatient. His eyes widened suddenly. In an instant, the wind vortex swelled even larger, and the security chief could no longer hold on, flying straight out into the void. As soon as he was outside, the wind vortex that had been enveloping him vanished instantly. Ah! The security chief screamed in agony as he plummeted downward. Everyone in the office witnessed the scene and couldn't help but gasp in horror. This is too bizarre. Is this even human? Could all of this have been done by this old man with white hair and beard? Is this magic? The remaining security guard muttered. Who is this old man? How could he know magic? Who are you? Why are you doing this? Chen Jiaqing was hugging Zhao Rongrui at that moment. Though she was terrified inside, she forced herself to stay calm. Zheng Guohua stepped forward with a smug expression and said, "The master is the renowned sorcerer from Singapore, Su Xianzhai. You are honored to have seen him and witnessed his abilities." Su Xianzhai? The people in the office looked confused, none of them had ever heard of such a person. Zheng Guohua, seeing everyone's confusion, laughed, "It's no wonder you haven't heard of him. After all, Master Su has been living in seclusion in the southeast for years. How about it? Are you scared? If you are, bring Yi Ming out here. At the same time, sell all your shares in Xingyue Group to me, and I promise I won't harm you." Chen Jiaqing, having witnessed Su Xianzhai's tactics, had already made up her mind she absolutely couldn't let Yi Ming come out. Although she had also witnessed Yi Ming's formidable skills when he killed those 4 our country nationals, his actions could be understood he was simply strong and fast. However, the old man before her, with his white hair and beard, possessed methods that were utterly bizarre, completely overturning her previous worldview. Could Yi Ming possibly stand a chance against this old man? No. Absolutely not. Chen Jiaqing clenched her teeth. "I can give you all my shares in Xingyue Group. Please leave." Yi Ming had already given her shares totaling over 20% as a reward, and based on Xingyue Group's current asset valuation, those 20% shares were worth at least $300 to $400 billion. Oh? You still have shares in Xingyue Group? How many? 20%. You don't need to buy it, I'll give it all to you. The condition is that you must never come to Xingyue Group to cause trouble again. Zheng Guohua sneered coldly, 20% of the shares and you think you can get rid of me? You think I'm that easy to deal with? He suddenly glared at her angrily, "I want all the shares. Not a single share less. Don't push your luck." Chen Jiaqing glared at him fiercely. "What if I do? What can you do to me? Zhang Guohua laughed heartily, looking smug. Zhao Rongrui was so scared she hid in her arms, tears streaming down her face.
Mr. Chen, what should we do now? Chen Jiaqing comforted her, quickly get the phone out, we'll call the police.
Zhang Guohua snapped, calling the police won't help.
You have 10 minutes.
If you don't notify Yiming to come, the security guard who just fell will be your fate.
Chapter 109, I'm here.
Zhao Rongrui was so scared she started crying. The boldness she had shown earlier when facing Zhang Guohua had been completely crushed by Su Xuanzhai's move. Mr. Chen, I'm scared, she sobbed, clinging tightly to Chen Jiaqing. Chen Jiaqing was also terrified inside. She never imagined that the Zhang family could find someone like this. The way that Wind Vortex killed people was something no ordinary person could possibly do. Her mind was in complete disarray, and she had no idea what to do. The 4 security guards were also pale-faced, staring at each other in shock, unsure of what to do. If it were a fight, they wouldn't have feared it. Even if they were beaten to a pulp, they would have continued to fight to the death. However, the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes was far too bizarre. Such almost superhuman abilities had shattered their entire worldview. Zhang Guohua saw that Chen Jiaqing hadn't moved yet. Rage surged up inside him, and he roared furiously, I told you to call Yiming over here.
Didn't you hear me?
Chen Jiaqing clenched her teeth, determined not to call Yiming over. If he came, it would be certain death. Even if it meant death, she would not flinch. Zhang Guohua grew increasingly furious, his face darkening as he approached Chen Jiaqing. Chen Jiaqing hugged Zhao Rongrui and stepped back slowly. The security guards immediately stood in front of Chen Jiaqing. With Su Xianzhai by his side and having witnessed his methods, Zhang Guohua was no longer the same man. He now spoke with confidence. He glared coldly at the security guards. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. The security guards all knew that the old man was the one with real power. This middle-aged man was just a puppet. One of the security guards suddenly lunged forward, swinging a punch at Zhang Guohua. At the same time, he shouted, brothers, beat him to death. The remaining 3 hesitated for a moment before joining in. Zhang Guohua was immediately knocked to the ground, curling up and crying out, Master, save me. Su Xianzhai's figure suddenly faded from where he stood, and then he appeared behind the 4 security guards. This time, he didn't use the same move as before. Instead, he delivered 4 consecutive palm strikes toward the 4 men. Bang! 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 The 4 immediately felt as though their backs had been struck by a heavy hammer. One by one, they were sent flying backward. One of them, facing the window, was flung directly out of it. Ah! Another agonizing scream echoed in the distance. The remaining 3 security guards didn't fly out the window, but they collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui were both pale as death, their backs drenched in cold sweat. It was terrifying. Zhang Guohua scrambled to his feet, kicking the unconscious security guards lying on the ground several times with all his might. Damn it! How dare you hit me? Yiming's eyelids were twitching violently today, as if something was about to happen. Could it be from studying too hard lately? He had been researching economics, gathering information and studying, not just to exacerbate an economic crisis in a certain area to buy the special island, but also to prepare for governing the territory after establishing a nation in the future. Never mind, I'll rest for a while. He tossed the book aside, collapsed onto the bed, and pulled out his phone to browse the news. Suddenly, his brows furrowed. The headline of the local news was related to the Jinhu Tower. Breaking news! Another murder has occurred at the Jinhu Tower. A man dressed in security guard attire suddenly fell from a great height. Below the news was a photo of the security guard. Upon seeing the photo, Yiming jumped up from the bed in shock. He had previously instructed Yi Dashan to report to the security department and had briefly mentioned this security chief to him beforehand, so he recognized him. It was him. How could he have fallen to his death? I have to go check it out. After being beaten up, Zhang Guohua was extremely angry. At the same time, outside Chen Jiaqing's office, many other company executives had gathered. They had just heard the security guard's screams and couldn't help but come out to see what was happening. Upon seeing the scene inside the office, they were all shocked. Who are you? What are you doing here? They saw the 3 security guards lying on the ground unconscious and were all startled. Inside the office, besides Chen Zong and his assistant Zhao Rongrui, there was only a stranger and an old man with white hair and beard. Clearly, the 3 security guards had been beaten into this state by these 2 individuals. But why were these 2 so powerful? Some people who sensed something was wrong quietly slipped away, went to a corner, and opened their phones to notify Yiming. Yiming received the call while driving to Xingyue Group. Boss, those 2 strangers are very powerful. The 3 security guards have been knocked unconscious on the ground. Now only Mr. Chen and assistant Zhao are left in the office, and they look very frightened. What? Yiming's heart tightened instantly. He didn't bother waiting for the traffic light, stomping on the gas pedal. The Lamborghini roared forward with a deafening engine noise. Zhang Guohua knew that the people outside were just ordinary workers, not worth his attention.
He walked up to Qin Jiaqing and said coldly, "Are you really not afraid of death? What's there to fear about death? Everyone must die eventually." Chen Jiaqing's voice was as cold as ice. A smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Guowa's face. "My son indeed has good taste. He didn't choose you wrongly. If you can marry into the Zheng family, I'll ensure you live a life of endless wealth and honor." Chen Jiaqing snorted coldly, "You're dreaming."
Zheng Guowa grew furious, raising his hand to slap her, but upon remembering she was the woman his son loved, he restrained himself.
"You still refuse to call Yiming?" he growled through clenched teeth.
However, before he could finish, a voice as cold as ice echoed in everyone's ears.
"As you wish, I'm here." Chapter 110, Doomed to Disappoint. HM?
Su Xianzhai heard the voice and couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly.
Because the voice was clearly very distant, yet it sounded crystal clear in his ears. He suddenly felt that Yiming wasn't an ordinary person.
Zheng Guowa heard the sound, turned his head to look around, but saw no sign of Yiming.
He was puzzled, thinking he must have been hit and was now hallucinating. He shook his head, trying to snap out of it. However, Chen Jiaqing's expression instantly turned worried. She sighed inwardly.
"They were clearly targeting you.
Why did you come here?" Moments later, Yiming's figure appeared in the office.
He moved extremely quickly, appearing beside Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui like a gust of wind.
This figure caused Su Xuanzhai's brows to furrow even more tightly.
Zhao Rongrui, seeing her boss arrive, felt the tension in her nerves suddenly release, and she broke down in tears, crying out, "Boss, you're finally here."
"Wah!"
Chen Jiaqing immediately scolded her, "Stop crying.
Are you ashamed of yourself?"
Zhao Rongrui tried to hold back her tears, but she couldn't contain them, and she started sobbing uncontrollably, like she was choking on something, which made Yiming almost laugh out loud.
Yiming comforted the two women, then turned to look at Zheng Guowa. "I heard you've been asking me to come out. I'm here now. Say whatever you want. I'm listening."
His voice seemed to carry the chill of a 1,000-year-old iceberg, piercingly cold.
Zheng Guowa couldn't help but shiver. The arrogance he had just exuded had faded significantly.
However, thinking of Su Xianzhai standing behind him, he regained his confidence.
"Yiming, you finally showed up.
If you hadn't come, your girlfriend would have killed herself for you.
I came here today with a simple purpose."
Looking at Yiming's calm expression, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt, but he gritted his teeth and said harshly, "Sell me all your shares in Xingyue Group."
"I won't shortchange you, I'll give you 1 million. Is that why you came here to force a woman? Even to the point of wanting her to die?"
Yiming's eyes were as still as a well, but deep within his black pupils, a raging flame was burning fiercely.
"To be precise, I want you dead.
You crippled my son's hand and broke several of his ribs.
He is my only son, Zheng Guowa. How dare you treat him like this? You deserve to die."
Zheng Guowa stretched his neck and gritted his teeth. Yiming's lips curled into a cold smile, then suddenly reached out and grabbed the neck he had extended toward him. Zheng Guowa never expected Yiming to attack. Suddenly his face turned bright red in an instant. At the same time, he flailed his arms wildly, pleading for help from Su Xianzhai. With his neck gripped tightly by Yiming, he could only manage to gasp out, "Master Su.
Save me."
Su Xianzhai stood there, coldly watching the scene unfold, not moving an inch. As a renowned master of martial arts, he had been treated like a henchman earlier, which had already left a bitter taste in his mouth. However, since Yiming hadn't appeared yet, he had no choice but to endure it. Now that Yiming was here, he saw no reason to save Zheng Guowa after all, they were merely using each other. Zheng Guowa, seeing that Su Xuanzhai wouldn't save him, was overcome by fear, which spread wildly from his heart. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat.
"Let go of me."
Yiming's grip didn't loosen at all. His expression was extremely indifferent as he dragged Zheng Guowa step by step toward the window. As he walked, he spoke calmly, "Don't worry. You're just going down first. Your entire Zhang family will follow you soon." Hearing Yiming's words, Zheng Guowa's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He could no longer utter a sound, only frantically reaching out to strike the hand that was choking his neck, but to no avail. He regretted his decision.
Given Yiming's ruthless nature, annihilating the Zheng family was entirely within his capabilities.
He finally turned his pleading gaze toward Su Xianzhai, but Su Xianzhai remained completely unmoved. Fear gripped his heart. He watched the window inch closer, watching Yiming choke him and slowly pull him out the window.
Yiming finally let go.
Zheng Guowa could finally breathe freely, but he fell from over 300 meters in the air.
Ah!
As Zheng Guowa fell, he frantically flailed his limbs, as if trying to grasp something. However, he could not slow his descent in the slightest. Thud! Zheng Guowa, the head of the Zhang family, one of the 4 great families of Jiulong, met his end. Yiming turned around and looked at Su Xianzhai. He too sensed that this old man's aura was highly unusual. Su Xianzhai's lips curled into a smile that was even more painful than a cry.
"Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Who are you? What are you doing here at my Xingyue Group?
I don't believe you're Zheng Guowa's henchman.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have let him die just now."
Su Xianzhai did not respond to his words but spoke calmly. "I heard that the Hua Long Zun is in your possession.
I came here today for it. The Hualongzun? Yiming froze for a moment before sneering, "You're too late." "What do you mean?"
Su Xianzhai furrowed his brows.
"Let me tell you the truth.
The Hualongzun no longer exists in this world.
You're bound to be disappointed today,"
Yiming said indifferently. Su Xianzhai's figure suddenly closed in on Yiming.
"What did you say? Where did it go?"
The others saw Su Xianzhai's figure move as if by teleportation, and their hearts trembled, especially the senior executives of Xingyue Group who were watching from outside.
This is ing like a god.
However, Yiming didn't find it the least bit strange, because at that moment, his keen senses were fully activated, and every move Su Xianzhai made was under his control.
It doesn't exist in this world anymore. Where could it possibly go? Yiming's lips curled into a playful smile.
After obtaining Shang Tang's inheritance, the dragon transformation vase turned into a pile of dust.
No, you're lying. You must have hidden it away.
Did you also discover his secret, so you're deliberately saying this?
Su Xianzhai suddenly roared.
The dragon transformation vase was his faith, his lifelong pursuit, the very pillar that kept him alive. He had spent his entire life searching for the dragon transformation vase, only to be told now that the thing he had been searching for all along didn't exist.
The blow to him was immense.
Yiming, however, sneered, "I didn't lie.
Believe it or not, it's up to you."
After a moment, Su Xianzhai calmed down.
"Humph. Do you really think a few words from you can make me believe you? What else could I do?"
Yiming shrugged his shoulders.
"Then tell me, how did it know it doesn't exist in this world?"
"I saw it turn into a pile of dust with my own eyes."
Upon hearing Yiming's words, Su Xianzhai's expression suddenly relaxed, and he burst into laughter. "You're lying. The Hualongzun is a bronze vessel, how could it turn into dust? Find a better excuse for your lies."
His eyes narrowed sharply. "Since you refuse to tell the truth, I'll capture you and torture you slowly until you reveal the whereabouts of the Hualongzun or hand it over." He extended a palm, and small whirlwinds began to gather in the center of his hand. Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui saw this and their faces turned pale in an instant.
Chapter 111, The Assassination of Su Xianzhai.
On the same floor of the Global Financial Center across from the Jinhu Tower,
Chen Badong was staring intently at everything happening inside.
The two buildings were approximately 1 kilometer apart in a straight line, but surprisingly, he wasn't using a telescope, he was simply looking up calmly. Upon seeing Su Xianzhai use his signature move, he immediately turned around, took the dedicated elevator downstairs, and within less than a minute, he had reached the ground floor. He then quickly got into the pre-prepared Rolls-Royce.
"Hurry! To Jinhu Tower." Fang Jidao followed closely behind his master and urgently shouted to the driver.
Yiming saw Su Xianzhai use that move and furrowed his brows slightly. This move also surprised him a bit. Although he had inherited the Shang Tang lineage, he had always relied on speed and strength in combat. Such magical light techniques were something he had never seen before. Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui shouted in shock from behind.
"Yiming, be careful.
He just used that move to kill Zhao Minister."
"Boss, be careful.
That wind vortex is powerful, don't let it envelop you." Yiming, alerted by the two women, grew vigilant as well, releasing his keen senses to their fullest extent. The small wind vortex looked tiny, but the energy it contained was astonishing.
Su Xianzhai's wind vortex was gradually expanding, growing from the size of a fist to that of a basketball, and then to the size of a bucket. Is he holding back his ultimate move? Yiming's lips curled into a smile. "Unfortunately, it takes too long for you to unleash your ultimate move." He couldn't be bothered to wait any longer and swung his fist directly at it. His punch was fierce, and his intent to kill was evident. Su Xianzhai saw that Yiming wasn't waiting for his wind ball to grow larger before attacking, but he didn't panic. After all, he was a renowned master of sorcery. He had faced similar situations countless times. Moreover, this move wasn't his most powerful one. He was confident that even if Yiming could break through this attack, he would still be able to leave Yiming with no place to bury his body. He flickered out of the way, dodging the attack, and continued to grow the whirlwind in his palm. Yiming wiped his nose with his thumb. He had actually dodged it. The old man was indeed no pushover. This time, he had only intended to test the opponent's strength and hadn't exerted his full power. After missing his first strike, Yiming gathered all his strength once more, focusing it into his fist. This time, his speed was several times faster than before. Su Xianzhai's wind vortex had grown to the height of a person. Seeing Yiming charge again, he no longer dodged but instead directed the wind vortex toward Yiming. In his imagination, Yiming would be completely enveloped by the whirlwind, lifted into the air, and slowly carried toward the window just like the security guard he had killed earlier. However, what happened next caused his pupils to contract sharply. Yiming had actually passed right through his wind vortex. Moreover, his aura, having been cleansed by the wind vortex, surged several-fold. "No!" Su Xianzhai growled under his breath and darted aside to avoid the attack. However, this time, Yiming's speed was countless times faster than before. Though he had already moved, he couldn't escape Yiming's control. Bang!
Yiming's fist struck directly on his shoulder blade. Su Xianzhai was immediately sent flying backward, crashing into the wall.
Yiming had no intention of showing mercy to the elderly.
He swiftly dodged aside and kicked out with all his strength. If this had been 30 years ago, Su Xianzhai might have been able to dodge Yiming's punch and kick, but at this point, he was nearly 100 years old, and his abilities were far from his peak. Even though he instinctively rolled sideways to dodge the attack, he still took the full force of Yiming's kick. His ribs were broken. Su Xianzhai felt the excruciating pain in his ribs and his expression grew solemn, a hint of fear flitting across his mind. He never imagined that this young man possessed such formidable combat skills. He was completely powerless to defend himself. Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui witnessed this scene and finally relaxed.
Boss! Well done! Zhao Rongrui couldn't help but cheer for Yiming.
Yiming turned around and gave the two women a wide grin.
No big deal.
Su Xuanzhai staggered to his feet from the ground. At that moment, he no longer had the carefree arrogance he had when he first arrived. His hair and beard were disheveled, and he looked utterly defeated. Yiming looked at him coldly. You old fool, instead of staying home to enjoy your retirement, you followed the Zheng family to my territory to cause trouble.
Relying on your meager skills, you even caused a death.
If I let you live, I won't be able to account for the death of my security chief. Su Xianzhai laughed up at the sky, his laughter tinged with sorrow. I had thought I was on the verge of immortality.
Yet here I am, falling into your hands today. Perhaps this is my fate.
However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly swung his palm toward Yiming, shouting, Even if I die, I will drag you, this scourge of humanity, into hell with me. Yiming's eyes flashed, but he did not dodge or retreat. He stood there calmly. To the average person, Su Xianzhai's speed at this moment was still astonishing. But in Yiming's eyes, under his incredibly sharp perception, Su Xianzhai's movements were as slow as a movie in slow motion. The techniques he used were riddled with flaws. Yiming snorted coldly, Then you go first. Another punch flew toward him. Bang! As their fists collided, Yiming stood firm as a mountain, while Su Xianzhai was sent flying backward. His right arm, under Yiming's overwhelming force, had already been shattered into countless pieces. At the same time, the force also transmitted to his right shoulder, shattering it instantly. Going head-to-head with Yiming in a test of strength was no different from seeking death. Su Xianzhai now lay on the ground, both shoulders shattered, no different from a dead dog. After all, he was a man in his 100th year. Even if he were as powerful as ever, such severe injuries left him utterly helpless. No one could have imagined that a renowned master of martial arts would meet such a tragic end. Just then, a ding sounded, and the elevator doors opened. Inside were none other than Chen Badong and Fong Jidao.
Chapter 112, Another Instant Kill.
Upon seeing this scene before him, Fong Jidao couldn't help but gasp in shock. After battling Su Xianzhai, Yiming was unscathed, while Su Xianzhai lay on the ground, his condition unknown. How could he be so powerful?
Fong Jidao muttered to himself.
He looked at his master and couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Su Xianzhai had once been on par with his master.
If even he couldn't defeat Yiming, then if his master were to intervene, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire.
Chen Badong saw Su Xianzhai's current state and furrowed his brows slightly.
This old dog has become so weak now? Well, let me send him on his way. As his sworn enemy, how could he miss such a golden opportunity to see Su Xianzhai lying on the ground, his life hanging by a thread? Chen Buotong's eyes flickered, and he flew forward, striking Su Xianzhai with a palm strike, killing him instantly. Su Xianzhai, who had still been clinging to life, now breathed his last breath. Yiming recognized Fong Jidao and knew that this ruthless old man was his master, Chen Badong. It was these two men who had tried to forcefully buy the Hua Longzuan from him. After being refused, they had even attempted to murder him. First, they hired a truck driver to ram their car, but failed. Then they directly sent 3 assassins to kill him. Fortunately, he had already obtained the Shangtang inheritance at the time, otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. Seeing the two of them here, Yiming's lips curled into a cold smile. I didn't come looking for you, but you've come right to me. Chen Badong, seeing Su Xianzhai easily defeated by Yiming, though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, could still infer Yiming's terrifying strength. After killing Su Xianzhai, he had no intention of clashing with Yiming. His original plan to reap the benefits had vanished into thin air. He turned around with a smile and bowed to Yiming, saying, Young man, you have great skills. You helped this old man kill my longtime rival. Thank you very much.
Yiming remained expressionless. He said indifferently, You showed up at such a convenient time.
You must have planned this in advance, right?
Did you think that this old man had some tricks up his sleeve, and that if I fought him first until we were both weakened, you could then appear and reap the benefits?
Young man, you've misunderstood.
I had no such intentions.
Yiming didn't believe him. Then why didn't you come earlier? Why wait until now? Moreover, we've never met before.
Why did you suddenly show up at the executive office of my Xingyue group? Chen Badong was momentarily speechless. Indeed, under normal circumstances, he had no reason to be on the top floor of the Jinhu Tower. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly broke into a smile.
Young man, you're quite cunning. I must admit, I'm impressed. To be honest, I did have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Yiming snorted coldly. You're just like that old man, here for the Hualongzun, aren't you? He pointed at Su Xuanjai, who was already lifeless. Talking to you is so straightforward. Would you be willing to sell the dragon transformation vase to me? Name your price, and I'll buy it no matter what.
Yiming looked at him disdainfully. You sent someone to run me over with a car, and when that failed, you sent 3 assassins to kill me.
Do you really think I would sell the dragon transformation vase to you? Misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Those 2 incidents have nothing to do with me.
I've been secluded on the peak of Taiping Mountain in Kowloon, seeking to distance myself from the world and cultivate a broad-minded disposition.
How could I possibly do such despicable things? Young brother, you must have misunderstood. Yiming sneered.
Whether it was a misunderstanding or not no longer mattered. Since you've come here today, I have to go to Kowloon to find you.
I've always hated trouble in my life.
That is why, even though you sent 3 assassins to kill me, I never went to Kowloon to settle the score with you. It was just too much trouble.
After all, where you live, there must be few people who know, right? Chen Badong and Fong Jidao's expressions turned cold. Yiming's tone was extremely hostile, and his meaning was clear. It seemed like a fight was unavoidable today. Young man, there must be a misunderstanding between us. We came here today because we happened to hear what Jidao said.
He had previously offered a hefty sum to purchase the Hualongzun from you, mainly as a gift for me, as he knew how much I cherished that artifact.
Unfortunately, you refused to sell it.
After learning of your intentions, I had originally planned to give up my desire for the Hualongzun.
However, after enduring so many days, I simply couldn't bear it anymore.
Therefore, I have come personally today to once again request the purchase of the Hualongzun from you. I beg you, out of respect for my advanced age, to part with it for me.
I swear I will not let you lose out. Stop wasting my time. I won't believe a single word you say.
Yiming couldn't be bothered to listen anymore and immediately swung his fist at him.
Fong Jidao, as his disciple, immediately shouted and flew forward to confront Yiming. However, he was no match for Yiming's single punch.
Even Su Xianjai wasn't a match for him. Fong Jidao was just a feng shui master. How could he withstand Yiming's full-force punch? As their fists collided, Fong Jidao was sent flying backward like
another instant kill. Ah! Fong Jidao let out an agonizing scream.
His arm was undoubtedly broken, with white bones piercing through the skin, a sight that left everyone who saw it horrified. Chen Botong's gaze sharpened, and a chill ran down his spine.
Yiming's prowess far exceeded his imagination. After landing, the excruciating pain instantly knocked Fong Jidao unconscious.
Yiming glanced at him dismissively, then turned his attention to Chen Botong.
Next, it's your turn.
Chen Botong's pupils contracted, his mind racing. He knew that a battle was inevitable today, so he decided to act without hesitation. A cold smile flashed across Yiming's lips.
You're asking for death. Chapter 113, settled with a single punch. Chen Botong took the initiative, hoping to strike first, but in the face of Yiming's overwhelming power, his petty schemes were nothing but futile. As his opponent closed in, Yiming remained as still as a mountain. Every flaw on Chen Botong's body was clearly visible to Yiming's extraordinary perception. However, Yiming didn't even bother to attack Chen Botong's weaknesses at that moment. The power he possessed allowed him to disregard all martial arts techniques. To kill you, 1 punch is enough. Under his perception, Chen Botong was even weaker than Su Xuanjai, though this was understandable, as he was a few years older than Su Xuanjai. Chen Botong was smarter than Su Xianjai. After approaching Yiming, he did not attack head-on but suddenly darted to Yiming's side and rear, aiming for a surprise attack. However, this also revealed his lack of confidence in his own strength, which is why he resorted to such a tactic. This change, of course, did not escape Yiming's perception. Yiming instantly turned around, aimed his palm at him, and delivered a flat punch. Another clash of fist and palm. Once again, the opponent was sent flying backward. Another shattered arm. How strikingly similar the scene was. At that moment, Yiming was like Saitama from One Punch Man. No matter how you change or what tricks you use, I will break through with a single punch. This is the true terror of absolute power. After Chen Botong was sent flying backward, he didn't try to show off. He knew that today he couldn't possibly obtain the dragon transformation vase. Facing Yiming's peak level power, escaping for his life was the most urgent priority. After landing, he didn't pause for a moment, enduring the excruciating pain as he forced himself to his feet and sprinted toward the elevator. Trying to escape? Yiming casually picked up a chair and hurled it straight at Chen Botong. The chair struck Chen Botong's back with a thud, the immense force sending him crashing to the ground once more. This time, he spat out blood, and his breathing grew faint. He regretted provoking this psychotic young man to the point of death, and regretted coming here today. A sense of despair spread through him. Though the elevator entrance was just a few steps away, he knew he couldn't escape.
After dealing with Fong Jito and Chen Badong, Yiming comforted Chen Jiaqing and the other employees of Xingyue Group. Then, without lingering, he headed straight for Kowloon. Since he had already taken action, he might as well finish the job. The Zheng family had repeatedly caused trouble for his woman. Thinking back to when he first arrived and saw Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui looking so afraid, he felt deeply sorry for them. The Zhang family, it's your turn now. The Zhang family was currently in chaos due to all their business partners halting cooperation with them, and their pillar of strength, Zheng Guohua, was absent. Everyone was deeply anxious, and the Zhang family mansion was shrouded in a dark cloud. Zheng Qiujuan had returned home to recuperate. Though his palm was crippled and several ribs were broken, his injuries were beginning to show signs of improvement thanks to modern medical technology. He lay in bed, paying no attention to family affairs, but deeply hoping for good news from his father. Yiming, I'll see how you dare to be so arrogant now. With Master Su Xianzhai by my side, I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. He couldn't help but think of Chen Jiaqing's alluring appearance, and he licked his lips, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Chen Jiaqing, you won't escape my grasp. However, what he didn't know was that his father, Zheng Guohua, had already fallen to his death from the top floor of the Jinhu Tower. Just as he was lost in his fantasies of Yiming's death and Chen Jiaqing throwing herself into his arms, his personal assistant rushed into his room. He furrowed his brows. What's going on? Why the rush? The secretary's face was pale, clearly terrified. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Qiujun felt a bad premonition. What happened to my father? The secretary pulled out his phone and exclaimed, Mr. Zhang fell to his death in Shanghai. Boom! Zhang Qiujun heard the news and felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He hurriedly grabbed the phone and saw the familiar face in the news. No doubt about it. It was indeed his father, Zheng Guohua. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, Dad. Just moments ago, he had been daydreaming about Master Su killing Yiming and capturing Chen Jiaqing. Now, he was suddenly confronted with completely opposite news. This stark contrast completely shattered his mind. Yiming, the Zheng family will never forgive you. If I don't kill you, I, Zheng Qiujuan, am not worthy of being called a man. Zheng Qiujuan gritted his teeth in anger. He knew full well that the poisonous attack his father had suffered was the work of Yiming. Besides Yiming, no one dared to harm his father, the head of one of the 9 dragons' 4 great families. Moreover, the location where his father fell from the building was none other than the Jinhu Tower. Everything pointed to Yiming as the murderer. The young secretary beside him, seeing his ferocious expression, was so frightened that her heart nearly stopped, and she tried to slip away quietly. Stop! Zheng Qiujuan, seeing that the usually docile secretary was trying to leave him, couldn't help but grow even more furious. Come here! The secretary bit her lip, thinking that if Zheng Qiujun were dead, the Zheng family's various businesses would plunge into ruin. No one would want to collaborate with them anymore, and the factions coveting the Zheng family would immediately target them. The Zheng family was as good as finished. She steeled her resolve and ran out the door. But before she could run far, she collided with a solid chest. Looking up, she saw a strikingly handsome stranger. He's so handsome. The young secretary couldn't help but gush inwardly. This man was none other than Yiming. Yiming, noticing her hurried appearance, curved the corners of his mouth into a faint smile and asked, Do you know where Zheng Qiujuan is right now? The secretary, seeing Yiming's smile, felt her heart melt and instinctively pointed to the room where Zheng Qiujun was. Thanks. Yiming immediately stepped aside and headed toward Zheng Qiujuan's room. Zheng Qiujuan heard the footsteps outside getting closer and thought the secretary had come back, so he immediately roared, You filthy, wait until I'm done, and I'll beat you to death. As he spoke, he saw the person entering the room, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression changed drastically. It's you! Yiming walked in with his hands behind his back. That's right, it's me. What are you doing at my Zhang family's house? This is trespassing. I'll have the police arrest you. Zheng Qiujun hurriedly reached for his phone. What? Afraid? Yiming smiled faintly. Your father broke into my Xingyue group with such arrogance. What I'm doing now is just following your father's example. Of course, I won't acknowledge you as my son. What do you want? My father fell to his death, you must have done it. Yiming shrugged. That's right, I did it. 2 security guards from my company also fell to their deaths. He was just going down to join them. His gaze suddenly hardened. An eye for an eye. Your father caused 2 of my company's security guards to lose their lives. He paid with his life. The remaining life is yours to pay for. He slowly walked toward Zheng Qiujuan. Zheng Qiujuan was already terrified. Don't come any closer. He shouted in a trembling voice. Yiming paid no attention at all. His figure flickered, and he was suddenly by Zheng Qiujuan's bedside. Without a word, he reached out and grabbed Zheng Qiujuan by the throat. Snap! The only son of Zheng Guohua was dead in an instant. Chapter 114, The Wrong Child. The Zheng family, having lost both Zheng Guohua and Zheng Qiujuan, the current and future leaders of the clan, plunged into utter chaos. Branches of the family vie for control of the Zhang family's assets, even going so far as to sue their own kin in court, with no regard for investigating the cause of Zheng Guowo and Zhang Qiujuan's deaths. Amidst internal strife and external threats, the Zheng family disintegrated overnight. The next day, the sun rose as usual, but the Zheng family, once one of the 4 great families of the 9 dragons, had completely vanished without a trace. Having eliminated Zheng Guowo and his son, as well as any potential threats, Yiming felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. However, he was unaware at the time that behind Zheng Guowo's visit to Xingyue Group with Su Xianzhai, there was actually the shadow of Mitsui Company, Limited of our country. But since they hadn't intervened directly, merely introducing Su Xianzhai to Zheng Guowo. Therefore, it was understandable that Yiming was unaware of this at the moment. The news of the Zhang family's downfall and the sudden deaths of Zheng Guowo and Zhang Qiujuan reached her country, sending Mitsui Company, Limited's president, Maeda Kazuo, into a state of shock. He collapsed in his chair, his limbs going numb. Terrifying. This man is terrifying. The Zhang family, such a massive clan, was wiped out overnight by him. And he even killed the master of sorcery Su Xianzhai, the 9 dragons Feng Shui master Chen Badang, and his disciple Feng Jidao. Can Mitsui Company afford to provoke such a person? His mind raced, and he quickly called a meeting to issue orders. Forget about avenging the 4 Okada men. Otherwise, provoking the demon would be a nightmare or even the end for Mitsui Company. Someone raised an objection. Does that mean the Okada group died in vain? Maeda Kazuo sneered. What else could we do? He killed Su Xuanzhai, Chen Badong, and Feng Jidao in one go. Do you think we can afford to provoke such a person? At that moment, another person whispered, perhaps we could hire ninjas to act on our behalf. Maeda Kazuo frowned at the mention of ninjas. That's right. While 1 or 2 ninjas might not be a match for Yiming, we can use a hit-and-run tactic. If 10 aren't enough, send 100. If 100 aren't enough, send 1,000. We'll wear him down until he's dead. Another person objected, can Mitsui Corporation even afford to hire that many ninjas? It's impossible. The one who suggested it smiled confidently, we don't need to hire them. We can design a plan to have the emperor of our country dispatch ninjas to deal with him. With the emperor's orders, even mobilizing all the ninjas in our country isn't impossible. Having the emperor issue an order is indeed a viable option. But how do we get the emperor to issue such an order? Naturally, we'll target the Star Joy Group behind Yiming. As far as I know, the Star Joy Group once acquired a tech company, and that company holds a core technology purchased from a company in our country. The founder of that company is Matsumoto Ryosuke, the husband of the emperor's most beloved daughter. We can start from there. Whoa! Another person sucked in a breath of cold air. Are you planning to have Yiming destroy that company or even Matsumoto Ryosuke himself? The other nodded. Exactly. Maeda Kazuo remained silent, tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly, this matter is of great importance. We must deliberate carefully and avoid hasty decisions. There's an old saying in the East, one misstep can ruin the entire game. Let's discuss this further and exercise the utmost caution. When Yiming returned to Shanghai, the college entrance exams were almost upon him. Lu'er had already passed the entrance exam for the Shanghai Theatre Academy, so as long as her college entrance exam scores met the basic requirements, she could enroll in this renowned drama academy. The minimum score for art colleges is usually much lower than the second-tier university cutoff, but since Lu'er hadn't attended school for half a year, she was still a bit nervous before the exam. The day before the exam, Yiming found Lu'er, who was making her final preparations. Lu'er, are you confident? Lu'er giggled, a little nervous. If I don't get in, I'll be so embarrassed for Minggu. Yiming smiled and ruffled her hair. Of course not. Our Lu'er will definitely pass. But even if you don't, it doesn't matter. Minggu promises you no matter what happens, our Lu'er will become a big star. Lu'er lowered her head, her face turning red. Yiming hadn't touched her head in a long time, and this feeling made her feel like she was back in her childhood. Back then, Minggu would sit in the courtyard to cool off, and Lu'er would come over with a pile of love letters she had collected to show him. Wow, Lu'er, you collected so many this month? Yiming took them and started reading them happily. Lu'er would bring a small stool and sit beside him, holding her face in her hands, quietly watching Minggu read each letter one by one. When Yiming laughed out loud, he would gently touch Lu'er's head, and Lu'er would sit there, obediently not moving a muscle. Now she felt that feeling again, but Minggu was no longer just hers, he belonged to Chen Jie now. Chen Jie's boyfriend. Thinking of this, Lu'er suddenly felt like crying. Like a beloved toy being taken away by someone else. Yiming noticed Lu'er's reddened eyes and asked, Lu'er, what's wrong? Lu'er snapped back to reality, rubbed her eyes, and forced a smile, saying, nothing, I just miss my parents a little. Oh, well, why don't we bring your parents to Shanghai for a visit in a few days? Okay. I'll listen to Minggu. Lu'er nodded. Chapter 115, My Sister as a Spokesperson. Yiming had put aside his work these past few days. When Lu'er was taking her exams, he waited outside the exam hall just like the other parents. This way, Lure wouldn't have to come out after each exam and see everyone else with their parents while she was alone.
This afternoon was the final exam.
While waiting, a middle-aged man with glasses approached Yiming to strike up a conversation. This man was clearly another parent accompanying a student, and he seemed quite talkative.
"Young man, you look so young. Is your girlfriend taking the college entrance exam?" the man asked with a smile.
Yiming smiled and shook his head.
"No, it's my sister."
"Oh, I see. Which school is your sister applying to?"
"Shanghai Theater Academy." "Shanghai Theater Academy? Is your sister planning to enter the entertainment industry?"
The other person paused, then said, "Young man, let me tell you, the entertainment industry is a mess.
I advise you not to let your sister go there.
Those people are all full of empty talk about morality, but deep down, they're nothing but thieves and prostitutes." Yiming smiled indifferently. "I'll protect my sister." The overweight man frowned, looking skeptical.
"You? Young man, I think you're just bragging. What do you have to protect your sister with?"
Let me tell you, in the entertainment industry, it's all about connections and resources, but those connections and resources are almost entirely controlled by a few big shots. If your sister wants to make it big in the entertainment industry, she'll inevitably have to get close to those top-tier big shots. Those people aren't good folks. If they use resources as bait to tempt your sister, she might end up falling into a life of vice.
You're just a young man. Even if you have the best intentions, what can you possibly do against those big shots?
You'll just have to watch helplessly as your sister steps further into the abyss. Yiming smiled faintly. My sister doesn't need anyone else's resources. I'll set up an entertainment agency for her, and I'll provide her with all the resources she needs.
You're going to set up an entertainment company for her?
The fat man burst into laughter, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world.
How old are you? 24 or 25? How much capital can you possibly have for an entertainment company? $1 million? $5 million? Let's not even talk about whether you have that much money.
Even if you did, $5 million nowadays can only produce a mid to low budget web series.
But can you guarantee that your sister will become an overnight sensation with just one web series? While it's not impossible, the odds are lower than winning the lottery.
In the current state of web series, only one actress named Zhang Tianai truly became an overnight sensation with a web series called The Princess's Ascension.
Out of so many people, only one.
And that series had an investment of $20 million, yet it was still criticized for being a low-budget production.
What can you do with $5 million? And you probably don't even have $5 million to begin with.
Yiming looked at him with a faint smile, didn't answer his question, and simply said, "It seems you know quite a lot about this industry.
Do you often keep an eye on it?"
The overweight man sighed and admitted, "To be honest, my son is also determined to enter the entertainment industry, so I occasionally keep an eye on it.
But I think it's unreliable.
I hope he'll study finance and grow my small company, which only makes a few $100,000 a year, into something bigger." When he mentioned his small company that only made a few $100,000 a year, his tone clearly carried a hint of pride. At the same time, he glanced at Yiming out of the corner of his eye, hoping to see admiration on his face. However, Yiming remained unfazed, simply smiling faintly and saying, "It's good that your son has his own dreams. You should support him."
The overweight man saw Yiming's indifferent reaction and felt a little disappointed.
However, when Yiming mentioned his son, a proud smile immediately spread across his face. "As for my son, aside from his stubbornness, the rest of him makes me quite proud. Don't look at me, I may not be the most attractive person, my son is a real heartthrob, and he's been voted the school heartthrob at our ZU high school every year. Plus, he's a good student and getting into a top-tier university is no problem at all. But this semester has me worried. His grades suddenly dropped a lot. I heard it's because he likes a girl from another class.
What's surprising is that the girl doesn't even like my son. Sigh, it's such a headache. Let's not talk about it."
He waved his hand. Yiming guessed that the girl the chubby man's son liked was probably Luer. He sighed inwardly, thinking, "Luer, you really are a troublemaker. From childhood to now, you've stolen the hearts of so many young men." Seeing that Yiming didn't respond, the man assumed he wasn't interested in the topic and quickly changed the subject.
"Let's talk about your entertainment company instead. How do you plan to proceed?" Yiming shrugged. "Just do whatever needs to be done."
"You have that much money?" The man looked at him suspiciously.
"And even if you have a few million, would you really be willing to invest it all in your sister's entertainment career? What about yourself? It won't cost that much, will it?"
Yiming suddenly lowered his head mysteriously and said, "To be honest, my sister is about to become the spokesperson for the domestic high-end cosmetics brand Jeansiren. The parent company of Jeansiren was recently acquired by Xingyue Group, and they're about to launch a newly developed flagship product." Chen Jiaqing suggested having Luer as the spokesperson, saying that a new product should be endorsed by a new face, which is completely different from Jeansiren's previous strategy of using big-name celebrities. This will spark public curiosity and stimulate purchasing desire, while also gradually bringing Luer into the public eye, laying the groundwork for her future entry into the entertainment industry. Yiming naturally had no objections. The overweight man didn't believe a word of what Yiming said.
You're just blowing smoke.
Resigning is a top-tier luxury brand in the country.
All their previous spokespeople have been A-list actresses.
Why would they choose your sister, a high school graduate, as their new spokesperson?
Yiming smiled indifferently. Believe it or not, it's up to you. You're really bragging.
If your sister can become the spokesperson for Resigning, I'll write my name backwards.
The fat man didn't believe a word of it. Just then, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. Lu Er quickly came out. Yiming looked at Lu Er and asked, "How did the exam go?"
"It was okay, nothing major."
"That's good."
The chubby man standing nearby stared blankly at Lu Er, looking utterly disbelieving. He had once seen his son secretly taking photos of the girl he had a crush on, and the person in the photos was none other than the girl standing before him.
The fat man's son also came out shortly after.
He saw his father staring blankly at Yiming and Lu Er's backs and felt confused.
"Dad, what are you looking at? I just saw the girl you like. She's indeed pretty. You have good taste. Keep it up, Dad supports you."
His son sighed gloomily. "What's there to cheer for? She's a total rich and beautiful girl. When she first came to our school, her family donated 10 million, and her older brother is the mastermind behind the Xingyue group."
The fat man exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening, stumbling backward and nearly falling over. Chapter 116, Advertisement Spokesperson.
According to the plan, after taking the college entrance exam, Lu Er took a few days off before preparing to start filming the advertisement. Xingyue Group spared no expense to achieve the best results, hiring top-tier makeup artists, photographers, and directors from across the country for this commercial. Especially the director, none other than the renowned Feng Xiaojiang. Feng Xiaojiang had previously only directed films, and his movies had all performed well at the box office.
His status in the entertainment industry was firmly established at the top tier.
When Feng Xiaojiang received the invitation from Xingyue Group, he was puzzled.
Everyone in this industry knows that he only directs films, so why would an advertising director come knocking on his door? He directly told his assistant, "Reject that advertising director's invitation.
I'm already swamped with film director offers.
Why would I waste my time on a small advertising project?"
The assistant cautiously replied, "Director Feng, the compensation for this advertising director's offer is very generous.
Would you consider it?" Feng Xiaojiang scoffed. "How much could a domestic brand pay for an advertising director? A few 100,000? A million? Do I care about that kind of money?
I start at least 10 million for a film.
And if it does well at the box office, there's a share of the profits." He picked up the teacup beside him and drank it arrogantly.
Generally speaking, commercial shoots are very short, taking only a few days to complete.
This also means that even if the fee is high, it won't be that much. The assistant looked awkwardly at him.
"Director Feng, the advertising director's fee for this project is exactly 10 million.
Put.
Tea spurted out of Feng Xiaojiang's mouth like urine. Shooting a commercial takes just a few days, while filming a movie can take months or even years.
The compensation for a few days' work could be nearly the same as what one would earn after spending months or even years on a film. How could he not be tempted?
He forced himself to stay calm. Since the other party was so sincere, he might as well take a look at their ad script.
The assistant handed him the script.
Feng Xiaojiang glanced at it casually, furrowing his brows.
"A cosmetics commercial?"
"Yes, this cosmetic product is the latest flagship product developed by Resigning. All of Resining's previous brand ambassadors have been top-tier female celebrities, such as Song Yingying, Eddie, and Yang Mi, who have all been brand ambassadors for their products."
Feng Xiaojiang's eyes lit up. Who did they hire as the spokesperson for this ad?
The assistant paused, thought for a moment, then said, "We don't know yet. The other party hasn't announced it.
I guess they haven't decided yet.
After all, there are only a few top-tier female celebrities in the country right now. Besides the ones already representing other products under Resigning, the remaining popular female celebrities are almost all representing their competitors. I think this time, they'll probably choose a rising star from the second-tier female celebrities to endorse this product." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaojiang's eyes lit up. He leaned in and whispered to the assistant, "Since they haven't decided on a spokesperson yet, what do you think about us recommending Zhang Huihui for the role?" Zhang Huihui is the new actress Feng Xiaojiang has been actively promoting recently. She appears in almost every movie he directs, but her acting skills are lacking, so she can only play supporting roles at best. Earlier, a journalist asked Feng Xiaojiang why Zhang Huihui appeared in every one of his recent films and seemed to be receiving special favor from him. Feng Xiaojiang laughed and said, "Huihui has great potential. I hope to cultivate her into the next internationally renowned actress after Gong Li and Zhang Zi. Plus, I recently adopted her as my goddaughter, so of course I have to take care of my own people." Although Feng Xiaojiang said this, many people speculated that there was definitely an unclear, special relationship between Zhang Huihui and Feng Xiaojiang. However, due to Feng Xiaojiang's status in the entertainment industry, he had always avoided addressing that sensitive topic. The assistant, being his confidant, naturally knew about the relationship between Feng Xiaojiang and Zhang Huihui.
She nodded and said, I'll go communicate with Xingyue Group right away. After the assistant left, Feng Xiaojiang smiled and pulled out his phone to call Zhang Huihui.
It took a while for her to answer, and her voice seemed to carry a hint of urgency.
Hello, Dad, what's so urgent? I'm busy right now. Feng Xiaojiang was a shrewd man.
He detected the hurried breathing she was trying to hide in her voice.
His brows furrowed. What are you doing? Daddy. I'm just doing laundry.
Zhang Huihui tried her best to sound cute.
Washing clothes? Don't you use a washing machine? Godfather, I'm washing them by hand today. Hand washing? Feng Xiaojiang grew even more suspicious.
Based on his understanding of Zhang Huihui, she wasn't the type to be so diligent.
Plus, it didn't make sense logically.
As a celebrity, hand care was crucial, and washing clothes would inevitably cause some damage to the skin on her hands. Zhang Huihui is very particular about taking care of her skin in every way.
Thinking of a possibility, Feng Xiaojiang's expression suddenly turned grim. Yes, I washed them by hand. Dad, what's wrong with you today? Why are you asking so many questions? Don't you trust me?
Zhang Huihui said in a playful tone, I'll take a photo and send it to you. Soon, a photo of Zhang Huihui washing clothes was sent over. In the photo, Zhang Huihui was with both hands in the basin, scrubbing clothes. Upon seeing the photo, Feng Xiaojiang's expression darkened instantly. He slammed the phone he was holding to the ground, grinding his teeth and growling, You're cheating on me behind my back. If both her hands were busy washing clothes, then who took the photo? After all, Zhang Huihui lived alone and had almost no friends. Feng Xiaojiang was so enraged that his hands trembled. He had invested so much effort into Zhang Huihui, casting her in every movie and bringing her along to every event, all to make her completely devoted to him. Yet now, she had betrayed him. The idea of recommending Zhang Huihui as the female lead for the upcoming advertisement for Xingyue Group vanished instantly. On Zhang Huihui's end, after she sent that photo, she tried calling Feng Xiaojiang again, but the line was dead.
Can't get through?
Forget it, if I can't get through, I won't call anymore. Old man, calling at a time when I was about to reach climax, what a buzzkill. She threw her phone aside. Turning to look at the person on the bed, her face flushed with a hint of shyness. Mr. Zhao, you must choose me as the spokesperson for Jean Ziren's latest cosmetics line. Manager Zhao took a satisfied drag on his cigarette and said casually, no problem, leave it to me. But listen, Huihui, you should stop following that old fool Feng Xiaojiang. Look at you, you've been with him for all these years and haven't even gotten a chance to be the lead in a movie. All you get are minor roles. If you keep this up, when will you ever make it big? You know, a female star's prime is only a few years. Once you miss your chance, it's too late to regret it. Plus, since you debuted, you haven't even landed a single endorsement deal. Why don't you join me instead? I heard our group's boss is planning to set up an entertainment agency. Think about it, with our company's resources and our connection, you'd definitely become an overnight sensation. Zhang Huihui heard this and looked at Manager Zhao with sparkling eyes. Is that true? Exactly. By then, don't even mention a mere advertising spokesperson, the lead role in a movie would be yours for the taking. Zhao Manager said arrogantly. Then, would I get to see your company's boss often? Zhang Huihui looked at Manager Zhao with eager anticipation. Chapter 117, Jealousy and Rivalry. Feng Xiaojiang's assistant returned and informed him that the other party had confirmed their advertising spokesperson, a fresh high school graduate.
A high school graduate?
Feng Xiaojiang furrowed his brows. In the past, their brand ambassadors had always been top-tier domestic female celebrities. Why suddenly choose a newcomer this time? Could it be that their company is facing financial difficulties and can't afford expensive celebrities? The assistant shook his head, unsure of the details. Apparently, this newcomer was personally selected by Qin Zong, the CEO of Xingyue Group. Feng Xiaojiang nodded slightly, his mind already spinning with plans. Do we have any photos of this newcomer? Not yet. We might have to wait until the shoot to see her. I hope it's not because of financial issues that they chose a newcomer as the spokesperson. Otherwise, my director's fee might be in jeopardy. Director Feng, you can rest assured. Given your status, no one would dare to withhold your fees. If they did, you could just post a message on Weibo, and the big-name celebrities you frequently collaborate with would retweet it. That company's products would face a nationwide boycott. Feng Xiaojiang smiled arrogantly. That's true. The assistant glanced at him and cautiously asked, so does that mean Zhang Huihui's deal is off? Upon hearing the name Zhang Huihui, Feng Xiaojiang was furious. He snorted coldly, Zhang Huihui has really disappointed me. Don't mention her in front of me again. By the way, go and retrieve the villa I gave her to live in. The assistant was puzzled. He had just gone out to communicate with Xingyue Group, and now, upon returning, Director Feng's attitude toward Zhang Huihui had completely changed. The assistant didn't dare to ask further, nodded, and could only follow his instructions. After the assistant left, Feng Xiaojiang sat on the chair, rubbing his chin, imagining what the new spokesperson might look like. She had just graduated from high school, much younger than Zhang Huihui.
This could be a blessing in disguise. If he could get his hands on this girl, he'd have a lot of fun. He laughed lewdly.
Zhao manager accompanied Zhang Huihui to Xingyue Group that day. They were both waiting outside Chen Jiaqing's office because Chen Jiaqing was still in a meeting and hadn't returned yet. Zhao manager patted Zhang Huihui on the hand.
Don't worry, I guarantee everything will be fine.
Zhang Huihui obediently linked her arm through his. Manager Zhao, I'm counting on you. Manager Zhao looked at Zhang Huihui's charming and coquettish appearance, his eyes gleaming with desire, and couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, Feng Xiaojiang arrived. He had come this time to discuss the specific details with the head of Xingyue Group. Upon seeing Zhang Huihui there, holding hands with a middle-aged man, he snorted coldly and cleared his throat. Zhang Huihui, upon seeing Feng Xiaojiang, turned pale instantly and quickly let go of Zhao manager's hand. She didn't know that Feng Xiaojiang had already noticed her scheme. Upon seeing Feng Xiaojiang, she immediately put on an innocent expression. She looked at Feng Xiaojiang timidly and asked, "Daddy, why are you here?" Feng Xiaojiang glanced at manager Zhao beside him and said disdainfully, "Was that guy the one from the other day?" "What do you mean? I don't understand." Zhang Huihui widened her eyes innocently at Feng Xiaojiang, but deep down, she had a bad feeling.
"What do you mean? You were holding his hand just now, weren't you? Don't you have any idea what that means?"
Zhao manager, seeing that Feng Xiaojiang was scolding Zhang Huihui, felt he had to step in to save the damsel in distress.
"Mr. Feng, you're really something. Zhang Huihui is the goddaughter you've been promoting all along, isn't she?"
"She was just discussing work with me." "What's with your sarcastic tone?"
Feng Xiaojiang coldly glanced at him. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to question me?"
Thinking about how this person had stolen his girlfriend, he felt extremely annoyed. Zhao manager, hearing his hostile words, also grew somber.
"Who do you think you are?" "I'm Zhao Daji, the publicity department manager of Xingyue Group."
"Feng Xiaojiang, don't think you're all that just because you directed a few movies. Huihui has followed you for so many years she must be blind."
Feng Xiaojiang sneered disdainfully. "I thought it was someone important. A mere manager? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even glance at you. You brought Zhang Huihui here today, probably for the new product's advertising endorsement, right? Let me tell you, the director of this advertising film is me."
He glanced sideways at Zhang Huihui and said in a teasing tone, "Actually, I was planning to recommend Zhang Huihui for this endorsement role and have her star in the commercial as well."
"Unfortunately." He shrugged his shoulders, "It's absolutely impossible now."
Zhang Huihui's face turned pale upon hearing this. She quickly rushed over and grabbed Feng Xiaojiang's hand, pleading, "Daddy, I was wrong.
Please give me this opportunity. I really need it." "Give you an opportunity?"
Feng Xiaojiang brushed her hand away, patted his sleeve disdainfully, and pointed his chin at Zhao Daji, saying, "Isn't he the one who's so powerful?
He's the manager of the publicity department at Xingyue Group. Go ask him for the opportunity." "Why are you asking me?"
"Hui, don't listen to him. Even if he's the director, he doesn't have the authority to decide who the spokesperson will be." "I don't have the authority, but as an advertising director, I can at least suggest to your superiors which spokesperson to choose, right? Don't think you're so great just because you're a little publicity department manager.
You want to promote Zhang Huihui, don't you?
I'll make sure you don't get your way." He continued with a smirk, knowing that Xingyue Group had already chosen their spokesperson, but saying this would make that shameless woman realize that without him, Feng Xiaojiang, she'd get nothing. Zhang Huihui heard his words and immediately went weak in the knees, collapsing to the ground.
Zhao Daji was completely enraged. "This is outright contempt."
He roared, "Feng Xiaojiang, don't push your luck."
Feng Xiaojiang smiled indifferently.
"So what if I bully you?
What can you do about it?"
"Damn it." Zhao Daji's face turned ashen, and he swung a punch at him.
"You think you're some big shot director just because you're in front of me?"
Feng Xiaojiang didn't expect Zhao Daji to dare to attack him in broad daylight. He scrambled to his feet, one hand covering his face, the other pointing at Zhao Daji. "You just wait. I'll kill you. I'll be your grandson if I don't." Zhao Rongrui had been watching quietly from the side. Both of these men left a very bad impression on her. Seeing them come to blows, she frowned and stepped forward, speaking coldly, "If you want to fight, take it outside. This is the entrance to the executive office of our Xingyue Group." Before she could finish speaking, Chen Jiaqing returned from her meeting. Zhao Rongrui immediately walked over and whispered something in Chen Jiaqing's ear.
Chen Jiaqing nodded expressionlessly, "I understand."
Meanwhile, Feng Xiaojiang, upon seeing Chen Jiaqing's stunning beauty, had already forgotten the anger from being hit by Zhao Daji. Instead, his eyes lit up, and he swallowed hard. He reached out his hand, his face lit up with a smile. "You must be the renowned Chen Zong of Xingyue Group."
Hello.
I'm Director Feng Xiaojiang."
Chapter 118, The Awkward Self-Introduction. Feng Xiaojiang had assumed that Chen Jiaqing would gladly shake his hand upon hearing his name.
After all, he was a renowned first-tier director. But to his surprise, Chen Jiaqing completely ignored Feng Xiaojiang's outstretched hand. With a faint expression, she handed the folder she was holding to Zhao Rongrui and walked past him directly into the office. It wasn't that she was deliberately putting on airs, she had just heard some bad news during the meeting, which had left her in a bad mood. The news was that a tech company in our country had suddenly terminated its cooperation with a subsidiary of Xingyue Group and blocked access to a key technology, rendering their products unable to compete effectively. Later, Zhao Rongrui mentioned to her what had happened earlier, which only made her even more frustrated.
What on earth was going on?
Feng Xiaojiang wasn't someone she had personally selected as director. He had been chosen by the PR department head, who claimed that Feng Xiaojiang was well known and that his previous films had all performed well at the box office, proving his high level of expertise.
So Chen Jiaqing didn't think much of it and agreed.
Originally, hiring a spokesperson to shoot an advertisement didn't require her to get involved with the director. However, since this time it involved Lu Er, who was an inexperienced newcomer, Chen Jiaqing felt it was necessary to personally brief the director. Today's meeting was primarily to discuss this matter. Feng Xiaojiang noticed that Chen Jiaqing was ignoring him, and a shadow of displeasure flashed across his mind.
After all, he was a top-tier director, and no one had ever dared to give him such a cold shoulder before.
However, upon thinking about the 10 million yuan fee and the newly graduated high school graduate, he suppressed his displeasure and followed into the office. Zhao Daji also hurriedly brought Zhang Huihui inside. Sitting in the boss's chair behind the desk, Chen Jiaqing looked at Zhao Daji and the unfamiliar woman behind him, feeling somewhat surprised.
What are you doing here?
Zhao Daji quickly flattered him, saying, Sir, it's like this. I heard that our group's cosmetics company has recently developed a new product, and this product currently doesn't have a spokesperson.
So I wanted to recommend someone to the company.
He pushed Zhang Huihui forward.
This is Miss Zhang Huihui.
She has appeared in numerous films and has tremendous potential for stardom. Her Weibo followers have already surpassed 10 million. I believe her image and demeanor are perfectly suited to our company's brand.
As the group's publicity manager, I recommend her as the spokesperson.
Oh, by the way, Miss Zhang Huihui mentioned that she is willing to negotiate the endorsement fee.
She genuinely loves our company's products.
After saying this, he looked at Chen Jiaqing with anticipation. Zhang Huihui also stepped forward politely and said, I really like your company's products and use them regularly. When I heard that your company was looking for a spokesperson for a new product, I hope to collaborate with your company.
As for the endorsement fee, I can offer a friend rate of 50,000.
She knew that in the past, when big-name celebrities endorsed Jean Ziren, the endorsement fees were in the millions. The reason she offered such a low price was twofold. First, she needed to establish herself as an endorser, and second, her main goal was to catch the attention of her original target, Yiming, the boss of Xingyue Group. She believed that if Yiming saw how low her endorsement fee was, he might take a second look at her. With her abilities, landing Yiming shouldn't be too difficult. After all, even Feng Xiaojiang, who has seen countless women in the entertainment industry, was once completely captivated by her, proving that she truly has something special.
Feng Xiaojiang already knew that Xingyue Group had already selected their spokesperson, but hadn't announced it yet.
Seeing Zhao Daji and Zhang Huihui in this state, he remained silent, his lips curled into a mocking smile, as if watching a clown perform. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Chen Jiaqing replied calmly, regarding the spokesperson for that cosmetic product, we already have someone in mind.
What? They already have someone in mind?
Zhang Huihui and Zhao Daji both paled, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do.
How come we haven't heard about it?
Zhao Daji asked, forcing himself to speak. Chen Jiaqing raised her head, her beautiful eyes deep and piercing, her expression cold.
Do I need to tell you what I've decided? No, that's not what I meant.
Zhao Daji hurriedly waved his hands to explain. Zhang Huihui, standing beside him, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Everyone else had already confirmed their spokesperson, and she had come over to butter them up, even offering to give a discounted rate for the endorsement fee.
This was utterly humiliating.
At the same time, she hated this Zhao manager. He had once sworn up and down that he could definitely help her secure this endorsement deal. She had thought Zhao Daji must have some clout at Xingyue Group, but it turned out he was nothing. Thinking about how she had lost Feng Xiaojiang as her backer by climbing onto Zhao manager, Zhang Huihui regretted her decision so much she could have eaten her heart out. And she had let him off so easily all this time. Standing behind him, she glared at Zhao Daji with endless fury, wanting to devour him whole. Chen Jiaqing glanced at Zhang Huihui, then turned to Zhao Daji and said, as far as I know, our company hasn't issued any announcement about seeking a spokesperson.
What do you mean by bringing someone here to my office today without authorization?
Cold sweat broke out on Zhao Daji's forehead. He was at a loss for words, stammering, I. Chen Jiaqing waved her hand, signaling him to stop making excuses, and continued coldly. Our company doesn't need someone who acts on their own initiative like you, Zhao Daji. You're fired.
What?
Zhao Daji exclaimed in shock, his pupils contracting. His face turned ashen, and he thought, it's over.
Everything is over.
He thought of Zhang Huihui, who had been begging him to let her be the spokesperson for the new product ad.
He never expected this to be the outcome. He glared at Zhang Huihui beside him, grinding his teeth in anger. If it weren't for her constant pleading, he never would have mentioned it to Chen Jiaqing. You! Now I've lost my job because of you. I'll show you when I get out of here. Zhao Daji gritted his teeth in anger, cursing her in his heart. Feng Xiaojiang witnessed the scene and felt a surge of satisfaction. He clapped his hands enthusiastically.
Mr. Chen acts with such decisiveness and firmness.
No wonder he can manage the vast Xingyue group so efficiently.
I admire him greatly. As he spoke, he stared at Chen Jiaqing's stunning face, his eyes gleaming with greed. Chen Jiaqing sneered, her peripheral vision already catching Feng Xiaojiang's disgusting expression. She was completely unaffected by his flattery, and even felt a bit repulsed by it. Chapter 119, Making Up for Losses. Feng Xiaojiang, however, was completely oblivious to Chen Jiaqing's disdain. After Zhao Daji and Zhang Huihui left the office in a hurry, he walked over and closed the door. He then turned around and sat directly across from Chen Jiaqing. Mr. Chen, let's discuss the specific details of this advertising shoot. Chen Jiaqing organized her documents and said indifferently, Director Feng, based on the current situation I am aware of, I have decided that we will hire someone else to direct this advertisement.
If there's nothing else, you may leave. This statement left Feng Xiaojiang stunned and taken aback. Mr. Chen, you're not joking, are you? After all, it was you who invited me to be the director. Now you're dismissing me with just one sentence? We haven't signed a contract yet, have we?
Chen Jiaqing furrowed her brows slightly. We haven't signed a contract yet, but your company approached me and asked me to direct your commercial.
Because of this, I turned down an offer for a movie. Now you're suddenly saying you want to find another director. Are you treating me like a fool? I didn't mean it that way.
I just feel that our visions don't align, so I made this decision.
Alright, since that is the case, I won't force you. But I hope you can compensate me for the losses. Feng Xiaojiang's expression grew grim. How do you expect us to compensate you for your losses? Chen Jiaqing asked calmly. Feng Xiaojiang looked at Chen Jiaqing's beautiful face and a smile appeared on his face.
I'm not a stingy person, and besides, talking about money ruins the mood. So forgetting about the money, I only hope that Mr. Chen can spare some time to have dinner with me. That will settle this matter. His invitation to Chen Jiaqing to dine with him was, of course, not without ulterior motives. He was calculating that he could slip something into her drink, and then this ice-cold beauty would be at his mercy. Thinking of this, a hint of joy flashed across his mind.
Sorry, I don't have time.
Chen Jiaqing cut him off decisively.
Mr. Chen, don't be so ungracious.
I know you manage the vast Xingyue group and have a lot on your plate, but surely you have some private time, right? Feng Xiaojiang leaned closer to the table, interlacing his fingers, seemingly unfazed by Chen Jiaqing's refusal.
He continued, Mr. Chen, I, Feng, have a certain status in society. I often deal with the media, and I have millions of followers on Weibo. I hope our cooperation won't be ruined over a meal. If this gets out, it wouldn't be good for the reputation of Star Joy Group, would it?
He smiled at Chen Jiaqing, his meaning clear. If Star Joy Group goes back on its word, he would use his influence to smear the company's reputation.
Chen Jiaqing's eyes narrowed.
If it were just a matter of compensating him for lost wages, that wouldn't be a big deal. However, someone like him, a renowned director, wouldn't settle for a small amount of compensation. After all, it hadn't caused him much inconvenience, and even if compensation were required, it wouldn't amount to much. But now he was using this as an excuse to demand that she accompany him to dinner, and if she refused, it seemed he would use his status as a renowned director to harm Xingyue Group. She replied calmly, Mr. Feng, Star Joy Group's reputation is not something you need to worry about. If you're willing, our company will compensate you for the lost time based on the actual situation. If you don't want it, I'll represent our company in thanking you for your noble spirit of valuing money as dirt.
As for dinner, I'm sorry, but I really don't have the time. Feng Xiaojiang's expression darkened. You're not worried about the reputation of Xingyue Group for going back on its word spreading? We never signed a work contract with you. What breach of contract are you talking about? We're offering you compensation for lost wages merely as a gesture of goodwill for coming to my office. Feng Xiaojiang's face turned ashen with anger.
He slammed the table and snorted, since you don't know a good thing when you see it, don't blame me for being impolite. He stormed out of Chen Jiaqing's office in a rage. Back home, Feng Xiaojiang grew increasingly furious. After throwing a few things around, he called his assistant and said, Go find me some paparazzi. Have them dig up some dirt on Xingyue Group. The assistant noticed something off in Feng Xiaojiang's tone and hurriedly asked, Director Feng, what's wrong? Weren't we supposed to discuss the details of the advertising shoot with Xingyue Group today? Why are we suddenly digging up dirt on them now?
Feng Xiaojiang gritted his teeth.
They went back on their word.
Damn it, they're treating me like a monkey.
I'll make sure they're crushed and never rise again. The assistant cautiously reminded him, Director Feng, that might not be realistic. After all, they're a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. How could we possibly take them down? The assistant's words snapped Feng Xiaojiang out of his rage.
He was just a director with some influence in the entertainment industry. Compared to Xingyue Group, they weren't even in the same league.
Feng Xiaojiang felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, his heart sinking.
Was he really going to swallow his pride and give in?
After all, he was a renowned first-tier director in the country.
Could he really be humiliated like this and just back down?
If word got out, where would he hide his face? No, he had to dig up some dirt on their group. He didn't believe that a group as big as theirs could have no skeletons in the closet. The assistant across from him thought for a moment before cautiously saying, "Director Feng, there's definitely some dirt on Xingyue Group. Just a few days ago, several murders occurred at the Jinhu Tower, and the incident caused a huge stir online."
But strangely, all the information was quickly suppressed. I suspect the group bought off all the media outlets to cover it up.
Moreover, among the victims were Zhang Guohua from the Zhang family of Zhoulong and several elderly individuals said to be very old. All the victims were secretly disposed of, and no further information has surfaced. It is rumored that these incidents are closely connected to Yiming, the mastermind behind Xingyue Group. We might be able to investigate this angle.
Did Zhang Guohua die in the Jinhu Tower? Did the Zhang family not confront the Xingyue Group?
It seems he fell from the upper floors and died.
As for the exact floor, it's unclear.
Only the top 8 floors of the Jinhu Tower are office spaces belonging to the Xingyue Group, so I suspect the Zhang family isn't certain whether Zhang Guohua's death is connected to the Xingyue Group or not.
Feng Xiaojiang shifted his gaze. Perhaps we can start from this angle.
If the group's mastermind is suspected of criminal activity, I won't let such a golden opportunity slip away.
But, Director Feng, is that really a good idea? If we do this, we'll be declaring war on Star Joy Group.
If we make a mistake, the consequences could be unpredictable.
Feng Xiaojiang clenched his teeth.
A man must stand up for himself. They've been treating me like a monkey. I'll make them see that Feng Xiaojiang isn't someone to be messed with.
Chapter 120, It's Time to Act.
After spending a few days in the hospital, Yi Dashan's condition had improved significantly, and he insisted on being discharged. Yi Ming had no choice but to take him back to the villa in Shangshi Huading. After staying in the villa for a few days, he couldn't sit still again. This time, Yi Ming wouldn't let him do any work, lest something else go wrong. Yi Dashan wandered around for a few days, feeling bored. One day during lunch, he said to Yi Ming, "Xiao Ming, we've been in Shanghai for so long.
We've had our fill of fun and food. We've enjoyed everything we could. Now, I really miss home. Why don't you take me and your mother back to our hometown?
There are many relatives and neighbors there, and we can visit each other often." Here, it was okay at first, but after a while, it gets really boring. Yi Ming suddenly recalled that Lu Er had mentioned missing her parents a few days ago. Hearing his father say this, he must feel lonely, so he thought maybe they could bring Uncle Tian's family over too. He suggested, "Dad, why don't we bring Uncle Tian's family over to live with us? That way, you'll have company." Yi Dashan immediately waved his hand.
"I know Uncle Tian well. He definitely won't leave his hometown. He misses home more than I do."
Yi Ming had no choice but to turn to his mother and ask,
"Mom, do you want to go back too? I don't mind. I can adapt anywhere, but your father can't. If he wants to go back, I'll go with him. But to be honest, he's getting old. It's true that he feels more at ease back home." Yi Ming nodded, thinking to himself that if he kept his father in Shanghai, even though he'd have good food and a comfortable life, he'd be like a goldfish in a fishbowl, with only a tiny bit of freedom. He could understand why his father wanted to go back. However, the old house back home definitely can't be lived in, a new one must be built. Moreover, Yi Ming's current status was somewhat special, and having his parents stay in the rural hometown might pose some potential risks.
Therefore, they would definitely need to hire a few people to secretly protect them, and the house's structure would need to be designed by an architect. After thinking it over, he said, "Dad, here's what we'll do. I'll have someone build a house on the foundation of our old home first.
Once the house is finished, you can move back then. What do you think?"
Yi Dashan nodded and agreed. "All right, let's wait a little longer." That evening, Yi's mother approached Yi Ming and said mysteriously, "Xiao Ming, I think Jiaqing is really a good match for you.
When are you two planning to get married? Mom is eagerly awaiting the arrival of a grandchild."
Yi Ming choked on his drink.
"Mom, that's still a long way off."
Yi's mother gave him a disapproving look.
"What do you mean it's still early?
Zhang Bo's son is the same age as you, and his son is already working. And Lu Shu's family, the one you used to fight with as a kid, that bullhead, they're almost having their second child. In our village, among those your age, you're the only one who hasn't gotten married yet. You need to get your act together. Bring Jiaqing back soon so I can rest easy."
"Mom, don't worry. If there's good news, I'll be the first to tell you."
Yi Ming smiled and massaged his mother's shoulders.
"You're such a kid.
You've never let me worry about you before, but this is important.
You need to hurry up."
"All right." Jean Ruerue had already found a suitable plot of land for Yi Ming to build a hospital, but Yi Ming had already set his sights on buying a private island and naturally wanted to build the hospital on his own property. Therefore, when Jean Ruerue reported the news to him, Yiming said he wouldn't build the hospital in Shanghai for now, he wanted to build it somewhere else.
This left Jean Ruerue a bit disappointed.
She had worked so hard to find such a good location, and now the boss wanted to build it somewhere else.
Jean Ruerue then asked him, Mr. Yi, where do we plan to build the hospital?
Yiming smiled slightly, our own territory.
Jean Ruerue was confused. Isn't this already our own territory?
I mean, the territory you, as the boss, established with your own hands. Jean Ruerue widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief.
You built the territory? Boss, you're not joking, are you? Yiming shook his head. Can you just joke about something like that? Then, boss, aren't you afraid of being labeled a terrorist? If things go wrong and you fail, the consequences will be disastrous.
Jean Ruerue thought Yiming was planning to join those separatists and cause trouble within the country. If that were the case, their entire group would definitely face a grim fate. She was so scared her face turned pale. Yiming was taken aback for a moment, then realized her concern.
He chuckled, I'm not planning to cause trouble in our own territory. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Not in our own territory? That's a relief.
With the boss's reassurance, Jean Ruerue patted her chest and sighed in relief. Originally, she had made up her mind that if the boss really intended to cause trouble domestically, she would resign. Her life was just beginning, and she didn't want to be labeled a terrorist. Yiming suddenly recalled how he had been searching for ways to exacerbate an economic crisis in a certain region, forcing them to sell their islands to repay debts. Later, due to other matters, he had stopped paying attention to it. Seeing Jean Ruerue there, he casually asked, Ruerue, you graduated from Peking University's Manhwa School of Management.
You must be well versed in economic issues, right?
Jean Ruerue thought her boss was testing her professional knowledge and quickly replied, I have some basic knowledge, but I wouldn't call myself an expert. After all, our major was management.
Yiming nodded and asked, then tell me, do you know about the economic crisis currently unfolding in a certain region?
Jean Ruerue replied, this news is all over the place.
I know a bit about it. Boss, why are you suddenly interested in the economic crisis in that place? Is our group planning to expand our business there?
Yiming didn't respond to her question and continued, then let me ask you this, if I had a massive amount of capital, how could I exacerbate the economic crisis in a certain place? Make them have no choice but to settle their debts through other means. Jean Ruerue thought for a moment. As far as I know, the economic crisis in that place is already extremely severe. Workers are striking. Students are boycotting classes, and the national unemployment rate has reached a staggering 30%, with youth unemployment exceeding 60%.
That means 6 out of every 10 young people are unemployed.
At the same time, there's a food shortage, and everyone is scrambling to hoard food. The number of homeless people on the streets is growing rapidly. Region O is currently discussing providing a financial aid package of over 100 billion euros to the region, but no decision has been made yet. After all, the situation in other regions of O is also not good. Except for England, France, and Germany, the other regions are unwilling to sacrifice their own interests to aid the region. Yiming furrowed his brows. Has it already become this severe? He had previously been concerned that the economic crisis in that region was not severe enough and had been contemplating how to escalate the situation. He never expected that all he needed to do was wait.
Jean Ruerue nodded. That's right. There have been multiple riots in that region recently.
Their president, aside from waiting for O region's assistance, is helpless in the face of the current situation, and the entire territory is on the brink of chaos. Yiming's eyes lit up, and a look of delight appeared on his face.
If that's the case, then it's time to act. Chapter 121, A Matter of Pride.
Yiming spoke seriously and hurriedly instructed Jean Ruerue, Ruerue, I am entrusting you with a very important matter. Currently, only you, Mr. Chen, and I are aware of this, so you must keep it strictly confidential. Jean Ruerue saw her boss looking so serious and grew tense. Sir, just tell me.
I'll keep it a secret.
Go to a certain location immediately and convey our intention to purchase their largest island, Special Island, on behalf of Xingyue Group. Jean Ruerue covered her mouth with her hands and widened her eyes.
Boss, you mentioned earlier about establishing a territory. Could it be that you plan to buy Tay Island and develop it there? Yiming shrugged. Is there a problem?
Jean Ruerue said, Boss, even if they agree to sell Tay Island, they definitely won't allow you to develop it.
That involves the sovereignty of a territory.
Yiming was also unsure about this.
After all, this would amount to splitting someone else's territory.
While it was technically a purchase, even though super rich individuals had bought small islands before, what they acquired was only usage rights and management rights. They would never go as far as Yiming, who planned to develop it into a truly sovereign independent territory. Yiming thought it over and instructed, go try negotiating with them first.
If that doesn't work, we'll think of another way.
If it's feasible, try to find out their asking price. Jean Ruerue nodded and said, all right, I'll go right away. Yiming knew this wouldn't be resolved quickly, but all he could do was wait for updates from Jean Ruerue. As for how to handle it after purchasing it, that would require a step-by-step approach.
Establishing a territory was an event that would undoubtedly shock the international community.
To gain recognition from the international community, one must possess sufficient strength. The simplest question was how to get the numerous territories in Ozone to recognize this newly emerged territory in the Mediterranean controlled by a non-Ozone ethnic group. After all, Yiming was an Eastern person, and the Xingyue group was a conglomerate controlled by Easterners. An Eastern person suddenly purchasing an island in the Mediterranean and establishing an independent sovereign territory would inevitably be seen as a covert maneuver by Eastern institutions.
An independent sovereign territory means having an army and weapons.
Without any ability to resist, it would be at the mercy of others. The major powers of the Ozone would never tolerate the existence of a sovereign territory controlled by Eastern institutions, especially one with real military strength so close to their own territories. They would view it as a significant threat to their own security.
This is akin to the Cold War era, when Country A refused to allow Cuba to deploy Soviet missiles on its territory. To be clear, what weapons Cuba chooses to possess on its own territory is its own business.
However, Country A firmly refused to allow them to possess offensive weapons capable of striking its homeland, threatening to invade Cuba if they did. The situation was extremely tense at the time, with Country A adopting an extremely hardline stance, even going so far as to threaten to launch a nuclear war. Ultimately, under the threat of a massive fleet comprising 68 air squadrons, 8 aircraft carriers, and 90 warships blockading Cuban waters, the Soviet Union relented and withdrew its missiles from Cuba. Cuba subsequently faced decades of economic sanctions from Country A, leaving its national economy in a state of extreme poverty. Since Yiming had established a sovereign territory on the special island, he naturally needed to deploy offensive weapons, otherwise, he would have no say in the matter. This would inevitably clash with the major powers in Ozone. And those territories are under the leadership of NATO member states led by Country A. Therefore, Yiming will eventually face the entire NATO alliance.
This is currently the most powerful organization on Earth. Given their past behavior, they will undoubtedly seek to block Yiming's territory in every possible way. And if Yiming refuses to compromise, they might even resort to using missiles to completely obliterate the island. If unprepared, even the ability to defend oneself would be non-existent, and that wouldn't qualify as a sovereign territory.
Yiming certainly doesn't want his territory to become the next Cuba. Therefore, until we have sufficient self-defense capabilities, everything must be done in secret. To achieve sufficient self-defense capabilities, before declaring independence, they must possess nuclear weapons capable of striking the mainland of Country A. At the same time, there must be a defense system capable of withstanding nuclear weapons. This will be a lengthy process, potentially spanning years, decades, or even longer. Currently, there are no defense systems in the world capable of withstanding nuclear missiles, which means Yiming will have to spend a huge amount of resources to recruit top-tier physicists from the world's most elite research institutions to assist him in this endeavor. Such talents are national treasures in their respective territories, and Yiming's attempt to recruit them will undoubtedly be an extremely challenging endeavor.
Thinking about this, Yiming couldn't help but sigh deeply.
It seems that establishing a territory is no easy task after all.
Just the issue of territorial security alone is enough to give one a headache.
However, since he had decided to do it, he would go all out. Looking out the window at the setting sun, Yiming felt a surge of enthusiasm. There would be a day when he would succeed. After discussing this matter with Jean Ruerue, Yiming contacted several well-known domestic architectural design firms to discuss building a new villa for his parents back home. For the older generation who value their roots, only their hometown could provide the sense of stability they needed. Since his father wanted to return, he couldn't stop him. All he could do was try his best to provide them with a safe and comfortable life. As for the future, once he had established his domain, Yiming planned to relocate the entire village there, so his parents wouldn't feel out of place. After finalizing the design plans with the architectural firm, Yiming prepared to return to his hometown with the construction team to purchase a plot of land and begin construction. The last time Yiming returned home, old Zhang's son recognized his Mercedes-Benz worth over 4 million yuan, instantly spreading his fame throughout the neighboring villages.
His name is now well known in the area.
How he made his fortune and the various incidents from his childhood were all vividly recounted. Thanks to Yiming, even the village chief of his hometown, Zhou Fei, felt proud when talking to other village chiefs from neighboring villages. Zhou Fei often boasts to others, "Our village has produced a wealthy individual who, at just 24 or 25 years old, already drives a Mercedes-Benz worth over 4 million yuan.
Isn't that impressive? Impressive. 24 or 25 years old? Driving a Mercedes-Benz worth over 4 million yuan? Did he earn that money himself?
Zhou Fei, of course. That's indeed impressive, but your village produced such an impressive person, yet why did it rank at the bottom in the recent county-wide economic evaluation? Why didn't you ask him to invest in your village and contribute to its economic development?" Zhou Fei waved his hand dismissively. He runs a tech company in Shanghai.
What could he possibly do in our poor, remote village?
Besides, our village isn't without investors. Not long ago, a big boss from the neighboring city came to inspect our village and said the location was good, planning to build a large factory here.
But with your village's terrain, wouldn't that require large-scale demolition?
Maybe, but we still need to discuss it further with the higher-ups.
Then he sighed. In truth, the villagers weren't very keen on relocation either.
They said the compensation offered by the businessman was too low, but the higher-ups were focused on their political achievements and couldn't be bothered with such details.
Chapter 122, The Demolition Team. The big boss Zhou Fa Kai mentioned was Li Guodong, one of the wealthiest individuals in the neighboring city.
He had made his fortune in coastal cities by establishing numerous factories. In recent years, due to the sharp rise in labor wages and factory rent in coastal areas, he felt a lot of pressure.
So he decided to relocate his factories to an inland area with lower production costs.
After extensive research and consultations with a feng shui master, he finally settled on a plot of land in Zhou Fa Kai's village.
The feng shui master claimed it was a prime feng shui location.
If the factory were built there, it would definitely bring in a steady stream of wealth. Since the factory is expected to be large-scale, nearly all the villagers' homes will need to be demolished. Originally, the compensation for the demolition had been arranged, and relocating the villagers to another area wasn't a major issue. Unfortunately, Li Guodong didn't have sufficient funds, and if he had to pay too much compensation to the villagers, he wouldn't be able to afford it.
Therefore, he wanted to compensate each displaced household at a lower price.
This has made the villagers very upset.
You don't have the money, yet you want us to leave? No way. But the county leaders wouldn't agree.
Their county was one of the poorest in the area.
Now that there is finally an investor willing to come to the county magistrate Wen Ti let him leave so easily.
If Li Guodong builds his factory there, it would be a major achievement.
It would also greatly benefit their careers.
Therefore, the county leadership unanimously decided to use every means possible to convince Li Guodong to build his factory in their county. Originally, the villagers disagreed with Li Guodong's relocation compensation plan.
The county leaders then told Li Guodong to choose another location, promising him the best policies in the county.
However, Li Guodong was deeply superstitious and believed the words of the feng shui master, insisting that if he were to invest in this county, the factory must be built in that village. Otherwise, he would not invest in this county at all. One side was adamant about the location, while the other side refused to move due to insufficient compensation. This back and forth led to a conflict. The county leaders naturally sided with Li Guodong, as he could bring them political achievements and help them advance their careers.
As for the villagers,
they were essentially dispensable.
However, as institutional leaders, they couldn't openly demand that the villagers leave their homes, so they were temporarily at a loss.
Finally, Li Guodong told the county leaders that as long as they agreed, he wouldn't need them to get involved. He'd use his own methods to make the villagers move willingly. The county leaders naturally knew what methods he would use and that they wouldn't be pleasant, but for the sake of their own achievements, turning a blind eye was the best option in this situation. Yi Ming returned to his hometown that day with the construction team and Lu Er, who was on leave. As soon as he arrived in the village, he sensed something was amiss.
Why were all the households locked up and not coming out?
In the past, everyone used to leave their doors open at night.
Why are they all shut tight in broad daylight?
Yi Ming and Lu Er went straight to her house. Uncle Tian, who had been looking gloomy, relaxed a bit when he saw Yi Ming and Lu Er return.
Yi Ming noticed that Uncle Tian seemed troubled and asked, "Uncle Tian, what's happening in the village? It feels off."
Uncle Tian sighed and said, "There's a big boss from the neighboring city who wants to build a factory in our village and force us to relocate. Originally, relocating wasn't a big deal as long as the compensation was paid, we'd agree.
But that boss is so heartless.
He's only offering 7,000 or 8,000 yuan per household, wanting to buy all our houses and farmland.
Those are our lifelines. How could 7,000 or 8,000 yuan be enough?" We definitely refused.
In the end, the boss started sending thugs to harass us day and night, leaving us no peace. A few villagers got into fights with them and were beaten up.
He sighed helplessly. This is forced buying and selling. Don't the officials care? Are they just letting them run amok? Yi Ming's brows furrowed in anger. What can we do?
The county leaders are all on their side.
They've probably been bribed.
When our villagers reported it to the authorities, no one even bothered to look into it. Those thugs are getting more and more brazen.
They've threatened to give us half a month.
If we don't hand over the money and move out by then, they'll bring in bulldozers and flatten every house in the village.
Is that really happening? Is there no law in this world? Yi Ming's expression darkened.
We have no money or power to fight them, but we've decided that if he had paid us properly earlier, we would have moved.
But now, even if he offers more money, we won't move. If he wants to bring bulldozers, let him come. We'll go down fighting.
Uncle Tian's anger boiled over, and he clenched his teeth tightly, his face showing a resolute expression. Yi Ming thought about the construction crew of over a dozen people he had brought back, and an idea formed in his mind. He calmed Tian Shu down and asked, "How many of those thugs are there?
When do you think they'll come next?"
That group's numbers vary each time they come. Sometimes there are 50 or 60, sometimes 70 or 80, and at most over 100.
They came once this morning with 70 or 80 people. Next time they might come this evening, or maybe at night, who knows when. Xiaoming, do you have any ideas?
Tianshu heard his question and thought he had a solution, looking at him expectantly. Yishu, I brought back a dozen or so construction workers this time. If that gang of thugs dares to come today, I'll definitely teach them a lesson.
A dozen people? Uncle Tian's initial hope faded instantly.
A dozen people plus a few strong men from our village. If it comes to a fight, we might not stand a chance against them. Yiming smiled slightly, thinking to himself that he could handle those men alone.
He said, Uncle Tian, don't worry. I've got this under control.
That evening, just after dinner, the thugs who had been harassing the villagers to move out returned. They were all wearing tank tops, some with tattoos, and a few held iron rods in their hands. What they all had in common was that they walked with an arrogant swagger. Yiming stood at the entrance of Tianshu's house, watching the leader of the group knock on the door of a villager's house. There was no response, so he kicked the door several times, shouted some threats, and then moved on to the next house, only to face the same fate as the first household. At that moment, the leader of the gang noticed that the only house in the village still had its door open. It was Tianshu's house, with a young man standing at the entrance. Instantly, the gang became interested and began strutting toward Yiming one by one.
Chapter 123, He knows I have money.
The voice carried from afar, Young man, you look unfamiliar.
Just back from working away, right?
The man speaking was Fong Dequan, the leader of the group. He was in his 30s, with a blade of grass between his teeth, walking with a swagger and shaking his shoulders, looking very arrogant. Behind Fong Dequan followed a large group of 70 or 80 people, several of whom were holding iron rods.
The scene was indeed intimidating.
Yiming ignored him because he had spotted Ba Gu in the crowd.
Back then, he had paid Ba Gu 20,000 yuan to have him and his men beat up the brick kiln owner and the foreman Manhwa. Upon seeing him again, Yiming greeted him with interest. Hey, isn't that Ba Gu? Nice to see you again.
Although Ba Gu had some reputation in their town, among this group, he was just a minor figure.
Seeing Yiming greet him, Ba Gu smiled awkwardly. Yeah, nice to see you again.
Yiming deliberately walked over to chat with him enthusiastically, completely ignoring the leader.
Boss, did Lu the Fat and Manhwa cause any trouble for you later?
They did.
How could they not?
In the end, he spent 5,000 yuan to hire a group of people from elsewhere and fought with us.
How did it go? Did you win? Yiming asked with interest. Ba Ji's eyes darkened, clearly indicating an unfavorable outcome, but he said, it was a draw. We lost a few people, and they also had a few injured. That's it? Not many people died? Yiming asked in a deliberately surprised tone.
Bao Gu was startled by his words. They had never killed anyone before. Killing someone was a capital offense, and with their courage, they dared not take a life lightly. He glanced at Yiming, feeling that this guy was hard to read, and could only weakly reply, no one died. Yiming patted his shoulder, feigning sympathy.
Boss, that's not good enough.
If you're going to fight, at least kill a few people. Let me tell you, when I was in Shanghai, I once got into a fight and 6 people died, 2 from our side and 4 from theirs, he said nonchalantly. But as soon as he said that, the people surrounding him all raised their eyebrows in surprise.
This guy has killed people before? He must be a real tough guy.
Some of the more timid ones instinctively stepped back a few paces from Yiming.
Bao Gu also looked at Yiming in shock, his voice trembling. Brother, you guys are playing this big?
Yiming shrugged indifferently. It's not that big of a deal. Let me tell you, those 4 people were all killed by me alone.
Later, I went to Kowloon and took care of a few more.
Ba Gu and the people around him exclaimed in shock again. Damn it, he killed 4 people in Shanghai by himself.
Then he ran to Kowloon and took out a few more. Is this guy really that crazy? Fong Dequan walked over at this moment.
The contempt in his eyes had vanished without a trace.
However, to maintain his aura as the boss, he crossed his arms over his chest and asked in a skeptical tone, Brother, are you just showing off? You killed so many people and you're still standing here? The police haven't issued a nationwide warrant for your arrest? Xiaohubot file anti-piracy, find the book robot and select Xiaohu, stable and reliable, no pitfalls.
These words snapped the others out of their shock over Yiming's earlier actions.
Right, if he really killed so many people, how could he still stand here acting cool?
Yiming turned to Fong Dequan and gave him a faint smile.
This calm demeanor made Ba Gu and the others feel a hint of suspicion. He smiled again. You don't understand. I have money, and I have connections above.
He pointed his index finger toward the sky and continued, of course I can stand here as if nothing happened.
Money? Connections? Fong Dequan furrowed his brows. Exactly. Yiming pointed at Ba Gu.
I have money, and Ba Gu knows that best, right, Ba Gu?
He smiled at Ba Gu. Bao Gu nodded reluctantly.
Yes, the brother is indeed wealthy, but I wonder how he compares to our Li boss. The Li boss he referred to was naturally Li Guodong.
Is your Li boss really that rich? Fong Dequai stepped forward with a smug smile.
Of course he is.
Mr. Lee is one of the wealthiest tycoons in the neighboring city. No matter how much money you have, how can you compare to Mr. Lee? Oh. So, Mr. Lee must have paid you guys a lot to be the demolition crew, right?
Of course. As long as we get the villagers to move out by the specified time, Mr. Lee will give us 30,000.
Fong Dequai used a blade of grass to pick his teeth. 30,000?
Yiming suddenly looked at Fong Dequai with a look of astonishment. Fong Dequan thought Yiming was intimidated by him, and his face grew even more arrogant.
Not bad. How about you? Do you have the money to be as generous as Mr. Lee?
Bago heard Fong Dequai's words and his face turned red and green. He didn't know how much Mr. Lee had given Fong Dequai. He had been dragged in by an acquaintance to make up the numbers, and was told he'd get paid afterward, but the amount wasn't specified. Out of respect for the acquaintance, he didn't dare ask. Now, hearing Fong Dequai say that Lee Boss had given them 30,000, and recalling how Yiming had given him 20,000 just for beating up 2 people earlier. Although it wasn't as much as Mr. Lee's money, when compared to the number of people involved in the goal they needed to achieve, the difference became evident.
Yiming sighed deliberately and said to Ba Gu, "Your boss Lee isn't up to the task, is he, Ba Gu?" Bao Gu's face turned slightly awkward, and he could only nod and remain silent. Fong Dequan noticed Yiming's expression, furrowed his brows, and asked, "What's wrong? Do you look down on Mr. Lee now?" Yiming nodded toward Ba Gu and said, "I once asked Ba Gu to help me beat up 2 people. Do you know how much I gave him?" "Beat up 2 people?" Fong Dequan asked cautiously, "A few thousand yuan, right? 10,000 yuan?"
Yiming sneered disdainfully. Fong Dequai thought he had underestimated the amount and quickly added, "Of course, if I had sent someone to do it, 10,000 wouldn't be enough. It would have been at least 15,000 to 18,000.
Yiming smiled faintly and looked at Ba Gu. "Tell him how much I paid you back then."
Seeing Yiming still looking as calm as ever, Fong Dequan felt a sense of unease. He stared at Ba Gu and asked in a slightly tense tone, "How much did he give you at the time?" Ba Gu glanced at him and then spoke softly, 20,000.
Fong Dequai's eyes widened in shock, looking as though he had swallowed a fly. Chapter 124, Say It Again. Fong Dequan was so stunned by Ba Ge's response that he couldn't think of what to say for a moment. Although the money wasn't as much as what Lee Boss had offered, their objectives were different. One was just helping to beat up 2 people, while the other was meant to act as part of the demolition crew. This was bound to lead to conflict with the villagers, and they had already fought once before. Though they hadn't suffered much, getting the villagers to move out willingly wouldn't be easy. Fong Dequan's face flushed red.
He shifted his eyes and thought of something before continuing. "Even if you have some money, I'm sure it's still less than Lee Boss.
He is planning to invest hundreds of millions here to build a factory.
He is a man with big plans. But I'm not interested in competing with you, because even if you have money, power always trumps money. You have money, but you have no power. Just look at Huang Guanyu, the former richest man in the East. He ended up in prison too." Yiming chuckled and said, "Did you forget what I just told you? I killed 4 people in Shanghai and then went to Kowloon to kill someone else.
I'm still standing here just fine." He spread his hands, giving him a look that said, "Are you blind?" Fong Dequan looked at him up and down, unsure of what to think. This guy looked harmless, but the cold cruelty hidden behind his smile was clear to him. He wasn't sure if this guy was telling the truth or not. "Then tell me, who did you kill? Why hasn't the police arrested you?"
"I only killed 3 old men who were already on their deathbeds and a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, Yiming said casually.
Old men and a middle-aged man who were about to die.
Hearing this, the tension among the crowd eased slightly.
"Damn, I thought you killed more."
Turns out it was just 3 old men on their last legs and a middle-aged guy. Fong Dequan burst into laughter. "Young man, you sure know how to play the part.
You're so refreshingly unique.
I thought you were some tough guy who could kill 3 or 4 people, but it turns out it was just 3 old men and a middle-aged guy in his 50s or 60s.
Ha!"
The others joined in the mockery. "Ha, 3 old men, plus that middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s, that's barely half an old man.
So he killed 3.5 old men. Ha! Damn it, 3.5 old men aren't worth a damn.
I could take down 10 of them with one hand. Taking down 10 with one hand is nothing. Even if there were 100 old men in front of me, I wouldn't bat an eyelid."
"Cut it out, you're all weaklings. Bring as many as you want, I'll kill them all." Fong Dequan was laughing so hard he was about to cry. "Brother, you're amazing. You only target old men and half old men.
I'd rather suck your dick than fight you." Yiming just looked at them with a calm expression. If they had seen Su Xianzhai's mysterious wind technique, they would have been scared out of their wits.
But he didn't feel like explaining anything to them.
Anyway, they wouldn't believe him. After all, they had never heard of Su Xianzhai or Chen Botang.
Fong Dequai waved his hand again.
"All right, brother, I'm not going to waste my breath on you.
You've been around the block, seen the world.
I hope you can talk to your villagers and convince them to move out for the sake of our hometown's development.
Don't let things get ugly."
Yiming crossed his arms, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
"Go tell your boss Lee that there's no way we're moving. Tell him to give up that idea. Ha!
As soon as Yi Ming spoke, Fong Dekui's expression changed from a broad smile to a dark, menacing look.
You think you're something just because you have a few bucks and killed a few old men? Let me tell you, we're not old men. If things get ugly, we won't be so easy to deal with. For 30,000, you're willing to risk your lives for Li Boss? Fong Dequan shrugged. People die for money, birds die for food. That's just how society works. Besides, this isn't even considered risking your lives. We're just asking you to move. If you refuse, we'll bring in a bulldozer and your houses will be demolished whether you like it or not.
Yi Ming's voice grew icy as he stared into Fong Dequan's eyes and said firmly, "Let me make this clear to you all. Go back and tell your boss Li that I won't hold the previous incident where you injured our villagers against him.
Just have him compensate us for the medical expenses. And as for you, this is your last visit. Don't ever come back. As for the demolition, he can forget about it. No matter how much money he offers, we won't move." What do you mean? Fong Dequan furrowed his brows. Are you planning to go against us? If you insist on seeing it that way, I suppose we can put it that way.
The others behind Fong Dequan, except for Bago, all gathered around. A burly man with a tiger tattoo on his arm and a metal rod in his hand stepped forward and said, "Kid, don't think you can act tough here just because you killed a few old men. Let me tell you, there are so many of us, we could drown you with our spit alone.
And that's not even everyone. We still have people who haven't arrived yet. Do you really think you can fight us and win?
If you don't want to die, you'd better know your place." Yi Ming's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly struck out, grabbing the man's neck and lifting him up by the throat.
His expression was extremely icy.
Looking down at the burly man in his grip, Yi Ming spoke calmly, "Say that again?" His voice was cold, as if it could freeze someone in a 1,000-year-old ice cave. The burly man never expected Yi Ming to attack suddenly and couldn't dodge in time. With his neck being choked by Yi Ming, his face turned bright red instantly. The people around him were also taken aback that Yi Ming would act so decisively, especially while being surrounded by so many of them. Fong Dequan, as the leader, felt his face was lost, but he was also shocked by Yi Ming's strength, who could single-handedly choke a man weighing over 170 pounds and lift him off the ground. This kid is no pushover. He clenched his teeth and coldly said, "Kid, if you don't want to be beaten up by the crowd, let him go right now." Yi Ming snorted coldly, "What if I don't let him go?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the man's neck, causing him to choke and struggle to breathe. The man couldn't make a sound, feeling as though he was about to suffocate, and desperately tried to pry Yi Ming's hands off, but to no avail. Fong Dequan's anger flared up. Although this kid was skilled, they had so many people on their side. If all of them were being held off by one person, how would they save face? He bellowed, "Brothers, get your weapons." From a distance, Tianshu and Tianmu noticed something was amiss, and their hearts sank instantly. Chapter 125, shocking the entire crowd. Yi Ming curled his lips into a ruthless smile, said nothing, and immediately turned around, using the burly man in his arms to slam him into Fong Dequan. Fong Dequan saw a massive shadow closing in on him, his pupils contracted sharply, and a chill ran down his spine. He instinctively tried to dodge out of the way. However, his speed was too slow, and he was struck on the head by the foot of the burly man in Yi Ming's hands, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Others had already swung their weapons toward Yi Ming, but he didn't stop. He used the burly man as a weapon, grabbed his neck, and swept him around violently. Bang! Instantly, the crowd surrounding Yi Ming was knocked flying by the burly man's kick. The burly man himself was dazed, and if not for Yi Ming holding him up, he wouldn't have been able to stand. Those behind him saw this and sucked in their breath in shock. This guy is way too strong. He actually used a person as a weapon. Terrifying. Damn it, he's so strong, what's the point of fighting him? It seems ordinary people can't handle him. We need a gun. Where are we supposed to get a gun right now? Besides, if someone finds out about the gun, he might not even get shot, but you'll be the one getting arrested. The others watching from a distance were so shocked by the scene that they couldn't speak. Is this really the Xiao Ming I used to know? How did he get so strong? Minggu is so cool. Yi Ming, holding the burly man, looked around at the others with a playful smile. Do any of you want to try? The others looked at each other, some holding iron rods, but none dared to approach Yi Ming. It was useless. The remaining people, roughly 50 or so, had the advantage in numbers. Yet at that moment, they looked like a flock of sheep surrounded by wolves, none daring to take a single step forward. These people were originally gathered by Mr. Li from various places to form a temporary demolition team to threaten villagers into moving. They weren't a well-organized group. Therefore, they could only intimidate these inexperienced villagers, make threats, or, when they had the upper hand, pick a fight with the villagers. But in a situation like this, facing someone as ruthless as Yi Ming, aside from the leader Fong Dequan, none of them would dare to step forward. In short, they were nothing but a bunch of cowardly thugs who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Yi Ming looked at the group of people, each of them acting cautiously, and sneered. What? You were the ones demanding that our entire village pay money to relocate, weren't you? Is that all you've got? Among them was a young man with a shaved head, who was more arrogant than the others. He always spoke with his nose in the air. Now, provoked by Yi Ming's words, he flew into a rage. He swung the iron bar in his hand with force, aiming directly at Yi Ming. Yi Ming was facing away from him, and he was confident that one swing of the iron bar would knock Yi Ming to the ground. From a distance, Uncle Tian and the others saw this and their hearts jumped to their throats. They shouted in alarm, "Xiao Ming, watch out behind you." However, there was no need for them to say anything. Yi Ming's perception had already detected the bald young man's every move and the trajectory of the iron rod in his hand. "You're asking for death." Yi Ming coldly snorted, spun around at an incredible speed, narrowly dodging the iron rod, then kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him flying out of the crowd. Sigh. The remaining people sucked in a sharp breath once more. This instantaneous speed and astonishing strength were beyond their comprehension. This guy is too powerful. They swallowed hard and involuntarily took a step back. Who else dares to try? Yi Ming surveyed the crowd with a faint smile, a hint of coldness in his brows. Anyone who looked at him couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine. No one dared to step forward to challenge Yi Ming's authority, all staring at him with fear in their eyes. Yi Ming shook his head. "You really disappoint me." He then suddenly threw the burly man in his hands in a certain direction, causing another large group to fall to the ground. Then, he walked over to Fong Dequan with his hands behind his back. Fong Dequan touched his face, still feeling the pain from the kick he had just received. Seeing Yi Ming approaching him, his eyes flickered with fear. "What do you want to do?" Yi Ming patted his face and smiled indifferently. "Don't be so afraid. I'll say the same thing. Go back and tell your boss Lee to abandon his plans to build a factory in our village. Also, compensate the villagers you injured last time. A few $1,000s per person should suffice." Fong Dequan suddenly widened his eyes. "You're too ruthless. We didn't hurt them that badly. Asking for tens of thousands per person is too much. It's not coming out of your pocket. Why are you so worked up? You said your boss Lee is rich, right? A few $1,000s in medical expenses per person is nothing." Fong Dequan was speechless, glaring at Yi Ming daringly, but dared not say anything. These people came here so arrogantly at first, but now that Yi Ming has stepped in alone, they've been completely subdued. After giving his instructions, Yi Ming turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. He turned back to Fong Dequan and said, "Oh, right. If your boss Lee really wants to contribute to the economic development of our village, tell him to come over tomorrow. I'll show him the way." As he finished speaking, a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he were pulling a prank. Chapter 126, Disobedience. After sending those people away, Yi Ming clapped his hands and returned to Uncle Tian's house. Tianshu watched them leave in disgrace and muttered, "They're just leaving?" Yi Ming nodded. "They're gone, but they might come back tomorrow. And their boss Lee might even show up." Tianshu recalled Yi Ming's heroic stance earlier when he stood alone against a crowd, and felt genuinely delighted. However, he couldn't figure out why Yi Ming was so formidable. "Xiao Ming, I just saw you fighting with them. I was almost scared to death. There were so many of them, yet you were so powerful. You scared them into submission in no time. In the end, you even chased them away." Yi Ming chuckled, "No big deal. Those guys were just a bunch of ragtag thugs. They weren't anything special. Even if they were real tough guys, I wouldn't be afraid. Will they dare to come back now? Maybe I'll have their boss Lee come over tomorrow. I wonder if he'll show up." "What? Xiao Ming, why are you letting them come tomorrow?" Uncle Tian was startled, wondering what Yi Ming was up to. "That Lee boss is determined to contribute to our village's economic development. Besides demolition and factory construction, there must be other methods. I'll show him the way." Yi Ming smiled mysteriously. When Fong Dequan returned with half his face swollen, covering it with his hands, and reported the situation to Li Guodong slammed the table in anger. "Are all of you useless? You were scared into submission by one person? I don't believe that 70 or 80 of you couldn't beat him. Mr. Li, it's not that we don't want to fight him, but that guy is too powerful. He can lift a man weighing over 170 pounds and use him as a club, and he can kick someone flying with a single kick. We can't even get close to him, we can only take a beating." Li Guodong glared at him. "You're already scared? If one can't handle him, send two. If two can't, send three. Grind him down until he gives up." Hearing this, Fong Dequan muttered to himself, "It's not you getting beaten up, you're just talking big. If you're so brave, go yourself. Plus, you didn't give us any money beforehand, and you want us to pay you after the job is done. Who the hell would risk their life for that?" However, he said aloud, "Mr. Lee, that guy can't be judged by ordinary standards. He's different. Oh, right, he also said that if you want to contribute to the economic development of their village, you can go find him, and he'll tell you." Mr. Lee snorted coldly. "This can't be anything good, but I still have to go meet him. Gather everyone tomorrow, and I'll go personally. I refuse to believe this nonsense." The next morning, Mr. Lee led over 100 people in a large group to Yiming village. However, among them, there was no sign of Ba Gu. Because Ba Gu had already defected to Yiming's side. When he saw how powerful Yiming was, he knew he had both money and influence.
Following him would definitely be a promising future. Yiming didn't make a big deal out of it. This Bagu was still a man of honor.
Sometimes, if there was something he couldn't handle personally, he could send Bagu to handle it.
After entering the village, Mr. Li, led by Fong Dequan, arrived outside Uncle Tian's house.
He stood before the 100 men, hands on his hips, shouting, "Who is Yiming?
Come out."
Their commotion was quite significant, but Yiming had already been informed of their arrival. When Yiming stepped out, he was followed by the boss and the construction crew. As soon as they saw Bagu, some of Li Boss's men started whispering among themselves.
Bagu has betrayed us.
Yeah, but Bagu had known him before. Apparently, there was an incident where that guy asked Bagu to bring 10 or so men to beat up 2 people, and he directly gave Bagu 200,000 yuan.
He was so generous?
Yeah,
Do you know how much Li Boss gave us for helping him with the demolition this time?
how much?
A total of 300,000. That's not bad.
What do you mean, not much? There are so many of us here, and Mr. Li only gave us 30,000. That's less than 3,000 per person, and we still have to run back and forth every day without knowing how many trips we'll have to make. Meanwhile, that guy just had Bagu bring 10 or so henchmen to beat up one person, and he got 20,000 out of it. Compared to him, Mr. Li really does fall short. Looking at it this way, he is really generous.
No wonder Bagu defected.
I wonder how much he'll get this time.
It must be a lot.
They say he is really well connected in Shanghai.
Even killing someone wouldn't be a problem.
The man covered his mouth and spoke in a low voice.
No way.
The others exclaimed in shock.
Just then, another person approached.
Hey, let me tell you, that guy is the distant relative of my friend's wife's junior high school classmate. Last time he came back, he drove a Mercedes-Benz worth over 4 million yuan. His reputation is all over this area. Wow, a Mercedes-Benz worth over 4 million yuan. Damn it, Mr. Li's car is probably only worth 2 or 3 million yuan.
So his financial strength is even greater than Li Boss's?
Probably pretty close. So, if Mr. Li tells us to take action later, should we go for it?
Just a few moves. You didn't see his moves yesterday. We estimate that even all of us together wouldn't be a match for him.
Damn it, you're making it sound so convincing.
I wonder if it's true.
This guy didn't show up the day before and heard his companions praising Yiming so much, so he's a bit skeptical. You'll see for yourself later.
At this point, someone timidly suggested, why don't we defect too? Since he's so powerful, following Li Boss isn't as good as following him.
Li Boss is an outsider, but at least he's one of us. The others all stroked their chins, seeming to weigh the pros and cons. Although Li Boss hadn't paid them yet, he had already treated them to several meals, so they were considered part of his group. If they defected in front of Li Boss now, it would seem inappropriate. Li Guodong, however, was completely unaware that some of his men had already begun to harbor treacherous thoughts, and the number of such individuals was growing steadily. They were merely waiting for the right opportunity to switch sides.
Li Guodong was surprised to see Yiming emerge.
Hey, I didn't expect you to be so young. I heard you're quite skilled. You single-handedly held off 70 or 80 of us yesterday. Yiming smiled faintly. Mr. Li, I don't have time to listen to your flattery. But since you came here personally today, I assume you want to know about the clear path I pointed out for contributing to our village's economic development, right? Mr. Li sneered disdainfully.
Well, go ahead and tell me. What kind of path is that?
Yiming walked over, leaned close to him, and said with a smile, "You're eager to contribute to our village's development, and I welcome that. However, I think having the entire village demolished to build your factory isn't worth it, because you can't afford the compensation. So I came up with another idea. Let's build a road for our village. As the saying goes, to get rich, first build roads. If Mr. Li can renovate the roads in our village, it would be a great achievement and would naturally contribute to the economic development of our rural area." Mr. Li, upon hearing Yiming's words, his face suddenly flushed with anger.
Are you mocking me?
Yiming shrugged his hands.
I've made it clear to you. Whether you go or stay is up to you. Do you think I'm a fool?
Mr. Li was completely enraged. He shouted, "Brothers, attack!" Everyone thought they would rush forward at his command, but to their surprise, only a few people moved, while the rest stood frozen in place. Li Guodong was stunned.
What's going on here?
Yiming saw this and couldn't help but pause for a moment before smiling.
Mr. Li, it seems like your men aren't listening to you. Chapter 127, let's go then. Li Guodong's expression immediately darkened.
Those who had stepped forward were naturally his trusted confidants, while the others were simply mercenaries hired for the job. But the problem was, they hadn't received their payment yet, so they certainly wouldn't risk their lives for him. Li Guodong had been issuing empty promises for years. He had used this tactic to deceive many people into working for him, and had amassed a fortune as a result. He thought it would work this time too, but those people were honest folk who didn't fall for his tricks. This left him completely caught off guard. As a loyal lackey, Fong Dequan stepped forward without hesitation.
He crossed his arms and pointed at the crowd behind him. What do you mean? You all swore on your lives that you'd help out, but now that we need you, you're all acting like cowards? Someone in the crowd spoke softly. A few meals and you expect us to risk our lives for you? Do you think we're your little pets? The crowd was too large, and the voice was too soft to identify the speaker, but everyone present heard it. This made Li Guodong so angry that his face turned ashen. Fong Dequan heard this and glanced at Li Guodong's expression, knowing something was wrong. He quickly said, Mr. Li is such a successful businessman. How could he owe you a few dollars? Do you know how much he's investing this time? Billions. Your few dollars aren't even enough for Mr. Li to buy a meal. Then why doesn't he give us the money first? We've already run around for him so many times. By rights, he should pay us. Li Guodong waved his hand dismissively and snorted, fine. It's only 30,000. I'll give it to you tomorrow. He then turned to Fong Dequan, Dequan, you're the leader. You should set an example. Take those few men and go first. He pointed at his trusted men. Those confidants, however, hadn't been there yesterday and had no idea who they were dealing with. But Fong Dequan knew how formidable Yiming was. Upon hearing Li Boss's orders, he could only grit his teeth and order Li Boss's henchmen to go first, while he himself hid behind them. Bao Gu saw this and, to demonstrate his sincerity in joining Yiming, stepped forward voluntarily and volunteered, I'll go this time. Can you handle it alone? Yiming was taken aback. Bao Gu smiled without speaking, stepping directly in front of the group. He looked at a few people in the crowd and said calmly, you few, there's a path to wealth right in front of you. Don't blame your brother for not warning you. Instantly, the crowd began to stir. A few people exchanged glances, thought for a moment, then nodded to each other and walked toward Bao Gu. What do you mean? Fong Dequan grew impatient. Defecting to the enemy in the midst of battle is the most demoralizing thing one can do. Boss Bao smiled indifferently, no hard feelings. It's just a matter of choosing the right side. Li Guodong's confidants couldn't stand it anymore. One of them shouted, damn it, you think you can pull this off? Brothers, attack. Since he wants to die, don't blame us for being ruthless. Ba Gu and his few brothers weren't about to back down. They roared in unison, and the two sides clashed together. Li Guodong's confidants were all tough characters, having spent years fighting for territory and power for him. They fought with perfect coordination. Without their assistance, Li Guodong's business would never have grown to such a scale. Compared to them, Ba Ji's group seemed somewhat weaker. After all, they only hung around the town area, facing mostly small-time thugs who could be easily dealt with without much effort. Their actual combat prowess was simply on a different level from those men. Soon, despite their numerical advantage, Ba Ji's group found themselves at a disadvantage. Li Boss watched the scene with satisfaction, his voice growing harsh. Beat them to death. Dare to play double agents with me. Fong Dequan saw that his men were working together seamlessly, and he felt a surge of joy. The tension in his heart finally eased. With these men on his side, what could Li Boss do even if he was stronger? Brute force against years of honed fighting techniques would inevitably lead to submission. He couldn't help but cheer on his men, well done. However, he was the only one shouting among the crowd. He should have been leading the charge, but instead he was hiding behind others, shouting, well done. He felt a dark cloud of crows flying over his head. He shouted once and then awkwardly fell silent. As for Ba Ji's group, facing these seasoned fighters, they couldn't gain any advantage. They could only fight while retreating, quickly reaching a spot not far in front of Yiming. Yiming shook his head. You guys should retreat. If you keep fighting, you'll just get beaten up. Hearing Yiming's words, the others quickly retreated. Each of them had sustained some injuries. There was nothing they could do, the opponents were simply too powerful. The worst off was Ba Gu, who had been targeted by the other group. He was beaten to a pulp, with his nose and mouth swollen, several front teeth knocked out, and his ribs hit by several iron rods, leaving him barely able to stand. Seeing that Ba Ji's group had retreated, the others were overjoyed and wanted to press their advantage. They kept chasing Ba Ji's group, beating them relentlessly, not giving them a moment's rest. Although there was still one person from the construction crew, it was clear they weren't a match for the others. After all, their specialty was building houses, not fighting. Yiming was counting on them to help him build his house, so he naturally wouldn't let them get involved. If no one else could do it, then he would have to do it himself. He took a metal rod from one of his men, held it in his hand, and tapped it lightly before slowly walking toward the group. Seeing Yiming dare to face his trusted men alone, Li Guodong was overjoyed. Damn it, he's just a reckless fool. Brothers, let him taste your strength. He clapped his hands excitedly from behind. Yiming held the iron rod in one hand, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and said calmly, come on, then. Chapter 128, Let Me Go. The group across from them also grew furious. Damn it, we've seen arrogant people before, but never someone this arrogant. Do you think you're Zhang Fei, trying to stand alone against 1,000 men? The crowd immediately let out a deafening roar and charged toward Yiming. Yiming stood there motionless. Those who had witnessed Yiming's prowess yesterday were whispering among themselves, which side do you think has the upper hand? It's hard to say. Li Boss's men aren't simple either. From the way they fought earlier, they seemed to have a strategy and were well coordinated. I still think that kid has the edge. Damn it, just look at his showboating skills. If he dares to stand alone, it means he's confident. Plus, his expression doesn't show any signs of nervousness. Maybe he's just putting on a brave face. He might be bluffing. What empty chicken? That's no different from asking for death. Look at the people under Mr. Lee, they're all willing to risk their lives. Are they going to be intimidated by his showboating? I'll bet $100 that Mr. Lee's men are more skilled. $100? I'll bet 200 that kid is even tougher. I'll bet 250 that the kid will win. As they spoke, Yiming had already been surrounded by those men. Yiming's abnormal perception kicked in. He closed his eyes completely, not even looking at the people surrounding him. That's so pretentious. He actually closed his eyes. This guy doesn't even think those people are a threat. Damn it, this kid is probably going to get struck by lightning for showing off. The men surrounding Yiming, who were all close confidants of Mr. Lee, all smiled broadly. Damn it, he dares to act so cocky in front of us? Brothers, let's beat him to a pulp. All right. The crowd roared in unison. Clearly, they had also been provoked by Yiming's blatant disregard for them. Everyone attacked at the same time, swinging their iron rods viciously at Yiming's body. The rods seemed to form a cold, menacing iron net in the air. If anyone were hit by any part of that iron net, they would be instantly incapacitated. Yiming finally moved. His speed was naturally faster than theirs. Before the massive iron net could descend, he suddenly ducked down. Then, the iron rod in his hand swept out in a fan-shaped arc. Bang! Everyone surrounding Yiming had their lower legs shattered into two pieces by his iron rods. After sweeping in a circle, Yiming darted out from between the people at an incredible speed. Immediately afterward, ear-piercing screams echoed through the sky from the mouths of those men. Ah! 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 The iron rods in their hands, due to inertia, continued to fall downward. However, because of the pain in their calves, they lost their original targets, and the direction of their strikes was completely beyond their control. The iron rods all landed on their own people. Some were struck on the head, some on the shoulder blades, and some had their noses shattered outright. More agonizing screams echoed through the air. In an instant, all of Li Guodong's trusted men were taken out. There was no doubt about it, a single move had taken them all out. The group that had just been so aggressive moments ago now lay on the ground, clutching their wounds and wailing in agony. This sudden change left everyone present momentarily speechless. They watched as Yiming tossed aside the iron rod in his hand, clapped his hands, and turned his back to the men on the ground, leaving everyone frozen in place. Is this even a fight? This was outright domination. And it was a single move that took out the entire crowd. Judging by his stance, even if more people came, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. That's incredible. The construction workers were the first to react. They started cheering him on. Good job, boss. The boss is amazing. The boss is amazing. I won. Quick, give me the money. $250. What about me? $100. Get lost. That guy surnamed Lee screwed me over. I worked for him for so many days, only got a few meals, and didn't even get a single penny. At this rate, the demolition probably won't go ahead. Yes, let's see what tricks this Lee boss has up his sleeve. Li Guodong saw his trusted men taken down by Yiming in one move. A chill ran down his spine. He had previously dismissed Feng Dequan's warnings, believing that numbers alone could overpower Yiming. But now, the facts were staring him in the face. Even when surrounded by a group of people, they couldn't touch him, and to make matters worse, all his men were severely injured. Yiming looked at him calmly. What else do you have to say? Li Guodong's eyelids twitched. He knew there was no way to deal with this kid today. However, he was no stranger to adversity. This setback wouldn't make him surrender so easily. With a grim expression, he realized how formidable Yiming was. He knew that no one else would risk their lives for him now. You're indeed skilled, but do you really think your fists can stop my bulldozers? I've already told you you have half a month to hand over the money and leave. Otherwise, I'll use the bulldozers to flatten every house in your village. As soon as those words left his mouth, a cold, ruthless glint flashed in Yiming's eyes. That glint fell into Li Guodong's eyes, sending a chill down his spine and giving him an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Yiming suddenly darted forward toward him at blinding speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. In an instant, he was right in front of Li Guodong. Li Guodong saw Yiming's speed and his pupils contracted sharply, feeling a sense of impending doom. He tried to flee, but his neck was already in Yiming's grasp. Yiming's words echoed in his ears. Say that again. His voice was as cold as ice. Let go of me. Li Guodong struggled violently. Yiming, however, did not relax his grip but tightened it slightly, causing Li Guodong to feel as though he was about to suffocate. He began coughing violently. Cough.
At that moment, he felt like a grasshopper being held in Yiming's hand. If Yiming exerted even the slightest force, he would be dead. Li Guodong finally felt the terror of death. The fear that it would swallow him whole into the darkness. I beg you, please let me go. Yiming heard this and loosened his grip slightly. What's wrong? Not saying any more harsh words? I won't say anything. Are you still going to use a bulldozer to flatten our village's houses? No, I dare not. I give up. I won't invest in setting up a factory here anymore. Yiming curled the corners of his mouth into a playful smile. That won't do. You've been insisting on contributing to our village's economic development. How can you just give up like that? Then what do you want me to do? I told you before, build a road for our village. A 6-lane asphalt highway, as compensation for the losses you've caused our village. Alright, I'll build it. I'll build the road for your village. Please let me go. I'm suffocating. Li Guodong started crying. Based on the actual conditions of this village, building a 6-lane asphalt road leading to the outside world would cost at least 50 million. Chapter 129, There is such a thing? Yiming released his grip on Li Guodong's hand and said calmly, since you've agreed, everyone here has heard you. If you fail to fulfill your promise, I will personally pay you a visit to ensure you keep your word. Is that clear? No problem, no problem. I will definitely get the road repaired as soon as possible. That's good. Yiming released his grip on Li Guodong's neck. Li Guodong finally breathed freely. The air felt so sweet to him. He took deep breaths, occasionally coughing. The fear of facing death just now made him never want to experience that feeling again. However, at the same time, he regretted it deeply. Damn it, he had originally planned to reduce costs by building a factory here to make a fortune, but now the factory couldn't be built, and he'd have to spend tens of millions of dollars to repair the village roads for nothing. On the way back, Li Guodong grew increasingly furious, smashing everything he could in his house. No one dared to speak. His wife and children cowered in fear, afraid that his anger would be directed at them. After venting his anger, Li Guodong felt a little better. He thought it over and decided he couldn't just swallow his anger. After all, he could choose not to build the factory in that village, but being forced to spend tens of millions on a road for them was simply too humiliating. Although he had agreed to Yiming's demands, it was because the situation was urgent at the time. Even if Yiming had asked him to slaughter a sow, he would have agreed without hesitation. After all, saving his life was the priority. But once he was free, things would be different. After much deliberation, Li Guodong had no intention of keeping his promise. The factory could be abandoned, and he knew it wouldn't be built anyway. But he wouldn't build the road either. After all, that wasn't a small sum. He had worked hard all his life to accumulate it, and he had always been careful with his money, never being overly generous. How could he possibly come up with tens of millions of dollars for charity? He believed that Yiming's talk of paying a visit was nothing but a threat. After all, he didn't even know where Yiming's home was. Thinking this, he dialed the county leader's phone number. County Party Secretary Kong Biao was in a good mood at the time. He was attending a gathering, most of the attendees being officials of similar rank to him. He had drunk quite a bit of alcohol, his face flushed red, and he laughed heartily with his friends, clearly in a great mood. This was quite different from his usual gloomy demeanor, and some people who didn't understand came over to ask him, "Hey, old Kong, what's got you so happy?" Kong Biao waved his hand dismissively, still tipsy, and said, "Nothing much. It's just that our county has somehow struck gold. A big boss wants to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in our county and move his factory from a coastal city to a village under our county's jurisdiction." Is that really true? You're really in luck. You don't know how much we've been struggling with investment promotion. We have to run around all the time, supposedly for study tours, but it's really just begging people to invest in our county. It feels like we're begging for alms. If this deal goes through, it'll be a major achievement for you. That's right. For a place as poor as ours, having someone invest hundreds of millions all at once means he truly loves this place. Old Kong, with this achievement, your promotion to the next level is just around the corner. Exactly. Once you get promoted, you'll be part of the city leadership team. Don't forget about us when you rise to the top. Kong Biao was flattered and felt that it was indeed true, so he waved his hand confidently and laughed, "No problem. Once I'm in the city leadership, I'll definitely look out for you all. But right now, the most important thing is how to appease those farmers who are being relocated. I hear those people are quite difficult to deal with. And that boss insists on building the factory in the residential area of that village. That's easy, just send in the demolition team. We represent an institution, and institutions aren't allowed to get involved in demolition. Just have the boss find someone to handle it. I'm well aware of that. He's already made preparations, reportedly gathering over 100 people. I specifically instructed him not to cause any casualties, the rest is up to him." At that moment, Kong Biao's phone rang. It was Li Guodong. He immediately showed the phone to everyone. "Look, the boss is calling. I guess things are almost settled. Congratulations, Secretary Kong. Congratulations.
Kong Biao waved his hand, signaling them to quiet down, then answered the call. Hello, Mr. Lee, has everything been taken care of?
On the other end of the line, Li Guodong's tone was cold, with none of the warmth they had shown when they first met.
Hello, Secretary Mao.
The plan to set up a factory in your county is off.
Upon hearing this, Kong Biao's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone.
The slight buzz from the alcohol vanished instantly. To avoid embarrassing himself in front of the crowd, he quickly grabbed the phone and hid in a corner, then whispered.
Mr. Lee, what did you say? This matter was already settled, right? As long as those villagers move out, you can start construction and production immediately. The problem is, I can't get those villagers to move now. What's going on? I told you before not to cause any casualties, right?
He paused, then covered his mouth and whispered even more softly, even if an accident happens, we'll cover for you. You can invest in our county with peace of mind. I guarantee that all favorable policies will be granted to you first. Li Guodong sighed helplessly. I know that, but the current situation is that our demolition team can't handle their resistance.
Kong Biao furrowed his brows. There's such a thing? Chapter 130, Too Cunning.
Li Guodong mentioned Yiming, and recalling the scene at the time, he still felt a lingering fear.
How could there not be? I almost got choked to death.
That kid was way too arrogant, and no one could stop him.
You had over 100 men, didn't you? Were there more of them? If that is the case, I can arrest them for rioting.
There weren't that many of them, just a dozen or so, but the real threat was just one guy.
One person made you back down? Don't tell me over 100 of you couldn't handle him alone. Who would believe that?
Li Guodong was speechless. He finally understood the feelings of those people in movies who desperately try to describe strange things that actually happened but no one believes them. He didn't bother arguing further and said directly, Secretary Kong, you don't know how powerful he is.
My closest aides were all taken down by him with a single move. I can't take him on. Can I just leave? Kong Biao panicked.
He had just been boasting to his colleagues about how great he was, even daydreaming about his future promotion.
If Li Guodong didn't invest, it would be like slapping himself in the face.
Waiting for another big boss like Li Guodong who was willing to invest in their county would be no easy task. His promotion dreams would be shattered. Worse still, higher-ups might blame him for being incompetent in driving away a potential investor, leaving him to take the fall.
Considering this, he quickly said, there's only one tough guy over there, right? Mr. Lee, if I help you deal with that person, will you stay?
Li Guodong rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, Kong Biao is at least the top official in the county. If he steps in, even if that guy is powerful, once he gets into a fierce conflict with Kong Biao can easily call in the special police. How powerful is he? Does he dare to confront the special police? Can he withstand bullets? Thinking this, Li Guodong clenched his teeth. Secretary Kong, if you can help me resolve this issue, I'm willing to continue investing in your county. But you must ensure the problem is completely resolved, no loose ends.
Alright, it's settled. With Li Guodong's promise, Kong Biao felt reassured.
The next day, Kong Biao brought several special police officers and Feng Dequan to find Yiming.
As the top official in the county, Kong Biao naturally walked around with an air of authority on his own turf.
He stepped out of his official vehicle, his shoes polished to a shine, his hair neatly combed back, followed by several other county officials with bulging bellies. Behind them, over a dozen special police officers were fully equipped, looking even more imposing. The villagers were startled upon seeing them, wondering who this important figure could be.
Some whispered among themselves, it must be about the demolition.
The special police were out in force, this wasn't going to end well.
The one in front seems to be Secretary Kong. Secretary Kong?
Which Secretary Kong?
The top official of our county, Kong Biao.
The top official is here in person? Then it looks like we'll have to move whether we want to or not. I think he's heading toward old Tian's house.
He's probably going to cause trouble for Yiming. The top official is here. Yiming is in big trouble now.
That's right. Money can't compete with power. No matter how much money you have to bow down before power. Under Feng Dequan's guidance, Kong Biao had already found Yiming. Seeing that Yiming was just a young man in his 20s, Kong Biao was slightly surprised and wondered to himself, this kid looks ordinary.
Is he really that capable?
Yiming, seeing Feng Dequan arrive with more people, was somewhat surprised.
He smiled faintly and said, you dare come back? You're the one who stopped Mr. Lee yesterday?
That's right, it's me. Yiming said indifferently.
Kong Biao's gaze sharpened.
Seeing that this young man didn't bow and scrape like the villagers he had encountered during his rural assignments, he felt a bit displeased. However, he didn't show it, instead speaking in a calm tone.
I hear you're quite formidable, able to take on a dozen men alone.
But even if you are that strong, you should consider the future of your village. Mr. Lee is planning to invest several 100 million yuan here to build a factory.
Once the investment is secured, the economy in this area will boom overnight.
By blocking him now, you're essentially preventing the villagers from leading better lives. He immediately pinned the label of opposing the villagers' happy lives on Yi Ming, aiming to stir up the anger of the onlookers and redirect it toward criticizing Yi Ming's actions.
However, the onlookers remained unmoved.
This directly affects their own interests. Mr. Li's heart is too dark, and they are fully aware of the right and wrong in this matter.
It's not something that a few words from Kong Biao can sway. Yi Ming snorted coldly. If he really wants to contribute to our village's economic development, that's not impossible.
And there's not just one path: demolishing and building factories. I already pointed out a clear path to him yesterday.
If he's truly committed, he'll take action.
Kong Biao saw that the villagers were all looking at them with hostile eyes. He felt that convincing them would be difficult, so he decided not to explain anything further. He said sternly, "Enough. I didn't come here today to waste your time. My purpose is to ask you not to interfere with Mr. Li's demolition team's actions in the future.
If necessary, you should cooperate with him, understand?"
Yi Ming suddenly shouted, "Are you telling us to let them demolish our houses too?" This outburst startled Kong Biao, who felt his authority had been insulted.
He raised his voice and shouted, "What are you shouting about? If he demolishes your houses, he'll naturally compensate you for the demolition. He won't do it for free."
Uncle Tian angrily retorted, "Who the hell cares about his few bucks?
He thinks he can buy our houses and fields for a few $1,000s? Is that even possible?
Seeing how biased Kong Biao was, the other villagers chimed in, "Exactly.
This is our livelihood. If Mr. Li wants to take away our livelihood, we absolutely refuse to agree. We absolutely refuse. We absolutely refuse."
The villagers' angry shouts echoed throughout the village. Kong Biao was startled, his expression changing slightly. He hadn't expected these villagers to be so bold as to defy him, the top official in the county. He knew that these villagers dared to act this way because they had been influenced by the young man standing before him. Before he had returned, these villagers had never dared to speak out, and Li Boss's demolition team had never encountered any trouble. But since his return, Li Boss's demolition team had not only been humiliated, but these villagers now dared to defy him, the county's top official. This made him immediately direct his anger toward Yi Ming. He knew that if he arrested Yi Ming in front of so many people, the villagers would dare not say anything, and he could maintain his authority. He pointed at Yi Ming and snorted coldly, "You deliberately incited the villagers and attempted to attack government officials. I am now arresting you on the orders of the county's top official." He waved his hand, and the special police officers behind him immediately surrounded Yi Ming. They were all dressed in uniforms with helmets and guns in their hands. The villagers witnessed this scene and were both shocked and enraged. This was clearly a frame-up. Tian Shu and the others glared at Kong Biao with clenched teeth and bulging eyes, as if they wanted to tear him apart.
Chapter 131, The gunfire rang out.
They had never seen such a scene before.
For a moment, they were so shocked and angry that they didn't know what to do. This is too much.
There was no other word to describe it but bullying. Perhaps this is how rebellion arises when the government pushes the people too far.
Bao Gu and his men were also pale with fear.
They never imagined that Li Boss could mobilize the county's top officials and special police to deal with them.
Seeing the guns in their hands, they dared not move.
Yi Ming looked at the special police officers surrounding him, his expression calm. Since he had inherited the Shang Tang lineage, he had never faced firearms before. Today, he thought, this was finally his chance to test the limits of his abilities. He addressed the villagers, stepped back a bit to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The villagers, hearing this, instinctively took a few steps back.
Suddenly, a powerful aura surged around Yi Ming. This was the spatial distortion caused by his perception reaching its peak. To the average person's eyes, this aura and spatial fluctuations were imperceptible.
They only felt that Yi Ming's figure at that moment was particularly tragic and majestic. Tian Shu and his wife, along with Lu Er, saw that Yi Ming was actually going up against the special police. Their hearts raced with fear. After all, the special police were armed.
No matter how skilled Yi Ming was, could he possibly match them with a gun?
Minggu, Lu Er covered her mouth from behind, feeling deeply worried. Yi Ming turned his head and gave her a faint smile, offering a reassuring glance. "Don't worry, I've got this." He then turned his gaze back to the special police officers closing in on him. Every gun in their hands and every bullet inside them had already been locked onto by his abnormal sensory perception. Once the bullets were fired, he could track their trajectories and dodge them. As for the speed required, as long as he gave it his all, he could naturally achieve it. Seeing that Yi Ming hadn't moved, the special police officers assumed he had been intimidated by their guns. Their hearts relaxed slightly. After all, it was better not to shoot if possible. These were all innocent villagers, and firing could accidentally harm innocent bystanders. One of the SWAT officers approached with handcuffs, intending to restrain Yi Ming.
"Put your hands out," he said.
But Yi Ming stood there with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring him. The SWAT officer holding the handcuffs, seeing that Yi Ming was ignoring him, grew angry and shouted louder, "Behave yourself.
I told you to put your hands out. Didn't you hear me?"
Yi Ming suddenly turned his head to look at the special police officer. His gaze at that moment seemed to shoot out icy needles, causing the special police officer to shiver involuntarily. Seeing that Yiming not only refused to obey but dared to glare at him, the officer felt insulted. His face twisted into a hideous expression as he reached out to grab Yiming's arms, intending to handcuff him. Yiming finally acted, his fists flying through the air, delivering a powerful punch directly to the SWAT officer holding the handcuffs. The SWAT officer had no time to react, taking a brutal punch to the chest, flying backward several meters, and landing on the ground unconscious. Whoosh! The other special police officers, including Kong Biao, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but gasp in shock. That strength was too abnormal. They finally realized that this young man was not as simple as he appeared. A flash of anger crossed Kong Biao's mind. How dare he fight back? He immediately ordered, "The suspect has attacked the police. Take him down immediately. If necessary, open fire." The remaining special police officers, upon hearing Kong Biao's orders, gripped their guns tightly and formed a circle, aiming at Yiming. Yiming saw this and couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "You're all so stupid. You're forming a circle. If you fire, I'll dodge the bullets, or your aim isn't good enough, and you'll end up shooting your own men." The special police officers were all startled. They looked at each other and realized he was right. However, they had already taken their positions and formed a circle, and dared not move. Their hands holding the guns trembled slightly, fearing that their comrades across from them might miss their targets and instead hit them. The villagers behind them saw Yiming surrounded by special police officers holding guns, and their faces turned ashen. It's over, really over. Once they fire, Yiming will definitely be killed. That's right. No matter how strong or fast Yiming is, he can't stop bullets. Call the police. What's the point of calling the police? They're the local authorities, and Kong Biao is the top official in the county. What good will the police do? It looks like Yiming is in big trouble. Another special police officer stepped forward. "Don't move. You're surrounded. If you move, we'll shoot." Yiming sneered coldly, too lazy to waste his breath, and swiftly dodged to the side, slapping him across the face. The special police officer was sent flying by the blow. The other special police officers were stunned. Damn it, this kid is too fierce. Even though he's surrounded, he dares to attack first. Who are they? They're all SWAT officers armed with real guns. He dared to attack first. Kong Biao was completely enraged. From behind, he shouted angrily, "He has already attacked the police twice without provocation. He can be shot on the spot." Suddenly, the sound of cocking guns echoed through the air. Immediately, one of the special police officers aimed at Yiming and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun fired. Chapter 132, Take Him Down. The bullet flew toward Yiming at lightning speed. If it were an ordinary person, they would only be able to watch helplessly as the bullet pierced their body and then surrender. But Yiming was no ordinary man. Under his keen senses, the bullet's trajectory had already been locked onto. Although he had never encountered anything moving this fast before, with his current power, it seemed as though everything in the world was under his control. The bullet was no more than a mosquito in the wind. He clapped his hands in front of him, then spread his palms open. A bullet lay quietly on his palm. He gently pinched the bullet between his fingers, then extended his hand toward the special police officer who had fired the shot, and released his grip. With a clink, the bullet hit the ground. Seeing this, everyone was completely stunned. The wind whistled through the air, and everyone froze in place, including the armed SWAT officers, Kong Biao, and Tianshu and the villagers. They all stared at Yiming with wide eyes, their lips trembling uncontrollably. Kong Biao's eyes betrayed endless fear. Was this even human? How could someone swat a bullet like it was a mosquito? At that moment, he finally believed Li Guodong's words. This young man was no ordinary person, he wasn't even human. However, as the top official in the county, he quickly snapped out of the surreal scene. He quietly took a few steps back while shouting for everyone to fire. The remaining special police officers reacted immediately, aiming their guns at Yiming. Yiming had already tested his skills against bullets once and had a rough idea of his own abilities. Now, facing so many special police officers firing at him simultaneously, he grabbed the officer who had fired earlier and pulled him in front of himself as a shield. The other SWAT officers saw this and immediately stopped their actions, their palms sweating, fearing they might accidentally fire and hurt their own comrades. The SWAT officer being held by Yiming as a shield was now completely limp. Seeing all those black gun barrels pointed at him, he couldn't hold it anymore and urinated. The stench of urine filled the air. Yiming shook his head. "You're a special police officer, for crying out loud. How could you be so afraid of death? I'm a SWAT officer, and I couldn't even say a word." Yiming didn't bother listening to his nonsense. He glared coldly at the other special police officers. "If you want him dead, just shoot." The other SWAT officers swallowed hard. What should they do? If they fired, their comrades would be the first to die. They all turned their questioning gazes toward Kong Biao. After all, he was the leader. Kong Biao's face had turned deathly pale. He never imagined this man could be so formidable, not even afraid of guns. How could they possibly win? There was no chance at all. His mind raced as he tried to come up with a plan to make Yiming surrender.
He knew that simply confronting Yiming was no longer an option.
Suddenly, he thought of something and turned his gaze toward Tianshu and the others who had been standing with Yiming earlier. He immediately pointed at Tianshu's wife, and Luer's direction and shouted, "Arrest them!
They are harboring a criminal.
They are guilty of harboring a criminal, and according to the law, they can be arrested."
Yiming's eyes narrowed. He never expected Kong Biao to be so despicable.
Since he couldn't handle Yiming, he was now targeting Tianshu and the others. He knew exactly what Kong Biao was after. He wanted to use them to force him to surrender. The special police officers, upon receiving Kong Biao's orders, hesitated for a moment before pointing their guns at Tianshu and the others and slowly advancing toward them. The other villagers present were also enraged. This so-called local official was utterly shameless, acting so unjustly in broad daylight. They gritted their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do against him. After all, the special police were armed with guns. And the special police officer being held by Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had been surrounded by so many gun barrels. If any of his colleagues had flinched, he might have been killed. But before he could fully relax, Yiming grabbed him by the collar and threw him toward the other special police officers. He felt his body grow light as he flew toward the others. After tossing him away, Yiming swiftly moved to stand in front of Kong Biao. Kong Biao saw Yiming suddenly appear in front of him, and a chill ran up his spine. "Ah!" he screamed in shock. Yiming paid no heed to his shock, grabbing his collar with one hand and slapping him across the face with the other. The blow left Kong Biao dazed, with several teeth flying out of his mouth and blood filling his mouth. This was still the result of Yiming not using his full strength. Otherwise, Yiming could have easily knocked his head off. Kong Biao covered his face, staring at Yiming in disbelief. "You dare hit me?" Yiming ignored him, gripped his neck, and shouted at the special police officers who were closing in on Uncle Tian and the others, "Everyone, stop!" The special police officers turned around and saw Yiming, their pupils contracting in shock. This man dared to attack the county's top official. However, they only followed Kong Biao's orders. Without his command, they didn't stop. Yiming tightened his grip on Kong Biao's neck slightly, signaling them to retreat. Kong Biao felt his neck was about to be snapped, fearing Yiming might kill him, and shouted frantically, "Everyone, come back! Come back!" The special police had been waiting for his words, as these villagers were innocent. Upon receiving the order, they immediately ran back. Seeing the special police return, Yiming's expression, which had seemed ready to devour someone, relaxed slightly, and the pressure on his hands eased a bit. Kong Biao began coughing violently. "Let go of him!" he shouted. Yiming narrowed his eyes. If Kong Biao weren't an official from the agency, he would have killed him on the spot. But he was the top official in the county, and killing him here would inevitably cause a lot of unnecessary trouble, possibly even endangering the entire village. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't kill him. However, Kong Biao had suffered a loss here today and was undoubtedly filled with resentment. Given his temperament, he might seek revenge in the future. To completely eliminate future troubles, the only option was to remove Kong Biao from his current position. Yiming thought of Su Mingheng, the super-connected third-generation official who had helped him resolve official issues on multiple occasions. The previous times he had killed those people at Xingyue Tower, it was Su Mingheng who had used his family connections to handle the aftermath. Yiming immediately called Ah Hu. "Hello, Ah Hu, put Xiao Su on the line." "Got it, boss," Ah Hu said. Su Mingheng was practicing the martial arts techniques Ah Hu had taught him. Ah Hu handed him the phone. "Your brother Yi is looking for you." Su Mingheng stopped what he was doing and answered the phone. "Hello, Yi Gu, what's the matter?" Yiming said on the other end, "I want to bring down the top official of a county. Can you handle it?" Su Mingheng smirked arrogantly. "I thought it was something big. It's just the top official of a county? I'll tell you, even if it's the top official of a city, I can take him down in no time." Yiming sighed in relief. "Alright, then help me take down the top official in Zhangban County named Kong Biao. Do it as quickly as possible." "Got it, Yi Gu, no problem." Chapter 133, You Think Too Highly of Me. Seeing Yiming return after finishing his call, Kong Biao glared at him intently. In his mind, he was scheming about how to get revenge on Yiming once they returned. This humiliation absolutely couldn't be swallowed. Otherwise, having lost face in front of so many people today, as the top official in the county, he wouldn't know where to hide his face. Yiming, however, looked at him with ease and said casually, "Are you thinking of ways to get back at me? Report to higher-ups to send more special police or even armed police?" Kong Biao remained silent. He felt a chill down his neck, afraid that saying anything might provoke Yiming further. But though he remained silent, his face was icy cold, grinding his teeth in fury, as if he wanted to devour Yiming whole. Yiming looked at him, smiling faintly. "If everything goes as planned, you'll receive a call shortly." Kong Biao froze, blurting out, "What call?" "A call telling you to get out of here." "Get me out of here?" Kong Biao was completely baffled. Yiming slowly leaned closer to Kong Biao, patted his shoulder, and said, "The call telling you to get out of your position as the top official in the county." Kong Biao heard this and didn't believe it. He snorted coldly, "Who do you think you are? You're really out of your mind. To make me step down from my position as the top official in the county, at the very least, it would have to be decided after a meeting of the municipal organization department.
A mere phone call is supposed to make me step down? That's a joke."
Yiming shrugged his shoulders, smiled, and shook his head.
"If you don't believe me, that's fine."
Knowing he couldn't do anything to Yiming, Kong Biao waved his hand and was about to leave with the special police, planning to return and rethink his strategy. Just then, his phone really rang, and it was an unfamiliar number. A sense of foreboding flashed through his mind.
He answered, "Hello, who is this? Are you Kong Biao, the top official of Zhangban County?" "That's correct, it's me." Kong Biao grew even more suspicious.
The cold voice on the other end continued, "This is the Provincial Disciplinary Commission Office. You are suspected of abusing your official position to seek improper benefits, and there are reports that you have accepted bribes.
You must immediately report to the Municipal Disciplinary Commission for an investigation."
Kong Biao's head spun, and he felt a bit dazed. However, he was a seasoned veteran of the bureaucracy and wasn't about to be intimidated by an unknown caller. He immediately regained his composure and asked in a steady voice, "This isn't proper procedure. If the organization wants to investigate me, the higher-ups should send someone with official documents to summon me.
How can I trust you just based on a phone call?"
The person on the other end spoke calmly, "You can choose not to believe me, but I can tell you this, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection has specifically requested an investigation into you. If you refuse to cooperate, you must consider the consequences yourself."
"What? The CCDI?" Upon hearing those 3 words, Kong Biao's lips trembled. "I'm just the head of a county, how could the CCDI suddenly come to investigate me? Why all the nonsense?
In any case, I'll tell you one thing, you've messed with the wrong people.
And don't even think about fleeing the country, you want to get away. You've messed with the wrong people?" Kong Biao muttered, suddenly looking up at Yiming with eyes filled with endless fear.
This kid just said he'd receive a call ordering him to step down from his position as the top official, and now the call has come so quickly. And the call came from the CCDI. The power behind him must be unimaginable. He was just a county chief, a minor official in ancient times, equivalent to a 7th rank official.
Kong Biao regretted it deeply. He now realized just how powerful the person he had provoked truly was. His body grew ice cold, his face ashen, and he nearly collapsed to the ground, completely drained of strength. The resolve he had once vowed to take revenge with was gone. Suddenly, he thought of something and threw himself at Yiming, clinging to his legs and wailing, "Please, I beg you, don't let the organization investigate me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced the villagers to relocate. I beg you, spare me. Let me keep my position. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child at home. If I lose this position, our family will be in dire straits. I was blinded by ambition. I wanted to climb the ranks. I truly deserve to die." As he spoke, he began slapping himself in the face. The special police officers behind him were all stunned by the scene. What the hell is going on here? Kong Biao is the county's top official, yet he is begging that young man for forgiveness?
He had only just answered a phone call, yet the contrast between before and after was so enormous. The villagers who had gathered around were so shocked their mouths were wide open, as if they could fit an egg inside. Just moments ago, that guy had been so aggressive, as if he was going to wipe out their village, and they had been so worried. Now he was kneeling before Yiming, begging for forgiveness. Yiming remained unmoved.
"Get up. Begging me won't do any good."
Kong Biao shook his head violently, already crying. "No, it will work. Call again and tell the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection not to investigate me, and they won't come.
Do you think the CCD is run by my family? If I say one word, they won't come?
You think too highly of me."
Chapter 134, Reselecting the Director. Kong Biao didn't believe him at all, shaking his head repeatedly. "No, you must have a way." Yiming was furious. "Damn it, just now you were ready to give your life, and now you think begging on your knees will work? What do you think I am?" Yiming wasn't about to show mercy.
He leaned forward, grabbed Kong Biao by the collar, pulled him up, and then tossed him aside like a piece of trash. His face was cold and indifferent.
"You should thank your organization. If it weren't for them, you'd be dead by now." Kong Biao heard the icy voice and looked at Yiming's face, sending a chill down his spine.
He felt a coldness deep in his soul. He was utterly despairing. Everything was over. He had once dreamed of promotion and wealth, but now all that awaited him was to become a prisoner. Upon hearing the news that Kong Biao had been expelled from the party and dismissed from his post by the disciplinary committee, Li Guodong felt a pang of unease. He had been waiting all this time to see how badly Yiming would be dealt with. But what he heard instead was the news of Kong Biao's downfall. After investigating from multiple sources, he learned that it was an order from the central authorities. The last shred of hope he had clung to was completely shattered. He no longer had any intention of demolishing houses and building factories in Yiming's village. All he could think about now was how to avoid being found by Yiming. Otherwise, he would have wasted tens of millions of dollars on building an asphalt road for their village. That would hurt more than cutting a piece of flesh from his own body. After much deliberation, he decided to flee to another province that night. However, before he could leave, Yiming appeared at his residence. And behind Yiming was the village chief of their village. When Yiming saw County Chief Kong Biao coming to find him, he knew that the Li boss wouldn't keep his promise. However, all of Li Guodong's information had already been sent by Yiming to the hackers affiliated with Xingyue Group. They had hacked into Li Guodong's phone and pinpointed his location. And Li Guodong was completely unaware of all this. When he saw Yiming and the village chief suddenly appear outside his home, he was so frightened he dropped the luggage he was holding. "How did you get here?" He pointed at Yiming and shouted in terror. "What? Surprised to see me? Judging by your reaction, you were planning to run away, weren't you? But before you do, I hope you'll fulfill the promise you made," Yiming said calmly. Li Guodong clenched his teeth. "I don't have any money. I'm still in debt to the bank by several hundred million. Where would I get the money to repair your village road?" Of course, his words weren't true. He was just trying to make Yiming give up. Yiming, of course, didn't believe his one-sided story. If he had enough money to build a factory, how could he owe the bank several hundred million? He said indifferently, "That's not my concern. Whether you have money or not is your problem. I only care about you fixing the road, or you can donate 50 million to our village, and this matter will be settled." "What if I don't give it?" Li Guodong was ready to play dirty. This was his usual tactic when facing creditors, and they couldn't do anything about it. However, this tactic clearly didn't work on Yiming. He reached out and slapped Li Guodong hard across the face. A loud crack echoed through the air. The blow knocked several of Li Guodong's teeth out, along with blood. Yiming looked down at him from above, adopting the posture of a master. "You can try refusing, but the consequences won't be as simple as a few slaps." Li Guodong shivered, feeling the chill in Yiming's words. He was finally afraid. But he wasn't willing to give in. The money he had worked so hard to earn was being extorted from him. But what could he do? He had reason to believe that if he refused to pay, Yiming would kill him and take his life as payment. Compared to money, his life was obviously more important. He tremblingly pulled out his phone and asked Yiming to tell him the account name for the transfer. The village chief gave him the village's dedicated financial account number. Soon, the 5 million was transferred. Watching the 5 million yuan transfer out of his account, Li Guodong's heart was bleeding. With this lesson learned, he dared not provoke Yiming again. From now on, every time he dreams of Yiming, he'll wake up in a cold sweat. The village chief, upon receiving the money, expressed his deepest gratitude to Yiming. Yiming replied indifferently, "I hope this money is used entirely for the village's development. Every single expenditure must be recorded, with no omissions. If I discover any discrepancies between the expenditures and the actual figures, I won't bother others. I'll come straight to you." The village chief felt a chill run down his spine and quickly patted his chest to assure him, "Rest assured, every single penny of this money will be spent where it's needed most." In the following days, Yiming selected a plot of land and instructed the construction team to begin building the villa according to the pre-designed plans. Every member of the construction team had years of experience and worked together seamlessly, so the villa quickly took shape. Yiming naturally didn't stay to wait for the villa to be completed. After instructing the construction team leader on all matters, he returned to Shanghai with Luer. Before leaving, he asked Uncle Tian and Aunt Tian if they wanted to visit Shanghai, but they both shook their heads and refused, saying they didn't want to leave home. Yiming didn't press the matter. Upon returning to Shanghai, Chen Jiaqing discussed with Yiming the matter of having Luer endorse the new cosmetics line and shoot commercials. When Yiming heard that Chen Jiaqing had directly dismissed the renowned Feng Xiaojiang, he gave her a thumbs up. "Even Director Feng was humiliated by you. That's unheard of. I think he has ulterior motives, so I just pushed him aside." Yiming shrugged indifferently, "If he's gone, he's gone. No big deal. But speaking of which, Feng Xiaojiang is indeed a top-tier director in the country, and he even holds the position of head of the Directors Association, though it's not an official title. It still represents a certain level of authority and status within the industry. If we try to find another director now, do you think they'll refuse to work with us because of concerns about Feng Xiaojiang?" Chen Jiaqing furrowed her brows slightly. "That's possible, but let's try finding other directors first. If that doesn't work, we can go abroad to find a director. I don't believe Feng Xiaojiang can extend his influence overseas." "That's an option. What do you plan to do?" Chen Jiaqing pursed her lips and thought before saying, "I believe that since it's a cosmetics advertisement, it should be directed by someone who understands the product. A female director would be ideal, as they have a deeper understanding of cosmetics than male directors. In terms of expressiveness, I believe they have a clear advantage, allowing us to fully showcase the product's underlying competitive strengths." Yiming nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. You decide what to do." "All right." Chen Jiaqing nodded.
Chen Man is currently one of China's top photographers. She frequently shoots magazine covers for big-name celebrities. Stars like Han Han, Yang Mi, and Eddie have all been models in her lens. However, photography is not her ultimate goal. She has always aspired to become a director. But for a young female photographer with no experience, becoming a director is bound to be a tough journey. She has approached numerous investors with scripts, but every time, she has been turned down. The responses she received were always the same. You're just a photographer. A good photographer doesn't necessarily make a good director. A film requires significant investment, and if it fails, we'll lose everything. We can't afford to take that risk. You're doing well as a photographer. Why stray from your field to become a director? You're only 27 years old. Look around the country. How many female directors your age are there? There are none, right? So I advise you to settle down and focus on being a good photographer. Directing requires a wide range of skills, and you don't have them yet. Chen Man wasn't convinced. You haven't even tried. How do you know I don't have the ability? The other person countered, then why didn't you try? Chen Man was speechless. That's right, no one ever gave her a chance to try. Is my dream of becoming a director really going to end like this? Of course, as a stunningly beautiful woman with a commanding presence, she not only possesses an absolutely stunning face but also a figure that is second to none. On more than one occasion, the bosses of investment companies had hinted to her that if she would spend a night with them, they would invest in her and make her a director. Chen Man naturally refused. Over time, she almost gave up hope. She believed that her dream of becoming a director was destined to remain unfulfilled. One day after work, she opened the familiar web page and prepared to place an order for a face mask on the usual website. Suddenly, she noticed a job posting for a director at the top of the page. Her eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 135, Director Selection. When Chen Man finished reading the director job posting, she nearly jumped for joy. It read, seeking a director for a new Jeans Iron product advertisement. Requirements: female, with years of experience using our company's products, a unique perspective on the Jeans Iron brand, and the ability to fully and deeply convey the brand's skincare philosophy. This was tailor-made for her. She had been using Jeans Iron's skincare products for years and knew the brand inside out. However, she also knew that the competition for this director position would be fierce, as there were certainly other women with directorial aspirations. She immediately wrote a resume and submitted it. Chen Man had never had the opportunity to direct an advertising film before. Typically, advertising film directors are not selected through open auditions but are directly hired by the brand. These directors are usually well known within the industry, otherwise, the brand would not feel confident in their abilities. Chen Man was just a photographer with no directing experience, so naturally, no one would hire her to direct a commercial. However, the job posting didn't specify any requirements for directing experience. She thought that whether it was an oversight or not, she had to give it a try. The next day, Chen Man received a response from Xingyue Group. Dear Ms. Chen Man, given your years of photography experience and your status as a long-time user of the Jeans Iron brand, our company would like to invite you to attend an interview at our office on Tuesday at 10 a.m. Please bring your previous works with you to the interview. Address: 68th floor conference room, Jinhu Tower. Upon receiving this response, Chen Man felt a mix of excitement and concern. However, seeing that they required her to bring her previous works, she grew a bit worried, as she didn't have any true directorial works to show. However, her computer contained many short videos she had filmed in the past. She had put a lot of effort into these videos, and they could barely be considered works. She gave herself a pep talk, decided to just go for it, and figure out if she could do it or not. According to her original work schedule, she was supposed to shoot a photo album for a second-tier celebrity named Lee Junru on Tuesday. However, due to the interview, she had to postpone this assignment. As a result, the production team had to find another photographer to shoot Lee Junruo. This left Lee Junru quite dissatisfied, as Chen Man was highly regarded in the photography, with many people specifically requesting her for shoots. She had almost become the go-to photographer for top-tier male leads and leading ladies. Lee Junruo believed that if Chen Man could photograph him, he could at least match the top-tier actors in terms of photography, which would give him a sense of satisfaction. But to his surprise, when it was his turn, someone else was assigned instead. This was clearly a sign of disrespect, and he couldn't tolerate it. On the day of the shoot, he caused a scene at the location, refusing to cooperate with the shoot. In the end, he was physically removed by security, leaving him in a humiliating state. Meanwhile, Chen Man had arrived early at the top floor of the Jinhu Tower. There were indeed many people coming for the director's interview, and Chen Man noticed that several of them were from the photography industry. However, those people seemed indifferent toward Chen Man. Even if they recognized her, they acted as if they didn't see her. Even when Chen Man took the initiative to greet them, they barely responded. The reason was simple: many of the job opportunities that had originally been theirs were snatched away by Chen Man. But this snatching wasn't something Chen Man did intentionally, she had simply accepted it passively.
After all, the client had specifically requested Chen Man for the job, so she couldn't refuse. As a result, Chen Man was gradually isolated by the people in the circle, and there was undoubtedly some jealousy involved. This is probably the helplessness of the strong. Fortunately, Chen Man didn't care about such things. If someone wanted her to shoot, she would do it. When she had free time, she studied directing techniques. Without the hassle of social niceties, her life was actually quite comfortable.
The interviewers were Chen Jiaqing, Yiming, and Lu Er.
Since Lu Er was the female lead in the advertisement, Yiming also had her interview the director to get acquainted with him beforehand.
After interviewing several candidates, Chen Jiaqing wasn't particularly satisfied. As another interviewee left, she sighed. We overlooked one thing. Currently, there are very few female directors in China who are truly qualified. Even if there are some, they are relatively old. They probably aren't familiar with our brand. And looking at the people who came for the interview today, they are all quite young and have almost no experience in directing. Additionally, from the works they brought for the interview, there's almost nothing that stands out. I think we might not find anyone suitable today.
Yiming, who had been listening nearby, said lazily, I don't think it's a big deal. Anyway, Luer has no experience, and we're not in a hurry. This is a good opportunity for the two of them to work together and learn gradually. If it were a big-name director, I'm sure they'd get impatient seeing someone with no experience like Luer. What do you think, Luer?
Lu nodded.
Yes, Minggu. If it were a big-name director, I'd be worried about making mistakes and getting scolded. But if the director is as inexperienced as me, she wouldn't dare scold me. She giggled. Chen Jiaqing thought about it and realized it made sense. She didn't dwell on it further and told Zhao Rongrui to call the next person in.
Zhao Rongrui glanced at the booklet in her hands and called out to the other interviewees still waiting outside the door, number 15, Chen Man.
Chen Man heard her name and her heart began to race. She took a deep breath, stood up from her seat, clenched her fists to encourage herself, and thought, you can do this. As soon as Chen Man entered, she was startled to see that the interviewers were a young man, a young woman, and a girl of around 17 or 18. She had assumed that for a company of this caliber, the interviewers would be middle-aged executives in their 40s or 50s. But seeing that the three interviewers were all younger than her, her nervousness dissipated significantly.
Chen Jiaqing nodded at her with a smile. Miss Chen, hello. Did you bring your interview portfolio?
She didn't bother asking her to introduce herself, as she already had the interviewee's resume and had a general understanding of their background.
Chen Man immediately took out her USB drive and handed it over. Chen Jiaqing took the USB drive and opened it on her computer. Yiming and Lu Er also gathered around.
As soon as they opened the folder, they saw nearly 100 short video clips inside.
All three were slightly taken aback.
Are these all your works?
Chen Man nodded. Yes, I like to make some short videos in my free time. These are mostly things I filmed during my spare time. So you don't have any actual directing experience? Chen Jiaqing asked.
Chen Man heard the question and felt a slight pang of anxiety, but she decided to be honest. I don't have any directing experience, but I'm passionate about directing and hope to become a real director one day. Seeing that the three interviewers were watching her short videos and didn't react much after hearing her words, Chen Man grew even more nervous.
Could this be another failure? Chapter 136, Creating Something Out of Nothing. Chen Man had simply too many short videos.
Going through them one by one, there was no way she could finish them all in such a short time. However, each of her short videos is uniquely distinctive, always capturing the viewer's attention. After watching a few, Chen Jiaqing and Yiming already had a clear idea in their minds. Compared to other interviewees, Chen Man's interview submissions were not only numerous but also of high quality, unlike others who seemed to have rushed them out at the last minute with little effort or sincerity. Chen Jiaqing and Yiming exchanged a few quiet words, then stood up and addressed Chen Man. Congratulations, you've passed the first round of interviews at our company.
Please step outside and wait for a moment. Since there were still other candidates to interview, the results would only be announced after all interviews were completed.
Therefore, Chen Jiaqing could only ask her to wait for a moment. With a suitable candidate already selected, the remaining interviews were conducted more briefly. Moreover, the remaining candidates were indeed not as capable as Chen Man. When Zhao Rongrui called Chen Man back into the office again, she was the only one there. Chen Jiaqing stood up, smiled, and extended her hand, saying, Congratulations on being selected as the director for our group's advertising campaign.
Upon hearing the results, Chen Man was momentarily speechless, unable to believe it was true.
She suddenly felt tears welling up in her eyes.
Her lifelong dream was finally about to come true.
Seeing that Chen Jiaqing was still holding out her hand, she quickly took both of her hands and said, Thank you for choosing me. I will do my best to make this advertising film a success.
We believe in you. Chen Jiaqing nodded at her.
Yiming sat in his seat with a faint smile. This is the female lead of this commercial, Tian Elvire, my sister. You should all get to know her first. He pointed to Elvire beside him.
Chen Man went over to shake hands with Luer. Hello. Luer smiled at her. From now on, you can call me Director Chen.
I don't have any experience in advertising, so please guide me.
Let's work together. Working together will be great. Yiming then added, we don't have any special requirements for this commercial.
Whether it's time or budget, you don't need to worry about it. Just follow your own ideas and showcase the strengths of our product to the best of your ability.
Alright, I'll definitely live up to your expectations.
Now, let's discuss the compensation for your role as director of the Jeans Iron product advertisement. Chen Jiaqing took over. Given that you're a renowned photographer in the industry, even though you have no directing experience, we're offering a salary of 1 million.
Do you have any objections? 1 million. Chen Man's mouth dropped open.
She never imagined that as a newcomer to directing, she could receive such a generous offer. It was a huge surprise. Although she was a renowned photographer, her income in the photography industry was already at the top, but compared to directors, it was still far behind.
This also highlights that directing isn't something just anyone can do. No problem. I'm very satisfied with this salary.
Chen Man hurriedly replied with a delighted smile. Yiming smiled and said, oh, by the way, our group is about to establish an entertainment company. If you perform well this time, we plan to invest in a theatrical film and have you direct it.
Really? Chen Man widened her eyes in disbelief.
She knew the gap between a commercial director and a theatrical film director was no small matter. Some people spend their entire careers as advertising film directors and never get the chance to direct a theatrical film. Because without connections or resources, unless you invest your own money, why would anyone else invest in you to gain experience? And now she had the chance to direct a commercial and then become a feature film director, a leap that was absolutely out of reach for most people. Yiming replied calmly, that's true, but you must first sign a contract with our company and become one of our contracted directors. I guarantee you'll have plenty of directing opportunities in the future.
No problem.
Chen Man had always dreamed of becoming a director, and now that such a great opportunity had come her way, she wouldn't miss it for the world.
Feng Xiaojiang hadn't been idle these past few days.
He had people searching everywhere for dirt on Xingyue Group, but after all their efforts, they couldn't find anything of value.
This was largely thanks to Chen Jiaqing's swift action.
All traces of any connection between Yiming and the Jinhu Tower murder case had been thoroughly erased from the internet. Of course, Su Minghang also played a role in this.
Without his intervention, many things wouldn't have been possible.
Feng Xiaojiang, unable to find any dirt, called his assistants over and scolded them. I don't believe that a company as big as theirs wouldn't have any skeletons in the closet.
Are the people you hired even doing their jobs?
The assistant was at a loss for words.
Star Joy Group is such a large company. Even if they have a shady past, what can a mere director like you do to them? Moreover, they couldn't find anything of value.
She sighed helplessly, Director Feng, I sent people to investigate the murders at Jinhu Tower, but we couldn't find any evidence linking them to Xingyue Group.
Plus, Xingyue Group has assets worth billions. Going up against them is like hitting a rock with an egg. I think we should focus on the movie instead.
The script for the New Year's film I saw was pretty good.
Why don't you stop butting heads with Xingyue Group and go back to directing the movie? Feng Xiaojiang snorted coldly. No way.
Feng Xiaojiang, turned down a movie offer last time just to shoot their advertisement.
I wasn't after the money, I was after my reputation in the industry. If I give in now, where would my face be as the head of the film association? They tell you to do something, and then they kick you aside when they don't need you anymore?
There's no such thing in this world. The assistant muttered to himself, you negotiated with actors the same way before.
As long as there's no signed contract, all verbal commitments are null and void. However, she also knew that Feng Xiaojiang was definitely applying a double standard. So, Director Feng, what should we do next? We can't find any incriminating evidence against Xingyue Group.
The most we found was that one of their security guards had a conflict with an employee of a company called Mitsui Company in our country.
I found this by browsing foreign websites. Can we use this to our advantage?
Director Feng Xiaojiang narrowed his eyes.
Mitsui Busan? What kind of conflict did they have with Xingyue Group's security guards?
It seems that 4 people who went to Xingyue Group for business negotiations beat up 2 security guards, and then,
what happened next?
Then the 4 our country nationals disappeared.
Feng Xiaojiang's pupils suddenly contracted. Disappeared? How could 4 living people vanish without a trace? That's unclear. The assistant noticed what Feng Xiaojiang was thinking and said, Director Feng, those 4 were our country nationals. Their backers haven't caused trouble for Xingyue Group, so we shouldn't exploit this situation.
Besides, even if we use this incident to smear Starjoy Group, given the current nationwide anti-Japanese sentiment, people would only applaud Starjoy Group. Moreover, Mitsui Company hasn't pursued the matter, and the judicial authorities certainly won't go looking for trouble with Starjoy Group on their own.
So this lead isn't really worth pursuing.
Feng Xiaojiang's eyes darted around like a fox's, and a cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth.
It's true that it's worthless for others, but you've forgotten that I'm a director? What I'm best at is creating something out of nothing.
By the way, help me contact the senior leadership of that our country company. I need to discuss that matter with them. The assistant saw that director phone wasn't giving up, sighed, and said, alright.
Chapter 137, Like Two Peas in a Pod. Chen Nan began preparing for the advertising shoot for Jean Xiren's new cosmetics line.
To do so, she turned down all the photo shoot offers that had come her way. This surprised those who had once looked down on her for harboring directorial ambitions.
Who would have thought she could become an advertising director?
I wonder which company is so wealthy and reckless to entrust such an inexperienced person with such a crucial role. No need to guess, it's obviously the company's boss who has taken a liking to her. Making her the director is just a means to conquer her.
Really? Chen Nan doesn't seem like the type who would be easily conquered.
You can't judge a book by its cover. Think about it, at her age, 27, and with her looks, she must have had plenty of suitors.
She should have found a boyfriend by now, right?
But she's still single.
Do you think that's normal?
I think she is probably too busy with work to have time for that.
That's where you don't get it.
In my opinion, she's presenting herself as a strong, emotionless woman to attract the attention of wealthy men with a desire to conquer her.
You can think of that?
The other person rolled their eyes.
What's so unusual about that?
Let me tell you, most Eastern men have a virginity complex. Some can't guarantee their girlfriends or wives are virgins in real life, so when they read novels, they're particularly fixated on that. If they see a woman related to the protagonist who isn't a virgin or even speaks to another man in a slightly gentle tone, they think she is toxic.
That's just a manifestation of the virginity complex. Think about it, those billionaire tycoons, would they not care when choosing a wife? Haven't you noticed that in many wealthy matchmaking events, the first requirement listed is that the woman must be a virgin? Moreover, wealthy men typically have a strong desire to conquer.
Therefore, a strong, career-driven woman like Chen Nan, who has no romantic experience, would undoubtedly arouse the intense interest of many wealthy men genuinely seeking a wife.
Now that you mention it, there is some truth to that. That's why I said she landed that director job, because the company's boss has his eye on her.
I didn't realize Chen Man was thinking so far ahead.
Chen Man is unaware of others' thoughts.
The reason she hasn't dated anyone is simply because she's fully dedicated to her work, and all her free time is spent studying directing techniques. There were a few men who pursued her, but they all gave up because they couldn't handle her coldness. Over time, this led to all sorts of speculation, with the above being just one of them.
Some even went so far as to think she was a lesbian.
Over time, some female friends, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, began to distance themselves from her intentionally or unintentionally, leaving her with fewer and fewer friends. However, she didn't let any of this bother her. She simply continued working day in and day out while striving to pursue her dreams. That day, Chen Man was in the studio with Luer for a photo shoot. It must be said that Chen Man was a perfectionist. She would shoot the same scene multiple times until she was satisfied, and everyone else had to keep redoing it. Just as everyone was exhausted, Yiming suddenly arrived, bringing a lot of snacks to the crew. Everyone rushed over like they had seen a savior, grabbing the snacks. Luer was getting her makeup done for the first time today, and her hairstyle had changed from her usual ponytail to loose, flowing hair with the bangs, paired with a dress that exuded an ethereal aura. She looked like a fairy. When she saw Minggu come over, she deliberately walked in front of him and spun around, asking, "Minggu, do I look pretty today?" Yi Ming gave her a thumbs up. "Of course you're beautiful. Our Luer is definitely the most beautiful girl around. Minggu, do you like it?" Yi Ming was taken aback. Looking at Luer's flushed face, he smiled and said, "Of course I like it. Everyone has always liked our Luer." He reached out to touch Luer's head. Upon hearing this, Luer felt a pang of sadness. She lowered her head and blinked her eyes hard, thinking to herself, "Minggu, I didn't mean that kind of like." Yi Ming saw Luer's expression and felt a pang of emotion. He recalled what Chen Jiaqing had told him earlier and felt at a loss. However, just then, Chen Man arrived. "Mr. Yi, the pastries you sent are delicious. Please try some yourself." Yi Ming gave him a grateful look and smiled faintly. "You all eat. I've already had quite a bit. Luer, you should eat some too." "Okay." Luer turned and left. Watching Luer's slender, fragile figure, Yi Ming suddenly felt an urge to protect her. He wanted to care for that small figure, and this feeling was completely different from anything he had felt before. He suddenly realized that, unconsciously, he had developed an unusual affection for Luer. This feeling was exactly the same as the one he had for Chen Jiaqing. Chapter 138, A Gift for You. That day, as usual, Yi Ming came to pick up Luer. Sitting in the car, Luer was no longer her usual lively self. She kept her head down, her mood seeming rather low. Yi Ming noticed this and felt a pang of sympathy. Though he knew why Luer was feeling this way, he didn't know how to comfort her. After some thought, he finally came up with a topic and said, "Luer, you've been admitted to university, and your birthday is coming up soon. Minggu decided to give you a gift." Upon hearing that Minggu was going to give her something, Luer felt a glimmer of joy, and her low spirits began to lift. She raised her beautiful, curved eyes to look at Yiming and asked, "What kind of gift are you giving me?"
"You'll see when we get there." Yiming smiled slightly, stepped on the gas, and accelerated.
Half an hour later, they arrived at a car exhibition venue. The exhibition hall was vast, crowded with people, and bustling with noise, with flashes of cameras flashing constantly. Various scantily clad car models stood in front of luxury cars, posing seductively and changing their poses constantly. Meanwhile, middle-aged men with bald heads and cameras in their hands kept snapping photos of them.
This was a high-end car exhibition, featuring only luxury and even ultra-luxury vehicles from various brands.
Even the top-of-the-line models from Mercedes-Benz and BMW were merely average here. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, Pagani, and other models are everywhere. These luxury cars are among the most famous supercars in the world, and there are always crowds of people gathered around them. These luxury cars are at the auto show to be sold, and those who can afford them are typically very wealthy individuals. However, the majority are super-rich second-generation heirs, who value face the most. At such an auto show, buying a car in front of so many people undoubtedly attracts envy from others, fulfilling their desire for social status. Take, for example, two wealthy second-generation individuals who both set their sights on the same Koenigsegg, valued at over 20 million yuan. Unfortunately, only one of these cars remains, and it has already been discontinued. Both men were accompanied by their girlfriends, so to avoid losing face in front of them, they began competing fiercely, even nearly coming to blows. One claimed he saw it first, while the other insisted he was the first to make an offer. Fortunately, the salesperson intervened quickly and recommended a Pagani model similar to the Koenigsegg, albeit slightly more expensive, which finally prevented the two from coming to blows. The guy who bought the Pagani felt satisfied on the surface, and since the price was just a bit higher, he didn't feel like he lost out either.
Both parties were content.
Lu'er saw Mingo bring her here and was surprised.
She blinked her big eyes and asked, "Mingo, did you bring me here to buy me a car?"
Yiming smiled and said, "Yes, now that you've been admitted to university, you should have your own car."
"What kind of car do you like?"
Lu'er pressed her forehead in thought. She didn't really have a particular car in mind, and besides, she didn't have a driver's license yet, so she couldn't drive anyway.
"No problem. We'll buy one for you to practice with. You can drive it around when you're free. If you don't want to drive, the bodyguards can drive it for you."
It seems I really should go get my driver's license. As they spoke, they arrived at the display of a Ferrari LaFerrari.
"Lu'er, do you like this car?"
Lu'er furrowed her brows.
"Mingo, you already have one of these, right? If you have one, I don't want it."
Actually, she thought the price of 2,500,000 was too expensive, so she didn't want Mingo to spend that much money.
Yiming took her to another booth, where a Bugatti Veyron was on display. "What about this one?" Lu'er looked at the price, 38 million, even more expensive than the previous one.
She shook her head again.
"This one is too ugly. I don't like it." "Then take a look." "Which one do you like?" Yiming asked after scanning the area.
Lu'er walked around, looked around, and finally came to a booth in a secluded corner. She pointed at the car and said, "This one." Yiming looked and saw it was a all-black BMW 760 Li. A typical boss's car. Although it was the most expensive model in the BMW series, it was the cheapest car at this car show. Yiming checked the price, only a few million, and shook his head quickly.
"No way, this car is too old-fashioned.
It's not suitable for a young girl like our Lu'er to drive." Without another word, he grabbed Lu'er and dragged her away from the booth. Lu'er, holding Ming Ji's hand, wanted to refuse, but she liked this feeling, so she let Yiming pull her along. Finally, Yiming took Lu'er to the booth with the largest crowd. This booth was located at the center of the entire exhibition hall, and the car model for this vehicle was the most beautiful one at the entire car show. The car model was dressed elegantly and gracefully, with a refined demeanor, unlike the other car models who were all over the place. There was no doubt that the car on display here was the star of the show. However, when Yiming saw the car's emblem, he couldn't immediately recall which brand it belonged to. There were no informational signs or price tags next to the car, unlike the other vehicles. Yiming secretly took a photo with his phone and searched online to find out that the car is called the Lycan Hypersport, which was first unveiled in 2012. Only 7 units were produced globally, and the one on display here is the only one remaining in the world, with a staggering price tag of 66 million renminbi. The car's exterior was indeed impressive. Although the logo was extremely rare, it didn't detract from its value. Yiming smiled slightly and asked Lu'er, "Do you like this one?" Lu'er took a look at the car, which didn't have a price tag, so she had no idea how much it cost. However, its appearance was indeed very beautiful, with its streamlined body, imposing front end, and elegant rear, giving it a strong futuristic and high-tech feel. She nodded and said, "I like it. If you like it, then it's yours." Yiming was about to call over a salesperson to buy it when a young man beside him stroked his chin and spoke to his companion. "This is the star of this car show. The name is too long, and I can't even pronounce it. Just know that it's the only one left in the world, and it's priced at over 60 million.
That's so expensive. Damn it, the 4 million I was planning to spend won't even cover it.
Thank goodness you reminded me, otherwise, I would have been in big trouble.
Lu'er overheard their conversation and was shocked.
This car costs over 60 million?
That's way too expensive.
She quickly grabbed Yiming's hand. Minga, let's just forget about it.
I don't like this car.
Yiming smiled and ruffled her hair.
Don't worry.
Your Minga would buy 100 or 80 of these cars without batting an eyelid, let alone just one. The two men who had been talking earlier couldn't help but glance over at Yiming.
When they saw Lu'er, their eyes lit up.
One of them sneered with disdain. Some people have a little money and think they can impress a beauty by bragging. They sure know how to blow their own trumpet, no matter the occasion.
Chapter 139, Getting Acquainted.
The clearly sarcastic words made Yiming's brows furrow involuntarily. However, there were so many people around, and the man wasn't speaking directly to him. Even if he knew it was aimed at him, Yiming couldn't afford to react too strongly in such a public setting. He simply continued to look for the salesperson to inquire about purchasing the car. The two men, seeing that Yiming didn't retaliate, assumed they had hit the nail on the head. They chuckled to themselves and, without bothering to notice Yiming still standing nearby, approached Lu'er to strike up a conversation. Beautiful lady, are you here to check out the car show too?
Yes, someone as beautiful as you is quite rare at a car show. Right, since you're here, I think we're meant to meet. Why don't we exchange WeChat contacts and get to know each other? Lu'er's face turned icy cold, not even glancing at them. She thought these two were just like flies.
Yiming stepped in front of Lu'er, glaring coldly at the two men. You two should just focus on the car models.
One of them, seeing Yiming approach, sneered, Hey, buddy, we're talking to the beauty. What's it to you? Why are you so eager to step in? Did we expose your pretentious act in front of the beauty, making you feel humiliated and angry? Yeah, you can buy 100 or 80 cars without batting an eye, but when you're trying to show off, can't you at least consider the situation? Can't you think about the people around you? I'm so embarrassed I could die.
Lu'er saw that the two were mocking Mingu, and she immediately got angry. She stepped forward, her eyebrows furrowed, and said, What does my Mingu say have anything to do with you?
Do you think you have the right to jump out and talk nonsense like flies?
The two men were taken aback by the beauty's reaction, but upon hearing her call in Yiming, they grew even more interested. One of them stroked his chin and feigned surprise. Oh, I didn't realize you two were brother and sister.
No wonder you're showing off your relationship hasn't progressed that far yet.
The other man scanned Lu'er up and down, his eyes sparking with desire, and said in a lecherous tone, Hey, beauty, since you two aren't that close yet, why don't you get to know us first? Yiming suddenly stepped forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and lifted him off the ground. His expression was extremely cold as he said, I'll make sure you don't leave here alive. The man, seeing Yiming grab him by the collar and lift him off the ground, felt humiliated and grew angry.
What are you doing? Let go of me. What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are? I was just saying I wanted to get to know the beauty. Slap.
Yiming slapped him across the face.
Slap. Lu'er followed suit and slapped him across the face as well. Do you get it now?
The two slaps left the man stunned. He looked at Yiming and Lu'er with icy eyes, his heart trembling. He realized he had provoked the wrong people. Another person saw Yiming lift his companion off the ground with one hand and was shocked by his strength.
He had already decided to back down.
Now, seeing his companion slapped by Yiming and Lu'er, he shrunk his neck and dared not utter a word. Seeing that their slaps had the desired effect, Yiming and Lu'er let go of the man's hand without further pursuit.
Get out of here! Yiming barked coldly.
The man was startled again, covered his face, and hurriedly left the crowd.
The other one followed suit. When had this wealthy young man ever endured such humiliation in front of so many people?
As he left, he touched his still burning cheeks, growing even more furious. Thinking about how his companions had remained silent when he fell into the enemy's hands, he was even more enraged. The person beside him also knew that he had cowardly backed down at a critical moment, which was very disrespectful to the other party. He then said with a sheepish expression,
Aja, don't get angry. That guy really is skilled.
The two of us together probably wouldn't stand a chance against him, so.
Aja, just grit your teeth and let it go. You don't need to explain.
Then he punched the wall. Damn it, he dared to humiliate me in public. If I just swallow this, all these years would have been wasted. I'll make sure he gets beaten so badly he'll question his existence.
He pulled out his phone.
The other person saw him making the call and his expression changed slightly.
Aja, are you planning to call someone to beat him up? A beating isn't enough. We also have to deal with that woman,
he said with a cold snort. He paused for a moment before continuing, but before our people arrive, we need to find a way to keep him occupied and prevent him from leaving.
The conflict between Yiming and Aja was just a minor incident.
To the onlookers, it was nothing more than two arrogant rich kids fighting over a woman, nearly coming to blows.
In the end, one of them backed down, and it was over.
Such incidents were commonplace here, so no one found it unusual. The crowd quickly shifted their attention back to the scantily clad, curvaceous car models. Yi Ming and Lu Er, however, felt a bit awkward. The words they had just exchanged made both of them blush, especially the part about their relationship not being that serious yet. This made Lu Er's heart race even faster. A voice inside her kept screaming, "Why not take this opportunity to confess my feelings to Minggu after we get back?" Yi Ming tried to shift the awkward atmosphere and said, "Lure, I'll go find the person in charge of selling this car. Why don't you come with me?" "Sure, Minggu." Just as Yi Ming and Lu Er had taken a few steps, Aja, who had been slapped by Yi Ming and Lu Er earlier, arrived with 4 or 5 security guards. Pointing at Yi Ming, he said, "It was them. They were the ones who hit me earlier. Everyone can vouch for me." Originally, the security guards didn't get involved in such matters, but under Aja's offer of 10,000 yuan per person, they immediately changed their stance and prepared to follow Aja's orders to teach the assailants a lesson. "Was it you causing trouble here just now?" one of the security guards asked coldly. Chapter 140, Bowing an Apology. Aja wanted these security guards to take action, so he naturally wouldn't tell them that Yi Ming was a wealthy young master who could afford a 6 million yuan super luxury car. Otherwise, no matter how much money he offered them, they wouldn't dare touch a single hair on Yi Ming's head. He only told the security guards that he knew this man a beggar who liked to take girls around and show off. Today, he had exposed him, and the man, out of anger and shame, had attacked him. Upon hearing that he was a beggar, the security guards had no qualms, and with the added incentive of 10,000 yuan, their blood boiled, and they shouted that they would teach this disrespectful man a lesson. Yi Ming saw Aja standing behind the security guards, smirking at him, and understood everything. Facing the security guard's questioning, he calmly replied, "Is there anyone causing trouble here? As a security guard, don't you know?" The security guard who had questioned him was caught off guard by Yi Ming's words and couldn't think of a response for a moment. Indeed, if there was a disturbance and they hadn't noticed it in time, that would be a failure on their part. Seeing the security guards at a loss for words, Aja quickly stepped forward, pointing at Yi Ming. "If you're a man, do you admit you slapped me just now?" Yi Ming shrugged indifferently. "That's right, I did slap you." Aja, seeing that Yi Ming had admitted it, immediately rejoiced and turned to the security guards, saying, "Look, he admitted it. Quickly arrest him." The security guard who had just confronted Yi Ming snorted, "You said you didn't cause any trouble. Since you've admitted it, come with us." They intended to follow Aja's orders and drag Yi Ming to a secluded area to beat him up. Yi Ming, however, remained unfazed and said calmly, "I admit I slapped him, but what does that have to do with causing trouble here? Slapping him and causing trouble here are two completely different things. As security guards, don't you understand that?" Aja flew into a rage. This was clearly a sign of disrespect, as if hitting him was no big deal. After all, he was a rich second-generation heir. When had he ever been treated like this before? However, his primary goal now was to keep Yi Ming from leaving. He didn't expect these few security guards to be able to do anything to Yi Ming. Once the people he called arrived, that would be his true moment of revenge. He checked the location app on his phone. They'd be here in about 10 minutes. He forced himself to suppress his anger, pointed at Yi Ming, and said, "Alright, since you admit you slapped me, let me slap you back. This will settle it." He believed Yi Ming, who loved to show off, would never agree to his terms. However, Yi Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said calmly, "Alright, come on." He stared intently into Aja's eyes, his expression calm and composed. This response caught Aju off guard. Looking into Yi Ming's unfathomable eyes, a chill ran down his spine, and for a moment, he stood frozen in place, unable to move. Seeing that Aja hadn't moved for a moment, Yi Ming smiled and said, "Come on, what are you waiting for? Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Aja swallowed hard, glancing at the onlookers. They were all watching him with expressions of amusement, as if he were a monkey on stage. One of the bystanders, growing impatient at his hesitation, shouted, "You're a man, just do it already." Aju was provoked by the words, clenched his teeth, and thought, "You said it yourself." He slowly walked toward Yi Ming, reaching his side. Just as he was about to raise his hand to slap Yi Ming's face, a cold breeze swept past his neck. Instantly, a loud slap echoed through the air, and his face was once again struck by Yi Ming's palm. Aju was knocked off balance and stunned. He couldn't believe Yi Ming had slapped him again, so effortlessly, and without mercy, and it even looked like he had asked for it. He covered his cheek with one hand and pointed at Yi Ming with the other, stuttering in anger, "You don't keep your word. Are you even a man?" Yi Ming feigned surprise, "Where did I not keep my word? I said for you to come over and slap me, but I never said I wouldn't hit you." Aju was so enraged that his face turned ashen. He couldn't beat Yi Ming in a fight, and he couldn't outwit him in an argument. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He no longer bothered with Yi Ming and turned to the security guards, nearly shouting, "You all saw that. What are you waiting for? Arrest this troublemaker." One of the security guards stepped forward immediately. "Hey, we saw everything just now. What else do you have to say? If you know what's good for you, come with us quietly." Yi Ming took the tissue Lu Er handed him and wiped his hands, not even glancing at the security guard.
As a security guard, you're so obedient to him that I can't help but suspect you're on his payroll. But are you really going to drive away a potential customer?
The other security guards froze, exchanging glances.
A potential customer?
That's right, I bought this car. He pointed directly at the Lycan Hypersport and said calmly. With a loud bang, the security guards were all stunned.
He actually wants to buy this car? Isn't he a beggar? A beggar wants to buy this car?
They naturally knew the price of the car. Even just by the prime location it occupied in the showroom, they could tell it was worth a fortune.
If he could actually afford it, what kind of person was he? Could a lowly security guard like them even afford to provoke him?
At that thought, their faces turned ashen, and they glared at Ajia as if they wanted to peel his skin off. Fortunately, they hadn't acted yet, they had only spoken a few words. At that moment, cold sweat trickled down their backs, and they felt like they were holding the reins of a horse on the edge of a cliff. Immediately, they hurriedly bowed to Yi Ming in apology, almost kneeling down to beg for his forgiveness. Yi Ming waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell on the matter. Just then, a beautiful woman in a professional OL skirt suit walked over. She was the customer service manager here. Upon hearing her subordinates report that someone wanted to buy the Lycan Hypersport, she couldn't contain her excitement and hurried over in her high heels. Approaching Yi Ming, she bowed deeply and said, "Good afternoon, sir. I am Anna, the customer service manager here. May I ask if you are interested in purchasing this Lycan Hypersport?" Chapter 141, The Mysterious Boss. Yi Ming turned to look at her. This manager had an incredibly hot figure, with her breasts swelling like two balloons. Her waist was incredibly slim, forming a perfect S-shaped figure.
He nodded indifferently.
That's correct. I was just about to find someone from your team to purchase this vehicle. However, there was a minor complication that caused a slight delay.
A minor issue? Anna furrowed her brows.
At that moment, an assistant-like figure approached her, covering her mouth with her hand and whispering something in her ear. After hearing the assistant's words, Anna walked straight up to the security guards, her face icy cold.
"You lot, you're fired."
The security guards tried to explain, but Anna waved her hand dismissively.
"No need for explanations. You disrupted my client. Even if you apologize, it won't be forgiven. Go to the finance department to settle your accounts and leave."
Seeing there was no room for negotiation, the security guards glared at Ajia with hatred before turning around and heading to the finance office to settle their accounts. Meanwhile, Ajia, who had been standing nearby, saw the small dot on his phone's location app approaching him and felt a surge of excitement.
It was a white Toyota minivan with over 20 people inside.
Inside the van, someone was speaking. "I'm telling you, if it weren't for the photo of that beauty that Ajia sent me, I wouldn't have come.
Damn, she's so beautiful. Damn it, do you know who he is?"
"Who?" "ZU High School's most beautiful schoolflower. Her name is Tian Elvier. She doesn't have a boyfriend yet, and it said she's about to enter the Shanghai Theater Academy."
"Is she going into the entertainment industry? Damn, such a beautiful girl going into the entertainment industry is such a waste. If we could hook up with her tonight."
His words instantly set off a burst of laughter in the entire car compartment. "Hey, I'll tell you, I saw her last time I went to the Xingyue Group headquarters." Another guy spoke up.
"Xingyue Group headquarters? What were you doing there?" "My dad is a vice president at Xingyue Group. Going there to hang out is pretty normal, right?"
"My dad said the company is planning to launch a new entertainment company, and this task was assigned to him."
"I bet Tian Elvier went to the Xingyue Group headquarters that day to try to get into that entertainment company. Hande, doesn't that mean you're in a prime position to get ahead? Don't you dare take advantage of your dad's position to mess with our goddess Tian."
Handa's real name is Han Dateo, and his father, Han Yuejin, is a vice president of Xingyue Group ranked in the middle tier. Han Dato heard his companion's words and chuckled. "Don't worry, once I'm done playing with her, I'll give her to you guys."
"Damn, Honda, you're one of us.
Your dad must be pretty powerful to have risen to the position of vice president at Starjoy Group." "Yeah, Xingyue Group has been growing like a rocket lately, becoming one of the top companies in all of Shanghai. I bet it won't be long before it makes it into the Fortune 500. Han Dateo waved his hand dismissively, his face brimming with arrogance. "Actually, Xingyue Group is already more powerful than some companies on the Fortune 500 list. It's just that our CEO is modest and doesn't want to be on the list."
"I heard that the chairman and CEO of Xingyue Group is an absolutely stunning beauty?"
"That's correct. Although I haven't met her personally, my father is the group's vice president and reports directly to her. I've heard through the grapevine that she's indeed a stunning beauty, and what's more, she's very young, apparently only 24 years old."
"That's so impressive. At 24, she's already the chairman and CEO of Xingyue Group. And she's also an absolutely stunning beauty."
Han Daqiao saw his lecherous expression and snorted derisively.
"Forget about the chairman. She's the boss's woman at Xingyue Group. Let me tell you, our boss is a truly remarkable person." "How influential is he?" Someone was intrigued.
Han Datyao seemed a bit hesitant, but seeing that they were all brothers, he relented under their urging and motion for everyone to gather closer. Then he lowered his voice and said, "I'll tell you, but don't mention this to anyone else."
"Alright, we won't say a word." Han Datyao cleared his throat.
Last time, for our country, nationals caused trouble at Jinhu Tower and were killed by the boss of Xingyue Group alone, and it was a one-punch kill.
One punch, one kill. What?
If I could meet him, I'd definitely ask him to be my master.
That's nothing.
Han Datyao swallowed hard and continued. Later, a few old men came, one after the other.
The first one went straight to Chen Dong's office, apparently asking for something.
Chen Dong refused and called some security guards to drive them away.
Guess what happened next? What the hell are you teasing us for? Just say it.
My father was there at the scene. He was outside Chen Dong's office with other senior executives from Xingyue Group. He said he saw the old man use some kind of magic to first throw the security chief off the top floor, then strike the other security guards one by one, sending them flying. One of them was even knocked out the window.
Are you sure it was an old man?
Absolutely certain, but that old man wasn't an ordinary old man. My dad said he knew magic. And even such a powerful old man still died at the hands of that boss. Everyone looked at him with skeptical expressions.
Isn't your dad just exaggerating because he was drunk?
Han Dateo's face turned red. That day, my dad was indeed drunk when he said those things.
Everyone waved their hands dismissively. Damn it, it was just drunk and rambling. You got me all worked up for nothing.
Han Dateo recalled that after his father sobered up, he excitedly went to ask him about the things he had said. But his father denied it outright, saying it was just drunk and rambling, and sternly warned him not to go spreading it around. But Han Dateo felt that it wasn't his father's drunk and rambling, it seemed more like he was speaking the truth while drunk. Seeing that no one believed him, he didn't bother explaining further. The minibus quickly arrived at the car show venue. The group got off the bus in a hurry, looking like a bunch of hooligans. However, their attire was all very fashionable, clearly indicating that they came from well-off families, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hang out together. Aja saw them arrive and was overjoyed.
Brothers, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, that guy would have gotten away. Let us go, no time to waste.
Where is that guy?
They've gone into the VIP customer reception room to handle the paperwork. That guy looks like he's got some money. How much money? How much money matters? Even if he's rich, he can't be richer than all of us combined. Let's wait outside first.
Aja, don't worry. We'll definitely get you justice.
Han Dateo stepped forward and said.
Aja looked at them gratefully and said, "Thanks, brothers."
Chapter 142, Showing Off in Person.
The Lycan Hypersport in the showroom had already been sold, so it naturally had to be removed from the exhibition.
As a result, someone immediately arrived with a tow truck to haul the vehicle away. Soon, Yiming emerged, already holding the car keys, which he handed to Luer. "Here you go, Ming Ji's gift for you."
"Thank you, Ming Gu." Luer held the elegant car keys, flipping them over and examining them repeatedly, clearly delighted. Just then, Aja arrived with Han Dateo and others, blocking Yiming and Luer's path. Yiming saw it was him again and his brows furrowed in annoyance.
"It seems the lesson I gave you earlier wasn't enough."
Aja snorted coldly. "Dare to hit me? If I don't make you bleed today, I'll write my name backwards." Yiming smiled and shook his head.
"Writing your name backwards isn't a strong enough oath. If you're so brave, make your oath even more ruthless."
Aja was momentarily speechless, but remembering that this guy was far more skilled with words than he was, he decided to keep his mouth shut. The few people behind him spotted Luer, and their mouths almost drooled.
Han Datyao stepped forward, pointing at Yiming. "You're the one who just hit my brother?"
"That's right," Yiming said indifferently. Han Dateo was surprised to see this guy facing so many of them without a hint of fear. He sensed there was something unusual about him. He circled around Yiming and Luer, sizing them up from head to toe.
I'll deal with you later," Han Datyao suddenly said, then turned to look at Luer with a smile. "This must be Tian Luer, the school beauty, right?" Luer's face turned icy, and she didn't even acknowledge him.
Han Datyao didn't seem to care and continued, "I heard that Miss Tian is planning to apply to the Shanghai Theater Academy.
I guess she wants to enter the entertainment industry, right? What's it to you?"
Luer said coldly.
Han Datyao chuckled. "The school beauty finally spoke to me. What an honor.
But I think we'll have plenty of opportunities to interact in the future."
He paused, glancing at Luer's breathtaking beauty, swallowed hard, and said arrogantly, "Why don't you tell the school beauty that my father is the vice president of Xingyue Group? You know the power of Xingyue Group, so I don't need to say more. Xingyue Group is about to establish an entertainment company, which will be managed by my father.
If Miss Tian is interested, I can recommend you to my father to join that entertainment company and provide you with the best promotional resources.
I can definitely make you a top-tier actress in the country. What do you think? Is Miss Tian interested?"
Yiming heard this and burst into laughter.
"Damn it, you dare to bring up Star Joy Group in front of me? Doesn't he know that Star Joy Group is mine?" And that entertainment company was established specifically for Luer, yet now it's being used as a tool to lure her away? This is ridiculous.
He smiled, crossed his arms, and said with a faint smile, "Your dad must be pretty powerful to have risen to the position of vice president at Star Joy Group."
I wonder what his name is. Han Yao puffed out his chest proudly and said, "My father's name is Han Yuejin.
He's the 6th-ranked vice president of Xing Yue Group, in charge of the entertainment and culture division."
That sounds pretty impressive. Yi Ming smiled again.
Of course, but for someone like you, a rich second-generation playboy who only knows how to spend money, there's no point in saying all that. Han Dateo looked at Lu Er again, his face still carrying a look of arrogance.
I wonder if the school beauty, Tian De, is interested in meeting me?
Lu Er felt that this guy was acting like a complete fool, using Xing Yue Group to show off in front of Minggu and herself. She coldly spat out one word, "Get lost."
Han Datyo paused again.
He hadn't expected that even after bringing out his trump card, Tian Daxiawa still wasn't impressed, and a flash of anger crossed his mind.
Yi Ming stepped in front of him and said calmly, "Do you know what your father would call me if he saw me? My dad see you? You're just a rich, pretentious second-generation rich kid."
According to Aja, you boasted that you could afford to buy 100 or 80 luxury cars, each costing over 6 million.
Ugh, you're so obsessed with showing off that you don't even care about your parents.
If your parents knew they had such a wasteful son, they'd be so angry they'd spit blood. Slap. Before Han Datyao could finish speaking, Yi Ming slapped him across the face, sending him flying. Seeing this, the air froze instantly. Han Datyao's companions were all stunned. They never expected Yi Ming to dare to strike first in front of so many people.
And to send someone flying with a single slap, how much strength did that take?
Aja touched his cheek, feeling a chill run down his skin. He realized that Yi Ming had held back when he hit him earlier. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Han Dao, knocked flying by a single slap. He suddenly regretted calling people to cause trouble for Yi Ming. The force Yi Ming used this time was clearly much greater than before. Han Dateo was hit so hard that he flew 4 or 5 meters away and landed on the ground, his face twisted and his head buzzing non-stop. He lay there unconscious for a while. Although Aja had backed down, there were still some ruthless individuals among the remaining men. Seeing their comrade had been injured, their anger flared up and they shouted, "Brothers, let's all attack him and kill him."
Chapter 143, Telekinesis.
In an instant, the remaining men charged forward, each like a starving tiger pouncing on a lamb, rushing toward Yi Ming. Facing this group of ruthless thugs, Yi Ming's expression grew icy, showing no fear.
He gently pulled Luer to the back and then leaped into the crowd.
His figure darted like lightning, his palm shadows flickering, moving so fast it was almost impossible to see. Crack! 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 Yi Ming struck one after another with a single palm, effortlessly dispatching them all. Those men couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. They were like wooden stakes, only there to be struck.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Screams rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, those people lost their ability to fight, lying on the ground clutching their wounds, writhing and wailing in agony. Some had broken arms, others had broken legs, not a single person was left unscathed. Some had both arms and legs broken. Their bodies were a mess of blood and flesh, looking utterly pitiful. The worst off was Han Datyao. After being slapped flying by Yi Ming, he got back up and charged back into the fray, only to have both his hands easily broken by Yi Ming, and several of his ribs shattered by a single punch.
The onlookers who witnessed this scene couldn't help but gasp in horror.
That's incredible. This guy must be a trained fighter.
Damn, he's so fierce. Not even a dozen people can take him on.
And he looks so effortless.
Which one is stronger, him or Elong?
Elong isn't even worth mentioning. I bet this guy could take him down with one hand and make him question his existence. After dealing with that group, Yi Ming clapped his hands, as if afraid of getting his hands dirty. Looking down at the writhing crowd on the ground, he said calmly, "If you think there aren't enough of you, feel free to bring more. I'll be waiting here." Those who had witnessed Yi Ming's prowess dared not provoke him further. With his skills, even if more people came, they had no chance of winning, only of being beaten.
"We dare not.
We were blind to your true strength, big brother.
We were wrong. We'll never dare again."
Someone quickly begged for mercy.
"We were wrong. We'll never dare again." This group of people knew when to back down.
After being beaten, they immediately begged for mercy, which was typical of their spoiled and cowardly nature. Aja, who hadn't joined the fight, was standing aside, his legs trembling. As he saw Yi Ming walking toward him, he instinctively wanted to run away. However, when he saw Yi Ming's eyes fixed on him, his entire body felt as though it were bound, and he couldn't even lift his feet. He was terrified, recalling how he had provoked the other party time and again, nearly losing his life in the process.
"Don't come any closer," he stammered.
Yi Ming, however, felt a sudden stir in his heart, his brows furrowing slightly, for he sensed a subtle and strange sensation spreading through him. He felt as though countless threads of energy were leaving his body through every pore. These threads were invisible and intangible, but he could sense them clearly. Yi Ming tried to control these threads with his mind, making them change direction and shape. And to his astonishment, the threads actually responded to his thoughts. He was overjoyed, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Damn it, this is telekinesis. However, this smile caught Aja's eye, filling him with utter terror. He thought Yi Ming was about to use some kind of technique against him, and his trembling grew even more intense. However, Yi Ming wanted to test the strength of this telekinesis ability, so he calmly said to Aja, "Go ahead." Aja was taken aback. He never expected Yi Ming to let him go so easily. He couldn't believe it. He feared that the moment he turned around, Yi Ming would ambush him, so he just stood there staring at Yi Ming, unable to move. Seeing that he wasn't obeying, Yi Ming's expression darkened, and he spoke in a cold tone, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Aja's heart trembled violently, fearing he might provoke Yi Ming, so he quickly turned and left. Seeing him turn to leave, Yi Ming felt a surge of joy. He controlled the threads of energy to extend outward, binding Aja in place. Aja felt as though he was bound by something, but when he looked down, he saw nothing on his body. He struggled to take a step forward, but couldn't move even an inch. What was going on? A chill ran down his spine, and he grew increasingly suspicious of the situation. He exerted even more force, veins bulging on his forehead, but he still couldn't move. Just as he was about to muster all his strength, Yi Ming suddenly used his mind to dissolve the energy threads binding him. Instantly, Aja lost his balance, stumbled forward like a sack of potatoes, and rolled out in front of him. His face collided with the ground, and in an instant, his nose and mouth were filled with blood, a pitiful sight indeed. This action, however, looked utterly ridiculous to the onlookers, who burst into laughter immediately. This kid is tough. He actually used his own face to collide with the ground. Aha, damn it, isn't he just embarrassed and trying to find a hole to crawl into? Ha, does he really think there's a hole in the ground? Ha, there's a hole in the ground? Didn't you see it's concrete? Does he want to dig a hole with his face? Ha! 66,666. Impressive. Luer saw this comical scene and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Finally, under the envious glances of the crowd, Yi Ming drove off in the Lycan Hypersport with Luer in the passenger seat. Damn it, that's the real winner in life. A luxury car and a beautiful woman. If I could have just one of those two, I'd die happy. If I could have just one of those, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. I'd give up 20 years of my life. Look at you, you coward. You have no guts at all. If it were me, I'd die from exhaustion. Are you just going to jerk off to the car until you die, or are you going to the car until you die? You're really into that kind of thing, aren't you? You. If I had that car, I could get any girl I wanted. Han Yuejin rushed to the hospital and saw his son covered in plaster casts and bound tightly with bandages. An endless rage surged in his heart. He gritted his teeth and asked his son, "Xiao Tao, who the hell did this to you?" Chapter 144, My Decision. Han Daeteo lay on the hospital bed, his body wrapped like a mummy, with only his head exposed. His entire head was swollen like a pig's head, and his eyes were barely open. And due to the casts covering his entire body, he was unable to move freely. Upon seeing his father arrive, Han Daeteo finally burst into tears. "Dad." Han Yuejin looked at his son's pitiful state, his face turning ashen. Although Han Daeteo was a lazy good-for-nothing who had caused his father no end of trouble, he was still his only beloved son. Seeing him like this, how could he bear it? "Xiao Tao, who could have done this to you?" he growled. Upon hearing his father's words, Han Daeteo was completely bewildered. He had gone to confront that person to defend his friend and hadn't even bothered to ask his name. He shook his head helplessly, not knowing who the person was. "You don't know who he is? How did you end up getting beaten like this if you don't know who he is?" I went to the car show on Nanshan Road with my brother today. At the car show, my brother and that person got into a small altercation, and he just attacked us. He was very strong, and none of us could match him. I was the one who got beaten the worst. Han Yuejin furrowed his brows. A minor altercation at a car show left you in such a state? This is outrageous. Xiao Tao, wait and see, I'll definitely get you justice. Dad, it's best not to call the police. The police might not be able to handle him. Han Daeteo was actually worried that if the police investigated, they might find out that they had surrounded the man first because they were outnumbered, and then he had fought back. Although they were the ones who suffered the loss, the law wasn't on their side, so it wasn't appropriate to involve the authorities in resolving the matter. Han Yuejin was so furious he wanted to tear the man who beat his son to pieces. He wouldn't even think of calling the police. He snorted coldly, "Call the police? That would be too easy for him. He beat you like this if he doesn't pay a price. I don't deserve to be your father." Han Datyeo looked at his father and felt he was particularly majestic at that moment. Han Yuejin followed his son's instructions and went to the car show where the incident occurred. He directly approached the manager, Anna, and demanded that she have the surveillance footage from that time retrieved. Anna knew that her client had gotten into a fight with a group of people earlier, and the man in front of her was likely here to find evidence to avenge one of them. She had intended to refuse politely. After all, Yi Ming was her client, and she naturally sided with him to some extent. But when Hanwha Jin saw she wasn't cooperating, he flew into a rage. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Do you know how badly my son was beaten? Is it that hard to show me the surveillance footage? If you really refuse, then fine. Since you're covering for that criminal, I'll assume my son was beaten by your people. I'll sue you." Anna had no choice. It was better to avoid trouble. If she were sued, her reputation would be ruined. In the end, she agreed to let him view the surveillance footage. However, when Hanwha Jin saw the person who had beaten his son on the surveillance footage, his anger, which had been boiling over like a volcano ready to erupt, instantly dissipated. His hands and feet grew ice cold, and he collapsed onto the chair. He muttered to himself, how could it be the boss? How could it be him? In fact, Hanwha Jin had always held their boss, Yiming, in the highest regard. Although Yiming didn't interfere in any of the company's operations, Hanwha Jin knew that the boss was the pillar that held the entire company together. Last time, when faced with those old men who suddenly appeared and were so aggressive, it was the boss who stepped in and took them down. He had witnessed the boss's fighting skills before, so when he saw Yiming single-handedly take down over a dozen people, including his own son, in mere moments, he wasn't surprised. However, when he saw Yiming brutally beating his son, a surge of anger welled up inside him. He clenched his teeth, his eyes red and teary, heartbroken over his son being beaten so brutally by the boss. Thinking of his son lying in bed in such a pitiful state, he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Even if you are my boss, I will still avenge this injustice done to my son. His mind raced, constantly weighing the pros and cons of every option. If he wanted to seek revenge on his boss, how could he do it without being discovered while still getting back at him? He had seen his boss's ruthlessness firsthand. Hiring someone to beat him up was simply impossible. And if he reported it to the police, with this video, they wouldn't be able to touch his boss with a feather. He gradually calmed down and left Anna's office. On the way back, he drove while thinking about what to do next. Yiming drove Luer back to Shengshi Huading. Chen Jiaqing had just returned and saw the incredibly stylish Lycan Hypersport. She smiled and said, "Oh, our big boss Yi is collecting luxury cars again? The emblem on this car is pretty rare. How much did you spend on this one? Several million?" Yiming was taken aback, then smiled faintly. Several million can only buy one of its wheels. The total cost of this car was over 66 million. Chen Jiaqing's eyes sparkled. That expensive? Money talks, doesn't it? You must have dozens of luxury cars in your garage by now. This one isn't for myself, it's a gift for Luer. Chen Jiaqing winked at Luer and laughed. Your Ming brother really spoils you. How are you going to repay your Ming brother? Luer has nothing to offer in return, so I can only give myself to him. Luer pretended to joke casually. Yiming was choked by the words. Luer quickly smiled and said, "Minggu, I was just joking with you." Yiming took a deep breath, feeling a strange sensation in his heart, then quickly changed the subject. By the way, Jiaqing, does our Xingyue group have a vice president in charge of culture and entertainment named Hanwha Jin? Chen Jiaqing nodded. Yes. Fire him. Chen Jiaqing furrowed her brows slightly. I was thinking the same thing. His recent work performance doesn't match the salary the company is paying him. But I just can't find a suitable reason. Why do we need a reason to remove a vice president? Just say it's my decision. Yiming waved his hand dismissively, full of confidence. All right. Chapter 145, You're so mean. After finishing his instructions, Yiming returned to his room and recalled how he had used his mind to control the air currents and manipulate objects from a distance. He tried it a few more times. Sitting on the sofa, he controlled the chi threads to take a book from the bookshelf, bring it to himself, open it, and pour a cup of tea into it before bringing it to his lips. The entire process seemed as though an invisible person were performing these actions, and Yiming couldn't help but feel overjoyed. With this ability, many things would be much easier to accomplish in the future. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. Could these chi threads lift me up? He immediately stood up and used his mind to form a transparent platform in the air beneath his feet. He tried stepping onto it, and to his surprise, it felt as solid as the ground. Yiming tried taking another step, and before his foot touched the ground, he used his mind to form another platform where his foot would land, then stepped onto it, and it held him firmly. He accelerated, taking several steps in quick succession. Though he was a bit clumsy at first, he grew increasingly skilled with each step. From a visual perspective, he appeared to be suspended in mid-air, seemingly weightless and floating effortlessly. If this scene were witnessed by an ordinary person, they would be utterly astonished. It was like flying. However, this wasn't true flight yet. True flight involves the feet remaining stationary while only the body moves. Yiming tried to wrap himself in a stream of chi and push himself in all directions. And it worked. Ha! I can fly. He couldn't contain his excitement and burst into laughter. At that moment, Luer suddenly opened the door and walked in. She opened her big eyes and asked, Minggu, what's so exciting? Yiming, upon seeing Luer, was so overjoyed that he suddenly pulled her toward him, kissed her tender cheek, and then wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her off the ground and spinning her around a few times. Ha!
Your Minggu can fly now. Ha! Lu'er was a bit dazed by his actions and words, but being kissed on the cheek by Minggu and held in his arms made her little face flush red, though she was very happy inside. After spinning around a few times, Yiming suddenly realized his behavior was inappropriate and felt embarrassed, quickly putting Lu'er down. Lu'er, did I scare you? Yiming asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lu'er tidied her messy hair, her face still flushed, and said softly, no. As long as you're okay. By the way, what did you need me for? Yiming asked. Upon hearing this, Lu'er's big eyes darted back and forth, as if struggling to make a decision. After thinking for a moment, she blinked her eyes and looked up at Yiming with a smile, asking, Minggu, what were you so happy about just now? You said you could fly? What did you mean? Yiming gave a mysterious smile. Minggu will perform a magic trick for you. A magic trick? Lu'er's eyes widened in surprise. Watch. Immediately, Yiming performed the same trick as before, floating in mid-air and moving his body like a feather, drifting freely through the air. Seeing this, Lu'er was completely speechless. Minggu, what kind of magic trick is that? I want to learn it too. I want to learn it too. Lu'er exclaimed excitedly. It was simply too amazing for her. After landing, Yiming smiled mysteriously. This magic trick is something I figured out on my own. Most people can't learn it, so I can't teach you either. Upon hearing this, Lu'er pouted. Minggu is being stingy, refusing to teach me. Yiming laughed heartily, unconcerned. But Minggu can take you for a test flight. Want to try? Lu'er's pretty face lit up with excitement again. Yes. Minggu, take me flying. Without another word, she rushed forward and hugged Yiming's waist. Yiming also wrapped an arm around Lu'er's waist. He inhaled the fresh scent of Lu'er's body, feeling her soft form against him, and instantly felt a stir below, his little brother swelling with determination, as if ready for battle. Yiming quickly suppressed the flame of desire that was about to erupt. No, this won't do. She's still a child. Yiming kept repeating to himself. Just as Yiming was lost in thought, Lu'er suddenly said, Minggu, fly. Yiming snapped back to reality and replied, oh, okay. Then, he used his mind to control the air currents and soared into the sky once more. Lu'er watched the ground growing farther away and exclaimed in delight, wow. That's amazing. Yiming suddenly felt the weight of the two of them straining him, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It seems that flying for an extended period with someone else is quite challenging, let alone carrying two people at once. I wonder if it will get easier in the future. Lu'er saw the sweat on Ming Ji's forehead, raised one hand, and gently wiped it away for him. As she wiped, she suddenly kissed Yiming on the cheek. Then, her face flushed red, she quickly rested her head on Yiming's shoulder and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Yiming was startled by her sudden action. The tension he had been holding onto snapped instantly, and the two of them fell from over a meter in the air. Ah! Lu'er screamed in fright. Fortunately, they were in Yiming's room, which was covered with thick carpets. Yiming landed on his back, while Lu'er landed on top of him. As they hit the ground, Lu'er's lips and Yiming's lips touched each other. Both of them froze in place. Yiming's mind went blank, while Lu'er stared at him with wide, beautiful eyes. The air seemed to freeze, and the room was completely silent. A strange atmosphere began to spread throughout the room. After a moment, Lu'er finally got up from Yiming's body. She turned her face, which was as red as an apple, away from him, her fingers fidgeting nervously, and pouted, Minggu, you're so bad. Chapter 146, Dismissal. Yiming got up from the ground, looking a bit disheveled. Hearing Lu'er's words, he felt a bit embarrassed. Lu'er, this was purely an accident. Minggu didn't mean to. Lu'er pouted but said nothing. In truth, she felt sweeter than honey inside. Hee, it seems like things are progressing between her and Minggu. Yiming recalled Lu'er suddenly entering earlier and asked, Lu'er, what were you doing just now? Oh, nothing. She then giggled and said, Minggu, if there's nothing else, I'll be going out. Then she left. Yiming watched her charming figure disappear, shook his head with a wry smile, and thought to himself, this little girl is growing up. Manhwa Jin returned home, constantly thinking about how to avenge his son. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a good plan. The boss was highly skilled and had a mysterious background. Relying on him alone, he couldn't even touch a single hair on Yiming's head. He was the vice president of Xingyue Group, in charge of the cultural and entertainment division. However, the cultural and entertainment sector of Xingyue Group was currently one of the smaller businesses within the entire group. However, he had recently heard that the group planned to invest 10 billion yuan to establish a new entertainment company. When he first heard the news, he was overjoyed. Since the division he oversaw was relatively insignificant, he had always ranked among the bottom 2 out of the 7 vice presidents in the group. This investment of 10 billion yuan to establish a new entertainment company was a golden opportunity for him to prove himself, and his status within the group would undoubtedly rise to a new level. Chen Jiaqing had recently assigned him some tasks, asking him to contact several well-known directors and screenwriters to help lay the groundwork for the new entertainment company.
However, for some reason, whenever Hanwha Jin contacted those screenwriters and directors, they immediately declined his requests without even discussing the price upon hearing that he was from Xingyue Group.
He couldn't figure out what was going on. In fact, he didn't know that it was all Feng Xiaojiang meddling behind the scenes. Feng Xiaojiang is the head of the Film Association and holds a high position within the industry, enjoying considerable prestige. He had previously exaggerated his own experiences with Xingyue Group and spread the story among the director community, which left a negative impression of Xingyue Group among those with even a modicum of fame. As a result, when Hanwha Jin introduced himself and approached them, he was politely turned down. Due to his poor performance, he was severely reprimanded by Chen Jiaqing. Chen Jiaqing then tasked him with scouting and signing a few promising new talents, but all he brought back were a bunch of misfits with no potential for development, as his taste had become outdated. This led to another harsh reprimand from Chen Jiaqing, and she began to consider removing him from his position. Hanwha Jin, having been criticized multiple times by his superiors for his repeated failures, already harbored resentment. To make matters worse, his son was severely injured by his boss for no apparent reason. He grew even more resentful toward Xingyue Group. Xingyue Group, since you treat us like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. He used his authority to begin investigating potential misconduct in Xingyue Group's business operations, such as tax evasion, hoping that if he could cause the company to lose a significant amount of money, he would feel much better. However, what frustrated him was that due to the limitations of his position, he couldn't uncover any substantial evidence in many business areas, so he couldn't find any concrete evidence of wrongdoing. He searched online again but still came up empty-handed. At that moment, he came across news about Feng Xiaojiang and suddenly recalled his previous conversation with Chen Dong about Feng Xiaojiang's visit to Xingyue Group regarding the advertising film director position. For some reason, Chen Dong had directly fired him and hired a female director named Chen Man to direct the advertisement. Chen Man, this female director, although previously a well-known photographer, was virtually unknown in the directing, as she had never directed a single official film. And the one who initially suggested hiring Feng Xiaojiang was none other than Hanwha Jin himself. Replacing Feng Xiaojiang with Chen Man to direct the commercial was a direct slap in the face to Hanwha Jin. At first, he didn't think much of it, but now that he thinks back on it, he's furious. It seems that ever since I suggested hiring Feng Xiaojiang, Xingyue Group has been dissatisfied with me. Hanwha Jin clenched his teeth in anger. He had already decided that since he couldn't find any dirt on him, he would use his authority as the vice president in charge of the Cultural and Entertainment Division to no longer fulfill his duties in the future, and even seek opportunities to deliberately tarnish Xingyue Group's reputation. If he could get Xingyue Group into trouble, that would be even better. He thought about the upcoming entertainment company he was planning to establish, rubbed his chin, and thought that perhaps using underhanded methods with female actors, then having the actors publicly expose the scandal, would be an effective way to tarnish Xingyue Group's reputation. At this thought, a lecherous smile spread across his face. However, his schemes had no chance of being carried out. The next day, at the group's high-level meeting, Chen Jiaqing entered the conference room with a cold expression, holding a folder. Her makeup was flawless, her figure stunning, though her attire was somewhat conservative. However, the senior executives dared not look at her twice. They knew Chen Dong's temper. Chen Jiaqing sat at the front, put down her folder, and spoke in a cold tone. Before today's meeting, I have an announcement to make. As soon as she spoke, everyone instinctively turned to look at her. Due to the severe underperformance of Hanwha Jin, the group's vice president in charge of the Cultural and Entertainment Division, the board of directors has decided to terminate his employment. In fact, the board of directors of Xingyue Group currently consists of only 3 people: Yi Ming, Chen Jiaqing, and Lu Er. And among these 3, Yi Ming, as the major shareholder, holds the ultimate authority. Chen Jiaqing glanced at Hanwha Jin with a faint expression. I'm sorry, Mr. Han. Although you have made outstanding contributions to the company, you are no longer able to keep pace with the group's development needs. Please understand. Although he is being dismissed, the necessary formalities must still be observed. Additionally, this will instill a sense of urgency among the other vice presidents, preventing them from becoming complacent and wasting the company's resources on unproductive employees. Hanwha Jin turned pale upon hearing Chen Jiaqing's announcement. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, his anger boiling to the brink of eruption. He was not resentful because his efforts had not been rewarded, but because his plans had not yet been implemented and he had lost his chance. Moments later, he stood up, gave a cold laugh, and muttered, "When the rabbit dies, the hunter is cooked." Is this how Xingyue Group treats its loyal servants? Today, I've finally seen the true colors of Mr. Chen. He then turned to the other senior executives attending the meeting. You all saw it. Xingyue Group is so ruthless. If you don't want to end up like me one day, I advise you to find a new employer sooner rather than later. However, his words didn't elicit any response or resonance from anyone. They all knew deep down that despite their high-ranking positions, vice presidents, directors, managers, and the like, they were essentially just employees. Since they were employees, they had to rely on their abilities to make a living.
If you lacked ability and were fired, it was your own fault, and there was nothing more to say. It was his current pathetic, loser-like attitude that made him even more despicable. Han-Yue-jin, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, snorted coldly, "You all better watch out for yourselves." After saying that, he started packing his things and preparing to leave the meeting room. Since he'd been fired, there was no point in staying for the meeting, and Shen Jiaqing wouldn't let him stay either. Just as he turned to leave, a few low voices came from behind him. "It's your own fault for not being good enough, blame the company." Han-Yue-jin heard this and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. Chapter 147, Sensational News. Upon returning home, Han-Yue-jin's anger erupted, and he violently threw several items to the ground. His wife, seeing him in such a state, was so frightened that she hid in the room and dared not utter a word. Seeing his wife avoiding him, Han-Yue-jin grew even more enraged. He shouted, "Do you even despise me now?" He then stormed into the room and beat his wife mercilessly, beating her until she knelt on the ground begging for mercy before he finally stopped. Only when he was too exhausted to continue did Han-Yue-jin stop. He slumped onto the sofa, feeling that his life was in ruins. He had originally planned to take revenge on his boss and Xingyue Group, but before he could carry out his plan, he had been fired. After calming down, Han-Yue-jin began to rethink his plan to take revenge on Xingyue Group. Although he had been fired and lost the convenience of his position as vice president of the group, Han-Yue-jin decided to use other methods to carry out his plan to the end. After much deliberation, he recalled Feng Xiaojiang, who had also been fired by Xingyue Group. After Feng Xiaojiang was fired, the entire director's circle seemed to start avoiding Xingyue Group. He suspected that Feng Xiaojiang might have influenced this. If he was the one causing trouble behind the scenes, then it was clear that Feng Xiaojiang must also harbor deep hatred toward Xingyue Group, otherwise, he wouldn't have incited the entire director's circle to boycott the company. Han-Yue-jin believed they now had a common enemy, and contacting Feng Xiaojiang might be helpful. Due to their previous work relationship, Han-Yue-jin had the phone number of Feng Xiaojiang's assistant, so he immediately contacted Feng Xiaojiang. Feng Xiaojiang was surprised to receive the call from his assistant. "Han-Yue-jin, the former vice president of Xingyue Group? What does he want with me? He said he has something to discuss with you." Feng Xiaojiang answered, "Hello, what do you need?" Han-Yue-jin heard Feng Xiaojiang's voice on the other end and felt a bit excited. After all, Feng Xiaojiang was a renowned director who had directed many films and had a large fan base. Han-Yue-jin had watched many of Feng Xiaojiang's films before, so being able to speak with him now was understandably thrilling. "Director Feng, hello. I'm Han-Yue-jin, the former vice president of the Cultural and Entertainment Division at Xingyue Group. I've always loved your movies. I've watched films like Han Chicken, Emergency Call, and Fei Cheng Warao. I can say I'm a loyal fan of yours." Feng Xiaojiang, however, didn't seem to appreciate the flattery. He had heard such compliments countless times before, and his tone grew impatient. "Get to the point." "I'm busy." Han-Yue-jin was taken aback by Feng Xiaojiang's impatient tone and quickly explained, "It's like this, Director Feng. As the former vice president of Xingyue Group, I was very excited when I heard you were planning to direct an advertising film for them. However, I don't know why it didn't work out in the end." Feng Xiaojiang remained wary of Han-Yue-jin, responding with a sarcastic tone, "If others don't appreciate Feng's abilities, Feng can't very well beg them to hire him as a servant, can he?" Hearing Feng Xiaojiang's words in his unpleasant tone, Han-Yue-jin concluded that Feng Xiaojiang harbored significant resentment toward Xingyue Group. He chuckled and said, "Director Feng is joking. With your status in the entertainment industry, who wouldn't show you respect? Your works have won so many awards that you can't even hold them all. They don't want you because they're blind. But being fired without cause must have left you feeling wronged as well. In fact, I feel the same way. I worked diligently for Xingyue Group for so long, only to be fired on a whim. So I too harbor deep hatred for this company." Feng Xiaojiang narrowed his eyes. "You called me today just to vent your hatred for Xingyue Group? Of course not. To be honest, a company that treats its employees like this isn't worth my hatred. Its actions will inevitably lead to people despising it. Of course, if no one exposes them, Xingyue Group might continue to maintain its previous glorious image and keep making dishonest money. I came to see you today mainly to discuss exposing the dark and ugly side of Xingyue Group." Feng Xiaojiang, upon hearing that the other party could expose the dark and ugly side of Xingyue Group, and recalling that he had once been a high-ranking executive there and might have access to some explosive information, his eyes widened. "Do you have any major scoops?" He had been searching for dirt on Xingyue Group but had only found rumors about a few people from her country being killed, with nothing else to show for it. He felt that Han-Yue-jin had come at the perfect time. Han-Yue-jin didn't have any major scandals, but he had witnessed Yiming take action against Zheng Guohua, Su Xuanzhai, Fang Jidao, and Chen Badong. Zheng Guohua was thrown off the 68th floor of a skyscraper and died from the fall. Su Xuanzhai was severely injured and killed by Chen Badong, and Fang Jidao and Chen Badong, master and disciple, were both killed in a single strike by Yiming. These men were all quite elderly, especially Su Xianzhai and Chen Botang, who were both white-haired and white-bearded, with one foot already in the grave. Han Yuejin knew of their prowess, but they were still elderly men.
Without witnessing it firsthand, who would believe they were so formidable?
He thought for a moment and said to Feng Xiaojiang on the phone, "Director Feng, I personally witnessed Ji Ming, the boss of Xingyue Group, kill 4 people in the chairman's office. These 4 people are completely different from the 4 our country nationals he killed earlier."
On the other end of the phone, Feng Xiaojiang's eyes lit up instantly and his pupils dilated. Really?
Although he knew that Yi Ming had killed 4 our country nationals at the bottom of the Jinhu Tower, that wasn't enough to pose a threat to Yi Ming. Han Yuejin stated confidently, "That's right, and among these 4 people, 3 were elderly, and 2 of them were on their deathbeds."
3 were elderly? And 2 were on their deathbeds?
Feng Xiaojiang felt he had finally seen a glimmer of hope for revenge against Xingyue Group.
Chapter 148, Unfolding the Conspiracy. Are those people all from the east? Feng Xiaojiang asked urgently again.
Han Yuejin quickly replied, "I know one of them was Zhang Guowo from the Zheng family of Kowloon. The other 3 old men I don't recognize, but since they all speak Mandarin, I assume they're all Easterners."
Good. Feng Xiaojiang heard this, slapped his thigh, and his face lit up with uncontrollable joy.
Murder in the current legal environment of the East is a capital offense, let alone the fact that Yi Ming killed 4 people in one go. If he had killed our country nationals, the other side wouldn't have evidence to hold Yi Ming accountable.
But under the current political climate in the East, Yi Ming might even be portrayed as a hero by anti-Japanese extremists. But killing Easterners is different, especially 3 elderly people. This is no different from treating human life as grass and killing indiscriminately like a cold-blooded animal. If there is evidence proving that Yi Ming killed 4 Easterners, given the current advanced online information dissemination capabilities, whether from a legal perspective or the public opinion landscape, Yi Ming and his Xingyue Group would undoubtedly find themselves in a dire predicament, possibly even facing irreparable ruin. Feng Xiaojiang now realized that the person on the other end of the phone harbored an intense hatred for Xingyue Group, which is why they approached him to expose their former employer. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He now regarded Han Yuejin as his ally in his efforts to take down Star Joy Group. He then asked, "Do you have any videos or photos documenting the scene at the time? This is crucial evidence for us."
Han Yuejin had only witnessed the scene with his own eyes. Given the circumstances at the time, he had no thoughts of taking photos or recording videos.
He simply didn't have the mind for it. Moreover, Chen Jiaqing later asked them if they had taken any photos or videos, and everyone said no. Chen Jiaqing didn't believe them and demanded they hand over their phones.
She personally checked all the videos on the phones of the executives present at the scene before finally feeling reassured. Han Yuejin stammered, "There are no specific video or photo evidences, but including me, there were at least 10 people who witnessed the incident at the time."
Feng Xiaojiang was somewhat disappointed. Without physical evidence, it loses a lot of credibility. Can't we use eyewitness testimony? I can be a witness.
Han Yuejin hurriedly said.
Feng Xiaojiang sighed. What we need to do now is not to sue the boss of Xingyue Group for murder. We have no vested interest in the people who were killed. Even if we were to sue, it wouldn't be our turn. It should be the relatives of the victims who sue him, but so far, no relatives of the victims have come forward to sue Xingyue Group and its mastermind. I suspect they've all been bribed. As the saying goes, if the people don't report it, the officials won't investigate. Without anyone filing a lawsuit, coupled with his status and wealth, he'll likely face no punishment at all. What we need to do now is stir up public anger, prompting them to criticize Xingyue Group and its boss. Once there's intense public outrage, the procuratorate will definitely intervene and investigate, leading to charges against the boss of Xingyue Group. Oh, I see.
Han Yuejin heard Feng Xiaojiang's words and couldn't help but feel a hint of regret for not having kept any evidence at the time. He thought for a moment and continued, "If that's the case, I'll look into it further and see if I can find some evidence through other channels."
All right. I'm looking forward to your good news. Feng Xiaojiang hung up the phone.
After hanging up, his previously gloomy mood improved significantly. His fingers tapped the desk repeatedly, as if deep in thought. His assistant, noticing his cheerful mood, cautiously asked, "Director Feng, did you find a way to deal with Xingyue Group?" Feng Xiaojiang didn't answer him. Instead, he pursed his lips and thought for a moment before suddenly looking at his assistant and asking, "Have you gotten in touch with Mitsui Company, Limited in our country? What did they say?" The assistant replied, "They said that matter doesn't require our involvement, they'll handle it themselves." Feng Xiaojiang snorted coldly. These are country people really have some backbone. But did you tell them that we're on the same side as them now? Well, I did mention it, but it seems like they have other plans. Another plan? What kind of plan? That's unclear. They didn't say. Feng Xiaojiang furrowed his brows, seeming dissatisfied with the assistant, but he didn't say much. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "Originally, relying solely on our countryside, we could still stir up some trouble. However, to achieve our goal, we're still far from where we need to be. But with the recent news about Han Yuejin, we have much more leverage now. If he can find evidence, that would be ideal. But even if he can't, if we can get our country to cooperate with us and launch a two-pronged attack on Xingyue Group, I'm sure we'll achieve unexpected results.
Director Feng, what do you plan to do now? Anyway, Han Yuejin needs time to find evidence. Here's what we'll do, you go book me a flight to our country right away. I need to personally visit the president of Mitsui Company, Limited in our country and discuss this matter in detail with him. Oh, and make sure to find me a highly skilled Japanese interpreter to accompany me. Got it, Director Feng. I'll handle it right away. The assistant departed to carry out the orders. Yiming was unaware of the conspiracy unfolding against him. He had been practicing his ability to control objects with his mind over the past few days. As he continued his training, he could feel his control over the energy threads growing increasingly refined and masterful. Even at night, he attempted a long-distance flight. This triggered the air defense alarms at a nearby base, nearly getting him hit by a rocket. His flight speed was also increasing rapidly. At first, it was as slow as a person walking normally, but by the end, it was almost as fast as a high-speed train. But this is far from the end. Yiming believed that with continued practice, he could achieve even greater speeds, and one day, rivaling airplanes, rockets, and missiles would no longer be impossible. Chapter 149, Disagreement. That day, Jean Ruerue returned from District O. She had originally gone there with Yiming to express their intention to purchase Special Island and obtain a quote. After several rounds of discussions with officials from a local government agency, she brought back the news. Upon her return, Jean Ruerue looked visibly exhausted. She had initially struggled with the local climate, but with no other option, she had visited each of the high-ranking officials in that region to fulfill her boss's instructions. Upon seeing that Jean Ruerue had visibly lost weight since her departure, Yiming felt a surge of compassion. He waved his hand generously and declared, "I've decided to increase your travel allowance for this trip to 5 million. This moved Jean Ruerue deeply, and she exclaimed, "Boss, you're truly amazing." Instantly, she felt that even if the trip was tiring, it was all worth it. Even Zhao Rongrui couldn't help but cast an envious glance, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the boss, hoping that one day he would send her on a business trip too. After the reward was given, Yiming began to ask her about the matter at hand. What does your organization say? Are they interested in selling Special Island to us? The quote Yiming had asked Jean Ruerue to bring was 8 trillion M gold. This price is higher than the GDP of a certain region for an entire year, enough to help that region pay off its debts, weather an economic crisis, and still have money left overall without reducing residents' welfare. It was a win-win-win situation. However, money isn't always the solution, as this case demonstrated. Jean Ruerue spoke seriously, their opinions are deeply divided. A small minority advocates selling the island to save the nation, some firmly oppose selling any part of the homeland, while others suggest leasing it to us with a longer term, such as the way Britain and Portugal leased Hong Kong and Macau, with a single lease of 99 years. Yiming shook his head. Leasing is out of the question. If we want it, we must purchase all its sovereignty. He thought to himself, if I buy it, I'll declare it a sovereign state. If you take it back after 99 years, that would be too much of a loss. Jean Ruerue continued, later, their parliament held a vote on whether to sell the island to us. Only 30% voted in favor of selling it. Therefore, the resolution did not pass. 30% were in favor, so there's still some hope. By the way, how many votes are needed for the resolution to pass? Yiming asked. More than 70% of the parliament members must vote in favor for it to pass. Over 70% of the council members? So that means we still need to convince 40% of the council members? Exactly. The local council has a total of 300 council members, with 90 supporting the sale of the island. To reach the 70% threshold, we need to convince 120 more to change their current stance. Yiming furrowed his brows in deep thought and said, have you investigated the current living conditions of the council members who support selling the island and those who oppose it? Jean Ruerue nodded. I suspected there might be an issue with this aspect, so I conducted a partial survey. Sure enough, the council members who support selling the island mostly have relatively difficult living conditions and have been severely affected by the economic crisis, urgently needing to improve their lives through other means. Those who oppose it, on the other hand, are much better off. They can be considered financially secure. If that's the case, I might need to personally visit the area and meet with those council members who oppose selling the island. Yiming narrowed his eyes. He already had a plan. First, use diplomacy, then force. Specifically, he would first bribe the lawmakers opposed to selling the island to change their stance. If bribes failed, he would resort to more forceful measures to compel them to change their position. If all else fails, killing them isn't out of the question. There's no way around it. Throughout history, to become a ruler, some people are bound to be sacrificed. As for those lawmakers, Yiming felt no remorse whatsoever. They were merely stepping stones on his path to becoming a king. Moreover, he had given them a choice. Those who recognize the times are wise. If they understand, they will naturally make the right choice. There was no time to waste. Yiming made some preparations and set off for a certain location, bringing Jean Ruerue along as his translator.
Upon arriving at the location, after securing lodging, Yi Ming had Jin Ruerue lead him to the home of the most vehemently opposed counselor to the island sale, Ulanos. He planned to tackle the toughest obstacle first. If even Ulanos voted in favor, it would undoubtedly have an unexpected impact on the other opposing council members. When they voted in favor, they would feel less psychological pressure. When Yi Ming arrived at Ulanos' home, he finally understood why he opposed the idea so strongly. Ulanos lived in Santorini, the most scenic area in the entire region, and his mansion was the most luxurious and best located estate in all of Santorini. The garden-like courtyard was tended by several servants. Upon seeing Jin Ruerue, a familiar face, someone immediately went to inform Ulanos. Ulanos emerged shortly afterward. When he saw Jin Ruerue, his eyes lit up noticeably, completely ignoring Yi Ming beside him. He spoke in broken English with a delighted tone, "Miss Jin, we meet again. Did you miss me? Come inside." Jin Ruerue remained unmoved, her face cold and indifferent. After following him inside with Yi Ming, she coldly said, "Mr. Ulanos, I came here today for the same reason as last time. This is my boss, Yi Ming. He wishes to speak with you personally." Ulanos finally turned his gaze toward Yi Ming, and the smile on his face vanished. "You're Miss Jin's boss? Is it you who wants to buy our special island?" Jin Ruerue translated his words. Yi Ming nodded. "That's correct. And I heard from my employees that you oppose selling the island. Alright, name your conditions. What would make you agree to sell the island?" Ulanos laughed. "No conditions are possible. The special island is the largest island in our territory and part of our national territory. How could we possibly sell it to you? I advise you to give up that idea. Even though our territory is currently facing an economic crisis, we wouldn't resort to selling an island to survive." "Oh? Is it because your living conditions are too good and the economic crisis hasn't affected you at all?" Ulanos smiled arrogantly, spreading his hands as if showing off his mansion. "Indeed, I run the largest food company in the entire region. Even if the economic crisis worsens, food is essential at all times, so I have no reason to worry about this crisis. Therefore, I will absolutely refuse to agree to your company's purchase of Tay Island." Chapter 150, Voting in Favor. Yi Ming spoke calmly. "Is that your capital? What else?" Ulanos scoffed. "If I recall correctly, your company is called Xingyue Group, right? I checked, and there's no such company in the Fortune 500. Now you're offering 800 billion to buy our special island? Does that make any sense? To be honest, any entity capable of offering such a price is no longer a mere company. No company in the world could afford that amount, not even Apple, the world's most valuable company. Therefore, there must be an Eastern organization behind you. For regional security reasons, we cannot agree." "You're completely wrong. I'm speaking solely on my own behalf. I have no connection whatsoever to any Eastern organization." Ulanos shook his head, completely disbelieving Yi Ming's words. "No matter who you represent, I will never vote in favor of this, unless I'm dead." Yi Ming stared intently at Ulanos, his expression turning icy cold. "If you think I'll only vote in favor if you're dead, then I don't mind fulfilling your request." He slowly walked toward Ulanos. Ulanos noticed something was off with Yi Ming and froze. "What are you doing?" He instinctively stepped back. Someone as wealthy as him feared death above all else. His earlier righteous rhetoric was merely because he believed Yi Ming wouldn't harm him. He never imagined Yi Ming would be so unreasonable. Yi Ming grew closer, exerting an overwhelming sense of pressure. Ulanos felt his breathing grow labored. In truth, Yi Ming had bound him with his chi threads. "Don't come any closer." Ulanos sensed something was terribly wrong. He tried to shout for help, but no sound came out. Because Yi Ming had already used his chi threads to choke his neck, he couldn't make a sound. His body was immobilized, and he couldn't make a sound to call for help. He was completely at Yi Ming's mercy. His face was flushed red, and he felt the restraint around his neck tightening, almost cutting off his air supply. If this continued for another few minutes, he would certainly suffocate to death. Yi Ming stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching his struggling form, as if casting a spell on him. This scene left Jin Ruerue wide-eyed in shock. "Boss, what's happening to him?" Jin Ruerue asked cautiously, unable to believe that this was the boss's doing. "Since he wants to die, I'll grant him his wish." Yi Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. This smile sent a chill down Ulanos' spine. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. "Mr. Yi, I agree to your demands. Please spare my life." Hearing his pleas, Yi Ming sighed in relief. After all, using him was a better option than killing him. He immediately loosened the energy threads binding him, then turned to Jin Ruerue and said, "Ruerue, have him sign the pledge we prepared earlier, and make him read it aloud while facing the document. Record everything on your phone." Yi Ming's purpose in recording this video was not because he feared Ulanos would renege on his promise. After all, if he truly intended to go back on his word, a mere video would be insufficient to hold him accountable. He could simply claim he had been coerced into reading it under duress. His true purpose was to use this video to shake the confidence of the other opponents.
Because Ulanos is the most steadfast opponent of selling the island.
If even he agrees, then after Yiming employs some tactics, the others will inevitably follow suit. Jean Ruerue then took out the documents she had prepared earlier and handed them to Ulanos, reading them aloud to him. Then she opened the video recording function on her phone and recorded him reading the document.
Ulanos was still bound by Yiming, but his breathing was slightly easier.
At this moment, he was utterly terrified of Yiming, as everything happening to him was too bizarre to be explained by science.
He practices witchcraft. The thought instinctively arose in Ulanos' mind.
The other party hadn't done anything, just stood there quietly watching him, yet he couldn't move at all, not even breathing was under the other's control. If the other wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. He still had so many good years ahead of him, how could he possibly want to die? When Jean Ruerue handed him a piece of paper, he grabbed it as if it were a lifeline and read aloud. I, Uranos Dionysus, agree to Star Joy Group's proposal to purchase Special Island for $800 billion. I will vote in favor of this proposal at the Assembly. With this money, the economic crisis in a certain place will be alleviated, and the welfare of the people will be guaranteed. Those who vote against this proposal are unforgivable traitors to the people of that place. I swear by the name of God that if I break this oath, I will be cast into hell and flogged by the god of the abyss, Tartarus, for 1,000 years. Yiming watched him finish reciting, then smiled faintly and asked Jean Ruerue, did you record it?
Jean Ruerue nodded.
It's recorded. Have him sign and press his fingerprint on this document.
Jean Ruerue followed Yiming's instructions and had Urano do as he was told.
After completing all this, Yiming finally released the spiritual threads binding Ulanos, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, the fear in his eyes was palpable. Such supernatural and unfathomable methods were something he had never encountered before. He suspected that if he had refused earlier, this Eastern man would have been able to kill him silently and without a trace.
Chapter 151, Newlyweds. Having obtained the video footage of Urano reading the oath and agreeing to sell the island, Yiming and Jean Ruerue continued their search for the lawmakers who had previously refused to sell the island.
Some of the counselors came from less affluent families. Under the temptation of Yiming's hefty bribes, they succumbed immediately, agreeing without hesitation to vote in favor of the island's sale at the next council meeting.
Yiming left after receiving their assurances, unconcerned about them reneging.
If they did, he had 1,000 ways to make them regret their decision.
However, some council members initially refused to agree.
They appeared righteous and resolute, as if they were determined to stand by the island no matter what. However, when they saw the video of Urano promising to vote in favor, they were immediately stunned.
They knew that Uranos was the most vehemently opposed counselor.
Though they didn't know what methods Yiming had used, the fact that he could get Ulanos to agree clearly meant he had extraordinary means.
In that case, what was the point of their own persistence?
So after a brief struggle, they also agreed. Under threats and bribes, Yiming quickly secured the approval of over 150 lawmakers. This was understandable, as the region was a capitalist territory, and in such territories, private rights were highly valued.
Selling the special island would have little impact on their private lives.
Moreover, it could save the nation from the brink of economic collapse, which, in a sense, was a good thing for the country and its people. Of course, if there was one person in the entire region who would firmly oppose this, that person was President Kakaris. After all, if the island were sold while he was president, he would be seen as a weak leader who couldn't even protect his own territory, leaving a disgraceful legacy in history. Therefore, Yiming must also deal with him, because although the parliament will pass the resolution to sell the island, the resolution's implementation requires the president's signature. If the president refuses to sign, Yiming will never be able to legally purchase Tay Island. Therefore, the final destination was Kukli's residence. As the president of a certain region, his residence is naturally different from others. He resides in the presidential palace on the eastern outskirts of Athens, with guards stationed around the clock.
Yiming and Jean Ruerue couldn't just walk in like they would to a parliamentarian's home. Jean Ruerue looked at the heavily guarded soldiers and asked Yiming, "Boss, what should we do now?"
Yiming, however, curved his lips into a smile, surprised that the technique he had just learned was already put to use.
Jean Ruerue was completely confused. "Boss, what do you mean?"
"Nothing.
We'll come back tonight," he said, turning to leave.
He planned to wait until nightfall, then fly directly into the presidential palace with Jean Ruerue from the sky, so as not to alert the guards outside. Jean Ruerue was a bit confused, but she didn't think much of it.
As long as she followed her boss and acted as a loyal errand runner, that was fine. There was still some time before nightfall, and there were no other immediate tasks, so Yiming said to Jean Ruerue, "You've been here for a while.
Recommend a Chinese restaurant.
Let's go eat first." At the mention of food, Jean Ruerue's beautiful eyes lit up.
Athens was the capital of the city, and during her previous visit, she had spent most of her time there. Due to dietary differences, she had suffered from homesickness and had tried numerous Chinese restaurants. However, most of the Chinese restaurants there didn't cook authentic dishes and couldn't shake off the Western influence, making it difficult for her to eat.
Finally, she found a Chinese restaurant that was decent.
Jean Ruerue decided to take the boss to that Chinese restaurant.
Good boss, I know of a decent Chinese restaurant.
The two hailed a taxi and headed straight for their destination. Along the way, Yiming saw many homeless people wandering around, their hair disheveled and their clothes in tatters, some even rummaging through trash bins. At the same time, fully equipped patrol officers appeared on the streets from time to time, clearly on guard against the homeless causing trouble. The driver noticed Yiming and Jean Ruerue constantly glancing at the people on the street through the rearview mirror.
He sighed and said in broken English, "Are you a newlywed couple here on your honeymoon?"
This used to be a popular destination for couples, but since the economic crisis hit, the number of foreign tourists has dropped sharply.
You're the first couple I've seen in the past 2 weeks. How long do you plan to stay here?
The driver's words caused a flush to spread across Jean Ruerue's face. She glanced at her boss, who was calmly looking out the window as if he hadn't heard a thing, leaving her feeling a little disappointed. Although she knew she wasn't good enough for the boss, the fact that he didn't react at all to the driver's words made her feel a bit down as a girl. But this was actually because Yiming didn't understand English, or rather, his English had a strong regional accent.
Otherwise, Yiming wouldn't have been so calm.
What Yiming didn't know was that his calmness had unintentionally disrupted the young girl's heartstrings, leaving a small wound on her budding feelings. Jean Ruerue lowered her head, her expression looking a bit downcast. She kept scolding herself in her mind, "Jean Ruerue, snap out of it.
A man like the boss is someone you can even dare to fantasize about? Do you even deserve him? Besides, the boss already has Chinzong." Another voice suddenly emerged in her mind, "If Chinzong is willing to share the boss with you, would you be willing to become the boss's woman?"
Jean Ruerue continued to ask herself, "Yes, of course I would.
But if I could be alone with the boss like this, that would be so much better. Unfortunately, that's not realistic. Since it's unrealistic, should she take advantage of the opportunity while she and the boss are alone abroad to become his woman? Once the deed is done, he might even let her stay with him. Wow, Jean Ruerue, how can you be so shameless?
But if the boss is willing to have me, I'll agree to it." Jean Ruerue's mind seemed to be inhabited by two people, constantly engaging in a back-and-forth dialogue. She kept glancing at Yiming out of the corner of her eye, just like a young girl in love sneaking a peek at the boy she likes. Yiming didn't notice her reaction at all, continuing to gaze out the window indifferently. The driver, seeing no one had responded to his words, also noticed something was off. He realized that the man and woman in the backseat weren't as close as they seemed, and he realized he might have misunderstood. He chuckled and apologized, "My bad, I must have misunderstood." Jean Ruerue smiled and replied, "It's okay, it's okay." Yiming snapped back to reality at that moment. He heard the driver in Jean Ruerue's conversation and asked Jean Ruerue what they were talking about. Jean Ruerue honestly replied he was apologizing, saying he guessed wrong. Yiming was taken aback. What did he guess wrong? Jean Ruerue's face turned bright red. She lowered her head and said softly, "He thought I was a newlywed couple here on their honeymoon with the boss." Chapter 152, Sudden Change at the Restaurant. Yiming heard this and his expression turned awkward. Seeing Jean Ruerue's shy expression, he couldn't help but smile inwardly, deciding to tease her. He deliberately used an exaggerated tone and said, "Our beautiful Jean Ruerue wouldn't even look at the boss, such a rough guy. If she could marry the boss, that would truly be the greatest fortune of his life." Jean Ruerue heard this and suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes wide open, looking utterly disbelieving.
"Boss, you're not joking, are you?"
Yiming looked at her expression and felt a pang of excitement.
Could this little girl really be interested in me? Has my charm finally reached its peak? He laughed it off. "Of course I'm serious."
Jean Ruerue heard Yiming's words, and her face instantly lit up with joy.
"Boss, actually, I like you too." Was she confessing her feelings? Or had she already figured out he was joking and was playing along? "Really?" Yiming asked cautiously.
"Yes." Jean Ruerue blushed and lowered her head. Yiming rolled his eyes and let a mischievous smile escape his lips.
"Then prove it to me." "What?"
Jean Ruerue instantly looked up at Yiming, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Looking at her boss's handsome face, she bit her lip, clenched her fists, and silently encouraged herself before suddenly pouncing forward and kissing Yiming on the lips. There's no escaping this. Yiming suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He already had Xinjiaqing, and Lu Er was probably not far behind. Now another one, Jean Ruerue, had come along. He smacked his lips and muttered to himself, "Is this the start of a harem? If that's the case, so be it. A man should be decisive when the time comes, you have to act." Thinking this, Yiming looked at Jean Ruerue's delicate, blushing face, paired with her shy expression, and found her surprisingly charming. He suddenly felt a small flame ignite beneath him. Damn it, the fire had been stoked, and his tent was slowly rising. This was broad daylight, and they were in a taxi. Yiming quickly closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and tried to extinguish the flame with sheer willpower. Jean Ruerue saw her boss's expression and realized what was happening. She covered her mouth and couldn't help but giggle.
You're laughing. Yi Ming glared at her. Boss, I'm sorry, punish me.
Jean Ruerue knew Yi Ming's current state and grew bolder.
Alright, since you're begging for punishment, I'll give you a proper punishment tonight.
Yi Ming pulled her into his arms, his hands starting to wander. Jean Ruerue screamed in fright but stopped resisting.
The driver saw this scene in the rearview mirror and was completely baffled. What was going on with these two? Just a moment ago, they seemed so distant, and now they're flirting with each other?
He suddenly speculated that perhaps he had just broken down the barrier between the two of them, allowing them to change so quickly. Thinking this, he felt a sense of accomplishment, believing he had played a part in bringing them together. As it turned out, Jean Ruerue was deeply grateful to the driver for what he had said earlier. Without those words, her relationship with her boss wouldn't have become so close. Upon reaching their destination, Jean Ruerue gave the driver several times the fare, leaving him grinning from ear to ear. After getting out of the car, Jean Ruerue boldly took Yi Ming's arm and entered the Chinese restaurant. The restaurant owner was a kind-hearted middle-aged man of Asian descent. Jean Ruerue was a regular customer of his, so he recognized her. Upon seeing her return, he greeted her with a warm smile. Miss Jean, welcome back. He noticed Yi Ming standing beside her and paused. Is this your boyfriend? Jean Ruerue blushed and smiled shyly, her beautiful eyes glancing at Yi Ming.
I guess so. Should be?
The restaurant owner was a bit confused. As a man, Yi Ming stepped forward without hesitation.
What do you mean probably? It's just that.
His tone was firm and decisive, which made Jean Ruerue very happy. The owner saying that made her feel content.
However, she also knew that right now, it was just her and the owner.
Once they returned to the country and Shenzong was there, she would voluntarily return to her rightful place. If the owner didn't announce their relationship, she would keep it a secret forever, as if nothing had ever happened. The restaurant owner saw this and chuckled.
Perfect. You're the 1,000th couple to dine at my restaurant today. All your expenses are on me.
Jean Ruerue was overjoyed.
Really?
Thank you so much for the free meal. Yi Ming also smiled faintly, nodded at him, and said, thank you, boss. It wasn't mealtime, so there were no other customers in the restaurant. Yi Ming and Jean Ruerue casually chose a seat, sat down, and chatted while waiting for their food to arrive. Before long, several aggressive-looking white men burst in, shouting loudly. From their lifeless eyes and disheveled appearance, it was clear they were homeless people. The restaurant owner, seeing them, looked as though he were facing a formidable enemy, and hurried over to communicate with them in a local dialect.
For some reason, the other party's voices grew louder and louder, and the restaurant owner's face turned grim.
His hands clenched into fists, clearly furious. Yi Ming had a good impression of the owner and felt it was necessary to help him.
He stood up and walked toward the group. What's going on? Yi Ming asked as he approached.
The restaurant owner looked gloomy and said to him, these people from somewhere else are lazy and good for nothing.
They see we're Easterners and often come here to eat for free. Today they're even worse, they want me to give them money. Chapter 153, First Kiss.
Yi Ming furrowed his brows.
These people are too arrogant. Did you let them eat for free before? The restaurant owner sighed.
Anyway, we always have leftovers every day, so giving them some doesn't matter.
Plus, even if we call the police, they won't do anything. Let them eat for free, it's no big deal.
But today they demanded 5,000 euros from me, saying it's protection money.
Yi Ming sneered coldly. Protection money?
This is clearly extortion. He turned to face the few white men, saying nothing, and directly used his mental energy to bind their necks with threads of air. The men immediately felt something was wrong, as if their necks were being bound by something, and the grip was growing tighter. They frantically tried to pull at their necks with their hands, but there was nothing there. One of the white men, in his desperation, scratched his throat until it bled, looking utterly terrifying. Fortunately, there were no other customers in the store at the time, otherwise, they would have all been scared away. The restaurant owner watched the scene in shock, unsure of what was happening. Yi Ming smiled at him and told them to leave immediately. The restaurant owner felt a chill run down his spine, realizing this was Yi Ming's doing, but he had no idea how he had caused those white men to end up in such a state. However, he didn't have the time or energy to investigate further. He turned to the men and shouted, "Get out of here! If you ever come back, I won't let you off so easily." Yi Ming loosened the energy threads around the white men's necks slightly, but they remained in place, forming a circle around their necks. Once the men had left the restaurant and turned a corner on the street, Yi Ming immediately tightened the energy threads around their necks again. This time, he didn't hold back, causing those men to suffocate to death in broad daylight. This eerie scene immediately caused those around them to scream in horror. If it had been just one person, one might have assumed it was a sudden illness, but now multiple people were dying in the same manner right before everyone's eyes, which couldn't help but feel eerie. Some quick-thinking individuals managed to film the incident and upload the video online, accompanied by sensational headlines: "A plague erupts in the heart of Athens, with horrific deaths." Soon, the video spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of President Kakaris in a certain region. His assistant rushed into his office from outside. "Mr. President, it's bad. A plague has broken out on the streets of Athens, and 5 or 6 people have already died. Look, here's the video. What? Kakari's heart raced. With the national economy already in shambles, now a plague had broken out. He quickly snatched the video from his assistant and watched it. Sure enough, those people behaved very abnormally before they died. If it was indeed a terrifying plague, and if it spread rapidly, then Athens and perhaps the entire region would be destroyed in no time. His hands and feet felt cold, but as the president of the country, he forced himself to remain calm. He looked at his assistant and asked, "Have any doctors been sent to the scene to investigate the cause of death?" The assistant shook his head. There weren't any yet, but doctors were already on their way there. Tell them to be careful. Then notify the police department to cordon off the area and prevent anyone from approaching. Understood. After the assistant left, Kuckly slumped onto a chair, helplessly staring at the ceiling. Had the region truly reached its breaking point? The doctor who had been preparing to perform an autopsy on the deceased arrived, donned a hazmat suit to prevent potential exposure to the plague, and conducted a preliminary autopsy on the body. He conducted an initial autopsy on the body and found no traces of the plague. This relieved him slightly, but he couldn't let his guard down completely. He placed the bodies in body bags and prepared to take them back to the hospital for further examination to determine the cause of death. At that moment, an intern-like doctor timidly stepped forward and pointed to the necks of the deceased. "Professor, look at their necks. It seems like they died from suffocation." Strangulation? How is that possible? The doctor had also seen the video on the way here and knew that there was nothing around their necks at the time. How could it be suffocation? Could they have strangled themselves? That's completely impossible. And these people all collapsed and died almost at the same time. The doctor was puzzled. This made him even more certain that an autopsy was necessary to determine the true cause of death before reaching a conclusion. Yiming was unaware that his unintended act of revenge had already sent the entire population of a certain region into a state of panic. If the cause of death for those people was indeed a terrifying plague, then the entire region would undoubtedly plunge into endless darkness. President Kakaris felt as though the sky was about to collapse, constantly praying that it wasn't a plague. As the sky grew darker, Yiming checked the time and decided it was time to head to the presidential palace. He stood up to leave. Just then, the restaurant owner approached them and said, "You'd better not go anywhere. A plague may be breaking out in Athens." An outbreak of plague? Yiming was startled. Jean Ruerue was also startled. "Mr. Owner, don't scare me." The restaurant owner spoke solemnly. "Look at this video." He handed his phone to Yiming and Jean Ruerue to watch. As the person involved, Yiming was speechless upon seeing the video. This was clearly the scene of his own crime. However, he didn't feel like defending himself. He just gave the restaurant owner a wry smile and said, "Thank you for the warning. We'll be careful." He already had a plan in mind. Perhaps this unexpected accident might actually help him in the end. Soon, they arrived near the presidential palace, and by then, it had grown completely dark. Inside the presidential compound, several guards were yawning. Yiming released his keen senses to scan the surroundings, then turned to Jean Ruerue and said, "Ruerue, the boss is going to perform a magic trick for you today?" Jean Ruerue opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Boss, you can do magic tricks?" "Yes, hold on to my waist." "What? Hold on to you?" Jean Ruerue blushed fiercely upon hearing Yiming's words, thinking the boss intended to take advantage of the darkness to do something to her. However, after hesitating for a moment, she immediately obeyed. "All right, hold on tight." Yiming gave a low shout, wrapped his arms around Jean Ruerue's waist, and the two of them slowly began to rise into the air. Jean Ruerue saw herself actually flying and was about to scream, but Yiming quickly covered her mouth with his own. If she had screamed, the guards at the presidential palace would have definitely heard her. Jean Ruerue never expected her boss to kiss her like that. Her mind went completely blank. This was her first kiss. Chapter 154, Sent by the Devil. After ascending to a height of 500 meters and confirming that Jean Ruerue would no longer scream, Yiming pulled his lips away from hers. He smacked his lips. The taste was a bit strong. Jean Ruerue was so embarrassed she couldn't bear to look at him, turning her face away and clinging tighter to Yiming. She turned her head and looked at the bustling city lights in the distance, marveling at the breathtaking view. If only they could stay like this forever. She murmured to herself. She didn't bother to ask the boss what trick he had used to make the two of them fly. She was thoroughly enjoying the moment of being embraced by her boss. It felt as though the entire world belonged only to the two of them. Jean Ruerue wished time could slow down, but Yiming couldn't maintain it for too long. Once he was certain the guards on the ground hadn't noticed the two of them in the sky, he gently guided Jean Ruerue toward the courtyard of the presidential palace. If someone were to shine a searchlight from the ground at Yiming and Jean Ruerue at that moment, they would see the two of them floating toward the presidential palace as if riding an invisible hot air balloon. After selecting a landing spot, Yiming began to descend. At this point, he was already exhausted, with sweat beads forming on his forehead, and his breathing had grown heavy. Jean Ruerue sensed that her boss was running out of strength, held her breath, and felt her heart race, fearing they might fall from above.
Hundreds of meters above the ground, with nothing to hold onto, this was no joke.
Though she had no idea how her boss had managed to fly, she knew that now was not the time to disturb him, lest he lose focus. Fortunately, everything turned out okay in the end. Yiming carried Jean Ruerue slowly through the air and landed in a dimly lit corner of the presidential palace, where they could avoid the guard's sight. Only after landing did Jean Ruerue break free from Yiming's embrace, but she felt that the time had been far too short. If only it could have lasted a little longer. As soon as they touched the ground, Yiming let out a big sigh. "You're really heavy." Jean Ruerue blushed again, lowered her head, and said softly, "Then I'll lose weight in the future." Yiming smiled, reached out, and pinched Jean Ruerue's delicate, pink cheeks. "No need. You look pretty just the way you are." Jean Ruerue blushed even more. Yiming didn't tease her further. He turned around, closed his eyes, and released his keen senses. He wanted to know where President Cuckley's was. After all, the presidential mansion was quite large. Yiming had previously found a photo of President Kakari's online, so he knew what he looked like. Moments later, Yiming pinpointed Kakari's location. Cuckley's was currently in his study, frowning as he looked at the documents in his hands. This territory was on the brink of collapse. Masses of people were unemployed and wandering the streets, and public order was deteriorating rapidly. Riots had already broken out in many areas, and today, the streets of Athens were witnessing a situation resembling a plague. If the situation worsens further, he will become a villain in the history of this region. Because this territory had slowly descended into ruin under his watch. The 200 billion euros in relief funds from District O have yet to be approved, and he hasn't been able to sleep soundly for months. Those traitors from P country, Romania, and S country actually voted against it. He slammed the file shut and cursed fiercely. His expression turned bitter as he made the sign of the cross on his chest, praying to God for a miracle to save the region. Just then, he heard the sound of the office door opening, and to his surprise, 2 Asian men walked in. His pupils contracted sharply, and a look of shock flashed across his face. "Who are you? What are you doing in my office?" He was about to shout for the guards to come in, but Yiming instantly used a strand of chi to bind his neck, preventing him from making a sound. Yiming said to Jean Ruerue, "Tell him we have no ill intentions, we're here to save someone." Jean Ruerue translated Yiming's words. Although the official language of that region was the local dialect, most of the locals understood English, and Kakari's was no exception. Upon understanding Yiming's meaning, Cuckley's immediately gestured for him to speak. He was utterly shocked. These 2 people had actually silenced him. And they claimed to be here to save the place. Could they be sent by God? Recalling that he had just prayed, could it be that his prayer had been answered so quickly? Cuckley's felt a hint of confusion. "Who sent you here? Are you God?" Jean Ruerue translated his words, and Yiming smiled faintly. "You can think of it that way." Hearing this answer, Cuckley's felt a surge of excitement, stammering, "I knew God wouldn't abandon his people. How do you plan to save our territory?" Cuckley's looked at Yiming. Jean Ruerue told him directly, "At the next council meeting, your council members will vote on a resolution to sell the island, and this resolution will receive over 70% approval. At that point, the president only needs to sign to make the resolution effective." Cuckley's furrowed his brows. A resolution to sell the island? He recalled that not long ago, a company from the East had offered 8 trillion to buy out the ownership of Tay Island. At the time, the council had already voted on this resolution, and it had not been approved. Glancing at the 2 yellow-skinned individuals before him, he suddenly understood and grew vigilant. "Are you from that company? You're not sent by God. Tell me, how did you manage to evade my guards and enter here?" Yiming ignored him. "All you need to do is sign to make the resolution effective. The rest is none of your concern." Cuckley snorted coldly, "I absolutely will not sign. If I sell Tay Island to you, I will be a traitor in the history of this place. I will be despised by all the people of this place." "Oh? Do you really want to watch your territory crumble before your eyes? $800 billion. With that money, you won't have to wait for that elusive 200 billion euro low-interest bailout loan from Ozone. Think about it, you have to repay that loan, but I'm giving you 800 billion, and you don't have to repay it. But we'll lose the special island. If your territory collapses, what good is holding onto an island? No, we must find a way to save this territory." Yiming narrowed his eyes. This president doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. He paused, then decided to try a different approach. "Has the president seen today's news? There's been a suspected plague outbreak on Athens Street. Could this be related to you?" Cuckley's expression grew serious. "That's correct. I can confirm that I was responsible for this incident, but they did not contract the plague." "Then what is it?" "Something far more terrifying than the plague." Yiming used his mind to control the air threads surrounding Cuckley's neck and slowly tightened them. Cuckley saw that Yiming was merely staring at him indifferently, doing nothing, yet his breathing grew increasingly labored. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and an endless chill spread across his back.
You're not sent by God, you're sent by the devil. Chapter 155, Resolution Passed. If what was happening on the streets of Athens was a plague, that was still within Cucles' understanding. As long as they could seal off the area, they should be able to contain the plague from spreading further. However, the methods this young man was using were completely unfamiliar to him. The other party hadn't done anything, they were simply staring at him, yet he could feel himself slowly suffocating. This was utterly unimaginable, far beyond his comprehension, and even shook the very foundations of his worldview. Compared to a plague, this method of causing silent death was far more terrifying. If Yi Ming wanted someone dead, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Even if the police were right there, he could get away with it. Kakaris felt a surge of fear. Though he was the president of a nation, he was still just a mortal. How could he not be shaken to the core by such an eerie sight? However, Yi Ming wouldn't simply kill Kakaris. He needed Kakari's signature to approve that resolution. Without legally acquiring the special island, he couldn't establish his nation openly. At that point, even if he had the ability to occupy the island, it would be seen as an act of aggression. Since the island was part of O-Zone territory, if O-Zone were to be attacked, the entire O-Zone would rise up to defend it. At that point, the troubles Yi Ming would face would be even greater. Therefore, we must make the people of that region voluntarily sell the island to us. That way, the territories of O-Zone 1T be able to say anything. Moments later, he released Kakaris. Cucles felt the restraint around his neck loosen and immediately began breathing deeply. He had never felt breathing was such a luxury. How about it, Mr. President? Will you sign the resolution now? Yi Ming looked at him with a faint smile. What if I still refuse to sign? Cucles coughed a few times. Yi Ming's expression turned cold. If you don't sign, I guarantee that your nation will immediately plunge into endless darkness and fear. It seems I have no choice? Cucles sighed. If the other side were to use this method against him or an entire region, they would have no ability to resist at all. Moreover, the other side had already deployed $80 billion, a staggering sum that no single company could possibly muster. All of this clearly indicates that the young man before them is backed by an extremely powerful force. He had no choice but to agree, otherwise, if the other side grew angry, the entire region might be destroyed. Yi Ming saw his hesitation and knew there was a chance. He replied immediately, "That's right. As long as you sign and agree to that resolution, you will be regarded as a hero of the entire region." Cucles shook his head with a bitter smile. A hero or a traitor? I know better than you. Yi Ming shrugged indifferently. Given the current situation, you really don't need to blame yourself. The passage of this resolution is decided by the parliament and the lawmakers. You're just signing your name. If future generations ever hold anyone accountable, it should be those lawmakers. But such a situation won't arise. Your descendants will all thank you for the correct choice you made today. Cucles thought for a moment and said, if we sell Tay Island to you, when will you give us the $80 billion? As long as you sign to make the resolution effective and announce to the world that Tay Island now belongs to our Star Joy Group, I will immediately give you the $8 billion. What about the original residents of Tay Island? I am only purchasing the island. As for the residents, they remain citizens of your country and must be relocated to your mainland. Cucles looked disappointed. Can't they stay on the island? No, let me tell you this, after I take control of Tay Island, I will relocate the headquarters of all my companies to Tay Island. At that time, there will inevitably be many employees who will follow our company to live there. Therefore, to ensure that our employees have sufficient living space, your people must leave. However, rest assured, I will not have your local authorities force them to move. I will handle this issue for you. Since you've thought of everything and I have no other choice, fine. I agree. As long as that resolution passes, I'll sign it into effect. Yi Ming heard Kakaris' words and finally sighed in relief. Mr. President, you will one day be proud of the decision you made today. He extended his hand. Let's work together. Kakaris sighed helplessly and also extended his hand, hoping that my descendants won't curse me. At the next local council meeting, the speaker proposed the resolution to sell the island. Like any resolution, it was put to a vote. As expected, the resolution passed, receiving 243 votes in favor, 39 against, and the remainder abstaining. On that day, on a national television broadcast, President Kakaris announced the resolution to sell the island to the entire nation and signed it into effect. Instantly, the entire O district erupted in chaos. A region had actually sold its largest island. Yes, sold for $800 billion. That's enough to save the region from its current economic quagmire. $800 billion? Oh, my God, that's insane. Who's the buyer? It's said to be a group company from the East. A company from the East? As far as I know, none of their companies can afford to buy an island for that much money. It's probably backed by some Eastern institution. Upon learning that an island was up for sale, the leaders of D country, F country, and I country in the O region couldn't sit idly by. They convened an emergency meeting in the middle of the night. This Xingyue group is from the East, so I believe they must have connections to Eastern institutions.
The island is almost at the heart of the entire O region. If this island falls under the control of Eastern institutions, it would be like planting a time bomb in our heart, posing a significant security threat to the entire O region. Therefore, we must prevent a certain entity from selling the island to that Starjoy group? The Prime Minister of D country looks very displeased. He had been advocating providing relief loans to that region, but the plan was opposed by several small countries in O region and failed to pass. If we had provided loans to that region earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation now. The president of P country felt a bit embarrassed, as he had been one of the opponents. He could only grit his teeth and say, now is not the time to discuss this. We must find a way to prevent that region from selling the island to them. Let's wait until Kakaris arrives before discussing this further. The president of F country said calmly. Chapter 156, Defending the Homeland. When Yiming and Kakari signed the joint statement between a certain local institution and Xingyue Group regarding Special Island in the presence of numerous journalists from around the world, Yiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, Starjoy Group transferred $80 billion into the central bank of the certain location, and the sovereignty of Special Island was officially transferred. Looking at the agreement in his hands, a smile flashed across Yiming's lips. For this, I've paid the price of 800 billion M gold. In front of the National Assembly building, a large crowd of protesters gathered outside the building, condemning the institution's decision to sell the island and demanding the president's resignation. They believed that Kukli's treasonous act made him unworthy of being their president. However, Kuklis himself had already fled. He had gone to the O-Zone headquarters in Belgium. When he arrived at the O district headquarters in Brussels in a hurry, the leaders of other territories looked at him with anger in their eyes. The Prime Minister of I country confronted him first. Kuklis, how could you sell the Special Island to Starjoy Group, an Eastern company? Do you know how dangerous it would be for us if this island falls into Eastern hands? This is equivalent to exposing the entire O-Zone territory to the guns of the East. Yes, as a member of the O-Zone, how can you be so irresponsible? How can you not consider the interests of the O-Zone? The president of P country demanded. Kuklis snorted coldly. If the O-Zone had provided us with relief funds in time, we wouldn't have had to sell the island. I ask all of you here today, when our region was in dire straits, who among you considered our plight? Was I supposed to stand by and watch my territory sink into the abyss? The president of P country hesitated, his expression turning grim. After all, he had opposed providing relief funds to the region in question. The president of F country interjected, but you can't sell your largest island to the Easterners. If the Eastern organization establishes a base on the Special Island, they will control the throat of the entire O region, leaving us at a disadvantage in future negotiations with the Eastern organization. Kukli's eyes flickered. The person buying the island has no connection to the Eastern institutions. Do you really believe that? Which company could possibly come up with 800 billion M gold? Not even Apple could do that. Without the support of Eastern institutions, no one would believe it. Kuklis had already prepared himself mentally for the accusations from other territory leaders. Those people only consider issues from their own perspective and don't care about the current situation in a particular area. Besides, that person has those mysterious and sinister methods. Even if he doesn't want to sell, he has to sell. Anyway, the agreement has been signed, and everything is already decided. Talking about it now is pointless. Kakari sat in his seat, looking indifferent. He had signed the island sale agreement in front of the world's media, and the 800 billion had already entered the central bank of that region. In theory, Tay Island now belonged to Xingyue Group. The Prime Minister of D country coldly replied, no, you can renege on the deal. Given the current situation, if the island is purchased under the name of Starjoy Group, if you renege, the Eastern institution won't be able to intervene openly, and since the island is still under your control, our O region will fully support you. From the perspective of O-Zone's interests, they absolutely cannot allow even the slightest potential threat to the heart of O-Zone. Therefore, they absolutely do not want Tay Island to fall into the hands of Xingyue Group. Kukli sighed impatiently in his heart, thinking, you people are good at calculating. If we back out, you'll stand behind us and say nothing, and in the end, we'll be the ones taking the blame. He shook his head. This money is crucial to us. Besides, you have no idea how powerful the boss of Xingyue Group is. I never want to see him again. Recalling Yiming's enigmatic and formidable tactics, he still felt a lingering sense of fear. The heads of state present, seeing his expression, sneered in disdain. The president of S country spoke up, Kuklis, you're the president of a country. How could you be so intimidated by a group boss? Kuklis shot him a glance. If you knew his methods, you wouldn't be much better off than me. If you called him a devil, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. As soon as he said this, the room erupted in laughter. Ha, a devil? Kuklis, I really don't know how you became president. No wonder a certain region has ended up in such a state under your leadership. I truly feel sorry for the people of that region. Kuklis turned pale and said nothing. These people are just talking big. If they had ever witnessed his methods of killing someone silently and without a trace, they wouldn't be laughing anymore.
If that's the case, I'm actually curious to meet this person myself, said the Spanish Prime Minister. Yes, I want to see what this devil looks like, whether he has wings on his back to fly through the skies. Ha! When people don't see eye to eye, there's no point in talking further. This meeting was over for Cuckleys. He gathered his documents from the table and stood up to leave the conference room. The president of F country spoke up, everyone, we absolutely cannot allow the Eastern organization to easily take control of Tay Island. What should we do specifically? Now the whole world knows that a certain place has sold Special Island to Star Joy Group. We can't just intervene directly. No, we can send warships to seal off the waters around Special Island around the clock, preventing anyone from approaching it. That's a good idea, I support it. I support it too. Yi Ming, after obtaining the agreement marking Tay Island as belonging to Xingyue Group, immediately headed to Tay Island. This place is now his territory. Currently, there are approximately 500,000 people living on the island. Relocating all 500,000 of them from the island is a daunting task. Meanwhile, the island's residents are in complete chaos, as their ancestral homeland has been sold to outsiders. They were naturally unwilling, with many vowing never to leave. Since our territory has abandoned us, we will rely on ourselves to defend our homeland. That's right. If the Easterners dare to come, I'll make sure they never return. Chapter 157, Rocket Projectile Research Expert. At that moment, a middle-aged couple from the east was vacationing on Tay Island with their 7 or 8-year-old daughter. If anyone recognized the man in the couple, they would know that this middle-aged man was none other than Wu Tang, an academician of the Eastern Academy of Sciences and a renowned expert in rocket weaponry research. Upon seeing Wu Tang and his wife, the local residents became wildly agitated, demanding that they leave immediately. Even the hotel complied with the locals' demands, throwing their luggage out of the hotel. The Wu Tang couple were completely baffled. In the hotel lobby, they found the manager and demanded a reasonable explanation from the hotel. We have already paid and booked the hotel. Why are you kicking us out? The hotel manager sneered at them. Why? Because you Easterners are too despicable. Blame that guy who claims to have bought the island. Even so, you can't cancel my hotel reservation without cause and throw my luggage out without permission. I have no connection to that person. If you want to cause trouble with him, go find him directly. Why take it out on us? The man said angrily. If the hotel doesn't let them stay, they'll have to sleep on the streets, and the temperature here drops sharply at night. If they sleep on the streets, their young daughter might not survive. If he dares to come, we won't show him any mercy. The manager snorted coldly, pulling out some bills from his pocket. This is the money you paid for the hotel. Take it back and get out of here immediately. Wu Tang and his wife were so angry their faces turned ashen, but they could do nothing against the manager. At that moment, more local residents of Tay Island gathered around, shouting at them, "Get out of Tay Island! Get out of Tay Island! Get out of Tay Island!" These people were holding signs or banners, as if they were participating in a parade. At that moment, the Wu Tang couple and their daughter felt like stray dogs, being constantly pushed toward the port by the crowd. Their daughter looked at her father with big, wide eyes and asked, "Daddy, why are they chasing us away? Do they not like Nuo?" Wu Tang tightly hugged Nuo, his face looking dejected. He kissed her on the cheek and said, "No, our Nuo is so cute everyone loves her." Then why are they chasing us away? Maybe they hate Dad? Why do they hate Dad? Dad is the best. Dad is the best dad in the whole world. Wu Tang's eyes welled up with tears. Though they were being driven away, his daughter's words brought him great comfort. Just then, a young couple suddenly appeared on their path to the port. The couple was none other than Yi Ming and Jean Ruerue. Upon seeing fellow East Asians, Wu Tang and his wife sighed in relief. Are they Easterners? Wu Tang thought to himself, then greeted Yi Ming and Jean Ruerue in Chinese. Hello, are you Easterners? Yi Ming nodded. Yes, what's going on here? Wu Tang sighed, the people here now harbor intense hatred toward us Easterners. Let's leave together. Yi Ming furrowed his brows. Hostility toward us Easterners? Yes, I heard that an Eastern person bought this island, so they now seem to hate Eastern people especially intensely. Yi Ming's face flashed a smile. Interesting. He stood with his hands behind his back in the middle of the road, calmly watching the local residents closing in on them. Upon seeing Yi Ming, the local residents couldn't help but stop in their tracks. They recognized Yi Ming, of course. Over the past few days, photos of this young man who wanted to buy the island had been everywhere. Therefore, almost every local resident recognized Yi Ming. Seeing this island buyer had actually come here, no one could help but feel angry. A man who looked like a leader stepped forward, pointing at Yi Ming and said, "I never thought you'd dare to come to Tay Island alone." Yi Ming shrugged. This place is already my territory. Coming to my own territory is perfectly normal, isn't it? The man sneered, "Your territory? You should know that this is where our ancestors have lived for generations. That may have been true in the past, but now, your president has sold this island to me. So what? This is our territory. We won't leave under any circumstances." The man glared at Yiming challengingly, a smirk on his lips. Yiming looked at him calmly, his chi erupting, instantly binding him in place. The man felt an unknown force rendering him unable to move, even breathing became difficult. His face turned pale. Could the rumors be true? He had heard rumors that the Eastern businessman who had purchased the island was said to possess some kind of strange witchcraft. Yiming walked over and slapped his face. I didn't come here to negotiate with you. I'm here to notify you that you have 3 months to evacuate the island. Otherwise, I have 1,000 ways to make those who stay regret it. Wu Tang and his wife were speechless at the sight. This young man was actually the one who had purchased the island. And he wants all the local residents to leave the island. Was he planning to turn this island into his own private playground? This was utterly. At that moment, Jean Ruerue suddenly walked over to Yiming and whispered something in his ear. After hearing her, Yiming suddenly turned to look at Wu Tang. You're a rocket expert? Chapter 158, Welcome to Join. Yiming's goal was to establish a sovereign territory with its own territory and sovereignty on Special Island. All of this requires a strong foundation of power. Possessing one's own army and weapons is undoubtedly a manifestation of such strength. Although he himself possesses extraordinary strength, that is only his own power. Relying on a single individual to sustain a territory would eventually exhaust him to death. Although he can purchase many things with money, there are some things that no amount of money can buy. For example, the core technology for various types of rocket launchers. If he possesses the core technology, he won't have to worry about others blocking him. Seeing Yiming's excited expression, Wu Tang was a bit confused, but he nodded anyway. Yiming excitedly walked over, shook his hand, and said, Great news, Professor Wu. Our Xingyue group is currently in urgent need of talent like you. What do you mean? I hope you'll join our company. The salary is up to you. Wu Tang was taken aback. Any salary you name? This offer made him feel a twinge of emotion. However, upon considering his own status, he dismissed the idea. He was an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and a weapons research expert, holding a prestigious position domestically. Though not extremely wealthy, he had a comfortable life with no financial worries. Joining Xingyue Group would mean giving up everything he had worked so hard to achieve over the years. I'm sorry, I can't accept your offer, Wu Tang said sincerely. Yiming was somewhat surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, asking someone to give up their current comfortable life was indeed unlikely. He smiled faintly. If that's the case, I won't force you. If Professor Wu ever decides to change his environment, Star Joy Group will always welcome you. While Yiming and Wu Tang were chatting as if nothing had happened, the local residents were in an uproar. They had witnessed their leader suddenly clutching his throat, struggling as if on the brink of death, sending shivers down their spines. There had been rumors before that the person who bought the special island practiced magic and witchcraft, capable of killing someone with ease. At first, they didn't believe it, but upon seeing the situation before their eyes, they knew the rumors were true. Instantly, everyone backed down, and the harsh words they had spoken earlier now seemed as meaningless as a fart. Yiming looked at them, his expression unchanged. I give you 3 months. If you're still on the island after 3 months, this will be your fate. He controlled his chi threads, causing the leader-like figure to suffocate to death. As the leader struggled briefly, he collapsed with a thud. The others were stunned. They never imagined that the man who had bought the island could be so ruthless. But his methods were also incredibly bizarre. He hadn't even touched the leader, yet he could cause him to die suddenly. This was too terrifying. The remaining people began to stir, looking at each other with fear in their eyes. One man refused to accept this, stepping forward and pointing at Yiming. If you're so powerful, kill me. Otherwise, I'll never leave. Yiming's eyes flashed, and he stared at him, saying calmly, then so be it. Instantly, the man felt himself enveloped by an invisible restraint, and soon, his breathing grew increasingly difficult. He was terrified and wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't utter a single sound. He knelt down and kept bowing his head to Yiming, but Yiming remained unmoved. Originally, he had stepped forward merely to show off in front of the crowd, but he never expected Yiming's methods to be so ruthless, leaving him no chance to make amends. After struggling for a moment, the man collapsed to the ground with a thud. If anyone had doubted whether the leader's death was Yiming's doing, now, there was no doubt left. Everyone's hearts trembled wildly, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Yiming. This was a true killing machine. At that moment, the only word on everyone's mind was escape. So they all turned around, rushed home to pack their belongings, and prepared to flee. Yiming watched them leave indifferently, no longer paying attention to them. Instead, he turned to Wu Tang and said calmly, Professor Wu, to be honest with you, I bought this island to establish a new sovereign territory. If you are willing to join our Xingyue group, we will provide unlimited funding for your research. You won't have to go through the hassle of entertaining officials and networking to secure research funds like you did back home. Wu Tang's throat tightened. As Yiming had said, every time his research funds ran out, he had to entertain his superiors and build connections to reapply for funding.
This went against his original intentions, but given the current environment, he couldn't change anything and could only go with the flow.
At that moment, Yiming told him that if he joined Xingyue Group, research funding would be provided without limits. If that were true, he could save all the time spent networking. He was someone who was deeply passionate about research, and networking was something he found extremely painful. Therefore, the offer Yiming presented to him at this moment was quite tempting. He had previously wanted to undertake a new rocket project, which required massive funding. He applied to the higher-ups for approval, but it was denied. Now that Yiming had told him that unlimited funding would be provided for his research, he was deeply tempted. After some thought, Wu Tang finally spoke up. "Are you serious? And do you mean it?"
Yiming smiled faintly. "That's correct. As long as you join our Xingyue Group, we will fully support your research on the new rocket project."
"I am the CEO of Xingyue Group, and I have the final say in everything."
Wu Tang clenched his teeth and said, "All right, I agree to join." Yiming's face flashed a smile, and he extended his hand.
Welcome aboard. Chapter 159, Resignation Issues.
Wu Tang and his wife returned home with their child and Yiming. As soon as they arrived back in the country, he submitted his resignation to his superior.
Wu Tang's workplace was a cutting-edge research institution.
Only the most talented individuals are able to secure positions there. However, even in such an environment, it is not immune to the corrosive influence of negative trends.
Although it is a research institution, those truly dedicated to research on the front lines are the junior researchers.
Wu Tang was one of those junior researchers who could produce real value. If he resigned, it would cause significant losses to his position. When Wu Tang's superior, Zhou Feng, received his resignation letter, he furrowed his brows in displeasure.
He tossed Wu Tang's resignation letter onto the desk and said coldly, "Wu Tang, I've treated you well, haven't I? Look, you said you're unhappy with your work, so I immediately approved a week's vacation for you. Why are you suddenly resigning? Is there something you're dissatisfied with regarding the organization, or perhaps with me personally?"
His tone was stiff. This made Wu Tang feel deeply wronged. The vacation was the result of 6 months of consecutive overtime, yet Zhou Feng was now implying that he had granted the vacation out of consideration for Wu Tang. However, although Wu Tang was unhappy inside, he still said, No. This resignation is entirely for my own career development." Zhou Feng furrowed his brows. This was currently the most prestigious research institution. Where else could one find a better career opportunity than here? Are you planning to go work for another company after your trip? Zhou Feng's expression had already turned sour. Wu Tang was startled. This was a serious accusation. If it stuck, he would never be able to resign normally. He quickly denied it. "No, after I resign, I will still work in China, and I will serve domestic companies 100%. After a pause, he continued, "To be honest, at my age, I have to think more about my family. Frankly speaking, while working here is fulfilling, I don't have enough time for my family. I hope to spend more time with them." This was actually an excuse. By using family as an excuse, Wu Tang believed Zhou Feng would understand him. Zhou Feng heard the implication and snorted coldly. You think we're not paying you enough, do you? How can you be so selfish? We nurtured you. Do you think it's appropriate for you to say such things now? As a researcher, you should prioritize the greater good over your family. And you're still young and strong, it's not time to enjoy life yet. I think you should have some aspirations in life and strive to leave a significant mark in the history of science. Look at me, I work just as hard as you do every day. But I've already decided to dedicate my entire life to scientific research. He speaks so nobly, as if Wu Tang should truly take him as a role model. But in reality, all of this was just him thinking about his own future. And his claim of dedicating his life to scientific research was nothing more than an excuse for his own position as a superior, who could get by with drinking tea, reading newspapers, and attending meetings every day. The arduous research work ultimately falls on the shoulders of low-level researchers like Wu Tang. Wu Tang is one of the few capable subordinates under him. If Wu Tang achieves results, as his direct superior, he stands to gain the most. Why would he let him leave so easily? Wu Tang felt uneasy hearing Zhou Feng speak so bluntly, as if he were the selfish one. His face grew pale. "Director Zhou, everyone has different aspirations in life. You choose to dedicate your life to scientific research, that's your choice. I have my own plans for my life." Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng paused abruptly, his anger simmering just below the surface. Wu Tang had never spoken to him in such a tone before. In the past, when applying for research funds, he had to go through Zhou Feng, so no matter how difficult Zhou Feng made things for Wu Tang, he had to endure it. But now that he had made up his mind to leave, Wu Tang saw no reason to give Zhou Feng any leeway. "How dare you speak to your superior like that? Is that your attitude?" Zhou Feng said with a dark expression. Wu Tang remained unfazed. "Director Zhou, I'm just here to submit my resignation. There's no need for you to lecture me. Everyone knows the principles, there's no need for you to scold me." He no longer bothered with politeness. He had originally hoped for a peaceful parting, but this Zhou Feng, with no real skills and no substantial research achievements, dared to lecture him now. This made him extremely annoyed.
Zhou Feng's anger erupted completely.
He pointed at Wu Tang, clenched his teeth, and picked up Wu Tang's resignation letter from the table, throwing it in his face.
I refuse to accept your resignation. Take your resignation letter back.
Wu Tang stared at him intently, saying nothing, but anger rose in his eyes. He forced himself to hold it back, and after a moment, he picked up the resignation letter from the ground and turned to leave. Zhou Feng watched Wu Tang silently leave his office, a cold smile spreading across his face.
You think you can get the better of me?
Employees working here are absolutely not permitted to resign without prior approval from their superiors. And if they leave without permission, they will face severe consequences. That was why Zhou Feng dared to reject Wu Tang's resignation so firmly.
Without his approval, Wu Tang couldn't leave. Wu Tang was furious.
He had worked diligently here for so many years, and even requesting funds was so difficult. Now that he had achieved valuable research results, most of the credit was attributed to his superiors.
How could he not be furious?
In truth, Wu Tang had wanted to leave for a long time, but without any suitable alternatives, he had no choice but to stay, day after day, until his passion for work was completely extinguished. But times have changed. If he could join Xingyue Group with adequate funding, he was confident he could make more valuable contributions. Therefore, he must resign. Zhou Feng couldn't stop him from leaving. If he tried to stop him, the price he'd have to pay would be painful. Upon returning to his residence, Wu Tang called each of his colleagues with whom he had a good relationship. Chapter 160, Objective Achieved.
Many of Wu Tang's colleagues were just like him. They only wanted to focus on their research and didn't want to waste their energy on office politics.
Unfortunately, Zhou, the director, was truly a nightmare, leaving them all with a constant grievance. They had all considered leaving before, but their specialization and job responsibilities made it difficult to find suitable alternatives, so they had no choice but to endure Zhou Zhuchu. Wu Tang had already told Yiming that a major scientific breakthrough could never be achieved by one person alone. It required the collaborative efforts of multiple individuals. Yiming was well aware of this and had already informed him that if he had any suitable candidates to recommend, he would welcome them anytime. Wu Tang then reached out to the colleagues who had been privately complaining about Zhou Ji for a long time.
Hey, old Zhang, I heard you mentioned wanting to resign last time. Are you still thinking about it?
Yes.
Old Wu, I heard you went to resign today. Did you succeed? Wu Tang snorted coldly. No, Zhou the skinflint wouldn't approve. He just wants to keep us as tools for his own glory, thinking that if he doesn't approve, we can't leave. But I definitely can't stay here anymore. Have you found another job yet?
I have.
Old Zhang, I was just wondering if you'd be interested in quitting with me.
Sure.
Damn it, working under Zhou Baiopi is too humiliating. I've wanted to leave for ages.
Alright, let's get in touch with Old Fu, Old Xian, and Old Li.
I heard they also want to quit. I've already found a new place. If you want to come, you're welcome. Old Zhang exclaimed, Really? Is there another company in the country doing our line of work?
Yes, there's one called Xingyue Group. Their boss will provide us with ample funding for research.
That's great. Old Wu, you're the man. You can actually lead us out of Zhou Baiopi's exploitation. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll contact Old Fu and the others.
Alright.
After hanging up the phone, Old Zhang nearly jumped for joy.
Leaving Zhou Baiopi was a huge relief. He hugged his wife and spun her around a few times, scaring her into scolding him for being so inappropriate. Wu Tang then called Old Fu, Old Xian, and Old Li, along with 8 other colleagues. All of them were under Zhou Zhuchu's command. Upon hearing they could leave Zhou Baiopi and had another employer waiting for them, they immediately agreed to resign. Wu Tang finally gathered them all at his home to discuss a plan. The next day, Zhou's office was greeted by 10 employees led by Wu Tang. Each of them was holding a resignation letter. Zhou looked at these researchers who had always kept their heads down, and his expression was grim. These individuals were his core researchers, and all the credit he had earned in the past was thanks to their abilities. If they all resigned, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to his career. Moreover, he had recently heard that higher-ups were considering promoting him. If his core researchers were to resign en masse at this critical juncture, it would undoubtedly cause the higher-ups to reconsider. Therefore, he absolutely refused to let them leave.
What are you doing? Threatening me?
Zhou, the director, said coldly.
Wu Tang stepped forward and said calmly, Director Zhou, we're here today simply to resign. Where did we threaten you? Don't just make things up. Zhou Zhuchu stared intently at Wu Tang.
He knew that these people were acting this way because they had been swayed by Wu Tang. He wanted to skin Wu Tang alive. If it weren't for him, he could have waited comfortably for his promotion.
Wu Tang, I told you yesterday that I won't approve your resignation. What are you doing here today?
You have the nerve to incite your colleagues to resign with you.
Do you know what you're doing?
He turned to the others.
I won't sign any of your resignation letters. Forget about it. These people are all frontline researchers. If they all resign, the higher-ups will definitely hold him accountable. Therefore, he would never agree to let Wu Tang and the others resign together. Wu Tang, however, spoke calmly, Director Zhou, don't be so absolute. I know why you won't let us resign. You're just using us as tools to boost your political achievements. If you must do that, at least don't make our lives so difficult. If you let us focus on our research, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. When have I ever made things difficult for you? Don't make baseless accusations. Zhou Zhuchu frowned. No harassment? Then why did you insist we invite you to dinner before approving our funding requests? And why did you openly and subtly hint that we should give you gifts? If we didn't give gifts or invite you to dinner, you kept delaying the approval? Director Zhou's expression grew uneasy. This has always been the rule. What is there to discuss? Oof, what a convenient, long-standing rule. Did you make that rule? Old Fu couldn't help but speak up. Since we've already exposed our true colors, there's no need to be polite anymore. Exactly, did you set it? Others chimed in agreement. Wu Tang waved his hand. Never mind whether this is a proper rule or not. Last time, old Zhang originally applied for 1 million in funding to purchase a set of research equipment, but why did he only receive 80,000? Where did the remaining 20,000 go? I'm sure Director Zhou knows better than anyone else. Zhou Zhuchu hesitated, his face turning red. There was no doubt that the 20,000 had gone into his pocket. He shifted his eyes and said, even with only 80,000, we still managed to buy the equipment in the end, didn't we? He didn't mention where the 20,000 had gone, which was clearly an attempt to avoid the issue. Old Qian stepped forward and snorted, the missing 200,000 yuan was paid out of old Zhang's own pocket. Did Director Zhou really think we could buy that equipment with that amount? Zhou's gaze flickered, and he gave a sheepish smile. Old Zhang's dedication to the cause is something we should all learn from. By the way, old Zhang, since you love this job so much, why did you come along today to cause trouble? I think you should all go back. I won't hold today's incident against you. He began to deliberately change the subject, hoping to get them to leave quietly. However, he was seething inside, determined to deal with them later, especially that Wu Tang. Wu Tang and the others remained unfazed. Wu Tang stared straight into Zhou's eyes and said, since you brought it up, I'll ask you directly, Zhou. Where did old Zhang's 20,000 go? Don't tell us it wasn't approved by higher-ups. We can find out immediately if we just ask around. Faced with Wu Tang's relentless pressure, Zhou finally lost his temper. He slammed the table and shouted, Wu Tang, what do you mean? Fine, I'll tell you today. I used that 20,000 to invest in the stock market, and I lost it all. What, after all this time, you still want me to give it back? Everyone in the office saw the look on Zhou's face and their expressions lit up. This is exactly what we were waiting for. Wu Tang wore a faint smile on his face as he pulled out a voice recorder from his chest pocket. Upon seeing the voice recorder, Zhou's face turned pale, and he collapsed into his seat. Chapter 161, Willingly Accepting. Wu Tang and the others had carefully planned this to get Zhou Zhuchu to say those words. The topic of funding was brought up seemingly offhand, but everything they had said earlier was merely a setup to lower Zhou Zhuchu's guard. If they had brought up the issue outright from the start, given Director Zhou's cunning and experience, he would never have spoken those words so easily. Without Zhou Director speaking up himself, they couldn't do anything to him without evidence, and he would still hold all the cards. But now the situation was different, the initiative was entirely in their hands. Zhou Zhuchu was staring intently at Wu Tang. Wu Tang handed over the recording to his superiors. Soon, Director Zhou was arrested on suspicion of official misconduct, while Wu Tang and his colleagues were allowed to resign with the approval of the new director. In the end, they all joined Xing Yue Group. Yiming was very pleased and offered them that was several tiers higher than before, which made old Zhang and the others exclaim that they had chosen the right person to follow. A dedicated research and development department was established within the group for them, with Wu Tang serving as department manager, reporting directly to Yiming without going through Qin Jiaqing. Under Wu Tang's leadership, Yiming planned to invest in building the world's most advanced basic physics research laboratory in the suburbs of Shanghai. The primary function of this laboratory was to prepare for Xing Yue Group's relocation to Tai Island to research new rocket propellants, as well as conduct some basic physics experiments that were previously impossible to perform. Looking at the state-of-the-art experimental equipment in the laboratory, Wu Tang and his colleagues were all moved to tears, feeling that their dreams were finally about to come true. In the past, they dared not even imagine such equipment. In the days that followed, they dedicated all their efforts to basic research. Yiming knew that these people would become the backbone of his defense forces after establishing a nation on Tai Island. After returning from Zone O, Jean Ruerue's behavior in front of Chen Jiaqing became somewhat awkward, feeling extremely uneasy. She dared not reveal the nature of her relationship with her boss to Chen Jiaqing, fearing it would hurt her feelings or prompt her to dismiss her on the spot. Chen Jiaqing treated Jean Ruerue the same as before, but since Jean Ruerue had been away for so long, she now relied most on Zhao Rongrue, the second assistant. That day, Yi Ming came to Chen Jiaqing's office.
He felt it was necessary to clarify the nature of his relationship with Jin Rue to Chen Jiaqing. However, when faced with Chen Jiaqing, Yiming felt a bit uneasy, worried that she might be very upset.
Seeing Yiming's uneasy expression, Chen Jiaqing smiled faintly. What's wrong with you? You went to Zone O and came back like a different person.
There's something I want to tell you, but I don't know how to start. Yiming scratched his head, looking very guilty.
Chen Jiaqing put down her pen, looked at Yiming quietly, and after a moment, spoke slowly. You want to talk about what happened between you and Rue, don't you? You know?
Yiming suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Chen Jiaqing's calm expression, completely baffled.
She is not angry?
Chen Jiaqing merely nodded slightly.
After you two returned from O District, I noticed that Rue has been acting differently.
She avoids me whenever she sees me, as if she's done something she shouldn't have. At that time, I started to suspect it had something to do with you.
Actually, thinking about it, it makes sense. This time, only the two of you went to O District.
In a foreign country, just the two of you sparks flying is quite normal.
But neither of you mentioned it, so I was waiting. You were waiting? Waiting for what?
Yiming was puzzled.
I'm waiting for you to speak up.
After all, you're a man, and you're Rue's superior. I think whatever you want to do to her, she has no choice.
So I'm waiting for you to speak up.
If you're a man, you should step forward and confess everything. Chen Jiaqing leaned back in her seat.
At least I didn't misjudge you.
The fact that you came here today to discuss your relationship with Rue with me already makes me feel relieved. Yiming stared at Chen Jiaqing. Though her tone was calm, her stunningly beautiful face carried a hint of loneliness, and her eyes were misty with confusion. Yiming walked over, knelt down, and looked straight into Chen Jiaqing's eyes.
Jiaqing, will you blame me?
Chen Jiaqing bit her lip, gently stroking Yiming's face. Her smile was forced, but she eventually shook her head.
No, I don't blame you. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Why?
Yiming stared at her blankly.
Because I love you.
Tears glistened in Chen Jiaqing's eyes and finally fell down her cheeks. She knew that from now on, the man before her would no longer belong solely to her. There was Jin Rue, and there was Lure. But it wasn't their fault, nor was it Yiming's fault. If anyone was to blame, it was fate for bringing them together and making them fall in love with the same man. Yiming looked at Chen Jiaqing, her face wet with tears, and felt deeply heartbroken. He embraced her tightly and whispered in her ear, Jiaqing, I, Yiming, will treat you well for the rest of my life. I will never let you down. Chen Jiaqing took a deep breath. Alright, I'll remember. If you ever dare to treat me badly, I won't forgive you. Oh, and you must treat Rue and Luer just as well.
They can't live without you either. Yiming let her go. You don't mind? I don't mind.
Chen Jiaqing shook her head.
Some things are inevitable. Let's just accept them happily.
Yiming's face lit up with joy. Jiaqing, you're truly wonderful. He gently cupped her face and kissed her. After arriving in our country, Feng Xiaozhang, relying on his reputation as a renowned director, finally met the president of Mitsui Corporation, Maeda Kazuo. Maeda Kazuo had originally refused to meet him. After all, Feng Xiaozhang was just a Chinese language director and not very well known in this field. However, upon hearing that he had come to visit him specifically to deal with Xingyue Group, he changed his mind. Feng Xiaozhang stood in Maeda Kazuo's office, looking as nervous as an elementary school student in the principal's office. I hear you came here to deal with Xingyue Group? Maeda Kazuo asked. That's correct. I have an eyewitness to the murder of Xingyue Group's boss, Yiming. However, with my influence, I'm not strong enough to bring him down. His background is too powerful, even the police won't touch him. However, I heard that Yiming also killed someone from your company. So I believe that if your company files a lawsuit against Yiming and then has my witness come forward to confirm the facts, the police will have no choice but to prosecute him. He will definitely be brought to justice. Then your company can secretly contact some of Starjoy Group's partners and take some action behind the scenes, and you will definitely be able to dismantle Starjoy Group. This is only beneficial to you, with no drawbacks.
Maeda Kazuo listened to his words, narrowing his eyes as he pondered the proposal. Chapter 162, Case Development. In fact, under the urging of his subordinates, Maeda Kazuo had already begun taking action.
However, the plan was still in its early stages and had not yet reached its final stage. Moreover, his plan was highly risky, as it involved the emperor's son-in-law, Matsumoto Ryosuke. If the plan were to be exposed, both he and Mitsui Company would be doomed beyond redemption.
Upon hearing Feng Xiaozhang's words, Maeda Kazuo began to ponder whether following Feng Xiaozhang's approach might be better.
After all, his method carried little risk, and Feng Xiaozhang was a renowned director in the eastern region with some influence over the fishing fleet. If he collaborates with Feng Xiaozhang, perhaps the police might be forced to take action due to pressure from the fishing company. After a moment of consideration, Maeda Kazuo decided to first adopt Feng Xiaozhang's plan.
If it didn't work, they would continue with their original plan.
He looked at Feng Xiaozhang with a sincere expression. Director Feng Xiaozhang, your plan is sound regarding the Xingyue Group and its backers.
I wish us a successful collaboration. He stood up and extended his hand toward Feng Xiaojiang. Feng Xiaojiang was overjoyed and immediately bowed to shake Maeda Kazuo's hand. Mr. Maeda, please rest assured. As long as we cooperate, we will definitely bring that murderer to justice and expose Star Joy Group as the corrupt company it is. That's the best outcome. Upon returning to the country, Feng Xiaojiang began taking action. Meanwhile, the legal department of Mitsui Company also filed a report with the Domestic Public Security Bureau, stating that the murderer who killed 4 of their employees was Yi Ming, the boss of Xingyue Group, and demanded that the Eastern Police Department bring Yi Ming to justice. However, when the police initially received this report from our country, they did not take it seriously. After all, a few foreigners from our country had died, so what? They planned to set the report aside and drag it out as long as possible. After all, it wasn't worth causing trouble for their own people over a few foreigners. Moreover, this was a case involving Yi Ming, a high-ranking official. After all, his Xingyue Group currently pays over 1 billion yuan in taxes every month. Such a person is a prized asset in the eyes of the authorities. How could they dare to act lightly? Even if the president of Mitsui Company, Limited himself came, it wouldn't make a difference, let alone a mere complaint letter. Even within the Public Security Bureau, there were complaints that these country people really think there's something special. They think a single complaint letter can make us go and offend the boss of Star Joy Group? They must be dreaming. Exactly. These country foreigners really think the East is still the same as it was back then. If they dare to show up here themselves, I'll be the first to kick them out. The one speaking was a burly male security officer with a bold personality. You're brave, taking on the foreigners head on, the others praised him. That's right. If I had been born 70 or 80 years earlier, the Japanese wouldn't dare invade us. I'd beat them so badly they'd question their very existence. Hearing the burly security guard's boastful words, everyone burst into laughter. Amidst the laughter, the letter from our country was casually tossed into the trash bin. Just as the police were about to sweep the matter under the rug, a flood of information about the security guard harboring a murderer suddenly appeared online. In no time, the information spread like wildfire from an obscure small forum across the entire internet, and the situation was escalating rapidly. Within just a few hours, it made headlines on major news portals. Anyone with eyes could see that this was clearly the work of online trolls, and their numbers and influence were immense. Soon, the incident began to attract increasing attention and discussion. How could they know who the murderer was and still cover for them? If they can do something like this, does the police have any credibility left? Can they still stand up for the people? If officials don't stand up for the people, they might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. We strongly demand that the murderer be brought to justice. Strongly demand that the police bring the murderer to justice. Sadly, has the judicial system in the East deteriorated to such a state? Online comments about the police are almost entirely negative. This has forced the police to take notice. Although they can see that there are online trolls manipulating the narrative, the pressure on them is growing. As a result, they have begun to collaborate with cyber surveillance departments to shut down the trolls. However, this incident seems to be escalating further. Even many celebrities who rarely pay attention to social issues have started to take notice. They are sharing posts on social media to express their concern. While the cyber police can easily shut down ordinary netizens, they cannot easily shut down celebrities with millions of followers. After all, these celebrities have done nothing wrong, they merely expressed their concern about the incident. If their Weibo accounts are shut down for this reason, it would undoubtedly spark even greater public backlash and could even provoke extreme reactions from some fanatics. This is precisely what the police want to avoid. At this point, Feng Xiaojiang also posted on Weibo, accusing the leader of Xingyue Group of being highly untrustworthy and breaking his promises, sharing his personal experiences, and concluding that his boss is very likely the real culprit. His post seemed well-reasoned with detailed evidence, but it was riddled with flaws and nonsense. However, many actors who had previously collaborated with Feng Xiaojiang shared his post, and their fans also expressed their support for him. This sparked another round of heated discussions. Subsequently, Feng Xiaojiang reposted content from an unknown Weibo account, stating that the deceased's family had already reported the case to the police and hoped for a satisfactory response as soon as possible. This post was obviously posted by someone else using a fake account on behalf of Feng Xiaojiang, without mentioning that the deceased was from our country, to avoid provoking public sentiment. Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, the police, under pressure, had no choice but to step forward and promise to thoroughly investigate the matter and provide a satisfactory response to society and the deceased's family. Due to the celebrity's involvement, every step of the case's progress would be almost entirely made public. As for Yi Ming, he couldn't avoid being summoned by the police for a chat. Upon seeing the familiar public security officer, Yi Ming smiled and looked at him. "What's up? Here to cause trouble again?" The officer sighed wryly. "There's nothing we can do. The public opinion online is overwhelming. You'd better come with me to the police station for a chat, just like before." Chapter 163, Counterattack.
While Yiming was having tea at the police station, Chen Jiaqing was attending a meeting in the conference room of Xingyue Group. She flipped through the documents in her hands, her eyebrows furrowed deeply, and a hint of anger flashed in her beautiful eyes, causing the senior executives present to hold their breath in tension, daring not to breathe a word. The only sound in the conference room was the rustling of papers as she flipped through them. After a moment, Chen Jiaqing finally finished reading. She casually tossed the documents onto the table, surveyed the people present, and her expression grew slightly solemn. The superconducting photon wave technology from Songyang Technology in our country is crucial to our products. Everything was going smoothly before. Why did they suddenly halt our cooperation? Is it because we couldn't agree on the price, or are they worried about technology leakage? Someone stood up. It was the vice president in charge of negotiations with Songyang Technology. He said, "Ms. Chen, they abruptly terminated our cooperation unilaterally. I had prior contact with them, but they did not provide a clear response, only stating that their senior management is currently discussing the matter." When was the last time you contacted them about this matter? A month ago. Alright, follow up with them again and ask why they unilaterally terminated our cooperation and what we can do to get them to continue providing this technology. Without their technology, our products have no market competitiveness. Chen Jiaqing sighed. Our country's Songyang Technology's technology is at the world's leading level. Although Xingyue Group has its own technical team, there has been little progress, so at this stage, we can only maintain our product's market competitiveness by purchasing it. If one day, Xingyue Group's own technical team achieves a major breakthrough, we won't have this constraint anymore. Fortunately, this is a technology related to fundamental physics, and Yiming specifically established a physics laboratory, which will undoubtedly help Xingyue Group accelerate the development of this technology. At that moment, Chen Jiaqing turned her gaze toward the head of the public relations department, her expression darkening, clearly dissatisfied with her work. How is the communication with the cyber supervision department going? Why is there still so much information about the boss online? The head of the public relations department looked troubled. Mr. Chen, the scale of the online trolls this time is too large. Under their influence, many uninformed bystanders have been brainwashed and are joining the chorus. Most critically, many celebrities from the entertainment industry have also taken notice of this matter. As a result, the Cyber Supervision Department has indicated that they cannot act too overtly. The celebrities who spoke out are mostly second-tier stars. These celebrities are trying to curry favor with Feng Xiaojiang, hoping to get a role in his movies in the future. Under the of Feng Xiaojiang's assistant, they all reposted the Weibo post to direct the attention toward the fishing boat. The Weibo post they reposted was Feng Xiaojiang's own post. The public relations department head noticed this as well, so she compiled a list of the more influential celebrities with the most comments. At this point, she presented the information to Chen Dong and said, "Mr. Chen, I noticed that the celebrities who are paying attention to this incident all have one thing in common." What common point? They all reposted Feng Xiaojiang's Weibo post. Feng Xiaojiang? Chen Jiaqing's eyes narrowed. She had recently rejected Feng Xiaojiang's advertising director contract and replaced him with Chen Man, which must have left him with a grudge. Could this be his chance to seek revenge? The PR department head continued, "There's another matter I believe is worth noting. Recently, Feng Xiaojiang visited our country under his personal capacity and apparently paid a visit to the president of Mitsui Company, Limited, Maeda Kazuo. A Chinese-language film director suddenly visiting the president of Mitsui Company in our country? That's a bit odd." A hint of suspicion began to grow in Chen Jiaqing's mind. Mitsui Company had once been a potential partner at Xingyue Group, but due to some conflicts, 4 of their people were killed by Yiming. At the time, Chen Jiaqing was well aware of the situation. The other party was extremely angry, reported the incident to the police, demanding that the murderers be found and severely punished. However, through her mediation, coupled with the police's lack of enthusiasm in handling matters involving our country nationals, the case was eventually dropped. The our country nationals did not pursue the matter further. However, this time, Feng Xiaojiang met with the president of Mitsui Company, and upon his return, Mitsui Company reopened the investigation into the previous murder case with the police. Feng Xiaojiang also stepped forward as the source of the fishing boat incident, stirring up trouble, which couldn't help but make people suspect that the two had been colluding to target Xingyue Group. Thinking of this, Chen Jiaqing immediately told the head of the technical department, "Have your department's top hackers see if they can find any evidence from Feng Xiaojiang that could be advantageous to us." "Got it, no problem," the other replied. "Get on it immediately. This is urgent." Chen Jiaqing emphasized again. "Alright, I'll give the orders immediately." The head of the technical department left the meeting room to assign tasks to the hackers under his command. Meanwhile, Chen Jiaqing continued the meeting while keeping an eye on the hackers' progress, occasionally asking the head of the technical department for updates. These hackers were actually the top technical personnel from Xingyue Group, and they were world-class in their field. Having them search for Feng Xiaojiang's private information was a piece of cake. Progress was made quickly. They traced Feng Xiaojiang's computer IP address and followed the trail to find a post he had made on a small forum. They then used their own Weibo account to repost the post, but deliberately adopted a neutral perspective to manipulate public opinion using their millions of followers. Additionally, they uncovered connections between Feng Xiaojiang's assistant and some second-tier celebrities who had reposted the Weibo post, suggesting that if they supported Feng Xiaojiang, he would consider them for future film projects. Chen Jiaqing looked at the evidence and felt a surge of excitement, but all of this was linked to Feng Xiaojiang alone. She still needed to uncover his connection to Mitsui Company. Therefore, the hackers began infiltrating the electronic devices of Mitsui Company's senior executives. Finally, one of the hackers retrieved the surveillance footage from Maeda Kazuo's office, witnessing everything. Though the audio was inaudible, Chen Jiaqing knew the time had come to turn the tide online. That day, news suddenly began circulating online accusing Feng Xiaojiang of colluding with our country nationals to harm his fellow countrymen. At the same time, videos of his meeting with Maeda Kazuo and the posts he had secretly uploaded were exposed. The onlookers finally realized the truth and began to blame Feng Xiaojiang. In an instant, the image Feng Xiaojiang had meticulously built over the years collapsed completely. Netizens flooded his Weibo with insults, accusing him of colluding with our country nationals to frame his own compatriots and calling him a traitor. Under immense mental pressure, Feng Xiaojiang finally broke down. Chapter 164, Going to Negotiate. Many celebrities in the entertainment industry now avoid Feng Xiaojiang at all costs, fearing any association with him might lead to being vilified by netizens. His latest film, which he directed and released, was also boycotted by the public due to this incident, causing severe losses for the film production company that invested in it. The CEO announced that they would never collaborate with Feng Xiaojiang again. His Weibo followers were dropping by the hundreds of thousands each day, and the Film Association announced that Feng Xiaojiang would no longer hold any leadership positions. Every day, when he walked on the street and was recognized, people would point at him and call him a traitor. He finally realized he should have listened to his assistant's advice and not meddled with Xingyue Group, but now even his assistant has left him. For a moment, Feng Xiaojiang felt like his entire life had turned dark. He now deeply regretted provoking Xingyue Group. Maeda Kazuo sat in his office that day as his subordinate reported, "Mr. President, Mr. Feng's plan has failed. Should we restart our own plan?" Mitsui Company had already had plans targeting Xingyue Group and Yiming, but they had been delayed due to Feng Xiaojiang's intervention. These Easterners are so difficult to deal with. Since that's the case, let's restart the original plan. Maeda Kazuo said indifferently. Yes. That evening, Maeda Kazuo met with Matsumoto Ryosuke, the founder of Matsuyo Technology, at a secret club. The two chatted amicably, with occasional laughter. Maeda Kazuo held his small wine glass and said, "Mr. Matsumoto, I guarantee that person will make you very satisfied." Matsumoto Ryosuke laughed heartily while holding a beautiful woman in his arms. Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Maeda. In the future, our company will rely heavily on Mitsui Company for our business operations. As long as that matter is handled properly, we can assure you that Mitsui Company will become a strong backing for your Songyang Technology. That day, the Public Relations Department of Xingyue Group received a letter from Songyang Technology in our country, stating that they could continue to provide technical support to Xingyue Technology, but some terms needed to be renegotiated, and these negotiations must be conducted in person by Chairman Chen in our country with the Japanese side. The Public Relations Director immediately took the document to Chen Jiaqing for review. Chen Jiaqing read the contents of the letter, furrowing her brows slightly. "You want me to go personally?" The PR Director nodded. That was indeed their request. "Mr. Chen, do you plan to go or not?" Chen Jiaqing paused for a moment, sighed, and said, "Go ahead. This technology is quite important, and we currently lack the capability to master it on our own. We need their assistance. Can't we send someone else?" Zhao Rongrui interjected, "It's just a technical introduction negotiation. There's no need for Mr. Chen to personally handle it." Generally speaking, the chairman wouldn't personally handle negotiations for a specific technology. Such matters can be handled by department managers representing the company's position. Songyang Technology's action seemed a bit unconventional to her. Chen Jiaqing waved her hand, her tone tinged with a hint of delight. "It's fine. I'll have your boss accompany me." In her heart, she was actually thinking about how Jean Ruerue and Yiming had gone to District O last time, and their relationship had progressed rapidly afterward. This made her feel a bit of pressure, so she decided to bring Yiming along on this trip to her country as well, hoping to spend more time alone with him and make their relationship even closer. At least she couldn't let that girl Jean Ruerue outdo her. Chen Jiaqing sighed inwardly. It was somewhat reminiscent of the power struggles for favor in ancient palace dramas. She shook her head, pushing those thoughts aside, then instructed Zhao Rongrui, "While I'm away, make sure to record any important matters. I'll handle them when I return. The rest can be handled by the deputy director." "Got it." Yiming was overjoyed when he heard that Chen Jiaqing wanted him to accompany her to her country for negotiations. He agreed without hesitation. This time, Chen Jiaqing brought 4 people to her country for the negotiations: Yi Ming, Zhao Rongrui, the deputy general manager of the public relations department, and the deputy general manager of the technical department. In total, there were 5 people in the group. On the plane, Yi Ming, Chen Jiaqing, and Zhao Rongrui naturally sat together, while the other 2 sat separately. Everyone was relaxed, as they all believed the negotiations would go smoothly, since they still had room to negotiate the price. The other party's request to renegotiate was likely due to dissatisfaction with the current price, which was no issue for Xingyue Group. Yi Ming also viewed this trip to her country as a vacation. It was his first time there, and he planned to enjoy himself thoroughly. But he had no idea that what awaited them was actually a conspiracy. Yi Ming's seat was by the window, Chen Jiaqing sat next to him, and Zhao Rongrui was on the outer side. Chen Jiaqing was leaning against Yi Ming's shoulder, her eyes closed in a light doze. Her breathing was even, and the fragrance emanating from her body was intoxicating. Yi Ming looked at the dark circles under her eyes and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. For the sake of Xingyue Group's development, this girl had sacrificed so much. Without her, he wouldn't be able to enjoy such a carefree life. She had given everything to him, and he swore in his heart that he would never betray her. Yi Ming gently kissed her forehead. This kiss made Chen Jiaqing, who hadn't fallen asleep, feel a surge of joy in her heart. Zhao Rongrui watched her boss and Chen Dong showing off their affection, pouting her lips in envy and jealousy, though she looked adorably cute. Yi Ming caught a glimpse of her expression out of the corner of his eye and smiled faintly. Jealous? No, I just ate too much dog food on the way and feel a bit full. Zhao Rongrui chuckled. You little girl, if that's the case, you should find yourself a boyfriend too. Yi Ming laughed. Zhao Rongrui's expression darkened. In truth, she had already fallen deeply in love with Yi Ming. Ever since the day the boss had descended like a god to save her in Shandong, her heart had belonged solely to this man. She had her share of admirers, but compared to the boss she secretly loved, they weren't even in the same league. Therefore, without a doubt, she had rejected all her suitors. Even knowing there was no hope, she still wanted to see Yi Ming every day. But since the boss already had Shandong, her feelings could only be buried deep within her heart forever. Hearing Yi Ming say this, she sighed sadly. Ah, it's so hard. Matters of the heart are hard to explain. Let's just wait for fate. You're pretty picky, aren't you? I heard that the deputy director of the business department, Xiao Yang, has a crush on you. Why didn't you agree to him? Zhao Rongrui pouted her lips, thinking to herself, but I like you. However, she said aloud, that guy is too fickle and unreliable. Then tell me what you like, and I'll set you up with someone. Yi Ming smiled at Zhao Rongrui, as if teasing her. Zhao Rongrui's heart was pounding wildly. She avoided Yi Ming's gaze and finally lowered her head, gathering her courage to say softly, I like someone like you, boss. Chen Jiaqing heard this and immediately jumped off Yi Ming's shoulder, looking at Zhao Rongrui in astonishment. Zhao Rongrui had thought Qindong was asleep, but now she saw him glaring at her with a murderous expression. Her face froze, and she quickly laughed awkwardly. Mr. Chen, don't be angry. I was just joking, just joking. Chen Jiaqing looked at her expressionless face, sighed softly after a moment, and said, you liking him isn't a big deal. This guy has more than just me as his woman. What? Zhao Rongrui was speechless. Her gaze darted back and forth between Chen Jiaqing and Yi Ming, completely confused by the situation. Chapter 165, Something's Wrong. Yi Ming's expression was a bit awkward. He gave a helpless smile, scratched his nose, and didn't bother to explain, letting Zhao Rongrui stare at him with wide eyes. Chen Jiaqing looked at the young assistant's infatuated expression, pursed her lips, and asked, What? Do you have a crush on your boss? Hearing Qindong's seemingly unfriendly tone, Zhao Rongrui jumped in fright, snapped back to her senses, and shook her head vigorously. No. It doesn't matter if you do. Your boss won't mind. Chen Jiaqing said softly. I really don't. Even if you gave me 100 dares, I wouldn't dare. Zhao Rongrui continued to defend herself. Yi Ming noticed that Chen Jiaqing seemed a bit jealous, and he smiled wryly. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, whispering in her ear. At least I only have you as a woman right now. Chen Jiaqing gave a playful hum and nudged Yi Ming with her elbow, saying nothing more. Zhao Rongrui realized she had said the wrong thing and kept her mouth shut. However, her gaze toward Yi Ming secretly changed, and she kept repeating Chen Jiaqing's words in her mind, this guy's not just mine. A feeling she had never experienced before began to sprout in her heart. Her face grew increasingly flushed. After getting off the plane, Chen Jiaqing and Yi Ming headed straight to the headquarters of Songyang Technology. Songyang Technology's headquarters was located in a skyscraper in the heart of Tokyo. Upon arrival, to avoid wasting time, Chen Jiaqing directly informed the person in charge of receiving them that negotiations could begin. The person in charge smiled and said, Mr. Chen, you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest first? Mr. Matsumoto said we should discuss the negotiations after you've had some rest. Chen Jiaqing's face betrayed a hint of displeasure. This Songyang Technology really thought highly of itself, demanding that she come personally for negotiations, yet now they were avoiding her. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to give up this market, she wouldn't even bother with them. Yiming noticed the awkward situation and whispered to Chen Jiaqing, "Our purpose this time is mainly for fun.
This shabby company actually thinks we're demanding something from them. Tell them to give us an hour.
If their company's responsible person doesn't show up, we'll leave and abandon this market."
Chen Jiaqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of unease.
Giving up this market wasn't something she hadn't considered, but it would have far-reaching consequences. Other departments within the group related to this market would be hindered. So she initially thought that if the other party still had any sincerity, they could continue cooperating. However, at this moment, Songyang Technology seemed to think they could exploit Xingyue Group's weakness to highlight their own superior position, which greatly annoyed Chen Jiaqing. Upon hearing Yiming's words, Chen Jiaqing nodded and spoke calmly, "I'll give you 1 hour. If your CEO doesn't come out to negotiate with us, then the cooperation is off. At worst, we'll just give up this market." The host's expression grew serious. He hadn't expected the other party to be so assertive. However, as the technical provider, they naturally held the upper hand. If it weren't for Mr. Matsumoto's prior instructions, he would have taken the opportunity to agree with Chen Jiaqing and cancel the deal outright. However, he was just a receptionist and dared not act on his own. He apologetically said, "All right, please wait here.
I'll call Mr. Matsumoto."
Chen Jiaqing and the others sat in the reception room, chatting casually.
After a while, the receptionist entered with a smile and said, "Gentlemen, Mr. Matsumoto will be here shortly. Please wait a moment."
Chen Jiaqing remained expressionless and nodded, "I'll only wait for 1 hour." Mr. Matsumoto arrived shortly after, saying, "Please wait just a little longer.
We sincerely apologize."
The smile on his face was so genuine, as if he truly felt sorry for making Chen Jiaqing and his group wait.
Chen Jiaqing didn't bother to respond. After about 10 minutes, Matsumoto Ryosuke arrived hurriedly with the meeting participants.
As soon as he entered the conference room and saw Chen Jiaqing, his eyes lit up. He recalled what Maeda Kazuo had told him earlier, and his heart began to race. Yiming also noticed his gaze, which made him furrow his brows, feeling bad.
Matsumoto Ryosuke's eyes were almost glued to Chen Jiaqing.
He walked over with a smile, extended his hand, and said, "I've heard so much about Mr. Chen, the chairman, who is both talented and handsome.
Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation. It's truly opened my eyes."
Chen Jiaqing crossed his arms in front of him, not bothering to acknowledge the outstretched hand, and sat down directly, saying indifferently, "Since you're here, let's get started.
Don't waste time."
Matsumoto Ryosuke saw that Chen Jiaqing had no intention of shaking his hand, his expression stiffened, and a flash of displeasure crossed his eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it, withdrew his hand awkwardly, rubbed it, and sat down at the meeting table, still wearing a smile on his face.
"All right, let's begin the meeting."
Chen Jiaqing looked confident and composed, as if she were on her home turf. This was actually her usual style, and her unwavering authority at Xingyue Group had only made her aura grow stronger over time. She continued, "Our company has always had a good working relationship with your company.
Why did you suddenly decide to terminate our cooperation? Is it because of the price?" Matsumoto Ryosuke chuckled. "Price is indeed one of the reasons. If you feel the price doesn't meet your expectations, we can negotiate. Why terminate the cooperation unilaterally?"
Chen Jiaqing's voice was cold and indifferent. Matsumoto Ryosuke paused, completely caught off guard by Chen Jiaqing's decisive and direct approach. When Tanaka and his colleague showed Matsumoto Ryosuke a photo of Chen Jiaqing and told him that the person in the photo was Chen Jiaqing, he became suspicious. The primary purpose of inviting Chen Jiaqing personally was not for negotiations, so he hadn't prepared any responses to her questions and couldn't answer them on the spot. Recalling Maeda Kazuhiko's words and looking at Chen Jiaqing's stunningly beautiful face, Matsumoto Ryosuke could no longer contain himself. He clapped his hands, and suddenly, many black-clad men burst into the meeting room, each looking fierce and menacing, with expressions that were far from friendly.
Chen Jiaqing realized something was wrong and coldly looked at Matsumoto Ryosuke, asking, "What do you want?" Chapter 166, Bodyguards.
Matsumoto Ryosuke smiled sweetly at Chen Jiaqing's stunning face, his eyes sparkling with intent, his throat constantly swallowing saliva.
"We don't want to do anything. We just want to spend a night of passion with Mr. Chen. I wonder if Mr. Chen is interested."
Chen Jiaqing's face turned icy cold, her beautiful eyes seemed to emit deadly glances as she glared at Matsumoto Ryosuke.
"Is this why you sent me to our country personally?" Matsumoto Ryosuke shrugged.
"Of course, ever since I saw Chairman Chen's photo, I've been imagining this day.
Look, I even dressed up specially today. Don't I look especially handsome? If I could spend the night with Chairman Chen, I'd feel my life was worth it."
His words betrayed his vulgar intentions, causing everyone present to glance at Chen Jiaqing.
Yiming was still standing nearby.
After hearing Matsumoto Ryosuke's words, his previously expressionless face had turned extremely dark. Chen Jiaqing was his woman, and to say such a thing in front of him was something no man could tolerate.
He now looked at Matsumoto Ryosuke as if he were staring at a dying man struggling in his final moments.
"Looking for trouble?" Yi Ming snorted coldly, slamming his hand on the table. The force of his angry strike caused the table to crack. Matsumoto Ryosuke glanced at the silent man beside Shinjiaching, slightly surprised by his actions. However, a fleeting look of interest flashed in his eyes, and he dismissed it with a casual tone. Mr. Chen, your subordinate destroyed property belonging to my company. This table is quite expensive. If you can spend the night with me, I'll let it go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Ming had already stood up, but before he could move, a group of black-clad men in suits surrounded him, completely encircling him. Get out of the way. Yi Ming barked coldly, not even glancing at the black-clad men, but fixating his gaze on Matsumoto Ryosuke, who remained seated at the table. Mr. Chen, your subordinate sure has a temper. Look at that glare, does he think he can hit me? Matsumoto Ryosuke laughed heartily, as if Yi Ming couldn't touch him. The group of black-clad men also laughed. I advise you to sit down and stay still. Otherwise, our fists don't recognize anyone. Bang! Before the words had even finished, Yi Ming had already punched out. The speaker's face was directly punched inward, with blood streaming from his nose, mouth, and face. A scream echoed as his body flew backward. Ha! The other black-clad men saw this and their eyebrows twitched. This guy actually dared to strike first? This was their territory, and with so many of them, it was practically suicide. Seeing their comrade being attacked, the other black-clad men turned to Matsumoto Ryosuke, as if waiting for his orders. Matsumoto Ryosuke never expected this young man to be so brazen, daring to strike first. He immediately waved his hand and snorted coldly, intending to teach him a lesson on how to behave like a proper guest. The black-clad men, upon receiving the order, charged at Yi Ming like unleashed hounds. Yi Ming's expression was grim. His body flickered, and he leaped into the crowd, his fists like meteors, landing one punch after another. The sound of blows echoed continuously. Though the black-clad men appeared sturdy, they were no match for Yi Ming. His punches were so powerful that most of them couldn't get back up after a single blow. As more and more bodyguards fell to the ground, Matsumoto Ryosuke's expression grew increasingly grim. He never imagined that Chen Jiaqing had such a formidable ally by her side. A sense of foreboding crept up on him, but having spent years in the business world, he could force himself to remain calm in any situation. Even now, facing such a dire situation, he managed to stay seated. His eyes flickered, then he clapped his hands and smiled with a hint of amusement. This gentleman is indeed formidable. You managed to take down all my bodyguards. I assume you must be skilled in Eastern martial arts. Would you be interested in becoming my bodyguard? I assure you, the compensation I offer will far exceed what your boss, Mr. Chen, provides. Chen Jiaqing looked at him disdainfully. Bodyguard? Even if you gave him all of Songyang technology, he couldn't afford you. What do you mean? Matsumoto Ryosuke furrowed his brows, confused by the situation. He assumed this young man was Chen Jiaqing's bodyguard, hired at a high salary due to his impressive skills in silence. That's why he tried to recruit him. Chen Jiaqing replied casually, What do you mean? Let me tell you then. He's the boss of Xingyue Group and my boyfriend. Do you think you can afford him? She then shot a mocking glance at Matsumoto Ryosuke. Xingyue Group currently has a market value of over 100 billion, while Songyang Technology, though it has a core technology, is nowhere near Xingyue Group in terms of market value. At best, it's just a fraction of Xingyue Group's market value. And now he actually wants to hire the boss of Star Joy Group as a bodyguard? This is undoubtedly the most ironic thing in the world. Are you the boss of Xingyue Group? Or are you Chen's boyfriend? Matsumoto Ryosuke exclaimed in disbelief. Yi Ming didn't bother to respond, stepping over the bodies of the black-clad men lying on the ground, his expression cold as he walked toward him. At that moment, Yi Ming seemed to be emanating a towering inferno of anger. His intimidating gaze sent a chill down Matsumoto Ryosuke's spine. Don't come any closer. He stammered, pointing at Yi Ming while standing up and backing away constantly. Yi Ming seemed not to hear his words, and the icy aura emanating from him felt like it could freeze the soul. Matsumoto Ryosuke finally sensed a hint of danger. He knew that the words he had just spoken to Chen Jiaqing had deeply offended Yi Ming, who was her boyfriend. He wished he could slap himself several times. If he had known Yi Ming was so skilled, he never would have dared to flirt with Chen Jiaqing so brazenly. He would have sent Yi Ming away first and then done as he pleased with Chen Jiaqing. However, what he didn't know was that Chen Jiaqing herself was a 7th Dan Black Belt master. To instantly render him unable to have children would be as easy as breathing. Seeing that Yi Ming wasn't paying any attention to him and was still walking toward him, Matsumoto Ryosuke turned and ran toward the door. Trying to escape? Yi Ming's body moved simultaneously. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Matsumoto Ryosuke in an instant, a cold smile flickering at the corners of his lips. Matsumoto Ryosuke looked as though he had seen a ghost, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Without a word, Yi Ming reached out and grabbed Matsumoto Ryosuke by the throat. Chapter 167, Decisive and Merciless. The reason Matsumoto Ryosuke had spoken those words earlier was because he had secretly met with Maeda Kazuo last time. At the time, Maeda Kazuo showed him a photo of Chen Jiaqing and told him that this woman was Chen Jiaqing, the chairwoman of Xingyue Group, and that she was inherently promiscuous. Look at how young she is, yet she has already risen to the position of chairman of Xingyue Group. It's clear she must have climbed to her position through underhanded means. If Mr. Matsumoto was interested in her, why not have her come to our country herself? I believe she would not refuse Mr. Matsumoto's advances to secure cooperation with you. Upon hearing this, Matsumoto Ryosuke's eyes lit up. He was a man of insatiable lust, and his wife, the emperor's daughter, Sakagawa Michiko, was already past her prime. Therefore, he frequently sought out other women outside the marriage. Sakagawa Michiko, however, out of consideration for her father's status as the emperor, did not want to confront Matsumoto Ryosuke and instead endured his infidelity in silence. This made Matsumoto Ryosuke increasingly bold, sometimes even openly bringing men into his home. Sakagawa Michiko, having seen this many times, had lost all hope and no longer bothered to intervene. As a result, many friends praised Matsumoto Ryosuke for being so powerful, able to make his wife obey him so obediently. After all, she was the emperor's daughter, yet she didn't cause a scene when she saw her husband bringing other women into their home. He was truly a role model for all men. Many people, eager to climb the social ladder by associating with the emperor, would use Matsumoto Ryosuke as a connection and send women to him. Of course, they didn't do it openly. Instead, they sent the women to seduce Matsumoto Ryosuke, and then let things develop naturally until they ended up in his bed. It looked like Matsumoto Ryosuke had conquered those women with his charm, but in reality, it was all premeditated. But Matsumoto Ryosuke himself is unaware of this, which has made him a bit arrogant, believing that there is no woman he can't get. That's why today's scene unfolded. At that moment, Yiming grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, and pressed him against the wall. The murderous intent in his eyes made Matsumoto Ryosuke's heart tremble uncontrollably. What do you think you're doing? Let me go. I'm the emperor's son-in-law. How dare you treat me this way? I'll make the emperor punish you, punish your company. Matsumoto Ryosuke mustered all his courage, shouting at the top of his lungs while slapping Yiming, trying to break free. But after struggling for a moment, he collapsed, completely drained of strength. Yiming's expression was utterly cold, and his piercing gaze made Matsumoto Ryosuke's heart race wildly. I don't care who you are. Dare to speak disrespectfully to my girlfriend, and you'll face the consequences. What do you want? Even now, Matsumoto Ryosuke still believed that Yiming was merely trying to teach him a lesson. After all, he had only spoken a few harsh words. The other party wouldn't go so far as to take his life. But what he didn't know was that Yiming had already decided to kill him. Chen Jiaqing's status in Yiming's heart was such that he couldn't tolerate even the slightest insulting words or actions, not even from the emperor himself, let alone someone who was merely the emperor's son-in-law. Matsumoto Ryosuke's eyes flashed with malicious intent. He thought to himself that once he left this place, he would teach this man a lesson and make Chen Jiaqing pay the price for her actions. This was his territory. To be humiliated like this on his own turf, if he didn't make him pay, what would become of his honor? What would become of the emperor's honor? Yiming merely looked at him indifferently. What do you want to do? I want you dead. His eyes seemed to emit a sharp beam of light, instantly enveloping Matsumoto Ryosuke. Matsumoto Ryosuke finally felt fear. The other party actually intended to take his life. Do you know who I am? Matsumoto Ryosuke made his final desperate attempt. Even if you're the emperor himself, I'll make you die. Before he could finish, Yiming tightened his grip. Crack! Matsumoto Ryosuke's neck snapped cleanly. Watching Matsumoto Ryosuke's body go limp, Yiming's face showed no emotion. He motioned to Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui, who had come with him, and said, "Let's go. There are security cameras here. Our country police will probably find me soon. You leave, you won't have any trouble. I'll wait here for them." Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui had seen Yiming use such brutal methods to kill before, so they weren't particularly surprised. However, the two vice presidents were pale as ghosts, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. They had never imagined that their boss could be so powerful and ruthless, willing to kill someone on enemy territory without a second thought. The shock of this scene would likely haunt them for the rest of their lives. The meeting room at Songyang Technology was well sealed, so those outside had no idea what was happening inside. However, the surveillance team had already witnessed the scene. Initially, they had seen Matsumoto Ryosuke enter the meeting room with so many people and assumed the Easterners were in for trouble. But the reality turned out completely different from their expectations. When they saw Yiming's decisive and ruthless actions on the surveillance footage, their hands and lips trembled uncontrollably. It was terrifying. A dozen black-clad men were knocked to the ground in an instant, and Matsumoto Ryosuke was killed with ease. It all seemed effortless. They immediately called the police and demanded that a large number of officers be dispatched, armed with guns. When the police received the report, they were puzzled about what had happened. Was it a bank robbery? Why would they need to deploy so many officers and armed personnel?
The caller informed them an Asian man is killing Matsumoto Ryosuke, the CEO of Songyang Technology, in their conference room.
What? The dispatcher finally realized the gravity of the situation and immediately reported it to their superiors. Superiors responded swiftly, dispatching 15 officers armed with guns to the scene. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind the incident, Yiming, was sitting calmly alone in the conference room, waiting for the police to arrive. He had already instructed Chen Jiaqing and other unrelated personnel to leave beforehand. Since there was video evidence proving that Yiming acted alone, the people outside did not cause any trouble for Chen Jiaqing and the others.
Chapter 168, On-Site Execution.
When a large contingent of fully armed security personnel arrived at the building housing Songyang Technology, some unaware individuals were startled, thinking an attack had occurred. Captain Oda Ichiro used a megaphone downstairs to shout for everyone unrelated to leave immediately. They then secured all exits to prevent the suspect from escaping and sent people upstairs to apprehend Yiming. Oda Ichiro was furious that a murder had occurred within his jurisdiction, especially since the suspect was reportedly an Asian. He decided to teach this arrogant Asian a lesson he wouldn't forget. As the security team, armed with riot gear, stormed into the Songyang Technology conference room, Yiming was surrounded by them. Matsumoto Ryosuke's body still lay on the ground, along with several other severely injured black-clad men who had not yet left. Upon seeing this scene, Oda Ichiro's pupils contracted sharply. He knew that Matsumoto Ryosuke was the husband of the emperor's most beloved daughter. He had always given Matsumoto Ryosuke the upper hand in their dealings, yet now he had died in his own company's office.
Moreover, the murderer hadn't left yet, sitting there calmly as if waiting for them to come. "You're finally here."
Yiming looked at the security guards and spoke calmly.
"Did you do this?" Oda Ichiro's face darkened.
As the head of security in this area, he would be held fully responsible for such a murder. He wanted to tear the killer to pieces, but he couldn't let him drag him down with him. Hearing his question, Yiming shrugged his shoulders.
"That's right.
They showed disrespect to my girlfriend, so I gave them a little punishment."
"A little punishment? Is that what you call a little punishment? What did Matsumoto do to your girlfriend that you want to kill him? Do you even know who he is?" Oda Ichiro said coldly.
Yiming shrugged indifferently. "I don't care who he is. He dared to speak disrespectfully to my girlfriend in front of me, so he must face the consequences."
"You bastard. You're an Eastern man committing murder in the Great R Empire, and you have such a noble excuse? As the local security captain, I'm arresting you."
Oda Ichiro waved his hand, and the fully armed security guards surrounded Yiming, with some pulling out handcuffs to restrain him. Yiming looked at Oda Ichiro with a cold expression.
"Do you think I'm sitting here waiting for you to arrest me? Isn't that exactly what you're doing? This is the Great R Empire. Do you think you can escape justice just by leaving here? As long as you haven't crossed the border, we'll dig you out of the ground if we have to."
Oda Ichiro's eyes gleamed with arrogance, as if Yiming had truly run out of options and chosen to wait here to be captured. Yiming, however, sneered sarcastically.
"You're overthinking it.
I'm here to tell you that this was all my doing.
And I also want to tell you that this Matsumoto Ryosuke deserves to die.
He invited my girlfriend, Chen Jiaqing, the chairwoman of Xingyue Group, here under the pretense of business negotiations. Once we arrived, he attempted to harm my girlfriend. Such a scum deserves to die. Even if he deserves to die, it's not your place to kill him. Now, you don't need to say anything else. Just come with us quietly. I know all of this was your doing, and it has nothing to do with the others. I won't hold those who came with you responsible. If you have anything to say, save it for our judge." Oda Ichiro spoke calmly, as if Yiming had no way out and could only submit to the judgment of their great nation empire. Immediately, the security guard holding the handcuffs approached Yiming, preparing to cuff him and take him away. However, just as he was about to restrain Yiming, Yiming swung his hand and shouted, "Get out of here." He then punched the security guard, sending him flying through the air. "You little our country security guards think you can control me," he spat on the ground. Then he looked at Oda Ichiro. "Since you're not causing trouble for the people who came with me, I won't either. Goodbye."
"Humph. You think you can just leave after saying goodbye? Arrest her."
Oda Ichiro's face turned icy. This man dared to resist. "Once we bring him back to the station, I'll make sure he suffers." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of guns drawing echoed, and the security guards all pulled out their guns and aimed them at Yiming. Oda Ichiro sneered coldly. "If you don't want to end up like a honeycomb, come with us willingly. Rest assured, the laws of the Greater Empire are fair, you won't die in vain." Yiming suddenly turned around, moving at an incredible speed to appear beside Oda Ichiro, as if teleporting, grabbing his collar and coldly saying, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Oda Ichiro was stunned by Yiming's speed, his heart racing.
Is this even human speed?
The security personnel couldn't react in time and saw their commander being grabbed by the collar and lifted off the ground. Their faces turned beet red. Under the threat of their guns, the man had instantly grabbed their superior and held him in his hands. He clearly didn't even acknowledge their presence.
However, his speed was indeed astonishing, so fast that their eyes couldn't even keep up. They all aimed their guns at Yiming's vital points. As soon as their commander gave the order, they would open fire and kill him on the spot. However, they were also a bit worried because the captain was in his hands. If they fired, they might accidentally hit the captain. "Let go of our captain," someone shouted. Yiming didn't even acknowledge him. Instead, he stared into Oda Ichiro's eyes and said, "This is your last chance. Surrender and go back. Otherwise, I'll make sure you all stay here." Oda Ichiro was currently being held by the collar by Yiming, his face turning deathly pale. This man dared to threaten him right in front of him. If he surrendered, it would be a disgrace for the police of the R Nation. He clenched his teeth, his pupils filled with bloodshot veins. "Men, arrest this murderer. If he resists, kill him on the spot." "Yes." The security guards surrounded him, attempting to restrain Yiming. Yiming finally lost his patience and violently threw Oda Ichiro out the window. Instantly, everyone present turned pale with shock, their hearts filled with dread. Because they saw that Oda Ichiro had flown out the window, shattering the glass, and plummeted from the 20-plus story building. There was no doubt that Oda Ichiro had no chance of survival. Soon, terrified screams echoed from outside. Those were the final, desperate cries of Oda Ichiro before his death. Everyone present was so shocked that they froze, forgetting everything they were doing. This man had actually thrown their captain out the window. How dare he be so brazen and terrifying? The deputy captain was the first to react. He stared at Yiming with eyes as cold as those of a corpse, barked an order, and ordered the execution of the murderer on the spot. Fire. Chapter 169, Departure. At the deputy captain's command, the other security guards screamed and reacted, immediately pulling the triggers. Bang. The gunfire rang out continuously, with each gun barrel spitting flames, and a hail of bullets weaving into a fiery net that engulfed Yiming. But at that moment, Yiming's figure suddenly became blurry and vanished in an instant. All the bullets missed their mark, some embedding themselves in the walls, others shattering the glass, and some flying out the windows. Disappeared? The security guards in the conference room witnessed this bizarre scene, swallowing hard in disbelief. He had been standing there just moments ago. How could he have vanished so suddenly? It was as if they had just pulled the trigger, and he vanished. The timing was perfect. The deputy captain stared wide-eyed at the empty space in front of him, his heart pounding with fear. This man could vanish into thin air. He was definitely no ordinary person. He quickly snapped out of his shock, rushed to the window, and looked down. No one was there. He was growing increasingly confused. Could a person really vanish into thin air? Just then, a sudden voice echoed from above, "Hey, are you looking for me?" He looked up abruptly and saw Yiming floating in mid-air above his head, wearing a mysterious smile. That smile looked extremely terrifying. Moreover, he was floating there without any support, suspended in mid-air. This scene caused the deputy captain's pupils to dilate instantly, his face turning as pale as paper, as if he had seen a ghost or a demon. He stumbled backward and fell to the ground. A ghost! It's a ghost! He was so terrified that his heart trembled violently, and he screamed out in horror. The other security officers, seeing the deputy captain in such a state, looked at each other in confusion. They rushed over to help him up. "Deputy captain, what's wrong?" someone asked. "There's a ghost. There's a ghost." The deputy captain pointed out the window, his lips turning purple, trembling uncontrollably, and his legs shaking violently. He was completely terrified, almost rolling his eyes back in his head. One of the security guards noticed that the deputy captain was still pointing out the window, so out of curiosity, he walked over to take a look. He didn't see anything unusual. Yiming had already ascended to the top floor of the building, so even if the person looked up, down, left, or right, they couldn't see Yiming's figure. He couldn't understand why the deputy captain had become like this. There was nothing there, yet he was acting like a madman. There was nothing there. He looked at the deputy captain, who was still in shock, and asked. The deputy captain didn't believe him. He rushed to the window and looked up, but there was indeed nothing there. He rubbed his eyes hard, but there was indeed nothing there. Could it really be a ghost? He muttered to himself, calming his nerves. It seemed he should avoid the red light district in the future. He was starting to hallucinate. But where had the murderer gone? Why had he suddenly disappeared? The deputy captain shook his head to clear his thoughts, then took out his phone to report to his superiors, detailing everything that had happened. On the other end of the line was Chief of Public Safety Watanabe Akin. Upon hearing that the murderer had vanished into thin air, his brows furrowed deeply. Unlike the others below him, Watanabe Akin knew some of the world's secrets, such as the existence of psychics in this world, and that our country ninjas were one of them. Are you certain he vanished suddenly? Watanabe Akin asked again. If it was indeed a psychic, then things would become very complicated, and it would mean that ordinary police forces would be unable to solve this case. We have no choice but to seek assistance from the ninja organization and request that they dispatch ninjas to help us solve the case. I'm certain. The deputy captain spoke with absolute confidence. He continued, there are surveillance cameras in this meeting room. I can send you a copy of the footage.
He didn't tell the chief that he had seen the murderer floating in the air outside the window again. He thought it was just a hallucination. Alright, hurry up. Watanabe Okunari hung up the phone and waited for the surveillance video to be sent over. The deputy captain immediately contacted the building's security department, retrieved the surveillance footage from the meeting room, and sent it to Chief Watanabe Okaken. As soon as he received the video, seeing Yiming suddenly vanish in an instant, Watanabe Okaken's heart jolted violently. It was indeed a psychic, and a powerful one at that. He slowed the video down by 20 times and could vaguely see that, at the exact moment the security guards pulled the triggers of their guns, the killer's body, trailing after images, was moving rapidly toward the window. It wasn't that he had vanished into thin air, it was just that he was moving too fast. He began to understand. If the killer could move at such a speed, he wouldn't fall to his death like an ordinary person. Therefore, he concluded that the killer was still alive, though he had no idea what methods they had used to escape. Facing such a killer, he knew he was no match for him. He immediately reported the incident to the Our Country Superhuman organization and sent them the video as well. After reviewing the video, the people on the other end informed Watanabe-kan, "We have confirmed that the killer is indeed a psychic. You can handle this case. We'll take care of it." Watanabe Okakuni sighed in relief. Alright. This meant that the case was no longer his or his subordinates' responsibility. However, a public security captain had been killed, and they needed to provide an explanation to the family. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and began to think of a reason to comfort the captain's family. On the other side, the psychic organization had already begun its operations. Thanks to the surveillance footage, Yiming's appearance was clear as day. In recent years, incidents involving psychics killing people in our country had been rare. After all, psychics were also bound by the rules of the psychic world. If they acted recklessly, they would inevitably face stronger forces to deal with them. The organization's leader pointed coldly at Yiming's photo projected onto the large screen and said, "This man killed Matsumoto Ryosuke and security captain Oda Ichiro. We must bring him back alive or dead." Yes. The executive below nodded in agreement. "To be safe, let's send 5 ninjas to deal with that murderer," the organization's leader ordered uneasily. 5? Isn't that too many? I think 3 would be sufficient. The executive officer was taken aback. Does it really require 5 ninjas to deal with a mere psychic? The organization leader pursed his lips. He had a bad feeling about this. Shaking his head, he said, 5 will do. Alright, I'll handle it. He won't escape our country's borders. The executive officer sneered. Chapter 170, Flight. Chief Executive Officer Senju Ryo was delighted, as it had been a long time since any cases involving psychics had occurred, leaving his department nearly forgotten. Now that a psychic had finally committed a crime, he finally had the chance to prove the value of his department. He quickly selected 5 highly experienced ninjas and set them on their mission. Chen Jiaqing and Zhao Rongrui, along with 2 deputy directors from the Public Relations and Technology departments of Xingyue Group, had already purchased plane tickets and left our country immediately. Since there was video evidence, the deaths of Matsumoto Ryosuke and Watanabe Ichiro had no connection to them, so the Our Country authorities had no reason to detain them. Yiming did not go with them. His information had already been placed on the police's internal list of key surveillance targets, and he could barely move anywhere he needed to use an identity. However, he had never intended to leave in the first place. He remained behind because there were matters he needed to attend to. He is currently standing on the top floor of the building where Songyang Technology is located, contemplating his next steps. If he hadn't followed Chen Jiaqing to our country out of boredom, the events that unfolded in the Songyang Technology conference room today would have had unimaginable consequences. Thinking about that possibility, Yiming was filled with rage. He believed that someone must have instigated Matsumoto Ryosuke to act so boldly. This person must have a conflict with them. And in our country, the only ones with a grudge against them were the people from Mitsui Company, Ltd. Earlier, they had even gone back to China to try to report him to the police and arrest Yiming, but without concrete evidence, they couldn't do anything about him. Yiming pondered for a moment and immediately understood the entire situation. Since they couldn't do anything to Yiming in the country, they could only lure them to our country. There was no doubt that Matsumoto Ryosuke was merely the bait used by Mitsui Company, Limited to lure him to our country. Mitsui Company, Limited. A cold gleam flashed in Yiming's eyes. These people dared to provoke me again? It seems the lesson from last time wasn't enough. Yiming's tone grew unusually icy. If it wasn't deep enough, then this time I'll give them a lesson they won't forget. Yiming took out his phone, searched for the headquarters address of Mitsui Company, and quickly found it. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, the small door on the top floor was violently kicked open. 5 masked men in black slowly approached him, emanating a mysterious aura that seemed extremely dangerous. Ninjas? Yiming looked at the men, whose eyes showed no emotion, and the word immediately came to mind. Who would have thought that our country actually had ninjas? This was truly eye-opening. A faint smile appeared on Yiming's lips, but he didn't seem too surprised. After all, someone like him existed, so having ninjas was normal. He just wondered how skilled they were. At that moment, one of the ninjas suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in ages.
Surrender! You can't escape. Escape? Who said I wanted to escape? Yiming smiled faintly and then asked, by the way, can you fly?
The 5 ninjas exchanged glances.
Fly?
As if doubting that the oddly dressed individuals before them understood their words, Yiming spread his arms like wings and flapped them up and down.
Fly. That's how you fly.
He emitted a stream of energy, dragging his body slowly upward into the air. It looked as though he was truly flying because he had flapped his arms, just like that.
The ninjas witnessed this scene and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
Though they were ninjas, they weren't as skilled as Yiming, who could slowly ascend into the sky without any support. They sensed that this man was no ordinary opponent. If he were to use this technique to escape, they would never be able to catch him. Thinking this, they acted swiftly, swarming toward Yiming before he could rise high enough for them to reach him. They had been training together for years and were highly coordinated. Their movements were as swift as lightning, confident they could subdue Yiming before he could escape. However, Yiming was faster. Seeing the 5 of them charging at him simultaneously, he suddenly accelerated upward, sending the 5 ninjas crashing through the air.
You admire me, but you don't have to be this crazy, do you?
Yiming looked at the other's disheveled state and spoke with a faint smile.
Those people watched as Yiming's figure gradually rose into the air, swallowing hard. Their eyes betrayed a look of envy. This was understandable as fellow psychics, they naturally desired the ability to soar through the skies at will. Yiming paid them no mind, continuing to rise higher and higher until those below could only see a tiny speck in the sky. He then slowly began moving toward the direction of Mitsui Company, Ltd.
The 5 ninjas were now at a loss. 5 of them had gone after him, yet they hadn't managed to catch the culprit. This was unthinkable in the past. However, this psychic was indeed formidable. He could actually fly through the air, so it was understandable that they were helpless. After discussing it, they decided to report the situation to the executive director, Senko Ryo. Upon hearing that the psychic could fly, Senko Ryo couldn't help but furrow his brows, sensing that the situation was becoming complicated. If the opponent could fly, escaping would be incredibly easy, and none of the ninjas could keep up with him.
Which direction did he fly off in?
Senju Ryo hurriedly asked. Did he head west toward the direction of our country?
No, he flew east.
Alright, send one person to keep an eye on him with a telescope. I'll go to the equipment department to get you some flying gear, and send 5 more people to assist you. Since he hasn't left our country, once the 10 ninjas are equipped with the flying gear, we should be able to intercept or even capture that psychic. Xianhu Liang felt a faint excitement in his heart.
If they could capture that psychic, he would definitely study why he could fly.
If he could transfer that ability to his own ninjas, it would undoubtedly be a huge advantage. Soon, the 5 additional ninjas sent to assist them arrived at the top floor of Songyang Technology, accompanied by 10 sets of flight equipment. One of them was holding a telescope, staring at Yiming's figure in the sky.
Hurry, everyone put them on.
Soon, 10 ninjas equipped with flight gear that could shoot flames from their feet swiftly gave chase after Yiming. This type of flight equipment is extremely expensive and not available on the market, reserved exclusively for certain special departments. If such equipment were to become widespread, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Anyone could travel to any part of the earth at will, making it impossible to stop smuggling and illegal immigration. If such technology fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, for now, it can only be used within certain special institutions. Yiming was completely unaware of the situation behind him. He was leisurely drifting toward the headquarters of Mitsui Company, occasionally glancing down at the earth to admire the scenery. Although the people of our country are despicable, it does not detract from the beauty of its landscapes. Just as Yiming was enjoying himself, a sudden voice rang out from behind him. Stop right there. Yiming froze, turned around, and saw 10 ninjas in flying devices chasing after him.
Interesting. Yiming rubbed his chin, a playful smile spreading across his face.
I wonder how long your flying devices can last. Immediately, Yiming accelerated, controlling his speed to keep a safe distance from the ninjas, as if treating the 10 of them as playthings. Flying was his innate ability, and his movements in the air were naturally far more fluid and effortless than those of the ninjas in their flying devices. Those ninjas were being toyed with like monkeys, and they erupted in anger. One by one, they drew their long swords from their waists and spread out in all directions up, down, left, and right, intending to surround Yiming and capture him.
Yiming's lips curled into a faint smile. Did they think that was enough? Chapter 171, Falling Down. The ninjas, wielding their long swords with gleaming blades, stared at Yiming with eyes as cold as ice, as if he were already dead. See where you can escape now. One of them roared angrily, swinging his cold, gleaming sword forward, while the other ninjas slowly closed in, narrowing the circle around him. Yiming's control over his chi threads was now masterful, and his perception had grown even sharper. Seeing that the ninjas were about to surround and eliminate him, his powerful perception instantly spread out.
Even though he couldn't see the exact situation in every direction, every move the ninjas made was under his control, and he had already anticipated all possible action routes. A cold smile flashed in his eyes as he charged toward the ninja leading the charge. The ninja's eyes flashed. Seeing that Yiming dared to fly toward him, he immediately raised his long sword, ready to strike, waiting for Yiming to come within range before swinging down to finish him off. However, just as Yiming entered the range of the ninja's sword attack, he suddenly sidestepped, his feet propelled by what seemed like flames, accelerating at an incredible speed. He circled around the ninja, using him as the center, and instantly appeared behind him. Yiming's speed was too fast, completely catching everyone off guard. Earlier, they had seen Yiming floating slowly in the sky and assumed his speed wasn't that impressive. But now, witnessing Yiming erupt with a speed akin to teleportation, instantly breaking free from their encirclement, their expressions turned grim.
Yiming didn't stop after reaching the ninja's back.
He charged forward again and delivered a powerful kick to the ninja's back. The ninja couldn't react in time and took the blow head-on, losing control of his body and flying toward his companion on the opposite side. His companion, who was still holding his sword, never expected his comrade to suddenly fly toward him. He quickly retracted his sword just in time to avoid the flying ninja, but the two collided violently with each other. Once he started, Yiming didn't stop. He swiftly flew behind the other ninjas and, before they could react, kicked each of them toward the center. In just a moment, all 10 ninjas collided with each other, piling up in every direction like sandbags. Watching their disheveled state, Yiming stood aside with a faint smile on his lips. You few are still lacking, your speed isn't fast enough. The few who struggled for a moment finally separated, glaring at Yiming with eyes that seemed to want to devour him. Who were they? They were ninjas. They had undergone inhuman training for years, each possessing extraordinary abilities. They had fought against various psychics before, but they had never been so humiliated as they were today. Eastern man, you've successfully angered us, one of them snarled. He clenched his long sword tightly, and then his figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Yiming furrowed his brows, surprised that the ninja could even use invisibility. However, he quickly relaxed his brows. You've got some skills. That chameleon technique is truly masterful. But under my perception, you have nowhere to hide. Those ninjas must have used some secret technique. Just as the rumors said, they could disappear, but in reality, they were using a method similar to a chameleon, blending their bodies seamlessly with the surrounding scenery. This level of color blending is truly indistinguishable from reality. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance. For instance, at this very moment, though the ninja was still in the same spot, from Yiming's perspective, his entire body was completely transparent. However, under Yiming's perception, none of this could hide. Every movement of those seemingly invisible ninjas was still under his complete control at all times. He watched the ninja move cautiously, a cold smile crossing his lips. He suddenly flew toward him and kicked out with his foot. Bang! The ninja revealed his true form, staring in horror at Yiming, unable to believe that he could see where he was. How did you discover me? His voice trembled slightly. It's just a slightly advanced shape-shifting technique. Such a trivial trick, and you dare to show off in front of me. Yiming sneered disdainfully. The other ninjas witnessed this scene, their hearts tightening. Yiming had actually discovered this secret. Moreover, he could completely track the movements of a hidden ninja. Combined with his martial arts skills, it seemed like taking him down would be quite a challenge. They gripped their swords tighter, steeled their resolve, and someone shouted, "Charge!" Instantly, all the ninjas surged forward, their eyes gleaming with cold intent, and the gleaming blades flashed toward him. Yiming's expression remained unchanged. He focused his mind, and threads of energy wrapped around the ninjas, binding their necks. Before the ninjas could get close to Yiming, they felt as though their necks were being strangled by ropes, but when they touched their necks, there was nothing there. Yiming's expression grew icy as his mind raced, and the energy threads tightening around the ninjas' necks grew even tighter, nearly cutting off their breath. The ninjas could no longer focus on attacking Yiming. They frantically tried to scratch their necks with their hands, but their efforts were completely in vain. The invisible, colorless threads were completely under Yiming's mental control. Those who had just tried to take his life would now face his mercy. He had no intention of letting up. The ninjas' faces turned bright red, their swords slipped from their hands and flew downward, their hands frantically scraping at their necks as if trying to cut through the restraints binding them. But their efforts were in vain. Moments later, they grew exhausted, their consciousness beginning to fade due to oxygen deprivation. Their flight devices lost control, and one by one, they plummeted downward at high speed. Moments later, in the parking lot below. The parking lot attendant was still in his office watching a video when suddenly a loud crash echoed outside, as if something had hit a car. His heart skipped a beat. He looked out the window and nearly popped his eyes out of his head. What happened next was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Several bodies dressed in strange attire plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the roofs of the cars in the parking lot. There was no doubt that these bodies were the ninjas who had been attacking Yiming. The security guard ran out to take a look. Seeing the lifeless bodies, his heart nearly leaped out of his throat. Chapter 172, The Old Man's Plot. People were falling from the sky. This scene was too bizarre, terrifying the administrator so much that his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. At that moment, he didn't even bother to check on the damaged cars. He rushed back to call the police. Upon receiving the report, the police realized the severity of the situation and immediately instructed him to seal off the parking lot, preventing anyone or any vehicles from entering. They reported the incident up the chain of command, eventually reaching Watanabe Okunari. Just as he had begun to relax, hearing about the incident sent his nerves on edge once more. Could this be related to that Eastern man? He rushed to the scene and saw the ninjas still lying on the car roofs. His face turned pale, and a chill ran down his spine. The others did not know the identities of the deceased, as their ranks were not high enough to know such information. However, as the chief of public safety, Watanabe Akin was well aware that all the deceased were ninjas belonging to the R-Nation superhuman organization. And the only recent incident requiring the deployment of ninjas was the capture of that Eastern psychic who had been killing people without mercy at Songyang Technology. However, something had gone wrong. They never expected the Eastern psychic to be so powerful. Not only had he not been subdued, but he had actually killed 10 of the ninjas sent to capture him. He immediately reported the situation to the leader of the psychic organization. However, the psychic organization had already been informed of the deaths of the 10 ninjas. The organization's leader merely instructed him to seal off the entire area and prevent any information from leaking out. Watanabe Akin nodded in agreement. He didn't ask what to do next, as this was no longer within his control. At the same time, Yi Ming had arrived at the headquarters of Mitsui Company, Limited. Following the signs, he made his way directly to the office of President Maeda Kazuo and was about to enter. Maeda Kazuo's secretary saw a stranger trying to force his way into the president's office and immediately stepped forward to block him. "Who are you? What do you want?" Yi Ming looked at him calmly. "I'm here to see your president. Do you have an appointment?" The secretary eyed the unfamiliar young man suspiciously, suspecting he might be the president's illegitimate son. "No. Then I'm afraid you'll have to make an appointment first." The secretary spoke calmly, following procedure. Even if he were the president's illegitimate son, the president wouldn't blame her. "I'm sorry, I don't have time." Yi Ming pushed the secretary aside and walked in. Maeda Kazuo was busy handling documents when someone entered. He instinctively looked up and saw Yi Ming's face, his expression freezing and his eyes darting nervously. The secretary followed behind, looking anxious, repeatedly apologizing to Maeda Kazuo for not stopping the man. Maeda Wataru put down his pen and documents, stood up, and coldly asked, "It's you? Aren't you supposed to be negotiating with Matsumoto Ryosuke, the CEO of Songyang Technology?" Yi Ming snorted coldly. "Matsumoto Ryosuke is already dead." Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Maeda Kazuo narrowed his eyes, not particularly surprised. His original plan had been to provoke Matsumoto Ryosuke into angering Yi Ming, then have Yi Ming kill him in a fit of rage. It seemed the plan had gone smoothly, though he hadn't anticipated Yi Ming arriving here so quickly. "You killed Matsumoto Ryosuke? Aren't the authorities looking for you?" Maeda Kazuo said, giving his secretary a subtle nod. The secretary, noticing the imperceptible gesture, immediately understood and stepped out of the office to call the police. This action didn't escape Yi Ming's notice either. He smiled faintly and said, "They did, but their captain was killed by me." "What? You actually killed the police captain?" Maeda Kazuo's heart trembled with fear. This man had killed Matsumoto Ryosuke, then killed the police captain, and now he had found his way here. There was no doubt he knew about his behind-the-scenes actions. Given his temperament, he might pose a threat to his own life. His scalp began to sweat, and he hoped the secretary would hurry and call the police to get security there quickly. "I didn't just kill the security captain, I killed 10 ninjas from your country." As the words fell, Maeda Kazuo's heart tightened. He looked at Yi Ming with a changed expression. What had been a strong and composed gaze was now filled with deep fear. This man was too terrifying. "What are you doing here?" Maeda Kazuo's voice trembled, his palms drenched in sweat. He kept glancing outside, hoping the police would arrive soon. This man before him, who seemed like a demon, had already killed so many people. What difference would it make to kill one more? Yi Ming seemed to have read his mind, flashing a faint smile. "What am I here for?" "Of course, to kill you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a terrifying aura erupted from his entire body, crushing Maeda Kazuhiko completely. "Mr. Yi, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? If I'm not mistaken, this is our first meeting. On our first meeting, you already knew I was supposed to be at the meeting at Songyang Technology and even knew my surname. Do you really think there's a misunderstanding between us?" Yi Ming said coldly. "Matsumoto Ryosuke insisted on having Chen Jiaqing come to our country to meet him. It must be this old man's scheme. Fortunately, he came along, otherwise, Chen Jiaqing and the others wouldn't know what the consequences would be. It might even have left him with lifelong regrets." Yi Ming stood there with his arms crossed, making no movement, but his intent alone controlled the energy threads as they twisted and strangled their target. He held nothing back.
Maeda Kazuo, in his 60s or 70s, couldn't withstand the ordeal.
After struggling for a moment, he died. When the secretary returned to the president's office after reporting the incident, he saw the president lying motionless on the ground, while the stranger had vanished.
Disappeared?
The secretary felt a chill run down her spine.
She had been watching the office door while reporting the incident outside and hadn't seen anyone come out. Yet now, upon entering the office, the man had vanished. Had he jumped out the window? The secretary went to the window, leaned out, and looked down, but didn't see the man. If she had looked up at that moment, she would have seen Yiming slowly floating upward. However, under normal circumstances, no one would do such a thing. Who could possibly fly into the sky? When Watanabe Okikazu saw Maeda Kazuo's body and heard the secretary's account, he immediately concluded that the murderer was the psychic from the east. His eyes were bloodshot, and he slammed his fist on the desk, shouting furiously, "Damn it, this Eastern man! I will tear him to pieces." Chapter 173, Death. Watanabe Okunari decided to personally oversee the case. With his authority, he could mobilize hundreds of police officers. He immediately called his men to gather all the security personnel and await his orders. He already had a plan. Since a few people couldn't handle the killer, not even the ninjas could defeat him, he would order all the security forces to mobilize and target him alone. Once the killer was spotted, all security forces would rush to the scene and open fire. He didn't believe Yiming could escape his hail of bullets. He also wasn't concerned about pressure from the eastern side, as Yiming had killed someone in our country and left evidence behind the eastern agencies couldn't protect him. However, their immediate priority was to mobilize all forces to prevent Yiming from leaving our country. If he escaped, all their plans would be ruined. He knew Yiming was a psychic with the ability to fly, so he immediately contacted the satellite department to pinpoint his location. Soon, Yiming's location was confirmed. After killing Maeda and his men, Yiming prepared to fly directly across the sea to return to the east. With his current abilities, crossing the sea was not particularly difficult, and he was already nearing the border of our country. Watanabe Okaken immediately contacted the Air Force, ordering them to intercept Yiming at all costs. Yiming was in a relatively good mood at the moment. After killing the mastermind behind the plot, Maeda Kazuo, there was nothing left for him in our country. Just then, the roar of engines echoed across half the sky. Yiming heard the sound and turned abruptly, only to see several fighter jets charging toward him. The fighter pilots, upon seeing Yiming enter their attack range, immediately opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained down on him like a storm. Yiming's expression darkened. It seemed that these country people were serious about keeping him there. They had even brought out fighter jets. He didn't have the strength to withstand the fighter jets head-on, so he immediately accelerated, changed direction, and dodged the bullets. However, the fighter jets gave Yiming no chance to catch his breath, as bullets continued to rain down on him. At that moment, Yiming looked rather disheveled, as if he were being chased and attacked from behind. This wasn't going to work. He had to shake off these ordinary fighter jets. He suddenly dove downward in a spiral toward an area below a residential district. This made the fighter jet pilots hesitate, afraid to continue firing, as their bullets might accidentally hit the residents in the area. However, their ammunition was nearly depleted. Seeing Yiming land on the ground, they ceased pursuit and immediately returned to their base. After landing, Yiming turned to look at the returning fighter jets and furrowed his brows. It seems there's still some trouble ahead. He knew that if he tried to fly again, they would send out fighter jets once more. Meanwhile, the emperor, who had long since withdrawn from public life, learned of the sudden death of his son-in-law, Matsumoto Ryosuke. Moreover, the murderer seemed to be an Eastern psychic, which enraged him greatly. Watching his beloved daughter weep before him, the emperor's eyes blazed with a murderous flame. He comforted her, "Miko, I will pursue this matter to the end. No matter where the murderer flees, I will make him pay for your husband's life." Although Sakagawa Miyako no longer felt any affection for Matsumoto Ryosuke, he was still her husband, and his death left her deeply saddened. She came to her father to vent her grief. Hearing her father's promise, she felt slightly reassured, nodded, and thanked him before leaving. The emperor summoned his trusted confidant, Kamaida Ida. "Your Majesty, what is it you need?" Kamaida Ida stood respectfully below, though his hair and beard were white. He looked vigorous and his eyes shone with determination. Kamaida Ida had been by the emperor's side since he ascended the throne. Over the decades, he had saved the emperor's life countless times and secretly helped him eliminate many enemies. He was the emperor's most trusted confidant, and the emperor trusted him implicitly. In the emperor's eyes, there was nothing Kamaida Ida couldn't accomplish. However, as the years passed, Kamaida Ida grew old, and the emperor could no longer rely on him for everything. Had it not been for the death of his son-in-law, he would never have called upon Kamaida Ida to come out of retirement. "There is a psychic from the east who killed my son-in-law, then killed the head of security, and even ninjas were sent, yet they still couldn't subdue him. I hope you can step in and capture this eastern psychic. It is said that he possesses the ability to fly." Kame Ida narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Flying? The emperor spoke solemnly, "That's correct. Our country's psychic organization sent 15 ninjas, and not a single one returned alive." The anger in his heart was already boiling over. An Eastern person dared to act so brazenly on our country's soil, and no one could subdue him. If he were allowed to leave unharmed, it would be a direct insult to the emperor. Fortunately, the Air Force reported good news: Yi Ming couldn't leave our country by flying. "Understood, Your Majesty. Whether dead or alive, I will bring that murderer back to you." With that, he turned and left. Compared to ninjas, Kame Ida was an even more terrifying existence. In strict terms, he was also a psychic, and a top-tier one at that. Over the years he had served the emperor, he had engaged in fierce battles with many psychics and had rarely been defeated. Yi Ming's current situation is rather delicate. He is facing several opposing factions. First is the Security and Air Force Department led by Watanabe Akin. Second is the Psychic Organization, which lost 15 ninjas at Yi Ming's hands and cannot tolerate his existence. The third is the Emperor's Inner Circle led by Kameda Ida. All three of these factions are domestic powers within our country. Regardless of their respective positions, they all desperately want to eliminate Yi Ming immediately. With the support of the Satellite Department, they quickly located Yi Ming's whereabouts. Watanabe Okunari immediately led all his security forces toward that location. Watanabe Akin was well aware of Yi Ming's capabilities and did not order his men to make a public spectacle of themselves. Instead, he attempted to slowly encircle Yi Ming, intending to surround him and then capture him like a turtle in a jar. Soon, they located Yi Ming. When Yi Ming realized he was surrounded, he furrowed his brows. "You really won't let me go, will you? But you do think highly of me, sending so many fully armed security forces to deal with me." Watanabe Akin, watching Yi Ming, let out a sinister smile. "Where do you think you're going now?" He held a megaphone and shouted at Yi Ming, "Surrender immediately with your hands on your head, or we'll shoot you dead." Yi Ming ignored him completely, using his mind to control a stream of energy toward Watanabe Akin. Before Watanabe could finish his sentence, he felt his breathing grow difficult, and something was tightening around his neck. He tried to order his men to fire, but he couldn't make a sound. The subordinates watching Watanabe Koken's state were completely baffled. What had happened to the director? Moments later, Watanabe Okikazu was dead. He never imagined that he had come with such a large force to arrest Yi Ming, only to meet his end upon their first encounter. Yi Ming looked at his confused subordinates and smiled faintly. "Your chief is dead." Chapter 174, Sweeping the Field. Dead? Watanabe Koken's men looked at each other in disbelief. Someone immediately came forward to check his breath. Upon doing so, the person's face turned pale. He was truly dead. The man suddenly looked up, staring intently at Yi Ming. "Did you do this?" He was utterly terrified. Yi Ming was currently surrounded by them and hadn't even touched the man, yet he knew the chief was dead. If Yi Ming really did it, that was utterly terrifying. He could kill someone from a distance. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart racing. Yi Ming, however, shrugged indifferently. "Which eye did you see me do it with? Or do you our country security forces like to frame people?" Of course, he wouldn't admit it. In plain sight, he was just standing within the security cordon, making no moves. No one could possibly blame Watanabe Okikazu's death on him. "Then how do you know our chief is dead?" the man asked, unwilling to give up. After all, Yi Ming was standing far away. How could he be so certain the chief was dead just by seeing him fall? "Doesn't he look like a dead man?" "You're blind, but I'm not." Yi Ming pointed at Watanabe Koken's body on the ground, his face expressionless, and then berated the security officers once more. "You pointed at Yi Ming, your eyes blazing with anger, but you couldn't refute it." Watanabe Okunari suddenly died, and without his command, the security guards surrounding Yi Ming were momentarily at a loss. It was the same security officer who had questioned Yi Ming who acted decisively. He shouted immediately, "Call an ambulance." Yi Ming gave a cold laugh. "It's too late. He's already dead. Calling an ambulance is pointless. I suggest you all go back and prepare a grand memorial service for your heroic chief. Whom, the chief specifically ordered you to stay. Even if he met with an accident, don't think you can escape." He waved his hand, and the gunfire erupted. Yi Ming's expression changed, and his figure vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared beside the man who had spoken, and before the man could react, he grabbed his neck with one hand, and with a crack, the man couldn't even scream before he died. Yi Ming didn't stop. After the man had stopped breathing, Yi Ming used him as a shield in front of himself, blocking all the bullets that were fired at him. Seeing their colleague riddled with bullets, the security guards who had fired the shots felt a chill run down their spines. They never expected that person's combat skills to be so agile and terrifying. They stopped firing, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. Having lost two commanders in quick succession, no one dared to step forward. They feared becoming the next target. Yi Ming held the already dead security guard in front of him and carefully backed away. Though he could dodge a bullet or two, facing a hail of bullets, he couldn't handle it all, so he dared not take any risks.
After a moment of silence, someone finally shouted from the crowd of security guards, "Shoot! Kill him!" He felt that if Yiming were allowed to escape, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the security forces as incompetent. With hundreds of people, they couldn't even stop a single murderer from escaping. Not only did he get away, but they also lost the security chief and a commander. This was an absolute disgrace for the police force. Upon hearing the order, the security personnel who had been holding back suddenly felt released. The taut string snapped, and they unleashed a barrage of gunfire toward Yiming. Yiming felt the bullets whizzing past his ears, changing direction in an instant, and darted into the alleys of the residential area. He had already decided to scatter the public security officers and take them out one by one. Watanabe Akin was truly daring to mobilize so many people to deal with him. If they all failed to return, it would undoubtedly cause a stir in the entire our country security community. After all, there were hundreds of security personnel here, yet they couldn't even handle a single person. However, the higher-ups clearly didn't see it that way. They knew about the existence of psychics, and even with more ordinary security forces, they couldn't do anything to him. With Watanabe Okaken dead, communication with higher-ups was severed. Even if the satellite department knew Yiming's location, they couldn't relay the information to the security forces surrounding him. Sure enough, once inside the alley, the numerical advantage of the security forces was neutralized. Yiming, hiding in the shadows, didn't need to confront them directly. He simply released his energy threads from the shadows, choking them one by one until they lost consciousness. After they died, Yiming would emerge to dispose of their bodies to avoid detection by other security forces. In less than an hour, half of the security forces who had been scattered to surround Yiming were killed by him, and they didn't even see his shadow. As time passed, the remaining security forces finally noticed something was wrong. Why were their numbers dwindling? It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Their hearts grew cold. They never imagined they would be toyed with by a mere Eastern man, and that their own security personnel were being continuously eliminated. They all felt as though their faces had been slapped hard, a slap from Yiming himself. The number of people surrounding Yiming continued to decrease. Some began to gather together, fearing they might lose contact with the main force. However, they still couldn't imagine that today was their doomsday. Even if several people gathered together, they couldn't stop Yiming's killing net from enveloping them. As long as the group was 10 or fewer people, Yiming could still use his mind to control the air threads, causing those people to be bound without even realizing it. After some time, the security forces participating in the ambush of Yiming finally disappeared. After disposing of the last body, Yiming let out a sigh of relief, clapped his hands, and thought to himself, finally done. These people were truly persistent. As Yiming walked out leisurely, a figure blocked his path. The man was dressed like a typical our country warrior. "Who are you?" Yiming sensed that the person before him was no ordinary individual. "I'm here to take your life." The man's voice was hoarse, as if it had been honed by the passage of time, cold and sharp. As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged toward Yiming. Chapter 175, Pursuit. This man was none other than Kame Ida. He was dressed in a black samurai outfit, holding our country sword in both hands. The hilt was long and slender, gleaming with a cold light that made anyone who saw it shiver. His gaze was sharp and expressionless as he charged toward Yiming. Yiming released his senses and suddenly realized that his perception was lagging, something that had never happened before. His speed was astonishingly fast. Yiming's heart sank. He had clearly encountered a seasoned veteran. By the time he had gauged the black-clad man's movements, a blinding flash of blades suddenly appeared before him. Yiming instinctively dodged to the side, feeling a bone-chilling cold wind sweep past his face. How fast? If that blade had struck him, Yiming would have been dead for sure. It seemed the opponent was going for the kill. Kame Ida's strike missed its mark, but his expression remained unchanged. He knew that someone capable of taking down 15 ninjas with superhuman abilities wouldn't be so easy to defeat. He forced his body to twist, gripped the sword with one hand, and flicked his arm, sending the long sword slicing through the air in an eerie arc, continuing its descent toward Yiming. Yiming had no time to think, only able to twist his body in response, but he was still a split second too slow. His clothes were slashed by the blade, leaving a gash. Fortunately, it didn't break the skin. Kame Ida saw that Yiming was constantly dodging, but his emotions remained unruffled. He didn't believe he could quickly defeat Yiming, but he also didn't intend to give him a moment's respite, continuing to strike fiercely toward him. Yiming dodged repeatedly, his anger rising. Damn it, this won't work. He could only keep dodging, completely on the defensive. If he lost focus for even a moment, the other might seize the opportunity and strike him down with a single blow. He had intended to release his chi threads, but his mind was too focused on the opponent's relentless attacks to muster the energy. He wanted to use his chi threads to kill the opponent during their attack, but he couldn't do it yet. Forget it, let's keep some distance for now. As long as I get a moment to catch my breath, I'll be able to control my chi threads. Let you jump around for a while. This was the first time Yiming, after inheriting Shang Tang's teachings, had faced such a challenging situation. In the past, he could effortlessly kill anyone he faced, but this opponent was truly no ordinary foe. He finally realized that there were far more powerful individuals in this world than himself. It seemed he would have to be more cautious in the future. Yiming thought this through and began to retreat, preparing to use all his strength to create some distance between himself and his opponent.
Kame-ida seemed to know Yiming's intentions and didn't give him a chance.
The two of them were now one in front and one behind, one chasing and one dodging. Yiming looked somewhat disheveled. This was the first time he had been chased like this by someone, and if he slowed down even slightly, he might end up dead. He dared not let his guard down, running with all his might while keeping an eye out for the sword behind him. Fortunately, they were in a residential area, and Yiming could constantly use the terrain and debris to cover himself. Every time Kame-ida was about to catch up, he managed to dodge or use the debris to counterattack. The scene looked somewhat comical, not like a battle between superpowered individuals, but more like a police chase.
Though this law enforcement was a bit unconventional.
Finally, Kame-ida, being older, began to feel his strength waning after forcing himself to maintain his maximum speed for an extended period. He grew increasingly anxious, unable to fathom how this young man could focus solely on escaping while maintaining such incredible speed. He felt frustrated, watching Yiming's back grow increasingly distant. He knew this wasn't going to work, so he stopped abruptly and shouted, "Stop!" The sound was thunderous, like a lion's roar, causing those nearby to feel their eardrums vibrate. Yiming didn't hear him at all and continued to sprint away. Only when he felt that the other party wasn't chasing him anymore did he stop. He was exhausted, panting heavily, but remained vigilant, wary that the other might suddenly charge again. Kame-ida saw Yiming stop and a cruel smile flashed across his lips.
He continued running.
Yiming ignored him, using the time to recover his strength. As soon as he calmed down a bit, he would release his chi threads. Moments later, Kame-ida slowly approached Yiming with his knife raised. Yiming had already regained some of his strength. As he watched the other man approach, a cold smile crossed his lips. With a loud boom, his body erupted with chi threads, wrapping around Kame-ida. Kame-ida saw Yiming's calm and composed expression, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He couldn't help but grow vigilant, slowing his steps at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the energy threads enveloped Kame-ida. Though not an ordinary person, he immediately sensed something was amiss. He felt as though he was being wrapped by something, and his neck was also being wrapped by something. He instinctively touched his neck, but there was nothing there. Yet the sensation of being wrapped grew tighter and tighter. He was terrified and stopped in his tracks, turning around and running away. Kame-ida, a seasoned swordsman from our country, sensed danger and immediately moved away from Yiming. If it had been anyone else, they would have frozen in place and been strangled to death by Yiming's energy threads. But Kame-ida immediately took off running, finally gaining enough distance for Yiming's control over the energy threads to weaken. Kame-ida felt the restraining sensation gradually fade away. Damn it, this Eastern psychic is no ordinary opponent. I can't confront him head-on. Kame-ida's heart raced with unease. However, he recalled that when he had been chasing Yiming earlier, Yiming had not released those terrifying energy threads. Therefore, he concluded that to subdue Yiming, he must not give him a moment to breathe. Once Yiming had time to catch his breath, he would be able to unleash that terrifying ability. It seems we'll have to resort to a human wave tactic. Kame-ida's eyes flashed, as if he had come up with a plan. Having devised a plan, Kame-ida decided not to act rashly. He planned to track Yiming from a distance while informing the emperor to dispatch more ninjas. The psychic organization swore allegiance to the emperor. Upon receiving his orders, they immediately prepared to dispatch all their ninjas to eliminate Yiming. Yiming was strolling casually down the street, unconcerned about Kame-ida coming after him. As soon as the enemy approached, he would release his energy threads. However, seeing that Kame-ida was still following him from a distance, Yiming knew that the other party hadn't given up, but seemed to be waiting for reinforcements. Yiming's heart stirred. If several people like the black-clad swordsman in front of him arrived, he would indeed find it quite challenging to handle them. With that thought, he stopped walking and instead charged toward Kame-ida. Chapter 176, Reinforcements. Kame-ida's eyes flashed, and his expression grew grim. He knew Yiming's intentions and immediately retreated, attempting to create a safe distance between himself and Yiming. However, Yiming's speed far surpassed Kame-ida's by more than one level. At that moment, he calmed his mind, channeling his chi threads to gather beneath his feet, gradually lifting himself into the air. With no danger looming, his control over the energy threads became effortless. Yiming then split off a portion of the threads and sent them hurtling toward Kame-ida, aiming to subdue him first. Kame-ida turned around and saw Yiming soaring toward him, his eyes widening in shock, and a chill ran down his spine. He can actually fly. Recalling the suffocating sensation he had just experienced, he was filled with dread. This Eastern superhuman actually possessed two superpowers. However, Kame-ida did not know that this was merely two different applications of the chi threads. He did not possess two separate superpowers at this moment. At this moment, sensing the danger closing in, Kame-ida sprinted for his life with all his might. However, his advanced age, combined with the physical strain from chasing Yiming earlier, caused his bodily functions to deteriorate. Additionally, he had never faced such a dire situation before, causing his speed to slow down significantly. Soon, Yiming closed in on Kame Ida. The chi threads transformed into an invisible, transparent tripwire, stretching across his path. Kame Ida couldn't detect the barrier at all and was immediately tripped, falling flat on his face with his knife flying out of his hands. He turned around, supporting himself with both hands on the ground, and saw Yiming standing in mid-air, his expression cold and indifferent, gazing down at him like a deity. A chill ran down his spine. "You can fly." Kamaida Ida's face turned deathly pale. Yiming ignored his words and coldly said, "Keep running. You were chasing me so fiercely just now, and you didn't even give me a chance to catch my breath." Kame Ida, true to his reputation as a cunning old fox, quickly suppressed the shock in his heart upon hearing Yiming's words. He shifted his eyes and asked in a deliberately confused tone, "Just now? It was all a misunderstanding. I mistook you for someone else." Yiming couldn't help but laugh. This old Japanese bastard was truly shameless. At this moment, he actually dared to say such nonsense? Mistaken identity? Do you think I'm a fool? He looked at Kame Ida and said calmly, "You've been chasing me with a knife for so long, and now you're telling me you mistook me for someone else? Do you really think I'll believe you? What do you want then?" Kawada Ida's eyes darted around, thinking of how to stall for time. As long as he could delay until his ninja reinforcements arrived, he could make this kid disappear from this world. "What do I want?" Yiming gave a cold smile. "I want you dead." As he spoke, he took a step toward Kamaida Ida, his aura suffocating. Kamaida Ida's eyes widened in anger and he shouted, "You dare to treat an elder of the our nation like this on our soil? You'll be punished by our emperor." "Emperor?" Yiming's eyes flashed. This guy was trying to scare him with the emperor? What could the emperor do? In his eyes, the emperor was nothing more than a pile of dung. As he spoke, his aura erupted, and with a thunderous boom, a torrent of energy surged toward Kamaida Ida, instantly trapping him. Kamaida Ida never expected Yiming to completely ignore his words. Moreover, the feeling of being restrained was even stronger than before. He struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. A sense of panic spread through his mind. Though he was already old, Kamaida Ida had lived a comfortable life under the emperor's protection, relying on his past achievements. He couldn't bear to leave this world and feared death deeply. When he realized he could no longer escape Yiming's control, his face turned red, and he screamed wildly, "Let me go!" Yiming remained unmoved, tightening the energy threads around Kame Ida's neck with a sudden jerk. Put! Kamaida Yongtai's head, still wide-eyed, separated from his body. He never imagined that from the moment he accepted the emperor's orders, he had already set foot on a path with no return. At the same time, under the emperor's orders, all the ninjas under the superhuman organization rushed to support Kamaida Ida. There were over 1,000 of them. They were equipped with flight gear and flew toward their destination in a massive formation. During this time, many of the ninjas looked down on Kamaida Ida. Kamaida Ida had once been so renowned, yet now he needed so many people to support him. It seemed he had truly grown old and useless, merely facing a single Eastern psychic. That old man hasn't left his mountain in over a decade. He's probably been drained by wine and women. To save his own life, he had the emperor send all of us to support him, and it's just to deal with one person. This is a disgrace to the psychic warriors of the great our nation. The emperor is being too kind to him. Just then, the leader at the front suddenly stopped in his tracks, and immediately, everyone behind him came to a halt. The leader's face turned ashen, looking extremely grim. He looked at the device in his hand, which could track Kame Ida's location and detect the target's vital signs. At that moment, the screen displayed the detection target, deceased. "What's going on?" Someone behind him asked in confusion. "Kamaida is dead," the leader exclaimed. "Dead?" The others looked at each other in disbelief. These people had come in large numbers to support Kamaida Ida, yet he had died before reinforcements arrived. They didn't feel sad about Kamaida Ida's death, after all, they had no connection with him. They even thought, this old man is better off dead. At his age, he's lived long enough and enjoyed enough. His life was worth it. Should we still go to support him? Someone asked hesitantly, since the person they were supposed to support was already dead, and going there now would be pointless. "I'll ask the emperor." The leader activated the communication device and reported the situation to the emperor. Upon hearing the news, the emperor was struck speechless, collapsing into his seat. He never expected that even Kame Yonta had been killed. This cannot be left unresolved. That man must die. Listen, you must ensure that the Eastern man remains within the borders of our country, dead or alive. The emperor issued his final order. Yes. Chapter 177, Too Terrifying. The ninja group received the emperor's orders and continued flying toward Yiming's location with over 1,000 members. Those below looked up at the sky, which was dark and ominous, like a gathering storm. This was the first time the ninja clan had appeared in such large numbers before the public. The crowd below pointed at the sky and shouted, "Look, are those ninjas? They can fly."
Wow, that's amazing. I want to become a ninja too. A child pulled his mother's hand and said earnestly. These ninjas were not allowed to appear before ordinary people under normal circumstances. Now, feeling the admiring gazes of those below, they experienced a sensation they had never felt before, the feeling of being worshipped, as if they were heroes being revered by the masses. However, some older people, upon seeing this scene, looked solemn. This was highly unusual. An old fortune teller looked up at the sky, which was filled with black-clad ninjas. Usually calm and composed, he now felt a sense of dread. Such a large-scale deployment of ninjas, and with no attempt to hide from the public, must mean that something major is about to happen in our empire. The crowd below continued to shout loudly. The fortune teller suddenly realized this might be a golden opportunity to make a fortune. He quickly packed up his stall, ran home to grab his recording equipment, and followed the ninja group in the sky. Yiming had dealt with Kame Ida and continued flying back toward the sky. His figure once again entered the surveillance of the R Nation's satellite department. Soon, the ninja group, alerted by the satellite department, arrived not far behind Yiming. This psychic is extremely dangerous. Everyone must be cautious. The leader of the ninjas warned the others. Boss, there are so many of us and he's alone. What's there to fear? In my opinion, we should charge straight at him, surround him, and catch him like a turtle in a jar, one ninja suggested. Exactly. This guy is so arrogant on our nation's territory. We must torture him thoroughly, make him wish he were dead, and regret causing trouble in our nation. Another ninja chuckled menacingly. Exactly, we have to have some fun with him. We've brought so many people to deal with him, how can we not have some fun? The others echoed in agreement. The leader of the ninjas furrowed his brows slightly, displeased by the others' underestimation. He said calmly, he managed to kill Kame Ida. Don't underestimate him. Let's formulate a battle plan. He gave a signal, and everyone quickly surrounded him. However, the few ninjas who looked down on Yiming rolled their eyes, thinking the leader was overkill. However, they didn't say much, just standing at the back, watching the others and the leader gather to formulate the plan. These few had only recently become ninjas, still brimming with arrogance. Having faced few challenges along the way, they now felt that with so many people mobilized, they wouldn't get much credit for this mission, leading to some discouragement. The leader didn't bother with those few. As a seasoned veteran, he knew reality would teach them a lesson. Soon, the plan was finalized. The leader divided the 1,000+ men into 8 groups, each consisting of around 150 people. The strategy was simple. They planned to surround Yiming first, cut off his escape routes from all directions, then gradually tighten the encirclement, and finally charge in all at once to trap him. At that point, Yiming would have no choice but to surrender. Yiming suddenly felt a sense of danger behind him. He turned around and shouted, "So many people." It seemed the emperor had spared no expense, dispatching so many ninjas. A cold smile appeared on his lips. He wondered if the emperor would feel any remorse over the loss of so many ninjas. He certainly wouldn't just sit there and wait to die. Before the ninja group could carry out their plan, he instantly accelerated and flew forward. The ninja group, having been discovered, didn't hesitate any longer. Everyone sped up their flight and gave chase after Yiming. Yiming didn't let them catch up either. Instead, he deliberately created some distance between them, allowing them to follow at a safe yet not too close distance. He maintained a distance where they couldn't catch up but were still within the range of his chi threads. Then, his chi threads erupted, locking onto the 10 ninjas leading the pursuit. Without hesitation, he twisted and shredded them, then tightened the threads, which were as thin as gold, with a pop. The 10 ninjas' heads were severed, and their bodies fell from the sky. Their flight gear, now uncontrolled, carried their bodies through the air, occasionally crashing into the crowd behind them. Everyone quickly moved out of the way, letting the headless bodies of their comrades fly everywhere. This scene shocked everyone. The ninja group saw their 10 comrades suddenly lose their heads and had no idea what was happening. Why were their comrades losing their heads out of nowhere, especially from such a distance? At that moment, everyone grew serious, shedding their previous arrogance. They sensed that this opponent was extremely dangerous, more so than anyone they had ever faced before. No wonder the emperor had sent them all to assist Kame Ida. If he possessed such an ability to kill from a distance without a trace, then Kame Ida dying at his hands would be no surprise. What should we do now? A ninja trembled as he spoke from behind. This man is too terrifying. Though we didn't see how he attacked, our comrades were definitely killed by him, and they died silently. Though using a gun is a disgrace for a ninja, we have no choice but to use it now. Otherwise, we'll be killed before we even get close to him. Chapter 178, Leave Everyone Behind. In an instant, all the ninjas drew their guns. The scene looked somewhat absurd. The ninjas who had been holding swords were now all nervously gripping their guns. The leader waved his hand, and all the ninjas behind him cocked their guns, aiming them all at Yiming. Yiming released his senses and realized that the ninjas behind him had learned their lesson and dared not approach him. He felt this was tricky. If there weren't many of them, he could handle it easily, but with over 1,000 people behind him, if they all fired at him at the same time, it would be quite troublesome.
Therefore, he couldn't act rashly. Yiming thought for a moment, then accelerated forward. With so many of them, it was impossible for everyone to maintain the same speed. As long as he could spread them out, he wouldn't have to worry. A cold smile curled the corners of his lips as he sensed the ninjas chasing him from behind. As soon as any of them entered his attack range, he could release his chi threads and ambush a few of them.
Things unfolded much as Yiming had anticipated.
The ninja group saw Yiming suddenly accelerate and assumed he was afraid, so they all cheered and sped forward. This charge disrupted their original formation, with some falling ahead and others lagging behind. This scene did not escape Yiming's perception. As soon as the first few ninjas entered the range of his chi threads, Yiming did not hesitate. He instantly tightened the threads, binding the first few ninjas tightly, then used his mind to control the threads, strangling them all to death. Everything happened so quickly that the others had no time to react.
Here they come again.
The leader watched helplessly as his companions were brutally killed. Glancing at Yiming in the distance, his eyes turned bloodshot. He roared, "Ready, fire!" Everyone split into groups, aiming their guns at Yiming. They didn't even need the leader's command, they simply pulled the triggers. Bang! Gunfire erupted in all directions, muzzles spitting flames as bullets crisscrossed like a rain curtain, closing in on Yiming.
Yiming's expression grew serious.
He released his senses to their limit, but capturing thousands of bullets was impossible. In an instant, he controlled all the energy threads with his mind, forming a defensive barrier in front of him, as solid as a wall. Without a doubt, the bullets suddenly stopped in front of him. Losing their forward momentum, they all fell downward. The ninja group witnessed this scene and were utterly horrified. How is this possible? He actually stopped the bullets mid-air, it's terrifying. Someone murmured in a trembling voice. Below, an old man in a Taoist robe witnessed the scene and smiled. This was exactly the effect he had been aiming for. He held the recording device up to the sky, capturing the entire scene. This footage would fetch a hefty price.
The ninja group had truly met their match.
The old man knew that if this video were to leak out, it would cause a huge stir in our country.
A ninja group consisting of thousands of ninjas couldn't even handle a single person.
This was a disgrace to ninjas. And the general public, who had never encountered ninjas before, would no longer hold them in high regard after seeing this video.
The once mysterious ninjas are actually this weak?
He stands there alone and can easily take out several of you, not even needing bullets.
The leader of the ninja group looked extremely grim.
He didn't know that his men's performance had been recorded in detail by an old man below. When he saw that the bullets couldn't penetrate the invisible wall in front of Yiming, he ordered the shooting to stop.
Continuing like this would not only be useless against Yiming but would also waste bullets.
The ninja leader hurriedly reported the situation to his superiors, passing it up the chain of command until it reached the emperor. The emperor, upon hearing that the murderer of Kame Ida had not been apprehended, was deeply disappointed in the ninja group. He believed that after this matter was resolved, it was necessary to severely discipline these ninjas to prevent them from becoming complacent and unable to handle emergencies effectively.
But what happened next made him regret his decision deeply.
The emperor had previously received a report from Kame Ida stating that to deal with the psychic from the east, a strategy of continuous attacks was the only way to have any effect. Other methods were completely useless. He relayed this strategy to the leader of the ninja group and issued a strict order, demanding that they must capture Yiming at all costs.
A hit-and-run tactic? The ninja leader's heart sank.
If they forced this method, it would inevitably mean sacrificing some men as cannon fodder.
This is too cruel. Is there no other way?
The leader asked reluctantly. He knew Yiming's capabilities and understood that using this method would result in many casualties, so he did not want to resort to such an extreme measure.
The emperor, hearing the ninja group leader question his orders, roared in anger. If you have a better plan, do it yourself. Why are you asking me? Act now. I want to see his body.
The leader shut off the communication device, swallowed hard, then looked at his men and gritted his teeth. Everyone, surround him closely and eliminate him.
As soon as the order was given, someone spoke up in protest. Close-range assault? That's suicide.
The leader, still fuming from the emperor's scolding, shouted back, "This is the emperor's order.
If you have any issues, take it up with him. If you're afraid of dying, get out of here."
Yiming stood in the distance, watching the group of ninjas, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "If I don't eliminate all of you today, I won't leave."
Chapter 179, Nightmare.
While the ninjas were still debating whether to close in and surround Yiming, he had already begun to approach them. He could now instantly form a barrier of energy threads in front of him, easily blocking bullets. As long as he got close enough, he could control the energy threads to strangle each ninja one by one. Unbeknownst to them, Yiming had already brought the ninja group within his attack range.
With a loud boom, the air threads erupted.
Suddenly, the heads of several ninjas in front were severed without a sound. The ninja group finally realized that Yiming had come to attack them proactively. They had no time to argue, they raised their guns and fired at Yiming. However, all their efforts were in vain. Yi Ming had erected a transparent wall in front of himself, impervious to wind and rain, and the bullets couldn't threaten him at all. Seeing this, the ninja group was terrified.
Damn it, this guy is a glitch.
There's no way to stop him. They controlled their flying machines and immediately retreated from Yi Ming, fearing that death would find them next. The leader of the ninja group saw that everyone had retreated without a fight. He sighed. As the leader, he couldn't retreat, even if he knew that death awaited him. This was his responsibility as the leader of the ninja group, and also the innate ninja trait that ran through his veins. Yi Ming saw the leader standing alone, refusing to retreat, while the others avoided him like the plague as he approached. This piqued his interest.
Why don't you run away like the others? Yi Ming looked at the ninja leader and pointed at the other ninjas who had already fled far away.
I am their leader, I cannot leave, the leader replied. Deep down, he harbored a sliver of hope that perhaps this merciless killer, seeing his unique stance and seemingly fearless attitude, might spare him out of surprise.
However, Yi Ming wasn't that naive.
Facing enemies who would come to kill him with over 1,000 men, he wouldn't spare them just because they were different.
You're quite the stubborn one.
He curved his lips into a smile. But since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish.
As the words fell, the energy threads suddenly wrapped around him.
The leader's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe Yi Ming would act so unconventionally.
Shouldn't he have spared him because of his unique energy, not? How could this be?
Moments later, his mind ceased to function.
With a wet thud, he was sent flying downward, trailing blood in his wake.
This scene was undoubtedly captured by the fortune teller as well. He squinted at Yi Ming, his face lit up with a smile, his eyes fixed on him as if he were looking at a god of wealth. Once this video was released, it would definitely shock everyone. He was confident that if he just shared a small clip with the TV stations, they would go crazy and pay a fortune for the complete video. This one move would definitely make him a fortune, and who knows, it might even propel him to the pinnacle of life. He had lived his entire life never expecting to strike it rich in his old age, never having to go out and set up a fortune-telling stall on the street again. After dealing with the leader of the ninja group, Yi Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. Since he had decided to kill everyone, there was no room for doubt. He sped up toward the ninja group that had fled earlier, releasing his key threads and continuously strangling the ninjas.
In an instant, the ninja group fell into chaos. Someone suddenly shouted, "Scatter! Run in different directions. Otherwise, we'll all be killed by him."
Yi Ming furrowed his brows. If what that person said was true, he wouldn't be able to eliminate all the ninjas. There would inevitably be a few who slipped through the net. Though it didn't matter much, his goal was to eliminate every single ninja who dared to pursue him. Looking at the man shouting, Yi Ming immediately released his energy threads. The man only managed to shout once before being swiftly killed by Yi Ming. However, the others had already been inspired and began to scatter in different directions. Yi Ming chased after a group of people, intending to deal with them first before taking on the others. Since these ninjas were only thinking about escaping, they were all panicking, and in their panic, they made mistakes. Yi Ming took advantage of this to swiftly decapitate the ninjas. The sounds of heads being severed echoed continuously. These ninjas never imagined that they had followed the main force in such a large group to come to the aid of Kamida Ida, only to end up in danger of losing their own lives. This was undoubtedly the darkest day of their lives. After dispatching a pair of ninjas, Yi Ming changed direction and charged toward other groups of ninjas. His goal was to leave none alive, but some were too skilled at escaping and vanished without a trace while he was pursuing others. Yi Ming felt a bit helpless, but by the time he decided to call it quits, the ninja group had already been mostly eliminated. The leader of the psychic organization watched the green dots representing the ninjas' vital signs disappear one by one on the screen at headquarters, his hands trembling.
If this continues, all the ninjas will die. Could that Eastern psychic be that powerful? He's a nightmare for our country ninjas. Chapter 180, Most Wanted.
The slaughter continued. Yi Ming used his chi threads to mercilessly cut down the ninja group. No matter which direction they fled, they were almost always caught by Yi Ming in an instant, leaving them with no ability to resist. Watching the ninja group nearly wiped out, the leader of the psychic organization in the control center turned ashen-faced. At that moment, he was practically a commander with no troops left. The forces under his command had been nearly wiped out, with only a handful of ninjas left, hiding in some unknown corner, trembling in fear and dared not show their faces.
He didn't even dare to hope that these few remaining ninjas could help him make a comeback.
He slammed his fist on the table with a loud thud and roared, "You bastard!
If I don't tear you to pieces, I'll commit seppuku."
As the leader of a superhuman organization, Suga Junichiro's abilities were beyond question. He had risen to this position through his impressive credentials. He had once gone alone to Country I to rescue a princess who had been kidnapped by the mafia. He once ventured deep into the Siberian snowfields to hunt snow wolves, and later discovered from a satellite that there was a vast expanse of snow wolf carcasses in an icy valley, with an estimated count of over 1,000.
He once single-handedly intimidated hundreds of Yakuza members from the Yamaguchi Gumi.
These are merely a fraction of his notable achievements, clearly demonstrating the extent of his capabilities. Sugita Junichiro entered a secret room within the management office, donned his specialized equipment, and then flew directly to the rooftop, heading toward Yiming's location. Yiming had just defeated a group of over 1,000 ninjas and was feeling a bit tired. He planned to head to the ground to find a small tavern to rest and regain his strength before continuing on. Prolonged use of his mental energy to control his chi threads was indeed exhausting. The fortune teller saw Yiming descending from the sky and quickly hid, continuing to secretly film from the shadows. The video of Yiming killing someone had already been completed, and now he aimed to capture the killer's true face. Imagine this: if he released the video of Yiming killing people first to build anticipation among the public, then at an opportune moment, he released the video revealing the killer's true face, it would undoubtedly create an explosive effect and bring in a fortune. Thinking of this, the fortune teller nearly laughed out loud, while secretly thanking Yiming from the bottom of his heart. However, he was still worried about being discovered by Yiming. He couldn't gauge Yiming's personality, and if the latter didn't want the video to be circulated, he would definitely be in big trouble. After landing on the ground, Yiming walked straight toward a small tavern. The fortune teller peeked out from the corner, confirmed that Yiming hadn't noticed him, then followed from a distance, holding his phone and continuing to record. This way, he wouldn't stand out too much and attract a crowd, which could lead to Yiming discovering him. He had witnessed Yiming deal with those ninjas like a god of death, slaughtering them like chickens and dogs. If he angered him, he would definitely suffer the consequences. Haha, I'm rich. I'm rich. I'll buy a villa and hire a young model. The fortune teller, seeing that Yiming hadn't noticed him, hummed to himself, nearly dancing with joy. Yiming casually walked into a small tavern, ordered a few dishes and a bottle of wine, and began to sip it leisurely. Recalling his journey to our country, it had been nothing but trouble. Almost everyone had wanted him dead. To have made it this far, he owed it all to the Shang Tang lineage. Though he still didn't know why he had suddenly become so powerful, he felt there were still countless mysterious potentials within him waiting to be unleashed. A toast to Shang Tang. Yiming raised his cup toward the direction of his homeland, made a toasting gesture, and then tilted his head back, drinking the wine in one gulp. Wow, this wine is really strong. Yiming savored the taste slowly. Just then, the tavern owner suddenly received a wanted notice from the police. This was a message disseminated through special channels to businesses of all sizes. It read, "A first-class criminal wanted by the emperor has killed multiple people within the borders of our country in a short period of time. He is extremely dangerous. If encountered, please contact the police immediately. If you can assist in solving the case or provide key clues, our country authorities will offer a reward of 3 million yen. 3 million yen? Not bad. If only I could find him." The tavern owner muttered to himself, clearly not believing that such a thing could happen to him. Then, the tavern owner looked at the portrait on the notice. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The surrendered criminal looked familiar. He quickly scanned the customers in his tavern and immediately locked onto his target. Seeing Yiming enjoying his meal, the tavern owner's heart began to race. 3 million yen. It was about to be his. To avoid alerting Yiming and risking his escape, the tavern owner deliberately walked to a secluded corner and dialed the police. He then waited patiently for the authorities to arrive and arrest the fugitive, while also reaping a hefty reward. It was a dream come true. However, he never could have imagined how foolish his actions were. If he could choose again, he would never have reported it to the police. Chapter 181, A Drink at the Tavern. Upon receiving the tavern owner's report, our country police quickly pinpointed Yiming's location. However, they dared not act rashly, as higher-ups had explicitly stated that this individual was extremely dangerous and must be handed over to the psychic organization for resolution. If they acted rashly, they would be putting their lives at risk. At that moment, the leader of the psychic organization, Suga Junichiro, was already on his way to the tavern. He was wearing a black cloth over his face, revealing only his eyes, giving him a mysterious appearance. Instead of using his flight abilities to fly directly to Yiming, he was traveling in his own private vehicle toward his destination. He sat inside the car with his eyes slightly closed, holding a long sword from our country in his hand. The scabbard was pitch black, adorned with a dragon soaring through the clouds. Anyone who recognized it would exclaim in astonishment, "Isn't that the legendary dragon soaring sword?" This sword had once accompanied a legendary ninja through countless battles, achieving innumerable feats and claiming the lives of countless enemies. When the sword is drawn, blood will flow. This was the dragon ascending sword. Sugita Junichiro's driver had never seen him dressed in a ninja outfit before. He knew something major was about to happen, otherwise, his employer wouldn't be so calm. This was the prelude to an explosion. If he had made any mistakes, he would be scolded harshly, and might even be attacked with the sword. Cold sweat was already beading on his forehead, fearing he might delay his boss's schedule. Fortunately, he was familiar with the area and quickly located the small tavern where Yiming was staying. Sugita Junichiro, of course, had no idea what his driver was going through. All he could think about was Yiming. He swore to himself that he would eliminate this Eastern superhuman. If he let him escape unscathed, it would be a disgrace to the entire our nation's superhuman organization. With a squeak, the Rolls-Royce carrying Suga Junichiro came to a stop in front of the small tavern where Yiming was located. The driver timidly turned to face the boss, who was still closing his eyes, and said, "Mr. Suda, we've arrived." He couldn't gauge the boss's mood and dared not breathe a word, only proceeding with the utmost caution. Upon hearing the driver's voice, Sugita Junichiro suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with hatred, as if a terrifying bolt of lightning were about to strike. He grabbed his dragon ascending sword, pushed open the car door, and headed toward the small tavern. As soon as the door opened, he saw Yiming sitting alone in the corner, pouring himself a drink. At the same time, Yiming also saw Suga Junichiro. Their eyes locked, and neither of them looked away. Sugita Junichiro had locked onto his target. Seeing Yiming, he was filled with such hatred that he wanted to devour him whole. He clenched his teeth tightly and walked toward Yiming. The intensity of their gaze was electrifying, and the air seemed to freeze, with only the sound of Suga Junichiro's footsteps echoing through the room. The other patrons in the small tavern were terrified by Suga's appearance and hurriedly stood up to leave. The tavern owner didn't even collect their money, as he had provided the police with information about a wanted criminal and would receive a substantial reward. The money they owed for their drinks was insignificant in comparison. Yiming watched Suga Junichiro approach him, his expression calm. Though he didn't recognize the man, his equipment and the way he was looking at him left no doubt that he meant trouble.
"What rank are you?" Yiming asked calmly.
Those seeking revenge against him kept coming one after another, killing and then returning. If he could eliminate both the highest-ranking decision-maker and the executor of their operations in one go, it would be a permanent solution. That was exactly what Yiming intended to do. "You don't need to know my rank. All you need to know is that this is where you'll meet your end." Suga Junichiro slowly drew the dragon ascending sword from its scabbard. The blade glinted, casting a pale light on the tavern owner's face. He never imagined that the man had come here to fight right in his tavern. Once blood is spilled, especially if it leads to a murder, the news will spread, and customers will avoid the place to keep their distance. The tavern's business would suffer a severe blow. Although he wanted the reward money, it was only a temporary income. If the tavern had to close down, it would be a huge loss in the long run. Thinking this, he spoke up from behind, "Sir, could you please fight outside my tavern? If there's something you need to discuss, you can do so outside. Let's avoid damaging property and causing you to have to compensate for the damage." Sugita Junichiro gave him a cold glance and snapped, "If you break anything, I'll compensate you. Now, get out immediately." The tavern owner, hearing this, felt his anger rise. After all, this was his territory. Despite being scolded like that, he immediately retorted, "This is my place. What right do you have to tell me to leave? You should be the one to get out." Humph. Suga Junichiro didn't expect the tavern owner to dare to talk back. He suddenly turned around and pressed the dragon's soaring sword against his neck. "Do I need to say it again? If you don't want to leave, I don't mind letting you stay." His expression was extremely grim. The tavern owner was startled by this. He never expected this man to be so bold. The authorities hadn't arrived yet, clearly because he had called them after the incident. This is a real troublemaker. Cold sweat poured down his back, and he dared not move, fearing that the other man might snap and slit his throat with a single stroke. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "Please don't get angry. I'll leave right away. The tavern owner glanced nervously at Suga Junichiro, noticing the murderous intent in his eyes, and shivered uncontrollably. He immediately turned and fled. Yiming remained seated quietly, watching as Suga Junichiro chased the tavern owner away, a faint smile on his face. Once the obtrusive tavern owner was finally gone, he raised his thumb at Suga Junichiro and said, "Impressive." Sugita Junichiro snorted coldly, sat across from Yiming, and without waiting for his response, picked up the wine jug and poured himself a cup. "You're the one who's impressive. Now almost all the ninjas in the entire our kingdom have been killed by you." "Oh? Is that so?" Yiming was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the group of ninjas who had come to kill him were actually all the ninjas in the entire our kingdom. It seemed that the other party really did think highly of him. "Of course, there's no need to hide this from you. You're very skilled. If you weren't an enemy of our empire, perhaps we could have been friends." Suga Junichiro drained the wine from his cup and placed it gently on the table. "So you're certain I won't be able to leave this tavern today?" Yiming still wore a faint smile on his face. Sugita Junichiro's gaze suddenly sharpened, his eyes seeming to emit daggers as he stared intently at Yiming. "Very well, today, this will be your final resting place." Chapter 182, Dragon Soaring Sword. The dragon's soaring sword flashed with a cold glow. As Suga Junichiro finished speaking, his entire body soared into the air like a soaring crane, raising the sword toward Yiming. Yiming's perception erupted suddenly, and threads of chi wrapped around the blade like vines. However, to his surprise, the icy blade actually managed to cut through his chi threads. The dragon's soaring sword was no mere name, it slowly sliced through the energy threads released by Yiming.
However, even though the dragon ascending sword could cut through the energy threads, it still slowed its descent.
Sugita Junichiro felt the resistance through the hilt of the sword, but his expression remained unchanged. If it were that easy to kill this man, he wouldn't have been able to eliminate so many ninjas. He exerted more force on the blade, attempting to drive it forward toward Yiming's head. His entire body leaped into the air in a killing stance. Yiming furrowed his brows slightly, sensing that this man was indeed different from the others he had faced before. Dealing with him would be no easy task. However, dealing with this man would only require a bit more effort, nothing too troublesome. He was confident in his abilities. As Suga Junichiro's blade descended, he glanced sideways, and the dragon ascending sword, with its icy blade, whistled past his ear.
You've got some skills, but do you really think that's enough to save your life? That's not nearly enough.
Suga Junichiro growled, his face twisted in anger. He gripped the sword tightly with both hands, spun around suddenly, and swung it toward Yiming, aiming to split him in two with a single stroke.
Yiming no longer hesitated. Seizing the moment, he leaped forward, dodging the blade's edge.
Immediately afterward, he used his mind to control the chi threads, wrapping them tightly around Suga Junichiro's neck.
Since his blade could cut through the energy threads, he would directly bind the opponent's neck and see what he could do now. Tanaka Junichiro felt the restraining force on his neck, a chill running down his spine. Could this be the technique he used to kill so many people? What kind of ability was this?
There was nothing tangible, yet it felt as real as anything. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his pupils dilated.
Could it be that he was using the legendary true chi of Eastern martial arts?
And he had even reached the level of condensing chi into threads.
How many years of arduous training would that require?
Without at least 70 or 80 years of practice, it would be impossible to achieve such a level. Yet looking at the person before him, he was definitely no older than 30. To reach the level of condensing chi into threads at 30 years old was simply terrifying. Such a genius martial arts master might not appear even once in a few hundred years. Among the Eastern martial arts masters he had known before, very few could even cultivate true chi, let alone condense it into threads. It was something he had never heard of before. Sugita Junichiro was utterly shocked, seething with hatred inside. Why had he provoked such a demon? This is the end of the road for our country ninjas. Facing someone like him, those ninjas deserve their fate. Once a martial artist reaches a certain level and realm, sheer numbers are useless. Without an equal or superior opponent, even a large force would only serve as cannon fodder, unable to harm a single hair on his body. Thinking of this, Suga Junichiro couldn't help but swallow hard, and the palms of his hands, gripping the dragon ascending sword, began to sweat slightly. He wanted to give up, but at this point, he couldn't. He knew that today, one of them would have to stay here. It would be a matter of life or death between the two of them. At that moment, he was being choked by Yiming's chi threads, gradually struggling to breathe. Sugita Junichiro quickly used the back of the dragon ascending sword to press against his own neck, preventing it from being squeezed too tightly and cutting off his breath. The blade of the dragon ascending sword was too sharp, capable of cutting through the energy thread Yiming had released. Therefore, Yiming couldn't directly strangle him to death. This was a bit troublesome. He had to get the knife out of his hands first. Yiming thought to himself. He said to Suga Junichiro, "The knife in your hand is quite impressive. What kind of treasure is it?" Sugita Junichiro sneered coldly, his expression arrogant. "Of course, this dragon ascending sword has been with me for decades. From when I was an unknown young man, it has accompanied me through countless achievements, claimed countless lives, and saved me from death time and again. This sword is an unparalleled treasure to me. Today, it has been drawn once more, and it will claim your head." He pointed the blade at Yiming. "Is that so? So, without it, you're worthless?" Yiming's face broke into a playful smile. He picked up a chair made entirely of solid wood, which felt extremely heavy for an ordinary person to lift. However, in Yiming's hands, it felt as light as a feather. He grabbed the chair and threw it at Suga Junichiro. Sugita Junichiro reacted swiftly, swinging his sword to split the chair in two. Yiming didn't give him a moment to breathe, hurling one chair after another from the small tavern toward Suga Junichiro, but every single one was split in two. His movements were calm and composed, showing no signs of panic, as if he had complete confidence in the knife in his hand. Indeed, as soon as the chairs made contact with the dragon ascending sword, they were sliced open as easily as tofu being cut by a knife. The sharpness of the dragon ascending sword was evident. Once all the chairs in the small tavern had been split in two, Yiming's expression grew slightly serious. He looked at the sword in Suga Junichiro's hand and said calmly, "This sword of yours is indeed quite good." Although Suga Junichiro appeared to effortlessly split every chair flying toward him, he was actually struggling slightly. This was because Yiming didn't give him a moment to catch his breath, sending chairs flying toward him like rain. He only stopped once all the chairs had been split. Fortunately, he managed to hold on. He knew that if he was hit by one of the chairs Yiming threw at him, he might be knocked unconscious and left at the mercy of his opponent. Therefore, when he heard Yiming's praise, he sighed in relief while also feeling a hint of pride for his sword.
Of course, if you couldn't condense your chi into threads, I'd kill you as easily as killing a chicken. Yi Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Is that so? With a loud boom, he released his perception to its limit. Closing his eyes, he controlled the chi threads to spread out, and in the next instant, all the tables in the small tavern floated into the air. Chapter 183, It's My Turn. Seeing this, Suda Junichiro, who had been feeling a bit arrogant, froze in shock. He never expected Yi Ming to have such a technique. This wasn't just about condensing chi into threads. To be precise, it was telekinesis. And judging by the number of tables Yi Ming was currently controlling, his ability had reached a certain level of mastery. It seems I underestimated you after all. You actually know how to manipulate objects from a distance. Suga Junichiro's face turned ashen. But when he saw Yi Ming closing his eyes, a surge of anger rose within him. This was clearly a sign of disrespect. Facing such a situation, he dared to close his eyes? That was too much of an insult. You're too arrogant, he muttered, gripping his knife and closing in on Yi Ming. Yi Ming didn't even bother to acknowledge him, remaining calm with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the tables crashed towards Suga Junichiro. Sugita Junichiro's gaze grew icy as he tried to find a path through the flying tables to charge toward Yi Ming. If he could strike him down while he was off guard, that would be perfect. However, all he saw was a shadow closing in. The tables covered the sky, blocking all his paths forward and backward. In an instant, the tables that had been slowly closing in suddenly flew at high speed. If hit, he would definitely suffer internal injuries. He quickly swung his dragon ascending sword, continuously slashing at the tables. However, the tables were now attacking from all directions at once. Even with the dragon ascending sword's sharpness, he couldn't block all angles, and his back was struck hard by a table.